With a single punch, one could obliterate a star. With a mere breath, extinguish the sun. In an instant, traverse the cosmos. And with laser-like eyes, annihilate all. Such is the essence of the superhuman gene. In a future world, humanity's genetic makeup undergoes mutations. And those who awaken to wield immense powers rapidly ascend to dominance. These awakened beings can emulate ferocious beasts such as tigers and leopards, manipulate the terrifying elements of wind and fire, and even extract souls and alter memories. At the age of 23, the traveler Qin Mo awakens his superhuman gene, able to absorb solar energy to gain attribute points, gradually unlocking the formidable powers unique to superhumans. Thus, he goes about his daily routine, working, taking breaks, basking in the sun, and accruing points. Before he knows it, he realizes he is on the path to invincibility. Qin Mo, forgive me, but in the face of absolute power and invulnerable defense, all that you possess is merely window dressing. Chapter 1. The Augmentable Superhuman Gene. On a summer day, the afternoon sun shines brilliantly. After finishing his meal in the cafeteria, Qin Mo makes his way to the office building. Today's lunch is quite sumptuous, a combination of kung pao chicken and stir-fried greens, accompanied by an extra portion of spicy grilled fish. The grilled fish is delicious, yet riddled with small bones, making it rather time-consuming to eat, thus prolonging his lunch break. By the time Qin Mo enters the office of the security department's 7th group, the clock on the wall strikes 2 o'clock, leaving half an hour until the official start of the afternoon shift. He intends to use this time for a brief respite, as the sweltering summer days necessitate moments of rejuvenation. Alas, fate has other plans. No sooner does he take a few steps than a voice pierces the air. In 1 hour, I require the criminal records of Chongping Street for the past 3 years. Qin Mo, please organize them. The speaker is a slender young man, seemingly in his early 20s and of similar age to Qin Mo, seated at a spacious workstation, engrossed in the documents before him, not bothering to lift his gaze. Qin Mo halts, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Although Chongping Street is not large and has few residents, 3 years' worth of crime records number in the hundreds, a task that is far from simple and will take no less than half an hour. Moreover, with a mere hour to complete it, he must begin immediately to meet the deadline. The person in front of him is Li Changfeng, who entered the security department alongside Qin Mo a year ago. Both are team members, thus sharing an equal status. Logically, Li Changfeng has no authority to delegate tasks to Qin Mo, especially before the official start of work. But who can deny that he is an awakened one? Well then, it seems Qin Mo's plans for a midday break are dashed. In this world, the status of awakened beings is extraordinarily elevated. Since humanity's genetic mutation a millennium ago led to the emergence of these powerful individuals, the landscape of society has irrevocably transformed. Awakened beings can withstand missiles with their bare bodies and face thousands single-handedly, swiftly securing their dominance akin to cultivators in a realm of immortality. To this day, even the most rudimentary level awakened ones hold a status far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Qin Mo, however, is not an awakened one until the age of 15. His genes had not awakened, thereby forfeiting his eligibility to awaken, which placed him at the bottom tier within the security department. The security department operates under the auspices of the Great Qin Security Bureau, primarily responsible for maintaining public order in the imperial capital and its surrounding areas, constituting a legitimate structure of awakened beings. Yet, due to the scarcity of awakened individuals amidst a vast population, it is not uncommon for the Security Bureau to recruit ordinary people to assist. These recruits are typically graduates of military academies, the cream of the crop among ordinary citizens, with exceptions like Qin Mo being exceedingly rare. At 23 years of age, he graduated from a prestigious institution in the capital last year. Having grown up in a single-parent household, his mother passed away due to illness when he was 3, leaving his father to raise him alone. Qin Mo's father was, in fact, an level awakened one, serving in the security department until he heroically fell during a capture mission just before Qin Mo's graduation. As a result, Qin Mo became an orphan, yet fortunately, with 2 lives behind him, he possesses a resilient heart as a traveler, not succumbing to excessive sorrow. According to the Great Qin regulations on bereavement compensation, under such special circumstances, the security department relaxes its requirements, allowing him to continue his father's legacy. Naturally, Qin Mo would not foolishly refuse. He resolutely chose to enter the security department. After all, securing a position in the bureau means job security. Given that the capital is the heart of the Great Qin, with a population exceeding 10 million, the job market is fiercely competitive and fraught with pressure. He understands the significance of a stable job. After receiving a USB drive from Li Changfeng, Qin Mo navigates through several desks to a corner by the window, settles down, opens his computer, and logs into the office system, where a plethora of dense records quickly appears on the screen. Adjusting his glasses, which correct for his severe myopia, he begins to organize the information as requested by Li Changfeng. The task of organizing is invariably tedious and monotonous, and soon Qin Mo's attention shifts to a translucent panel slowly materializing before him, visible only to him. Vision, 0. Hearing, 0. Intelligence, 0. Breathing, 0. Strength, 0. Speed, 0. Recovery, 0. Defense, 0. Solar points, accumulating. At first glance, the awakening panel seems replete with information, yet apart from the final entry indicating solar points accumulating, all other attributes stand at 0. He first encountered this panel just the previous night initially. The solar points were also 0, but after stepping out into the sunlight that morning, the count shifted to accumulating. From that moment, Qin Mo finally accepted the panel's authenticity. According to its description, it is a superhuman gene panel, requiring only the absorption of solar energy to gain freely allocable solar points. Using the sun as a source of energy is reminiscent of the Kryptonian superhero. In his past life, Qin Mo had watched countless superhero films. He is no stranger to the notion of shooting lasers from one's eyes, leaping over skyscrapers with ease, freezing enemies with a mere breath, wielding the strength to move the earth, surpassing light speed, and even flying through space. Superman is virtually invincible, a true paragon of omnipotence, an indisputable six-sided warrior with no weaknesses. Having awakened the superhuman gene, Qin Mo's future path is undoubtedly expansive. Little did he expect that at the age of 23, he would also become an awakened one indeed. The twists of fate are remarkable. I wonder how long it will take to accumulate solar points, Qin Mo muses inwardly, turning his gaze towards the sun visible through the glass. The Security Bureau's office building comprises 9 stories, and the 7th group, where he is stationed, resides on the 3rd floor, basking in ample sunlight each day. His position is particularly advantageous for absorbing solar energy. After a moment of reverie, he refocuses on his work, meticulously organizing the records before the clock strikes 3, ensuring timely delivery to Li Changfeng. Here are the criminal records for Chongping Street over the past 3 years. Qin Mo places the USB drive on the desk. Li Changfeng mutters, still not lifting his head, merely acknowledging with a nonchalant sound from his nostrils. Such arrogance. Yet this embodies the awakens attitude towards ordinary individuals, aloof and indifferent. After a year in this environment, Qin Mo has grown accustomed to it. He said nothing and returned to his workstation to bask in the sun, relishing the afternoon's leisure time, while his colleagues nearby were also indulging in idleness. The work at the security department was rather relaxed, operating from 9 to 5 with weekends off. If one disregarded the potential dangers that might arise from unexpected tasks, it would be an ideal setting for retirement. Qin Mo took a sip of water and glanced toward the small room partitioned for the group leader of Team 7. The team comprised 10 members in total, with the leader being a Great Awakened and 5 of the 9 team members classified as Great Awakened, while the rest were ordinary individuals. Unlike Li Changfeng and others who, though lacking personal offices, enjoyed spacious workstations set in favorable locations, Qin Mo, as an ordinary person, could only endure the discomfort by the window. Despite being part of the same team, the hierarchy was starkly evident, an unspoken rule that defined their interactions. However, it was precisely this hierarchy that allowed Qin Mo to absorb an abundance of solar energy. Time spent idling always seemed to pass swiftly. Aside from a few tasks assigned by Li Changfeng in the afternoon, he found himself with ample free time. He browsed online and noted that the border front of the Great Qin Empire continued its conflict with the Qi Kingdom, showing no signs of a ceasefire in the near future. As the clock struck 5, signaling the end of the workday, the sun dipped towards the horizon, its rays becoming gentler, casting a soft afterglow. A warm current suddenly surged through Qin Mo's body, invigorating him as he reopened his super awakening panel, quickly noticing changes. Solar energy points, 8 freely distributable. Is there truly this much? And it's freely distributable. Perhaps I should enhance my vision first. After a brief contemplation, he made his choice. The eyes of a superhuman could emit high-temperature rays capable of melting anything, a formidable means of attack for the future. He tentatively allocated 4 points to vision without exhausting all of them. Vision, 4. Solar energy points, 4. The awakening panel transformed, and a more potent flow of warmth rapidly concentrated around his eyes before swiftly dissipating. Suddenly, Qin Mo perceived a blur before him. He paused momentarily, then slowly removed his 300-degree glasses. The scenery before him became exceptionally clear, as if he had just opened the gateway to a new world. Years of myopia had vanished in an instant. Chapter 2. The Transformation of Qin Mo. Upon exiting the Security Bureau building, Qin Mo casually discarded his 2-year-old glasses into a nearby trash bin. Apologies, but he no longer required such an item. Moreover, allocating additional energy points to vision would yield even more remarkable transformations. With 4 distributable energy points remaining, Qin Mo resolved to ponder their application when he returned home. Clearly, allocating all points to vision would not be the wisest choice. A balanced development across various attributes would be more advantageous, especially since superhumans possess no weaknesses. He resided in the Baiyun district of the Great Qin imperial capital on Guanghong Street, where his father had left him a modest, less than 100-square-meter house, relatively new and not aged. After a 5-minute walk, he arrived at the bus station just in time to catch a bus, hurriedly boarding. The seats were already occupied, and with the evening rush hour commencing, Qin Mo had to stand amidst the crowd, grasping the overhead rail. Fortunately, Guanghong Street is less than 10 miles from the Security Bureau, allowing him to disembark swiftly. After a few more minutes of walking, he reached home. Using his key to unlock the security door, he was greeted by darkness. Just as he was about to switch on the light, he paused, surprised. He discovered that the enhancement was not merely a cure for his myopia, he had also gained a faint ability for night vision. Closing the door plunged the room into total darkness. He typically drew the curtains at work to deter any unwelcome intruders. The living room contained a sofa, opposite an unused television, with a coffee table and several stools. In the darkness, Qin Mo could distinctly perceive all of it. Though it was merely a silhouette and his vision was faint, it left him utterly astonished. To think he had only enhanced his vision by 4 points. Truly, the super awakening panel was remarkable. Elated, Qin Mo switched on the light, then reclined on the sofa, focusing on his surroundings as he began to contemplate the remaining solar energy points. The changes brought about by enhancing his vision underscored the critical importance of distributing energy points wisely. Thus, I must surely enhance my intelligence first. With a mere thought, his intelligence surged to 1, and a familiar warmth flooded his mind, making his thoughts feel remarkably clearer, as if his intellect had visibly sharpened. 3 solar energy points remain, yet there are 8 attributes to enhance. Strength, speed, and defense are undoubtedly top priorities. Strength serves as an offensive measure, while the latter 2 are vital for survival. Awakened individuals also face dangers. The awakening of one's genes does not guarantee perpetual safety. The sacrifice of his father, Qin Mo, served as a grim reminder of this truth. Great Awakened are merely the most basic level, with 6 tiers above them, from F to A, and above A lies S. Great individuals are exceptionally formidable, their numbers scarce, with fewer than 100 Great Awakened across both the Qin and Qi nations. An individual of this caliber possesses terrifying power, capable of obliterating entire cities, perceived as deities by mere mortals. Great strength is often accompanied by a superior status. For instance, the director of the Security Bureau is a great individual. Colleagues in the security department mentioned that the director belongs to the mimetic system of Awakened, capable of transforming his arms into dragon claws, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. Regardless, Qin Mo's current objective is singular: to accumulate solar energy points and rapidly grow stronger. If I awaken a superhuman gene, to which category would I belong? Qin Mo pondered, stroking his chin. Awakened individuals are broadly categorized into 3 systems: mimetic, elemental, and mental. As the name suggests, the mimetic system can emulate various ferocious beasts, such as tigers and leopards, with their simulated powers often exceeding those of the original beasts. The elemental system allows for the manipulation of natural elements like earth, fire, water, and wind, while the mental system is the rarest and most enigmatic. Individuals in this system are exceedingly rare. Perhaps only 1 in 10,000 awakened belongs to it. Their abilities remain largely a mystery, with known capabilities limited to manipulating nightmares and altering memories. Clearly, the superhuman gene does not align with any existing category. It is a unique superhuman system exclusive to Qin Mo, rendering the conventional classification of awakened irrelevant to him. As he contemplated, he allocated his solar energy points according to his earlier plan, and the warm current instantly spread throughout his body. Qin Mo clenched his fists, distinctly feeling the newfound strength in his hands, as if boundless energy coursed through him, invigorating his spirit. Vision 4. Hearing, 0. Intelligence, 1. Breathing, 0. Strength, 1. Speed, 1. Recovery, 0. Defense, 1. Solar energy points, 0. This is his current attribute panel, markedly different from the one at noon. Now he must wait for dawn, when the sun rises, to begin accumulating solar energy points anew. Subsequently, Qin Mo rose from his seat and prepared a simple dinner in the kitchen, followed by a brief session online. As the clock struck 10:30, he proceeded to wash up and then directly retired to bed. This encapsulated his monotonous and tedious daily existence, yet it was sufficiently disciplined. Silence enveloped the night, giving way to the dawn of the next day. Before the first rays of morning sunlight graced the world, Qin Mo had already stepped outside. With ample time before work, he resolved to walk today. Basking in the sunlight, he aimed to accumulate energy points while assessing the enhancement in his physical capabilities after recent adjustments. To his delight, he discovered that with the increase in strength and speed, his endurance had also seen significant improvement. Indeed, a comprehensive enhancement proved to be the correct path. On his way to work, he passed by a breakfast stall and decided to sit down for a meal. After expending energy, his appetite had notably increased as he devoured a bowl of soy milk, 2 fried dough sticks, and 3 baskets of steamed buns. The cost amounted to 50, with the soy milk priced at 8, the 2 dough sticks at 6, and a basket of buns at 12. Such were the prices in the capital, significantly higher than in other cities of the Qin kingdom. However, with a monthly salary just exceeding 6,000, he was fortunate that his father, Qin Hao, had left him an inheritance of over 200,000, ensuring his sustenance was secure. The salaries of awakened individuals were considerably higher. Li Changfeng, who joined the security department concurrently with him, earned more than 3 times his income. After his meal, he timed his arrival at the security department perfectly, and the next phase was a leisurely break. The morning passed swiftly without much to occupy him, and by 3 in the afternoon, Li Changfeng summoned Qin Mo to organize nearly 3 years' worth of crime records for another street. Upon completing the task, Qin Mo glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was just past 4, and his energy points were nearly replenished. Leaning back in his chair, he stretched and leaned toward the window. "Hey, Qin Mo, why aren't you wearing glasses today?" The speaker was Su Yin, a colleague with a neat high ponytail who graduated from military academy 2 years prior and directly joined the security department. Not being an awakened individual and sharing a similar age with Qin Mo, they had developed a closer rapport. Upon hearing the inquiry, Qin Mo turned his head and replied with a smile, "I've been practicing eye exercises diligently over the years, and they've proven quite effective. My prescription has decreased significantly, so I no longer need to wear glasses." "Is that so? You know, without your glasses, you look so much more spirited." "Indeed, my attractiveness has skyrocketed," Qin Mo remarked with a playful grin. "Then how about being my boyfriend, handsome?" Su Yin twirled a pen and winked at him. "If anyone else had said that, I would have firmly declined, but if it's you, Su Yin," Qin Mo feigned seriousness, "I could certainly consider it." "Come on, considering it? That's hardly sincere." "I'm looking for an awakened individual as a boyfriend in the future," Su Yin teased, resting her chin on her hand while gazing out the window. Qin Mo chuckled, choosing not to respond further. They often joked like this, and he was well aware of Su Yin's intentions. At that moment, a creaking sound broke the light-hearted atmosphere. Qin Mo looked up to see Li Yuan, the leader of Team 7, pushing open the door to the small office, her gaze sweeping across the room. Li Yuan was a highly capable woman, known for her efficiency and disdain for dilly-dallying. Under her leadership, Team 7 consistently ranked among the best in the security department. She calmly stated, "Awakened individuals, please come to my office." As her words settled, Li Changfeng and 3 others rose simultaneously and made their way to the small office. Su Yin watched as the door closed behind them. Excluding the ordinary staff, her expression a mixture of emotions, her heart heavy with the weight of disparity. Despite spending their days in the same office, an insurmountable chasm remained between them. Qin Mo, however, felt little discontent. He was more curious about the reason behind Li Yuan's sudden summons of the awakened individuals. Recalling that Li Changfeng had been reviewing crime records in their jurisdiction lately, could it be a new mission was on the horizon? The office was over 20 meters from his workstation, and the sound insulation of the walls was exceptional. Not a whisper from within could be heard outside. 10 minutes passed, yet Li Changfeng and the others had not yet emerged. Leaning back in his chair, Qin Mo gazed out the window, suddenly invigorated by a warm surge coursing through him. Energy points, 7 freely allocatable. At last, his energy points had fully accumulated today. Without hesitation, Qin Mo allocated half of his points to enhance his hearing. Hearing, 4 energy points, 3. Chapter 3. Eavesdropping Through Walls. Awakening skills, a warm current swiftly converged around his ears, enhancing his hearing instantaneously as a cacophony of sounds flooded into his auditory perception. Qin Mo distinctly heard Su Yin's pen gliding back and forth across the paper and faintly discerned the rhythm of her heartbeat. The sudden shift in his auditory environment left him momentarily dazed in his chair. After 2 or 3 minutes, he was finally able to harness this newfound power. Filtering out the sounds he wished to ignore, he focused intently, straining to listen to the conversations taking place within the small office. From this moment forth, the soundproof walls lost their intended efficacy against Qin Mo's enhanced abilities. Last night, a level-awakened individual from the third group was ambushed during a mission. The voice of Li Yuan resonated clearly in his ears, causing Qin Mo's eyes to brighten with clarity. In the small office, Li Yuan sat with her fingers interlaced, her elbows resting on the table as she continued. Fortunately, other team members were nearby and arrived in time to drive off the assailants. The awakened individual did not perish and was promptly transported to the hospital for emergency treatment. She paused, accentuating her words with gravity. This marks the 3rd attack incident this month. The awakened members of the 7th group stood solemnly before her, each wearing a serious expression. Conflicts among awakened individuals were not uncommon in the imperial capital. Yet when one party comprises members of the Security Bureau, the situation takes on a different nature. The Security Bureau is a powerful official institution of the Qin, wielding considerable authority. Who would dare to act so brazenly? Group leader, have we clarified the identity of the assailants? Li Shangfeng inquired. In response, Li Yuan slowly shook her head. It is precisely because their identities remain unknown that we must take this matter seriously. Orders have come from above to enhance patrols within our jurisdiction. You all must remain vigilant. Unknown identities? Qin Mo absorbed every word, lost in contemplation. The Security Bureau oversees numerous subordinate agencies, including the formidable Intelligence Division, whose network spans the entire imperial capital. If even the Intelligence Division has yet to ascertain the identity of the assailants, it suggests the presence of a significant force at play. The imperial capital, as the unequivocal heart of the Qin, appears riddled with vulnerabilities. It is evident that one must swiftly accumulate strength. After that, there was little more to glean. Li Yuan instructed them to keep their communication lines open at all times, as missions could arise unexpectedly, and thus the conversation came to a close. Li Changfeng and the others exited the room, returning to their respective positions with composure. Su Yin cast a curious glance at them, eager to know what the group leader had discussed in the small office. Yet her lack of status left her in the dark. The reality was stark. Without being an awakened individual, many secrets remained beyond her grasp. According to Li Yuan, 3 awakened individuals had been attacked this month, yet they had received not a whisper of such news and were utterly unaware. The distinction in status was glaringly apparent. Strength, indeed, is of utmost importance. Qin Mo inwardly lamented this truth, grateful that he had awakened his superhuman genes. Becoming stronger was merely a matter of time. Yet he pondered, why had the light energy points he accumulated yesterday been 8, while today they dwindled to 7? Furrowing his brow, he gazed through the glass at the setting sun, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he murmured, could it be due to the cloudy weather today? What are you mumbling about? Su Yin asked, playfully patting his shoulder. Time to clock out, handsome. Oh, right, I'll be on my way, Qin Mo replied, retracting his gaze. The inclement weather was the only plausible factor he could conceive. Thus, one could deduce that a sunny day would indeed yield a greater accumulation of light energy points. Promptly, he opened his computer and pulled up the weather forecast for the next 15 days. A smile gradually crept onto his lips as he scanned the report. Apart from next Monday and Thursday, which promised cloudiness, the rest of the days were forecasted to be bright and sunny, with temperatures hovering around 31 degrees. The summer in the capital was undeniably sweltering, yet this was welcome news for Qin Mo. Subsequently, he departed the Security Bureau alongside Su Yin, parting ways at the intersection. Su Yin came from a relatively affluent background and had a knack for enjoying life, having purchased a small car for her daily commutes. Hey, handsome, do you want to ride? She offered, her tone teasing. I think I'll keep the front seat available for my future boyfriend. I've taken a liking to walking home lately. It's good exercise, she added, eyeing Qin Mo with a hint of mischief. Are you secretly seeing someone? She teased, her gaze lingering a moment on his waist. How dare you tarnish my reputation? I might just have to sue you for defamation, Qin Mo replied, rolling his eyes. All right, enough joking around. I'm off now. See you tomorrow, Su Yin said as she started the engine, the car humming to life. See you tomorrow, Qin Mo called out, watching her vehicle drive away with a smile, shaking his head as he turned to walk home. He merely wished to accumulate a few more light energy points before the sun dipped below the horizon, with 3 points still available for allocation. He typically invested 1 in vision enhancement, as he was quite tempted by the prospect of laser vision. The remaining 2 points he distributed to bolster his strength and speed. Although the light energy points were still insufficient, Qin Mo had no pressing missions at hand, and a gradual approach was perfectly acceptable. As for the unidentified assailant, if they truly targeted the Security Bureau, then Qin Mo was ironically the safest individual. No awakened individual would waste their time attacking an ordinary person devoid of status or identity. The following afternoon, Qin Mo sat before his computer, perusing various information online. During his downtime, the work at the Security Bureau was rather leisurely, an ideal environment for relaxation. He was currently sifting through information related to awakened individuals, as his position granted him access to more extensive details than the average person. The strength of lower-tier awakened individuals remained feeble. Those with the mimicry ability primarily enhanced their upper limbs, particularly their arms, while elemental users could similarly empower their arms with the elements they controlled. For instance, a fire element awakened individual, upon igniting their genetic power, can emit blazing flames from their arms. After advancing in rank, they may enhance their lower limbs, and with further progression, their torso, resulting in a significant augmentation of strength. The information available pertains only to ranks below a certain level. Beyond that, the higher ranks are beyond their purview. It appears that awakened individuals below a certain rank exhibit clear distinctions in their power levels. Thus, if one were to concentrate their strength on attacking their weaknesses, it might yield extraordinary results. Qin Mo pondered quietly. Although his intelligence had only marginally increased, his cognitive agility had improved remarkably, enabling him to swiftly grasp the critical points of many matters upon a mere glance. At that moment, a familiar sensation surged forth, prompting Qin Mo to hastily access the awakening panel. Vision, 5. Hearing, 4. Intelligence, 1. Breathing, 0. Strength, 2. Speed, 2. Recovery, 0. Defense, 1. Light energy points, 13. To his astonishment, there were indeed as many as 13 points. His conjecture had proven correct. Sunny days indeed accumulate more light energy points. However, with 13 points at his disposal, he needed to allocate them judiciously. After a brief contemplation, he promptly decided to allocate 3 points to his vision as usual. A warm current swiftly gathered around his eyes, silently transforming them. Qin Mo raised his brow in surprise, keenly observing that this time the warm current lingered longer than in the previous instances, and his vision seemed to undergo greater changes. The world appeared somewhat different. Vision 8. Light energy points, 10. Awakening skill, X-ray vision. Chapter 4. Li Yuan's little secret gasp. This skill, Qin Mo couldn't help but inhale sharply. This skill was indeed extraordinarily useful. Allocating points to vision had undeniably been the wisest decision. He had not anticipated such subsequent transformations in the superhuman awakening panel. The more light energy points he accumulated, the stronger his corresponding ability in that aspect would become. For instance, his vision had now reached 8 points, allowing him to see every corner of the 7th office with crystal clarity down to the finest detail. He glanced towards Su Yin, who was sitting directly across from him, and he could now count the number of eyelashes on her eyes and discern the intricate patterns on her lips. It could be said that even if he were to leave the security department, he could easily secure a high-paying job in the capital, thanks to his extraordinary vision. Not to mention, he had just awakened a skill. With a mere thought, X-ray vision activated instantly, transforming the world before his eyes into an entirely new realm. As Qin Mo looked down at the computer in front of him, the display screen became ethereal, revealing the underlying drive and circuit boards. Truly remarkable. Hey, Qin Mo, what are you doing? Why are you just staring blankly? Su Yin's voice suddenly rang in his ears, pulling him back to reality. Nothing. I was just contemplating a few matters, Qin Mo casually responded, his gaze naturally shifting to Su-in, who at that moment had not deactivated her X-ray vision ability. A front button style, white at least. Astonishingly, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He pondered to himself, having spent so much time together. How had he never noticed this before? He never anticipated that Su-in possessed such allure. Had he known, he would have taken advantage of her ride yesterday. What would she be so absorbed in? Surely not thoughts of her little girlfriend? Nevertheless, life was indeed dull, leaving him with little choice but to daydream. Su-in remained oblivious to where his gaze lingered, reclining against the chair's backrest, instinctively crossing her legs, her hands resting behind her head. Qin Mo nodded in agreement. Continuing, life is undeniably tedious, yet what harm lies within that? Sunbathing, fishing, leisurely living. Sister Su, isn't that what life is about? Enough of that. Don't present yourself with such an air of worldly wisdom. I'm certainly older than you, Su-in playfully retorted. Indeed, you're quite older. Qin Mo replied with a double entendre, though regrettably, Su-in did not grasp his underlying meaning. With 15 minutes left until the end of the workday, he tidied his desk and resumed experimenting with his newly acquired skill. What, he wondered, did the team leader occupy herself with daily in the small office? Curiosity piqued. He activated his X-ray vision, and instantly the walls of the office became transparent in his eyes. He observed Li Yuan, who was intently examining a document, a rebellious strand of hair falling over her eyes, adding to her allure. Li Yuan was renowned for her beauty within the security department, attracting numerous admirers. Beyond her long, captivating legs that could ensnare anyone's gaze, her inherent charm was equally compelling. Typically, she wore a stoic expression, her demeanor as frigid as an iceberg. It is well known that a beautiful ice queen can also hasten one's pulse. Not to mention, her hairstyle remained unchanged daily, always in a single ponytail, further enhancing her allure. After watching for a few minutes, noticing that Li Yuan remained focused on her document, he prepared to withdraw his gaze. However, at that moment, Li Yuan suddenly tucked her bangs behind her ear, set down the document, and rose to push her chair back, making her way toward a locked cabinet in the corner. She retrieved the key, squatted down to unlock the cabinet, her curvaceous form igniting the imagination. What could possibly reside within that cabinet? Qin Mo's curiosity intensifie. Yet in the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. A pink wash basin? Why would the team leader store a wash basin in the office cabinet? Taken aback, he quickly realized he had misjudged. It was not a wash basin, but rather a foot basin. Li Yuan filled the basin with warm water, placed it on the floor, then bent down to remove her slightly heeled shoes, peeling off her white socks to reveal her slender feet. Qin Mo's vision has significantly improved, allowing him to discern every detail of Li Yuan's feet with remarkable clarity. Her feet are exceptionally fair and clean, with neatly trimmed toenails, and the imprint of her socks can be seen on the tops of her feet. As her bare soles dipped into the steaming water, she playfully wiggled her toes, splashing a few droplets. Li Yuan squinted against the light, reclining against the back of the chair, seemingly lost in the comfort of the foot's soak. A subtle smile gracing her lips, exuding sheer contentment. Qin Mo, however, was taken aback. He had not anticipated witnessing such a scene. Their typically stern and cold team leader indulging in a foot soak within his office. Moreover, it was evident that this was not her first time partaking in such a leisurely activity. Goodness, he seemed to have inadvertently uncovered a charming little secret about Li Yuan. It turned out she was not as frigid as she appeared. After work, Qin Mo exited the office building, opting to walk home to enhance his physical stamina. As for the sight he had just witnessed, he decided to keep that to himself. Today, he had accrued a considerable amount of energy points, and after augmenting his vision by 3 points, he still had 10 points remaining. During his journey home, he began to allocate these points. He continued his usual approach, enhancing strength, speed, and defense by 1 point each, and then added another point to his respiration. His cardiovascular function rapidly improved, and he found his breathing significantly lengthened while running. By the time he arrived home, he discovered he had actually arrived 10 minutes earlier than the previous day. After turning on the water heater, he took a shower, naturally recalling the scene he had witnessed earlier. Qin Mo decisively switched the water from hot to cold. Once he had finished tidying up and had eaten, he settled onto the sofa, opened the awakening panel, and after a moment's contemplation, allocated 1 point to intelligence and recovery. distributing the remaining 4 points entirely to strength. His attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to just 3 days prior, visibly enhancing his capabilities. Vision, 8 hearing, 4 intelligence, 2 respiration, 1 strength, 7 speed, 3 recovery, 1 defense, 2 skill, X-ray vision energy points, 0, a warm current surged through his body, then rapidly dissipated like a receding tide. Qin Mo clenched his fist, feeling an invigorating sense of strength. He glanced at the coffee table before him and extended his right hand underneath it, eager to test the extent of his newfound power. This coffee table, crafted from bluestone and dense wood, weighed at least 300 pounds. An ordinary person could merely shift it, let alone lift it single-handedly. Yet, Qin Mo was no longer an ordinary individual. He was now an awakened being. With a slight exertion, the table effortlessly lifted off the ground, and he scarcely felt its weight, as if he were hoisting a mere stool. He could even toss the table into the air and catch it with ease, performing the act without a hint of struggle. Chapter 5. The Millennium Family. Intentional strikes, undoubtedly. The enhancement of power is significantly greater compared to before, yet it pales in comparison to that of Superman. A Superman can effortlessly halt a train, lift an airplane with ease, and even shift the Earth itself. At present, Qin Mo remains merely a novice in this domain. The energy he possesses is still insufficient. The journey to become an invincible warrior akin to Superman is still a long and arduous path ahead. He murmured, devoid of any pride over his rapidly escalating strength. Having lived 2 lives, Qin Mo's mindset has been tempered to a remarkable resilience. After setting down the coffee table, he opened his mobile phone and began to peruse various consultations. The Qin and Qi nations have been at war for over a decade, both amassing substantial military forces, weaponry, and numerous awakened individuals along their borders. Most of the time, both sides are in a standoff, with occasional minor skirmishes and, at times, large-scale confrontations resulting in casualties on both sides. However, neither party is likely to engage in an all-out war, as their national strengths are relatively comparable, and without a guaranteed victory, they will refrain from initiating conflict. Since the moment humanity underwent a genetic mutation, marking the emergence of awakened beings, powerful individual combat capabilities have once again dominated the course of world history. Initially, nations were embroiled in chaos, leading to the formal rise of the Qin dynasty, alongside the equally ascended Qi nation. From that point, the 2 nations began to collide, each aiming to annex the other. Only when one nation completely annihilates the other will the war come to an end. However, it remains uncertain when that will occur, perhaps in Qin Mo's lifetime. He may never witness such events. After half an hour of reviewing daily consultations, he exited and skimmed through the recent news from the imperial capital. Soon, a particular piece caught his eye. The venerable patriarch of the Lin family in the Far East recently hosted a highly prestigious private birthday celebration within the Lin family gardens, attended by significant heirs from various prominent families, with His Majesty the Martial Emperor personally inscribing a congratulatory message for the Lin patriarch. His Majesty the Martial Emperor is none other than the current emperor of the mighty Qin dynasty. Although this private gathering made headlines, the chasm between it and the common populace is even more profound than that separating them from the awakened beings. This is the true upper echelon of society. The influence of ancient families over the Qin dynasty is formidable. They control vast resources, economics, power, and military domains. Wherever one might imagine, the shadow of these families is undoubtedly present. The fact that the martial emperor himself penned a congratulatory message underscores their esteemed status. Qin Mo is no stranger to these families, as the director of the Security Bureau is the current head of an ancient family. The director's surname is Li, from a Qingyangli clan, and he is also one of the current dukes of the Qin dynasty, holding an exceedingly high position. These millennium-old families wield considerable power within the court, capable of influencing certain decisions of the martial emperor. Many key positions within the Security Bureau are occupied by members of the Qingyangli family. What recourse does the martial emperor have? Clearly, none at all. This generation of the royal family is the weakest since the establishment of the Great Qin, at least among the awakened beings known to Qin Mo. The royal family holds no prominent position. In contrast, the Qingyangli clan, the Yan'an Fang clan, the Chomping Lu clan, the Far East Lin clan, and the Jinbei Chu clan are five of the most venerable families in the history of the Great Qin, entities that ordinary individuals must never provoke. With a millennium of heritage, these families possess formidable strength, numerous descendants, extensive bloodline branches, and a flourishing lineage, boasting many high-level awakened beings. However, this reality feels distant to Qin Mo. He is not intrigued by the balance between the royal family and these noble families, merely reflecting on it. To possess a private garden in the precious expanse of the imperial capital signifies the elevated status of these families. Some individuals struggle throughout their lives to acquire housing, while others are born into opulence. Fate often seems unjust. Nonetheless, the emergence of awakened beings has indeed afforded people numerous opportunities. If one is awakened, even from a humble background devoid of connections, what do a millennium-old family matter? They will still regard you as an esteemed guest. The following day, in the afternoon, after having lunch at the cafeteria, Qin Mo did not rush back. Instead, he sought a sunlit spot nearby, basking in the warmth for over an hour before heading towards the security bureau building. Fortunately, he directly absorbed the sun's energy. Otherwise, prolonged exposure would likely have darkened his complexion considerably. Upon entering the office of Team 7, he was taken aback to find that half of it was empty. Aside from Su Yin and two other non-awakened team members at their desks, the rest were conspicuously absent. Turning towards the small office, he activated his perceptive skill silently, only to find it equally vacant. Li Yuan was indeed not present. Qin Mo approached his workstation and inquired of Su Yin, "Sister Su, where have the team leaders gone?" "They've gone on a mission," Su Yin replied, preoccupied with her nails and not lifting her head. "Half an hour ago, an urgent order came from above, necessitating immediate action. The team leader took Li Changfeng and a few others with him." "A mission?" Qin Mo furrowed his brow. Li Yuan had only taken awakened individuals, leaving the rest behind. This was evidently not an ordinary assignment. Recalling the previous discussions among the team in the small office regarding a mysterious organization of awakened beings opposing the security bureau, the nature of this mission became clear. It appeared that the intelligence department had already uncovered the enemy's trail. Qin Mo mused. The intelligence department's actions are indeed swift, but missions often entail peril. He hoped everything would proceed smoothly. Subsequently, he returned to the window to continue gathering solar energy. He could not assist Li Yuan, as he was unaware of the mission's location and his current strength was still inadequate. Thus, the afternoon slipped away in an instant, and soon it would be time to clock out. Glancing at the time, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Li Yuan had undertaken missions before, but had never taken such a lengthy duration. This task is indeed extraordinary. I am uncertain about the true nature of the opposing force. Qin Mo pondered, suddenly raising an eyebrow as he activated the awakening panel. The accumulation of energy points for today had concluded, totaling 11, 2 fewer than yesterday. As customary, he first allocated 2 points to vision, followed by 1 point each to speed, defense, intelligence, and respiration. As he felt the warm flow coursing through his body, Qin Mo deliberated for a moment before assigning the remaining 5 points entirely to strength. The awakening of his laser vision remained uncertain, and until then, the enhancement of his sight would offer him little protection. Thus, Qin Mo wisely adjusted his allocation strategy, prioritizing the augmentation of his physical strength, speed, and defense. As his energy points returned to 0, a powerful warmth swiftly radiated throughout his entire being. Strength, 12, awakened skill, intentional punch. Chapter 6, Mission Failure. To his astonishment, he had awakened a new skill, intentional punch. Concentrates all bodily strength into a single point, then instantaneously releases it, unleashing destructive power far exceeding his inherent strength, an immensely formidable force. This bears resemblance to the concept of inch power in traditional martial arts, though the term itself seemed oddly familiar to Qin Mo. For a moment, he could not recall where he had encountered it. Yet the acquisition of a new skill signified a substantial enhancement of his capabilities. Upon reaching a vision score of 8, he awakened the ability of X-ray vision. Now, with strength at 12, he had unlocked another new skill. It appeared that the awakening of skills lacked a discernible pattern, occurring at random. However, with his intelligence now at 3, his analytical abilities had improved, and he quickly discerned the underlying. After each allocation, a specific attribute would experience exponential growth, and upon reaching a threshold, a skill would inevitably awaken. Clearly, vision and strength belong to different domains, and thus their thresholds would naturally differ. Having grasped this insight, the subsequent tasks became considerably easier. He would maintain his previous allocation strategy, continuously enhancing his attributes incrementally. Now, his strength had surged several-fold compared to before, and Qin Mo resolved to find a location to test his newfound abilities that evening, eager to witness the potency of his new skill. He had identified a target not far from his home, a construction site where an old residential building had been demolished, with plans to erect a luxurious entertainment complex for the upper class. It was evident that this project bore the hallmark of a prominent family. As the workday drew to a close, and with Li Yuan and the others yet to return, Qin Mo sensed something amiss. The duration of this task had indeed stretched unusually long. However, he did not dwell on it excessively, opting instead to run home as he had done in the previous days. After 15 minutes, he arrived at his destination, controlling his speed deliberately. He had not utilized his full potential. After all, the population density in the capital was considerable, and should he unleash his maximum velocity, he would be as swift as an electric scooter, attracting undue attention. Ahead, the intersection was cordoned off with rusty iron fences, adorned with yellow signs warning of construction hazards and advising against proximity. As the hour approached, workers began to leave one after another, and Qin Mo took the opportunity to find a nearby noodle shop, indulging in 3 generous bowls of beef hand-pulled noodles. Subsequently, he navigated around the fence to a secluded area, his enhanced vision and hearing confirming that no one was in sight. Slowly, he crouched down, gazing upward at the building with its dismantled exterior walls. After targeting the 3rd floor, he propelled himself upward with remarkable strength. In the next moment, Qin Mo landed firmly on the 3rd floor, glancing back at the height and distance with a subtle smile. The 3-story building stood approximately 10 meters tall, and he had leaped from an angle. This was the enhancement bestowed upon him by a strength level of 12. With further upgrades, he would soar even higher and farther, perhaps even reach the ability to fly, reminiscent of a superhero. His aspirations included acquiring laser vision and the power of flight. For now, it was time to test his newfound skills. The residential building stood 8 stories tall, and Qin Mo ascended 3 more floors, careful not to create noise that might attract the attention of those inspecting the construction site at night. The 6th floor was strewn with rebar and steel plates, the bare walls composed of solid reinforced concrete, immensely durable. Qin Mo casually picked up a rebar, gripping both ends with his hands and with a gentle twist, bent it effortlessly. It was astonishingly easy. On his 2nd attempt, he hoisted a bundle of approximately 20 to 30 bars. As the saying goes, a single chopstick is easily broken, but a handful resists with a mere creak. The entire bundle of rebar bent under his strength with ease. The growth of his power was astonishing, nearly exponential. As he returned the rebar to its original form, he muttered to himself, well, it makes sense. If the enhancement were too slow, it would take decades to be able to move a planet. The sky gradually darkened in silence. Inside the construction site, it was pitch black, yet Qin Mo's enhanced vision, now at a level of 10, allowed him to navigate effortlessly in the dark. He quietly activated his X-ray vision, revealing the internal structure of the building's walls. Soon, he identified a particularly sturdy section in the right corner of the interior. Approaching the corner, he composed himself, clenched his right fist, and maintained a 3-centimeter gap from the wall. After a brief pause, he suddenly unleashed a swift and powerful strike. Skill activated. Intentional punch. With a resounding crash, a large hole burst open in the corner, the reinforced concrete fracturing as if it were mere tofu. A surge of joy washed over Qin Mo. He had effortlessly punched through the wall, finally feeling a semblance of superhuman prowess. Retrieving his arm from the hole, he observed that aside from a layer of dust, his fist bore no injuries. With a defense level of 3, his skin now rivaled that of stone, impervious to harm. This exemplifies the advantages of achieving comprehensive and balanced development. Focusing solely on enhancing one particular capability inevitably leads to significant weaknesses in other areas. The experiment for this evening has come to a close, and Qin Mo is quite satisfied with the transformations he has undergone in recent days. Presently, even if he were to encounter an awakened individual, he would possess a certain degree of self-defense capability, provided the opponent's level is not excessively high. As he retrieved his phone from his pocket and glanced at the time, He was surprised to find that it was already past 8 o'clock. It was nearly time to return home, freshen up, and prepare for sleep. With that thought, he began to make his way homeward. However, at that moment, a sudden ring pierced the air. Qin Mo pulled out his phone again, discovering it was a call from Su-yin. He answered immediately, placing the device to his ear, and said, "Hello, Sister Su, calling me at this late hour. Are you inviting me for a drink?" Unexpectedly, Su-yin's urgent voice came through the receiver. "Qin Mo, there's been an incident. You need to hurry to the Imperial Capital Hospital. The team leader and the others have failed their mission, and many are injured." A mission failure. Qin Mo's expression turned grave in an instant. He replied, "Understood. I will be there right away." 20 minutes later, at the Imperial Capital Hospital, Qin Mo encountered Su-yin in the corridor on the 3rd floor. The other 2 members who did not participate in the mission had yet to arrive, as they lived farther away. "What is the current situation?" Qin Mo inquired. Su-yin shook her head, a hint of worry etched across her features. "It is quite dire. All 6 Awaken members from our Team 7 have sustained injuries, with the team leader and Wang Yin in the most critical condition. They have been unconscious for quite some time due to significant blood loss. Fortunately, their lives are no longer in immediate danger following emergency intervention, but they remain in a comatose state. Everyone injured, Li Yuan, already a high-level awakened, had incurred such severe injuries. It seemed the opposing force was far more formidable than he had anticipated. We will need to remain at the hospital until the team leader regains consciousness, Su-yin stated. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo nodded in agreement, voicing no objections. The responsibility for combat fell to the awakened, while support duties naturally fell to them, the ordinary individuals. Besides, for him, it mattered little where he was. Gazing at the wall opposite him, Qin Mo activated his, and soon perceived the scene within the hospital room. It was a private room, where Li Yuan lay in bed, pale and devoid of color, his breathing faint. The window of the room was spacious, allowing for ample light, a clear indication of excellent illumination. Chapter 7. Holographic Vision. A night passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Mo and Su-yin took turns keeping vigil, managing to secure sufficient rest. As his physical condition improved, his mental acuity had also increased manifold in comparison to before. Meanwhile, the other 2 members of Team 7 were tasked with caring for Li Changfeng and the others. By the following morning, the security department dispatched 3 high-level awakened individuals from other teams specifically to ensure the safety of Li Yuan and the others. This incident had nearly resulted in the complete annihilation of Team 7, marking one of the most severe occurrences the Security Bureau had witnessed in a long time. Particularly alarming was the fact that this transpired in the heart of the imperial capital, the very center of the Great Qin. The audacity of this mysterious force is evident. Qin Mo is unaware of the extent of the intelligence department's findings. His current rank does not grant him the privilege to know the details of the mission. At this moment, in the hospital room, he sits by the window, observing Li Yuan, who lies on the bed. After a day and night of rest, her complexion has visibly improved, showing hints of color, suggesting that she may awaken soon. Qin Mo's gaze drifts beneath the blanket to her body, where he notices 3 jagged scars on her left abdomen, near the heart. These scars, approximately 20 centimeters in length, diagonally traverse from her chest to her waist. Though sutured, the edges still ooze a faint trace of blood. The nature of the wounds does not resemble those from Blade. The proximity of the 3 scars suggests they were inflicted by the claws of some creature. Additionally, on her right shoulder, there is a palm-sized area of skin necrosis, indicative of a burn. Most of the injuries are concentrated around her torso, while the scars on her limbs are considerably less severe. Qin Mo quickly recalls the information he had reviewed the previous day. Upper limb enhancements for intermediate awakeners, lower limb enhancements for advanced awakeners, and torso enhancements for elite awakeners. He had pondered whether focusing attacks on unenhanced areas would yield greater efficacy. It appears that his conjecture was indeed correct. All parties involved are astute. As Qin Mo's mind races, he silently analyzes Li Yuan's injuries. The abdominal claw marks must have been inflicted by a mimicry-type awakener, while the burn on her shoulder clearly results from elemental fire. It is evident that the team leader was besieged by at least 2 awakeners. This reinforces the notion that a comprehensive and balanced development approach is increasingly justified. From the outset, his strength has been evenly distributed throughout his body. Despite the name of his awakened skill, intentional impact, it can also be activated through kicks, knees, elbows, and shoulders. Defense operates similarly, full body defense can enhance even the head, leaving no vulnerabilities. This encapsulates the terrifying nature of a multifaceted warrior. As he contemplates this, a warm sensation suddenly flows through his heart. Unbeknownst to him, the sun is rapidly setting, and today's light energy points have been fully amassed. Qin Mo opens his awakening panel, and a smile spreads across his face. Vision, 10 hearing, 4 intelligence, 3 breath, 2 strength, 12 speed, 4 recovery, 1 defense, 3 skills, X-ray vision. Intentional impact light energy points, 16, freely allocatable. This marks the highest accumulation of light energy points since Qin Mo awakened his superhuman genes, totaling an impressive 16 points. His initial observation was indeed accurate. The geographical position of this hospital room is exceptional, with excellent lighting. In accordance with custom, he allocates 3 points each to vision and strength, channeling the warm energy into his eyes and throughout his body. His vision has once again been enhanced, allowing him to see further and with greater clarity. Similarly, Qin Mo's strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. Once standing at a modest height of 178 centimeters, he now measures an impressive 183. The solar energy has instigated certain modifications to his physique, augmenting his musculature and enhancing his overall proportions. This newfound height bestows him with a more harmonious and elegant silhouette. With attributes now adjusted, he considers his options carefully. Ultimately, he resolves to prioritize his hearing and speed, allowing them to reach their respective thresholds first. Both attributes currently stand at 4, which is comparatively superior to the others. He allocates 4 points to hearing and assigns the remaining 6 points to speed. This results in hearing, 8, speed, 10, and energy points, 0. The awakened skill for hearing is radar, while the awakened skill for speed is instant step. Upon allocation, both attributes simultaneously reach their thresholds, triggering the corresponding skills. Qin Mo's expression brightens, as a surge of warmth begins to flow within him once more. He first inspects the skill instant step, which is quite straightforward. It ultimately represents a form of explosive power. Upon activating instant step, Qin Mo can instantly elevate his speed to its zenith, covering several meters in a single second, akin to teleportation. As for the hearing skill radar, its functionality is more intricate. Qin Mo can now discern the precise location of individuals based on the sounds he receives. He attempts to activate the skill, and suddenly, the cacophony of sounds around him amplifies exponentially, resonating in his mind as if magnified countless times. With his enhanced hearing, he can now perceive sounds from an expanded radius, encompassing the entire hospital building. With his eyes closed, he muses silently in the left ward. 2 heartbeats can be detected at distances of 10 and 15 meters, respectively. He then opens his eyes and gazes toward the wall, activating his X-ray vision. There, he observes Su Yin seated in the corner, engrossed in her phone, while on the hospital bed lies another severely injured awakened individual, Wang Yin, from the 7th group. The distances he perceives align perfectly with what he hears. This is the essence of radar. Qin Mo nods slowly, preparing to withdraw his gaze when suddenly, a familiar warmth surges into his mind once more. Awakened combination skill, holographic vision. Qin Mo is momentarily taken aback. His energy points have been exhausted. So how is it that a new skill has awakened? Before he can ponder the nature of combination skills, his vision and hearing inexplicably amplify. In the next instant, the 9-story hospital building materializes before him in an entirely novel manner. Countless lines coalesce into a surreal structure, revealing every room, every heartbeat, and the precise locations of individuals within. From a divine perspective, Qin Mo perceives everything with clarity. However, his mind struggles to process this overwhelming influx of information, as the building contains thousands of people and various medical apparatuses. These sounds surged into his mind, and Qin Mo felt as though his head might explode. He attempted to reduce the range of his holographic vision until it encompassed a radius of 50 meters, and only then did he feel a significant relief. Rubbing his temples, Qin Mo deactivated the holographic vision and reopened the awakening panel. The skills section had undergone a transformation. Both the X-ray vision and radar had inexplicably vanished, replaced by the newly awakened holographic vision. Nevertheless, Qin Mo could still utilize the X-ray and radar, but judging by his recent experimentation, this new combination technique proved to be more comprehensive and formidable. Clearly, 1 plus 1 does not simply equal 2, but rather exceeds it. For Qin Mo, this was indeed a fortuitous development. It seemed that enhancing his intelligence should take precedence. Qin Mo murmured softly. Chapter 8. The Meeting of Heaven and Earth as Night Fell. The stars twinkled in the sky. Qin Mo went to the cafeteria of the Imperial Capital Hospital and purchased 2 dinners, one of which was for Su Yin. Upon returning to the ward, he found the nurse attending to Li Yuan, changing her bandages, administering medication, and checking her vital signs. At such a moment, it was inappropriate for Qin Mo to enter. Instead, he chose to sit on a bench in the corridor, eating his meal while activating his holographic vision, causing the walls of the ward to vanish once more. It must be said that Li Yuan possessed an exquisite figure, particularly her legs, which are the longest Qin Mo had ever seen. Furthermore, perhaps due to her status as a level awakener and the enhancement of her lower limbs, her thighs appeared taut and powerful without compromising their graceful lines. The bandage change concluded swiftly, and the nurse gently covered Li Yuan with a blanket. Standing by the window, Su Yin inquired, "Doctor, when will our team leader regain consciousness?" At the sound of her voice, the departing doctor paused, responding, "The patient's condition is now thoroughly stable. She should regain consciousness by tomorrow or the day after. We will observe her for a while longer, and once her health is sufficiently restored, she will be able to discharge." Su Yin nodded and looked down at Li Yuan, asking again, "Will there be any scars after her recovery?" "You need not worry about that. With our hospital's current medical standards, we can minimize scars to merely faint traces," the doctor replied with a smile. Qin Mo listened intently to their conversation, harboring no doubts about the doctor's assurances. Although Li Yuan's wounds were indeed challenging to treat, and there were burn injuries, the medical standards of this world surpassed those of his previous life, especially considering that the Imperial Capital Hospital was the finest in all of the Qin. For the awakeners of the Safety Bureau, they would exert every ounce of effort, utilizing the best medicinal treatments and state-of-the-art medical equipment. As he observed the doctor preparing to leave the ward, Qin Mo intended to deactivate his holographic vision, but at that moment, his eyebrows furrowed in interest as he overheard something quite intriguing. He had confined the range of his holographic vision to a 30-meter radius, allowing him to see and hear with remarkable clarity. From Qin Mo's vantage point, in the second room on the left side of the corridor, 2 individuals were leaning against the window. Their heartbeats resonated with a vigor surpassing that of ordinary individuals, and their blood coursed with remarkable swiftness. Qin Mo discerned the identities of the 2 individuals. They were awakened beings dispatched from the security department to ensure the safety of Li Yuan and her companions. One of them murmured, "Ah, these wild awakened organizations are becoming increasingly audacious, daring even to confront members of the Security Bureau. Such audacity knows no bounds." This organization was unlike the minor factions of the past. The ability to inflict such harm upon the members of Team 7 indicated the presence of high-ranking awakened beings within their ranks. They referred to themselves as the Heaven and Earth Society, suggesting ambitions of monumental scale. Heaven and Earth Society? Qin Mo silently committed this name to memory, as he had finally gleaned a fragment of the enigmatic force's nature. Yet, he pondered the true extent of the high-ranking awakened beings. What level could they possibly attain? The 2 continued their discourse, with the earlier speaker expressing dissatisfaction. "What is the intelligence department doing? How long has it been? The information gathered is astonishingly scant." The other responded, "And you still place your hopes in them? Do you not wonder why Team 7 has ended up in such dire straits?" "How so?" The man leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "I've heard that Team 7's mission was ambushed by the Heaven and Earth Society. There seems to be a mole within the intelligence department, as the information provided was flawed. Is this truly the case?" The first man gasped. "Who knows if it's mere hearsay or reality? Do not speak of this to others." He laughed lightly, offering a caution. "Rest assured, I understand the importance of discretion." The conversation then shifted to other topics, leaving Qin Mo to discreetly close his holographic interface, a frown creasing his brow. He had not anticipated such significant revelations from a mere overhearing. The intelligence department, a mole, with a boost of 3 points in intellect. He swiftly unraveled the situation and conducted an analysis based on the information at hand. The intel he had just heard was highly likely to be true. The Security Bureau had been established in Qin for many years, and the intelligence network had been meticulously laid out long ago. Occurrences of mishaps were exceedingly rare. If his superiors had indeed fallen into an ambush, the notion of a mole became increasingly plausible. In his mind, he contemplated, the Heaven and Earth Society has even infiltrated the Security Bureau with a mole. How vast could this organization's submerged iceberg truly be? It appeared that unrest loomed over the imperial capital. Qin Mo's frown deepened. Should chaos erupt in the imperial capital, the Security Bureau would bear the brunt of it, directly impacting his life. After all, he aspired to remain within the Security Bureau until retirement. He had no desire to relinquish his stable position. Not to mention, the daily workload was already painfully minimal. He hoped the intelligence department would swiftly root out this mole and, in the same breath, obliterate the Heaven and Earth Society. The following day, in the afternoon, it was once again Qin Mo's turn to stand vigil in the hospital room. He maintained his usual routine, seated by the window, basking in the sunlight while occasionally glancing at his phone. A faint, almost imperceptible sound abruptly resonated within the confines of the hospital room. Qin Mo swiftly raised his gaze towards the bed, discovering that Li Yuan had awakened, her slender eyelashes fluttering as she stared, somewhat bewildered, at the ceiling above. Noticing this, he hastily set aside his phone, poured a glass of warm water, and seated himself beside her, gently propping her up. "Team leader, the water is here." Li Yuan remained silent, her throat slowly moving as the warm water flowed from her pale lips down her throat. Qin Mo instinctively pressed a button nearby to notify the doctor. Soon, half a glass of water had been consumed, and Li Yuan began to recover. Exhaling a sigh of relief, she glanced around the room, confirming her location in the hospital, before turning her gaze to Qin Mo and asking in a subdued tone, "How long have I been unconscious?" "Less than 2 days. Have you been taking care of me all this time?" Li Yuan seemed to revert to her usual icy demeanor, her tone markedly indifferent. However, upon learning that she would soak her feet in her small office every day before leaving work, Qin Mo's attitude towards her subtly shifted. "Sister Su Yin and I have been taking turns. It hardly qualifies as care with the doctors and nurses present," he replied. He then gently laid Li Yuan back down and continued, "The doctor will arrive shortly. Team leader, since you've just awakened, it's best to speak less and rest more." Li Yuan managed to utter a soft acknowledgement, and silence enveloped the room as neither spoke further. The doctor soon entered, conducted a thorough examination of Li Yuan, and after confirming her stable condition, offered a few dietary recommendations before departing. The room was once again left in solitude, with only Qin Mo and Li Yuan. "Thank you for your efforts." Li Yuan suddenly broke the silence. Taken aback, Qin Mo quickly replied, "It's nothing, really. Compared to what you endure, it's hardly significant. What matters is that you recover swiftly and can be discharged. What about Wang Yin and the others?" Li Yuan Ninkidat. Qin Mo responded, "Wang Yin's injuries are quite severe. She remains unconscious but is out of danger. The others have sustained lighter injuries." He proceeded to recount some basic information from the past 2 days, while Li Yuan, still weak, mostly listened in silence. After their conversation, with Qin Mo's assistance, she finished the remaining half glass of water and subsequently closed her eyes, drifting back into slumber. Qin Mo returned to his seat by the window, observing the gradually sleeping Li Yuan, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The team leader is truly beautiful. In truth, although Li Yuan often displayed a cold disposition, she was genuinely kind to each member of Team 7. In her eyes, there was no distinction between awakened individuals and ordinary people. Once one joined Team 7, they became hers, treated with equal regard. While Qin Mo felt indifferent towards Li Changfeng and the others, he had always held a favorable impression of Li Yuan, who had shown him considerable care during his early days in Team 7. The faint afterglow streamed through the glass, casting a gentle light upon Qin Mo's face. He withdrew his gaze and opened the awakening panel. Today's luminal energy points were once again fully accumulated. Vision, 13, hearing, 8, intelligence, 3, breathing, 2, strength, 15, speed, 10, recovery, 1, defense, 3, skills, holographic vision, intentional strike, instant step. Luminal energy points, 15, freely distributable. As per usual, he allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, and speed. With the remaining 9 points, Qin Mo first enhanced his intelligence by 5 points. A warm current swiftly surged into his brain, initiating a strengthening process. Intelligence, 8. Awakening skill, thought flow. Reaching the threshold brought him a sense of joy. However, he He refrained from immediately examining the new skill, instead channeling all remaining 4 points into defense. Defense 7, Awakening skill. Harden. Chapter 9. He was utterly terrified. The luminal energy points had been exhausted. Nevertheless, Qin Mo's skill panel had become remarkably robust. Apart from breathing and recovery, all other attributes had awakened their corresponding skills. Skills: holographic vision, X-ray, radar, intentional strike, instant step, thought flow, harden. He was nearing the level of a small hexagonal warrior. The defense skill, harden, as its name suggests, momentarily enhances the defensive capabilities of a specific part of the body. Akin to intentional strike, his inherent defense was already formidable, practically impervious to blades and bullets. Though he had yet to test it, he felt confident that he could now catch bullets with his bare hands. Once he activated Harden, his defense would be elevated even further, making it particularly suitable to be used in conjunction with intentional strike. Strength, speed, and defense were inherently interdependent. Qin Mo was eager to test it immediately, but being in a hospital and needing to care for Li Yuan, he had to suppress his restless thoughts and turned his attention to another skill: thought flow. After the recent allocation, his intelligence had risen from 3 to 8, significantly accelerating his cognitive processing speed. It was no exaggeration to claim that he was now the most intelligent genius in this world. His abilities in learning, analysis, computation, and deduction had all seen remarkable enhancement. He activated holographic vision, extending its range to encompass a radius of 200 meters, effectively enveloping the entire building. The radar instantaneously relayed the positions of over 1,000 individuals, along with a cacophony of environmental sounds and instrument volumes. These data had nearly overwhelmed him the previous day, but today Qin Mo managed to analyze and process them methodically. Expanding from a 50-meter range to 200 meters was not merely a simple addition. The volume of information surged exponentially. Of course, he remained limited to the most basic reception of information. Deeper insights through holographic vision would require the activation of skills. Thought flow instantly amplifies analysis and processing capabilities. This skill, though exceedingly straightforward, is the only one among Qin Mo's awakened abilities that bears an after effect. After its use, one experiences profound mental fatigue, necessitating deep slumber for replenishment. Indeed, the brain remains humanity's most enigmatic realm. Qin Mo mused quietly, activating the skill. In that fleeting moment, everything within a 200-meter radius of him was laid bare to his perception. His rapidly functioning mind filtered out all extraneous information, retaining solely the whereabouts of others. The rhythm of heartbeats and footsteps sufficed for precise localization. Within the building, there were precisely 2,238 individuals. As dusk descended, many had ventured to the cafeteria for dinner, leading to a relatively sparse crowd. Qin Mo could discern, through the intensity of heartbeats, who among the throng were awakened beings and who were mere ordinary people. For instance, there were currently 19 awakened individuals within the building. Qin Mo's eyes flew open, his countenance shifting to one of grave concern. How could there be 19? The 6 injured awakened members from Group 7, combined with the 3 dispatched by the security department, accounted for only 9. Who, then, were the remaining 10 awakened beings? He immediately focused his attention on the awakened individuals. Those from Group 7 and the security department were located on the 3rd floor, while the other 10 were divided into 3 groups. 2 individuals occupied the stairwell on each side of the elevator, having already reached the 2nd floor. They were clearly intent on blocking off the hospital's 3 passageways, indicating that their intentions were far from benign. A name suddenly surged to the forefront of Qin Mo's mind: the Heavenly Earth Society. His formidable analytical abilities led him to contemplate numerous possibilities in that moment. If indeed it was the Heavenly Earth Society, their target was unmistakably Li Yuan and his companions. The 3 awakened beings outside would surely be unable to withstand them. This was a simple arithmetic problem. The straight-line distance from the Imperial Capital University to the Security Bureau was approximately 12 miles, quite close. However, now that office hours had concluded, the time required to urgently dispatch awakened individuals for support would multiply exponentially. The adversary had evidently calculated this very factor. Suddenly, Qin Mo sprang to his feet, retrieving his phone from his pocket and swiftly dialing the security bureau. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered. The signal displayed 0 bars, indicating it had been jammed. At that moment, Qin Mo's expression hardened. He was completely certain that these were indeed members of the Heavenly Earth Society. Within the holographic realm, the 6 awakened individuals in the elevator had emerged and were now hastily advancing toward the patient rooms. There was no time to warn the 3 individuals. What should he do? Unable to reach the security bureau, Qin Mo found himself in a dire situation, with no hope from others. Thus, at this juncture, he had no choice but to rely on himself. This was precisely why he aspired to enhance his strength. With power, he would possess the agency to make choices in circumstances such as this. Otherwise, he would be left to await his demise. Calm contemplation, a lucid mind, and a surge of adrenaline propelled Qin Mo to swiftly devise a contingency plan deep within his consciousness. He hastened to the bedside, rousing Li Yuan from her slumber, while simultaneously pulling back her covers and placing his hands beneath her knees and shoulders. "What are you doing, Qin Mo?" Li Yuan's cold gaze swept over his face as she questioned him in a frigid tone. "Team leader, a stranger has infiltrated the hospital building. You are in peril. This place is no longer safe. We must evacuate immediately," Qin Mo replied rapidly. No sooner had he spoken than the lights above extinguished, plunging the entire building into darkness. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resonated from the adjacent room. The members of the Heavenly Earth Society have already engaged with the security personnel. Li Yuan, not one to be easily deceived, quickly discerned the veracity of his words. A glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. The Heavenly Earth Society was even more audacious than she had anticipated, daring to assail her openly within the confines of the hospital, intent on eliminating her. Li Yuan was determined to exact vengeance upon her enemies, yet her frail body hindered her resolve. "Turn around, carry me. This will minimize your mobility's impact," she insisted. Struggling to rise, a tearing pain erupted from her abdominal wound, causing her facial muscles to convulse momentarily, but she gritted her teeth in silence. Despite the darkness, Qin Mo clearly discerned her expression. He said nothing further, instead pivoting to support her. Her weight felt as light as a feather to him now, imperceptible. He adjusted his grip, cradling her with a firm hold, and felt the warmth of her body against his back. In the darkness, Li Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Such intimacy was profound, yet Qin Mo was far too consumed by fear to savor the moment. Terror gripped him, causing his skin to tremble. Although he had awakened many skills and possessed formidable strength, he remained profoundly afraid. He had no experience in combat, let alone against awakened individuals. In both of his lifetimes, Qin Mo had been a law-abiding citizen. How could he not be fearful in such a situation? However, the greater the fear, the more one must remain composed. "Team leader, hold on tight," Qin Mo urged in a low voice, carrying Li Yuan toward the door of the ward. Chapter 10. The might of a single fist with a resounding crack, the door swung open, and Qin Mo stepped out swiftly, making an immediate left turn. Though darkness enveloped him, it bore little difference from daylight for Qin Mo. His vision had been continually enhanced, now reaching a remarkable acuity of 15, allowing him to see clearly in the shadows. Moreover, he possessed a holographic vision, activating his skill thoughts flowing like springs to incessantly analyze his escape route. The 3 pathways leading downstairs were entirely blocked. He would have to ascend first, Qin Mo contemplated, all the while deftly evading the panicked nurses and patients rushing about. The entire building had descended into chaos, resembling a boiling cauldron. The enveloping darkness inevitably triggered a surge of panic and fear within the hearts of those trapped inside. To exacerbate matters, the security department and the awakened members of the Heavenly Society were embroiled in a fierce combat, with the intermittent sounds of explosions and the tremors of the ceiling amplifying the terror that gripped the occupants. Soon, Qin Mo ascended the staircase toward the upper floors, fully aware that all he needed to do was buy time. Suyin was not inside the building. She had gone to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon discovering the turmoil, she would promptly alert the security agency, and reinforcements would be swift in their arrival. By the time Qin Mo reached the 4th floor, the forces of the Heavenly Society had already arrived on the 3rd floor via the stairs. Yet, instead of heading to the wards, they continued their ascent, seemingly intent on reaching Li Yuan. The movements of the 4 individuals were as clear to Qin Mo as if illuminated by bright lanterns in his holographic vision. However, this was highly illogical. How could the Heavenly Society members possibly know he had ascended to the 4th floor? Frowning slightly, Qin Mo pressed on to the 5th floor, only to discover that the members of the Heavenly Society had also made their way there. It appeared that they possessed some means of tracking his movements. In the underground parking lot of the Imperial Capital Hospital, a nondescript black SUV harbored a striking woman clad in a form-fitting white dress and black stilettos. Leaning back in her seat, she closed her eyes, her brow furrowed in concentration. Li Yuan remained on the 5th floor, her position unchanged for the moment. The woman murmured softly, her voice delicate and barely perceptible. Yet the awakened members of the Heavenly Society within the building heard her words as clearly as if they were spoken directly into their minds. This peculiar ability clearly indicated that she was an exceptionally rare psychic awakener. The darkness and chaos posed significant challenges for the Heavenly Society. Yet with a psychic awakener remotely controlling the situation, it swiftly became an advantage for them. However, events did not unfold as they had anticipated. The fact that Li Yuan could leave her hospital room and ascend the stairs at such speed was already outside their plans. For an injured patient to exhibit such abnormal behavior, disregarding her own pain, demonstrated an extraordinary level of willpower. Chen Lingling could attribute this only to sheer determination. She could conceive of no other explanation. As for Qin Mo, she had merely glimpsed his name in her intelligence reports, but nothing more. After all, an ordinary person without awakening did not warrant attention. Chen Lingling's eyelashes fluttered, and she suddenly said, "Li Yuan has begun to move. Leopard, she is heading in your direction." At that moment, far away on the left staircase of the hospital building, Leopard, upon hearing her words, tightened his wrist, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. Today, he would personally slay 11 awakeners, and a member of the Li family at that. Yet, before he could take a step, Chen Lingling's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Wait, she has turned around. Eagle, prepare yourself." The leopard was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a look of vexation as he struck his fist against the wall, creating a shallow dent. Darn it. No, she was still approaching him. It seemed she had taken a detour. Upon hearing this, the leopard's displeasure vanished in an instant, yet before he could restore a smile to his face, Chen Lingling's voice echoed once more. Good heavens, she had circled back again. As both parties communicated, their feet never ceased moving. The leopard and the eagle had already departed the staircase, officially stepping into the corridor of the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Chen Lingling stood frozen in disbelief. Without the benefit of Qin Mo's holographic perspective, she could only see a few light spots. Currently, for light spots on either side were swiftly converging towards the central one, indicating an imminent encounter. However, in the next moment, Chen Lingling watched in astonishment as the light spot ascended directly upwards. How is this possible? Was Li Yuan scaling the wall? Li Yuan had already reached the 6th floor. Chen Lingling thought furiously, "Are you toying with me?" Yet, she could not afford to bicker with him. Her brow furrowed tighter as she exerted her mental energy, a dull ache radiating from the back of her head, as if pierced by needles. In a daze, she even felt an illusion that she was confronting another mental awakener, far more powerful than herself. She watched in disbelief as Li Yuan appeared on the 6th floor, then bizarrely reappeared on the 4th floor, swiftly making her way down the right side staircase. Such speed showed no signs of injury. She had evaded her side's encirclement. Chen Lingling gradually opened her eyes, bloodshot and weary. Sighing, she rubbed her temples and murmured, "The plan has failed. Activate the contingency." In that moment, the members of the Tiandi Society within the hospital building instantly assumed serious expressions. Qin Mo carrying Li Yuan swiftly emerged on the 1st floor. Due to her wounds continually tearing open and having not consumed a morsel since regaining consciousness, Li Yuan's frail body could no longer sustain her, plunging her back into unconsciousness. However, the good news was that Qin Mo was about to lead her out of danger. Utilizing the holographic perspective, Qin Mo deftly maneuvered the members of the Tiandi Society, effortlessly breaking through their encirclement. Now, only one final door stood between them and freedom from the building. Just then, an immensely powerful heartbeat intruded upon the coverage of his holographic perspective, rapidly approaching him. Qin Mo came to an abrupt halt, breathing slowly. He had not anticipated that the Tiandi Society had arranged for a backup outside. The strength this faction had displayed thus far was extraordinary, with dangers looming ahead and behind, and possessing some form of tracking method. Qin Mo had already reached the 1st floor. It was too late to play hide and seek now. No matter which path he took, he would inevitably encounter the members of the Tiandi society. What to do? Qin Mo instinctively tightened his fist and swiftly opened the awakening panel. Strength 16, Speed 12. Defense 7, Recovery 1. He could effortlessly lift a tea table weighing several hundred pounds, and with a mere punch, he could penetrate reinforced concrete. With a slight leap, he could ascend to the 3rd floor. Compared to just a week ago, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming an awakener with formidable power at his disposal. Should he dare to take the plunge? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo exhaled heavily. He slowly crouched down, placing the unconsciously Yuan in a corner against the wall before moving behind the door. Activating his perception skill, the wall seemed to vanish, revealing a tall man of unremarkable appearance striding towards the entrance. The distance between them was less than 5 meters. At that moment, a flurry of complex thoughts surged through Qin Mo's mind. In 2 lifetimes, having experienced life and death, he had chosen a comfortable existence. He sought only to work leisurely, bask in the sun, cherish a few friends, and enjoy a modest amount of savings. He dreamed of retiring from security to explore the world, breathe the free ocean breeze, and feel the freedom of the sea beneath his feet. He was content with his current life and wished to continue living in such a manner. Yet, fate had other plans. Qin Mo's slow breathing intensified, his gaze sharpening. He gradually raised his right hand, fingers slowly closing until they formed a tight fist. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Now was the moment. In an instant, Qin Mo vanished from his position, covering 3 meters in a single stride, appearing before the man like a specter. The skill Blink activated. His right fist was raised high, a faint glow shimmering at its peak as the skill, Hardening, took effect. His blood surged with rapidity, every ounce of strength concentrating in his right arm. Targeting the man's head, he struck with all his might. The skill Intentional Strike surged forth. This punch was delivered without reservation. The tall man's pupils dilated in shock as an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped him. It felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Reacting instinctively, he tilted his head back and swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest, his torso and limbs becoming as resilient as tempered steel. This man was indeed an elemental awakener, wielding the power of steel. His instinctual reaction allowed him to fortify his defense to the utmost limit. In the next instant, Qin Mo's punch collided with his arms. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated in the darkness as the tall man's bones shattered instantaneously, followed by the crushing of his chest. Coughing up blood, he fell to the ground like a broken sack, lifeless in an instant. Even the finest steel crumbled like paper before the might of his punch. In the pitch-black night, a cool breeze stirred, carrying with it a faint scent of blood. Qin Mo stood in a daze, slowly retracting his fist, his eyes wide with disbelief. Has this really come to an end? A level element awakener, unable to withstand even a single blow, has perished? Qin Mo found himself in a state of disbelief. He was acutely aware of his rapid enhancement, yet he had never fathomed the extent of his own strength. To think he could extinguish a level with a mere punch. What, then, were those levels within the building? Merely a gaggle of trivial cardamom, it seemed. Had he known this, what folly it would have been to flee. Chapter 11. 200,000 Suddenly, a light in Chun Lingling's mind extinguished, leaving her frozen in her seat. That light had represented a level element awakener, and its extinguishment signified the severance of their mental connection. In simpler terms, he was dead. Chun Lingling's eyes widened. The backup plan had barely been set into motion for a minute, and their primary level awakener had met his demise. In that instant, her expression shifted dramatically, and she commanded, "Retreat. All personnel retreat. There are high-level awakeners within the building." Before her words had fully settled, she had already ignited the car engine, the tires screeching against the asphalt as the off-road vehicle sped away. Simultaneously, 2 more lights vanished from her consciousness, further darkening her countenance. This operation had indeed ended in utter failure. Instead of returning to the building to assist others, she drove straight out of the Imperial Capital Hospital, merging into the flow of traffic. Less than a minute after Chun Lingling's departure, sirens blared, and dozens of black armored vehicles surrounded the hospital, establishing a complete blockade. Personnel from the Security Bureau had finally arrived, faster than Qin Mo had anticipated. The security detail had dispatched 4 teams, totaling 30 awakeners. On the right side of the building's staircase, Leopard and another member of the Tierney Society lay silently on the ground, devoid of any breath. As Qin Mo descended the stairs, he exhaled deeply. He had already discerned through the holographic interface that the Security Bureau's support had arrived, and it was now their responsibility to take over. Closing the holographic interface, Qin Mo crouched beside Li Yuan, observing her pallid face. He gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Activating his X-ray vision, he meticulously scanned her from head to toe, bypassing 2 towering peaks, only to discover that the bandages around her abdomen were thoroughly soaked in crimson. The injury was indeed severe. It is quite a grievous wound, Qin Mo murmured softly, then extended his hands to cradle her neck and the bend of her legs, lifting her with care as he made his way towards the exit. Having traversed only a few meters into the darkness, firearms were suddenly aimed at him, and several figures approached briskly. Security Team 7, Qin Mo, friend, he hastily declared, prompting them to lower their weapons. Upon seeing Qin Mo carrying the unconscious Li Yuan, they promptly escorted them to another building within the Imperial Capital Hospital, initiating her treatment. The battle concluded swiftly, lasting merely half an hour. If it were not for the desperate actions of the Heavenly Society, using innocent nurses and patients as hostages, the situation might have concluded more swiftly. At this moment, within the corridor of another building on the 3rd floor, a voice urgently called out, "Qin Mo." He turned to find himself embraced by a delicate figure. Su Yin clung to him, her hands frantically searching for any signs of injury, her voice laced with concern. "Are you all right? Let me see if you're hurt." A wave of floral fragrance enveloped him as Qin Mo inhaled deeply, internally marveling, so it truly exists. Initially, he had held doubts, but now he was entirely convinced. In the realm of warmth and comfort, Li Yuan could not compare, struggling even to keep up. However, Li Yuan's advantage lay in her icy demeanor and those lengthy legs, a combination that undeniably elevated her allure. "Suya, I merely slipped away downstairs without the team leader noticing. I'm perfectly fine," Qin Mo replied with a smile, a gentle warmth blooming within him as he recognized Su Yin's genuine concern. Upon hearing his words, Su Yin finally released her grip, casting him a lingering, reproachful glance, and teasingly remarked, "Oh, why didn't you think to carry me along? But you were just going out to buy food. If you were here, I would have certainly carried you first," Qin Mo said, pulling her to sit on a bench in the corridor, patting his chest confidently. Su Yin rolled her eyes at him, pouting, "You silver-tongued flatterer. Not a word from a man can be trusted. And should I be treated like a boy? Get lost." Su Yin playfully kicked him. Qin Mo did not flinch. It was harmless after all. He composed his expression and asked, "What about the others in the team?" "Don't worry. They're mostly fine, just some injuries have worsened. It seems they will have to stay in the hospital a few more days." Although Wang Yin is severely injured and unable to fight, Li Changfeng and the others are still capable. The 4 of them, along with 3 additional members dispatched from the department, managed to hold their ground against the opposition. However, this mysterious organization truly is audacious, with 2 captives now in custody. Who knows if we can extract any useful information from them? Su Yin's voice softened as she turned to glance at Qin Mo, who had unknowingly fallen asleep beside her. She gently laid him down, resting his head on her lap. The aftereffects of his mental exertion surged forth, necessitating ample rest for his recovery. As she gazed down at him, her long eyelashes fluttered, a smile curving her lips into an enticing arc. "Removing your glasses has made you even more handsome. It's hard for me not to feel a flutter," she murmured softly, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Yet, with a sudden sigh, Su Yin wistfully whispered to herself, "If only you were an awakened one." Outside the right exit of the building, a slender man with glasses crouched beside a corpse, slowly stating, "The deceased's torso has been enhanced. He is a level steel element awakened. Judging by the wounds, he must have been killed in a single blow." At the corner of the staircase, the 2 individuals met with the same demise, suggesting that the assailant is likely one and the same, and he must be at least a high-level awakener. Li Mo listened quietly to his subordinate's analysis, his brow gradually furrowing. As the director of the security department, he had recently been overwhelmed by the incessant troubles posed by the Heavenly Society, yet he did not anticipate the emergence of another unknown high-level awakener within his jurisdiction. Fortunately, judging by the current situation, this individual does not appear to be affiliated with the Heavenly Society. which is perhaps the only piece of good news that offers him some solace. Director, this person S level is unknown, and his affiliations are unclear. Should we have the intelligence department investigate him? Inquired the slender man. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo pondered momentarily before responding. There is no need for that. The intelligence department cannot even manage their own people properly. How can we expect them to handle this? Furthermore, he saved my younger sister's life tonight, which suggests a certain affinity towards the Li family. If we recklessly probe into his background, it may provoke his displeasure. Such a powerful high-level awakener could, if given the opportunity, be drawn into our clan. The younger sister he referred to is, of course, Li Yuan. The surname they share, Li, is not ordinary. It belongs to the illustrious Qin Li family, a lineage that has endured for a millennium. As previously mentioned, the head of the Security Bureau is the current patriarch of the Li family, rendering the Bureau a veritable backyard of the Qin Li clan. Positions of such significance must, without exception, be occupied by members of the clan. Upon hearing Qin Mo mention the Li family, the slender man immediately altered his tone. Adjusting his glasses, he inquired, "Young master, the young lady's escape from the attack was also due in part to her subordinate, Qin Mo, from the 7th group, who deserves some credit. Qin Montak, an awakener? The Montak Kvirit. His father is a level awakener in the security department, but he himself is merely an ordinary person." The slender man replied, "Oh, I see. Then let us reward him with 200,000 in my personal capacity," Qin Mo stated nonchalantly, swiftly dismissing the matter from his mind. Since he was not an awakener, there was little to concern himself with. Chapter 12. A fortuitous surprise. 200,000 equated to the savings left by Qin Mo's father. With his current salary of 6,000 per month, it would take him 3 years of frugal living within the security department to amass that sum. For the vast majority of ordinary people living in the capital, this is indeed a substantial fortune. However, to those from ancient aristocratic families, money is merely a collection of insignificant figures. Even a level awakener like Li Changfeng could easily produce such an amount, let alone the ancient clans teeming with high-level awakeners. The disparities between individuals, social circles, and classes were starkly illuminated at this moment. Yet at this time, Qin Mo remained blissfully unaware that an additional 200,000 had quietly appeared in his bank account. Of course, even if he were to learn of it, he would not concern himself. He would simply smile cheerfully and look forward to enjoying a fine meal after work that evening. As for Qin Mo at present, he remains seated by the familiar window, the scorching sunlight cascading upon him, transforming into solar energy in some inexplicable manner. His spirits are exceptionally high. After a night of ample slumber, the residual effects of overactive brain function from his skills surging forth have completely dissipated. Reflecting on yesterday's battle, Qin Mo has gained a clearer understanding of his current prowess. When he struck down a level-awakened individual with a single punch, he was utterly astonished, never anticipating that he had evolved to such a degree. Moreover, during the conflict last night, he nearly validated all the enhanced attributes bestowed upon him since awakening his superhuman genes. The results of his daily sunbathing have proven remarkably fruitful. This is merely the beginning. Further efforts must ensue. The Tiandi Society poses a significant challenge, with the iceberg lurking beneath the lake's surface potentially vast. The casual mobilization of 11 awakened individuals, including at least one level awakened, is no trivial matter. At that moment, the entire building was engulfed in darkness. While my night vision allowed me to move unimpeded, how could the adversaries achieve the same? Qin Mo began to mentally replay the events of last night. With an intelligence rating of 8, not only has his analytical capability enhanced, but his memory has also significantly improved. From the instant the power was cut, the scenes of the previous night replayed in his mind like a film reel. The adversary's target appeared to have been the team leader from the outset. They seemed to have consistently pinpointed their positions. This must be a certain ability of the awakened, but is it a mimicry or elemental type? Qin Mo furrowed his brow, then slowly shook his head. Evidently, neither was the case. With all possibilities eliminated, the truth began to emerge. It must be a psychic type. Only the rarest and most enigmatic psychic awakened could possess such abilities akin to his own holographic vision. He speculated that there must have been another psychic awakened providing remote support outside the building. Upon reflection, it seems the Tiandi Society mobilized a total of 12 awakened individuals. Truly extraordinary. Merely through a few strands of evidence, Qin Mo deduced Chun Lingling's presence. Yet one question eluded him. Why did the Tianyi society target the team leader? What were their motives? His gaze naturally drifted to Li Yuan, lying on the hospital bed, where he observed her delicate brows slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of pain. The wound on her abdomen had yet to heal and had been torn open again, delaying her anticipated discharge by several days. At that moment, Li Yuan's eyelashes fluttered gently as she struggled to lift her eyelids. Noticing this, Qin Mo was taken aback, swiftly rising to fetch her a glass of warm water. Seating himself beside her bed, Li Yuan propped herself up with her arm, preparing to rise and fetch some water. However, Qin Mo suddenly interjected, "Team leader, you may remain lying down. I have this." He opened a nearby drawer and retrieved a straw. Li Yuan was taken aback. Watching as Qin Mo earnestly tore open the packaging, inserted the straw into the cup, and brought it to her lips. He then produced a pillow to cushion her head. When had he prepared all these? Li Yuan pondered silently, her mouth gripping the straw as her throat gradually moved. Qin Mo remained silent, merely holding the cup. He had not given it much thought, having chanced upon the straw while drinking soybean milk that morning and simply brought it back. The glass of water was soon emptied, and at that moment, the doctor entered the ward, accompanied by Li Mo. Qin Mo recognized him at once. The director of the security department, his superior, someone he was familiar with. Although he had only encountered Li Mo a few times during the past year in the security bureau, he still greeted him, "Hello, Director." Li Mo replied nonchalantly, then continued, "You are Qin Mo, correct? You performed admirably last night. That is what I ought to do when the team leader is in danger. We, as team members, will never flee at a critical moment," Qin Mo replied earnestly. Having navigated the complexities of society in his previous life for many years, delivering such platitudes was second nature to him. Bold yet meticulous, calm under pressure, and deeply loyal. With a subordinate like you in the security bureau, there is no concern about clearing away the detritus from the underbelly of society. Work diligently, and a bright future awaits you. Li Mo did not withhold his words of encouragement for Qin Mo, but he soon added, "I have some confidential matters to discuss with Team Leader Li. So please step outside." As the director of the security department and a high-ranking, awakened individual, it was already commendable that he exchanged a few words with someone as ordinary as Qin Mo. Had it not been for his performance the previous night, even this brief exchange would not have occurred. The doctor's routine examination concluded at that moment, and Qin Mo said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement before following the doctor out. Before leaving, he thoughtfully closed the door behind him. The conversation between the director and the team leader was certainly not meant for the ears of an ordinary team member. Understanding this, Qin Mo walked toward the hospital exit, intending to find a different spot to bask in the sun, while silently activating his holographic vision. Instantly, the entire building was enveloped. After filtering out irrelevant information, Li Mo's voice gradually reached his ears. Inside the ward, Li Mo stood at the foot of the bed with his hands clasped behind his back, observing her with a calm demeanor. Li Yuan maintained a similarly tranquil expression, and the two exchanged silent glances, neither willing to speak first. The air seemed to thicken, gradually generating a subtle tension. After a prolonged silence, it was Li Mo who ultimately broke the stillness, saying, "Little sister, return to the family. The outside world is far too perilous." "Huh." Li Yuan curled her lips slightly, her gaze notably indifferent. Observing this, Li Mo sighed and spoke helplessly. "If it weren't for your good fortune this time, you might have even lost your life. What is the purpose of this? The capital is not as simple as it appears. The intertwining of various factions is complex. You have been outside for 2 years. It is time for you to be done with this. Li Mo, if this is what you wish to convey, you may leave now." Li Yuan finally uttered her first words. "Dear sister, I am doing this for your own good," Li Mo responded, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuan's cold laughter echoed in the air, her gaze fixed intently on him as she retorted, "For my own good? My beloved brother, your first words upon entering were to urge me to return to the clan, not even inquiring about my injuries. How is that for my own good?" The sarcasm in her tone was unmistakable. Li Mo fell silent, his mouth opening slightly, but ultimately, no words escaped. What are the dangers in the capital? Should I return to the clan to become a mere pawn in a marriage alliance? Nothing more than an ornamental vase? I quite enjoy my current life. And even amidst danger, I still find pleasure in it. Dear sister, you know that we do not harbor such intentions. Father will fully respect your wishes and would never force you, Qin Mo explained. Yet, Li Yuan merely regarded him coolly and said, whether you harbor such intentions is known to you alone. Do not interfere in my life. I wish to rest now. Please leave. We are family. Why must we make our relationship so tense? Li Montauk pleaded. Leave, Li Yuan commanded. Then take care and rest well, he replied before exiting. Leaving Li Yuan alone in the hospital room, she gazed out at the faint evening glow outside the window, lost in her thoughts. Qin Mo was taken aback. He had initially assumed that they would discuss matters concerning the heavenly society, but who could have anticipated that he would witness a familial drama unfold between the director of the Security Bureau and the leader of the 7th Group, both of whom were siblings? Qin Mo had never caught wind of this information before. Clearly, it was a small secret. The familial ties within the Security Bureau were evident, as both Qin Mo and Li Yuan shared the surname Li. His eyes widened as an ancient lineage sprang to mind, the Qin clan, a family with a millennium of history. Li Yuan had such connections. It was said that the Security Bureau was the backyard of the Qin clan, and now it seemed that way. Qin Mo began to grasp the extent of the Li family's influence. However, the group leader appeared to be quite rebellious. He thought to himself, now inadvertently privy to yet another of Li Yuan's secrets. The previous one was her daily routine of soaking her feet in her small office. Truly, the leader was impressive. Qin Mo mused, suddenly feeling a surge of warmth coursing through him. Energy points, 13, freely allocatable. Today's energy points had accumulated once more. Following the usual practice, he allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, and speed, while assigning 5 points to breathing and 2 points to recovery. These 2 attributes represent his weaknesses, particularly in terms of recovery, which thus far stands at a mere 1 point. As warmth flows throughout his body, changes begin to manifest. Breathing, 7, awaken skill, turtle breath. Vision, 17, awaken skill, thermal imaging. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. It is quite normal for his breathing to reach a threshold. Yet he did not anticipate that his vision would gradually ascend to the 2nd threshold, awakening a new skill. This indeed is a delightful surprise. However, upon reflection, it is quite rational. Qin Mo has always envied Superman's enhanced thermal vision. Hence he has consistently prioritized augmenting his own vision. Each time he accumulated enough light energy points, he would invariably allocate 2 or 3 points to enhance his vision. Unbeknownst to him, his vision has now reached 17, second only to his strength of 19. As for the newly awakened skill of thermal imaging, as the name suggests, it allows him to discern the state of others by analyzing the varying temperatures of different parts of the human body. Furthermore, the temperature display enables him to observe others' movements in a more intuitive and clear manner. Previously, Qin Mo was unable to achieve this. Although his holographic vision spanned an impressive 200 meters, he cannot see that far. He relied on his radar skill to gauge distant movements. The new skill beautifully compensates for this limitation. With a thought, Qin Mo prepared to activate the skill to test the effectiveness of thermal imaging. However, to his surprise, the panel for the awakened Superman genes suddenly shifted, and the thermal imaging skill began to fade away. What could this mean? Qin Montauk pondered, but soon a possibility dawned upon him. He activated his holographic vision once more, enveloping the entire hospital building. Medical staff, patients, and awakened individuals from the security department immediately appeared before him. Yet, what Qin Mo beheld was an entirely different scene. All entities with temperatures exceeding 273, regardless of whether they were living beings, were distinctly marked with varying colors. Indeed, the new skill of vision had seamlessly integrated into his holographic vision, and Qin Mo smirked, murmuring, "It has evolved from black and white to color." The fusion of skills undoubtedly makes their application more convenient, which is certainly a positive development. As he contemplated this, he eliminated the superfluous details, leaving only the individuals within the building. Who lies in a hospital bed, who walks the corridors, whether they step with their left foot or right. Qin Mo can now discern all these subtle nuances with crystal clarity. Yet, this is not the true utility of the skill. Qin Mo once again filtered out the ordinary individuals, retaining only the awakened ones. Currently, there are 18 awakened individuals within the building. their positions scattered as they guard critical areas such as patient rooms, staircases, and elevators. Although it is highly unlikely that the Heavenly Earth Society would orchestrate a second surprise attack in the near future, essential defenses must still be maintained. Regardless of Li Yuan's rebellious nature, she ultimately remains the esteemed young lady of the Qin family. The thermal imaging of these awakeners displays a stark contrast when compared to that of ordinary individuals. Among them, 10 individuals exhibit remarkably distinct colors in their arms. Of the remaining 8, 5 show pronounced colors not only in their arms but also in their lower limbs, while 2 others reveal a similar intensity in their torso as well. Advanced awakeners possess the ability to enhance their arms, while intermediate awakeners can augment their lower limbs. And the proficient level encompasses enhancements to the torso as well. Reflecting on the data regarding awakeners, Qin Mo effortlessly discerned the respective levels of these individuals. Last night, prior to his decisive strike that felled an intermediate-level awakener, he was unable to ascertain the tier of his opponent. However, the current scenario is markedly different. Now, Qin Mo can easily identify who among them are awakeners without the need to gauge their heartbeats. He turned his gaze toward Li Yuan in the hospital room, observing that nearly half of her torso exhibited colors significantly more vibrant than the other half. Qin Mo pondered. It seems the team leader is not far from advancing to a higher level. He remains uncertain about the progression of awakeners, as he is distinctly different from others. Among the 18 awakeners within the building, one individual stands apart from the rest, Director Li Mo of the Security Department. As Qin Mo shifted his focus, a figure enveloped in a vibrant red hue materialized before him. From head to toe, every part of this individual radiated an intense color. It was evident that Li Mo possessed formidable strength. He is a high-tier awakener. Qin Mo then glanced down at himself, noting that he too was entirely enveloped in a crimson aura. He contemplated, I have always pursued a balanced development across the board. Thus it is only natural to exhibit such thermal imaging. Yet, I did not anticipate that the director would also reflect this. What tier does the director belong to? Is it intermediate, advanced, or perhaps proficient? The only certainty Qin Mo could ascertain is that Li Mo is definitely not an intermediate-level awakener. Given the position and formidable power associated with the advanced tier, it would be inconceivable for him to serve as merely a department head within the Security Bureau. Unfortunately, due to his limited authority, he is unable to access the data of awakeners above the intermediate level. Li Mo soon exited the range of the holographic field, prompting Qin Mo to test the limits before shutting down the interface and directing his attention to a new skill. He decided to allocate an additional 5 points to his breathing ability, recognizing that superhuman respiration is a potent offensive capability. A mere breath can encase an individual in ice or even extinguish a star. Of course, Qin Mo is still a considerable distance from achieving true superhuman status. The skill he has just awakened, called Turtle Breath, will grant him enhanced cardiopulmonary capabilities. With the ability to intake more oxygen, his heart's pumping efficiency will improve, thereby augmenting the activity of his organs and muscles. In essence, Qin Mo's endurance has been substantially elevated. With a deep exhalation, he expelled as much air from his lungs as possible before taking a deep, vigorous breath. Subsequently, Qin Mo held his breath and sprinted from the hospital toward his home. He deliberately slowed his pace, ensuring he arrived home precisely after an hour. It was only when he stood at his doorstep that he began to breathe. I can actually hold my breath for an entire hour, Qin Mo mused to himself as he retrieved his keys from his pocket to unlock the door. This evening, he was not required to keep watch. The duty would be shared by 2 ordinary members of Team 7, allowing Qin Mo to attend to it the following day. The night passed in silence, and the next afternoon, Qin Mo sat beside the hospital bed, holding a cup of water with a straw inserted. The other end of the straw rested in Li Yuan's mouth. She had spent the entire day drinking this way, seemingly enamored with the straw. In truth, Qin Mo wanted to voice a thought. Captain, your abdomen is injured, but your arms and hands are still functional, aren't they? However, he kept this remark to himself, for Li Yuan was, after all, his superior. Thank you for that night, Li Yuan suddenly said. Taken aback, Qin Mo didn't expect her to express gratitude. It caught him off guard. Oh, no need to thank me. Ahem, Captain, you really don't have to be so formal, he replied, scratching his head. If it weren't for you, I would be waiting to perish in this bed. So I must express my gratitude Li Yuan shot him a cold glance, momentarily returning to her usual stern demeanor. Yet, Qin Mo, aware of her two little secrets, was no longer intimidated by her facade. Very well then, Captain. How do you intend to thank me? Qin Mo inquired, placing the water cup down. His question left Li Yuan momentarily speechless. How to thank you? Is merely saying thank you insufficient? It seemed that indeed, it was not enough. Li Yuan appeared flustered, as she had not considered this aspect at all. Meeting Qin Mo's gaze, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Then, I will treat you to a meal. When? Qin Mo pressed on. Once I am discharged for the hospital, she replied, her calm expression betraying a hint of unease. Great, but you must keep your word, Captain. Qin Mo grinned, then rose to his feet, saying, You should rest, Captain. I will go to the cafeteria and get you some food. With that, he dashed out of the hospital room, leaving Li Yuan no time to respond. Li Yuan stared blankly at his retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. It seemed she had never taken the initiative to invite someone of the opposite sex to a meal before. As Qin Mo walked along the streets of the Imperial Capital Hospital, a faint smile adorned his lips. The captain's demeanor was clearly not as cold as it appeared. His gaze shifted, and the awakening panel opened in response. Vision, 17 hearing, 8 intelligence, 8 breath, 7 strength, 19 speed, 14 recovery, 3 defense, 7 skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, deliberate punch, instant step, flowing thoughts, hardening, turtle breathing. Light energy points, 14, freely allocable, observing the plethora of skills available. A subtle smile crept onto Qin Mo's lips. However, the light energy points he had amassed today warranted careful consideration. After some contemplation, he allocated 4 points to recovery, feeling the warm flow envelop his entire body once more. Recovery, 7, awakening skill, rapid healing. Chapter 14, Brother, let us share a table. The recovery reaching its threshold was anticipated by Qin Mo. By now, each of his attributes had awakened at least one skill, significantly enhancing his prowess. Rapid healing. After sustaining an injury, one can heal at an astonishingly swift pace, regardless of whether the harm is external or internal. Just how swift is an astonishingly short time? Qin Mo furrowed his brow. He pondered for a moment, then ventured into the building to procure a surgical scalpel. Extending his palm, he applied slight pressure to carve a 5-inch gash into his skin. With a defense level already at 7 points, it would have been impossible for anyone else to inflict such a wound. Only his own formidable strength made it feasible. Blood quickly began to seep out, and he activated his skill, rapid healing, while silently counting the seconds. Remarkably, in less than 10 seconds, the blood coagulated, and a faint itchiness graced his palm. After waiting for less than another 10 seconds, the wound astonishingly vanished, leaving only a slight mark. Qin Mo was taken aback. Was this what they referred to as an astonishingly short time? The entire healing process took less than 20 seconds, far exceeding his expectations. Subsequently, he washed his hand in the restroom, and upon exiting, he noticed that even the faint mark had disappeared. Qin Mo scrutinized his palm closely, realizing that no trace of the wound remained. After the activation of the rapid healing skill, even the original patterns of the skin on his palm were restored to their former state. With his current extraordinary vision, he could discern no difference, underscoring the incredible nature of the healing. The new skill proved to be significantly more powerful than Qin Mo had anticipated. The hexagonal warrior was indeed not mere bravado. He no longer feared injury. He mused to himself, then glanced at the awakening panel. After allocating 4 points to recovery, he had 10 points left for distribution. Currently, his hearing and intelligence stood at 8 points, while breathing and defense were at 7 points, leaving a considerable gap from his nearing 20 points in vision and strength. Ultimately, he decided to allocate 2 points to each of the 4 attributes, with the final 2 points divided between vision and strength. As the warm flow coursed through various parts of his body, a smile graced Qin Mo's face. He gazed at the setting sun, his hands resting behind his head, humming a tune as he left the hospital, heading home. The sensation of increasingly enhanced strength each day was truly delightful. As night fell, a cool breeze swept through the air. A black, unmarked, extended limousine slowly came to a halt at the entrance of a vast garden. The elderly butler bent down to open the car door, and a pair of polished black shoes touched the ground. Li Mo stepped out, adjusting his collar. You have returned just in time, young master. The lady has just prepared the evening meal, the butler remarked with a perfectly measured smile. I understand, Uncle Li. I'll attend to it immediately, Li Mo replied nonchalantly. He then proceeded to stride through the garden gate. The garden sprawled over an expansive area of approximately 100 acres, a rarity in the capital where land is as precious as gold. Only an ancient aristocratic family could possess such a private estate. This was merely the tip of the iceberg, revealing the formidable heritage of a lineage that had endured for a millennium. Mother, I am back, Li Mo declared. And no sooner had his words left his lips than a robust woman emerged from the kitchen. The woman bore faint lines of age around her eyes, and her features bore a striking resemblance to Li Mo's. Though she wore an apron around her waist, it could not conceal the air of elegance that enveloped her. As the contemporary matriarch of the Qin family and the noble lady of the great Qin, she was undoubtedly far from an ordinary woman. Xiao Montak, please take a seat. I am still simmering a soup, she said. Has father returned? Li Montak inquired. He just returned a short while ago and is in the study on the second floor, the woman's voice called out from the kitchen. Then I shall go see father, Li Mo replied, ascending the staircase. He paused at the door of the study, respectfully knocking thrice. Come in, a voice laced with authority responded. Li Mo pushed open the door to find a vigorous middle-aged man seated cross-legged on the floor, engaged in a game of Go. The board was adorned with black and white stones placed strategically, yet there was no opponent across from him. He was evidently playing against himself. It was hard to fathom that this unassuming-looking man was the current head of the Qin family, the Duke of Li in the Great Qin, and the director of the Security Bureau, one of the few at such a high level. The multitude of titles held by a single individual underscored his elevated status and formidable prowess. Come, Xiao Mo, join me for a game, the man invited. Li Mo offered a wry smile, raising his hands in surrender. Father, your skill is unrivaled in the entire capital. I would rather not invite my own defeat. If your sister were here, with her tenacious spirit, she would undoubtedly challenge me to 3 rounds, Li Miao replied, shaking his head before inquiring. How is Xiao Yuan's condition? Does she still refuse to return? Little sister remains as she is. She still harbors misunderstandings towards you, father. Let her hold onto her misunderstandings for now. In 2 years, she will come to understand my intentions, Li Miao said, placing a black stone on the board. Li Mo stood straight beside him, furrowing his brow. I am quite concerned for Xiao Yuan's safety. This newly emerged heavenly society is audacious. Should we not transfer her to another department? Remaining in the Security Bureau, she is bound to undertake perilous missions. You do not believe that a mere transfer would resolve the matter, do you? Li Miao raplia kuli. Upon hearing these words, Li Mo's brow furrowed even more tightly as he slowly remarked, Is my father's implication that this force known as the Heavenly Society is not merely a trivial threat? Their target is not the Security Bureau, but rather our Li family. Xiao Mo, you must understand that the Security Bureau bears the surname Li, the Li of the Qin clan. Even if one were to be transferred, troubles would still ensue. It is better to remain within the Security Bureau, as they would be able to provide support in times of crisis. Li Mao then placed another black piece on the chessboard, rendering the situation apparent. The black pieces were destined for victory. He gazed at the board, slowly rising to his feet, turning to Li Mo with a smile, and said, All right, let us go eat. We shall refrain from discussing official matters at home, as it would displease your mother. The following morning, Qin Mo arose, performed his morning rituals, and then stepped outside. He jogged 5 kilometers, basking in the exquisite morning sun. Around 7 o'clock, feeling famished, he casually sought out a nearby breakfast stall. Boss, a bowl of spicy soup, 2 fried dough sticks, 5 baskets of buns, and a takeout order of salty soy milk along with a basket of soup dumplings, please. Coming right up. At this hour, the breakfast stall was bustling with activity, every table occupied. Left with no choice, Qin Mo surveyed the area and approached a table near the entrance, saying, Excuse me, brother, may I share this table with you? Upon hearing this, Li Mao looked up and was momentarily taken aback. Sharing a table? It was a distant memory. The last time he shared a table with a stranger was over 30 years ago, when he had sneaked out of the family home in the capital city to indulge in adventure. Reflecting on this, Li Mao felt a sense of nostalgia and smiled as he nodded. Sure. With his agreement, Qin Mo promptly took a seat. He observed this vigorous middle-aged man and noted that he too had ordered a bowl of spicy soup and 2 fried dough sticks, although he only opted for 1 basket of buns. "You certainly have good taste, brother," Qin Mo remarked suddenly. Li Mao chuckled in response. "A breakfast without spicy soup is destined to be a disappointing one." "Indeed, you speak the truth." Qin Mo nodded vigorously. As they chatted, Qin Mo's breakfast arrived in its entirety. Li Mao gazed at the towering stack of 5 baskets of buns and remarked, "In my youth, my appetite matched yours. Then you must be quite impressive. My appetite is already 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person," Qin Mo mumbled while chewing on a fried dough stick. "Huh, that is no longer the case. As one ages, many foods begin to taste like chewable wax. Only these roadside stalls remain satisfying." Li Mao's gaza adrifta, his thoughts seemingly lost in the ether. "I would guess you to be no more than 30. You are in your prime," Qin Mo stated. Upon hearing this, Li Mao mareli smilat. If not for his current status, he would not appear so youthful, and naturally, he would present a different visage. Soon, Qin Mo swiftly consumed the steamed buns and deep-fried dough sticks. He took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, and, after settling the bill, addressed Li Mao. "Thank you, my friend. I shall take my leave." "All right, farewell," Li Mao replied with a smile, nodding as he watched Qin Mo's figure gradually vanish amidst the bustling crowd. Today was meant for contemplation amidst the stillness. He had left the estate early to stroll through the streets of the capital. Unexpectedly, he encountered an intriguing young man. However, Qin Mo thought little of it, unaware that the person he had shared a table with was none other than the director of the Safety Bureau, his superior. Given the vastness of the Safety Bureau and Li Mao's esteemed position, even many awakened individuals had never met the director, let alone an ordinary member of the 7th group of the security department like him. After breakfast, it wasn't long before he arrived at the capital hospital, where Li Yuan expressed satisfaction with the morning meal. Subsequently, Qin Mo spent the day in the ward as usual, venturing to the cafeteria for lunch at noon. In the afternoon, he received a call from Su Yin, who informed him that she would take him to the shooting range the following day. Due to the recent events concerning the Heaven and Earth Society, the security department had evidently heightened its defenses. Even ordinary members like them were now required to engage in armed operations. Qin Mo readily agreed, and just as he hung up the phone, the familiar warm sensation enveloped him once more. Energy points, 12, freely distributable. He adhered to his customary practice, allocating 2 points each to vision, strength, and speed, before distributing the remaining points. However, to his surprise, as he augmented his strength, he awakened a new skill. Strength, 22, awakened skill, striking through mountains. Chapter 15. The discontented Su Yin's strength had become Qin Mo's most formidable attribute, exceeding his vision by 2 points. Recently, his vision had just awakened its 2nd skill, and now strength was eager to keep pace, reaching a new threshold. The newly acquired skill, striking through mountains, allows one to transmit strength over a distance. Distinctly different from the intentional punch, which focuses on the impact at the point of contact. The latter's force is confined to the area where the fist meets the opponent's body, directly inflicting fearsome destruction. In contrast, striking through mountains can attack internal organs without causing harm to the body's exterior, akin to inflicting internal injuries. This skill could prove unexpectedly advantageous at the right moment. At this juncture, there were still 6 energy points available for allocation. Qin Mo gazed at the ethereal panel before him, contemplating carefully. Vision, 20 hearing, 10 intelligence, 10 breath, 9 strength, 22 speed, 16 recovery, 7 defense, 9 skills. Holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intentional punch, instant step, flowing thoughts, hardening. Tortoise breath, rapid healing, striking through mountains. Energy points. 6 after some reflection, he ultimately decided to allocate 3 points each to intelligence and defense. The surge of heat swiftly flowed into Qin Mo's mind, and he felt an immediate enhancement in the agility of his thoughts. With an impressive intelligence quotient of 13, he had far surpassed the average individual, particularly exhibiting remarkable memory capabilities that approach photographic recall. Furthermore, his skills in analysis, deduction, and computation had also seen significant improvement. Such exceptional intellect allowed Qin Mo to navigate the intricacies of the holographic realm with relative ease, the importance of which was self-evident. After enjoying dinner outside, he returned home. Li Yuan's recovery was remarkably swift. Within 3 to 5 days, she would be discharged from the hospital, and her condition no longer necessitated his presence at her bedside. This rapid recuperation could be attributed to the awakening of her bodily faculties, as she was on the verge of advancing from one level to another. Thus, the night passed without incident. The following morning, shortly after Qin Mo had completed his morning routine, he heard the sound of a car horn from downstairs. Peering out the window, he spotted Su Yin, sporting sunglasses and driving a striking red convertible, confidently pulling up in front of his house. Realizing the moment, Qin Mo hurriedly donned his attire and descended the stairs. "Su Jia, you're here so early?" he inquired. "The shooting range is quite a distance away. It requires over an hour's drive, so it's only sensible to leave early," she replied. "Oh, I see." Qin Mo opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. With a roar of the engine, the vehicle sped down the street. Su Yin, adeptly maneuvering the steering wheel, remarked, "So, handsome, have you ever handled a firearm before?" "When I first joined the security department last year, I underwent a brief firearms training course," he answered. Upon hearing this, Su Yin scoffed, "Puffed, just that half-baked 7A training? You probably couldn't even recognize all the guns. Make sure to pay close attention when we get to the range. Today, I'm primarily here to teach you," she added. "Oh, so, Su Jia, will you be teaching me hand in hand, mouth to mouth?" Qin Mo emphasized the last 3 words with a playful tone. "Get lost. Do you really think it's that easy to take advantage of me?" Su Yin, clearly an experienced driver, understood the underlying implication of his words and shot him a sharp glare over her sunglasses. They drove swiftly, arriving at the shooting range in just over 40 minutes, significantly ahead of their anticipated schedule. The range was outdoors, situated in a remote corner of the capital, close to the suburbs. Upon entering, Qin Mo discovered its vast scale and comprehensive facilities. In addition to shooting practice, there were wooden stumps, sandbags, and outdoor obstacle training, making it a large training ground. Most astonishingly, he noted the range's geographical location. Elevated and expansive, it was free from towering skyscrapers, surrounded instead by modest 2- or 3-story buildings. In summary, the shooting range enjoyed ample sunlight, even more so than the hospital in the capital. It appeared that today he would be able to accumulate a significant amount of light energy points. As Qin Mo pondered within himself, the distant voice of Su Yin called him over. "Qin Mo, it's time to begin." "All right." He approached the table basking in sunlight, which was adorned with an array of firearms, accompanied by 2 magazines. Su Yin picked up a handgun, disengaged the safety, and, with both hands steadying the weapon, aimed at the target while stating, "25, semi-automatic pistol, utilizing 765 ammunition, effective range of 70 meters, moderate power, with each magazine capable of holding 8 rounds. Upon finishing her words, she rapidly squeezed the trigger, emptying the magazine in one continuous motion. The spent casings clattered to the ground, and the crisp sound resonated in the air, mingling with the faint scent of gunpowder that wafted into Qin Mo's nostrils. 50-meter target, 79 points. The monitor beside them displayed Su Yin's score, and a subtle smile crept upon her lips as she handed the handgun to Qin Mo. "It appears that after several years since graduating from military school, my skills have not diminished. Here, give it a try." Following her instruction, Qin Mo accepted the handgun, removed the magazine, and reloaded it with fresh rounds. At this moment, Su Yin stood beside him, advising, "As a newcomer like you, aim to hit the target entirely on your first attempt." Hearing this, Qin Mo chuckled. "Sister Su, I have undergone firearms training." Su Yin was prepared to deliver a scathing remark when, unexpectedly, the sharp report of gunfire rang out. In an instant, Qin Mo had emptied the magazine, and the monitor immediately displayed the results. 50-meter target, 80 points. It was evident that every shot had found its mark. Su Yin stared incredulously at the glaring red numbers, her eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth? Before she could ponder further, Qin Mo switched to another firearm, chambered around, and again emptied the magazine. 100-meter target, 100 points. Subsequently, under Su Yin's astonished gaze, Qin Mo continued to alternate firearms until every bullet on the table had been discharged, finally ceasing his activity. Except for a few shots he deliberately missed, all remaining shots had struck the target with precision. For him, shooting had become an effortless endeavor, akin to a child's play. Qin Mo. Su Yin remained rooted in place, her body rigid. A top graduate from military school would hardly boast of such remarkable scores. Yet here was Qin Mo, an ordinary university graduate, and this was his first experience. How could this be possible? However, the undeniable reality before her made it difficult to dismiss. At that moment, a profound sense of defeat welled up within Su-yin, her expression forlorn. Sister Su, what's wrong? Qin Mo inquired. At his words, she snapped back to reality, casting a lingering glance at him before replying, well, I didn't expect this handsome young man to be so unassuming. It's merely luck, just luck. Qin Mo humbly scratched the back of his head, observing his demeanor. Su-yin's expression grew increasingly melancholic. All right, there's no need for practice. When we return to the office, you can collect your own. Subsequently, she sought a shaded spot to lie down and pass the time, clearly affected by her circumstances. Qin Mo merely smiled, choosing to remain silent as he basked in the sunlight and wandered around the training grounds. Not far into his stroll, he stumbled upon a wooden post designated for combat training, an ideal opportunity to test his newly awakened skill. Observing that the area was deserted, Qin Mo arranged several wooden posts in front of him. He extended his fist to touch the surface of the post, meticulously controlling his strength to a minimal level. And with a focused thought, he subtly activated the skill Mountain Quaking Strike. His arm muscles surged with power, accompanied by a faint pop that echoed in his ears. Retrieving his fist, he activated his enhanced vision and meticulously scanned the wooden posts, a smile blossoming on his lips. The first post remained intact both internally and externally, while the subsequent ones had their internal structures utterly shattered, with dozens of cracks marring their surfaces. Qin Mo was exceedingly pleased with this newly awakened skill. Time flew by swiftly. Su-yin initially planned to drive straight back, but Qin Mo suggested that since they were already there, they might as well enjoy a meal before departing. Thus, they lingered for the better part of the day, only leaving the shooting range as the afternoon sun began to wane. Sitting in the passenger seat of the convertible, Qin Mo silently opened his awakening panel. Light energy points, 18, freely allocable. This was the highest accumulation of light energy points he had amassed since obtaining the awakening panel. This would allow for further enhancement of his attributes. Chapter 16. Limitless sonic speed. With such abundant points, numerous allocation strategies were available. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo decided to allocate 6 points evenly among his currently weaker attributes: hearing, breathing, and recovery. Subsequently, he added 3 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense. Speed, 19, awakening skill, limitless sonic speed. His speed had surprisingly reached the second threshold. Qin Mo was taken aback, and he promptly began to examine his newly awakened skill. Limitless sonic speed significantly enhances bodily explosiveness, allowing for a brief surpassing of one's normal speed limits, reaching up to the speed of sound. This meant that upon utilizing this skill, Qin Mo could sprint 340 meters in a single second. A simple calculation revealed that he could cover 20 kilometers in a minute. Of course, achieving the speed of sound represented an ideal scenario, yet even that was terrifying enough. Qin Mo's maximum velocity now exceeded that of an aircraft, far surpassing the speed of the convertible he was currently in. As for the duration of this temporary breakthrough, he mused to himself, regrettably acknowledging that this was not the appropriate moment for experimentation. He would have to wait until he returned home. Su-yin drove swiftly, and they soon arrived at Qin Mo's doorstep. Hey, handsome, would you like to accompany me to a bar for a drink? Su-yin languidly inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo chuckled and shook his head, responding, Sister Su, let us call it a day, but I promise next time. What's the matter? Are you afraid I might devour you? She teased. I'm more concerned about the reverse, for I am no paragon of virtue and quite difficult to restrain. Qin Mo remarked, his gaze drifting toward her chest. Oh dear, that is something I can only wish for. See you at the hospital tomorrow. Despite her words, Su-yin had already revved the engine, the roar echoing as she sped away into the distance. She had always been one for banter, and having known her for quite some time, Qin Mo was well aware of her nature. After Su-yin departed, Qin Mo did not return home. Instead, he wandered to a secluded corner, and with a thought, activated his extreme sonic speed. In an instant, a white blur darted past, propelling him away from Guanghong Street. Within 5 seconds, his velocity escalated to its peak, nearing the speed of sound, leaving Baiyun District behind him. 15 seconds later, the building of the security bureau loomed ahead, the 10 miles almost flashing by in an instant. Qin Mo did not pause. He continued past the security bureau, maintaining his pace until 20 seconds had elapsed, at which point his speed gradually decreased. In summary, the duration of his extreme sonic speed was approximately 35 seconds, sufficient to cover 20 miles, a truly formidable speed. With further training, he could extend this duration, but for the moment, it sufficed. He murmured to himself, then looked around, realizing he had arrived in Lingyun District, situated to the north of the capital. Compared to Baiyun District, Lingyun boasted a significantly higher standard of living, attracting many affluent individuals who chose to settle there. Qin Mo seldom visited this area, but since he was here, he decided to explore before returning home. After all, it would only take half a minute to get back. As he strolled along the street, he pulled out his phone to search for highly rated restaurants nearby. After a thorough glance, he couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief at the exorbitant prices. Dining at upscale establishments was out of the question. It was too extravagant. Instead, he opted for a modest eatery by the roadside, especially since his appetite had grown larger than usual. As he wandered, Qin Mo found himself by a lake, where the setting sun generously cast its gentle glow upon the water's surface. The evening breeze stirred the waves, creating a picturesque scene. A smile crept onto Qin Mo's lips, and he felt a sudden tranquility wash over him. He decided to leisurely stroll along the lakeside, savoring this rare moment of leisure. While meandering around the lake, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure not far off, seated by the water, fishing. Thanks to his remarkable memory, Qin Mo quickly recognized the individual. He approached with a smile and greeted, "Brother, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here." Upon hearing a sound, Li Mao turned to discover it was Qin Mo, the young man he had shared a table with the previous morning. His eyebrows raised in surprise, he smiled and nodded, saying, "Young man, it seems we are truly fated. Life is full of unexpected encounters." "Ah, my brother, I believe you have a fish on the line." Qin Mo hurriedly responded, as the fishing rod trembled vigorously, indicating a substantial catch. Li Mao's expression shifted, and with a deft flick of his wrist, he pulled the large fish from the water. Qin Mo, standing nearby, quickly grabbed the net. With their seamless cooperation, the unfortunate fish had no chance of escape. "This fish must weigh around 20 pounds. My brother, you are in for a treat tonight," Qin Mo remarked. Hearing this, Li Mao's smile grew even wider, his spirits lifted. "Have you eaten yet, little brother?" he inquired. "Not yet," came the reply. "Perfect. I haven't eaten either. Shall we go grab a bite?" Li Mao suggested with a grin. Qin Mo nodded in agreement, naturally responding, "That sounds wonderful. How about some barbecue?" "That works for me." Soon, they found themselves at an outdoor barbecue stall. The rich aroma of charcoal wafted through the air as Qin Mo and Li Mao sat across from each other at a table laden with food. A plate of uncooked rice, 60 lamb skewers, 5 bunches of chives, 5 kidneys, and a grilled fish adorned the table. Additionally, a case of beer sat at Qin Mo's feet. "My brother, let us start with a toast," he said, lifting a frosty mug and clinking it against Li Mao's before downing it in one gulp. Li Mao matched his enthusiasm, refusing to be outdone. After several rounds of drinks, their camaraderie deepened, and Qin Mo asked, "Do you live nearby, brother?" Li Mao nodded and replied with a smile, "Indeed. And you?" "I reside in Baiyun District. I finished work early today and decided to explore this area. Not expecting to run into you," Qin Mo said while refilling Li Mao's cup. "It is indeed a coincidence. I usually have a hectic schedule, and it is rare for me to find time to unwind. These past few days have been particularly busy with pressing matters, prompting me to take a stroll," Li Mao explained. Qin Mo nodded thoughtfully, saying, "Balancing work and leisure is quite important. Constant high-intensity work can be exhausting. You should take some time to relax." Li Mao shook his head, replying, "It's not just work. It involves family matters as well." "Family?" Qin Mo asked, puzzled. "Yes. I have a large family with many relatives," Li Mao smiled. Qin Mo did not delve deeper into the subject and simply remarked, "That can indeed be quite troublesome. However, my brother, you must keep a positive outlook. Every family has its own challenges. Maintaining a good mindset is paramount. Now, let us drink another round." After several bottles of beer, the conversation flowed more freely, and the atmosphere became lively. "Little brother, you seem to have no worries," Li Mao raised his glass. "That's just it. I maintain a positive mindset. While I am not particularly wealthy, I am fortunate that my job is relatively easy, leaving me ample leisure time. I am quite content with my current life," Qin Mo replied with satisfaction. To lead a fulfilling life, one must simply cultivate a sense of contentment. Happiness can flourish from such simplicity. Leaning back in his chair, Qin Mo crossed his legs and gazed at the rows of flickering blue and purple neon lights along the street, his thoughts gradually drifting into the distance. However, upon hearing his words, Li Mao fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he raised his glass and solemnly proclaimed, "To contentment, and to this beautiful world." Qin Mo responded in Kint. As their glasses clinked together, they exchanged smiles, a fleeting sense of regret for not having met sooner enveloping them. "My friend, allow me to share my number. Perhaps we can meet for a drink sometime," Qin Mo suggested. Li Mao graciously accepted, providing his personal phone number without hesitation. He admired this young man, whom he had only met twice, as he seemed to reflect certain shadows of his own youth. The significance of this phone number was unmistakable. In the vast realm of the great Qin, only a handful could claim to possess the contact details of the current head of the Qingyangli family. Chapter 17. The Iron Body. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. The disciplined Qin Mo rose early, the effects of last night's revelry having left him unscathed. He prepared a bowl of oatmeal with milk to satiate his hunger before stepping out to a breakfast shop for 5 baskets of dumplings, subsequently making his way to the hospital. Although Qin Mo could reach the Imperial Capital Hospital in half a minute, he opted for a leisurely jog. Taking advantage of the gentle morning sun, every ray absorbed was a gift. Before long, he arrived at the hospital and, upon seeing Li Yuan in her ward, handed her the breakfast he had brought. Her injuries had healed remarkably well, and her recovery no longer impeded her daily activities. She was likely to be discharged within a couple of days. Despite being a patient, she had already begun to attend to work matters. The Security Bureau had suffered a significant setback, and it was certain that major actions would follow. They could not allow the Heavenly Society to act with such impunity. However, the mole within the intelligence department remained undetected, leaving them feeling somewhat at a loss. In this scenario, where the enemy was concealed and they were exposed, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for the Security Bureau. As Li Yuan managed her work, Qin Mo wisely excused himself from the ward, relocating to a sunlit area to continue basking in the sunlight. Certainly, Li Yuan no longer required his constant attention. Thus, he lounged in the sun until afternoon, when he thought his leisurely day would conclude, only to be summoned by a male colleague from Team 7. In a large room on the second floor, apart from Wang Yin, the remaining 4 awakened members of Team 7 were present, along with 3 others from different teams who were acquainted with Li Changfeng and his associates. Upon entering the ward and surveying the scene, Qin Mo inquired, "What is the matter?" Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng, seated by the window, paused the conversation and turned to him, speaking in a calm tone. "Tonight, we shall gather here for a small get-together. Please step outside to procure a few dishes and some fine wine. The rest shall be yours." As he spoke, he retrieved 1,000 yuan from his pocket. It turned out he intended to purchase supplies. Qin Mo approached, tucked the money into his pocket, then turned and left without engaging in further conversation with Li Changfeng and the others. Different circles exist, and there was no need for forced integration. In the entirety of Team 7, only Li Yuan treated everyone uniformly, never demeaning anyone for not being an awakened. However, Li Changfeng and his companions were distinctly different. As they watched Qin Mo's figure gradually fade from view, one of the 3 individuals from another team, with a playful glint in his eye, inquired, "Is this the lad who was with team leader Li that night?" "Indeed, it is him," Li Changfeng replied succinctly. "I have heard it said that had he not remained composed in a crisis and led team leader Li away from the infirmary, it is highly probable." Lu Yongchuan trailed off, yet all present comprehended his implication. Without Qin Mo, Li Yuan might have met a dire fate. Upon hearing this, another member from Team 7 interjected with a scoff. "Qin Mo? He isn't even awakened. What significant contribution could he possibly make? If it weren't for Brother Li and us risking our injuries to fend off the majority of the Heavenly Society's attack that night, what role would Qin Mo have played? If we were to discuss merit, Brother Li would undoubtedly claim the foremost credit." As these words settled, the other members of Team 7 nodded in agreement. Li Shangfeng, however, remained silent, offering no commentary on the matter. Yet his silence was, in itself, a form of stance. Whether Qin Mo was indeed as composed as they claimed, or if he had saved Li Yuan, was of little concern to him. An ordinary individual, devoid of power or status, and not an awakened, had never really occupied his thoughts. Even if they work side by side daily, they belong to disparate worlds. This delineation embodied an invisible class superiority. I hold Brother Changfeng's prowess in high regard, Lu Yongchuan remarked, shifting the conversation. He too felt that there was little to discuss about an ordinary person. Had it not been for his connection to Li Yuan, he would scarcely have noticed Qin Mo. By the way, Brother Changfeng, are you nearing your next rank? Lu Yongchuan suddenly inquired. At this, Li Changfeng's expression shifted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I am confident of advancing within half a month. Half a month? Brother Changfeng, you truly are a remarkable talent, Lu Yongchuan exclaimed, his eyes filled with envy. From now on, Brotherly must take good care of us. Indeed, indeed. Once Brotherly advances, his status will be unparalleled, and we shall surely benefit from his rise. The atmosphere within the room instantly became lively, as everyone gathered around Li Changfeng, exchanging flattering words. At this moment, he was the epicenter of the circle, basking in the envious gazes of those around him. Meanwhile, Qin Mo was oblivious to the fact that he had just been mentioned by several individuals. He refrained from eavesdropping on their conversation, knowing there was little of interest to hear. After leaving the hospital room, he swiftly exited the building and sought out a nearby restaurant, ordering a selection of dishes and drinks that totaled over 800 yuan. According to Li Changfeng, the remainder was to be considered his remuneration for errands run. Qin Mo, of course, unreservedly pocketed the amount, thinking it a worthy sum for his dinner that evening. He felt no qualms about running errands for the awakened. After all, they were merely mundane tasks, and most of the time was spent idly passing the hours. Such work was quite satisfactory. Subsequently, Qin Mo returned to the hospital with the food, knocked lightly at the door, and then turned to leave, ascending to the third floor. After confirming what Li Yuan wished to eat that evening, he proceeded to the cafeteria with Su Yin. As he stepped out of the hospital building, a familiar warmth surged within him. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth as he focused his gaze ahead and opened his awakening panel. Vision, 23 hearing, 12 intelligence, 13 breath, 11 strength, 25 speed, 19 recovery, 9 defense, 15 skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, deliberate punch, instant step, flowing thought, hardening, turtle breathing, rapid healing, mountain punching, extreme sonic speed. Energy points, 14, freely distributable. The skills section was brimming with potential. Without further contemplation, Qin Mo adhered to his customary practice, allocating 2 additional points each to vision, strength, and speed, causing warmth to flow rapidly throughout his body. He then added 3 points to recovery and 5 to defense, perfectly concluding his distribution. Defense, 20, awakening skill, iron body. Qin Mo's eyes brightened at this revelation. His defense had finally reached the second threshold. Chapter 18, a disastrous defeat. A formidable defense is an incredibly vital attribute. If an adversary cannot breach your defenses, then, from a certain perspective, you are invincible. The first skill awakened in defense for Qin Mo was hardening, which allowed a temporary increase in the defensive capacity of a specific part of his body, akin to localized protection. The new skill, iron body, however, provided comprehensive defense for the entire body, surpassing hardening in potency. It was an advanced version. Upon activation, the surface of his skin would become harder than steel, impervious even to armor-piercing bullets designed for sniper rifles. Nonetheless, while Qin Mo's defense was robust, it was not infallible. With only 20 points, he was still far from being able to withstand a missile strike. He needed to continue absorbing solar energy and amassing energy points. In the depths of his heart, Qin Mo silently pondered and then quietly activated his iron body. He raised his hands, meticulously inspecting them back and forth, only to find that there was no apparent change on the surface after activating the skill. However, when he pinched his fingers and prodded the skin of his palm, he could distinctly feel a significant sense of obstruction, even when he exerted some force. Subsequently, Qin Mo slowly clenched his hands and then gradually opened them, confirming that the hardness of his skin did not impede his normal movements. At this realization, Qin Mo's eyes brightened a little more and a subtle smile graced his face. This new skill seemed quite useful at the moment. "What are you doing?" Su Yin's puzzled voice suddenly rang out beside him, as she pointed a finger at Qin Mo's head and gave it a light tap. However, at that moment, Qin Mo had not yet retracted his skill. A sudden ouch escaped Su Yin's lips as she quickly withdrew her arm. Rubbing her finger, her delicate face turned into a grimace, as if she had bitten into a sour persimmon, nearly bringing her to tears from the pain. Qin Mo stared at her in astonishment, discreetly dispelling his iron body, and asked with concern, "Sister Su, are you all right?" Su Yin remained silent, feeling as though she had just struck a stone. Her knuckles were already turning red and seemed to be slightly swollen. After a while of grimacing and rubbing, she finally felt a bit of relief. "I say, is your head made of iron?" Su Yin looked up at Qin Mo, her face full of grievances. "Cough, perhaps it was just that you exerted a bit too much force, and besides." Qin Mo shrugged and remarked, "The skull is indeed the hardest bone in the human body." "Is it?" Su Yin's expression turned skeptical. She contemplated that she hadn't used much force. Could it be that she subconsciously hit harder? She couldn't fathom how a normal person could strike their head and end up bruising their fingers. Yet apart from that, she could find no other explanation. She didn't dwell on Qin Mo. They had engaged in such playful banter before without incident. Today, however, was peculiar. Nonetheless, it was ultimately Qin Mo's fault. "You're treating me tonight." All right, Qin Mo said, scratching his nose and agreeing readily, as it was indeed his responsibility. Subsequently, the two continued their way to the cafeteria. This was merely a minor episode of the evening. The food in the cafeteria of the Imperial Capital Hospital was not expensive, although Su Yin had insisted on him treating her. She and T actually spent 100 yuan of his money. After finishing their meal and walking home, Qin Mo suddenly received a call from Li Mao, inviting him to go fishing the next afternoon and suggesting they have dinner together afterward. After considering that he had no pressing matters to attend to the following day, he readily accepted the invitation, and so the night passed without incident. The following afternoon, the two met again at their usual spot by the lake in Lingyun district. Qin Mo sat on a small stool, holding a fishing rod, as the warm sun bathed his face, bestowing upon him a gentle light. Li Mao occupied the adjacent seat, and at their feet, buckets contained several wriggling fish. Clearly, the afternoon had yielded a bountiful catch. Suddenly, the fishing rod in Qin Mo's hand quivered. A hapless fish had taken the bait. He immediately focused his attention, reeling in the line with a measured pace, and soon enough, the fish was netted. "Ha, brother, with this one, I've caught a total of 6 today, just one more than you," Qin Mo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. In response, Li Mao turned his head slightly, putting away his rod, and said, "It's still early. Would you be interested in playing a couple of games of chess with me?" "Chess? Go or Xianqi?" "Of course go." "All right, I happen to know how to play." Qin Mo readily agreed, and the two tidied up their fishing gear before moving to the next venue. Upon arriving at the game room, he deliberately chose a well-lit spot by the window. They took turns guessing who would go first, and Qin Mo secured the initial move. "I want T-hole back then," he said with a smile as he placed a black stone in the corner of the board. In truth, Qin Mo's understanding of Go was limited to the ability to play. He was far from being a master. However, with his remarkable intelligence rated at 13, he felt confident in his capabilities. Relying on his exceptional analytical skills and formidable deductive reasoning, he could hardly conceive of a reason for defeat. Yet, half an hour later, he found himself decisively defeated. Gazing at the alternating black and white stones on the board, Qin Mo furrowed his brow and scratched his head, perplexed. "Ha, young brother, you are still too inexperienced." This time, it was Li Mao who basked in triumph. Observing Qin Mo's expression, he smiled gently and said, "Do not be discouraged. At your age, achieving this level is quite impressive." This was a sincere compliment, not mere consolation. It is worth noting that Li Mao had reached an extraordinary level in Go, with few rivals in the entire capital. The fact that Qin Mo could engage him in a half-hour battle before the outcome was determined to test it to his strength, though Li Mao was indeed stronger. Nevertheless, this only deepened Li Mao's appreciation for Qin Mo as a fascinating young man. After a brief interaction, they found a strong rapport. "Hey, brother, let us play another game," Qin Mo said, not ready to concede. Li Mao nodded in agreement, replying coolly, "If that is the case, I shall just have to teach you a lesson again." "Don't be too arrogant," Qin Mo retorted. Half an hour later, the outcome was once again revealed. As expected, Qin Mo lost once more. Li Mo, noticing Qin Mo's furrowed brow, asked with a smile, "So, have you submitted?" "Not at all. Wait until I return home tonight to study the game records." "But this isn't something you can master simply by reviewing the records for one evening." Li Mao slightly curled his lips, a profound smile gracing his face. He then remarked, "All right, the sun is about to set. Let us go dine. At his words, Qin Mo lifted his gaze toward the window, realizing that darkness had already enveloped the sky. Simultaneously, a warm current surged within him once more. Light energy points, 16, freely allocable. Today, he had accumulated 2 additional points compared to yesterday. Without hesitation, Qin Mo withdrew 6 points to enhance his intelligence. Intelligence, 19, awakening skill, clarity of insight. Chapter 19. The emergence of a genius. The warm current swiftly coursed into his brain, fortifying Qin Mo's intellect in an inexplicable manner. Despite having lost to Li Mao twice, which had initially dampened his spirits, he was now invigorated again. Particularly, when he reviewed the new skill awakened by his intelligence, his excitement grew even more. Clarity of insight, as the name suggests, enables one to comprehend matters with a mere glance, discerning their essence. This new skill significantly amplifies Qin Mo's ability to learn, analyze, and think critically. Upon activating the skill, he could swiftly grasp various matters within a remarkably short span of time. Furthermore, with his intelligence having surged by 6 points, his deductive abilities were drastically enhanced, allowing him to rapidly calculate potential outcomes based on acquired knowledge. In essence, Qin Mo's mind had transformed into a human calculator. The timing of this new skill's awakening was impeccable. He could almost envision the dismal expression on Li Mao's face after his defeat. Observing the smile that tugged at the corners of Qin Mo's eyes, Li Mao suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Yet, despite his immense strength, he remained oblivious to the changes unfolding beside him in Qin Mo. The increase in light energy points was subtle, perceived solely by Qin Mo himself. After augmenting his intelligence by 6 points, he had 10 points remaining to allocate. As was his custom, he distributed 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense. Subsequently, he allocated 1 point each to hearing and breathing, as these were currently his weaker attributes. A strategic shift in future allocations was essential to maintain balanced development. Qin Mo was determined to become a versatile warrior. He could not accept any shortcomings. Afterward, the two made their way to a roadside stall for dinner, engaging in lively conversation that fostered an ever-deepening bond. As the moon ascended above the willow branches, Qin Mo bid farewell to Li Mao and strolled homeward. As he walked, he pondered the necessity of visiting the capital library to peruse a multitude of Go game records. It appeared he would need to request another day off tomorrow. Bathed in the glow of blue and purple neon lights, Qin Mo's figure gradually melded into the night. He reveled in the liberating evening breeze, humming a carefree tune, a smile of freedom gracing his lips. Such tranquil days epitomized the life he yearned for, comfortable, leisurely, and at peace with himself. On the following morning, Qin Mo rose early, and after indulging in breakfast, he jogged a full 10 kilometers to the Grand Library at the heart of the capital. Upon his arrival, he found himself perfectly timed with the library's opening hours. Once inside, Qin Mo selected a well-lit spot by the window and retrieved over 100 volumes of Go manuals from the shelves. His actions astonished the other patrons, drawing curious glances, but they soon lost interest. As to them, Qin Mo appeared less like a reader and more like a rapid page-turner. In merely half an hour, he had perused all the manuals, having activated his skill of instant comprehension, allowing him to absorb the content with remarkable speed. While studying the game strategies and analyzing the manuals, he simultaneously replayed the 2 matches he had played against Li Mao the previous day in his mind. The current version of Qin Mo was a far cry from the one he had been just yesterday. He felt confident that he could defeat Li Mao within half an hour. Once he had thoroughly grasped the intricacies of Go, he meticulously returned the numerous manuals to their rightful places. As he prepared to exit the capital's library, Qin Mo's keen eyes caught sight of a book on a nearby shelf, building and maintaining computer network firewalls. Intrigued, he thought, since I'm already here, I might as well delve into the subject. Having previously lacked the necessary permissions to access information on awakened individuals of higher ranks, it would be prudent to acquire some knowledge in this area and devise a program to bypass those restrictions. With this thought, he paused, approached the shelf, and extracted the book, flipping through its pages rapidly. While once again activating his skill of instant comprehension, he absorbed a wealth of information about firewalls at an astonishing pace. His high intelligence of 19 enabled him to learn and analyze simultaneously, allowing him to integrate the material seamlessly. In a mere 5 minutes, he had completed a 364-page book. Subsequently, he scoured the nearby shelves for more literature on networking. Qin Mo was swiftly evolving into a top-tier hacker. After 2 hours had passed, he strode out of the library with purpose. Now, he required a computer. In Lingyun District, at a small internet CAF, Qin Mo reserved a private booth and, in less than 5 minutes, silently seized control of the CAF's main computer. His fingers danced across the keyboard, producing lines of code on the screen. The Security Bureau housed a technical department filled with numerous computer prodigies, making it one of the most elite divisions in the capital. Attempting to clandestinely breach their permissions without detection was a formidable challenge. Thus, Qin Mo intended to create a minuscule, nearly imperceptible opening, which would naturally lead him to Li Yuan's permission database. Thus, with his current reservoir of knowledge and analytical prowess, he could not possibly encounter any risks. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, Qin Mo halted his hands, leaning back against the chair with a sigh of relief. He stowed the disk into his pocket, erasing all traces of his endeavor before shutting down the computer. The disk contained the program he had meticulously crafted. Now, all that remained was to await Li Yuan's discharge from the hospital and her return to the Security Bureau, at which point he would be able to simultaneously utilize her privileges. Surprisingly, in less than a day, he had transformed into a master of Go and a computer genius, his newfound intellectual skills proving remarkably formidable. Qin Mo mused inwardly that his previous skill, thoughts flowing like a spring, was indeed an impressive ability, though regrettably accompanied by brief aftereffects once utilized. He shook his head and began his leisurely stroll homeward. Upon reaching the entrance of Guanghong Street, the sun had just begun its descent beyond the mountains. Qin Mo focused his gaze ahead and activated the Gene Awakening panel. Vision, 27 hearing, 13 intelligence, 19 respiration, 12 strength, 29 speed, 23 recovery, 12 defense, 22 skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intentional hammer fist, instant step, thoughts flowing like a spring, hardening, turtle breathing, rapid healing, striking from afar, extreme sonic speed, iron body, crystal clear. Light energy points, 14, freely distributable. As he opened his front door, Qin Mo contemplated how to allocate today as light energy points. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to augment recovery by 6 points and enhance hearing and respiration by 4 points each. Hearing, 17, awakened skill, supersonic. Recovery, 18, awakened skill, swift rejuvenation. Chapter 20. The awakening of new skills. Noticing that both hearing and respiration had reached their second thresholds, Qin Mo could not help but feel a surge of joy. He swiftly closed the door, seated himself on the sofa, and began to explore these two newly acquired skills. First, he examined the skill of supersonic, awakened from his hearing attribute, where sonic refers to sound speed. Thus, supersonic signifies exceeding that speed. It is crucial to understand that sound requires time to propagate through the air, typically at a velocity of 340 meters per second. This means that if two individuals are separated by a distance of 340 meters and shout to one another, the second person must wait a full second to hear what was said. Previously, although Qin Mo's hearing vastly surpassed that of ordinary individuals, he too was bound by this propagation rule. However, now, the situation was different. His hearing would be quicker than the speed of sound. For instance, if two people were shouting to each other from a distance of 340 meters, once one of them began speaking, Qin Mo would hear it before the sound traveled through the air to reach his ears, and this time frame would be less than 1 second. This is supersonic. The newly awakened skill was indeed quite compatible with extreme sonic speed. With a flicker of thought, Qin Mo expanded his hearing, and the cacophony of surrounding sounds surged into his ears. He gradually filtered out the superfluous sounds, leaving only the gentle flow of tap water from over 300 meters away. Subsequently, Qin Mo stepped outside, silently calculating the passage of time. The moment he heard the sound of water, he instantly activated his extreme sonic speed, propelling himself to 300, vanishing from sight in an instant. After a fleeting 2 seconds, Qin Mo returned to his original position. After a brief pause, he activated his new skill, supersound, and the sound of flowing water filled his ears once more. With extreme sonic speed surging again, still maintaining 300, he reappeared at his starting point 2 seconds later. A faint smile crept across his lips, Although the round trip always took 2 seconds, it was in fact a second faster than the first attempt. It turned out that enhancing speed could also amplify hearing. This brief experiment granted Qin Mo a rudimentary grasp of supersound. Indeed, each ability of the superhuman gene proved to be immensely beneficial. One should not underestimate that fleeting second, deeming it insignificant. What if the distance were extended to 3,000 or even 30,000 meters? Often, time equates to life. Therefore, reducing the time it takes for sound to reach the ears is of paramount importance. After examining the skill of auditory awakening, Qin Mo shifted his attention to his newly restored skill, rapid recovery of mind. The essence of this skill is simple restoration of mental clarity. The previous skill, swift healing, allowed Qin Mo to mend injuries at an extraordinary pace. However, it did little for mental fatigue. The new skill filled this gap. With an intellect now soaring to 19 points, his analytical, learning, and deduction abilities were remarkably potent, rendering his mind more robust than that of an average individual. Yet, this was still insufficient. Once the holographic vision was activated, the overwhelming influx of information drained mental resources, particularly after activating the skill, thought flow, which could lead to residual fatigue. Previously, Qin Mo relied on deep sleep to restore his depleted mental energy, but now he could utilize the new skill of recovery. As before, Qin Mo decided to test the swiftness of this new ability. He closed his eyes, and the holographic vision instantly expanded to encompass the entirety of Guanghong Street. Then, he activated Thought Flow, further extending the range until he reached his current limits. Within a few minutes, fatigue began to set in. After 15 minutes elapsed, he deactivated the holographic vision and opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. He appeared utterly drained, with a profound drowsiness urging him to retire swiftly, allowing his mind to rest adequately. Qin Mo pressed on and activated the new skill, rapid recovery of mind. Suddenly, a warm stream surged from an unknown source within him, coursing into his brain. At this moment, leaning against the sofa, Qin Mo couldn't help but squint his eyes, a look of utter comfort adorning his face. As if he were in the throes of ecstasy. He felt as though he were submerged in a perfectly temperate hot spring, the gentle warmth enveloping him, swiftly dissipating his fatigue. After 5 minutes, Qin Mo shook his head, still savoring the experience. It was truly intoxicating. He now felt invigorated, akin to having just awakened in the morning, brimming with energy. The 5 minutes he spent regaining his composure surpassed the depth of his previous night's sleep by leaps and bounds. Qin Mo was quite satisfied with this. His ability to think rapidly had transformed from a one-time phenomenon to a low cool-down state. The aftereffects he once experienced had all but vanished. This was merely the beginning. As time progressed, the cool-down would shorten further, and his intellect would elevate, rendering the current state obsolete. A gentle smile graced Qin Mo's lips. As he had just remarked, the potency of all skills was intrinsically linked to the strength of his 8 physical attributes. The stronger his vision and hearing, the broader the scope of his holographic perception would extend. The greater his strength, the more power he could harness in a deliberate strike, thereby unleashing formidable might. Similarly, the speed at which he could regain focus would also accelerate. After testing these new skills, Qin Mo hummed a cheerful tune while freshening up. Subsequently, he lay on his bed, perusing his phone and casually browsing the latest news from the border regions. The relationship between the Qi and Qin nations remained unchanged. With sporadic skirmishes and occasional exchanges of fire, it seemed they were currently in a lull between conflicts. Recently, there had been no significant news from the capital of the Great Qin Empire, and the populace remained oblivious to the activities of the Heavenly Earth Society. The previous incident of the hospital was briefly mentioned in the news as an explosion caused by outdated electrical equipment and circuit malfunctions. Public opinion had always been in the hands of a select few. However, the prolonged silence of the Heavenly Earth Society was rather unusual. This enigmatic faction, which even had awakened individuals with mental abilities, was evidently not to be underestimated and likely would not retreat quietly. Where had they emerged from, and why did they pursue the banner of changing the world? Wasn't the current state of the Great Qin quite satisfactory? Qin Mo shook his head, perplexed by these thoughts. He then created a small indentation in his pillow, resting the back of his head within it, assuming a supremely comfortable position, and closed his eyes. He genuinely believed that the present-day Great Qin was indeed quite good. He relished this lifestyle. The night passed without incident. The following day dawned bright and clear. The sky a canvas of azure, the sun blazing. Qin Mo, as was his custom, rose early for a morning jog to the hospital, bringing breakfast for Li Yuan along the way. The entire day unfolded joyfully, filled with leisurely hours of paid idleness and sun-soaked wanderings. During this time, he seized a moment to call Li Mao, inviting him to meet at the chess hall the next day, proclaiming his return from learning new skills and proposing a rematch of 3 rounds. On the phone, Li Mao smiled faintly and readily agreed, seemingly unfazed by the phrase returning with newfound skills. As evening approached, Qin Mo felt the familiar warmth coursing through his body and focused his gaze on the awakening panel. Energy points, 17, freely distributable. Today, Qin Mo thoughtfully adjusted his allocation plan, adding 2 points each to vision, hearing, strength, and recovery. The remaining 9 points were distributed as 3 points each to speed, breathing, and defense. The warmth rapidly enveloped him, and, as his energy points returned to 0, a new skill awakened. Breathing, 19, awakening skill, breath of ice. Chapter 21. Li Mao was stunned. Upon seeing this skill, Qin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hadn't anticipated that the skill awakened after reaching the second threshold of breathing would be breath of ice. As the name suggests, the air exhaled by Qin Mo is of an extremely low temperature, capable of instantly freezing into ice. This represented a significant leap compared to his first skill, turtle breath. Of course, turtle breath remained crucial and was by no means a trivial skill. It was only by inhaling a sufficient amount of air and transforming it through the lungs that one could exhale air with such a low temperature. Moreover, turtle breath could sometimes yield unexpected benefits, such as when submerged underwater. Eager to experiment with his new skill, Qin Mo quickly sought out a restroom. Once inside, he turned on the faucet, took a deep breath, and activated the skill, slowly exhaling. The temperature in the restroom plummeted, and the gentle sound of flowing water from the faucet gradually morphed into a dripping sound, which diminished until it completely ceased. Before him, an ice column materialized, crystalline and translucent, with wisps of steam rising around it. Although the faucet was not frozen, a delicate layer of frost had formed upon it. With a flicker of his eyes, Qin Mo quietly activated his X-ray vision, penetrating the icy layer to observe the flowing water within. The interior remained liquid. The ice merely solidified the surface water. Nonetheless, this was already astonishing. To freeze water with a mere breath seemed a feat reserved for elemental awakeners. Yet Qin Mo had accomplished it as well. The faucet, still running, soon broke through the thin layer of ice due to the warmer water flowing inside. Clearly, with his current abilities, sustaining a freeze for an extended period was beyond his reach. He would need to accumulate more energy points and significantly enhance his breathing attribute before he could freeze someone solid with a gentle breath, or even extinguish the sun with a forceful exhale. Exiting the restroom, Qin Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was truly envious of this ability. This is what it meant to be a true hexagonal warrior, a synonym for invincibility. Thus far, his 8 attributes have all reached the second threshold, each awakening 2 distinct skills. It is undeniable that his rate of growth is remarkably swift. However, there remains a necessity for continued effort. The following day, in the afternoon, within a certain chess room in Lingyun District, by the time Qin Mo arrived, Li Mao had already taken his usual seat, awaiting him. "Brother, are you prepared to be thoroughly defeated?" Qin Mo inquired as he plopped down opposite him. In response, Li Mao merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly, waved his hand, and said nonchalantly, "Youngster, do not be overly arrogant. Your skill still lacks a fraction." "Ha ha, brother. That was the me of the day before yesterday. How can it possibly compare to today? I have meticulously studied over 100 chess manuals." As he spoke, Qin Mo grasped a handful of pieces, preparing to determine who would go first. "Let me see how much progress you've made," Li Mao remarked, seemingly unfazed. Soon, the initial guesses concluded and the game commenced, with Qin Mo taking the second move, wielding the white pieces. The crisp sound of pieces landing on the board resembled the gentle roll of pearls, and thus, half an hour swiftly slipped away. Li Mao furrowed his brow tightly, peering down at the board, his fingers clutching a black piece that simply would not descend. The board was nearly filled with an array of black and white pieces. Approaching the final stages of the game, from the current situation, it appeared that Li Mao was at a disadvantage. He pondered for 10 minutes, and only then did his right hand slowly descend. Yet the piece did not find its place on the board. With a sigh, Li Mao lifted his gaze toward Qin Mo and spoke softly. I concede. He was reluctant to accept this outcome, yet he had indeed lost. Before Qin Mo could respond, he added, let us play another game. Thus, another half-hour flashed by in an instant, and once again, Li Mao found himself defeated. He looked up in astonishment, incredulously asking, how is this possible? Your skill has improved dramatically since the day before. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, brother, I have already mentioned that I diligently studied over 100 chess manuals upon returning home. Even so, it is still implausible to play another round. Li Mao expressed his bewilderment. Seeing his demeanor, Qin Mo naturally did not refuse. The two began to place their pieces anew, and soon the battle became intensely intricate. Li Mao's pace in placing pieces slowed considerably, and his contemplation lengthened, as if he were gradually succumbing to defeat. He could not comprehend why, in just 2 short days, Qin Mo had exhibited such a remarkable transformation. Could it truly be that saying? After 3 days' separation, one should regard each other with fresh eyes. The game that commenced swiftly concluded just as quickly. The smile had vanished from Li Mao's face. After 3 grueling rounds, he had lost all 3, leaving him nearly numb. You truly astonish me, young man. Haha, brother, what do you think? Care for another round? Qin Mo's eyebrows danced with delight, his spirits soaring. After having been thoroughly bested by Li Mao last time, he had finally reclaimed his dignity. Upon hearing his words, Li Mao cast a stern glance at him and remarked brusquely, what brings you here? It's time for a meal, and you're treating today. All right. Qin Mo replied, rubbing his nose, realizing he had regained some dignity, but at the cost of his wallet. Nevertheless, he could still afford a meal. Reflecting on the duration of their acquaintance, he realized he had yet to inquire about Li Mao's name. As they rose and walked outside, Qin Mo suddenly posed a question. After a moment's contemplation, Li Mao decided against concealing his true name, stating, my surname is Li, and my given name is Mao. A name befitting a gentleman. Qin Mo complimented, I am called Qin Mo, with a most signifying stranger. Without much thought, he introduced himself. Hearing this casual flattery, a smile crept back to the corners of Li Mao's eyes. To his surprise, the young man was quite the sycophant. Yet he found him to be an intriguing and talented individual. Since assuming the role of head of the Qingyongli clan, burdened by familial responsibilities, he had not encountered someone like Qin Mo in quite some time. Being in the company of Qin Mo brought a sense of tranquility to Li Mao's heart. Although he had lost in their recent game of Go, their bond had grown closer by 3-fold. Subsequently, Qin Mo followed him to a modest eatery by the roadside. After their dinner, the night had advanced, and they bid farewell, each heading home. While strolling along the path, Qin Mo received a call from Suyin, informing him that Li Yuan had been discharged from the hospital and that their team would officially commence work the following day. With the team leader finally out, he reminded himself to bring along the disk. After hanging up, Qin Mo thought to himself, as the disk contained the decryption program he had developed that day, which he could conveniently utilize with Li Yuan's permissions at work. As he contemplated, he focused his gaze and opened the awakening panel. Vision, 29 hearing, 19 intelligence, 19 breath, 19 strength, 31 speed, 26 recovery, 20 defense, 25 skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intentional punch, instant step, flowing thoughts, hardening, turtle breathing, rapid healing, mountain punching, extreme sonic speed, iron body, clear insight, supersonic, swift recovery, breath condensation ice. Light energy points, 16, available for allocation. Gazing at the extensive array of skills, a faint smile appeared on Qin Mo's face. For this was the strength that accompanied him. Moreover, he had accumulated more light energy points today. Chapter 22, Demi-God Physique. Natural path, observing the various attributes displayed on the panel, Qin Mo decided to increase both his vision and strength by 3 points each. A warm sensation swiftly enveloped his eyes and entire body, enhancing him in some manner. With 10 light energy points remaining, he recognized the significance of breath due to the awakening of a new skill, breath condensation ice. Thus, he allocated an additional 3 points each to respiration, speed, and defense, while the final point was bestowed upon intellect, enhancing his cognitive response and analytical capabilities. Vision, 32, skills, enhanced X-ray vision, enhanced thermal imaging. Strength, 34, Skills: strengthened punch of intent, strengthened long-range strike. Skill enhancement? Qin Mo paused momentarily. This allocation did not elevate any attribute to the third threshold. Yet 2 attributes exceeding 30 points had indeed received enhancements. The dissipated warmth re-emerged, swiftly enveloping his entire being, invigorating him as if adrenaline surged within. He gradually clenched his fists and then slowly relaxed them. Once the warmth subsided, he exhaled deeply. With a flicker of thought, his pupils shifted, and the X-ray skill activated instantaneously. Qin Mo lifted his gaze to the side. Beyond the rows of neon lights stood towering skyscrapers. The walls of these edifices appeared illusory in his eyes, revealing the figures moving within, tables and chairs distinctly visible. Yet, this was not the limit of his newfound vision. The enhanced skill surpassed its former capabilities. His gaze penetrated another wall, granting him insight into the deeper recesses of the building, allowing him to see beyond just one layer. Shifting his focus, he advanced while observing the passers-by. In Qin Mo's perception, the outer garments of these individuals vanished, followed by their undergarments, leaving behind mere forms. He refrained from admiring the contours and depths of their physiques and activated his X-ray vision once more. The skin transformed into a mere illusion, revealing internal organs and skeletal structures. This scene, at first glance, was rather unsettling. Qin Mo hastily deactivated the X-ray vision, a shiver coursing through him. The enhanced ability was indeed more potent than before, yet the more one saw, the less appealing it appeared. He then experimented with thermal imaging, discovering a clearer differentiation of colors and more pronounced layers. Now, capable of perceiving the internal structures of a human body, the original thermal imaging was further refined, blossoming into a vivid spectrum. As for the 2 skills associated with the enhancement of strength attributes, he temporarily set them aside, lacking a suitable environment or opponent for experimentation. However, it was easy to deduce from the X-ray and thermal imaging how the enhancements in strength would manifest. The current long-range strike would not merely overcome a single barrier. The force of his punch would surely penetrate further. Nevertheless, this enhancement revealed a new revelation. It appeared that as my physical attributes amplify, the thresholds for awakening will rise, necessitating the accumulation of more energy points. However, reinforcement can indeed be perceived as a new awakening, as one's inherent attributes are of utmost significance. Once one truly evolves to a superhuman level, a mere punch could obliterate a star. Qin Mo pondered this in the depths of his mind, and unbeknownst to him, he had already amassed considerable strength. The last time at the Imperial City Hospital, he effortlessly dispatched a level 1 steel element awakener with a single blow. After this period of growth, what level has Qin Mo reached now? The following morning at the Security Bureau, seated at his familiar workstation, basking in the gentle rays of sunlight, Qin Mo felt exceedingly content. It had been nearly a week since he last rested, yet fortunately, it was a paid leave. Who could refuse such an opportunity? Now, back at the Security Bureau, it was merely a change of scenery while he continued to indulge in idleness. Among the members of Team 7, aside from Wang Yin, who was still recuperating in the hospital, everyone else had returned to work. Qin Mo activated his X-ray vision, observing Li Yuan diligently laboring within. He casually connected the device from his pocket to the mainframe. The program initiated automatically, swiftly accessing Li Yuan's permissions. A subtle smile graced his lips as he quietly retrieved files concerning awakeners through the internal network. A level 1 awakener can reinforce their torso. After advancing to level 2 and continuing until level 3, this phase belongs to high-tier awakeners, where the qualitative transformation in strength is profound. Reading this line of small text, Qin Mo silently nodded to himself. It seems my earlier assumptions were correct. Level 2 is indeed a threshold, and the next barrier should be level 3. He continued to peruse. Level 3 awakeners are characterized by their wholeness, seamlessly integrated, devoid of apparent weaknesses. For instance, when Li Yuan was at level 2, adversaries could easily inflict severe injuries by targeting her abdomen, as she had yet to reinforce her torso. However, upon advancing to level 3, although her torso was fortified, her neck, head, and certain unspecified areas remained vulnerable. Should she progress again to level 4, those weaknesses would cease to exist. This elucidates why a distinct threshold divides levels 3 and 4. Level 3 awakeners possess the power to rival a multitude. Their deep-seated genetic strength awakened, capable of metamorphosing within the mimicry system, having mastered elemental powers to a profound degree, while the mental domain remains enigmatic. Level 4 Awakeners, able to destroy a city single-handedly, have achieved a complete genetic awakening, reaching the zenith of their power. Qin Mo furrowed his brow. If viewed from this perspective, the journey among high-tier Awakeners is fraught with challenges, with significant disparities between each level. Yet, if level 3 already signifies a complete genetic awakening and the pinnacle of power, what lies beyond at level 4? He found himself perplexed, for the description of level 4 was succinct, merely an 8-character phrase. Demigod physique, natural path. This evaluation is exceedingly daunting. The gap between levels 3 and 4 can be likened to the chasm between heaven and earth. At this level, one has become immensely powerful. It is no wonder such terrifyingly transcendent status is attainable. This illustrates the fearsome potential when individual power reaches its apex. It appears that the secrets of the elite are known only to themselves. However, within the Great Qin dynasty, there are but a few individuals of such rank, each occupying lofty positions, which seems so distant from me. Qin Mo pondered quietly, chuckling softly as he shook his head, simultaneously withdrawing his access and disconnecting the device, as if nothing had occurred moments before. At that very moment, the 4 awakened individuals from Group 7 suddenly rose and made their way toward the small office. After knocking, they entered in single file, and once the door closed, their conversation remained a mystery to all outside. Su-Yin withdrew her gaze and leaned closer to Qin Mo. Her curiosity piqued. "What do you think they want with the group leader?" She inquired. "Who knows? Perhaps it pertains to matters among the awakened." Qin Mo shrugged casually in response. "Ah, I see." Su-Yin's expression dimmed slightly, feeling a pang of regret for not being one of the awakened and thus not qualified to partake in their affairs, leaving her excluded from many matters. This sentiment was indeed disheartening. As she wallowed in her melancholy, Qin Mo had already activated his perception, straining to listen. "Group leader, Li Ge has advanced to the next rank, and since you have just been discharged from a hospital, this is a double celebration. We were hoping to treat you to dinner tonight to celebrate," said one of the individuals. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan lifted her gaze toward the speaker, her expression as cold as ever, and replied in a measured tone, "Have you informed Qin Mo and the others?" The speaker was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such a question from Li Yuan. "Qin Mo and the others? Of course, I haven't notified them," he admitted. The thought of including a few ordinary individuals in a celebratory dinner had never crossed their minds. However, with Li Yuan's inquiry, he felt compelled to muster a smile and replied, "Well, not yet." Before he could finish, Li Yuan understood his implication. She turned her attention to Li Changfeng, scrutinizing him thoughtfully before stating, "Your growth has been commendable. Advancing to the next rank is indeed a cause for celebration." A faint smile broke through Li Changfeng's serious demeanor upon receiving Li Yuan's praise, making him feel as if he were floating. However, in the next moment, Li Yuan's tuna shifted abruptly. "Nevertheless, I shall not be attending." She opened a drawer and retrieved a black card, handing it to Li Changfeng. "This is the black gold card for Rose Paradise. Feel free to indulge tonight. Consider it a gesture of my appreciation as your group leader." Li Changfeng stared blankly at the black gold card, while the other 3 were equally astonished. Rose Paradise is a premier private restaurant in the capital, where patrons not only need wealth, but, more importantly, must possess the right qualifications. To casually present a prestigious black gold card is an honor typically reserved for the heirs of ancient families. Though sharing the surname Li, the disparity between these two was vast, greater than the gap between ranks. A tinge of bitterness welled up within Li Changfeng as he quietly contemplated, what does advancing to the next rank truly signify? Still unable to gain the attention of the ancient aristocratic families, I ponder on the possibility of entering the circle of their progeny. However, Li Yuan's indifferent remark abruptly shattered my train of thought. "Is there anything else?" It was evident that I was being dismissed. Observing Li Changfeng dejectedly exiting the small office, Qin Mo couldn't help but click his tongue. They probably remain unaware that Li Yuan has already ascended in rank. He mused, shaking his head and choosing not to dwell on it any longer. With his hands resting behind his head, he shifted into a more comfortable position to continue basking in the sun and idling away his time. As for whether he would accompany Li Changfeng to Rose Paradise that evening to broaden his horizons, that was undoubtedly out of the question. Although they were all part of Team 7, Li Changfeng and his companions had never regarded Qin Mo and the others as colleagues. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his cell phone broke the silence. Upon checking, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was a message from Li Yuan. "Wait for me in the underground parking lot after work. I promise to treat you to dinner once you're discharged." Chapter 23. Qin Mo's worldview. Li Changfeng would never have anticipated that Li Yuan, having just declined their invitation, would turn around and invite Qin Mo. Clearly, in her eyes, the significance of Li Changfeng's elevation in status paled in comparison to the commitment she had made. A promise to treat Qin Mo to a meal upon his discharge would be fulfilled without the slightest delay. Such was her unwavering style, efficient and decisive. Qin Mo, though slightly taken aback, quickly replied with an affirmative. Thereafter, he settled back into his routine of idling and watching the clock as it inched closer to 5 o'clock. The clock on the wall ticked briskly, and soon it would be time to leave. Qin Mo activated his spatial perception, peering through the walls of the small office. And indeed, Li Yuan opened the cupboard right on time, retrieving a familiar basin once again. It seemed to be part of her daily ritual, a habit she had cultivated. Watching her place her delicate feet into the warm water, eyes closed as she began to relax, a faint smile involuntarily crept onto Qin Mo's lips. Who wouldn't want to gaze longer at a stunning beauty who could double their attack speed? Not to mention, this beauty possessed a striking contrast that made her utterly irresistible. After observing her for a while, a familiar warmth surged within him once more. His light energy points were ready to be amassed. Qin Mo accessed the awakening panel, preparing to allocate his points. Vision, 32 hearing, 19 intelligence, 20 breath, 22 strength, 34 speed, 29 recovery, 20 defense, 28 skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intentional strike. Instant step, flowing thoughts, hardening, turtle breath, rapid healing, mountain quaking strike, extreme sonic speed, iron body, clear insight, supersonic, quick recovery, ice breath. Light energy points, 15, freely allocatable. As was customary, he allocated an additional 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense. In the remaining 7 points, Qin Mo allocated 3 points each to intellect and recovery, and 1 point to breathing, while temporarily setting aside hearing. Speed stood at 31. With the skills of instant step and extreme sonic enhancement. Defense was at 30, augmented by the skills of hardening and iron body enhancement. The enhancement of these 2 new attributes was anticipated by Qin Mo, as speed and defense are inherently ranked just below vision and strength, which he has persistently focused on improving. As the wave of heat enveloped him once more, the panel displaying his awakened superhuman genes underwent a transformation. The skill section saw instant step gradually fade until it vanished entirely, and the term extreme and extreme sonic also disappeared, leaving only sonic. This indicated that Qin Mo no longer needed to accelerate. He could now unleash sonic speed, traversing 340 meters in a mere second. However, this remained his current limit. To surpass the sonic threshold and achieve greater velocity, he would need to wait a little longer. Similarly, the defense skill of hardening vanished, merging into iron body. Advancing to the iron body tier. After the awakening of the iron body skill, hardening seemed to lose its utility. Yet, after the enhancement, it showcased its value once more, simply merging into iron body due to the overlap of the 2 skills. Now, after activating his iron body, Qin Mo's entire physique was fortified with impenetrable defense, rivaling steel. With the integration of the hardening skill, he could concentrate his defense to a specific area, significantly amplifying that point's fortitude to multiple times that of iron body. This was the essence of the iron body tier. With the continuous absorption of solar energy, Qin Mo's strength grew at an accelerated pace, with remarkable transformations occurring almost daily. As for the specifics of his current progress and how he compared to higher-tier awakened beings, he remained unaware. After reviewing his newly enhanced skills, the clock struck 5. Leaving work punctually is an essential trait for a master of leisure. Qin Mo tidied his desk and collected his belongings, being the first to exit Group 7 and making his way to the underground parking lot. Soon, he spotted the car driven by Li Yuan and stood by, awaiting her arrival. Approximately 5 minutes later, Li Yuan arrived, glanced at him, and opened the car door. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo settled into the passenger seat. The engine hummed to life as Li Yuan took hold of the steering wheel and inquired, "What do you feel like eating? Where would you like to go? How about barbecue?" Qin Mo suggested after some consideration. At this, Li Yuan paused in surprise, turning to look at him, then reassured, "Don't worry about the cost. You can choose any restaurant in the imperial capital." "All right then, let us go for barbecue. I know a fantastic roadside stall in Lingyun district. The owner's grilled lamb kidneys are exceptionally delicious." Barbecue, street stalls, lamb kidneys. Li Yuan never imagined that her first dinner with a man of her age would take place at a roadside barbecue stand. Moreover, her gaze subtly shifted downward, briefly scanning Qin Mo's waist, her eyes flickering with a profound meaning. However, since it was a treat, she decided to follow Qin Mo's lead. "Very well then, barbecue it is." The car soon stopped at the roadside stall, the very place where Qin Mo often dined with Li Mao. Barbecue must be enjoyed at roadside venues. The smoky essence of charcoal grilling is its quintessence. As he spoke, Qin Mo poured her a glass of wine, observing the table laden with skewers. Li Yuan felt a momentary uncertainty about how to proceed. Such delicacies were seldom part of her diet. "Come on, leader, don't just sit there," she heard him say. Prompted, Li Yuan casually selected a skewer, bringing it to her lips and slowly extracting the stick from the meat. Qin Mo watched her with a smile and inquired, "How does it taste?" "Not bad," Li Yuan replied with a slight nod. "You should eat more, leader," he encouraged. Qin Mo, with his habitual relaxed posture, knew that Li Yuan would surely relish barbecue, just as she enjoyed soybean milk and deep-fried dough sticks. Before long, grease and seasoning adorned the corners of Li Yuan's mouth, and Qin Mo thoughtfully offered her a napkin. "You really don't have to push yourself so hard. Work requires a balance of effort and rest. You wouldn't understand." Li Yuan shook her head. In response, Qin Mo maintained his smile, though internally he remained unconvinced. Wasn't it merely a family dispute? He certainly grasped why Li Yuan was so driven. It was simply a matter not to be openly discussed. Li Yuan continued, "I'm different from you. Your family doesn't impose restrictions, allowing you to pursue your desires freely, while I have to rely on myself to strive." Yet, upon uttering those words, she suddenly realized that the Qin Mo before her was an orphan. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right." Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed. "Even when my father was alive, he didn't really interfere with my choices. He understood the kind of person I am, aware that I have my own plans. Now that he is no longer here, my life seems to have changed little. I continue as I always have, and I will carry on this way. That's life, isn't it? As long as I can find joy, other matters can be set aside. Don't you find an unchanging life monotonous?" Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. In response, Qin Mo raised his glass, downing the contents in one gulp, followed by a burp. He then turned to Li Yuan with a beaming smile and said, "Not at all. This is the life I've chosen. Since it's my choice, I might as well walk it steadfastly. Everyone has their life aspirations. Mine is simply to continue living as I do now. The choices one makes, steadfastly pursued." At that moment, Li Yuan fell into contemplation. Chapter 24. Microscopic vision. With a deep inhale, Li Yuan savored the smoke of her cigarette. Exhaling slowly, she squinted at the myriad stars twinkling in the night sky, her thoughts gradually drifting away. After dining with Qin Mo, the two parted ways swiftly. She drove to a secluded spot, relishing a moment of tranquility. The cigarette burned quickly, and as the last ash fell, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed a long uncontacted number. After a brief series of tones, the call connected, and Li Mao's voice resonated on the other end. "Is that you, Xiao Yuan? It has been quite some time since you last called me." "Father," Li Yuan replied, softly before falling into silence. After a lengthy pause, she continued, "In a few days, I will return home to visit." "Oh," Li Mao asked, somewhat surprised. "Have you finally come to a decision?" "Yes, I have made my choice." "Then come back. The Li family will always be your staunchest support. The bond of blood is unbreakable." "No, the Li family is the Li family, and I am myself. I am returning merely to see my mother, not to reside there." At her words, silence lingered on the other end of the line. "Xiao Yuan, do not be so headstrong. The family has no intention of dictating your life, nor do I. There's no need for you to create distance in our relationship. The Qingyang Li family has stood resilient for a millennium, not built upon mere alliances. While there are certainly exchanges of benefits between noble families, there is no need to sacrifice my daughter, You can rest assured of that. The veracity of her father's words was of no concern to her. She was weary of discerning the truth. I know the life I desire, and I clarify my path. I do not require my father or the family to intervene. From now on, I shall pursue the life I have chosen. And I kindly ask that you and the family refrain from disturbing me. The Qingyangli family is the Qingyangli family, and I am I, Li Yuan. Do not forget your surname. Before he could finish, Li Yuan decisively hung up the phone, exhaling a long breath, and with determination, she turned and stepped into the night. Having made her choice, she resolved not to regret it, but to steadfastly forge ahead. Qin Mo's words from that evening resonated within her. The Qingyangli family. Li Mao slowly set down the phone, his brow furrowing in displeasure. In the study, aside from him, a young man stood by, serving as Li Mao's secretary at the Security Bureau and a key member of the Qingyangli family. Master, the young lady is still quite young and knows little. He began, but was swiftly interrupted by Li Mao. Enough. Sooner or later, she will comprehend the responsibilities the family has bestowed upon her. If she bears the surname Li, certain obligations must be embraced. Does she think she can sever ties with the family? How could I have given birth to such a foolish daughter? It is evident from his words just how irate Li Mao truly is. At just over 20 years of age, one can't help but compare Qin Mo to Li Yuan. Indeed, without comparison, there is no pain. Well then, how is the investigation progressing? Li Mo, somewhat calming his emotions, inquired. Upon hearing this, the secretary standing nearby immediately responded. The traitor within the intelligence department has been identified. It is someone from the third branch. However, we could not extract any information from him, as his mind was implanted with a seed by a mental awakening individual, causing him to self-destruct at the onset of the interrogation. Li Mao's brow furrowed, his already poor mood darkened further. Recently, rooting out traitors from the clan had consumed an excessive amount of energy, and just as a lead emerged, it was severed. What exactly is the nature of this heavenly Earth society? A significant oversight has occurred within the Security Bureau, and not long ago, the Emperor expressed his discontent. If this mysterious organization is not dealt with promptly, it will be difficult to provide an explanation. However, the secretary glanced at Li Mao before shifting the topic. The intelligence department reports that they have discovered multiple suspicious locations in the imperial capital, suspected to be secret strongholds of the Heavenly Earth Society. Since there is a lead, we should investigate further. Li Mao replied slowly, discuss this matter with Li Mo, and instruct the security department to deploy additional personnel to prevent a recurrence of the previous incident. Should we deliberately avoid the young lady? After all, she has just recovered from a serious illness, and her injuries have not yet fully healed. No need, since this girl is so stubborn. Let her go. It will be beneficial for her to undergo some tempering. Li Mo snurta kudli. Understood. The secretary nodded and then exited the study. As he walked along the quiet path of the grand estate, the secretary suddenly took out his phone and dialed a number. Squinting, he said calmly, the little fish has taken a bait. We can reel in the net now. The following day, in the evening, Qin Mo stepped out of the Security Bureau building at the appointed time. He did not return home, but headed towards Lingyun District. Last night, he had received a text from Li Mao inviting him out for a late-night snack, but unfortunately, he had already gone to bed and missed it. Thus, the two agreed to dine together after work today. Not long after stepping out, a familiar warmth surged within Qin Mo. He quickly opened his awakening panel and saw that today's light energy points had accumulated to a total of 17. Clearly, the weather was quite favorable today. Without hesitation, he allocated 2 points each to his vision, strength, speed, and defense as per routine. Subsequently, he assigned 3 points each to hearing, intelligence, and breathing, perfectly distributing all his light energy points. Vision, 36, awakening skill, microscopic vision. After the last enhancement, his vision has reached the threshold for the 3rd time first. Awakening a new skill. Microscopic vision, as the name implies, will further enhance his eyesight, allowing him to see clearly at the microscopic level. Qin Mo raised his hand and lowered his gaze to observe his palm, where every ridge of his fingerprints appeared astonishingly distinct, revealing each pore and every fine hair with remarkable clarity. Lifting his head again, he cast his eyes across the distance, effortlessly perceiving the streetlights standing along the road, along with the intricate microtextures on their surfaces, details invisible to the naked eye. This newfound ability felt akin to possessing a powerful microscope. one that remained unaffected by the distance of his sight. A quiet satisfaction blossomed within him, and a smile slowly crept to his lips. The brief experiment had unveiled the astonishing extent of his visual acuity, leading him to believe that the thermal vision he had long yearned for was drawing near. Before long, he arrived at the barbecue stall where he had dined with Li Yuan the previous night. Li Mao was already waiting for him, with the table laden with an array of dishes. "Brother, am I late?" Qin Mo inquired. "No," Li Mo replied calmly. Noticing his brother's demeanor, Qin Mo hesitated momentarily before pouring a drink for Li Mao and asking, "Brother, what's the matter? Are you feeling down?" Sighing, Li Mao raised his glass to clink with Qin Mo's and lamented, "It's the family affairs. I have a rather disobedient daughter who believes I intend to dictate her life, when in truth, that's not my desire at all. Young people just need some guidance. With time and experience, they will come to understand. I have given her ample time, yet she has become more rebellious. Just yesterday, she declared her intention to sever ties with the family. Disregarding her responsibilities and acting with such recklessness, it is disheartening. The family has nurtured her, and yet she shows no concern for its well-being. The situation in the capital is tumultuous, and conflicts still rage at the borders. Even though I possess some influence," Li Mao paused, shaking his head slowly, "there are countless eyes watching our family in the capital. Many matters are far more complex than they appear. Indeed, brother, it must be incredibly challenging to uphold the family. The child is certainly being headstrong. Perhaps more guidance is in order." Qin Mo nodded in agreement, continuing, "If all else fails, a good scolding might awaken her sense of responsibility, and it could also serve as a means for you to vent your frustrations. Your health is paramount, brother. Do not let the shortcomings of your children distress you." Chapter 25. The surprised Li Mao, though blunt. "Your words carry truth," Li Mao reflected, finding merit in Qin Mo's advice. "Perhaps I should be stricter with Xiao Yuan." He pondered internally, aware that he had only 2 children, Li Mo and Li Yuan, and that the future burden of the Li family would inevitably fall upon them. Regrettably, one lacked talent while the other had a difficult temperament. It was indeed a challenging predicament. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that he was still relatively young, just over 40, and could shield the Li family from the storms of life for a while longer. As they continued their casual conversation, Li Mao's spirits gradually lifted, a testament to why he cherished his time with Qin Mo. In his daily life, he held an exalted position. Everyone who encountered him treated him with utmost reverence. Even his own son, Li Mo, was no exception. However, in the company of Qin Mo, the atmosphere became considerably lighter, especially since this young man possessed a captivating charm, adept at besting him in their strategic games, a feat not easily achieved by ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away, in a factory, Li Yuan was executing her mission. This time, the security department had mobilized all awakened individuals from groups 3, 5, 6, and 7 to investigate 2 designated locations. Li Yuan was with the members of Group 6, totaling 15 awakened individuals, including 2 at the advanced level, 6 at the intermediate level, and the rest at the basic level. According to intelligence reports, this factory concealed a small outpost of the Heavenly Earth Society, with fewer than 5 high-ranking awakened individuals present, making it a manageable target for their strength. Li Yuan surveyed the group and stated calmly, "Thus, the mission entails 2 primary objectives. First, to establish a perimeter and ensure not a single individual escapes. Second, to capture as many live subjects as possible, as our understanding of the Heavenly Earth Society is woefully insufficient." Understood, the group murmured in unison, lowering their voices. "I shall now commence the task allocation." Spreading out the map, she methodically assigned roles. Li Changfeng, you will lead Group 7 to secure this entry point. The task distribution concluded swiftly, and the members dispersed, entering the factory from various directions. Li Yuan flexed her fingers, a gentle breeze swirling around her fingertips, her gaze piercing and her demeanor composed. It was evident that she was an awakened individual of the wind element, embarking on her first mission since her recovery, which also served as her quest for vengeance. The Heavenly Earth Society had nearly taken her life. She would not let this transgression go unpunished. The night was thick and silent. Outside the perimeter Li Yuan had established, in a small office within the factory, 10 awakened individuals were concealed, seated silently on the ground, awaiting the moment when orders would be issued. Their target had entered a particular building, now only 500 meters away. A clear female voice echoed in their minds. The voice of Qin Lingling. The target has passed through the building. Only 300 meters remain. Qin Lingling continuously reported the positions of Li Yuan and another advanced individual, biding their time for the perfect moment to strike. This time, they would ensure Li Yuan did not survive, despite being outnumbered 10 to 15. The group of 10 included a high-ranking awakened individual, a factor that guaranteed their success. The target is now 100 meters from the bait, Qin Lingling announced. At her words, the high-ranking awakened individual in the office suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils a strange shade of yellow. A predatory grin spread across his lips as he licked the corner of his mouth. The hunt was about to begin. The target is 50 meters from the bait. Qin Lingling exclaimed, simultaneously pressing the remote control in her hand. Boom! The factory was suddenly engulfed in a terrifying explosion. In an instant, the walls crumbled, and a cloud of dust erupted. Shattered stones scattered in all directions, striking down 2 individuals of lower rank and 8 of a higher rank, knocking them all to the ground. Observing this scene, Li Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression shifted rapidly. This is bad. It's another ambush. Curse that intelligence department. 5 kilometers, neither too far nor too close. By the time the sound of the explosion reached the barbecue stand, it had diminished significantly. Yet both Qin Mo and Li Mao's expressions changed simultaneously. Qin Mo heightened his auditory senses, allowing the surrounding chaotic sounds to flood into his ears. His intelligence, rated at 26, enabled him to swiftly filter out the irrelevant noises and pinpoint the exact location of the explosion. With superhuman speed, he immediately activated his abilities, hearing sounds from 5 kilometers away almost as soon as they materialized. The group leader? How could she be in that direction? Qin Mo quickly deduced the outcome. Li Yuan must have gone on mission again. However, based on what he heard, their situation seemed quite dire. In a mere moment, Qin Mo processed a multitude of information. Then he suddenly raised his head and said to Li Mao, "Brother, I think I've had too much to drink. I need to find a restroom nearby. I'll be right back." "Go ahead," Li Mao nodded in response. Seizing the moment, Qin Mo swiftly stood up and jogged away, as if he could barely hold his bladder. Once out of Li Mao's sight, he slipped into a secluded, dark corner that went unnoticed, whereupon his thoughts shifted, and he vanished from his location. To be precise, his speed was so extraordinary that it appeared as though he had simply disappeared into thin air. A sudden, piercing sound echoed through the street as Qin Mo accelerated to the speed of sound, racing towards Li Yuan's position. 5 kilometers was a mere 15 seconds for him. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Li Mao's aura underwent a transformation, emanating a faint yet formidable dragon's might. As he blinked, his eyes morphed into golden vertical pupils, resembling those of a dragon. Under the dragon's gaze, nothing could escape its scrutiny. He directed his gaze towards the explosion, and soon, everything occurring within the factory was reflected in his vertical pupils. This was the terror of a higher rank. Yet in the next moment, Li Mao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He was utterly shocked. He never anticipated seeing Qin Mo's figure there. This young man was actually an awakened one. Just half a minute prior, they had been sitting together, drinking and chatting, and now he appeared 5 kilometers away. If he were not an awakened one, what else could he be? Moreover, such swift speed in such a brief span of time was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary awakened individual. Li Mao was astounded. After spending so much time with Qin Mo, he had always assumed he was just an ordinary person, not realizing that Qin Mo had truly delivered a monumental surprise. "You have truly hidden yourself well," Li Mao murmured to himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Mo had activated the holographic vision, covering an area of 300 meters. Li Yuan and the members of the Heavenly Society were all captured within his sight, distinctly marked by various colors. The entity appeared to be a unified whole, smooth and seamless, indicating a formidable level, though its specific affiliation remained unknown. Based on the thermal imaging distribution, Qin Mo swiftly discerned the strongest member of the Heavenly Society among the group, while 2 others were of one level and 4 of another. Regardless of the circumstances, had he not intervened, Li Yuan and his companions would undoubtedly have met their demise. Qin Mo activated his enhanced X-ray vision, effortlessly penetrating 4 walls to glimpse the formidable member of the Heavenly Society. He observed this individual leaning against the wall, limbs sprawled on the ground, completely motionless in a most peculiar posture. Li Yuan was positioned merely 50 meters in front of him, engaged in combat with the level of the heavenly society. His mere appearance would secure victory, allowing him to depart with grace. Yet, he found himself unable to move. With the enemy remaining still, he too remained unmoving. An astute lone wolf awaits the opportune moment to hunt its prey. The serious voice of Chun lingering resonated in his mind. There's a high-level awakened being to the right, rank and classification unknown. Hearing this, he furrowed his brow, nostrils flaring as he summoned all his strength, preparing for a confrontation with Qin Mo. He was perplexed by the unexpected turn of events in this operation, uncertain of the sudden emergence of this unidentified awakened being. Nevertheless, the only solution was to eliminate the threat. He licked his lips once more, his gaze growing increasingly fierce, resembling a bloodthirsty wolf. He had no qualms about hunting an additional prey that night. However, in the next instant, a piercing scream from Chun lingering shattered his thoughts. He has disappeared. Disappeared? What does that mean? Just as this notion flickered in his mind, before he could react, a formidable and terrifying force suddenly erupted from the wall he was pressed against. Disaster struck. Chapter 26. The name of a genius, the immense power surged through the wall, crashing down upon him. Astonishingly, this force completely disregarded his external defenses, directly impacting his internal organs. As a level awakened being, his innards were yet to be enhanced. While he was significantly stronger than an ordinary person, he was no match for the fortitude of his outer defenses. The blow shattered over half of his internal organs, and the overwhelming pain nearly rendered him unconscious. However, teetering on the brink of life and death, adrenaline surged through him, and the metallic taste of blood surged in his throat, igniting a primal instinct within him. A howl erupted, echoing like a clarion call. The level awakened being of the heavenly society, now in a mimicry state, dropped to all fours, sprouting hair like steel needle from his hands and legs, muscles bulging, bones elongating, his form expanding several times over, towering over the ground at an imposing height. His current appearance, a fusion of man and wolf, resembled that of a werewolf. The awakened genes within him bestowed upon him the swiftness, strength, and explosive power of a wolf. With a swift motion, he leaped forward, covering several meters in an instant, racing away from the factory at breakneck speed. A brief encounter had left him gravely injured, and he acutely recognized the vast chasm that lay between himself and this enigmatic awakener. Remaining would assuredly mean certain death. Only by fleeing could he grasp a sliver of hope. Yet he was fast. Qin Mo was even faster. Beyond the wall, Qin Mo slowly retracted his unleashed arm, gaining a deeper understanding of his own strength. The combination of a deliberate punch and a long-range strike had proven remarkably effective in combat. Qin Mo murmured to himself before vanishing from his original spot. In the next moment, he appeared before the level of the opponent like a wraith, lifting his foot to deliver a powerful kick aimed at the man's head. The force from all parts of his body surged into Qin Mo's right foot, and with unparalleled speed, he struck the opponent's skull. How swift! This thought flashed through the mind of the level opponent, the last notion he would ever entertain. His massive form soared into the air, only to crash down like a broken sack, blood oozing from beneath him as his breath ceased. With a single punch and kick, Qin Mo had effortlessly dispatched him. The entire sequence unfolded in less than half a minute. In the subsequent moment, Qin Mo vanished once more, reappearing behind the two remaining level awakeners of the organization. With two rapid punches, he dispatched them with ease. Thus, the tide of battle had irrevocably turned. Those remaining from the organization could no longer mount a significant resistance. Following this, Qin Mo unleashed sonic speed, departing the factory to swiftly head towards a barbecue stall situated 5 kilometers away. His venture to resolve the trouble had merely been a fortuitous endeavor, a chance to validate the results of his recent enhancements. However, his primary intention for the evening remained a meal with Li Mao. After all, Li Mao was still waiting, and he could not afford to linger in the restroom for too long. The turn of events had transpired too rapidly. Li Yuan heard a piercing wolf howl echoing in her ears, and then she caught a fleeting shadow in the dense night. Moments later, she discovered that the two level awakeners she had been battling were dead. Hiss! The instantaneous demise of two levels implied that the same fate could befall her. Yet, given the circumstances, it appeared this individual was an ally rather than an enemy, aligned with the Security Bureau. Had they orchestrated this from behind the scenes? Dion furuit herbero her shifting. However, she had little time to ponder, as she needed to lead the security personnel to eliminate the remaining members of the organization. The battle had commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. In a fleeting moment, the members of the Heaven and Earth Society met their demise, those dead and those captured, save for Chun Lingling, who alone managed to escape. Tires screeched against the ground as several black armored vehicles swiftly encircled the factory. Qin Mo, accompanied by his entourage, disembarked and strode purposefully towards the epicenter of the turmoil. Soon, they stumbled upon a bloodied corpse on the ground, which had reverted from a half-wolf, half-human form back to a fully human shape. A lean man, who had been tailing Qin Mo, hastily approached and crouched down to conduct a meticulous examination of the body. After a brief moment, he rose, adjusting his glasses perched upon his nose, and stated with meticulous precision, "The fatal wound is located in the cranial region. The victim succumbed to a forceful strike, with multiple internal hemorrhages. This individual must have encountered a higher tier awakened and was instantaneously slain. Curiously, there are no visible wounds on the surface of his body, as if he had not been attacked at all." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo furrowed his brow, glancing down at the deceased member of the Heaven and Earth Society, and inquired slowly, "Can you ascertain the type of awakened who committed this act?" "Unfortunately not," the lean man replied, shaking his head. "However, the manner of the assailant's strike bears a striking resemblance to that of the unidentified high-tier awakened from the Imperial Capital Hospital. There may be a connection between the two." Qin Mo's frown deepened, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. The recent unrest in the Imperial capital was unsettling, with an alarming emergence of unidentified high-tier awakened, stirring a sense of unease within him. At that moment, the sudden trill of a cell phone shattered his contemplation. Qin Mo retrieved his phone, glancing at the number displayed on the screen, and his posture immediately became more rigid, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. He answered, bringing the phone to his ear, and spoke respectfully, "Father, yes, understood, so was your arrangement." The call soon ended, and Qin Mo's brow unconsciously relaxed somewhat, the earlier doubts dissipating significantly with this communication. He then instructed in a calm tone, "Ensure the body is disposed of cleanly, and bring the survivor back for interrogation. As for the high-tier awakened, no need to investigate further, nor should it be recorded in the operational files." Understood. Time rewound to 15 minutes prior. At a barbecue stall, Qin Mo hurried back to take his seat, chuckling, "Brother, sorry to keep you waiting." The public restroom was a bit far off. Opposite him, Li Mao's pupils had returned to their normal state, and the aura of dragon might that had enveloped him had long since vanished. Listening to Qin Mo's explanation, Li Mao chose not to expose him, merely smiling as he replied, "It's all right." He then casually inquired, "By the way, how old are you this year, little Qin?" "Me? I'll be 24 soon," Qin Mo answered sincerely, unsuspecting of any ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Li Mao's gaze flickered, and his hand, holding a pint of beer, paused imperceptibly for a brief moment before returning to its original motion. He sighed, 24 is still quite young. Youth is a wonderful thing." "You're not old either, brother," Qin Mo replied, seemingly oblivious to the earlier tension, as the two resumed their light-hearted banter, as if nothing had transpired. However, unbeknownst to others at this moment, Li Mao's heart was far from the calm demeanor he projected. Approaching 24, he was merely 23 years of age. At such a tender age, Qin Mo had astonishingly already ascended to the ranks of a high-tier awakened, and not just barely crossing the threshold. He possessed the capability to eliminate an adversary of a lower tier in an instant. With such formidable talent, extraordinary genetics, and an unwavering disposition, it was indisputable that Qin Mo was an unblemished prodigy. Li Mao silently assessed him, and the magnitude of this evaluation was indeed remarkable. As the head of the renowned Qianyan family, the Qingyongli clan, and a formidable powerhouse himself, he had encountered countless geniuses over the years. Yet this evening, he was genuinely taken aback by the sheer terror of Qin Mo's innate gifts. The delight Qin Mo brought him surpassed all his prior expectations. As the dinner drew to a close, Qin Mo returned to his seat but did not linger long before bidding farewell, agreeing to reconvene when time permitted before departing first. Observing his retreating figure fading into the night, Li Mao retrieved his phone from his pocket and slowly dialed Li Mo's number. Xiao Montak. The individual from tonight was arranged by me. Furthermore, continue the purge in the intelligence department. There are indeed quite a number of phantoms lurking within our Li family. Chapter 27. Sacrifice for Qin Mo. The events of the previous night were but a trivial interlude with no bearing on his life. At 6 o'clock the following morning, he rose punctually, exemplifying remarkable self-discipline. After his usual morning routine, he departed his home at 20 past 6, ready to embrace the splendid new day. According to the weather forecast, it was to be a sun-drenched day, with ample sunlight anticipated, suggesting a bountiful harvest of light energy that evening. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Qin Mo's lips. Subsequently, he proceeded to jog to the security bureau, as was his custom. By around 7 o'clock, he found himself seated in a breakfast stall, savoring fried dough sticks while mentally reviewing the brief skirmish from the previous night. Leaning on his formidable memory, it was as if a film was playing in his mind, with each detail vividly recalled. This was the advantage bestowed by high intelligence. At this juncture, challenges posed by lower-tier opponents no longer threatened him. However, high-tier awakened individuals presented a substantial hurdle, as the strength of a tier was vastly superior to that of a lower tier. Thus, he concluded that he must accumulate more light energy points. In his heart, he understood that each additional point signified a considerable enhancement of his physical attributes, with every increment bringing significant improvement. Before long, having finished his breakfast, he resumed his run towards the security bureau, intentionally choosing paths basked in sunlight. By 8:30, Qin Mo had entered the office of the 7th group. Settling beside his workstation to soak up the sun, one by one, his colleagues arrived, filling the office with a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, Sujina Prawit, Qin Mo, her slender high heels clicking softly against the floor. Lowering her voice, she whispered, "Have you heard about last night's events?" "What events?" Qin Montak inquired, maintaining a fa of indifference. "What else could it be? We've been assigned a new mission, and our team is collaborating with 3 other teams," Su In replied. 3 other teams? Qin Mo deduced swiftly, recalling that only teams 6 and 7 had been present at the factory last night. It seemed they had indeed been separated for this mission. Leaning closer to him, Su In lowered her voice even further. "I heard the losses from this mission were severe. The leader of Team 3 was gravely injured and rushed to a hospital in the capital. The leader of Team 5, her expression turned somber, and she hesitated before saying, sacrificed. Before her words hung in the air, Qin Mo's brows furrowed in disbelief. The leader of Team 5 was a formidable awakened one. It was unimaginable that he had perished. Not only him, but several members of Team 2 also lost their lives during the mission last night. Li Yuan's voice was heavy with sorrow. Qin Mo fell silent, the atmosphere thickening with gravity. The word sacrifice had never been as simple as it appeared. It signified children losing their fathers, wives mourning their husbands, and elderly parents left to grieve their children. In just one night, numerous families have been shattered and submerged in sorrow. Though Qin Mo's countenance remained calm, the tension in his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. He was deeply affected. His father in his previous life had also perished during a mission. The immense damage inflicted upon the Security Bureau was a clear indication that the Tiandi Society had not merely deployed a single awakened one. Their current display of power was not to be underestimated. "Have you brought the firearm assigned to you?" Su In cautioned. "Even though we typically do not participate in routine missions, it's wise to be prepared. Rest assured, Sister Su, I will be fine. You, however, should exercise caution." Qin Mo replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. Due to the recent sacrifices, Su In was not in the mood for playful banter, and simply nodded before returning to her desk. At that moment, Li Changfeng and other awakened ones arrived, one of whom had a bandaged arm, evidently injured during last night's skirmish. The entire morning passed in silence within the office, with few voices daring to rise above a whisper. Li Yuan was absent, her whereabouts unknown. It was not until lunchtime that Qin Mo, utilizing his keen hearing, gleaned the details of the previous night's events from the hushed conversations around him. Teams 3 and 5 had ventured to a construction site on the outskirts of the capital for their mission, only to fall into a trap and become surrounded. Ultimately, it was the timely arrival of the security forces that repelled the Tiandi Society and rescued the survivors, albeit too late. Upon meticulous reflection, It becomes evident that the casualties inflicted upon the Security Bureau during this period have been exceedingly grave. To be precise, the Qingyangli clan has never before encountered such significant losses. For a venerable lineage that has stood resolute for a millennium, their authority has been profoundly challenged, leaving one to ponder the nature of their forthcoming retaliation. However, addressing the internal traitor within the intelligence department must take precedence. Otherwise, the adversary will remain concealed while they are exposed, placing them in an exceedingly precarious position. Thus, an entire afternoon slipped by in silence. As the workday drew to a close, a familiar warmth surged within Qin Mo once more. His expression shifted, and his gaze fixed upon the Qin awakening panel before him. Vision, 36 hearing, 22 intelligence, 26 respiration, 26 strength, 38 speed, 33 recovery, 23 defense, 32 skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intentional punch, stream of consciousness, turtle breathing, rapid healing, mountain shaking strike, supersonic, iron body stage, crystal clarity, supersonic wave, swift rejuvenation, ice breath. Light energy points, 18, freely allocatable. Observing the final column, a subtle smile crept upon Qin Mo's lips. The weather forecast had not deceived him. Such an abundance of light energy points was a rare occurrence since his awakening, and it was no easy feat to accumulate. After careful consideration, he devised an allocation plan for the day. He assigned 4 points each to hearing and recovery, as both attributes were currently too weak and did not align with his vision for balanced development. Thus, an increase in their allocation was imperative. Subsequently, he added 1 point each to intelligence and respiration, and the remaining 8 points were evenly distributed among vision, strength, speed, and defense. The warm current swiftly enveloped his entire being, and following this allocation, his strength soared to an impressive 40 points. Qin Mo felt as though an inexhaustible reservoir of energy resided within him, while subtle transformations occurred within his physique. His height ascended once more, rising from 183 centimeters to 186 centimeters, leading to a more harmonious overall proportion and enhancing the attractiveness of his features. Concurrently, a line of information manifested before him. Speed, 35, awakened skill, supersonic. What? Speed has remarkably reached the third threshold first? This was an unforeseen development for Qin Mo. His strength had indeed attained 40 points, yet aside from the basic enhancement in power, no other capabilities had emerged. The prospect of reaching the third threshold appeared distant, necessitating further allocations of light energy points for continued enhancement. Surprisingly, the speed ranking third had advanced ahead, awakening a new skill. As the term sound speed gradually faded from the Qin awakening panel, it was supplanted by supersonic, marking yet another breakthrough in his velocity. Initially, Qin Mo could only reach sound speed at his limits, but after enhancement, he could effortlessly unleash sound speed. Now, he had transcended it entirely, achieving supersonic speeds. This is a transformation brought about by quantitative change. From this moment forth, his speed could surpass that of sound. In other words, as Qin Mo activated his supersonic abilities and heard a voice from afar, he simultaneously unleashed his speed, allowing him to appear near the source of the sound in an instant. Qin Mo was exhilarated, eagerly stepping out of the Security Bureau building and seeking a secluded corner. Without delay, he erupted into supersonic motion, vanishing from his original position. Approximately 20 seconds later, he found himself on Guanghong Street in Baiyun District, right at his doorstep. At that moment, a sound explosion echoed behind him. However, it was the evening rush hour in the capital, a time of congestion, where countless vehicles muffled the sound of the explosion, rendering it unnoticed by others. The Security Bureau was roughly 10 kilometers away, and he had covered that distance in around 20 seconds, indicating a speed of approximately 500. As Qin Mo mentally calculated, he retrieved his keys and unlocked the door to his home. 500 was not his maximum speed. If he exerted himself fully, he could reach 550, but he still fell short of achieving double the speed of sound. A superhuman speed could rival that of light, and even surpass it under extreme conditions. He lamented that he was still too slow. Shaking his head, Qin Mo first took a refreshing shower, then proceeded to prepare a hearty dinner. By the time he finished eating and washed the dishes, it was already past 7 o'clock. Noticing that it was still early, He settled into the sofa and took out his phone for his daily browsing. He first glanced at the weather forecast, and his expression brightened at the sight of the outdoor temperature in the capital reaching a scorching 36 degrees the following day. Such delightful news. As the days passed, the capital had entered the peak of summer, with increasingly sweltering weather that discouraged many from venturing outside, making them long for the comfort of working from home. Alas, the necessity of earning a living forced them to cast aside such thoughts. Yet for Qin Mo, the harsher the sun, the better. After reviewing the weather report, he scrolled through news from the border. Expecting the usual calm, he was taken aback when a striking headline caught his eye. Major victory. Conflict erupts at the border. The great Qin war god slays a general of the Qi state. Qin Mo promptly tapped the alert and carefully read the details. Just 3 days prior, a typical minor skirmish had broken out at the border, but for reasons unknown, both sides became fiercely embroiled, escalating the conflict with increasing intensity. Within half a day, awakened individuals joined the fray, culminating in the intervention of high-level combatants who engaged directly in battle. The outcome, as stated, saw the great Qin war god slaying a general of the Qi state on the battlefield, further solidifying his legendary status. This was the largest conflict in 5 years, resulting in the fall of a high-level awakened individual, which constituted a significant loss for the Qi state. The border is currently in a state of continuous troop mobilization, which could very well serve as the catalyst for a grand conflict. However, it is more likely that matters will be hastily concluded, leaving the state of Qi to bear the brunt of this hidden loss. A full-scale war cannot be instigated with mere words. The mobilization of manpower and resources is far more complex. Otherwise, the two nations would not have remained in an impasse for centuries. The great Qin war god, Qin Mo, murmured to himself as he swiftly conducted an online search. He was somewhat familiar with this individual, though he lacked in-depth knowledge, only recalling that he bore the surname Xia, with the given name of Zhu. Soon, the screen illuminated with the basic information about Xia Zhu. Hailing from Gao Ling in the Great Qin, he enlisted at the tender age of 16 and, over the course of 2 decades until the age of 36, honed his skills within military, ascending from a mere foot soldier to the esteemed rank of marshal, achieving remarkable military feats. With such accomplishments and formidable strength, Xia Zhu naturally garnered the favor of His Majesty the Emperor, earning the title of the Great Qin War God, and has since been stationed at the border. Upon perusing the details, Qin Mo astutely discerned a crucial point. He was indeed from Gaoling. This region is noteworthy, as it is the ancestral home of the Xia clan, a prominent lineage. The coincidence of being both a Gaoling native and bearing the surname Xia suggested that the Great Qin War God was likely a scion of the Gaoling Xia family. Indeed, it seems that many prodigies emerge from noble families, Qin Mo mused. The Gaoling Xia family is not an ancient lineage spanning millennia, but rather a newly ascendant clan of recent decades. Although their historical depth pales in comparison to the 5 venerable families of Qingyang, they still possess several formidable awakened individuals. This reflects the extraordinary position of such families. Should a clan produce an awakened member, the entire family could swiftly elevate its status, securing a place among the upper echelons of society within the vast expanse of the Qin kingdom. Subsequently, Qin Mo scrolled through related news and discovered that a group of young individuals, having distinguished themselves at the border, would soon return to the imperial capital to receive honors and rest. Most of the power of these noble families remains concentrated at the border, and this return likely includes scions who have ventured forth for training, though he wondered from which family they hailed. Unfortunately, the specifics of this information remained beyond his reach. His current rank was still insufficient. The following day, true to the weather forecast, the sun blazed with intense heat. Qin Mo spent over 2 hours under the relentless sun before finally entering the office building of the Safety Bureau. The entirety of the day was spent in a monotonous haze. The atmosphere within the office remained heavy, though it had improved significantly from the previous day. Time is indeed the greatest balm for healing. Nevertheless, hatred does not dissipate easily. It merely lies dormant within the heart. As dusk descended, signaling the end of the workday, a familiar warmth unexpectedly surged within Qin Mo light energy points, 21, freely allocatable, observing the highest accumulation of light energy points in history. Qin Mo's eyes revealed a faint smile. As always, he allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense, ensuring steady improvement. After a brief contemplation regarding the remaining 13 points, he added 3 to intelligence, respiration, and recovery, and 4 to hearing. Consequently, these relatively weaker attributes all reached 30 points. Hearing, 30, skill, radar, supersound enhancement. Chapter 29, A Loud Conspiracy. To his astonishment, hearing was the first to be enhanced. Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that intelligence would be the first to fortify. However, as time passed and the light energy points continued to increase, he recognized that all 8 attributes of his physique would experience significant enhancement, albeit in a different sequence. As the warm current subsided, it surged anew, quickly gathering near his ears. The range of his hearing expanded once more. Previously, he could cover a radius of 10 kilometers. But now, while exiting the building of the Safety Bureau, he unleashed his auditory capabilities, and an overwhelming cacophony flooded his ears. 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers. After the enhancement, his hearing had doubled. All sounds within a 20-kilometer radius of his person were transmitted into his mind through the skill radar. Remarkably, anything making a sound within a 5-kilometer range was detected by Qin Mo the instant it emitted noise, a testament to the terrifying prowess of the supersound enhancement. However, such an extensive coverage also signified an overwhelming deluge of information. Fortunately, Qin Mo's intelligence had now ascended to 30 points, endowing him with formidable analytical and computational abilities, akin to a human calculator. This enabled him to sift through the vast influx of information without succumbing to mental overload, methodically discarding the irrelevant. Having conducted a recent experiment, Qin Mo was aware of the limits of his enhanced hearing and was preparing to shut off. Yet, at that moment, a particular phrase seized his attention. Frowning slightly, he focused his thoughts, swiftly determining the source of the utterance through his radar. The target was over 75 kilometers away. In that instant, he concentrated intently, eavesdropping on a clandestine conversation from a distance of 15 miles. In a high-end restaurant, within a private room, 3 men and 1 woman were seated around the dining table. Among them was none other than Chen Lingling. Facing her was an unremarkable middle-aged man, the kind who would blend into a crowd without a trace. He spoke. Our mole within the Safety Bureau has yet to relay any useful information. We remain in the dark about that individual's identity. The only possibility I can conceive of, considering the presence of 2 formidable high-tier awakeners, is the Leaf family. I cannot fathom any other alternatives. The foundations of these ancient families run too deep. In the private room, another individual interjected. Lingling, you have had a brief encounter with him. What is your impression? The middle-aged man turned to her and inquired. Upon hearing this, Chen Lingling took a deep breath, her expression grave, and slowly replied, They are formidable, exceedingly strong. If I were to reveal my position, I fear I would become nothing more than a cold corpse. Is it impossible to place a mental mark on them? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. That cannot be achieved. Their speed is too astonishing. Chen Lingling shook her head. Observing her reaction, the middle-aged man's frown deepened, and he murmured, This truly complicates matters. However, he shifted the subject. The elemental crystals will arrive in the capital soon. Upon hearing this, Chen Lingling and the others brightened, a faint smile gracing their faces. The recent failures of their last 2 missions, which had cost them dozens of awakened ones, seemed to lift somewhat. Elemental crystals? Were those? Qin Mo, who had been absorbing every word of their conversation, felt perplexed. He had never heard of such a thing. It appeared that he would need to leverage the group leader's authority to gain access to more information. He could only ascertain that this unknown substance was undoubtedly connected to the awakened ones, indicating that his current level of authority was insufficient. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon the secret machinations of the Heavenly Society. How fortuitous! As he walked home, Qin Mo's thoughts wandered. He had only taken notice of Chen Lingling and her companions due to a comment from the Security Bureau. Their distance was merely a straight line of 15 miles. If Qin Mo wished, he could easily appear before the Heavenly Society within half a minute, delivering them an astonishing surprise. Yet, without knowledge of the number of their ranks or their specific strengths, he would not dare to take such a risk. The Heavenly Society was no ordinary force. No one truly comprehended the enormity of the iceberg lurking beneath the surface. Thus, Qin Mo quickly returned to his modest dwelling. His routine remained unchanged. cooking, dining, personal hygiene, scrolling through his phone, and retiring to bed. Although monotonous, he cherished this tranquility, relishing in its ease and leisure. After a night of silence, when the next morning arrived, Qin Mo discreetly placed the disc into his pocket. He basked in the sunlight, indulged in a jog, and timed his entrance into the Security Bureau building to coincide with Li Yuan's arrival at work. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, after confirming through his perspective that Li Yuan was indeed working in her small office, he casually inserted the disc into the main computer. The program ran silently, granting him higher privileges in no time, allowing him to swiftly locate the desired information. Elemental crystals, the product of elemental awakeners of level and above upon their demise, possessing immense power. Reading this line, Qin Mo couldn't help but fall into contemplation. A level awakening individual could topple a city, their genes fully awakened, their strength at its zenith. He had never anticipated such an extraordinary trait would exist. Indeed, even those awakened in the mimicry system who have transcended the ordinary will leave behind relics upon their demise. These are merely referred to as the Holy Spirit remains. As for the awakened of the psychic realm, their fate remains shrouded in mystery, even beyond the reach of Li Yuan's elevated permissions. The rarity of psychic awakened individuals is staggering, their enigmatic nature seemingly entangled with esoteric domains of power. The elemental crystals being transported to the imperial capital indicate that the heavenly society harbors relentless ambitions, suggesting that grander schemes are afoot. Qin Mo pondat kvitri, plucking a strand of hair absent-mindedly, his brow slightly furrowed. To this day, he remains oblivious to the true intentions of the heavenly society. Yet his once tranquil life has been irrevocably disrupted by this organization. Gentle sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a warm glow upon Qin Mo, while the clock on the wall ticked away with alarming swiftness, nearing the hour of 5 in the afternoon, the end of the workday. Li Changfeng and a few other awakened individuals huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, while Su Yin, seated across from him, busily tidied her desk. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was in a small office, seemingly oblivious as she indulged in a footbath. As he felt a soothing warmth coursing through his body, Qin Mo allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Light energy points, 17, available for allocation. The weather in the imperial capital had been rather pleasant lately, resulting in a considerable accumulation of light energy points. After careful consideration, he decided on his allocation plan, increasing his vision and strength by 2 points each, while enhancing his speed and defense by 4 points respectively. With a fleeting thought, the warm energy enveloped his entire being. Defense, 40, awakened skill, elemental immunity. What? Elemental immunity? Qin Mo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After days of diligent effort in augmenting his defensive attributes, he had finally reached the 3rd threshold, unlocking a new skill. As the name suggests, elemental immunity renders him impervious to the effects of elemental forces, earth, fire, water, wind, and so forth. This skill is exceptionally potent and immensely beneficial. It is essential to recognize that the primary offensive strategies of elemental awakened individuals revolve around their respective elements, such as fire or wind. With elemental immunity, facing these elemental awakened foes becomes remarkably effortless. His previous awakened skill, Iron Body, was tailored to counter mimicry awakened individuals. And now, elemental immunity perfectly complements my defenses. Now, only the most enigmatic of the psychic awakened remain a potential threat to me, Qin Mo mused inwardly. Regrettably, psychic awakened beings are exceedingly rare, and even the Security Bureau possesses scant knowledge of their capabilities. Although Qin Mo could leverage higher-level permissions, relevant documentation still eluded him. Subsequently, he began to allocate the remaining light energy points. Having utilized 12 points, he had 5 points left, which he allocated as follows: 2 points to intelligence, and 1 point each to hearing, breathing, and recovery. A warm current swiftly enveloped his entire being, only to vanish just as quickly. Thus, today's allocation of sunlight energy came to a close. Qin Mo organized his desk with meticulous care, preparing to officially conclude his workday. By this time, most of the members of Team 7 had departed. As he stood to leave the office and made his way to the stairwell, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Li Changfeng and others, who surprisingly had yet to leave. The group of awakened individuals, including Wang. Yin, who had just been discharged from the hospital, awaited outside the office of Team 2. Intrigued, Qin Mo cast a few curious glances in their direction, unsure of their purpose as they engaged in hushed whispers just before the end of the workday. At that moment, one of them noticed Qin Mo. Observing him at the stairwell, the colleague's brow furrowed slightly. However, before he could utter a word, Qin Mo decisively turned and descended the stairs. Although he had physically departed, his ears remained behind, silently eavesdropping on their conversation. Li Changfeng and the others had apparently waited for over 20 minutes when a young man finally emerged from Team 2's office. Changfeng, I apologize for the wait. Something urgent came up just before the end of the day that requires my attention, Li Jihe said with a smile. Oh, we didn't wait long at all. We just arrived, Li Changfeng replied, his demeanor unexpectedly warm in the presence of this individual, lowering his stance significantly. Indeed, we just got here. We're in no rush, echoed the others, hastily agreeing, despite having waited for quite some time without a hint of complaint. Their reactions were a testament to Li Jihe's esteemed status. In truth, he and Li Changfeng were both advanced awakened beings, yet Li Jihe belonged to the illustrious Li family of Qingyang. Where shall we go tonight? Li Jihe inquired as they walked. Li Changfeng smiled in response. It all depends on your preference, brother Li. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jihe proposed. Then let us go to Shueiyue Pavilion, shall we? At this suggestion, a collective sense of unease settled among the group. Tonight would surely entail a significant expenditure. While Shueiyue Pavilion may not rival the elite Rose Paradise, its costs for an evening were still considerable. Nevertheless, material wealth paled in comparison to the bonds of friendship among the scions of noble families. Since Brother Li has made arrangements, we shall go to Shueiyue Pavilion, Li Shangfeng affirmed. Before his words could fully dissipate into the air, several other colleagues from Team 7 promptly retrieved the number for Shueiyue Pavilion and began making reservations for a private room. As the group strolled and chatted, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Yet, the center stage that rightfully belonged to Li Changfeng had seamlessly shifted to Li Jihe. In a few days, a celebratory banquet would be held at Taoyuan, commemorating the recent victory at the border. The young scions had embarked on their journey home some days prior, and this banquet was specifically organized for them. Li Jihe remarked with a smile. Upon hearing these words, a profound envy flickered in the depths of Li Changfeng and his companion's eyes. Who would not yearn to associate with those scions of noble lineage, possessing both status and strength? Alas, this gathering was an exclusive affair reserved for the elite, a circle in which they, as grassroots awakened individuals, had no rightful place. Here, the only qualification was one surname, Brother Li. Which noble scions are expected to return this time? A curious voice inquired. In response, Li Jihe smiled and said, I have heard from the elders of our clan that the infamous young master of the Lin family and the prodigious talent from the Jinbei Chu family will return, adorned with military accolades and bound for a glorious future. Is it that young prodigy, only 25, who has already ascended to the ranks? Indeed, Li Jihe affirmed with a nod. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. To achieve such a rank at the tender age of 25 was nothing short of astonishing. A testament to unparalleled talent. Outside a roadside convenience store, Qin Mo stepped out after purchasing a lighter, eager to test the effectiveness of his new skills. What a name, brimming with confidence. Qin Mo mused to himself, retracting his hearing as he deemed it unnecessary to continue eavesdropping on Li Changfeng and his companion's conversation. Having spent considerable time in Team 7, he was somewhat aware of their aspirations. Their fervent dream was to infiltrate the upper echelons of those ancient noble families. Yet they had consistently found themselves on the outside looking in. Qin Mo could only shake his head at such thoughts and behaviors, dismissing them as trivial. In his view, strength was paramount. Otherwise, what would it matter to enter those circles? He had a clear understanding of this matter, though he worked alongside Li Changfeng and the others. He had never shared their mindset. As he pressed the lighter, a flame leapt forth, and placing his palm above it, he slowly curled his lips into a smile. He felt no burn, no sensation whatsoever. Elemental immunity truly is remarkable, Qin Mo reflected, then slipped his hands into his pockets, humming a tune as he strolled ahead, planning to dine out that evening. Soon, he entered a modest noodle shop, and by the time he emerged again, the clock read 6:30. The neon lights along the street illuminated the twilight with ethereal hues of blue and purple as darkness enveloped the sky. Qin Mo sauntered for 2 miles to aid digestion before retreating to a secluded corner. With a flicker of thought, he unleashed a terrifying speed, vanishing from his spot and racing homeward. At his current velocity, ordinary people could not perceive his presence. He was simply too swift. Meanwhile, on a street in Bayan district, 2 young men walked side by side. One was a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, his exposed arms brimming with muscle and his skin radiating a healthy bronze hue. His features were striking, with sharp angles, and his head was adorned with a closely cropped buzz cut, each hair standing erect, exuding a sense of ruggedness. The other, shorter by 20 centimeters and considerably leaner, wore a roguish smile at the corners of his mouth. "Brother Chu, how long has it been since you last returned to the capital?" Lin Xiaoqi inquired. "The last time I was back was 5 years ago. Time truly flies." The burly man, addressed as Brother Chu, nodded slightly. In the next moment, he abruptly turned his gaze to the left, his thick brows knitting together. "What incredible speed!" Chu Tianjiao murmured under his breath. What did you say, Brother Chu?" Lin Xiaoqi did not catch his words. "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly," Chu Tianjiao stated calmly, his pupils unexpectedly transforming into a brilliant deep blue. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Xiaoqi found himself alone. Chu Tianjiao had vanished, leaving behind a flash of lightning in the capital. Chapter 31. The Clash of Elements. Someone is following me? Qin Mo furrowed his brow, having noticed Chu Tianjiao tailing him. While maintaining his velocity, he promptly activated his holographic vision, encompassing an area of 800 meters. As his visual attributes heightened, the holographic field expanded, growing increasingly potent. Chu Tianjiao's speed was astonishing. Despite Qin Mo deliberately controlling his pace, the distance between them quickly diminished to 800 meters. A glance at the thermal imaging he had created allowed Qin Mo to form a swift judgment. An elemental awakener of a high level, likely the lightning element. No wonder such speed. It was a perfect opportunity to test the strength of elemental immunity. His speed had yet to reach its limits, even falling short of breaking the sound barrier. With a slight burst of energy, he could easily shake off Chu Tianjiao, thus igniting his curiosity to validate his findings. Moreover, a high-level opponent posed little challenge to him at present. After a brief contemplation, Qin Mo opted to change direction, racing towards a construction site of a residential building. 15 seconds later, he arrived at the site, abruptly halting his body. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he effortlessly leaped onto the rooftop, a feat made possible by his impressive strength of 44 points. Just 2 seconds after he landed atop the building, Chu Tianjiao materialized there. Electricity crackled across his form, his eyes still radiating deep blue. Gazing down from the rooftop at Qin Mo, Chu Tianjiao's brows furrowed even tighter. He was the first to speak, his voice low and commanding. "Who are you? What does it matter to you?" Qin Mo replied coldly, though he sought to test his skills. Being pursued inexplicably had left him in no mood for pleasantries. "As long as it pertains to the capital, it concerns me." Such audacity. Qin Mo's tone grew increasingly frigid. At this, Chu Tianjiao raised an eyebrow, slowly opening his palm to reveal a glowing blue light, tendrils of lightning swirling around his fingertips. "It seems that a peaceful conversation is no longer an option," he remarked. As he spoke, his hand clenched tightly, and arcs of electricity suddenly surged around Qin Mo. As thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, Chu Tianjiao unleashed his utmost speed, swiftly darting up the staircase, poised for close combat. This maneuver had proven to be infallible for him, having earned him numerous military accolades during his confrontations with the Qi people at the border over the past few years. He would first incapacitate his opponent with a remotely controlled electric arc, only to instantaneously materialize beside them and deliver a devastating strike. His extensive combat experience had imbued him with unparalleled confidence. 15 seconds later, Chu Tianjiao ascended to the rooftop, his entire being aglow with electric arcs. As plasma coursed through him, with his arms raised, he prepared to unleash a blow at the location where he recalled Qin Mo had stood moments before. However, as his eyes darted around, he found no trace of Qin Mo confused. Chu Tianjiao wondered if the electric arc had failed to paralyze him. In the next instant, a fist rapidly magnified before his eyes. Chu Tianjiao attempted to evade, but Qin Mo's speed far surpassed his own, leaving him no room to escape. With a thunderous impact, A large hole appeared in the concrete rooftop, and Chu Tianjiao, lacking any means of resistance, was sent crashing down to the floor below by Qin Mo's punch. Retracting his fist, Qin Mo glanced at it, noting that it bore no signs of damage. The formidable electric arc had not harmed him in the slightest. The new skill, elemental immunity, seemed even more formidable than he had anticipated. Aside from a slight tingling sensation, he felt virtually nothing. The electric arcs that had surrounded him were less than a mere tickle. It was worth noting that Qin Mo's defensive attributes had risen to an impressive 40 points, making his newly awakened skill remarkably potent. With the strength gained from Chu Tianjiao's attack, he gained a fresh understanding of his own capabilities. Of course, Qin Mo had restrained his power, not striking with full force. After all, they bore no deep-seated animosity. Delivering a fatal blow would not align with his principles. Peering into the gaping hole he had created, Qin Mo looked down to see Chu Tianjiao's body embedded in the floor below, the electricity surrounding him significantly diminished. Seemingly dazed by the punch, shaking his head, Qin Mo leapt down to the ground. He then surged homeward with remarkable speed. Before long, he arrived home, shedding his clothes and taking a refreshing cold shower. Sitting on the sofa, he reflected on the brief encounter with Chu Tianjiao. Furrowing his brow, Qin Mo murmured to himself, "It seems I cannot recklessly unleash my ultimate speed in the future. After all, this is the imperial capital, and there are indeed quite a number of high-tier awakeners around." He surmised that he had likely been detected due to someone fortuitously passing by him. Sighing, he pondered, "When will I be able to fly? If only I could fly, so many troubles would vanish." The biological field is a hallmark ability of superhumans, something Qin Mo deeply desires. However, it appears he has yet to reach that echelon. As time passes and his attributes continuously enhance, he is confident that he will eventually attain the ability to fly and possess thermal vision. Though he yearns for these powers, he remains unhurried. Subsequently, he dismisses the earlier incident from his mind and casually browses through the news. As he prepares for bed around 10 o'clock, Qin Mo receives a long-awaited message from Li Mao, inviting him to go fishing together the following day. The two have not seen each other for several days, as Li Mao has been preoccupied with some family troubles requiring his attention. Qin Mo expresses his understanding, recognizing the immense pressure in the capital, especially for Li, who manages a large family and has a troublesome daughter to contend with. Chu Tianjiao, however, is perplexed. He cannot comprehend why his lightning element had no effect on Qin Mo, even being knocked senseless with a single punch. By the time he pulls himself off the ground, Qin Mo has vanished without a trace. Reluctantly, Chu Tianjiao returns from whence he came. Of course, even if Qin Mo were present, he would not dare to strike again. Chu Tianjiao is merely straightforward and somewhat hot-tempered. He is not foolish. It is evident he cannot best his opponent, so why invite suffering upon himself? Yet, when did such a high-tier, awakened being emerge in the capital? He is certain this individual cannot be a scion of a prominent family. Otherwise, there would be some word of him. Could he be a wild card? Furrowing his brow, he strolls back to Lin Xiaoqi's side. "Brother Chu, why did you take so long to return?" Lin Xiaoqi exclaims in surprise. Unaware of the unusual look in Lin Xiaoqi's eyes, Chu Tianjiao exhales deeply and reflects, alas. The capital indeed conceals dragons and tigers. Brother Chu, why do you have such a large bump on your forehead?" At these words, Chu Tianjiao is momentarily stunned, raising his hand to touch his forehead, where indeed he feels a significant swelling. He cannot help but grimace, his face darkening as he silently curses Qin Mo 100 times. Yet, he coolly replies, "I bumped it accidentally." "Bumped it accidentally? Brother Chu, how could you? An advanced awakened being, possibly." Lin Xiaoqi clearly does not believe him, but before he can finish, Chu Tianjiao interrupts with a low growl. "If I say I bumped it, then I bumped it. What? Do you have an opinion?" Chapter 32. Breath Enhancement. The following afternoon, in the security office, Group 7. Qin Mo glances at the time. It is a little past 3 in the afternoon, with less than 2 hours until the end of the workday. Today, as with most days, there is hardly any work to be done, allowing him to enjoy another leisurely day. In good spirits, Qin Mo casually picks up a thermos beside him and takes a slow sip of hot water. "Oh dear, young gentleman, what seems to be the matter? If you are unwell, it is imperative to seek treatment promptly. One must not delay." Su Yin observed him with a playful glint in her eyes. "I happen to know a remarkably skilled doctor. Would you care for him to prescribe you a few remedies? Upon hearing this, Qin Mo maintained his composure, displaying no signs of embarrassment. As a seasoned individual, he instantly comprehended the underlying implications of Su Yin's words. He leisurely set down his thermos and replied, "Sister Su, you truly jest. Do I still require medication? Am I not impressive enough for you to be aware?" In response to this, Su Yin lightly scolded him, saying, "How could I possibly know? I would indeed like to test the waters, but there has been no opportunity thus far. How about tonight, then?" Qin Mo proposed with a hint of mischief. Unfortunately, I have prior commitments this evening," she replied, while Su Yin was earnest in her banter. If matters were to become serious, she would be the first to flee. "Speaking of which, have you heard about last night's events?" Su Yin slyly shifted the topic. "What events?" Well, she leaned closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "There was a significant victory at the border a few days ago, and a group of elite young heirs is returning to the imperial capital. And then, Qin Mo inquirit, maintaining an unfazit dimiano. The descendants of the Chu family and the Lin family from the far east returned last night. You know of the prodigy from the Chu family, correct?" Qin Mo nodded, and Su Yin continued. "That prodigy had barely set foot in the imperial capital before someone assaulted him. Goodness." Qin Mo gasped, his interest piqued. Who would dare to strike someone from an ancient family? Who knows? I've heard that this prodigy is a high-level awakened individual with formidable strength. Perhaps the assailant was also from a prominent family, Su Yin speculated. Qin Mo nodded slowly. Her hypothesis was quite plausible. But how do you come by this information? Sister Su? I overheard some gossip. My connections are quite extensive, and this is not exactly a secret. It has already spread, and many are aware of it. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo discreetly heightened his hearing, the cacophony of voices flooding his ears. His mind swiftly processed the vast array of information, and soon he discerned the details he sought. As expected, many within the Security Bureau were discreetly discussing this gossip, speculating about the identity of the assailant. The news of the Chu family's prodigy being attacked upon his return to the imperial capital was indeed significant. Yet the notion that a powerful, awakened individual had been assaulted by a mysterious figure raised questions. Qin Mo furrowed his brow, recalling the individual he encountered on his way home last night. Could it be that the tall man he met was the Chu prodigy? Surely, it could not be mere coincidence, he murmured softly. What are you muttering about? Nothing at all. Su Ines interruption sheta Qin Mo's contemplation. He shook his head and said, I plan to request a leave of absence from the team leader. Why do you need to take leave? Su Yin guidith, basiv. I have a meeting with a friend tonight. Oh, have you started dating someone? As Qin Mo rose to his feet, he replied, What girlfriend? It's merely an acquaintance I met some time ago. With a dismissive curl of her lips, Su Yin's interest waned. She had anticipated some juicy gossip. Noticing her disinterest, Qin Mo offered a faint smile, refraining from further comment as he approached the door of the small office and knocked gently. Upon entering, he was greeted by Li Yuan's indifferent voice. He stepped forward to the desk and articulated his request. Team leader, I would like to leave work a bit early this afternoon. I've come specifically to ask for leave. At this, Li Yuan lifted her gaze from her work, briefly assessing him before inquiring, What is the reason? Qin Mo relayed the excuse he had just shared with Su Yin. After listening, Li Yuan said nothing further and promptly approved his leave request. Afterward, he returned to his workstation, tidied up, and took his thermos before departing from the Security Bureau building. He jogged along, soon arriving at the small lake in Lingyun District. Li Mao had been waiting there, with fishing gear prepared for Qin Mo. The two exchanged greetings, and Qin Mo settled beside him, eagerly anticipating the misfortune of a small fish while basking in the sun. How have things been at home lately? He inquired. Li Mao sighed deeply, expressing his worries. It remains unresolved. The ties of blood within the family complicate matters, making it difficult to employ unconventional methods. However, after these past few days, we have managed to clear a few issues. I hope for a brief period of tranquility. Since their last parting, Li Mao had initiated a restructuring within the Qingyang Li family, unearthing 2 moles from other branches. Yet, unsurprisingly, both had been implanted with mental seeds, rendering them mute. Although he spoke of tranquility, the ongoing investigations continued, and the extent of the Heavenly Earth Society's infiltration within the Li family remained uncertain. What exactly this force aimed to achieve, the internal dynamics at play, and the identity of their supporters were all mysteries to Li Mao. It felt as though he were shadowed by a lurking specter, poised to strike at any moment. which had left him in a rather foul mood. Despite being a formidable awakened being, it was clear that many challenges lay beyond the reach of mere strength. Reflecting on this, Li Mao sighed once more. Don't be too anxious, my friend. Overexerting yourself will only lead to further troubles. Qin Mo consoled him. Shall we engage in a couple of games later? Li Mao turned to him. Absolutely. Qin Mo replied with enthusiasm. A subtle smile graced Li Mao's lips as he gazed at the tranquil surface of the lake, where ripples occasionally danced, gradually calming his tumultuous thoughts. This was precisely why he cherished the time spent with Qin Mo. Their temperaments resonated harmoniously, hinting at a camaraderie that transcended age. Thus, they sat side by side, patiently awaiting the tug of a great fish. Moments slipped away, one after the other. Soon, the majority of the sun descended behind the mountains, and a warm current surged through Qin Mo's body. Energy points, 16, freely allocable. Glancing at the attributes displayed on the genetic awakening panel, he contemplated for a moment and resolved to evenly distribute the energy points, assigning 2 points to each of the 8 attributes. The warm current swiftly coursed through his body, enhancing his attributes comprehensively. Breathing, 33, skill, turtle breath, ice condensation enhancement. After persistent allocation, his breathing was finally strengthened. The receding warmth reappeared, rapidly enveloping his chest. Qin Mo smiled faintly and silently held his breath. He wished to test the enhanced turtle breath and see how long he could hold his breath. Chapter 33. Healthcare. An hour swiftly elapsed. Qin Mo remained breathless and even caught 2 fish. Sitting beside him, Li Mao naturally noticed his anomaly. At such close proximity as a high-level individual, it was impossible for him to remain oblivious. Of course, Li Mao had been unaware when Qin Mo allocated his energy points to enhance himself. He only knew that Qin Mo had not breathed for quite some time. Recalling the last time he inadvertently witnessed Qin Mo's prowess, Li Mao couldn't help but ponder. Although their ancient families were formidable, their power was, in fact, dispersed throughout the vast Qin territory. Furthermore, a significant portion of their strength was concentrated at the borders to contend with the wars against Qi, resulting in a scarcity of capable individuals in the imperial capital. Li Mao had always lacked manpower under his command. This young lad, Qin Mo, was a high-level awakener at such a tender age, possessing great talent and strength, coupled with a commendable character. After some contemplation, he casually inquired, "How is your current job, young Qin?" "Not bad," Qin Mo replied without suspicion. "What is your monthly salary?" "About 6,000 to 7,000, Qin Mo replied candidly. 6,000 to 7,000? Li Mao furrowed his brows. It was astonishing that a powerful high-level awakener earned such a meager salary. Although he had no concept of money, he understood that this was exceedingly unreasonable. Such compensation was wholly inadequate for Qin Mo's status. "That's too little," Li Mao gradually remarked. "With your abilities, young Qin, you deserve a higher position and better treatment. Would you consider joining my family?" Upon hearing this, before Li Mao could continue, Qin Mo had already shaken his head in refusal. "Ha ha ha, no thanks, brother." He casually tossed aside his fishing rod, resting his hands behind his head against the chair, and smiled cheerfully. "This job, though the pay isn't much, is relatively stable, and I am quite satisfied with my current life. But it's such a waste of talent. With your gifts, where's the waste of talent? Isn't it just fine to live a simple life? Besides, I don't possess any extraordinary talents," Qin Mo replied leisurely. This time, Li Mao chose to remain silent. He suddenly recalled the first time he shared drinks with Qin Mo at a roadside barbecue stall, where he had already conveyed his attitude towards life. In life, the most important thing is to be happy. Contentment brings joy, Qin Mo had remarked at that time. Li Mao fell into a momentary silence, his earlier thoughts gradually retreating. He harbored no ill feelings due to Qin Mo's rejection. Instead, a smile graced his features. Since Qin Mo believed his current life was quite satisfactory, there was no need to draw him into the murky waters of the aristocracy. At this moment, Li Mao's mind was clear, and he chose not to further persuade Qin Mo. Meanwhile, Qin Mo, oblivious to the implications of his rejection, cheerfully inquired, "By the way, brother, are there any attractive young women in your family? Could you introduce one to me?" "What? Are you trying to set your sights on my family's daughters?" Li Mao cast him a sidelong glance, a thought flickering in his mind, and suddenly said, "My daughter is quite beautiful." Calling her a peerless beauty would not be an exaggeration. "Ahem," Qin Mo hurriedly replied, forget it. Your Your daughter's temperament might not be suitable for me. What could possibly be unsuitable? Is it just a bit of willfulness? Li Mao retorted, his eyes widening. Well, I think the time is getting late. We should play some chess. Qin Mo deftly shifted the topic. Li Mao did not press further, merely shooting him another glare, declaring, "Today, I will ensure your defeat." All right. Subsequently, the two tidied their fishing gear, bringing along their catch, and entered a chess hall where Li Mao exuded a fierce determination. After an hour and a half, Li Mao emerged triumphantly, having played 3 games and won 2, a modest victory. Brother, your chess skills are truly formidable, I humbly concede. Hearing this, Li Mao's spirits rose even higher, and he replied nonchalantly, "Young man, you still have much to learn. You are still somewhat inexperienced. All right, brother, shall we go for a meal?" Despite losing the chess match, Qin Mo seemed entirely unfazed. In truth, he had intentionally lost. With his current intelligence level at an impressive 34, he could not possibly be outmatched by Li Mao. However, considering that Li Mao had been troubled lately by family matters, he thought it might be unkind to further torment him, opting instead to let him win this time. Soon, they found themselves once again seated at the roadside barbecue stall, ordering an array of skewers. As Qin Mo chatted and ate, he pondered inwardly this time. My turtle breath technique allowed me to hold my breath for a full 3 hours, 3 times longer than the last attempt. At this rate, if I continuously enhance my breathing, I might be able to sustain it for a full day or even longer. The turtle breath technique is far from useless. Once I can fly and break free from the planet's gravity, the true utility of this skill will be revealed. Not to mention, it will also enhance the effect of my ice breathing technique. Uncertain of the extent to which the ability to exhale and freeze had intensified, Qin Mo pondered whether it could indeed freeze a person solid. Soon, as the night deepened, the atmosphere at the dining table became lively, punctuated by bursts of laughter and cheer. Qin Mo glanced at his phone to check the time, then filled Li Mao's cup with wine and inquired, "Brother, it's getting late. Do you intend to head home, or are you considering another round?" Another round? Li Mao expressed surprise, for in previous encounters, Qin Mo had always returned home directly, maintaining a seemingly strict discipline in his life. "Isn't it true that you've been feeling a bit down lately? Since you're out, you ought to indulge and unwind," Qin Mo replied. "What does the next round entail?" "Pray, enlighten me," Li Mu prompted, curiosity piqued. In response, Qin Mo moved closer, casually draping an arm around his shoulder and leaning in conspiratorially. Observing his demeanor, Li Mao's expression turned skeptical, yet a flicker of intrigue ignited within him. Lowering his voice, Qin Mo whispered mysteriously, "At this hour, the next round is undoubtedly a full-body massage." "What is a full-body massage?" Li Mao asked, perplexed. Surprised that Li Mao was unfamiliar with such a concept, Qin Mo leaned in closer to his ear and provided a detailed explanation. Upon hearing this, Li Mao's expression froze in disbelief. He never imagined that Qin Mo would suggest taking him for a massage. After all, he was the current head of the illustrious Qinyang Li family, the Duke of the Great Qin, the director of the Security Bureau, and a highly awakened individual. How could he possibly engage in such activities? Who would dare to propose that he partake in such endeavors? Nevertheless, it was true that Li Mao had never experienced such a massage. Thus, the two unrestrained and solitary men appeared on the streets of the capital deep into the night. As night fell, a luxurious sports car suddenly came to a halt at the entrance of the Qinyang Li estate, its engine silenced. The butler opened the door, and Li Yuan gracefully stepped out, her long legs striding confidently. "Miss, welcome home," the butler greeted. "Yes, it's been a while, Uncle Li," Li Yuan acknowledged with a nod. "Madam often speaks of you. She was delighted to learn you were returning," the butler remarked kindly, causing Li Yuan's typically frosty demeanor to soften somewhat. She had mentioned her desire to visit the family, and today was indeed the right time. Before long, Li Yuan found herself in the living room with the Duchess. The Duchess took her hand and seated her on the sofa, inquiring with genuine concern about her recent experiences abroad. Li Yuan answered each question, fully aware that her mother had always been worried about her. "You should visit more often. After all, the Li family is your home, and your roots lie here." "I shall make it a point to return more frequently, Mother," Li Yuan replied. Observing this, the Duchess nodded in satisfaction and said, "Be cautious while you are away. I have heard from your father that the capital has been rife with unrest and disquieting elements." In this imperial capital, one cannot fathom how many pairs of eyes are watching our Li family. Please do not suffer as you did last time. Mother, some matters are unavoidable. Li Yuan shook her head, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and instead inquired with curiosity. Where's father? Is he not in the clan? I'm unsure of his whereabouts. Your father has been overwhelmed with family affairs lately, his spirits quite low. However, there is a silver lining. He has recently made a young friend, and they often play chess and share meals together, which has significantly uplifted his mood. A young friend? Li Yuan's curiosity idapanat. Though she was often dissatisfied with many of Li Miao's arrangements, she could not deny that he was an exceptionally formidable individual, both in strength and chess prowess. It is no small feat to engage in a game with him. Madam, miss, please enjoy the tea. A refined voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning her gaze, Li Yuan saw Li Miao's secretary from the security bureau placing a pot of hot tea on the coffee table. Upon recognizing him, Li Yuan could not help but ask, Secretary Li, where has father gone? Miss, I am also unaware of the head of the family's whereabouts. The secretary replied with a smile, his response impeccably guarded. Hearing this, the lady reached for a cup of freshly served tea, gently blowing on it before taking a slow sip, then inquired with a cheerful demeanor, even you, as his secretary, do not know? Have you ever met this young friend he mentioned? Madam, I have not had the pleasure. The secretary shook his head. Oh, little Li, are you perhaps covering for him? At this remark, the secretary quickly clarified, absolutely not. The head of the family is not that kind of person. His heart belongs solely to the madam. Indeed, father is not that sort of man, Li Yuan chimed in. It was merely a jest. Look at how tense you both are, the lady said, taking a delicate sip of her tea, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Meanwhile, Li Miao lay on his bed, eyes closed, leisurely indulging in a professional massage. How do you feel, brother? Are you feeling much more relaxed? Qin Mo, reclining beside him, asked with a grin. Without lifting his eyelids, Li Miao merely nodded slightly and replied, Indeed, it is quite pleasant. If you ask me, brother, you carry too heavy a burden. It is high time you indulged in some self-care and relaxed. Qin Mo added, also closing his eyes. Once the massage is done, let's enjoy a soak. I assure you, tonight will be a night of blissful intoxication. Blissful intoxication? That audacious young lad, Li Miao silently cursed, though a smile crept upon his lips. Truth be told, he had not felt this relaxed in quite some time. In his younger days, he would occasionally sneak out for a bit of fun. But since assuming the role of family head and becoming a tiered awakener, such freedom had become a distant memory. With the enjoyment of a transcendent status comes the acceptance of the invisible shackles that accompany it. Much like the emperor of the Great Qin, who was confined within the palace, unable to witness the splendor of the world throughout the year, soon the younger sister departed. Qin Mo and Li Miao rested for a few minutes before they both followed into the steaming hot pool. The joys of soaking in a bath are known only to those who indulge in it. As he stepped into the water, the warm steam permeated every pore of Qin Mo's body. Leaning against the edge of the pool, he sighed contentedly, but the next moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Brother Chu, how was that girl just now? Lin Xiaoqi inquired with a sly glint in his eyes. Not bad, replied Chu Tianjiao nonchalantly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two lifted the curtain, discarded their bathrobes, and entered the pool. However, when Chu Tianjiao discerned who was on the opposite side of the pool, he felt an overwhelming urge to transform into lightning and flee back to the borders. As the pride of the Chu family in the north, how could he not recognize the head of the Qingyang Li family? He instantly identified Li Mao. As a junior meeting a senior, it was only proper to offer a greeting. Yet Chu Tianjiao found himself overwhelmed with bitterness, his body stiffening. There was nothing inappropriate about encountering Li Mao. The issue lay in the fact that he should not be seen here. The esteemed head of the Qingyang Li family and a duke of the Great Qin, secretly indulging in such pleasures, should word of this leak out. Chu Tianjiao dared not pursue that thought further. He forced a grimace, his expression contorted into an unappealing smile, his gaze darting about as he attempted to feign ignorance. It was in this moment of distraction that he suddenly caught sight of Qin Mo, and his heart sank. Why is he here? He pondered, glancing between Li Mao and Qin Mo, a realization striking him. No wonder. Qin Mo's prowess was indeed formidable. Chu Tianjiao had previously wondered how such a young powerhouse existed in the imperial city, yet if he were from the Qingyang Li family, everything fell into place. It was quite reasonable for an ancient family to nurture exceptional talents. Who would have thought that aside from the infamous Li madman, there was yet another remarkable individual within the Li family? Chu Tiana Muset Silenti. Li Mao, oblivious to Chu Tianjiao's inner thoughts, felt as though he were losing his mind. Who could have anticipated encountering the young heirs of both the Chu family of the north and the Lin family of the far east in such a place? Li Mao's face momentarily stiffened, but he quickly squinted, subtly conveying a look to Chu Tianjiao. Upon seeing this, Chu Tianjiao immediately understood, not daring to utter a single word. He lowered his gaze, pretending as though he had seen nothing. Observing his demeanor, Qin Mo felt a weight lift from his heart. This evening had turned out to be unexpectedly coincidental. Fate had indeed brought them together in this narrow path. However, having landed a punch on this fellow the day before, he couldn't help but wonder if there would be any repercussions tonight. A formidable awakened being, rumored to be the prodigy of the Chu family, should a confrontation arise. What would become of my elder brother? Yet, judging by the current circumstances, it seems that one decisive blow has brought him to his senses. Qin Mo couldn't help but exhale in relief, his gaze drifting elsewhere, feigning complete unfamiliarity with Chu Tianjiao. Meanwhile, the three individuals in the pool harbored their own ulterior motives, all pretending to be oblivious, save for Lin Xiaoqi, who remained blissfully unaware of the intricacies at play, a genuine fool among them. Upon spotting Li Mao, Lin Xiaoqi was taken aback, his astonishment only beginning to subside. With wide eyes, he stammered, Chu Jihyo. Before Lin Xiaoqi could finish his sentence, Chu Tianjiao seized him firmly by the arm and turned to him with utmost seriousness, stating, the water in this pool is far too cold. It is uncomfortable for bathing. Let's find another. With that, he unceremoniously dragged Lin Xiaoqi away from the oddly charged atmosphere of the pool and headed outside. Once they departed, both Qin Mo and Li Mao simultaneously sighed in relief. However, this encounter had extinguished any desire they had to continue their leisurely indulgence. Shortly thereafter, Li Mao excused himself, claiming he suddenly remembered pressing matters at home that required his attention. Qin Mo, not overthinking it, readily acquiesced. They quickly donned their garments and exited together, parting ways thereafter. As Qin Mo's figure receded into the distance, an enigmatic smile gradually emerged on Li Mao's face. He turned and walked in another direction, and just as he passed a corner, Chu Tianjiao emerged from a nearby alley, respectfully addressing him. I am Chu Tianjiao, a descendant of the Chu clan from the north. I pay my respects to Duke Li. Tianjiao, I have noted your accomplishments at the border. At such a young age, your achievements are remarkable, and your future holds limitless potential, Li Mao remarked, approaching him while patting his shoulder with a beaming smile. Having spent a decade honing your skills at the border, I trust you understand what is appropriate and what is not. However, I wonder how well you comprehend what should be said and what should remain unspoken. At these words, a chill ran down Chu Tianjiao's spine, as if he stood before a colossal dragon, the faint aura of its might enveloping him. He dared not move, his lips parched, and with a stiff nod, he replied, Rest assured, Duke, I have seen nothing and know nothing of tonight's events. Excellent, Li Mao said, nodding in satisfaction as he released his grip and turned to leave. It was only after Li Mao had completely vanished from sight that Chu Tianjiao gradually straightened his posture, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The pressure exerted by an awakened being was indeed overwhelming. Simultaneously, Lin Xiaoqi had rushed over from the alley, peering down the street with curiosity. Chu Ji, isn't that Duke Li? How could he hush? Chu Tianjiao abruptly interjected, furrowing his thick brows with grave seriousness. This matter must remain strictly confidential. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Lin Xiaoqi hastily nodded in agreement. Rest assured, my friend, my lips are sealed tighter than the borders of the Great Qin. Chapter 35. Supernatural Power. It was past 11 o'clock at night when Qin Mo returned home. At this hour, he would typically be nestled in bed, slipping into the realm of dreams. However, due to Li Mao's influence, Qin Mo's routine life experienced an unusual deviation. Yet, it mattered little, for Li Mao was a cherished friend. Qin Mo had few friends, thus he held this bond in high regard. Despite his late return, he still took the time to tidy up his room and freshen up. By the time he completed these tasks, it was already 11:30. Yet he was in no rush to retire for the night. With his current physical condition, a sleepless night would bear no consequence. His intelligence had surged to an impressive 34 points, and his recovery rate stood at 33 points, bestowing upon him boundless energy and remarkable endurance. At that moment, Qin Mo stood in the bathroom, his bare body illuminated by the mirror's reflection, taking a moment to admire his transformed visage. Indeed, he had grown considerably more handsome. He murmured softly. He then turned on the faucet, watching the water flow steadily, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. The temperature in the bathroom dropped significantly, and the running water visibly crystallized into frost. Within mere seconds, the frost solidified completely, forming a thick layer of ice upon the faucet. Qin Mo extended his hand, gently prying off the icicle with a satisfying crack. Activating his X-ray vision, he peered into the heart of the icicle, a smile creeping onto his lips. This time, both the interior and exterior of the water stream had been entirely frozen. Turning his gaze to the faucet's interior, he observed that the water outlet had also transformed into a solid block of ice, a stark contrast to the previous occasion. The enhanced ability to freeze breath had reached an extraordinary level. Grasping the icicle, he applied gradual pressure, feeling its hardness until after 3 seconds, it shattered with a resounding crack. This level of strength could indeed serve as a formidable weapon. Qin Mo muttered to himself, drying his hands with a towel from the rack. This brief experiment had provided him with a clearer understanding of the enhanced strength of his abilities. The day when he could freeze a person solid with a mere breath seemed to be within reach, requiring only diligent accumulation of light energy points. Once he completed his tasks, Qin Mo finally prepared to sleep. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, he couldn't help but reflect on the events of the evening. A deep sense of perplexity settling within him. Was that individual truly Chu Tianjiao? Regrettably, no one could provide him with answers. Though Qin Mo had awakened to his powers, he remained distant from the ancient families that had stood for millennia in Great Qin. His closest encounter with such aristocracy had been with Li Yuan. Different circles made it difficult for lives to intersect. Even if one forcefully integrates, the outcome is ultimately destined for failure. Take Li Changfeng and his companions, for instance. Despite their fervent attempts to befriend the scions of noble families, have they not achieved naught but disappointment? Their efforts have merely resulted in financial loss and hollow smiles. A most vexing predicament. To expect him to follow suit is an impossibility for this lifetime. With such thoughts, Qin Mo soon drifted into slumber. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke, Qin Mo awoke promptly at 6 o'clock, his biological clock remarkably precise. After preparing a simple breakfast at home, he glanced at the weather forecast. Today promised a bright and sunny day, with temperatures soaring to 34 degrees. Yet tomorrow would bring clouds, possibly accompanied by thunderstorms by evening. Qin Mo paid little heed to the fluctuations in weather. Summer invariably brings rain. After all, what can be done? After washing up, he departed his home, jogging towards the safety bureau. Upon entering the 7th group, the clock on the wall struck 9. Qin Mo, holding his thermos, settled into his workstation, angling it just right to ensure ample light. Next, he methodically wiped down his desk, computer screen, and mouse with a tissue. He even took the time to clean the window beside him, allowing the light to stream in brilliantly. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before he realized it, an hour had passed. As a competent practitioner of leisurely pursuits, these actions were merely routine. Were it not for the desire to bask in the sun and accumulate light points, Qin Mo might have spent half an hour in the restroom, enjoying a paid break. Nevertheless, time flew by swiftly, and before he could peruse the news for long, it was already time for lunch. Qin Mo accompanied Su Yin to the safety bureau cafeteria, and after their meal, she urged him to play a few rounds of billiards. With his current vision, intellect, and strength, it was exceedingly difficult for him to lose to Su Yin. Thus, Qin Mo engaged her for over an hour, leaving her with a profoundly forlorn gaze. The entire afternoon passed with her speaking little to him, clearly in a state of deep discontent. Left to his own devices, Qin Mo basked in the sun while casting his gaze towards the small office. The walls silently transformed into a mirage, revealing the scene within. Li Yuan was not seated at her desk, but rather standing by the window, unabashedly displaying her long legs while indulging in a cigarette. Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this peculiar habit of hers, yet he quickly regained his composure, unfazed. He was aware of Li Yuan's little secret. She was often embroiled in conflicts with the Qingyang Li family, which likely weighed heavily on her mind. However, such is the nature of families. While they may flourish, providing shelter from life's storms, they are also entangled in complexities seldom affording true freedom. Indeed, whether it be the illustrious Qingyang family or the smaller family of Li Mao, troubles abound. Perhaps solitude is more comforting. Having a home is sufficient. Why yearn for something grander? Qin Mo shook his head, pondering quietly. The cigarette burned rapidly, consumed in an instant, and as Li Yuan crushed the butt, the worry etched in her brow swiftly dissipated. She reverted to her usual aloof demeanor, retreating behind her desk once more. Qin Mo averted his gaze, choosing not to look further. Thus, the hours drifted until 5 in the afternoon, when a warmth surged within him. His accumulated light energy points had reached their peak for the day. Qin Mo focused intently, opening the panel for his superhuman gene awakening. Vision, 44 hearing, 33 intelligence, 34 breath, 33 strength, 46 speed, 43 recovery, 33 defense, 42 skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intentional punch, flowing thoughts, turtle breath, rapid healing, mountain punching, supersonic, steel body stage, crystal clarity, supersound, quick recall, breath of ice, microscopic vision, elemental immunity. Light energy points, 16, freely distributable. Gazing at the attributes displayed on the panel, Qin Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. The highest values were in vision, strength, speed, and defense. These were the categories where he had allocated the most points. Yet, apart from strength, the other three had already reached the third threshold. Why was it so challenging to elevate strength to the same level? He had been pondering this for several days, convinced that with daily allocations, he would soon achieve it. However, it now seemed apparent that a more aggressive approach was necessary. Thus, Qin Mo decisively resolved to modify his allocation strategy today. He dedicated 6 points entirely to strength. As for vision, speed, and defense, he maintained his previous approach, adding 2 points to each. The remaining 4 points were distributed evenly, granting 1 point to each of the other attributes, ensuring a fair distribution. The warmth swiftly spread to every corner of his being, and at last, a new piece of information materialized before his eyes. Strength, 52, awakening skill, super strength. Chapter 36. Commencing a mission at last, strength had reached the third threshold. Qin Mo was curious about the potency of the newly unlocked skill that had consumed so many light energy points. It must be formidable indeed. The name of the new skill was straightforward yet impactful. Its effects mirrored this simplicity. Super strength, an exponential enhancement, similar to flowing thoughts. It allowed for a temporary breach of existing limits, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. Furthermore, once surpassed, the increase was exponential. As light energy points continued to rise in strength, this doubling effect would amplify accordingly. Presently, Qin Mo could only achieve a double increase, but in the future, he could potentially reach 2-fold, 3-fold, or even 10-fold enhancements. Of course, super strength came with its drawbacks. Following its use, the body would succumb to extreme fatigue. Fortunately, with a recovery rate now soaring to 34 points, any exhaustion would dissipate swiftly, granting him enhanced endurance. The warmth encircling him lingered far longer than in times past, seemingly affecting a comprehensive enhancement of his physique. As he traversed the path homeward, Qin Mo's stature silently surged. He had transcended his previous height of 186 centimeters, now reaching an impressive 190, towering a full head above where he once stood. Such a remarkable rate of growth was truly astonishing. Concurrently, the contours of his body, the proportion of his muscles, and the strength of his bones were undergoing transformation. Only a robust physique could adequately harness and manifest his burgeoning power. Presently, Qin Mo had even developed abdominal muscles, concealed beneath the loose fabric of his attire, which cloaked a physique that captivated countless women. He found great satisfaction in this. For who wouldn't he desire to possess a more handsome visage? After approximately 8 minutes, the invigorating warmth within him dissipated. He clenched his fist lightly and exhaled, a radiant smile gracing his face. In his movements, he could feel an abundance of vitality coursing through him. This instilled a profound confidence. Qin Mo believed he could easily engage in escapades with multiple partners, enduring 3 days without fatigue. Yet, having indulged in such pleasures just yesterday, he decided it wise to exercise some restraint. With these thoughts tucked away, he jogged homeward, and upon passing a noodle shop, he instinctively entered, devouring 5 large bowls of hand-pulled noodles. After satisfying his hunger, rather than returning home directly, he diverted to a nearby construction site. The sky had darkened considerably, and the workday had concluded, leaving only a few night watchers behind. Approaching a secluded corner, Qin Mo leaped effortlessly over a wire fence, eager to test his strength. Glancing around casually, he suddenly surged forward, appearing beside a tower crane in an instant. He extended his right hand, gripping the crane and lifting it slowly. Before long, the crane was elevated half a meter off the ground, yet he felt no discernible weight. This left Qin Mo feeling quite disheartened. Alas, his current strength should exceed 100 tons, with his explosive power surpassing 200 tons. It was increasingly difficult to find an object capable of testing the limits of his strength. Shaking his head in mild frustration, he returned the crane to its original position and swiftly exited the site. Moments later, he retrieved his keys and unlocked the door to his home. The subsequent routine involved tidying his room, washing up, scrolling through his phone for news, and then retiring to bed. The following day, at 7 in the morning, Qin Mo departed early, seated at a roadside stall selling spicy soup, savoring a steamed bun. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone interrupted his meal. He pulled out his phone to find a call from Suyin. Upon answering, he greeted her. "Hello, Sister Sue. What brings you to call so early? Have you risen yet?" "I have certainly risen from my slumber and have already been out for half an hour. I shall soon arrive at the bureau," Qin Mo replied after swallowing a dumpling. "What? You woke up this early?" Suyin exclaimed in astonishment. She continued, "You should refrain from heading to the bureau just yet. The team leader has just issued a notification that we are to embark on a mission today with a 9 a.m. assembly. I shall send you the specific location shortly." "A mission?" Qin Mo furrowed his brow, inquiring with curiosity, "What sort of mission is this? Are we really needed?" "I am equally perplexed. I'm not yet privy to the details. Let's discuss it further when we meet. I have yet to rise and must take a shower. I shall hang up for now." Suyin yawned before decisively ending the call. A minute later, she sent a text message containing the assembly point for Team 7. Qin Mo glanced at it and muttered under his breath, "It seems we are heading to the capital." He popped the last dumpling into his mouth, settled the bill, and set off towards the rendezvous point. With the assembly not until 9 a.m., he had ample time and opted to jog, allowing himself to absorb the sun's energy along the way. Upon arrival, he found that it was 10 minutes until 9, and the other members of Team 7 were already waiting. They had 2 6-seater black vehicles ready, but 3 cars were parked along the roadside. "Qin Mo, over here," Suyin called, leaning against one of the cars. He approached her and exchanged greetings. Standing nearby, Li Yuan glanced at him and then said coolly, "Since everyone is present, I shall outline the details of our mission." The group nodded in unison, their attention focused on her. "This mission is quite straightforward. We are to travel to Lin Town, which is 500 miles away, for a brief liaison with military personnel. We should return by tonight," she stated vaguely, omitting the identities of the military personnel and the specifics of the liaison. This left a flicker of curiosity in Qin Mo's heart, though he refrained from probing further at that moment. Li Yuan then proceeded to allocate tasks among the members of Team 7. The awakened ones, including Li Changfeng, were assigned the task of merely sitting. Yes, quite literally. Their sole responsibility was to remain in the vehicle, resting and conserving their energy with no further obligations. As for Qin Mo and Suyin, the 4 ordinary individuals were divided into 2 groups to take turns driving. It appeared that their inclusion was simply due to the considerable distance, necessitating a laboring driver. Suyin, visibly displeased, fell silent. Naturally, she was paired with Qin Mo in one vehicle, accompanied by Li Yuan, Li Changfeng, and Wang Yin, while the remaining members occupied the other car. Soon, the navigation was activated, the engine roared to life, and the trio of unmarked black vehicles gradually departed from the capital. Suyin was at the wheel, with Qin Mo seated in the passenger seat, positioned at the rear of the convoy, directly behind the peculiar black car ahead. The vehicle had not seen a single soul disembark, its windows adorned with privacy film, leaving the identity of its occupants a mystery. Perhaps Li Yuan was privy to this information, yet he had chosen not to divulge it. Thus, it fell upon him to investigate further. Leaning back in his seat, Qin Mo silently activated his enhanced perception and heightened his auditory senses, gazing intently ahead. All FA aids crumbled before his discerning eyes, revealing the true forms of the 6 figures within the vehicle. Of these, 5 were unfamiliar, Yet one was unmistakably recognized. Seated in the center was none other than the director of the security division, Qin Mo. The involvement of the director in this mission suggested that it was indeed more complex than the team leader had led him to believe. Qin Mo mused inwardly. Qin Mo was a high-tier awakened. It was an easy deduction that his direct intervention was unwarranted for a routine task, especially considering that this operation had summoned multiple high-tier awakened individuals. With his holographic vision activated, Qin Mo had the entire convoy under his surveillance. The thermal signatures of everyone clearly discernible. There was no need to elaborate on the members of Team 7. However, within the vehicle alongside Qin Mo were 2 high-tier awakened and 3 mid-tier awakened. Such a formidable assembly indicated significant strength. He yearned to uncover the true nature of their mission. Yet Qin Mo and his companions remained resolutely silent throughout the journey, left with no alternatives. Qin Mo resolved to remain vigilant, wary of any unforeseen developments. With so many infiltrators within the Security Bureau, who could ascertain whether the Tiandi Society might seize this opportunity to act en route. However, by the time they reached Lin Town shortly after 1 o'clock, no incidents had occurred, and the journey had proceeded remarkably smoothly. It seemed that his suspicions were unfounded. The group was scheduled to remain in Lin Town for half an hour, taking advantage of this brief respite to partake in a meal. As for Qin Mo and his cohort, they would not be joining. They had parted ways with Team 7 the moment they entered Lin Town. At this juncture, Qin Mo, while slurping noodles from his bowl, leveraged his acute hearing to clandestinely eavesdrop on Qin Mo's movements. He observed as the vehicle gradually approached the opposite side of the small town, decelerating as someone rolled down the window. Meanwhile, a military jeep was advancing towards them. The two vehicles did not halt, seemingly oblivious to one another, passing each other directly. Yet, at that fleeting moment of intersection, a black box was handed from the jeep into Qin Mo's grasp. Subsequently, the window of the black vehicle ascended slowly, as if nothing had transpired. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering. Although he had not witnessed the exchange, every sound-emitting object had been relayed to him through radar reflection. After a series of analytical processes within his mind, vivid images began to form, akin to witnessing the scene firsthand. It seemed that the director was the actual individual meant to liaise with the military, while the 7th group was merely a FA deliberately drawn out to divert attention. Qin Mo mused internally, his curiosity piqued by the contents of the box, which warranted such solemnity. Nonetheless, he would soon behold it himself. Half an hour elapsed in the blink of an eye. Once Li Changfeng and the others finished their meal, Li Yuan approached from a distance, carrying a black box, and boarded the vehicle. This box mirrored the one in Qin Mo's possession in both size and weight. Without opening it, distinguishing between the two would be exceedingly challenging. Let us depart. After entering the vehicle, Li Yuan did not inspect the box, but placed it beside him. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo slightly nodded, turned the key, and ignited the engine. The tires swiftly gripped the ground as he maneuvered the steering wheel and activated his perception abilities once more. The exterior of the car, the seats, and the black box were all penetrated by Qin Mo's gaze, revealing a sudden flash of blue light that entered his line of sight. A frown creased Qin Mo's brow as he discerned an ice pick within the box. The ice pick was as long as an arm and as thick as a wrist. Its surface a pristine white, uneven and adorned with swirling blue patterns that appeared to be naturally occurring rather than engraved. It resembled not merely an ice pick, but rather a work of art. However, with the naked eye, Qin Mo could detect no anomalies. He did not recognize the true nature of this ice pick. Nevertheless, the involvement of multiple high-ranking awakeners from the Security Bureau indicated that this was no ordinary object. What could it be? Qin Mo was filled with perplexity, yet no one was available to provide answers. Thus, the group retraced their route back to the capital. Around 3:30, Su Yin took over his position, and Qin Mo remained seated in the passenger seat. The afternoon sun streamed through the windshield, continuously bestowing him with energy points. This continued until 5 o'clock, when several dark clouds obscured the sun, and the sky gradually darkened as the wind began to blow. It was then that Qin Mo recalled the weather forecast from the previous day, which had predicted thunderstorms for that evening. It seemed that the predictions of the Qin dynasty's meteorological services remained as accurate as ever. As the clouds thickened and the sun vanished entirely, a warm current surged within Qin Mo energy points, 12 freely allocatable. Today's energy points were 4 less than yesterday, undoubtedly influenced by the weather. As usual, he allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense, distributing the remaining 4 points equally between intelligence and breathing as the warm current swiftly coursed through his body. Intelligence, 37, with skills sharpening like a flowing spring, clarity enhanced. The receding warmth surged back into his mind, and Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes, keenly attuned to the changes within his body. The enhancement of intellect was anticipated, and these 2 skills represented a comprehensive mastery, as the reinforcement was not limited to a singular aspect. In essence, Qin Mo's abilities in analysis, learning, memory, reasoning, and other facets had significantly improved. Particularly, his analytical prowess directly influenced the scope of the holographic vision. As they were on the verge of returning to the imperial capital, Qin Mo refrained from conducting any experiments, choosing to exercise patience. He gazed through the car window, observing the swaying trees and the intensifying winds. Endless dark clouds enveloped the sky, thunder rumbled, and lightning flickered intermittently. Su-Yin had already turned on the headlights. Her spirits lifted. Suddenly, summer rain began to pour down, drenching everything in an instant. Large raindrops pelted the glass, rapidly transforming into a torrential downpour, obscuring much of their view and affecting the speed of the vehicles. Abruptly, Su-Yin slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a sudden halt. The inertia propelled the occupants forward before they were thrust back against their seats. What happened? Li Yuan inmuted, following Herberoth. Team leader, I'm not certain. It seems the car ahead stopped abruptly, Su-Yin replied. Hearing this, Li Yuan leaned forward to peer into the distance, confirming Su-Yin's words, which further deepened her frown. Qin Mo, Li Changfeng, you two go check it out, she instructed calmly. Understood, Li Shangfeng raplia, promptly opening the car door and stepping out into the torrential rain. Qin Mo was reluctant to face the downpour, but had no choice but to follow him. In truth, he was already aware of the issue at hand. The lead car had suffered a sudden tire blowout, which appeared to be an unfortunate accident. As they approached the front vehicle, Li Changfeng examined the situation and returned to report to Li Yuan. Meanwhile, the others were braving the rain to change the tire. As they had brought a spare, the issue would be resolved in less than 5 minutes, allowing them to resume their journey. Damn this rain, one colleague muttered under his breath. Indeed, just as we were nearing home, this mess occurs. It feels like the heavens are conspiring against us, another echoed. Listening to their complaints, Qin Mo narrowed his eyes and quietly expanded his holographic vision, enveloping an area of 600 meters. This was the notable change brought about by the enhancement of his intellect. The range of his holographic vision had doubled. He was acutely aware of every movement within 600 meters, yet he did not detect any other awakened individuals or any anomalies. In fact, Qin Mo found no signs of human intervention regarding the tire blowout. Everything seemed to be mere coincidence. Yet, this very aspect struck him as peculiar. When something is amiss, there is often an underlying cause. How could it be so fortuitous? As time passed, the 5 minutes quickly elapsed, and the new tire was installed. The group clapped their hands in satisfaction, preparing to return to the vehicle promptly. Until this moment, no unforeseen incidents had occurred. Could it be that I am merely overthinking? A sense of doubt stirred within Qin Mo. However, just as the car door swung open, at that instant when everyone's guard was at its lowest, a sudden roar erupted from a kilometer away, piercing through the air and reaching Qin Mo's ears. Thunder rumbled, rain poured, and alongside the highway, a shell rushed forth like a bride in haste, racing towards her beloved man, ruthlessly intruding upon Qin Mo's holographic vision. The shell's trajectory was alarmingly aimed at the very black car that housed Li Mo. For a shell, 600 meters is a mere heartbeat. The window of the black car had unknowingly rolled down, and an arm extended out, rapidly becoming robust, bursting the sleeve as 5 fingers spread wide like a tiger's claw. In the next instant, the shell collided violently with the claw. Boom! The shell detonated. A suffocating cloud of smoke erupted instantly, enveloping the 3 vehicles of the security detail. At that moment, everyone in the rain-drenched night lost all sight and direction, rendered blind by the chaos. It was in fact a smoke grenade. Chapter 38. The Grim Reaper walking in the rainy night, the sound of car doors slamming echoed as all the awakened from Group 7 disembarked simultaneously, while several individuals also emerged from the black car. In the obscurity of the rain-soaked night, with smoke swirling around, visibility was nil. Li Yuan and the others could only huddle close to the vehicle, bracing themselves against an unknown assault from any direction. Simultaneously, as the security detail scrambled to respond, dozens of silhouettes suddenly materialized in Qin Mo's holographic vision. They dispersed quickly, encircling from both sides of the highway. Analyzing the thermal imaging distribution, Qin Mo promptly assessed the strength of this group from the Heavenly Earth Society. 2 were of the second tier, 4 were of the fourth tier, and the remainder were below that level, totaling 30 individuals. Qin Mo's brow furrowed deeply, his heart gripped by astonishment. The apparent strength displayed by the assailants revealed 6 high-tier awakened ones, an exceedingly formidable lineup. It is crucial to note that second-tier awakened beings possess the power to contend with an army, and on the security detail S side, only Li Mo could match such prowess. High-tier awakened ones are not as common as cabbages found by the roadside. Their rarity is significant. What exactly is the Heavenly Earth Society? From where did they summon such a multitude? Why had there been not a whisper of this prior? At this moment, Qin Mo's mind was awash with confusion. Nevertheless, he could not afford to dwell on these thoughts. The immediate crisis demanded resolution. Presently, in terms of numbers, levels, and the advantages of time and place, they were undeniably at a disadvantage. The force mobilized by the Heavenly Earth Society was at least double that of the security detail. If fate were to hold true, the sacrifice list for the Safety Bureau tomorrow would surely bear the names of Li Mo and Li Yuan. Yet, Qin Mo remained resolute. Neither the rainy night nor the encroaching smoke affected him in the slightest. In a similar vein, whether in rank or level, it made no difference to him. Within mere seconds, the members of the Heaven and Earth Society had infiltrated the shrouded area of mist. Chun Lingling was providing assistance from a distance of 2 kilometers away. All the awakened individuals, whether from Group 7 or the Heaven and Earth Society, existed in her mind as red dots. As for Su Yin and her few ordinary companions, their presence was not marked on this map. No one would pay heed to ordinary people. They posed no threat, and a mere ripple could extinguish their lives. Li Mo remained stationary, unmoved, with the elemental crystal still cradled in his hands. Chun Lingling's voice resonated in the minds of the 6 high-ranking awakened members of the Heaven and Earth Society, prompting them to accelerate towards their predetermined direction. Among them was a voluptuous woman clad in form-fitting leather, one of the higher-tier awakened. When she was 30 meters away from the black vehicle, the woman abruptly halted, her palm turning to reveal a flickering flame. The flame danced and ascended, transforming into a fiery spear. With a whoosh, the spear sliced through the air, aimed directly at the black vehicle. At that moment, Li Mo, still seated within the vehicle, wore an expression of utmost dread. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable interception just as they were about to enter the imperial capital. Moreover, it was evident that the Heaven and Earth Society's objective extended beyond merely acquiring the elemental crystal. They sought to eliminate him as well. The fiery spear traversed the 30 meters in an instant, its intense heat scorching the surrounding air, even evaporating the rain that had recently fallen. Li Mo finally set down the box he had been holding, slowly closing his eyes as the interior of the vehicle plunged into darkness. In that moment, shadows surged forth like viscous tendrils, intertwining to form a pitch-black curtain that silently consumed the spear. Li Mo, a high-ranking elemental awakened, wielded the element of darkness. The battle was about to commence. The high-ranking awakened from both sides had engaged. A colossal figure towering over 3 meters emerged from the mist, its exposed skin as hard as steel and its hair resembling sharp needles. It bore little resemblance to a human, appearing more akin to a terrifying black bear. The bear raised its arm and struck down with tremendous force, causing the black vehicle to crumple and render it inoperative. However, from the shadows a mere 3 meters away, Li Mo emerged, clutching the very box. Before he could catch his breath, a second fiery spear shot toward his head. With 2 against 1, the outcome seemed all but certain. Su Yin felt a surge of panic. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. This was her first experience in a battle between awakened beings, and even at its inception, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. An ordinary person like her is utterly useless at such times. The relentless raindrops pounded against the glass, composing a mournful symphony that foreshadowed the night's grim conclusion. Inside the vehicle, only Su Yin remained. At this moment, seeking refuge in the car, was undoubtedly the safest, most rational, and most prudent choice, without exception. Yet, Qin Mo was not in the car. He had descended to inspect a malfunction and had yet to return. Su Yin's expression shifted, her gaze fraught with conflict. Trembling, her hand relinquished the steering wheel and slowly reached for the cold grip of the handgun at her waist. "You must not die. I will come to save you." Her fingers tightened around the weapon, and with determination, she drew the gun, disengaging the safety with resolute clarity, banishing any trace of hesitation. With decisive grace, Su Yin opened the car door and stepped out, gun in hand, advancing cautiously in the direction her memory dictated. She could see nothing, only hear the cacophony of hurried footsteps surrounding her, and dread enveloped her. Yet, whether by sheer fortune or some other twist of fate, she traversed several meters without encountering any peril. The chaotic footfalls transformed into a different sound, reminiscent of a watermelon smashing upon impact with the ground. Bang! Qin Mo unleashed a powerful punch, sending the head of his adversary soaring, the gruesome force splattering gore upon the ground. He turned, casting an odd look at Su Yin, who was moving forward. Internally, he mused, "What is Su's sister doing out here?" Shaking his head, he erupted into supersonic speed, vanishing from sight and reappearing behind another awakened foe of the heavenly society. Once again, a swift, decisive strike dispatched another adversary. With his formidable strength of 54 points, eliminating several low-tier awakened individuals was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Amidst the torrential downpour, Qin Mo continually vanished from one spot to another. Each of his appearances illuminated the rain-soaked night with a vibrant bloom of crimson. He resembled a specter of death, silently wielding his scythe, reaping the lives of those around him. Fear, panic, and uncertainty spread like a contagion among the awakened members of the heavenly society, permeating the atmosphere with palpable anxiety. "Where are they? Where is the enemy? Position. I need to know their position. Chen Lingling, are you dead or what?" A cacophony of disordered voices echoed in her mind, draining the color from Chen Lingling's face. She sat in her car, the warmth of the heater contrasting with the thin fabric of her clothing, now soaked with the cold sweat of anxiety. Watching the red dots in her mind gradually vanish, her breath quickened. Where are they? Where could they possibly be? She was consumed by anxiety, yearning to comprehend the predicament at hand. Yet Qin Mo's swiftness was astonishing. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Chen Lingling suddenly recalled the Imperial Capital Hospital, as well as the factory incident from not long ago. On both occasions, she found herself, much like now, sitting in a daze, helplessly witnessing her companions perish before her eyes. The battle among the elite awakened beings raged on. Yet Chen Lingling gradually opened her eyes, leaning weakly against the chair's backrest, her face devoid of color. This mission, she mused, had undeniably failed. Chapter 39. Total annihilation. Surging dark tendrils emerged from behind Li Mo, manifesting as a barrier that shielded him from the black bear. Bang! The black bear's fist struck the barrier with tremendous force, causing Li Mo to sink, collapsing to one knee, a metallic taste flooding his throat. Confronted by two awakened beings of comparable strength, Li Mo found himself unable to launch an attack, relegated to a state of passive defense, barely holding his ground. Yet, as each second slipped away, the inevitable outcome became increasingly apparent. The black bear unleashed another devastating blow, producing a thunderous sound that bent Li Mo's spine further, his entire body trembling. Simultaneously, a fierce gust surged as a flaming spear shot forth from the distance. The heavens seemed to conspire perfectly, a melee combatant and a ranged attacker, leaving Li Mo feeling acutely pressured. He raised his arm, fingers clenched, as more tendrils of darkness emerged, attempting to intercept the spear. However, the black bear unexpectedly delivered a powerful kick, intensifying the pressure and swiftly diverting most of Li Mo's focus, allowing the dark tendrils to fail in their interception of the spear. In that moment, Li Mo's pupils constricted sharply, the spear looming larger in his vision, its fiery tip reflecting ominously in his gaze. Yet, in the next instant, the flame vanished, replaced by an abrupt shadow. Qin Mo stood before Li Mo, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. The frigid air escaped his lungs, extinguishing the rapidly advancing flaming spear. The leather-clad woman was left astounded. She had never anticipated such a turn of events. Gazing through the mist at the elusive figure of Qin Mo, her expression grew increasingly grave. But what shocked her further lay ahead. In the mere blink of an eye, she suddenly lost sight of Qin Mo, her countenance turning pale. With a swift reaction, she enveloped herself in roaring flames, transforming into a fiery figure. Yet, who could have foreseen that a robust arm would effortlessly penetrate the flames, seizing her by the throat? The woman was utterly dumbfounded. Why did the fire element have no effect on him? Alas, she would never uncover the answer. Qin Mo's fingers exerted a gradual force, lifting her effortlessly while crushing her throat with ease. A fire element awakened being met his demise at the hands of Qin Mo, showing no mercy. Qin Mo released his grip, allowing the woman's lifeless body to tumble to the ground, rain cascading upon her pale chest, resembling a beautiful canvas. In an instant, he unleashed a supersonic burst, reappearing before the black bear. It was only then that the bear realized its companion had perished. A flicker of astonishment crossed its eyes, followed by a fierce roar as its form expanded, towering to an impressive height of 10 meters. This formidable creature loomed like a small mountain, obstructing the path ahead. The awakened being of the mimicry type summoned every ounce of his strength, daring not to hold back in the face of Qin Mo. Such immense stature signified terrifying power. The black bear struck with a paw, its massive hand nearly the size of Qin Mo himself. Observing this display, Qin Mo felt a twinge of trepidation but did not hesitate. He immediately activated his extraordinary strength. His power surged, doubling in intensity, as he employed a deliberate punch to further amplify his might. He was not foolish enough to clash directly with the bear's paw. Instead, he leaped into the air, his formidable agility propelling him higher than the bear. With his right fist raised, he aimed at the bear's colossal head and brought it crashing down. This punch disregarded the bear's formidable exterior, striking directly at its core. A resounding boom echoed through the rain-soaked night, the sound of the black bear collapsing. Its wide, terrified eyes reflected disbelief, unable to comprehend the nature of the monster it had encountered. To crush an awakened being of the mimicry type with a single blow, and effortlessly eliminate an elemental type, rendered all words but fear utterly inadequate. Observing this from 2 kilometers away, Chun Lingling felt no hesitation. She swiftly activated her engine and sped away. Although a few awakened beings remained in the Heavenly Society's ranks, none would escape. All were destined to perish, with the best outcome being capture. Setting aside the mysterious figure, the mere presence of Li Mo was sufficient to determine the battle's outcome. In brief, the Heavenly Society's operation had suffered complete annihilation, save for her. Chun Lingling needed to return to the Imperial capital at once to report this incident and facilitate timely strategic adjustments. At that moment, seated in the driver's seat, her hands trembled uncontrollably on the steering wheel, her face etched with fear. Soon, the battle came to a definitive end. The rain continued to pour, but the fog began to dissipate, revealing the harrowing sight of numerous lifeless bodies. The members of Team 7, leaning on one another, limped together, weary from the ordeal. Until this moment, Li Changfeng and the others realized that the person who had been seated in that mysterious black car was, in fact, the section chief. Remain vigilant. Do not let your guard down, and stay alert while awaiting reinforcements from the capital. Li Mo, holding a box, calmly instructed. Having informed the other teams at the security department the moment the battle concluded, they would arrive within a quarter of an hour. The significance of the elemental crystals is self-evident, and venturing forth recklessly is ill-advised, especially since subsequent handling is required here. Naturally, the most critical factor remains that the vehicle has been rendered inoperative. Upon hearing this, everyone unanimously agreed, spreading out under the pouring rain to shield Li Mo at the center. Qin Mo was no exception. At that moment, he stood beside Su Yin. The two engaged in hushed conversation. "Sister Su, I'm just fine," he remarked. "Humph, that's merely your good fortune this time. What about next time? Or the time after that?" Su Yin teased, tugging at his ear with mock annoyance. "Next time, be more astute. If Li Changfeng can return first, why can't you?" "Ouch, that hurts." I get it, Qin Mo feigned distress. "Enough, I can't be bothered with you," Su Yin replied, turning her head away casually. She did not disclose her search for Qin Mo after exiting the vehicle, deeming it unnecessary. However, Qin Mo had already observed everything. A smile slowly crept onto his lips. Though he stood in the downpour, his heart felt warmer than a furnace in winter. That night, having taken down two formidable opponents, Qin Mo gained a deeper understanding of his own attributes, strength, speed, defense, and more. Currently, his prowess, while perhaps not on par with awakened beings of the highest caliber, certainly placed him among the pinnacle of his level. During this period, Qin Mo had been consistently accumulating energy points, relentlessly enhancing himself. And now is the time to evaluate the results of this phase. It was evident that the fruits of his labor were bountiful. Qin Mo's strength was steadily on the rise. Before long, a convoy of vehicles approached rapidly from the direction of the capital. The personnel from the security department had finally arrived. The group no longer needed to endure the rain and hurriedly boarded the vehicles. At that moment, within one of the cars, Li Mo reclined against the backrest, clutching the black box. Throughout the journey, he had hardly let go of it. Beside him sat his secretary and deputy, a slender man wearing glasses. The slender man produced his phone, dialed a number, and handed it to Li Mo. The call was quickly connected, and Li Mo instinctively straightened his back, his expression becoming serious as he respectfully addressed, "Father, the troubles with the Heavenly Society have been resolved. Your foresight is truly remarkable. You had indeed arranged such a powerful contingency in advance." Li Mo. Chapter 40. Li Mao expresses his confusion listening to the continuous sounds emanating from the phone. Li Mao appeared utterly bewildered. He understood each individual term regarding the Heavenly Society's ambush. Yet when combined, they formed a perplexing enigma in his mind. However, Li Mao did not express his doubts. Instead, he merely responded with a faint hum, and, as was his custom, spoke slowly, "I understand. Please compile the detailed records of this mission afterward." After issuing a few commands, he decisively hung up the phone. Sitting in his study, gazing at the unfinished game of Go before him, Li Mao remained motionless for an extended period. Recently, news of a significant victory had emerged from the border, where the great Qin war god, Xia Zhu, had slain a high-ranking official from the Qi kingdom on the battlefield. His reputation soaring. The slain official was an awakened one of the ice element, and since the Qi kingdom did not retrieve his corpse, the resulting elemental crystals naturally fell into the hands of the Qin. Today, a covert operation aimed to transport these elemental crystals back to the imperial capital for safekeeping in the treasury. However, it appeared that the operation was anything but secret, as the mission details had been thoroughly leaked. Clearly, there was something substantial concealed within the family. Li Mao squinted, a subtle aura of dragon might emanating from him. This operation bypassed the intelligence department, indicating that there was a traitor of higher status and deeper concealment lurking within the Li family. For him, this was disheartening news. Fortunately, the outcome of this mission was ultimately positive. The Security Bureau had incurred no casualties, and the elemental crystals remained in their possession, which could be considered a narrow escape. Nevertheless, Li Mo's mention of a backup plan left him somewhat perplexed. A mysterious, high-level awakened one? Recently, the only one he had encountered was Qin Mo. Could it possibly be that young man? Li Mao's expression turned skeptical as he pondered. But young Mo is already a high-level awakened one. The attack from a Heavenly Society would undoubtedly be even stronger. Indeed, Qin Mo had previously dispatched a high-ranking official with a single punch. Yet he was only 23 this year. How could this be possible? Li Mao was at a loss, his decades of understanding seemingly shaken, unable to discern the intricacies from mere words. It seemed he would have to wait for the mission records. He let out a sigh, shook his head, and casually picked up a black stone, placing it among a cluster of white stones on the board. The situation was dire, but it could still be salvaged. Shortly after 6 in the evening, Li Mo and his companions returned to the Security Bureau. Outside, the rain continued to pour, accompanied by rumbling thunder that grew ever louder. Inside the office of Team 7, Li Changfeng and others huddled together, basking in the warmth of the air conditioning as they dried their clothes. The awakened ones formed their own circle, excluding Qin Mo and Su Yin from their discussions. At that moment, Wang Yin whispered, "I saw it. That black bear was at least 3 zhang tall, definitely a high-level shapeshifter." Yes, Sister Yan's suspicion must be true. The director's demeanor clearly indicated that he had endured a fierce battle. Someone echoed. They had been engulfed in thick fog, unable to see anything, and engaged in combat with the enemies of the Heavenly Society, unaware of the specifics of what had transpired. They could only deduce fragments of information through the corpses and the battlefield. As the events of the night unfolded, a sense of wistfulness filled the hearts of those present, each reflecting on the unforeseen nature of their mission, unaware that the director would accompany them. It was evident that this evening was not solely a contest for the department. Wang Yin suddenly remarked, prompting Li Changfeng to nod in agreement, lowering his voice as he asserted, indeed, the Qinyangli clan must have mobilized their family resources. What the high-tier awakened ones? What could the Heavenly Society do? They are entirely oblivious to the terrors of a millennium-old family, a colleague lamented. This statement resonated with everyone present, who acknowledged the formidable strength of such ancient lineages without the need for elaboration. Their persistent efforts to forge connections with the scions of these families stemmed from a desire to ally themselves with a powerful force. Yet they lamented their inability to gain entry into this exclusive circle. Li Changfeng sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, he turned to Qin Mo, who was conversing with Su Yi near the window, and said coolly, "Please fetch a few dinner portions from the cafeteria." Without waiting for response, he resumed chatting with Wang Yin and the others, as if he were devoid of limbs. Is he not capable of fetching it himself? Su Yin matter. Qin Mo smiled lightly, unfazed, and replied, "All right, Sister Su, what would you like to eat? I'll accompany you." As Su Yin prepared to rise, Qin Mo gently pressed her shoulder, his tone cheerful. "Allow me to go instead. You've been caught in the rain, and your clothes are still damp. It's easy to catch a chill." "Oh dear, is the handsome young man concerned about me?" Su Yin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Who else would I be concerned about if not you, Sister Su?" Qin Mo teased, eliciting an even brighter smile from her. As they walked towards the cafeteria, Qin Mo's thoughts wandered, and he mused, so, that object is an elemental crystal. I overheard a conspiracy at the Heavenly Society last time, discussing the imminent transport of elemental crystals to the imperial capital. I had thought they possessed some channel, yet it turns out they seized it directly from the Security Bureau. His intellect had now soared to 37 points, granting him formidable analytical and deductive capabilities. Through various clues, he surmised the true nature of the ice spike contained within a box. It must be said that resorting to direct theft was indeed the simplest approach. With the aid of the insider they had placed, the Heavenly Society would likely face no defeat. However, their insider had meticulously calculated everything except for Qin Mo. As a saying goes, one misstep leads to a cascade of losses. The Heavenly Society's defeat was not entirely unjust. Nevertheless, the glimpse of this mighty force was astonishing enough to leave Qin Mo in awe. He contemplated how the Security Bureau would respond. Yet he wondered what relevance this bore for him, a mere ordinary member. He simply wished to lead a tranquil life, free from disturbances. Before long, Qin Mo returned from the cafeteria, carrying 5 dinner portions in each hand as he made his way back to Team 7. He divided the dinner among Li Changfeng, Su Yin, and others, keeping a portion for himself before heading towards the small office with the final serving. Since everyone had received their share, it would be remiss to overlook Li Yuan. However, just as Qin Mo reached the doorway of the small office and was about to knock, Li Changfeng strode over and unceremoniously took the dinner from his hands, saying coolly, "Go eat. I'll deliver it to the team leader." He evidently intended to seize this opportunity to curry favor. Qin Mo paused momentarily, quickly realizing the man's ulterior motives, and couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking, not particularly handsome, yet his aspirations are grand. Nevertheless, he said nothing and casually walked past the workstations to sit beside Su Yin. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng had already entered the small office. As he prepared to speak, Li Yuan glanced at him briefly. In that instant, the words he had intended to say suddenly felt tremendously heavy. Ultimately, he could only utter, "Team leader, dinner has arrived." To set it down, Li Yuan replied, lowering her gaze once more. "Understood. Please close the door," she instructed. "Yes." In that brief exchange, Li Changfeng's heart brimmed with bitterness. Li Yuan resembled a princess, perched high above, completely indifferent to him, devoid of any concern. After dinner, everyone departed to return home. The rain continued to fall outside, and this time, Qin Mo accepted a ride from Su Yin, who graciously drove him to his residence. As Su Yin rolled down the car window and looked at Qin Mo standing at his doorstep, she smiled and asked, "What is this? Aren't you inviting your sister in for a visit?" "Sister, would you dare? There's no one else at my place, making it quite convenient." Upon hearing this, Su Yin glanced at Qin Mo's waist, scoffed lightly, and turned away, saying, "Perhaps not, I fear some individuals are merely beautiful on the outside, lacking substance. How would you know if you haven't tried? Qin Mo retorted. All right then, hurry home, take a shower, and get some rest. I'll use you again another time. These days, you can't expect me to let you battle through the night, can you? With a hum of the engine, the car sped away from Guanghong Street. Qin Mo watched the taillights fade into the distance, clicked his tongue, and forcefully inserted his key into the lock, opening the door to his home. Thus, the night passed in silence. The following day, Qin Mo resumed his usual routine at work, idly passing the time. The previous night's rain seemed to have cleansed the sky, revealing an exceptionally sunny day, with not a cloud in sight and brilliant illumination. Observing this, a smile crept across Qin Mo's lips. Abundant sunlight meant the potential to accumulate more energy points. He continued to idle until the afternoon. As he noticed Li Yuan in the small office removing her white socks and submerging her delicate, fair feet into warm water, a gentle warmth coursed through him. Energy points, 18, freely distributable. Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, he focused on the task at hand, preparing to allocate today's points. Vision, strength, speed, and defense need no elaboration, each augmented by 2 points. The remaining 10 points were allocated by Qin Mo, with 3 points added to intelligence and recovery, while hearing and breathing were temporarily set aside. Receiving 2 points each, a warm current swiftly enveloped his body, enhancing all his attributes. Recovery, 37. The skill of rapid healing was significantly bolstered, as was the ability to quickly regain mental clarity. Chapter 41. A Supreme Geniusum? Qin Mo's eyes brightened. The enhancement of rapid healing indicated that should he sustain injuries now, his recovery speed would be greatly accelerated. Similarly, the quick regaining of focus would allow Qin Mo to swiftly compensate for the mental fatigue incurred from excessive cognitive exertion. However, despite the enhancement, recovery was not something to be recklessly tested. After all, it is best to avoid inflicting wounds upon oneself. Thus far, all 8 of Qin Mo's attributes have been reinforced at least once. Through relentless accumulation of light energy points, his power had grown formidable, as evidenced by the brief skirmish the previous night. A level awakening individual could withstand an entire army, capable of holding a director-level position within a safety bureau, and would be courted by ancient noble families as a high-tier awakener. Yet now, I could effortlessly dispatch such a being. As Qin Mo gazed out at the dusk through the glass window, a wave of sentiment washed over him, an involuntary smile gracing his face. In just a few short days, he had transformed into someone entirely different from his former self. Truly, the superhuman genes were remarkable. With attributes only in the range of 40 to 50 points, he was already rivaling a level awakener. One could only imagine the magnitude of his power once his attributes reached 400 or 500 points. It is worth noting that he had yet to awaken skills such as thermal manipulation and flight. The smile on Qin Mo's face deepened as he glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. The hour hand had reached 5, signaling it was time to prepare to leave for home. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone unexpectedly chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Li Mao, requesting to meet at their usual place that evening. After a moment's contemplation, he realized he had no prior engagements and promptly replied to Li Mao, agreeing with enthusiasm. 20 minutes earlier, at the Qingyang Li family private estate study room, Secretary Li knocked on the door, entering with a freshly brewed cup of fine tea. Setting down a document as he spoke. Master, here is the detailed report regarding last night's mission. Understood. You may leave, Li Mao responded coolly. He then opened the document on the desk, scrutinizing every line carefully. The cause of death for the level mimicry awakener was attributed to a tremendous internal force, shattering the organs. The document contained extensive information, including the cause of death, points of suspicion, and the conjectures and judgments made by professionals from the Safety Bureau based on these observations. After reviewing the document, Li Mao exhaled deeply. This so-called contingency plan was indeed that young rascal Qin Mo, although last night, due to the heavy rain, smoke bombs, and various factors, no one had clearly discerned what Qin Mo truly looked like. However, such rapid speed, terrifying power, and this crude and forceful manner of action can undoubtedly be attributed to Qin Mo. In this moment, Li Mao decisively reached a conclusion. Leaning back in his chair, his brow furrowed and his gaze shifting, he was genuinely astonished. The last time Qin Mo had briefly displayed his talents, it had already left him in awe. Now, it seemed he had underestimated him. What an alarming rate of growth. Or could it be that the young man did not exert his full strength the last time? Li Mao murmured softly. Just days ago, he was at a level of instantaneous elimination, and now he had suddenly ascended 2 levels in mere days. If the former were true, could he still be considered human? Yet, even if the latter were the case, a 23-year-old at such a level is equally astonishing. Regardless of which speculation holds true, both are overwhelmingly terrifying. Just a few days prior, Li Mao regarded Qin Mo merely as a genius. Now, he felt it necessary to revise his evaluation of Qin Mo entirely. He was not just a genius. He must be a prodigious talent. What does it mean to be prodigious? An awakened individual of the highest caliber is what it signifies. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Qin Mo's ascension to the rank of awakened individual seems almost inevitable. Such talent far surpasses that of his peers, and more remarkably is his temperament. Li Mao's brow tightened further. Ever since Qin Mo had declined his overtures, he had completely abandoned that notion. Yet now, witnessing Qin Mo's astonishing talent and formidable strength, the thought of enticing him back ignited a flicker of hope within him. Alas, having spent several days in Qin Mo's company, he knew all too well what manner of person Qin Mo was. After a brief contemplation, he ultimately relinquished this thought. Sighing deeply, Li Mao murmured to himself, I am, after all, a high-ranking individual, yet I could not discern his true affinity. This young man is truly adept at concealing his abilities. He took out his phone, accessed Qin Mo's contact information, and composed a message. After awaiting Qin Mo's response, Li Mao rose from the study, informed the Duchess of his departure, and left the estate alone. Secretary Li observed his retreating figure, a flicker of inscrutable intent flashing momentarily in his eyes. He was acutely aware that Li Mao was likely on his way to meet that young acquaintance. With his dual identities, he could surmise that this acquaintance was probably the backup Li Mao had arranged. If only he could ascertain who this acquaintance was and eliminate him. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Secretary Li's gaze, quickly concealed beneath a veneer of composure. The aspiration was splendid, but reality was cruel. He had no means to investigate Qin Mo's identity unless he followed Li Mao. However, tracking a high-ranking individual was merely courting death. The night in the imperial capital was perpetually shrouded in darkness. The rich, acrid smoke from the grill assaulted Qin Mo's nostrils, ruthlessly dulling his sense of smell. He took a deep breath and chuckled, remarking that roadside barbecues were indeed the most authentic. Meanwhile, Qin Mo, with a puzzled expression, gazed at Li Mao, inquiring, Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Are you going to eat skewers? In response, Li Mao casually picked up a skewer of lamb and took a nonchalant bite, shaking his head and replying, No, it's nothing. You don't seem to mean that. Brother, is there something troubling you? Qin Mo probed further. Could it be that the matter of the health check has reached your wife? Li Mao grimaced, saying, It's better not to mention it. Just thinking about it makes me feel embarrassed. How ridiculous is it to go for a massage and get caught by the younger generation of other families? With a dark expression, Li Mao scolded, Where were you yesterday? At work, Qin Mo replied. You really want to work? Just work? Li Mao prasa. Qin Montak hesitated, but eventually answered, Yes, what else could I do? It was a holiday yesterday. Brother, what's gotten into you? Why the sudden interest? Pretending. Keep pretending. You're doing quite a good job of it. Li Mao scoffed internally, recognizing that, while Qin Mo was indeed acting, he had, in fact, been at work. After all, that was precisely what the security office was about. Li Mao had initially intended to invite him fishing the day before, but unexpectedly, a heavy rain had poured down that evening. I was thinking of asking you out to fish yesterday, but then it suddenly rained heavily. Li Mao casually fabricated an excuse. Qin Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the rain was quite heavy yesterday. We can go fishing tomorrow instead. The conversation smoothly shifted, and Li Mao ceased his probing. The two casually chatted, their laughter resonating in the air. Observing Qin Mo's demeanor, Li Mao felt a deeper sense of admiration. Such a talented individual, and remarkably compatible with him, yet lamentably not born into the Li family, nor bearing the surname Li. Had he been in the security bureau, dealing with the heavenly society would surely be far simpler. Li Mao couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a profound sense of regret and nostalgia. Chapter 42, Distant Vision. A night passed without conversation. The following day, the sun shone brightly. The outdoor temperature in the capital soared to an astonishing 38 degrees, marking the hottest day of the summer. On the streets, office workers prepared for their day, each wielding sun umbrellas in one hand and handheld fans in the other. Except for Qin Mo. He appeared almost alien, donning a short-sleeved shirt and intentionally walking in the most blistering sunlight, even breaking into a light jog. Unfazed by the bewildered gazes of passers-by, Qin Mo reveled in the heat. In such scorching weather, he wished every day could be like this. At 8:50 in the morning, Qin Mo entered the Security Bureau building punctually and proceeded to Group 7 of the Security Department. Inside the office, only Su Yin and a few ordinary colleagues were present. The awakened individuals had yet to arrive. Qin Mo gave it little thought and settled into his workstation. With a thermos in hand, he leisurely sipped his warm water, preparing to indulge in his usual leisurely routine for the day. However, scarcely 10 minutes into his work, a commotion erupted outside the office. Intrigued, Qin Mo exchanged a glance with Su Yin, and together they walked to the door to peer into the corridor. The third floor of the Security Bureau was entirely dedicated to the Security Department, where they observed colleagues from other groups gathered at the doorway, beaming and applauding. At the end of the corridor, Li Yuan approached Group 7, her long legs accentuated by the high heels she wore, her expression as indifferent as ever. In contrast, those trailing behind her, including Li Changfeng and Wang Yin, displayed none of her serene demeanor. Li Changfeng held a golden plaque, and despite his efforts to mask his excitement and maintain a facade of calm, the upward curve of his lips and the instinctive lift of his chin revealed his true feelings. Brother Changfeng, congratulations. Group 7 has achieved great merit and earned the director's personal commendation. We are all quite envious, remarked Lu Yongchuan with a grin. He and Li Changfeng were acquaintances, having recently grown close during their time at the Imperial Hospital. Yet, who could have anticipated that in less than half a month, Li Changfeng would not only advance in rank, but also accomplish something significant? Lu Yongchuan felt a pang of jealousy that nearly shattered his teeth. Yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. He even needed to lower his stance, proactively suggesting, "Tonight, I've organized a gathering specifically to celebrate the brothers of Group 7. Brother Changfeng, you must grant me the honor of your presence." "Thank you, Yongchuan. We will all attend," Li Changfeng replied with a nonchalant pat on his shoulder. He casually handed the golden plaque to a nearby colleague and leaned closer to Lu Yongchuan, whispering, "Have you invited our leader, Li? That would require you to ask, Brother Changfeng. How could I possibly extend an invitation to her?" Lu Yongchuan chuckled bitterly and shrugged. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng paused, recalling the last time he had hosted a banquet to invite Li Yuan, only to be met with a cold reception. He was certain this occasion would yield a similar outcome. He would only face rejection again. Thus, Li Changfeng replied, "You know our leader's temperament. She despises such gatherings. It's best if it's just us few tonight." Lu Yongchuan nodded in agreement, his gaze naturally drifting towards Qin Mo and Su Yin as he observed Li Yuan entering Group 7. "Brother Changfeng, should we invite those individuals?" He gestured subtly towards Qin Mo. Li Changfeng glanced over, his brow furrowing slightly. Before he could respond, someone nearby interjected, "What is the point of inviting those ordinary folks?" This time, it was merely a stroke of luck. He merely drove the car and managed to contribute a semblance of merit. Otherwise, one must exercise caution, refraining from uttering words that ought not to be spoken. Li Changfeng cast a fleeting glance in his direction. The speaker, taken aback, nodded in reluctant agreement and fell silent. For matters pertaining to the task necessitated confidentiality. Nevertheless, his attitude conveyed a clear message, which Lu Yongchuan promptly grasped, observing their lively interaction with members of other teams. Su Yin, standing at the doorway, inquired, "Were Li Changfeng and the others whispering about?" "They mentioned that they are going to a party tonight and don't intend to invite you," Qin Mo interjected. Su Yin shot him a questioning look, asking, "What kind of party? And how do you know about it?" "I just guessed." Qin Mo shrugged nonchalantly. "Huh, I believe you not at all." Su Yin retorted, rolling her eyes at him. At that moment, Li Yuan's voice unexpectedly resonated from a small office. "You all come in for a moment." Currently, only Qin Mo and a few other ordinary individuals were present in the office, so it was naturally them Li Yuan addressed. Upon hearing this, the two ceased their idle conversation at the doorway and entered the small office together. Once everyone had gathered, Li Yuan bent down to open the right drawer, retrieving 4 yellow paper bags. "One for each of you. This is your reward for the recent task." Inside each bag lay a sum of 100,000 yuan, nearly equivalent to their annual salary, a gesture funded from Li Yuan's own pocket. Although the commendation was intended for the entire 7th team, It bore little relevance to Qin Mo and his companions. Li Changfeng and the others, having accumulated military merits, would benefit in terms of future promotions. Yet Qin Mo and his group, as non-awakened individuals, remained entirely disconnected from such prospects. However, as the leader of the 7th team, Li Yuan did not forget Qin Mo and the others. Unfortunately, she lacked anything of greater significance to offer, thus resorting to distributing a modest sum of money. After the bonuses were handed out, there was little more to discuss. The group exited the small office in succession, but Su Yin sidled up to Qin Mo, exclaiming excitedly, "The team leader is truly generous." "Well, she's the team leader. After all, she is not short on funds," Qin Mo replied with a smile. Su Yin nodded in agreement. Though she was unaware of Li Yuan's true identity, she did recognize that she belonged to the prominent Li family of Qingyang. While 400,000 may seem like a small fortune to others, it was hardly a concern for the Li family. "What are you planning to do with this money?" "Handsome?" Su Yin winked at him. "Well, I intend to save it as a dowry," Qin Mo replied earnestly. "How dull?" Su Yin pouted, then playfully nudged his shoulder, leaning in to suggest, "Since we have a long weekend ahead and you've just received such a generous bonus, why not join your sister for some fun and relaxation?" As soon as the words left her lips, she thumped her chest proudly, proclaiming, "I know of a fantastic outdoor swimming pool. I'll treat you." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo turned to her with a skeptical expression. "Sister Su, swimming might not be a good idea. Aren't you on your period? The relatives just left today, and you casually asked if I would go. Ahem, if a beautiful lady invites me, I must certainly accept." Qin Mo discreetly cast his gaze downward. "All right, then we have an agreement," Su Yin replied with a gentle smile, revealing a charming dimple. As she hummed a little tune and settled back in her seat across from Qin Mo, it was evident that her spirits were exceedingly high. Observing her demeanor, Qin Mo couldn't help but sneak a few glances at her, a subtle smile gradually forming on his lips. He leaned back in his chair, watching the scorching sun streaming through the glass, squinting slightly. Time spent idly always seems to pass swiftly. Before he knew it, the clock on the wall indicated 5 o'clock. As the sun began its descent, a familiar warmth surged within Qin Mo. He opened his genetic awakening panel, glancing at the display, and a look of delight spread across his face. Energy points, 22, freely allocatable. Wow, I've managed to accumulate so many. Indeed, a sunny day has its perks. Qin Montauk ma villet invatli. The more energy points he possessed, the stronger his attributes would become. As he contemplated the allocation of his points, Qin Mo had always aimed for balanced development. However, over time, his hearing, intelligence, breathing, and recovery had significantly lagged behind the other 4 attributes. Today, his energy points were perfectly suited to bolster these weaker attributes. Thus, he resolved to allocate 5 points each to intelligence and the other 3 categories, the warmth swiftly coursing through his body. As for the remaining 2 points, he casually assigned them to vision, only to discover that his vision had reached 52, awakening a new skill, long-distance vision. The new skill took him by surprise, enriching the smile on Qin Mo's face. He had anticipated that it would require at least another 10 points for the next awakening, never expecting it to occur so swiftly. Long-distance vision significantly enhanced his sight, allowing him to see for dozens of miles. As Qin Mo turned his head to look out the window, he whispered to himself, "The awakening of thermal vision is drawing nearer." At a distance of 10 kilometers, he could see clearly the grass roots by the roadside, the ring on a woman's hand, even the small stones caught in a car tire, all vividly visible as if they were right before him. This sensation was akin to having a telescope embedded in his eyes. Of course, 10 kilometers was not his limit. Qin Mo continued to gaze further, extending his sight to 15 kilometers before things began to blur. A full 30 miles was a remarkable improvement. The transformation brought about by the new skill was astonishing. Moreover, long-distance vision did not interfere with his other visual abilities. He could still employ X-ray vision, thermal imaging, and microscopic vision within this extended range. The synergistic effects of these combined skills were far from being a simple addition. After a brief experiment, Qin Mo withdrew his gaze, tidied up the desk before him, and prepared to leave work. Holding a yellow paper bag, he exited the Security Bureau building, engulfed in contemplation. Should he indulge in a sumptuous meal or purchase some ingredients to cook at home? After a moment's reflection, he ultimately resolved to return home and prepare dinner, planning to enjoy a nice meal with Su Yin the following day. Having made his decision, Qin Mo set forth towards home. However, just as he lifted his leg, the sudden sound of a car horn echoed from behind him. Turning around, he saw Li Yuan slowly rolling down her car window, instructing him coolly, "Get in." The succinct command left Qin Mo momentarily stunned. What was going on? What was Li Yuan up to? "Get in first. I have something to discuss with you," she continued when he did not move. "Oh, all right." With an unusual feeling, Qin Mo opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. Soon after, the engine roared to life, and Li Yuan drove towards Guanghong Street. Qin Mo found himself increasingly perplexed. This was not the direction of his home, was it? Team leader, what do you need me for?" he inquired. "Tomorrow is your day off. Do you have any plans?" Li Yuan replied, her gaze fixed on the road. "Huh? What kind of question is that?" Qin Mo thought in astonishment, pondering deeply. Yet he blurted out, "I have no particular plans. I'm just meeting Su Yin for a swim." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan slightly turned her head, glanced at him, and nodded. Swimming is a wonderful exercise." Qin Mo felt an invisible tension creeping onto his forehead. It seemed Li Yuan realized her comment was somewhat superfluous. She opened her mouth, a hint of embarrassment evident, and said, "Actually, I wanted to ask you for a favor. I'm moving tomorrow, and although I've hired a moving company, there are many things about the new place I'm not quite clear on. So I was hoping you could help me out. However, since you have plans, perhaps it's best to forget it. You should have mentioned it sooner. It's just moving, a trivial matter." Qin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had anticipated that Li Yuan sought him for something serious, but it turned out to be this. He completely understood her predicament. As the daughter of the Qingyangli family, she must have been a cherished jewel since childhood, untouched by the mundane tasks of life. Qin Mo, dismissing further thoughts, casually remarked, "If you're not busy, the day after tomorrow works for me as well. I'm free then." Li Yuan turned a corner, nodding in agreement. "All right then. Afterward, I'll treat you to a meal, and the choice of venue is yours." It was reasonable to treat someone after seeking their assistance. Clearly, during her years away from the Li family, Li Yuan had learned a thing or two about social niceties. Since it's the team leader who suggested it, I won't hold back. "Of course, I'll text you the specifics shortly." All right. Thus, their plans were set. Suddenly, both individuals fell silent. An atmosphere of awkwardness enveloped the car. With some time still left before reaching home, Qin Mo contemplated how to initiate a conversation. However, he found that his mind was incessantly plagued by the image of Li Yuan bathing her feet. Damn it. I should have known better than to indulge in such thoughts. Qin Mo silently chastised himself. Just then, he inexplicably blurted out, "Team leader, would you like to join us for a swim tomorrow?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. Inviting two attractive women to swim together seemed a perilous endeavor. As anticipated, Li Yuan immediately declined, saying, "No need, you all go ahead." Clearing his throat, Qin Mo replied, "All right then." He touched his nose, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Although he was accustomed to indulging in both appropriate and inappropriate thoughts, the allure of uniforms struck a distinctly different chord. Who could resist the chance to wade through the water with two beautiful women in swimsuits? After Li Yuan's response, silence once again filled the car. She cast a fleeting glance at Qin Mo, noticing his somewhat dejected expression. Observing this, Li Yuan slowly explained, "Mainly, I'm in the process of moving, and I currently don't have a suitable swimsuit." Qin Mo thought, "Does this imply that I should invite you next time?" Tentatively, he inquired. All right." Li Yuan nodded, this time not rejecting the idea. It was evident that her typically stern demeanor was merely a facade. The true Li Yuan was the one who had indulged in a pink foot bath in the small office. However, in Qin Mo's presence, she was willing to shed some of her pretense. This was also the reason she had chosen to seek his assistance with her move. During their brief interactions in the hospital in the capital, Li Yuan had developed a favorable impression of Qin Mo, and some of his perspectives had even influenced her. Soon, the car arrived at Guanghong Street. Opening the car door, Qin Mo stepped out, turned to bid Li Yuan farewell, and the vehicle resumed its journey. Watching the taillights gradually fade from view, Qin Mo retrieved his house keys from his pocket. He certainly hadn't anticipated that his upcoming weekend would be so fully booked. With a smile, he shook his head and entered the bathroom. The next morning, in an outdoor swimming pool, Qin Mo, clad only in swim trunks, lounged on a chair, unabashedly displaying his abs, drawing the fervent gazes of numerous girls in the pool. Ever since awakening his superhuman genes, he had continually enhanced his attributes, resulting in a significant transformation in his physique compared to before. While he might not yet be deemed perfect, Qin Mo had certainly become a strikingly handsome man. Oh, the young handsome lad is quite popular. Isn't. Suddenly, Su Yin emerged from the side and reclined beside Qin Mo, playfully teasing him with a smile. She donned a minimalistic triangular swimsuit beneath, while her bikini, undeniably ample, struggled to contain her generous curves. "Sister, your figure is truly remarkable," Qin Mo exclaimed after stealing several glances. "Of course, just consider which school I graduated from. Those delicate young ladies cannot possibly compare." Su Yin raised her chin, her legs gracefully moving into an alluring pose that showcased her astonishing physique. "Come on, it's time to dive in. Whether swimming or diving, I excel at both. I was among the top at military academy," she declared, rising to stretch before striding towards the pool. However, after taking a few steps, she abruptly turned and asked, "Oh, by the way, Qin Mo, can you swim? Would you like me to teach you?" In response, Qin Mo shook his head and smiled. "Not yet, but I will soon." Su Yin's expression turned quizzical. He approached the pool's edge, glancing at a swimming instructor nearby who was teaching others, and said, "See, swimming is something you can learn just by watching. You're just boasting." Su Yin clearly did not believe him. Yet, Qin Mo offered no explanation, merely smiling in silence. His intentions unmistakable. Chapter 44. Remember to come to my room tonight. 5 minutes can feel both slow and fast. Su Yin had just entered the water, acclimating to the temperature. Leaning against the pool's edge, she observed Qin Mo, who seemed genuinely focused on learning, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her laughter broke his concentration, causing him to turn his gaze and smile back at her. "So, have you learned anything yet, handsome? Don't be too proud. Perhaps I should teach you personally." "Does that mean sister will give me close guidance?" "I'm rather slow to learn. It might take me over an hour to grasp it," Qin Mo replied, deliberately emphasizing the phrase close guidance. "Do you think you could take advantage of me?" Su Yin shot him a glance of disdain. Qin Mo cleared his throat and said, "Not at all. In fact, I've already learned." With that, he executed a perfect dive, entering the water with the grace of a fish, his movements fluid and agile. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening as she watched him. "Ah, so you were deceiving me. You claimed you couldn't swim, but here you are, pretending to be a novice," she exclaimed through gritted teeth. "Hey, I truly just learned by watching," Qin Mo replied, emerging from the water. "Do you think I'm a fool? You look nothing like a beginner. I want to fall for your tricks," Su Yin retorted. Once she said this, Qin Mo refrained from further explanation, realizing it would be difficult to clarify. However, he wasn't lying. Just 5 minutes prior, he genuinely had no swimming skills. He had merely picked it up a tad quicker than expected. Indeed, Sister Su is correct. "Hey, since you can swim, why not challenge me to a competition?" Su Yin instinctively lifted her chin. She had always possessed a competitive spirit. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to apply to the prestigious military academy in the capital. During her high school years, her genetic abilities remained dormant, and upon reaching her 16th birthday, she completely lost the opportunity to awaken. Unwilling to concede defeat, Su Yin believed that with enough effort, she could match awakened individuals in the future. It was only upon entering the military academy and witnessing the formidable power of awakened individuals that she realized the folly of her naive thoughts. Nevertheless, her rigorous physical training rendered her superior to the vast majority of ordinary people. "So, are you brave enough?" she continued to taunt. Qin Mo chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I am indeed brave, but there is no incentive. My motivation is lacking. What do you wish to wager?" he added, clearing his throat. Qin Mo's gaze roamed unabashedly across her figure. Realizing this, Su Yin suddenly smiled alluringly, swimming closer to Qin Mo and whispering, "If I lose, you could do as you please with me tonight. Does that provide sufficient motivation?" "Well, let me contemplate that," Qin Mo mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "You are incorrigible," Su Yin exclaimed with a flush of anger, playfully flicking his forehead. "It's a bet. You cannot alter the stakes." "Very well," he acquiesced, and the two began to prepare. Su Yin's willingness to stake such a wager revealed her confidence. She firmly believed that she could not possibly lose. Coincidentally, Qin Mo harbored the same belief. Although he had only recently learned to swim, with his current strength, speed, endurance, and physical coordination, even granting Su Yin a 30-meter head start, he would still not be at a disadvantage. Soon, they were ready, and as Su Yin completed her countdown, she shot through the water like an arrow released from a bow. She exerted all her effort and, in less than a minute, returned to the starting point. Emerging from the water, a smile graced Su Yin's face as she felt her performance had been commendable. "Just look at you, comparing yourself to me," she muttered as she glanced back. However, upon doing so, her words faltered and a frown creased her brow as confusion washed over her. Where is he? Surely he hasn't sunk? Panic surged within her, and her complexion turned ashen. Just then, Qin Mo's voice rang out behind her. "Sister Su, what are you staring at?" Startled, Su Yin turned to see Qin Mo standing on the shore, looking down at her with a mischievous grin. "Remember to come to my room tonight." Su Yin. She was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend what had transpired, but as the realization dawned upon her, she understood. She had, astonishingly, lost the race. "How is this possible?" Su Yin exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo, who had reclined back as chair to bask in the sun, languidly remarked, "Sister Su, you wouldn't be trying to evade your debts, would you? I find it hard to believe you could accomplish this so swiftly." Su Yin climbed ashore and hastily approached him, her expression laced with skepticism as she inquired, "You didn't turn back midway, did you?" "Not at all. Just moments ago, there were plenty of witnesses who saw everything. Sister Su, you could verify with them. Or, if need be, we can check the surveillance footage," Qin Mo lamented. Noticing his utter lack of guilt, Su Yin began to harbor doubts about her own perceptions. Could it be true? Yet, there seemed to be no reason for it. She murmured softly, her brow furrowing deeper as her gaze flickered. After a prolonged silence, Su Yin suddenly bit her lip and turned to Qin Mo, declaring, "This time, your victory is merely a stroke of luck. If you wish to compete with me in another diving contest, I shall not believe it." Qin Mo glanced at her, spreading his hands in a gesture of persuasion. "There's really no need for that. And besides, Sister Su, you've already conceded to me. It appears there are no stakes left. Then let us add another evening to the wager," Su Yin insisted, gritting her teeth. "Well, fine then." It was difficult for Qin Mo to refuse such propositions. Subsequently, the two made their way to the designated diving area. Su Yin took a deep breath and leaped into the water. This time, she was wiser. She kept her eyes fixed on Qin Mo beneath the surface, determined to observe him closely. However, as anticipated, Su Yin once again faced a dismal defeat. Climbing back onto the shore, she gasped for air, her eyes regarding Qin Mo as if he were some kind of creature, incredulously exclaiming, "Are you part fish? Do you not require breath?" "Sister, I merely held my breath for a longer duration." Qin Mo shrugged, his words entirely truthful, devoid of any deception. At this point, his breathing capacity had soared to 43 points. Not only could he endure the previous 10 minutes, but he could also remain underwater for 4 to 5 hours without issue. Wasn't that simply a matter of holding his breath a tad longer? Engaging in this contest with Qin Mo was merely an exercise in futility for Su Yin. In a strict sense, he had transcended human limitations, standing invincible. In other words, from the very beginning, Su Yin had already forfeited her stake. "Sister, do you wish to continue? I wouldn't mind securing a few more evenings of victory." "Forget it. I shall never compete with you again," Su Yin retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Suddenly, she leaned close to Qin Mo, grasping his arm and shaking it playfully, adopting an expression of feigned vulnerability. "Oh dear, can you truly bear to do harm to your sister? This is my first time, you know." "Goodness, then this wager cannot possibly be nullified." Qin Mo's eyes sparkled with mischief. "You rascal, take that." In an instant, Su Yin reverted to her usual self, playfully pushing Qin Mo and engaging in a spirited tussle. The two spent the day frolicking in the pool, and around 4 in the afternoon, they departed for a pre-reserved restaurant to enjoy dinner together. It was not until approximately 5 that they finally parted ways. As the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the streets, Qin Mo walked alone, his hands resting behind his head. He ultimately did not fulfill the wager by spending a passionate night with Su Yin. Qin Mo was quite clear about what ought to be done and what should not, unless Su Yin herself was inclined. However, after spending considerable time with her, he was well aware of her nature. She was nothing more than an ultimate chatterbox. This thought brought a subtle smile to Qin Mo's lips as he shook his head. Not long after, as he walked a few paces, his gaze shifted and he quietly activated the Qin Awakening panel. Energy points, 20, freely allocatable. Although today's weather was not as bright as yesterday's, Qin Mo had spent the day at the outdoor swimming pool, accumulating a fair amount of energy points. As usual, he allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense, while the remaining 12 points were distributed evenly, adding 3 points to the other 4 attributes. This way, intelligence, hearing, breathing, and recovery would develop in a balanced manner, preventing a widening gap in capabilities. As he completed the allocation of energy points, a warm current swiftly spread throughout every corner of Qin Mo's body. Concurrently, his breathing registered at 46, and he unlocked a new skill, Hurricane. Chapter 45. Do you not feel lonely living alone? Hurricane? Qin Mo pondered. This marked the third skill related to breathing. Apart from the initial turtle breath, both ice exhalation and hurricane were formidable offensive techniques. The former needed no further explanation, while the latter, as its name suggests, allowed Qin Mo to inhale a considerable amount of air into his lungs, compressing it before exhaling to create a powerful whirlwind. The enveloping warmth gradually dissipated, and Qin Mo surveyed his surroundings, noting the sparse foot traffic, with most individuals being in vehicles. A thought crossed his mind, and he took a deep breath. Countless air currents flowing through his mouth and nose into his lungs. His movements were slow, and since the airflow was invisible and intangible, it did not attract the attention of passers-by. He then controlled the force and gently exhaled. In an instant, a small whirlwind materialized 5 meters ahead, stirring up dust from the ground. The sudden appearance of the whirlwind startled those on the street, prompting honks from cars. Yet, within a few breaths, the whirlwind moved a few meters before dissipating on its own. It was as if nothing had occurred, merely a false alarm, as pedestrians patted their chests in relief. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Mo had just walked past with a broad smile on his face. If I were to exert my full strength, the whirlwind I could generate would be about 10 times more powerful than the one just now. Its might would be extraordinary. Qin Mo mused inwardly. The attribute of breathing would grow even stronger in the future, and it seemed that easily conjuring a tornado capable of sweeping across a city would not be a daunting task. The potency of a skill is closely linked to the point allocation of its attributes, and he was merely at the beginning of his journey, having not accumulated energy points for long. In short, the longer he persisted, the stronger he would become. The extraordinary potential of Superman's genes has begun to manifest distinctly. Qin Mo found himself reflecting on this with a sense of wonder. After testing his new skill, Hurricane, he felt elated and hurried back home. He first conducted a thorough cleaning of his room, tossing the soiled bed linens into the washing machine, and then took a refreshing cold shower in the bathroom. Once he completed these tasks, he reclined on the sofa, retrieving his phone to check the latest news from aboard. To his surprise, he discovered that Li Yuan had sent him a text message 15 minutes prior, which he had missed due to his earlier busyness. Tomorrow morning at 9, I will come to pick you up. Upon reading the message, Qin Mo scratched his head. He had initially planned to leisurely stroll over under the sun. However, with a beautiful woman offering a ride, it would be foolish to decline. All right, he replied to her text. Just as he pressed the send button, another notification popped up on his screen. Li Mao was calling. Without hesitation, he answered the call and placed the phone to his ear. Hey, brother, good evening. Can't go chess tomorrow? Sorry, brother. I have something to attend to tomorrow. What is it? My boss is moving, and I have to help. I also have a dinner appointment with her in the evening, so we'll need to reschedule. Qin Mo relaxed on the sofa, speaking casually. Of course. It's with a beautiful boss, right? This doesn't mean I'm forgetting my friends for the sake of a pretty face, huh? All right. Next time it's on me. The call ended swiftly, and Li Mao shook his head, chuckling softly. This mischievous young man, claiming not to forget his friends for beauty, clearly still possesses boundless energy. Li Mao held no hard feelings regarding Qin Mo's refusal. Their relationship had always been easygoing. Helping the boss move, Li Mao murmured softly, before letting out a long sigh. Observing this, his wife, seated beside him, inquired with a smile. I heard from the staff that Xiao Yuan is also moving to her new home tomorrow. As her father, aren't you going to check on her? You both haven't seen each other since her last visit. At her words, Li Mao pondered briefly before shaking his head. No, her temperament resembles mine. If we meet, it will likely lead to an argument. You two truly leave me a loss for words, his wife sighed. She is still young and has little experience in the world. She will be fine in a few years. Ultimately, the responsibilities of the Qingyang Li family will fall upon her shoulders, Li Mao replied calmly. Sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted, his wife remarked softly. But Li Mao chose not to respond further. The following day, at 9 in the morning, Li Yuan's luxurious sports car arrived punctually at Qin Mo's doorstep. She rolled down the window, preparing to call out, only to be taken by surprise as Qin Mo jogged up from her right side, opening the car door and plopping down into the passenger seat. Li Yuan paused for a moment, incredulously asking, "You're up this early?" "I have a habit of rising early for a morning run. I cannot miss the dawn," Qin Mo replied with a smile. Upon witnessing the blazing sun, Li Yuan questioned, "Don't you find it hot?" "The hotter, the better. A bright sunny day is perfect for a morning run." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan felt increasingly perplexed. Yet she refrained from further inquiries, twisting the key to ignite the sports car's engine. 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination and exited the vehicle. Gazing at the two-story villa before them, Qin Mo's expression revealed a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Li Yuan's new home would be quite close to his own, both situated in the Baiyan district. However, one was an ordinary residence, while the other was nestled in a wealthy street. This location offered proximity to the bureau, making commuting convenient, while also being distanced from the bustling city, providing a more tranquil environment, Li Yuan explained. Qin Mo followed her into the villa, casually exploring its interior. Much of the furniture was already in place, yet the bedroom remained rather sparse. "Leader, in such a large house, don't you feel lonely living here alone?" Qin Montak inquired curiously. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he realized the potential for misinterpretation and quickly added, I didn't mean it that way. "It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it." Li Yuan waved her hand dismissively, not taking offense. "Oh, I see," Qin Mo nodded. After a brief exchange, the moving company arrived with her old furniture. Peering from the second-floor balcony, Qin Mo was taken aback to see a 2-meter-wide double bed on the truck, adorned with pink sheets and blankets. Instinctively, he turned to Li Yuan, his expression one of astonishment. It was as though he had uncovered a private secret, prompting Li Yuan to avert her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper as she confessed, "I have a strong attachment to my bed, so I decided to bring it along." Cough, cough. "I understand." Qin Mo lightly coughed, suppressing his surprise. After all, he was already aware of the softer side of Li Yuan's character. Yet, who could have imagined that the typically aloof Li Yuan harbored such an affection for the color pink, reminiscent of a young girl? "I'll go down to help," Qin Mo offered, seeking to spare Li Yuan any embarrassment by finding a pretext to momentarily excuse himself. Once the bed was moved into the bedroom, he assisted her in acquiring some daily necessities, tidying up the villa in the process. They worked diligently until after 5 in the afternoon, finally completing the task. Seated on the sofa in the villa's second floor, Qin Mo turned to Li Yuan and asked, "Would you like something to drink? Coffee or milk tea?" After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Coffee sounds good. I'll join you and treat you to dinner." "That works," Qin Mo responded, rising to follow Li Yuan, casting a few glances at her long legs before they exited and settled into the sports car. As soon as the engine roared to life, a familiar warmth enveloped him. Energy points, 18, freely allocatable. Today's energy points were fewer than yesterday's, yet compared to the initial count, they were substantial, thanks to the onset of summer in the capital. A smile crept across Qin Mo's lips as he reclined in his seat, beginning to allocate today as energy points, while Li Yuan remained blissfully unaware. Among the 8 attributes, the 4 relating to vision and perception require no elaboration. As soon as the allocation was complete, a warm current began to surge rapidly. Speed, 53. Awakening skill, double supersonic. Chapter 46, Making a Friend. To his astonishment, his speed had once again surpassed the limits. Previously, Qin Mo's velocity had already exceeded the speed of sound, albeit to a modest extent, approximately around 500. However, with continuous enhancements to his speed, he had finally precipitated a qualitative transformation through quantitative change, successfully elevating his speed to 680, which is equivalent to double the speed of sound. Moreover, this was merely his base speed. If he were to unleash his full potential, he could achieve even greater velocities. He contemplated testing the specifics of his limits later that evening. Undoubtedly, if he continued to enhance his speed at this rate, traversing 100 miles would soon become a mere instant. In essence, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he found himself at the opposite end of the city. His speed increased yet again, prompting a genuine smile to grace Qin Mo's face. However, he did not allow himself to become overly elated. He quickly regained his composure and began to allocate the remaining 10 points of light energy. After timely adjustments to his allocation strategy over the past 2 days, the 8 attributes had once again reached a state of balance, with minimal discrepancies. After careful consideration, Qin Mo decided to allocate 3 points each to hearing and recovery, while assigning 2 points to intelligence and respiration. The warm current flowed silently within his body, and simultaneously, the awakening panel underwent changes. The current values Qin Mo observed were as follows: vision, 56, hearing, 47, intelligence, 50, respiration, 48, strength, 60, speed, 53, recovery, 48, defense, 52, skills, holographic vision, X-ray radar, thermal imaging, intentional punch, stream of consciousness, turtle breathing, rapid healing, mountain punching, supersonic double, iron body stage, crystal clear perception, super hearing, swift recovery, ice breath, microscopic vision, elemental immunity, super strength, and telescopic vision. Qin Mo had amassed an ever-growing array of abilities. Although they appeared somewhat eclectic, each was indispensable. Becoming a versatile and invincible hexagonal warrior like him was no trivial feat nevertheless. Qin Mo's rate of progress had been remarkably swift. He had transformed from an ordinary individual with no significant strength into an awakener of formidable capability in less than a month. In contrast, others might take years, even decades, to traverse such a distance. Some may never reach that level in their lifetime, as the limits of genetics are firmly established. However, there were no limits for Qin Mo. His potential for growth remained vast. Once he finished allocating his light energy points, Li Yuan's car came to a halt in front of an upscale restaurant. What do you think of this place? If it doesn't suit your taste, we can find another. The two individuals had previously agreed that the choice of dining location would be left to Qin Mo. Thus, at this moment, Li Yuan took the initiative to inquire about his preference. Upon hearing her question, Qin Mo glanced through the car window at the restaurant. Although the establishment appeared rather unremarkable from the outside, it exuded an air of sophistication. It is no wonder she is the daughter of the esteemed Li family of Qingyang. Qin Mo mused internally. While he had never dined at this restaurant, he had certainly heard of it. A casual meal here could easily consume his entire month's salary. Quite splendid, this shall do. He refrained from excessive politeness towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan nodded slightly, and the two alighted from the vehicle, making their way towards the restaurant. As for where the car was parked, the doorman would manage that with great efficiency. Upon entering, Li Yuan promptly chose a corner table and picked up the menu, ordering an array of extravagant dishes. They did not have to wait long before the server began to bring out their meal. As they began to eat, Li Yuan picked up a piece of beef and casually asked, "How was your outing yesterday?" Qin Mo paused momentarily, caught off guard by the question. "Weren't you swimming with Suyin?" Li Yuan raplia guli. "Oh, that. Ahem, it was quite enjoyable," Qin Mo responded nonchalantly. "It was good. We had just completed an important mission a few days prior, and everyone was quite tense and under considerable pressure. It was time to relax." Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Did the team leader manage to unwind as well? Balancing work and rest is essential. Me? Li Yuan lifted her gaze to meet Qin Mo's, a smile gracing her lips that was tinged with either bitterness or self-deprecation. "I do not indulge in such things, and I do not feel any pressure." Qin Mo silently scoffed, wholly unconvinced by her words. If she truly felt no pressure, would she be smoking in the small office every day? Would she hide a basin in her cabinet for nightly foot soaks? From what he gathered of her little secrets, it seemed that Li Yuan bore the greatest burden. However, the solution to her predicament lay within her own understanding. Qin Mo was not a psychologist. He could not resolve such matters, and she would need to decipher them herself. The atmosphere at the dining table gradually descended into silence, the soft strains of the piano piece quietly filling the air around them. After a considerable pause, Li Yuan suddenly broke the silence again. "In the event of any dangerous missions in the future, your safety is paramount. Remember to seek shelter first." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo shot her a surprised glance, not expecting Li Yuan to express concern for him. Such tenderness was a rarity in their daily interactions. In fact, he had never witnessed her show concern for anyone. Throughout their time in Team 7, she had maintained a stern demeanor. It appeared that their relationship had begun to evolve subtly since their shared ordeal at the hospital in the capital. It was becoming more than a mere subordinate dynamic. hinting at the emergence of a friendship. The remainder of their meal was filled with light banter, and they continued their conversation until after 8 o'clock. When they finally concluded their dining experience, Li Yuan initially intended to drive Qin Mo home, but was met with a resolute refusal. After all, he wished to test the limits of his speed. Qin Mo was not keen on leaving home again after returning. Li Yuan did not press the matter, and after exchanging pleasantries about meeting tomorrow, they bid each other farewell. The night was profound, as deep as water. The neon lights along the roadside flickered, casting an ethereal glow of intertwined blues and purples. Qin Mo stepped into the shadows of a corner, and with a sudden thought, he moved forward. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind swept through the street. 2 seconds later, Qin Mo emerged leisurely from another shadowed corner, a broad smile gracing his face. The distance he had just traversed was approximately 3 miles, which meant his current maximum speed was around 800. Qin Mo calculated inwardly, feeling quite satisfied with his speed. If he were to shorten the distance to within 100 meters, he would only need 0.1 seconds, surpassing even the speed of a blink. With this understanding, he hummed a tune and strolled homeward at a leisurely pace. 20 minutes later, he passed by a construction site on Guanghong Street, with his home nearly within reach. However, Qin Mo's eyes flickered and his brow furrowed slightly. His keen senses detected something amiss. The air around several nearby streets was suffused with a faint electric arc. This arc posed no harm to the human body, akin to a sudden static shock. When something unusual occurs, it is often a sign of trouble. Qin Mo immediately activated his holographic vision. In the next moment, he discovered the source of the disturbance. What on earth is he doing here in the dead of night? Qin Mo muttered to himself. He turned to see that the walls before him had silently transformed into illusions, revealing Chu Tianjiao, who stood on the construction site like a flagpole, arms crossed and expressionless. As a level elemental awakener, he commanded the element of lightning, and the nearby electric arcs were undoubtedly his doing. Upon seeing Chu Tianjiao, Qin Mo recalled the last time he had taken Li Mao to the spa. That encounter had indeed been quite awkward. However, Qin Mo's resources were substantial, matched only by his unparalleled combat prowess, both of which had easily overwhelmed Chu Tianjiao. Could he be seeking revenge? Qin Mo's frown deepened. Yet, upon reflection, such a possibility seemed unlikely. There had been no grievances voiced during their last encounter. It was improbable he would seek confrontation now. Moreover, who seeks a fight alone? It was sheer folly. His formidable analytical skills swiftly untangled his chaotic thoughts, dismissing numerous possibilities. After a brief contemplation, he swiftly vanished from his original spot. At the very moment of his disappearance, Chu Tianjiao's thick brows arched sharply, resembling 2 flying daggers. He slowly turned around, fixing his gaze intently on Qin Mo, who had appeared behind him. The astonishing speed displayed was far swifter than when they first encountered one another. Chu Tianjiao was profoundly astonished, yet he quickly composed himself. After all, a junior who garnered such esteem from the current head of the Qingyangli family. A formidable awakened being could hardly be an ordinary talent. A gentle breeze swept across the rooftop as Chu Tianjiao spoke first. You have arrived. Qin Mo regarded Chu Tianjiao with an expression of bewilderment, as if their words were dictated by some prior agreement. Noticing Qin Mo's lack of response, Chu Tianjiao helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth and continued. I have come here primarily for 2 matters. First, to resolve the unpleasantness from our initial encounter. Second, he paused, his expression turning grave as he earnestly declared, I wish to befriend you. Chapter 47. The foolish Chu Tianjiao, what on earth? Qin Mo's body stiffened slightly. He was taken aback. Were it not for his extraordinary hearing, which had reached 47 points, he might have doubted his own ears. Chu Tianjiao, at this late hour, braving the cold atop the building, was here merely to befriend him? This notion seemed utterly surreal. Members of ancient families, steeped in tradition for millennia, typically held themselves in high regard. Not only Chu Tianjiao, but even Li Jihua, a distant relative of the Qingyangli clan, maintained an air of superiority. Li Changfeng's little faction sought to forge connections, wearing smiles day in and day out, only to find themselves ultimately empty-handed. Li Jihua's status was certainly incomparable to that of Chu Tianjiao. To put it bluntly, he wouldn't even be worthy to carry Chu Tianjiao's shoes. Yet now, Chu Tianjiao had consciously lowered his stature to extend a hand of friendship to Qin Mo. This willingness stemmed not from Qin Mo's clandestine ties with Li Mao, but rather from the fact that Qin Mo's prowess eclipsed his own. A strong individual, wherever they may go, commands respect. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chu Tianjiao of the Northtown Chu family, the paragon of contemporary brilliance. Typically, when introducing himself to others, he would declare himself as the preeminent genius among his peers. However, saying such in front of Qin Mo would undoubtedly be tantamount to self-deprecation. Very well then. I'm Qin Mo. He had recovered from his earlier astonishment. Upon hearing that his surname was Qin and not Li, Chu Tianjiao's thoughts stirred, but he did not dwell on it. Not all members of the 5 great families were bound by blood. Many prodigies emerged from the common populace. I must admit, I was mistaken during our first meeting. I assumed you to be a villain. I apologize. Chu Tianjiao finally lowered his arms and, bending deeply at the waist, offered a sincere apology. I am truly sorry. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Mo tugged at the corner of his mouth and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's quite all right. I hold no grievance, and besides, I have already delivered a punch to you, so there is no need for concern." Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianjiao inexplicably felt a dull ache manifesting on his forehead. He straightened up, nodded at Qin Mo, and continued, "Since we have forged a friendship, I shall take my leave now." As soon as his words fell, without waiting for Qin Mo's response, his pupils shimmered with a deep azure hue, and arcs of electricity enveloped his form instantaneously. In a flash, he darted down the stairs, sprinting away into the distance. Observing his rapidly diminishing silhouette, Qin Mo pondered. Is this the renowned prodigy of the northern town, Chu family? He appears rather simple-minded. Thus far, the core signs he had encountered included only Li Mo, Li Yuan, and Chu Tianjiao. It was evident that only Li Mo presented a semblance of normalcy. The other two, to varying extents, exhibited peculiarities. Li Yuan was a case in point, a rebellious spirit despite being in his 20s. As for Chu Tianjiao, he had approached him out of the blue, proposing friendship, only to vanish faster than anyone else. What manner of friendship is this? Qin Mo had anticipated a chance to share a late-night meal together. While such thoughts flitted through his mind, a crackling noise suddenly resounded in his ears. Qin Mo lifted his gaze, only to see a bolt of lightning racing back along the path it had come. 3 seconds later, Chu Tianjiao reappeared on the rooftop, the lightning receding within him. He looked at Qin Mo and inquired, "Oh, by the way, in a few days, there will be a banquet hosted by the young heirs of the 5 prominent families. Would you care to attend?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mo immediately realized that Chu Tianjiao was referring to the so-called celebration banquet. He casually replied, "Well, let us discuss it later." "All right then, I shall contact you when the time comes. I must take my leave now." With that, he transformed once more into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the rooftop. Qin Mo sighed, shaking his head in resignation, and prepared to depart as well. However, just as he was about to lift his foot, that bolt of lightning returned. "Oh, I almost forgot to ask for your phone number," Chu Tianjiao said, scratching his head awkwardly. Qin Mo's face darkened. He twisted the key and opened the door to his home. As he stepped inside, he noticed a new phone number had appeared in his device. He did not decline Chu Tianjiao's request for friendship, nor did he find any reason to do so. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Moreover, considering he was a talented scion of an ancient family, it was conceivable that there might be occasions when he would need assistance from him. Ultimately, Chu Tianjiao's willingness to befriend him stemmed from the display of his formidable prowess. Indeed, strength was the foundation of all. Qin Mo reflected, further solidifying his resolve. Subsequently, he tidied up his home, refreshed himself, and laid down upon his bed. While casually browsing through the latest news regarding the border, I noted that following the recent outbreak of conflict, the situation appears to be relatively stable. The Qi nation has not instigated a large-scale war due to the demise of a single awakened individual. Both parties seem to maintain a sense of reason and composure. Subsequently, Qin Mo glanced at the weather forecast for the following day, noting that the imperial capital would continue to experience high temperatures in the coming days, after which he peacefully succumbed to slumber. The night passed without incident, and dawn broke the next day. Qin Mo, as per his routine, jogged to the security bureau, ensuring he did not miss the morning sun, and entered the office of Team 7 just in time. The first day back at work after the weekend, typically brings a lack of energy, leading to a day filled with idleness, and time flew by swiftly. At noon, Qin Mo accompanied Su into the cafeteria for lunch. Upon their return, he unexpectedly noticed Li Changfeng and several awakened individuals gathered in a huddle, whispering amongst themselves. Curiosity piqued, Qin Mo discreetly heightened his hearing. "Hey, I must say, I believe there's an 80% chance that this news is true. It shouldn't be. After all, who is a director? He is a level awakened individual and the head of the Qingyongli family. How could he possibly go to such a place?" Wang Yin voiced her dissent. "What kind of place are we talking about?" As Qin Mo's curiosity deepened, he realized this involved the elusive director of the Security Bureau. Despite his tenure, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the director's visage. One colleague continued, "We cannot be certain. So what if he is a level awakened individual? What the head of the Qingyongli family? The director is still a man, and being a man entails certain desires. What is so peculiar about visiting a club?" Qin Mo perked up, sensing he had stumbled upon a tantalizing piece of gossip. "Oh, just imagine the exclusivity of the club the director frequents," another colleague asked, her face brimming with envy. "Who knows? It's certainly beyond our means," came the reply. "Bah, there are no good men," Wang Yin retorted, her cheeks flushed. As her words lingered, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor pierced the air. Li Yuan approached the group, frowning as she inquired, "What are you all doing gathered here?" The others quickly defended themselves. Nothing at all. "Have you completed your work?" Li Yuan's expression turned icy. We're on it. Li Changfeng and his colleagues hastily dispersed back to their respective workstations, falling silent. While it is permissible to casually discuss the director, it is imperative that Li Yuan, a member of the Qingyongli family, remains oblivious to such chatter. Thus, throughout the afternoon, the office of Team 7 remained eerily quiet. Observing the hushed demeanor of his colleagues, Qin Mo couldn't help but shake his head, a mix of emotions washing over him. So, the director indulges in such luxuries as well, he mused inwardly. Although Qin Mo remained uncertain of the veracity of this gossip, it did not detract from his enjoyment of the amusement it provided. As the day drew to a close and the time for departure approached, Qin Mo suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. He took out his phone and sent a message to Li Mo, hoping to arrange an evening for a visit to the spa. To his surprise, Li Mo promptly declined, stating that he had matters to attend to at home. Qin Mo felt a twinge of disappointment, but resolved to make plans for another time, as he was disinclined to visit such places alone. Thus time flew by, and as the clock neared 5, a familiar warmth coursed through his body. Light energy points, 17, freely assignable. Today's accumulation of light energy points had just concluded, and Qin Mo focused his gaze on the Gene Awakening panel. As per his usual practice, he allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense. Defense, 54. Skill, Iron Body Stage, Elemental Immunity Enhancement. Chapter 48, Anonymous. Defense received yet another enhancement. The warmth swiftly flowed through every corner of Qin Mo's being, further fortifying his bones. Internal organs and meridians. To grow into a true iron body akin to a superhero, it was essential to cultivate both internal and external strength. Many forms of damage could transmit power deep within the body, akin to a distant blow. It is well known that internal organs are the most vulnerable areas, and this enhancement focused primarily on internal fortification. Soon, the warmth dissipated, and Qin Mo's iron body advanced to the next stage, enabling him to withstand more formidable forces and counteract even more terrifying damage. The same applied to his other skill, elemental immunity. When Qin Mo first encountered Chu Tianjiao, they had exchanged blows briefly. Although the lightning could not harm him, he felt a slight tingling sensation. Now, however, things had changed. If they were to clash again, Qin Mo would feel nothing, achieving complete immunity to lightning. Of course, this was not a permanent solution and had its limitations. Should the elemental force be significantly greater, say from a high-level awakener, Qin Mo would still be susceptible, much as he had been before. This necessitated the continuous accumulation of light energy points to further elevate his defensive attributes, as foundational power was the essence of strength. Sensing the changes within his body, a smile graced Qin Mo's features. Currently, he had 9 light energy points remaining. After some contemplation, he allocated 3 points each to hearing, intelligence, and respiration. deciding to set aside recovery attributes for the time being until he could gather more light energy points the following day. Hearing 50, awakening skill, super hearing. As the warmth surged, a silent piece of information emerged in Qin Mo's mind. After this period of enhancing his 4 weaker attributes, his hearing had unknowingly reached a threshold. Awakening a new skill, super hearing, as the name suggests, would vastly expand his auditory range, akin to the amplification of super strength. He pondered just how far the limits of this newly awakened hearing would extend. Qin Mo pondered quietly, and in an instant he opened his hearing to its fullest extent, allowing all sounds within a 10-mile radius to surge into his mind via ultrasonic waves. Immediately, it was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that spread outward. From his position as the epicenter, the range of sound expanded continuously, 15 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles, and even 100 miles. With each additional 10-mile increment, the number of sounds he perceived multiplied exponentially. Such an overwhelming cacophony nearly engulfed him. However, his intellect had now reached an impressive 53 points, significantly enhancing his analytical, computational, and processing capabilities compared to before. Yet, even with these advancements, once the coverage exceeded 50 miles, Qin Mo decisively employed thoughts flowing like springs to further augment his brain's processing power. The greater the distance of his hearing, the more arduous it became to manage the influx of information. By the time the range stretched to a full 100 miles, the volume of data to analyze surpassed his computational limits. He barely maintained this state for a second before he was compelled to retract his hearing. The excessive strain on his brain washed over him like a tidal wave of fatigue, manifesting the aftereffects of thoughts flowing like springs. However, a warm current soon enveloped his mind, swiftly revitalizing his mental energy. Leaning back in his office chair, he gently rubbed his brow with his fingers, reflecting that his current limits were around 100 miles, nearly encompassing a significant portion of the imperial capital. This enhancement was indeed considerable, and Qin Mo felt a mix of surprise and resignation as he smirked slightly. It seemed he would need to allocate more energy points to intelligence tomorrow. Otherwise, being able to hear without the capacity to process was unacceptable. The importance of high intelligence was undoubtedly evident at this moment. In less than 5 minutes, his depleted mental energy was replenished, and he felt invigorated once more. As the working hours concluded, his colleagues from Team 7 departed in succession. Qin Mo tidied his desk and rose to exit the Security Bureau building, leisurely making his way home. Simultaneously, he once again expanded his hearing. Having previously tested the limits of his auditory range, he now aimed to discover how far his brain could process sound without stimulating thoughts flowing like springs. His hearing instantly expanded to 50 miles, then gradually narrowed down, finally halting around 45 miles. At this juncture, Qin Mo's mind was operating at an accelerated pace. He could hear every sound within 45 miles with remarkable clarity and discern the source and location of each instantaneously. His brain's response time impressively swift. This range posed no challenge for him. It felt just right, allowing him to maintain this state for an extended period. Thus, he had nearly mastered the ability related to super hearing. Just as Qin Mo prepared to deactivate his long-distance hearing, a familiar voice unexpectedly captured his attention. Qin Mo furrowed his brow, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, momentarily silencing the cacophony of sound from other directions. This familiar voice became increasingly distinct, and soon enough, he recalled the pertinent details associated with it. It is worth noting that Qin Mo had long since mastered the art of photographic memory. His cognitive prowess had only grown more formidable with time. The voice belonged to a man, the last time he heard it. The individual was in discussion with others from the Heavenly Society regarding elemental crystals. Qin Mo was unequivocally certain of his recollection. Thus, it was evident that this was a member of the Heavenly Society, and one of considerable standing. His brow knitted tighter as he heightened his auditory sensitivity, absorbing the myriad of subtle and chaotic sounds surrounding the man. The rhythmic dripping of a faucet, the droning of a mundane television drama, the solid wooden floor creaking beneath the shoes. All these sounds coalesced to form a three-dimensional spatial representation in Qin Mo's mind. The man's movements and position became crystal clear. He was alone, maneuvering within a confined space, likely a living room, indicating this was a residential building. Qin Mo murmured to himself, seemingly stumbling upon the whereabouts of a certain member of the Heavenly Society hiding in the capital. Unexpectedly, he found a silver lining. Should he inform the Security Bureau? He pondered deeply. The Heavenly Society had caused considerable turmoil for the Security Bureau, resulting in multiple fatalities among their ranks, creating a profound enmity. Any lead concerning the Heavenly Society would prompt the Bureau to act with the fervor of a ravenous hound, leaving no stone unturned. Lost in thought, Qin Mo fell silent. The leader of the third group of the Security Bureau had sustained severe injuries, while the fifth group had suffered significant casualties, leaving numerous families bereft of their mainstay and engulfed in prolonged grief. Sighing heavily, Qin Mo realized he had made a decision. He resolved to inform the Security Bureau of his unexpected discovery. However, the method of communication required careful consideration. It would be unwise to confront them directly, given the lingering threat of moles within the Bureau. Who could say who they might be? He dismissed that option with a shake of his head. After a moment of contemplation, he opted for an anonymous approach. Yet, to completely evade the moles, he needed to relay the information to someone who was undoubtedly not compromised. Two viable candidates came to mind. Li Yuan and Li Mo. Qin Mo was aware of their true identities, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. 5 minutes later, Qin Mo abruptly turned into a small internet CAF by the roadside. In the study of the Qingyang Li residence, Li Mo's expression was far from pleasant, tinged with a hint of ashen pallor as he stared at the unfinished game of Go before him, his mind in disarray. Engaging in this game was typically his favorite pastime, yet at this moment he found himself devoid of any inclination to play. Knock, knock. A knock echoed through the room as Secretary Li stood at the door, slightly bowing, and softly spoke. Master, the lady has asked me to convey a message to you. Speak, he replied. Secretary Li raised his gaze to meet his eyes and slowly continued. The lady has granted you permission to take a concubine, provided you refrain from any indiscretions. A faint smile flickered across Li Mao's face, though his expression soon contorted and several dark lines crept silently across his forehead. He understood that this was merely a provocation, an intentional jab at him. Yet, Li Mao found himself utterly powerless to retort, for he was indeed in the wrong. His current mood was beyond mere words, akin to having swallowed a fly. With narrowed eyes, Li Mao slowly inquired, "Where is that young man from the Chu family? Named Tianjiao?" Upon hearing this, Secretary Li promptly nodded. "I shall investigate at once." Although he was unaware of Li Mao's interest in a junior, it was prudent not to ask too many questions at that moment. As he prepared to turn away, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly approached. Li Montag strode in, his expression urgent. He hastily bypassed Secretary Li and came to a halt before Li Mao, gravely stating, "Father, someone has just breached the Security Bureau's network system." At this revelation, Li Mao's brow furrowed, casting a cold glance at Li Mo, his already foul mood deepening. As the head of the security department, must you really trouble me with such trivial matters? However, before he could finish his thought, Li Mo interjected. The intruder left a message from the Tiandi Society. This statement plunged the study into silence, and Secretary Li stiffened. After a brief pause, Li Mao's demeanor hardened as he commanded, "Elaborate." Li Mo swiftly recounted the details he had prepared en route. 5 minutes ago, my phone exhibited unusual activity. Someone breached the firewall constructed by the Security Bureau and sent me a message via the internal network. The content read, "This location is a hideout for the Tiandi Society. Swiftly assemble reliable personnel and make operational arrangements, but do not alert the enemy." A coordinate was included, specifically at the junction of Lingyun District and Tianyuan District, detailing a secluded residential building, complete with floor and door number. Li Mo produced his phone, opened the message interface, and handed it to Li Mao. As Li Mao focused intently on the screen, Li Mo continued, "Just after I read it, my sister called. She received the same message, word for word." "Has anyone else received this?" Li Mao inquired, his brow furrowing. "I have already verified with several departments, including the intelligence and technical divisions. None are aware of this message." Li Montag affirmed. "It hasn't been exposed?" "No, it remains undisclosed." As the words fell silent, the study was once again enveloped in tranquility. Li Mao's brow furrowed ever more tightly, his mind deep in contemplation. The pressing question before him was whether the news was genuine or mere fabrication. Could it be that the Tiandi Society had deliberately orchestrated a trap, aiming to lure them out? Such occurrences were not unprecedented. Previously, The intelligence department had been misled by an insider who relayed false information, resulting in significant casualties among Group 5. What if this time was yet another deception? It was this very concern that prompted Qin Mo to urgently seek Li Mao for a discussion. After a few breaths, Li Mao suddenly spoke. This individual accessed the internal network of the Security Bureau and only communicated the information to you and Xiao Yuan. Clearly, he harbors some reservations, likely regarding the unexposed traitor. Upon hearing this, Li Mo's expression shifted. He realized the weight of his father's words, concluding that the likelihood of the news being true was substantial. Li Mao nodded slowly in agreement, recognizing that otherwise, there would be no need for such elaborate subterfuge. However, at that moment, a differing opinion emerged. Secretary Li, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, interjected, "Master, young master, we must proceed with utmost caution." What if they have anticipated this line of reasoning? Given our recent discoveries of traitors, it is likely that the Tiandi Society is already aware of our movements and is no longer able to sow confusion so easily. At this juncture, I believe they may be attempting to manipulate our psychological state. This hypothesis from Secretary Li held merit, prompting Qin Mo to furrow his brow, deep in thought. The line between truth and falsehood had blurred entirely for him. Yet, even if it were false, what of it? A subtle yet formidable aura surged within the study. No further discussion is necessary, Li Mao declared, rising to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the two men with commanding authority. Mobilize reliable personnel from within the clan and act swiftly. If this truly is a trap set by the Tiandi Society, let them witness firsthand what a millennium-old family embodies. The Qingyangli clan has remained in the shadows for far too long, to the point where the world has forgotten the respect and reverence due to such an ancient lineage. In that moment, Li Mao revealed his true ferocity. A powerful awakened being is not merely a benign presence sitting idly by. In just a few succinct phrases, an infinite confidence radiated from him. What defines a millennium-old family? It stands unwavering for 1,000 years, flourishing to this day. That is the essence of a millennium-old lineage. Indeed, Qin Mo declared, no longer hesitating, straightening his back with a firm voice. He then swiftly exited the study to commence the urgent preparations for the night's actions. Observing his receding figure, Secretary Li bowed slightly to Li Mao before turning to depart as well. Typically, during such moments, a secretary like him is expected to provide assistance from the sidelines. Today was no exception. However, he needed to make a phone call first. Secretary Li swiftly exited the Li family's ancient manor and took out his mobile device, promptly dialing a clandestine number. The patrol would arrive shortly. It was time to change locations for fishing. Once the call connected, he uttered a brief statement and decisively hung up as if nothing had transpired. Although Secretary Li maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, tumultuous waves surged within him. Upon hearing the approximate address from Qin Mo, he immediately recognized the veracity of the information. An important member of the Heavenly Earth Society was indeed concealed there. Yet, the question remained, how had this individual been exposed? What was the identity of the messenger? How much did they know? Secretary Li was oblivious to all of this. He only understood that the other party was formidable. Otherwise, they would not have deliberately sent messages only to Qin Mo and Li Yuan, bypassing him entirely and leaving him utterly unprepared. This evening, he happened to be in the study. What if he hadn't been contemplating this? Secretary Li's expression darkened slightly. Qin Mo acted with remarkable swiftness, assembling a team in just 5 minutes and discreetly heading towards the destination. As for Li Mao, he had not left the study at all. Observing the intricate game before him, Li Mao picked up a black stone, pondered briefly, and then placed it down. Who could this person be? As he made his move, he muttered softly, also speculating on the identity of the other party. The Heavenly Earth Society was no simple force. It must have other entities supporting it, enabling it to remain deeply concealed within the imperial capital, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover. Given that this individual could trace the Heavenly Earth Society's whereabouts, it indicated they were not to be underestimated. A crisp sound resonated in his ears as another black stone landed on the board. The royal family and other noble clans were observing, eager for the Heavenly Earth Society to leave the Li family in disarray, ruling out the possibility of involvement from the aristocracy. Li Mao furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering, who could it be? Although the Heavenly Earth Society had acted multiple times, the known forces were limited. Suddenly, his expression shifted, his pupils flickering. Using the process of elimination, a familiar name abruptly surfaced in his mind. Qin Mo. Qin Mo was aware of the Heavenly Earth Society and had intervened to save members of the Leaf family on 2 occasions. Most importantly, during that incident at the barbecue stand, he had exhibited terrifying speed and formidable investigative skills. If it were this young man, everything would fall into place. It was as though a knot that had been tightly bound for ages had finally revealed its loose end, and the threads of the matter became strikingly clear in Li Mao's mind. Qin Mo perfectly matched all the criteria. The only lingering question was, how had he managed to breach the firewall of the Security Bureau? It is well known that the technical department of the Security Bureau ranks among the finest in the capital. However, reflecting on Qin Mo's formidable prowess in Go, along with his earlier remarks, Li Mao suddenly comprehended the situation. Such knowledge could easily be acquired through reading. At the time, when Qin Mo spoke to him, Li Mao had dismissed it as mere boasting, but now it was evident that the fool was, in fact, himself. With this thought, Li Mao let out a long sigh, his expression one of astonishment as he mumbled softly, "What kind of extraordinary creature is this young man? How is it that he excels in everything?" He instinctively compared Qin Mo to his younger self, but in the next moment, a hint of regret crossed his face. There was simply no basis for comparison. Qin Mo was overwhelming him in every aspect. Whether it was the innate talent from his awakened genes or the Go skills he prided himself on, not to mention the additional title of a hacking genius that Qin Mo now bore. Alas, such a gifted young man is neither part of my Leaf family, nor has he ever joined our security bureau. Li Mao shook his head, his face a canvas of emotion, filled with deep regret. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing broke the silence. Li Mao glanced at his phone and answered the call. Li Mo's voice came through on the other end. "Father, I arrived a moment too late." He managed to escape. However, based on the clues left at the scene, this information appears to be accurate. Make a record of everyone involved in tonight's operation. You will handle this personally. Understood. After hanging up, Li Mao's expression remained unchanged. It seemed that the escape of the Tianshi Society members had not surprised him in the least. Regardless, he was in a position of strength from the outset. If the information turned out to be false, it would serve to showcase the might of the Qingyang Leaf family to the capital. Conversely, if it were true, capturing a significant member of the Tianshi Society would be a triumph. Yet, if the information were indeed accurate, but the target eluded capture, it would provide an opportunity to cleanse the hidden specters lurking within the Leaf family. A faint smile gradually emerged at the corners of Li Mao's lips. "Qin Mo, you have truly presented me with a splendid gift tonight." As he murmured to himself, he promptly dialed Qin Mo's number. After 2 beeps, the call connected. "Hello, brother. What brings you to call me? Have you resolved matters at home?" Hearing this, Li Mao's smile instantly faltered. Was he truly bringing up such a topic? Chapter 50. Qin Mo, I am not lecherous. I suppose I've wrapped things up, Li Mao replied darkly. In response, Qin Mo shifted to a more comfortable position on the sofa and said, "That's good to hear." He glanced at his phone to check the time, then continued, "It's still quite early. Are you planning to indulge in some relaxation?" Li Mao fell silent, feeling the sting of salt being rubbed into his wounds. Yet, at the same time, he was increasingly curious about the whereabouts of that cheeky scoundrel, Chu Tianjiao. "Hello, brother, why have you stopped speaking? Is the signal poor?" Qin Mo asked, somewhat suspiciously. Upon hearing those words, Li Mao coughed gently and replied slowly, "I won't be going out tonight." "Where are you right now?" "I'm at home," came the response. "Shall we go out for a late-night snack?" Li Mo invita. "Sure. Shall we stick to our usual place?" Indeed, after confirming their plans, Qin Mo hung up the phone and sat up from the sofa, stretching lazily. It was just past 9 in the evening. A meal would only take 1 or 2 hours, and he would return by 11 or 12, allowing him ample time to sleep without disrupting his biological clock. Changing into his shoes and grabbing his keys, Qin Mo stepped out of his home and jogged along the way. They had agreed to meet in half an hour, so there was no need to rush. Soon, the neon lights along the roadside were left far behind, and the intoxicating scent of street food wafted toward him. At the familiar roadside stall, Li Mao had arrived first and had already ordered the dishes. "Boss, bring 10 more garlic oysters." "Sure thing," Qin Mo called out as he pulled out a chair and sat across from him. "Sorry to keep you waiting, brother." Li Mao shook his head slightly, saying, "I just got here not long ago. Observing this, Qin Mo poured him a beer and cheerfully inquired, on a night like this, aren't you supposed to be home with your wife? Li Mao's expression darkened slightly. This was only the second sentence they exchanged, yet had already touched upon a sensitive topic. Are you really not going for massage tonight? Qin Mo continued to probe. Tonight, it's just dinner, nothing else. Li Mo raplia, forcing asmila. All right, we can go tomorrow. You should indulge in those oysters tonight. Middle-aged men really need to replenish their strength, Qin Mo hinted subtly. It was evident that Li Mao's repeated refusals had led Qin Mo's thoughts in that direction. Hearing this, Li Mao grasped the underlying implication. He clenched his fist, his face darkening as he retorted, you can keep that to yourself. I don't need it. Fine, fine, fine. Boss, bring 5 more kidneys, Qin Mo shouted again. Subsequently, he leaned in closer to Li Mao and whispered conspiratorially, I have a very good colleague who seems to know an expert in that field. How about I ask her tomorrow? The sound of Li Mao's fist cracking echoed as he muttered a curse through clenched teeth. You can't possibly refuse. It was unthinkable to dismiss such matters, especially regarding that aspect of life. Even as a highly awakened individual, Li Mao was not immune to such desires. This was an inherent quality of manhood, regardless of age. Calm down, brother. I haven't said anything yet. Qin Mo chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose. Seeing his expression, Li Mao felt irritation rising, unable to suppress a cold snort. If anyone else dared to speak to him in such a manner, they would have quickly learned why he was so feared. However, Qin Mo was different. On one hand, their temperaments were compatible, forming a friendship that transcended age. On the other hand, exceptionally talented individuals often received certain privileges. For instance, a heightened tolerance. As the oysters were served, this somewhat awkward topic was deftly shifted by Li Mao. He suddenly let out a long sigh, furrowing his brow as he assumed a look of deep concern. What troubles you, my friend? Qin Montak inquired. Li Mao shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. Say it's nothing, really. The company has been facing some issues lately. There's a flaw in the network system, and the firewall is problematic. Oh, is that so? What exactly seems to be the issue? Qin Mo probed, showing genuine interest. Do you actually understand this? Li Mao replied, masking his surprise. I have a basic understanding. Qin Mo smiled. Most problems I can manage. Huh, indeed. You are quite the character. Li Mao thought to himself, secretly amused. He had merely tested the waters. Yet this fellow revealed his true colors immediately. What was once mere speculation now solidified into a 90% certainty in his mind. Tonight's intruder into the cybersecurity network was none other than Qin Mo. In due time, if my subordinates are still unable to resolve it, I shall seek your assistance, Li Mao said with a casual laugh. All right, I'll follow your lead. I have ample free time anyway, Qin Mo replied nonchalantly. Li Mo musha inwarli, no pressing matters. So you're just monitoring the Tianyi society, then? However, he did not let this show on his face, only expressing, it's rare to find someone as talented as you in the capital. Have you truly never considered becoming my son-in-law? Please, I cherish our friendship, but I cannot entertain such thoughts. Qin Mo quickly declined, waving his hands. You're asking for a beating, aren't you? Li Mao raised an eyebrow. My daughter is among the most beautiful in the capital. If you saw her, you would surely regret it. Yet, Qin Mo remained unfazed, smiling slightly and retorting, when it comes to finding a partner, one must not solely focus on looks. Besides, do I really appear to be a lecherous fellow? At this, Li Mao's arm holding the wine glass suddenly stiffened, and he looked at Qin Mo in astonishment, his face a portrait of disbelief. Are you not? Qin Mo, now a loss for words, could only feel a dark cloud of confusion gathering on his forehead. The two continued to engage in light-hearted banter, enjoying their pleasant meal. Around 11:30, Qin Mo finally returned home. He first went to the bathroom to freshen up before climbing into bed. Thus, the night passed in silence. The following day, at 4:30 in the afternoon, warm sunlight streamed through the glass, enveloping Qin Mo. He leaned back in his chair, slowly sipping hot water from his thermos. Through the small office, one could clearly see Li Yuan standing by the window, exhaling clouds of smoke. This was already her 11th cigarette of the day. Her expression today appeared more aloof than usual, with lightly furrowed brows hinting at an inner turmoil that seemed to trouble her. Qin Mo set down his thermos, withdrew his gaze, and his eyes flickered with contemplation. Since the commencement of his work at 9 this morning, He had not received any information regarding last night's operation, which struck him as quite illogical. Last night, Qin Mo had not been vigilant. He had relayed the information to the Li siblings, and, upon seeing Li Yuan head towards the destination, he had returned home to rest. Consequently, he was oblivious to the specifics of the subsequent actions. However, based on Li Yuan's current demeanor, it was evident that the Security Bureau, or rather the Qingyangli family, had achieved no significant results. It was intriguing to Qin Mo that despite the operation, no arrests had been made. He pondered deeply, convinced that the issue did not lie with Li Yuan and Li Mo, but rather with others involved. Those in higher authority were aware of the presence of a mole, and thus, the personnel chosen for the operation must have been dependable. The Defense Department had not dispatched any teams for missions last night, indicating that the Qingyangli family's resources had been utilized. Yet, remarkably, the target had still eluded capture. Had the Heavenly Society managed to infiltrate so deeply? Qin Mo frowned slightly, astonished. The more he delved into this organization, the more he unearthed its terrifying nature. Initially, who could have envisioned that the Heavenly Society was such a colossal entity lurking in the shadows, inflicting such substantial damage and trouble upon the Security Bureau? Fortunately, he had refrained from reporting it himself. A venerable family with a millennium of history had turned into a sieve, leaking information everywhere. Qin Mo shook his head, reflecting on the situation, but he quickly cast aside these thoughts, unwilling to dwell on them. In truth, he held no interest in the power struggles of the elite. As long as his life remained unaffected, he was content. Before long, the workday came to an end. A warm current flowed through his body, and today, as quota of energy points had been amassed. Energy points, 19, freely distributable. Qin Mo placed his hands behind his head, gazing at the genetic awakening panel. As per his usual practice, he allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense. For the remaining 11 points, he directly assigned 5 points to intelligence. A decision made the previous day, while the remaining 6 points were evenly distributed among hearing, breathing, and recovery. As his energy points reset to 0, the warmth quickly spread throughout his body, focusing on his head. Intelligence, 58, Awakening Skill, Superbrain. Chapter 1. The Superhuman Gene with Allocatable Points on a Summer Afternoon. The sunlight was exceptionally bright. After dining in a cafeteria, Qin Mo made his way to the office building. Today's lunch was quite sumptuous. Kung Pao chicken paired with stir-fried greens was the usual fare, and he had also indulged in a small portion of spicy grilled fish. The grilled fish was delightful in flavor, yet riddled with tiny bones, making the meal rather time-consuming. Hence, he returned later than usual. When Qin Mo stepped into the office of the 7th group of the Security Bureau, the clock mounted on the wall struck 2 o'clock, marking half an hour remaining until the official commencement of the afternoon shift. He intended to utilize this interval for a brief respite, as the sweltering summer days necessitate moments of rejuvenation. Alas, fate had other plans. Scarcely had he taken a few steps when a voice pierced the air. In 1 hour, I require the criminal records of Chongping Street for the past 3 years. Qin Mo, please take care of it. The speaker was a slender young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, of similar age to Qin Mo. He was seated at a spacious workstation, engrossed in the files before him, not even lifting his gaze. Qin Mo halted, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Chongping Street was not extensive, with few residents. Yet the criminal records spanning 3 years amounted to several hundred incidents, a task far from trivial, likely requiring no less than half an hour. Moreover, with a deadline of merely 1 hour, he had to commence immediately to meet the timeline. The individual before him was named Li Chongfeng, who had joined the Security Bureau concurrently with Qin Mo a year prior. Both were members of the same tier, thus sharing an equal standing. Logically, Li Chongfeng held no authority to assign tasks to Qin Mo, especially since it was not yet the official start of the workday. Yet, who could deny the prerogative of an awakened? Thus, Qin Mo's plans for a midday rest were dashed. It is important to note that, in this world, the awakened enjoy a status of considerable elevation. Since the genetic mutations of humanity a millennium ago gave rise to individuals endowed with formidable powers, the dynamics of society have irrevocably shifted. These powerful awakened can withstand missiles with their physical forms and confront thousands single-handedly. swiftly establishing their dominance akin to cultivators in a realm of immortality. To this day, even the most novice awakened possess a status that vastly surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Qin Mo, however, is not among the awakened. His genetic potential did not awaken before he turned 15, thus disqualifying him from ever becoming one. Consequently, his standing within the Security Bureau remains at the lower echelons. The Security Bureau operates under the auspices of the Great Qin Security Agency, primarily tasked with maintaining public order in the capital and its surrounding areas, functioning as a genuine official institution of the awakened. Yet, due to the exceedingly scarce number of awakened, it is not uncommon for the agency to enlist ordinary individuals to assist in their endeavors. These recruits are typically military academy graduates, representing the elite among common folk, with exceptions like Qin Mo being exceedingly rare. At 23 years of age, he graduated from a prestigious academy in the capital last year. Raised in a single-parent household, he lost his mother to illness at the tender age of 3, leaving his father to raise him alone. Remarkably, Qin Mo's father was an awakened of notable rank, serving in the Security Bureau until he met his heroic demise during capture mission just before Qin Mo's graduation. Thus, he became an orphan. However, being a transcender with a resilient spirit, he did not succumb to excessive sorrow. According to the regulations on compensation for the fallen of the Great Qin, the Security Bureau will relax requirements for exceptional cases like Qin Mo, allowing him to inherit his father's profession. Naturally, Qin Mo would not foolishly decline this opportunity. He resolutely chose to join the Security Bureau. After all, securing a position in the Bureau meant a stable livelihood, and in the capital, the heart of the Great Qin. With a population exceeding 10 million, the employment landscape was exceedingly grim, laden with immense pressure. He was acutely aware of the significance of a stable job. After receiving the disc from Li Changfeng, Qin Mo traversed several tables and settled in a corner by the window. He opened his computer, accessed the office system, and swiftly input his credentials, bringing forth a plethora of densely packed records. Adjusting his glasses, which corrected his myopia, he began to organize the data as per Li Changfeng's directives. Such sorting tasks were typically tedious and monotonous, and soon his attention narrowed to a singular focus as a virtual panel, visible only to him, gradually materialized. Vision, 0 hearing, 0 intelligence, 0 breathing, 0 strength, 0 speed, 0 recovery, 0 defense, 0 light energy points. Accumulating at first glance, the awakening panel appeared extensive. Yet aside from the last entry indicating accumulation, all other metrics stood at 0. This panel was something Qin Mo had only encountered the previous night. Initially, the light energy points also read 0 until, this morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced him, it transitioned to accumulating. It was from that moment that he began to truly believe in the authenticity of this awakening panel. According to the panel's description, it represented a superhuman genetic framework, requiring only the absorption of solar energy to acquire freely distributable light energy points. Clearly, this was akin to the superhero from Krypton. Qin Mo had watched numerous superhero films in his past life and was familiar with the concept. The ability to emit lasers from one's eyes, effortlessly leap over skyscrapers, freeze adversaries with a mere breath, possess the strength to shift the earth, exceed the speed of light, and even traverse the cosmos unassisted. The superhero was virtually invincible, a paragon of multifaceted prowess with no discernible weaknesses. Having awakened his superhuman gene, Qin Mo's path ahead appeared remarkably broadened. It was astonishing that at the age of 23, he had become an awakened one. Indeed, the world was full of surprises. He pondered silently how long it might take to accumulate sufficient light energy points. Turning his gaze towards the sun outside the glass, he noted that the Security Bureau's office building stood 9 stories tall, with his department, Group 7 of the Security Bureau, located on the 3rd floor, basking in abundant sunlight each day. His position was particularly advantageous for absorbing solar energy. After a moment of reverie, he redirected his focus to his work, diligently organizing the records before the 3 o'clock deadline, ultimately delivering them to Li Changfeng. Here are the crime records for Chongping Street over the past 3 years, Qin Mo stated, placing the disc upon the table. Li Changfeng remained completely unperturbed, merely emitting a faint sound from his nasal passages. Such an impeccable fade. Yet, this exemplifies the demeanor of the awakened towards ordinary individuals, aloof and indifferent. Qin Mo, having spent a year here, had long since acclimated to this treatment. He said nothing, simply returning to his workstation to bask in the sunlight, relishing the leisurely afternoon. His colleagues were similarly indulging in their own moments of idleness. The security department's duties were rather effortless, adhering to a 9-to-5 schedule with weekends off. If one were to disregard the potential dangers associated with tasks, it would be ideal for a leisurely retirement. Qin Mo sipped some water and glanced toward a small room partitioned off at the front, which served as the office for the leader of Team 7. The team comprised 10 members, with the leader being a high-level awakened, and among the 9 team members, 5 were also high-level awakened, while the rest were ordinary individuals. Individuals like Li Changfeng, though lacking their own private offices, enjoyed spacious workstations in prime locations, sheltered from the wind and sun. As for someone like Qin Mo, he was left to endure the discomfort by the window. Despite being in the same team, the hierarchy was starkly evident, an unspoken rule of sorts. Nevertheless, it was precisely this disparity that allowed Qin Mo to absorb ample solar energy. Time spent idling passed swiftly. Aside from being assigned some tasks by Li Changfeng in the afternoon, he had little else to occupy his time. He browsed online and noted that the border front lines of Daqin were still engaged in conflict with Qi, with no signs of a ceasefire in the near future. The clock struck 5, marking the end of the workday. The sun had descended, its rays no longer fierce, replaced by a gentle afterglow. Suddenly, a warm sensation coursed through Qin Mo's body, invigorating him. He reopened the superhero awakening panel and immediately noticed changes. Energy points, 8, freely distributable. So many? And they are freely distributable. Perhaps I should enhance my vision first. After a moment of contemplation, he made his choice. The superhero's eyes could emit searing rays capable of melting anything, a formidable offensive tool for the future. Tentatively, he allocated 4 points, refraining from depleting them entirely. Vision, 4 energy points. For the awakening panel transformed, and a surge of potent heat rapidly coalesced around his eyes, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. Qin Mo suddenly perceived a blur before him. Momentarily taken aback, he slowly removed the 300-degree prescription glasses perched on his nose. The world before him became vividly clear, as if he had just unlocked the gateway to a new realm. Years of myopia had vanished in an instant. Chapter 2. Qin Mo's transformation upon exiting the Security Bureau's building. Qin Mo casually discarded the pair of glasses he had worn for 2 years into a nearby trash bin. Apologies, but he no longer required such an accessory. Furthermore, with the possibility of allocating additional energy points to his vision, even more astonishing transformations awaited him. With 4 energy points still available for distribution, Qin Mo resolved to ponder their utilization more thoroughly once he returned home. Choosing to rely solely on one's vision is evidently not the wisest decision. A well-rounded development is far more beneficial. After all, even Superman possesses no weaknesses. He resides in the Baiyun district of the Grand Qin Empire, specifically on Guanghong Street, where his father left him a modest residence of less than 100 square meters, relatively new and not long in existence. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, Qin Mo arrived at the bus stop just in time to catch a bus. The seats were already occupied, as the evening rush hour had commenced in the Qin realm. Left with no choice, he stood amidst the crowd, grasping the handrail. Fortunately, Guanghong Street is less than 10 miles from the Security Bureau, allowing him to disembark swiftly. A brief walk of 2 or 3 minutes brought him home. Unlocking the security door, Qin Mo was greeted by darkness. As he prepared to turn on the lights, he suddenly paused, letting out a soft gasp. To his astonishment, this enhancement was not merely a remedy for his myopia. It also granted him the faintest ability to see in the dark. Closing the door behind him, the room was engulfed in total darkness. Habitually, he drew the curtains while at work to deter any unwelcome intruders. In the living room, a sofa faced an infrequently used television, with a coffee table and several stools scattered about. Even in the dimness, Qin Mo discerned each detail with surprising clarity. Although merely silhouettes, the weak vision left him utterly astonished. It was remarkable, considering he had only added 4 points. Truly, the awakening panel of a superhero is extraordinary. Feeling invigorated, Qin Mo switched on the light and reclined on the sofa, his gaze focused ahead as he began to contemplate the remaining energy points. The changes in his vision before and after the enhancement underscored the importance of judiciously allocating energy points. It was imperative to invest in intelligence first. With a mere thought, his intelligence surged to 1, and a familiar warmth flooded his mind. Suddenly, he perceived a significant clarity in his thoughts, as if his intellect had visibly sharpened. With 3 energy points remaining and a total of 8 attributes available for enhancement, strength, speed, and defense being the top priorities, he realized that strength equates to offensive capability, while the latter 2 are essential for survival. Awakened individuals often encounter peril. The mere act of genetic awakening does not ensure absolute security. The sacrifice of his father, Qin Mo, serves as a stark reminder, an indelible lesson marked by blood. The first level of awakeners is merely the beginning. There are 6 additional tiers beyond that, culminating in the apex level. The top tier represents formidable power, with numbers exceedingly rare, fewer than 100 combined in the Qin and Qi nations. Awakeners of this caliber possess terrifying strength, capable of obliterating an entire city, perceived as deities in the eyes of mere mortals. With great power often comes an exalted status, as exemplified by the director of the Security Bureau, a level 5 awakener. Qin Mo had heard from colleagues in the security division that the director belongs to the shape-shifting category of awakeners, with the ability to manifest dragon claws from his arms. The veracity of this claim, however, remains uncertain. Nonetheless, Qin Mo's singular ambition now is to accumulate energy points and swiftly enhance his strength. If one were to articulate it, having awakened a superhuman gene, to which category would it belong? Qin Mo pondered, stroking his chin, as the awakened are generally classified into 3 primary categories: mimetic, elemental, and psychic. The mimetic category, as its name suggests, enables the simulation of various ferocious beasts, such as tigers and leopards, with the simulated power often surpassing that of the original beasts. The elemental category allows for the manipulation of earth, fire, water, wind, and other elements, such as conjuring a fireball with bare hands. As for the psychic category, it is the rarest and most enigmatic. The awakened within this category are exceedingly scarce, perhaps 1 in 10,000, and their abilities remain largely a mystery, with known capabilities limited to manipulating nightmares and altering memories. It is evident that the superhuman gene does not align with any of these categories. It belongs solely to Qin Mo, forming a unique superhuman category, rendering the existing classification of awakened individuals inapplicable to him. As he contemplated, he diligently allocated the energy points according to his earlier plan, and a warm sensation instantly spread throughout his body. Qin Mo clenched his fists, distinctly feeling a surge of power in his hands, as if he possessed boundless energy. Invigorated and full of vitality. Vision, 4 hearing, 0 intelligence, 1 breath, 0 strength, 1 speed, 1 recovery, 0 defense, 1 energy points, 0. This is his current attribute panel, showing a marked difference from noon. Next, he must await the dawn when the sun rises to begin accumulating energy points anew. Subsequently, Qin Mo rose to prepare a simple dinner in the kitchen, then spent some time online. When the clock struck 10:30, he washed up and went straight to bed. This epitomizes his monotonous, yet disciplined daily existence. A night devoid of conversation passed, and the following morning, before the first rays of sunlight graced the horizon, Qin Mo had already departed. With ample time before work, he decided to walk today, basking in the sun to gather energy points while assessing the improvements in his physical abilities post-enhancement. Qin Mo discovered that with the increase in strength and speed, his endurance had significantly improved as well. Indeed, a holistic enhancement was the right path. On his way to work, he passed a breakfast stall and paused to enjoy a meal. After expending energy, his appetite had notably increased. He consumed a bowl of soybean milk, 2 fried dough sticks, and 3 baskets of dumplings. The total cost amounted to 50 units, 8 for the soybean milk, 6 for the fried dough sticks, and 12 for the dumplings. Such are the prices in the capital, far exceeding those in other cities of the Qin kingdom. Yet, with a monthly salary barely surpassing 6,000, he was fortunate that his father, Qin Mo, had left him a substantial inheritance of over 200,000, ensuring his sustenance was secure. The salaries of awakened individuals are considerably high. Li Changfeng, who entered the security bureau concurrently with him, earns more than 3 times his income. After finishing his meal, Qin Mo entered the security office just in time, leading to another delightful period of idleness. The morning passed swiftly with little to occupy him, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Changfeng summoned Qin Mo once more, instructing him to compile 3 years' worth of criminal records for another street. Upon completing this task, Qin Mo glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already past 4, and his energy was steadily replenishing. Leaning back in his chair, he stretched lazily and moved closer to the window. "Hey, Qin Mo, why aren't you wearing your glasses today?" inquired a female colleague with a neat, high ponytail named Suyin. She had graduated from military academy 2 years prior and had directly joined the security office. Not an awakened one herself, and of a similar age to Qin Mo, the two shared a closer camaraderie. Hearing her question, Qin Mo turned his head and replied with a smile, "I've been doing eye exercises for the past few years, and they've been quite effective. My prescription has decreased significantly, so I no longer need to wear glasses." "Is that so? I must say, without your glasses, you do look different, much more spirited," she remarked. "Absolutely, my attractiveness has skyrocketed." Qin Mo jested. "How about being my boyfriend, handsome?" Su-in twirled a pen and winked at him. "If it were anyone else, I would undoubtedly refuse outright. But since it's sister Su-in," Qin Mo said with a serious demeanor, "I could indeed consider it." "Come on, considering it? How insincere." "I'm looking for an awakened one as a boyfriend," Su-in teased, rolling her eyes while resting her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. Qin Mo chuckled, choosing not to reply. They often exchanged such playful banter, and he was well aware of Su-yin's intentions. At that moment, a creaking sound broke the atmosphere. Qin Mo looked up to see Li Yuan, the leader of Group 7, pushing open the small office door, her gaze sweeping over the group. Li Yuan was a highly capable woman who valued efficiency and despised procrastination. Under her leadership, Group 7 had consistently ranked among the top in the security office. She stated coolly, "Awakened ones, come to my office." As her words settled, Li Changfeng and 3 others, 2 men and a woman, rose simultaneously and made their way to the small office. Su-in watched as the door closed, excluding them ordinary folks. Her expression complex and her heart heavy. This was the chasm of disparity. Even though they spent every day in the same office, an insurmountable divide persisted. In contrast, Qin Mo felt little concern. He was more intrigued by the reason behind Li Yuan's sudden summons of the awakened ones. Given Li Changfeng's recent efforts to organize crime records in their jurisdiction, could it be that another task was imminent? The leader's office was over 20 meters from his workstation, and the soundproofing of the walls was exceptional. Not a whisper from within could be heard outside. 10 minutes passed, yet Li Changfeng and the others had not emerged. Leaning back in his chair and gazing out the window, Qin Mo suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through him. Light energy points. 7, freely distributable. Today, the long-awaited light energy points have finally accumulated. Without hesitation, Qin Mo decisively allocated half of the points to his hearing. Hearing 4. Light energy points. 3. Chapter 3. Eavesdropping. Awakening skills. A warm current swiftly gathered around his ears, instantaneously enhancing his auditory perception. As a cacophony of sounds flooded into his consciousness, Qin Mo distinctly heard the sound of Su-in's pen gliding across the paper, and faintly, he could perceive the rhythm of her heartbeat. The sudden influx of sensations left him momentarily dazed in his chair. After 2 or 3 minutes, he finally managed to harness this newfound power, filtering out the sounds he did not wish to hear. Focusing his attention, he carefully listened to the conversations unfolding within the small office. From this moment on, the soundproof walls had effectively lost their intended purpose for Qin Mo. Last night, a level awakener from the 3rd group encountered a surprise attack while on a mission. This was the voice of Li Yuan, and Qin Mo's eyes brightened as his enhanced hearing allowed him to grasp every detail with remarkable clarity. In the small office, Li Yuan sat with her fingers interlaced, resting her elbows on the table, continuing. Fortunately, other team members were nearby and arrived in time to drive off the assailants. The level awakener did not perish and was promptly taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. She paused for emphasis, her tone growing grave. This marks the 3rd attack incident this month. The level awakeners from the 7th group stood solemnly before her, their expressions serious. Conflicts among awakeners were not uncommon in the imperial capital. However, when one party involved belonged to the Security Bureau, the nature of the situation changed significantly. The Security Bureau is the official agency of the Qin, wielding considerable power. Who would dare to be so audacious? "Captain, have we clarified the identity of the assailants?" Li Shangfeng inquired. In response, Li Yuan slowly shook her head. It was precisely due to the unknown identity of the assailants that this situation warranted attention. Orders had been issued from above to enhance patrols within the jurisdiction, and everyone needed to remain vigilant. Unknown identity? Qin Mo absorbed every detail, deep in thought. The Security Bureau has numerous subordinate agencies. Besides the Security Department, there exists a formidable intelligence division, with a network spanning the entire imperial capital. If even the intelligence division has failed to ascertain the assailants' identities, it appears that a considerable force is at play. As the absolute center of the Qin, the imperial capital seemed rife with vulnerabilities. It was indeed critical to swiftly amass strength. After that, there was little more to overhear. Li Yuan instructed that communication lines remain open at all times, as missions could arise unexpectedly, and the conversation concluded. Li Changfeng and the others exited, returning to their respective stations with an air of normalcy. Su Yin cast curious glances at them, intrigued by what the captain had disclosed in the small office. But alas, she lacked the qualifications to uncover such information. Reality is as such. You are not an awakened one, and many secrets are henceforth beyond your entitlement to know. As the esteemed Li Yuan mentioned, 3 awakened individuals have already been attacked this month, yet they remain utterly oblivious to their plight. The hierarchy is starkly evident, with distinctions as clear as day. Strength, indeed, requires strength. Qin Mo silently mused to himself, feeling fortunate that he had awakened his superhuman genes. Growing stronger was merely a matter of time. However, he pondered why the light energy points he accrued yesterday amounted to 8, yet today only totaled 7. Furrowing his brow, he gazed through the glass at the setting sun, a look of confusion crossing his face as he softly murmured, "Could it be due to the cloudy weather today? What are you mumbling about?" Su Yin playfully tapped his shoulder, smiling. "Work's over, handsome. All right, I'll be on my way shortly." Qin Mo diverted his gaze, attributing the poor weather as the sole influencing factor. If that were the case, could it not be deduced that a sunny day would yield an increase in accumulated light energy points? He promptly opened his computer and accessed the weather forecast for the next 15 days. A smile gradually graced his lips as he scanned the information. Aside from next Monday and Thursday being cloudy, the rest of the days promised brilliant sunshine, with temperatures hovering around 31 degrees. The summer in the capital remains sweltering, which was excellent news for Qin Mo. Shortly thereafter, he departed the Security Bureau building alongside Su Yin, parting ways at the corner. Su Yin hails from a relatively affluent background and knows how to save her life. She had purchased a small car for her daily commute. "Hey, handsome, would you like a ride? I think I'll leave the passenger seat open for my future boyfriend. I've taken a liking to walking home lately for some exercise." "Oh, you are indeed secretly dating someone, are you?" Su Yin cast a glance at Qin Mo, her gaze lingering a tad longer on his waist. "Do not tarnish my reputation without reason. I shall accuse you of defamation." All right, I won't tease you any longer. I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow." With that, Su Yin started the engine, and the car emitted a resonant hum. "All right, see you tomorrow." Qin Mo watched the vehicle recede, shaking his head with a smile as he turned to walk home. His intent was merely to gather more light energy points while the sun still lingered above the horizon. With 3 points available for distribution, he typically allocated 1 to enhance his vision, as he was quite tempted by the prospect of laser eyes. The remaining 2 points were devoted to strength and speed. Although the light energy points still felt insufficient, Qin Mo had no immediate tasks to undertake, so he could afford to take his time. As for the unidentified assailants, if they were indeed targeting the Security Bureau, Qin Mo was ironically the safest individual. No awakened being would waste their efforts attacking an ordinary person like him, devoid of identity or standing. Such an endeavor would be utterly pointless. The following afternoon, Qin Mo sat before his computer, perusing a myriad of information available online. In the absence of tasks, the work of the security office is rather leisurely, making it quite suitable for retirement. He is currently perusing information related to awakeners, as the authority of the security office allows him to access more than the average person. The power of low-tier awakeners remains relatively feeble. The mimicry class primarily enhances the upper limbs, specifically the arms, while the elemental class follows suit, permitting the wielder to imbue their arms with the element they control. For instance, a fire element awakener, upon activating their genetic potential, can emanate blazing flames from their arms. As they advance in tiers, they may strengthen their lower limbs and at higher levels, their torso, significantly amplifying their prowess. The information available extends only to the tier level. while the higher tiers, such as Tier 5 or 6, are beyond his reach. It appears that awakeners below Tier 5 exhibit distinct differences in power levels. Thus, targeting their weaknesses could yield remarkably effective results. Qin Mo pondered inwardly. Although his intelligence had only marginally increased, his cognitive agility had improved substantially, enabling him to swiftly grasp critical points upon observation. At that moment, a familiar sensation surged forth, prompting Qin Mo to promptly open his awakening panel. Vision, 5 hearing, 4 intelligence, 1 breath, 0 strength, 2 speed, 2 recovery, 0 defense, 1 light energy points, 13 to his astonishment. He had amassed a total of 13 points. His conjecture was indeed correct. Sunny days do accumulate more light energy points. However, with 13 points at his disposal, he needed to deliberate carefully on their allocation. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to allocate 3 points to his vision as usual. A warm current swiftly gathered around his eyes, silently transforming them. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. He keenly noticed that this time, the warm current lingered longer than before, suggesting that his eyes were undergoing more significant changes, rendering his perception somewhat altered. Vision, 8 light energy points, 10 awakening skill. X-ray vision chapter 4. Li Yuan's little secret gasp. This skill, Qin Mo could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This ability is extraordinarily useful. Allocating points to vision was, indeed, the most prudent choice. He had not anticipated that the awakening panel would exhibit such subsequent changes. The more light energy points he accrued, the stronger his corresponding abilities would become. For example, his vision had now reached 8 points, allowing him to discern every corner of the 7th office with crystal clarity, revealing even the finest details. He turned his gaze towards Su Yin, who was seated directly opposite him, now capable of counting the eyelashes on her eyes and discerning the intricate patterns on her lips. It could be said that even if he were to leave the security office, his exceptional vision would enable him to secure a high-paying job in the capital. Not to mention, he had just awakened a new skill. With a mere thought, X-ray vision activated instantly, transforming the world before his eyes into an entirely new tableau. Qin Mo lowered his gaze towards the computer before him, the display screen becoming ethereal, revealing the underlying circuit boards and components in a most extraordinary manner. Hey, Qin Mo, what are you doing? Why are you just staring blankly? Su Yin's voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Nothing much. I was just pondering a few things. Qin Mo replied casually, his gaze instinctively shifting to Su Yin, who at that moment had yet to disable her X-ray vision. A front button style, white, and it appears to have. Qin Mo regarded her with astonishment, perplexed within. Despite their time together, he had never noticed such details before. To think Su Yin possessed such allure. Had he known, he would have gladly hitched a ride with her yesterday. What were you so engrossed in? Surely, you're not thinking about your little girlfriend? Yet, given the monotony of life, one could hardly blame him for daydreaming. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yin remained oblivious to where his gaze lingered. Leaning back against her chair, she instinctively crossed her legs, her hands resting behind her head. Qin Mo nodded in agreement. Continuing, indeed, life can be dull, but what is so wrong with boredom? Basking in the sun, fishing, enjoying the tranquility of life. Sister Su, isn't that what life is all about? Come on, don't adopt such an air of wisdom, as if you've seen through the world. I'm older than you. Su Yin plafeli chaidif. You're right about the age, Qin Mo replied with a double entendre, though regrettably, Su Yin did not grasp the underlying implication. With 15 minutes left until the end of the workday, he tidied up his desk and resumed experimenting with a newly acquired skill. What could the team leader possibly be occupied with in the small office every day? Qin Mo pondered curiously, activating his X-ray vision discreetly, causing the walls of the office to become transparent in his sight. There, he beheld Li Yuan, engrossed in a document, a stray lock of hair falling distractingly over her eyes, adding an extra touch of allure. Li Yuan was renowned for her beauty in the security department, with many admirers vying for her attention. Beyond her long, captivating legs that one could hardly tear their gaze from, her innate elegance was equally enticing. Typically stoic and rarely smiling, she bore an expression as cold as ice, resembling a frozen mountain. It is well known that an ice-cold beauty can also enhance one's allure. Not to mention, Li Yuan's hairstyle was consistently a simple ponytail, further augmenting her appeal. After observing her for a few minutes, Qin Mo noted that Li Yuan remained focused on her documents, prompting him to retract his gaze. However, at that moment, Li Yuan unexpectedly raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, setting down the document as she stood up to push her chair aside, heading towards a locked cabinet in the corner. She retrieved a key, stooped down to unlock the cabinet, and her curvaceous silhouette sparked a whirlwind of imagination. What could possibly be inside that cabinet? Qin Mo's curiosity intensified, but his eyes widened in disbelief the next moment. A pink wash basin? Why would the team leader keep a wash basin in the office cabinet? Qin Mo was taken aback, but he soon realized he had misjudged the situation. It was not a wash basin, but rather a foot bath. Li Yuan filled the basin with warm water and set on the floor. She bent down to remove her slightly worn shoes and peeled off her white socks, revealing her somewhat slender feet. With his enhanced vision, Qin Mo could discern every detail of Li Yuan's feet. They were fair and impeccably clean, with neatly trimmed toenails and faint imprints left by her socks on the tops of her feet. As her feet dipped into the steaming water, she playfully wiggled her toes, sending up a few splashes. Leaning back against the chair, Li Yuan squinted her eyes, seemingly lost in the blissful comfort of the foot bath, her lips curling into an involuntary smile that conveyed pure enjoyment. Meanwhile, Qin Mo was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated witnessing such a scene. The usually serious and cold leader was indulging in a foot bath in her own office. Moreover, it was evident that this was not her first time doing so. Goodness, it seemed he had inadvertently uncovered a little secret about Li Yuan. It turned out that the leader was not as frigid as she appeared. After work, Qin Mo exited the office building and chose to walk home, using the opportunity to enhance his physical fitness. As for what he had just seen, well, that was something he would keep to himself. Today, he had accumulated numerous energy points, and after enhancing his vision by 3 points, he had 10 remaining. On his way home, he began to allocate these points. As usual, he distributed 1 point each to strength, speed, and defense, and then added another point to respiration. His cardiovascular function improved rapidly, and he noticed his breathing becoming considerably deeper while running. By the time he arrived home, he realized he was 10 minutes faster than the previous day. After turning on the water heater, he took a shower, during which the memory of the scene he had witnessed earlier resurfaced, prompting him to decisively switch the hot water to cold. Once he finished tidying up and had dinner, Qin Mo settled onto the sofa and opened the awakening panel. After contemplating for a moment, he allocated 1 point to intelligence and recovery, leaving 4 points to invest entirely in strength. His attributes had transformed remarkably compared to 3 days ago, visibly enhancing his capabilities. Vision, 8 hearing, 4 intelligence, 2 respiration, 1 strength, 7 speed, 3 recovery, 1 defense, 2 skill, X-ray vision energy points, 0. A warm current swiftly spread throughout his body, only to dissipate just as rapidly. Qin Mo clenched his fist, feeling a surge of strength. He looked at the coffee table before him and extended his right hand beneath it, eager to test how much he had truly strengthened. This coffee table was not made of glass, but rather crafted from bluestone and heavy wood, weighing at least 300 pounds. An ordinary person could only shift it, let alone lift it with one hand. However, Qin Mo was no longer an ordinary individual. He had awakened and transcended the limitations of the mundane. With a slight exertion, the tea table effortlessly lifted off the ground, and Qin Mo felt scarcely any weight, as if he were merely raising a stool. He could even toss the table into the air and catch it with ease. Chapter 5. A Millennium Family Deliberately Unleashing Power. Indeed, this surge in strength was significant compared to before. However, when measured against the likes of Superman, it remained woefully inadequate. Superman could effortlessly halt trains, lift aircraft at will, and even shift the Earth itself. Qin Mo, at this juncture, was still merely in the realm of childish play. The energy he possessed was insufficient, and the path to becoming an invincible warrior akin to Superman was still long and arduous. He mused quietly, devoid of any pride in his newfound power. Having lived 2 lives, Qin Mo's mindset had been honed to be remarkably resilient. After setting down the tea table, he opened his phone and began perusing various updates. The Qin and Qi states had been embroiled in conflict for over a decade, both amassing substantial military forces, weaponry, and numerous awakened individuals along their borders. Most of the time, both sides were in a standoff, experiencing minor skirmishes from time to time, with occasional large-scale clashes resulting in casualties on both sides. However, neither side could afford to initiate a full-scale war, as their national strengths were closely matched, and without a guarantee of victory, neither would engage lightly. Since the onset of the global genetic mutation and the emergence of awakened individuals, formidable individual combat power had once again come to dominate the course of history. Initially, there was chaos among the states, leading to the formal rise of the Great Qin, alongside the concurrent ascendance of Qi. The two nations had been in collision ever since, each seeking to annex the other. Only when one state obliterated the other would the conflict conclude. Yet, the timeline for such an event remained uncertain. Perhaps in Qin Mo's lifetime, he would never witness these events unfold. After half an hour of reviewing daily updates, he exited and turned to the latest news from the imperial capital, soon finding an article that captured his attention. The patriarch of the Lin family in the Far East recently hosted an exceptionally high-profile private birthday banquet within the family estate, to which prominent heirs from various major families were invited. His Majesty the Martial Emperor personally inscribed a message to congratulate the Lin patriarch on his birthday. The Martial Emperor is, indeed, the current emperor of the Great Qin. Although this private gathering made it to the newspapers, the chasm between such elite society and ordinary citizens was even wider than that between them and the awakened. This was the epitome of high society. The influence of ancient families over the Great Qin was profoundly formidable. They controlled vast resources, economics, power, and military affairs. Wherever one could imagine, the shadow of these families loomed large. The Martial Emperor's personal inscription for the celebration underscored their esteemed status. Qin Mo was no stranger to these families. As the chief director of the Security Bureau, was the current head of one such ancient family. The director's surname was Li, belonging to the Qingyongli clan, and he was also one of the current dukes of the Great Qin, holding an exceedingly lofty position. These ancient noble families wield a formidable influence in the court, possessing the power to sway certain decisions of His Majesty, the Martial Emperor. Numerous key positions within the Security Bureau are occupied by members of the Qingyongli clan. Does the Martial Emperor have any recourse? Clearly, he does not. This generation of royalty is the weakest since the establishment of the Great Qin. For among the awakened of which Qin Mo is aware, the royal family holds not a single position. In stark contrast, the Qingyongli clan, the Yinan Fang clan, the Chongping Lu clan, the Far East Lin clan, and the Zhenbei Chu clan. These five families are the most venerable in the annals of Great Qin, entities that ordinary individuals must never provoke. The ancient noble families are immensely powerful, with numerous disciples, extensive bloodline branches, and flourishing family trees, home to many high-level awakened individuals. However, this reality feels distant to Qin Mo. He is indifferent to the balance of power between the royal family and the noble clans, merely reflecting on it at this moment. To possess a private garden in the capital, a place where every inch is as valuable as gold, speaks volumes of the status these families enjoy. Some individuals spend their entire lives unable to afford a home, while others are born into mansions. Fate is invariably unjust. Nevertheless, the emergence of awakened individuals has indeed provided many opportunities, if one possesses the requisite level of awakening. Even those born into poverty with no connections find themselves esteemed by the ancient noble families. The following day, in the afternoon, after Qin Mo had his lunch in the cafeteria, he did not rush back. Instead, he sought a sunlit spot nearby and basked in the sunlight for over an hour before making his way to the Security Bureau building. Fortunately, he directly absorbed the sun's energy. Otherwise, prolonged exposure would surely have darkened his complexion several shades. Upon entering the office of Team 7, Qin Mo was taken aback to find that half of it was remarkably empty. Aside from Su Yin and two non-awakened team members who remained at their desks, not a soul was present. He turned to glance at the small office, activating his X-ray vision skill silently. He discovered it was equally devoid of occupants. Li Yuan was indeed absent. Approaching his workstation, he inquired of Su Yin, "Sister Su, where have the team leaders gone?" "They went on a mission," Su Yin replied, preoccupied with her nails, her gaze fixed downward. "Half an hour ago, an urgent directive came from above, necessitating immediate action. The team leader took Li Changfeng and the others with him." "A mission?" Qin Mo furrowed his brow. Li Yuan had only taken awakened individuals. It was evident this was no ordinary assignment. Recalling the previous conversation among the group in the small office regarding a mysterious, awakened organization opposing the Security Bureau, the nature of this mission became apparent. It seemed the intelligence department had indeed tracked down the enemy's whereabouts. Qin Mo pondered. The intelligence department's response is swift. Yet missions often carry peril. He hoped for a favorable outcome. He then returned to the window, continuing to absorb solar energy. He felt powerless to assist in Li Yuan's endeavors, as he did not even know the mission's location, and his current strength remained insufficient. Thus, the afternoon slipped away in the blink of an eye, and soon would be time to clock out. Qin Mo glanced at the time, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Li Yuan had undertaken missions before, yet none had ever taken this long. This task was indeed extraordinary. He wondered about the nature of the opposing force. As Qin Mo pondered, a sudden spark of realization flickered across his brow, prompting him to open the awakening panel. Today's accumulation of light energy points had concluded, yielding 2 points fewer than yesterday, totaling only 11. Following his usual routine, he allocated 2 points to vision, and then distributed 1 point each to speed, defense, intelligence, and breathing. As he felt the warm current flowing through various parts of his body, Qin Mo contemplated for a moment before decisively assigning the remaining 5 points entirely to strength. The awakening of his laser vision remained uncertain, and until then, enhancing his visual acuity alone would hardly provide him with a means of defense. Hence, he wisely adjusted his allocation strategy, prioritizing the enhancement of his physical strength, speed, and defense. As his light energy points returned to 0, a powerful wave of warmth swiftly radiated throughout his entire being. Strength, 12, awakened skill, intentional strike. Chapter 6, Mission Failure. He had unexpectedly awakened a new skill, intentional strike, concentrating all bodily power into a single point, then instantaneously unleashing a force that far exceeds one's inherent strength, resulting in devastating destructive capability. This bore resemblance to the concept of Qin in traditional martial arts, though the name sounded strangely familiar. For a moment, Qin Mo could not recall where he had heard it before. Yet the acquisition of a new skill signified a considerable enhancement of his prowess. Upon reaching a vision score of 8, he had awakened X-ray vision, and now, with strength at 12, he had acquired yet another new skill. It appeared there was no discernible pattern. Skills seemed to awaken randomly. However, Qin Mo, now possessing an intelligence score of 3, had sharpened his analytical abilities and swiftly discerned the underlying. After enhancing a particular attribute, a significant boost would occur, and upon reaching a specific threshold, a skill would naturally awaken. It was evident that vision and strength belonged to disparate realms, and thus their thresholds would differ. With this clarity in mind, the subsequent steps became considerably more manageable. He would maintain his previous allocation strategy, progressively enhancing various attributes. Now, his strength had multiplied several times over compared to before, and Qin Mo resolved to find a place to test his newfound capabilities that evening. Eager to gauge the potency of his new skill, he had identified a target not far from his home, a construction site where a former residential building had been demolished, rumored to be the future site of an upscale entertainment complex. It was evident that this was the handiwork of a prominent family. Soon it was time to leave work. Yet Li Yuan and the others had not returned. The mission was still underway. Qin Mo increasingly felt that something was amiss. The duration of this task was indeed excessive. Without overthinking, he resumed his routine of running home, just as he had done in the past few days. 15 minutes later, he arrived at his destination, a speed he intentionally controlled, not exerting himself to the fullest. After all, the population of the imperial capital was considerable. If he unleashed his full velocity, it would be as swift as an electric vehicle, drawing too much attention. Ahead, an intersection was encircled by rusted iron railings, adorned with yellow signs warning construction zone. Please do not approach. At this hour, workers had begun to leave in succession, and noticing that it would take some time for the area to clear, Qin Mo sought out a nearby noodle shop, indulging in 3 generous bowls of beef hand-pulled noodles. Subsequently, he circled the railings and made his way to a secluded spot, where his enhanced vision and hearing assured him that no one was nearby. He slowly crouched down, lifting his gaze to the upper floors of a building with its outer walls dismantled. Targeting the 3rd floor, he leaped with determination. In the next instant, Qin Mo landed firmly on the 3rd floor. He turned to assess the height and distance, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The three-story building stood approximately 10 meters high, and he had approached it at an angle. This was the enhancement bestowed by his power of 12, and with further training, he would be able to leap even higher and farther. Perhaps soon, he would be able to fly, for a superhero could indeed soar through the skies. The abilities of laser vision and flight were among those Qin Mo yearned to acquire. As for now, it was time to test his new skills. This residential building stood 8 stories tall, and Qin Mo ascended 3 more floors, keen to avoid attracting attention from anyone surveying the construction site at night. The 6th floor was strewn with steel rebar and sheets of steel, the exposed walls forged from reinforced concrete, remarkably sturdy. Qin Mo casually picked up a length of rebar. Gripping both ends and with a gentle twist, bent it effortlessly. It was astonishingly easy. On his second attempt, he lifted a bundle, estimating there to be around 20 or 30 pieces. As the saying goes, a single chopstick is easily broken, but a handful makes a creaking sound. The entire bundle of rebar succumbed to Qin Mo's strength with ease. The growth of his power was rapid, nearly exponential. As he returned the steel rods to their original state, he murmured to himself, indeed, if progress were any slower, it would take decades to move a single planet. The sky darkened silently. Inside the construction site, the darkness was profound. Fortunately, Qin Mo's vision, now enhanced to a remarkable 10 points, allowed him to see clearly in the night and move with ease. He quietly activated his X-ray vision, scanning the surroundings, and the internal structure of the building's walls materialized before him. Soon, he identified a particularly robust section of wall in the right corner of the interior. Approaching the corner, he composed himself, clenched his right fist, maintaining a 3-centimeter gap from the wall. After a brief pause, he suddenly unleashed a powerful strike at an incredible speed. Skill, intentional punch, activate. With a resounding crash, the corner erupted into a large hole, the internal reinforced concrete snapping apart as if it were mere tofu. Qin Mo's countenance brightened with joy as he effortlessly punched through the wall. At last, he began to embody that extraordinary essence reminiscent of superhero. Retrieving his arm from the breach, he discovered that aside from a light layer of dust, his fist bore no marks of damage. With a defensive score of 3, his skin now rivaled that of stone, rendering him remarkably resilient to harm. This exemplifies the advantages of a well-rounded development. Focusing solely on enhancing a single ability would inevitably expose significant weaknesses in other areas. The experiment for the evening concluded here, and Qin Mo felt immense satisfaction with the transformations he had undergone in recent days. Presently, even if he were to encounter an awakened, he would possess a certain degree of self-defense, provided the adversary was not of a higher tier. As he pulled out his phone to check the time, he was surprised to see it was already past 8 o'clock. Time to return home, freshen up, and prepare for bed. With that thought, he began his journey home. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. Qin Mo checked his phone again and noted it was a call from Su Yin. He answered promptly, placing the device to his ear. "Hello, Sister Su. Calling me late at night. Are you inviting me for a drink?" To his astonishment, Su Yin's urgent voice echoed from the other end. "Qin Mo, something's gone awry. Hurry to the Imperial Capital Hospital. Our team leader and others have been injured after a failed mission." The gravity of the situation transformed Qin Mo's expression instantly. "Understood. I'll be there immediately." 20 minutes later, at the Imperial Capital Hospital, Qin Mo encountered Su Yin in the corridor on the 3rd floor. The other 2 team members, residing far from the hospital, had yet to arrive. "What is the situation?" he inquired. Su Yin shook her head, a hint of worry etched across her features. "The situation is dire. All 6 awakened individuals from our 7th group sustained injuries. The team leader and Wang Yin are gravely wounded, having been unconscious for a considerable time due to substantial blood loss. Fortunately, their lives are not in immediate danger, and they have temporarily stabilized. Yet they remain in a coma, unconscious. Injured across the board. Li Yuan, already a high-level awakened, had sustained such severe injuries, indicating that their adversary's power was far greater than he had anticipated. "We must stay at the hospital until the team leader regains consciousness," Su Yin stated. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo nodded in agreement, voicing no objections. The battles were the responsibility of the awakened. It was only natural for the logistical support to fall to ordinary individuals like them. Besides, to him, the location mattered little. Gazing at the wall opposite, Qin Mo activated his X-ray vision and soon discerned the scene within the hospital room. It was a private room where Li Yuan lay on the bed, pale and devoid of color, his breathing faint. The room's windows were expansive, promising ample natural light. Chapter 7. Holographic Vision. A night passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Mo and Su Yin took turns keeping vigil, managing to secure sufficient rest. With his enhanced physique, his spirit was now exponentially more vigorous than before. As for the other two members of Team 7, they were tasked with caring for Li Changfeng and the others. By the following morning, the security department had dispatched 3 awakened individuals from other teams to specifically ensure the safety of Li Yuan and her companions. It could be said that Team 7 had suffered a total defeat. Such a severe incident had not occurred within the Security Bureau for quite some time. Particularly alarming was the fact that this transpired in the imperial capital, the very heart of the Great Qin. The audacity of this mysterious force was indeed evident. Qin Mo was uncertain how much the intelligence department had uncovered. His current rank was insufficient, and he lacked the qualifications to be privy to the details of the mission. At that moment, in the hospital room, he sat by the window, gazing at Li Yuan, who lay on the hospital bed. After a day and night of rest, her complexion had visibly improved, a hint of color returning to her cheeks, suggesting she would awaken soon. Qin Mo's gaze drifted beneath the covers, where he noticed 3 grotesque scars on her body, located near the heart on her left abdomen. These scars were approximately 20 centimeters long, slanting from her chest down to her waist. Although stitched, the edges still oozed blood slightly. This did not resemble a knife wound. The proximity of the 3 scars suggested they were inflicted by the claws of some creature. Additionally, on Li Yuan's right shoulder, there was a palm-sized area of skin necrosis, a clear indication of a burn. Most of her injuries were concentrated on her torso, while her limbs, though marked, bore significantly lighter wounds. Qin Mo swiftly recalled the information he had seen 2 days prior regarding the abilities of awakened individuals. Upper limb enhancement for lower-tier awakened, and trunk enhancement for higher-tier awakened. He had pondered then whether focusing attacks on unenhanced areas might yield greater results. It appeared that this assumption was indeed correct. They were all astute individuals. Qin Mo's mind raced as he analyzed Li Yuan's injuries. The claw marks on her abdomen were likely inflicted by a shapeshifter-type awakened, while the burn on her right shoulder was clearly elemental fire. It was evident that the team leader had been besieged by at least 2 awakened foes. In retrospect, the strategy of balanced development seemed increasingly justified. From the outset, his strength had been distributed throughout his entire being. Although his awakened skill was termed intentional strike, it could be activated with his feet, knees, elbows, or shoulders. The same applied to defense, as it encompassed his entire body, rendering him devoid of weaknesses. This was the terrifying aspect of a hexagonal warrior. Just as he contemplated this, a warm sensation suddenly coursed through his heart. Unbeknownst to him, the sun was swiftly setting, and today as energy had accumulated once more. When Qin Mo opened his awakening panel, a smile instantly brightened his features. Vision, 10, hearing, 4, intelligence, 3, breathing, 2, strength, 12, speed, 4, recovery, 1, defense, 3, skills, clairvoyance, intentional strike. Energy points, 16, freely allocable. This is the most energy points Qin Mo has accumulated since awakening his superhuman genes, as he has a remarkable total of 16 points. Indeed, he was correct in assessing the advantageous geographic positioning of this hospital room, which boasts exceptional lighting. Following the customary procedure, he allocated 3 points each to vision and strength. Warm currents converge in his eyes and throughout his body, enhancing his vision further, enabling him to see farther and with greater detail. Similarly, Qin Mo's strength increased. His height, previously a modest 178 centimeters, now reached an impressive 183 centimeters. The solar energy has transformed his physique, augmenting his musculature and refining his proportions. Standing at 183 centimeters, he now possesses a more harmonious and charismatic figure. Revised attributes: vision, 13, strength, 15, energy points, 10, freely allocable. With the attribute values adjusted, Qin Mo deliberated for a moment before deciding to prioritize hearing and speed, both currently at 4 points, over the other attributes. He allocated an additional 4 points to hearing, and the remaining 6 points to speed. Hearing, 8, speed, 10, energy points, 0, hearing awakened the skill, radar, while speed unlocked the skill, instant step. Upon distribution, both attributes simultaneously reached their thresholds, awakening their corresponding skills. A smile spread across Qin Mo's face as warmth surged within him once more. First, he examined the instant step skill, which was straightforward. It essentially represented a form of explosive power. Upon activation, Qin Mo could instantly elevate his speed to its peak, traversing several meters in a mere second, akin to teleportation. The skill awakened from his hearing, radar, was somewhat more intricate. It enabled Qin Mo to discern the precise locations of others through the sounds he received. He attempted to activate the skill, and the cacophony of surrounding sounds amplified tremendously, resonating in his mind as if magnified 1,000-fold. With his newly doubled hearing, Qin Mo could now perceive sounds from several circles around him, encompassing the entire hospital building. With his eyes closed, he contemplated. In the adjacent room, there are 2 heartbeats, located at 10 meters and 15 meters respectively. He then opened his eyes and directed his gaze toward the wall, activating clairvoyance. He saw Su Yin sitting in the corner, engrossed in her phone, while on the hospital bed lay another severely injured awakener, Wang Yin, from Group 7. The distances he observed matched precisely with what he had heard. This was the essence of radar. Qin Mo nodded slowly, preparing to withdraw his gaze, but at that moment, a familiar warmth surged into his mind once again. Awakened combination skill, holographic vision. Huh? Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback. His energy had been entirely depleted, so why had he awakened a new skill? However, before he could ponder the concept of combined skills in depth, his vision and hearing suddenly magnified on their own. In an astonishing turn of events, the 9-story hospital building materialized before him in an entirely new manner. Countless lines intertwined to form an ethereal structure, allowing Qin Mo to perceive every room, every heartbeat, and the positions of individuals with a godlike perspective. Yet, his mind struggled to process such an overwhelming influx of information, as the building housed thousands of people along with various medical instruments. The cacophony of sounds flooded his consciousness, making him feel as though his head might explode. He attempted to reduce the range of his holographic vision until it encompassed a more manageable 50 meters, which alleviated his discomfort considerably. Rubbing his temples, Qin Mo closed the holographic view and reopened the awakening panel, where he noted changes in the skills section. The abilities of X-ray vision and radar had inexplicably vanished, replaced by the newly awakened holographic vision. Nevertheless, he could still utilize X-ray vision and radar, but based on his recent experimentation. This new composite skill appeared to be more comprehensive and powerful. Clearly, 1 plus 1 did not merely equal 2. It exceeded 2. This revelation was fortuitous for Qin Mo. It seemed that prioritizing his intelligence would be essential moving forward, he murmured softly. Chapter 8. The meeting of heaven and earth as night fell. The stars twinkled above. Qin Mo ventured to the cafeteria of the Imperial Capital Hospital to procure 2 dinners, one of which was for Su Yin. Upon returning to the ward, he found a nurse attending to Li Yuan, changing her bandages, administering medication, and checking her vital signs. At such a moment, it would be inappropriate for Qin Mo to enter. Thus, he settled on a bench outside the corridor, eating his meal while activating his holographic vision, which caused the walls of the ward to vanish once more. It must be said that Li Yuan possessed a truly remarkable figure, particularly her legs, which are the longest Qin Mo had ever seen. Moreover, perhaps due to her status as a high-level awakened individual, her lower limbs had been enhanced, rendering her thighs taut and powerful while still maintaining an aesthetically pleasing silhouette. The dressing change concluded swiftly, and the nurse gently covered Li Yuan with a blanket. At that moment, Su Yin, who had been standing by the window, spoke up. "Doctor, when will our team leader regain consciousness?" Hearing this, the doctor, who was preparing to leave, paused and replied, "The patient's condition is now completely stable. She should regain consciousness either tomorrow or the day after. We will continue to observe her for a while longer, and once her health has sufficiently improved, she will be able to be discharged." Su Yin nodded, then looked down at Li Yuan and asked again, "Will there be any scars after she recovers?" "You need not worry about that. With our hospital's current medical capabilities, we can minimize scars to mere faint traces," the doctor assured with a smile. Qin Mo listened attentively to their conversation, harboring no doubts about the doctor's sincerity. Although Li Yuan's injuries were challenging to manage, compounded by burns, the medical standards of this world far surpassed those of previous eras. Not to mention, the Imperial Capital Hospital stood as the finest institution in the entire Qin. For the awakened individuals from the Security Bureau, they would dedicate 120% of their efforts, utilizing the most advanced medications and state-of-the-art medical equipment. As the doctor prepared to leave the ward, Qin Mo intended to deactivate the holographic vision. However, at that moment, his brow furrowed with intrigue as he overheard a rather interesting conversation. He had limited the range of his holographic vision to a 30-meter radius, allowing for remarkable clarity in both sight and sound. From Qin Mo's perspective, in the second room on the left side of the corridor, two individuals leaned against the window. Their heartbeats were stronger than those of ordinary people, and their blood flowed with greater velocity. Qin Mo discerned their identities. They were awakened agents dispatched from the Security Bureau to ensure the safety of Li Yuan and her companions. One of them muttered softly, "These wild awakened organizations are becoming increasingly audacious, daring to provoke even the Security Bureau. Such audacity is astonishing." This organization was markedly different from previous minor factions. The ability to inflict such injuries upon the members of the seventh group suggested the presence of high-tier awakened individuals. They refer to themselves as the Heaven and Earth Society, seemingly intent on overturning the existing order, with ambitions undoubtedly grand. The name Heaven and Earth Society resonated in Qin Mo's mind, marking his first glimpse into the enigmatic forces at play. Yet, the true level of this high-tier awakened individual remained uncertain. Was it Tier 5 or Tier 6? The two individuals continued their discussion, with the first speaker expressing dissatisfaction. What is the intelligence department doing? How much time has passed, and they have gathered so little? The second individual leaned closer, whispering, "Do you still have faith in them? Do you know why the seventh group is in this predicament?" "Why is that?" the first man inquired. "I've heard that the seventh group's mission was ambushed by the Heaven and Earth Society. The information provided by the intelligence department was flawed. It seems there may be a traitor within." "Really? Is such a thing possible? Who knows if it's true or mere hearsay? Just don't mention this to anyone else." The speaker chuckled and cautioned, "Rest assured, I am well aware of discretion." Subsequently, they shifted their conversation to other topics. Qin Mo quietly deactivated his holographic vision, his brow slightly furrowed, surprised at the unexpected insights he had gleaned. The intelligence department, a traitor, with a boost of 3 intelligence points. He swiftly pieced together the situation and analyzed it based on the information at hand. The information he had just overheard held a high likelihood of being true. The Security Bureau had been established in Qin for many years, and the intelligence network had long been operational, rarely encountering mishaps. If the leaders had indeed fallen into an ambush, the notion of a traitor was likely credible. He pondered quietly within himself. How could the Heaven and Earth Society have infiltrated the Security Bureau with a mole? Just how vast is the iceberg of this organization lurking beneath the surface? It appears that the capital is on the brink of turmoil. Qin Mo furrowed his brow. For if chaos erupted in the capital, the Security Bureau would inevitably bear the brunt, directly impacting his life. After all, he aspired to remain in the Security Bureau until retirement. He had no desire to relinquish such a stable position. Moreover, the daily workload was already pitifully light. He hoped that the Intelligence Division would swiftly unearth this mole and, ideally, bring about the downfall of the Heaven and Earth Society in the process. The following day, in the afternoon, it was once again Qin Mo's turn to keep vigil in the hospital room. True to form, he sat by the window, basking in the sunlight while perusing his phone. Suddenly, a faint sound unexpectedly pierced the stillness of the ward. Qin Mo abruptly lifted his head towards the hospital bed, and to his astonishment, he found Li Yuan had awakened at some point, blinking her long eyelashes in a daze as she gazed at the ceiling. Noticing this, he quickly set aside his phone, poured a glass of warm water, and sat at Li Yuan's bedside, gently propping her up. "Team leader, the water is here." Li Yuan remained silent, her throat gradually moving as the warm water flowed from her pale lips down her throat. Qin Mo deftly pressed a button nearby to alert the doctor. Before long, half a glass of water had found its way into her stomach, and Li Yuan began to recover, exhaling a sigh of relief. She glanced around the room, confirming her location in hospital, before turning to Qin Mo and asking, "How long have I been unconscious?" "Not quite 2 days. During this time, have you been the one taking care of me?" Li Yuan's demeanor seemed to revert to its usual icy self, her tone markedly indifferent. However, ever since Qin Mo learned that she would often remove her shoes and soak her feet in her small office before leaving work each day, his attitude towards her had subtly shifted. I've been alternating with Sister Suyin. It's hardly any care with doctors and nurses present. He replied. Then, Qin Mo adjusted Li Yuan's position back down, continuing, the doctor will be here soon. Team leader, you've just woken up, so it's best to speak less and rest more. Li Yuan managed to squeeze out a soft acknowledgement, and the room fell into silence. With neither of them speaking further, the doctor soon entered the ward, conducted a thorough examination of Li Yuan, confirmed her condition was stable, and offered some dietary advice before taking his leave. Once again, only Qin Mo and Li Yuan remained alone in the room. You've worked hard, Li Yuan suddenly said, breaking the silence. Startled by her words, Qin Mo quickly replied, it's nothing, really. Compared to what you and the others have endured, it's hardly significant. I just hope you can recover quickly and be discharged. What about Wang Yan and the others? Li Yuan inquired. Qin Mo replied, Wang Yan's injuries are quite severe. She has yet to regain consciousness, but there is no imminent danger to her life. The others have sustained lighter injuries. He then recounted some basic updates from the past 2 days, while Li Yuan, still feeling weak, mostly listened in silence. After their conversation, she drank the remaining half cup of water with Qin Mo's assistance, then closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Qin Mo returned to his seat by the window, observing the gradually sleeping Li Yuan, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The team leader is truly captivating. In truth, although Li Yuan often exhibited a cold demeanor, she treated each member of Team 7 with great kindness. In her eyes, there was no distinction between awakened and ordinary individuals. Once one joined Team 7, they became her own, and she treated everyone equally. While Qin Mo held little regard for Li Changfeng and the others, he had always maintained a favorable impression of Li Yuan. During his initial days in Team 7, she had shown him considerable care. The soft glow of the waning light filtered through the glass, illuminating Qin Mo's face. He withdrew his gaze and opened the awakening panel, noting that today's energy points had once again accumulated. Vision, 13 hearing, 8 intelligence, 3 breath, 2 strength, 15 speed, 10 recovery, 1 defense, 3 skills, holographic vision, intentional shock punch, instant step energy points, 15, freely allocatable. As customary, he first allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, and speed. With the remaining 9 points, he allocated 5 to intelligence, a warm current swiftly surging into his brain, initiating a strengthening process. Intelligence, 8 awakening skill. Thoughts flow like a spring reaching the threshold brought a surge of joy to Qin Mo's heart. He did not immediately check the new skill, but instead allocated the remaining 4 points entirely to defense. Defense, 7 awakening skill. Hardening Chapter 9, he was utterly terrified. The energy points had been completely expended. However, Qin Mo's skill set had now become quite robust. Aside from breath and recovery, all other attributes had awakened corresponding skills. Skills, holographic vision, X-ray radar, intentional shock punch, instant step, thoughts flow like a spring hardening. He was not far from becoming the small hexagonal warrior. The hardening defense skill, as the name suggests, could temporarily enhance the defensive capability of a specific part of the body, akin to the intentional shock punch. His inherent defense was already remarkably high, rendering him nearly impervious. Though he had not tested it, he felt confident he could now catch bullets with his bare hands. Furthermore, once hardening was activated, his defense would be augmented beyond the original level, making it exceptionally suitable for synergy with the intentional shock punch. Strength, speed, and defense were inherently complementary. Qin Mo was eager to test it out immediately. However, he was in the hospital and had to care for Li Yuan, so he forcibly suppressed his restless thoughts and turned to examine another skill. Thoughts flow like a spring. After his recent allocation, his intelligence had risen from 3 to 8, significantly accelerating his cognitive processing speed. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that he was now the most intelligent genius in this world. His abilities in learning, analysis, computation, and deduction had all received a remarkable enhancement. As Qin Mo activated the holographic interface, he enveloped an area of 200 meters in radius, completely encompassing the entire building. In an instant, the radar relayed the positions of over 1,000 individuals, along with a cacophony of environmental sounds and instrument noise. This deluge of information had nearly overwhelmed his mind the previous day. Yet today, Qin Mo was able to process and analyze it with remarkable composure. Expanding from a 50-meter radius to 200 meters was not merely a simple augmentation. The volume of information surged exponentially. Of course, he remained confined to the most fundamental reception of data. To discern finer details through the holographic interface, he would need to activate a skill. With thoughts flowing like a fountain, he could instantaneously amplify his analytical and processing abilities. This skill, while straightforward and forceful, was the only one among those he had awakened thus far that bore side effects. After its use, his mental faculties would be severely fatigued, necessitating deep slumber for recuperation. The human brain, indeed, is the most enigmatic of realms, Qin Mo mused as he quietly activated the skill. In that moment, nothing within the 200-meter radius could escape his perception. His rapidly functioning mind filtered out all extraneous information, leaving only the positional data of others. The rhythm of heartbeats and footsteps alone sufficed for localization. There were a total of 2,238 individuals within the building. As dusk approached, many had gone to the cafeteria for dinner, resulting in a relatively sparse crowd. Qin Mo could also discern, through the intensity of heartbeats, who among the populace were awakened and who were ordinary individuals. For instance, there were currently 19 awakened ones within the building. Qin Mo's eyes widened in shock, his expression turning grave. How could there possibly be 19? The 6 injured awakened from the 7th group, combined with the 3 dispatched from the security office, amounted to only 9. Who, then, were the remaining 10 awakened? He immediately shifted his attention to the awakened individuals, noting that the 7th group and those from a security office occupied the 3rd floor, while the other 10 were divided into 3 factions. 6 individuals were positioned on either side of the elevator stairwell, with 2 already having reached the 2nd floor. They were evidently blocking all 3 access points of the hospital building, suggesting ill intentions. A name suddenly surged to the forefront of Qin Mo's mind: the Heaven and Earth Society. His formidable analytical capabilities led him to contemplate numerous scenarios at that moment. If it was indeed the Heaven and Earth Society, their objective was clearly aimed at Li Yuan and the others. The 3 individuals outside the door would undoubtedly be unable to halt them. This was a simple arithmetic problem. The distance from Beijing University to the Security Bureau was approximately 12 miles, a short distance indeed. However, with the workday concluded, the time required to urgently mobilize awakened individuals for support would multiply significantly. The adversaries had clearly calculated this factor. Suddenly, Qin Mo sprang to his feet, retrieving his phone from his pocket and swiftly dialing the Security Bureau's number. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered. The signal indicated 0 bars. He had been blocked. At this moment, Qin Mo's expression was stern, and he was utterly convinced that the individuals before him were indeed members of the Heavenly Society. Within the holographic interface, the 6 awakened ones had exited the elevator and were hastily approaching the hospital room. There was no time to alert the other 3. What should he do? The Safety Bureau was temporarily unreachable. Qin Mo found himself in a desperate situation, devoid of any support. Thus, he realized that he could only rely on himself. This was precisely why he sought to enhance his strength. With power, he could wield the privilege of choice in dire circumstances, rather than succumbing to fate. With a calm mind and a clear head, coupled with a surge of adrenaline, Qin Mo swiftly devised a plan of action. He approached the bedside, roused Li Yuan from her slumber, and pulled back her covers, placing his hands beneath her knees and shoulders. Qin Mo, what are you doing? Li Yuan's icy gaze swept over his face as she questioned him coldly. Captain, unfamiliar awakened individuals have infiltrated the hospital building. You are in danger. This place is no longer safe. We must relocate immediately. Qin Mo spoke rapidly. No sooner had he finished speaking than the lights above them suddenly extinguished, plunging the entire building into darkness. Simultaneously, a loud explosion reverberated from the adjacent room. The members of the Heavenly Society had already engaged with the security personnel. Li Yuan was no fool. She quickly discerned the truth of his words. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. Realizing that the Heavenly Society was even more audacious than she had imagined, daring to attempt an assault on her within the hospital walls, intent on eradicating her entirely. Li Yuan yearned to exact vengeance upon her enemies, yet her frail body rendered her powerless. Turn around, carry me. It will minimize the impact on your movement, she urged, struggling to rise. As the wound on her abdomen tore, pain contorted her facial features, yet she gritted her teeth in silence. Despite the darkness, Qin Mo discerned her expression clearly. He said nothing further and turned to catch her as she fell against him. That weight felt as light as a feather to him now, barely registering. Qin Mo's hands slid behind her to support her, adjusting her position as her soft form pressed against his back, causing a faint blush to rise on Li Yuan's cheeks in the shadows. Such an intimate action was overshadowed by Qin Mo's overwhelming fear, his skin trembling with trepidation. He was terrified, despite having awakened numerous abilities and possessing formidable strength. He was still gripped by fear. He had no experience in combat, especially against awakened beings. In both of his lives, Qin Mo had been a law-abiding citizen. How could he not be afraid in such circumstances? Yet, the greater the fear, the more one must remain composed. "Captain, hold on tight." Qin Mo uttered a low exclamation, carrying Li Yuan as he approached the hospital room's entrance. Chapter 10. The might of a fist with a resounding crack. The door swung open, and Qin Mo swiftly emerged, making an immediate left turn and advancing briskly. Although the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, it bore no distinction to him as it would to others. His vision had been significantly enhanced, now reaching a remarkable level of clarity in the dimness. Furthermore, with the aid of his holographic vision, he continuously activated his skill, akin to a flowing spring, analyzing routes in his mind. The 3 stairways leading down had all been obstructed, necessitating an ascent. Qin Mo mused to himself, deftly maneuvering around the panicked nurses and patients rushing about. The entire building had descended into chaos. The sudden onset of darkness incited a profound sense of fear and panic among the individuals present. To compound this, the security office and the awakened members of the Heavenly Society were embroiled in conflict, with explosions reverberating intermittently, the tremors of the ceiling, and the cascading dust amplifying the terror of those within. Before long, Qin Mo found himself ascending the staircase to the upper levels. He understood that all he needed to do was buy time. Suyin was not inside the building but had gone to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon discovering the turmoil, she would undoubtedly alert the Safety Bureau, and reinforcements would soon arrive. By the time Qin Mo reached the 4th floor, the forces of the Heavenly Society had already arrived on the 3rd. However, rather than proceeding to the patient rooms, they continued their ascent, seemingly heading directly for Li Yuan. The movements of the 4 individuals were as clear to Qin Mo's holographic vision as if they were illuminated by lanterns. Yet, this was highly illogical. How could the Heavenly Society members be aware that he had ascended to the 4th floor? Furrowing his brow, he continued to the 5th floor, only to discover that the individuals from the Heavenly Society had similarly ascended. It appeared they possessed some means of tracking him. In the underground parking lot of the Imperial Capital Hospital, a nondescript black SUV housed a striking woman clad in a white bodycon dress and black stiletto heels. Leaning back in the seat, her eyes closed and her brow furrowed, she contemplated the situation. Li Yuan remained on the 5th floor, her position unchanged for the moment. The woman murmured softly, her voice delicate and barely audible, yet the awakened members of the Heavenly Society within the building perceived it distinctly, as if someone were speaking directly into their minds. This eerie ability indicated that the woman was a rare psychic awaken. Indeed, the darkness and disorder posed substantial challenges for the Heavenly Society, yet with the presence of a psychic awaken remotely guiding them, the tables could swiftly turn in their favor. However, the unfolding events did not align with their expectations. The fact that Li Yuan was capable of leaving her hospital room and swiftly ascending the stairs was already beyond the realm of their plans. For a severely injured patient to exhibit such extraordinary behavior, disregarding her own pain, what immense willpower that required. Chun Lingling could only attribute it to sheer determination. Beyond that, she could conceive no other possibilities. As for Qin Mo, she had casually glimpsed this name in the intelligence reports, but that was the extent of her knowledge. After all, an ordinary person without awakening is hardly worthy of attention. Chun Lingling's eyelashes fluttered momentarily before she declared, "Li Yuan is on the move, Leopard. She is heading in your direction." At that moment, far away on the left staircase of the hospital building, upon hearing these words, Leopard tightened his wrist and a sinister smile crept across his lips. Today, he would personally eliminate a level awakened being, and no less than an awakened member of the Li family. However, before he could take a step, Chun Lingling's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Wait." She has turned back. "Eagle, prepare yourself." Leopard was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of frustration crossed his face as he punched the wall, creating a shallow dent. "Damn it. No, she is still approaching. It seems she has taken a detour." Upon hearing this, Leopard's irritation dissipated instantly, but before he could regain his smile, Shun Lingling's voice resounded again. Heavens, she has turned back again. As the two parties communicated, their footsteps never faltered. Leopard and Eagle had already left the staircase and officially stepped onto the fifth-floor corridor, while Shun Lingling was left dumbfounded. Lacking Qin Mo's holographic perspective, she could only see a few light points. Currently, for light points on either side were rapidly converging towards the central point, where they were about to meet. But in the next instant, Shun Lingling stared in disbelief as the light point moved directly upwards. How is this possible? Is Li Yuan climbing the wall? Li Yuan had already ascended to the sixth floor. Shun Lingling, are you toying with me? Leopard roared in fury within his mind. Yet, Shun Lingling could not afford to retort. Her brow furrowed tighter as she exerted all her mental force, a dull ache forming at the back of her head, as if pricked by needles. In a moment of confusion, she even experienced the illusion of confronting another spirit type, awakened being who was more powerful than herself. She watched in shock as Li Yuan appeared on the sixth floor, then bizarrely reappeared on the fourth floor, swiftly moving to the right staircase and descending rapidly. Such speed displayed no signs of injury whatsoever. She had escaped their encirclement. Shun Lingling slowly opened her eyes, her gaze bloodshot. She exhaled deeply, massaging her temples, and softly murmured, "The plan has failed. Initiate the contingency." In that instant, the members of the Tiandi Society within the hospital building instantly adopted a grave demeanor. Qin Mo, carrying Li Yuan, swiftly emerged on the first floor. Due to her wounds continually tearing open, combined with the fact that she had not consumed a morsel of food since awakening, Li Yuan's frail body was barely able to endure and had slipped back into unconsciousness. However, the good news was that Qin Mo was about to lead her out of danger. Utilizing her holographic vision, Qin Mo manipulated the members of the Tiandi Society at will, effortlessly breaking through the encirclement. Now, only the final door stood between them and their escape from the building. At that moment, an extraordinarily powerful heartbeat suddenly intruded upon the confines of his holographic vision, rapidly approaching him. Qin Mo came to an abrupt halt, his breath slowing as he realized that the Heavenly Society had arranged a contingency plan outside. The strength this faction had displayed thus far was nothing short of extraordinary. Now, with dangers lurking both in front and behind, and possessing some form of tracking ability, Qin Mo found himself on the first floor, where it was too late to hide. No matter which path he took, he would inevitably encounter members of the Heavenly Society. What should he do? Instinctively, Qin Mo clenched his fist and swiftly opened his awakening panel. Strength 16, Speed 12, Defense 7, Recovery 1. He could effortlessly lift a coffee table weighing several hundred pounds. His punches capable of piercing through reinforced concrete, and with a slight leap, he could ascend to the third floor. Compared to just a week prior, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming an awakened being with formidable power at his disposal. Should he dare to take a gamble? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Mo exhaled deeply. He gently crouched down to place the unconscious Li Yuan in a corner by the wall, then moved behind the door. Activating his X-ray vision, the wall vanished from his perception, revealing a tall man of unremarkable appearance striding towards the entrance. The two were now less than 5 meters apart. At this instant, a whirlwind of complex thoughts surged through Qin Mo's mind. Having lived 2 lives and faced death, he had chosen a comfortable existence for himself. He desired to work leisurely, bask in the sun, enjoy the company of a few friends, and possess a modest amount of savings. He yearned to retire from security work and travel the world, to feel the freedom of the sea breeze and tread upon the open waters. He was content with his current life and wished to continue living it as such. But fate had other plans. Qin Mo's slow breaths grew increasingly rapid, his gaze sharpened, and he gradually raised his right hand, fingers slowly curling until they formed a tight fist. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Now was the moment. In an instant, Qin Mo vanished from his position, crossing 3 meters in a single stride, appearing before the man like a specter. The skill Blink activated, his right fist raised high, a faint glow shimmering at its peak. The skill hardening engaged. Blood surged through his veins at an accelerated pace, all his strength converging in his right arm as he aimed for the man's head, delivering a devastating blow. The skill Intentional Strike was unleashed. This punch was delivered without reservation. The tall man's pupils dilated sharply as a chilling aura of death enveloped him, plunging him into a state of panic. Reacting instinctively, he leaned back, retreating swiftly. Simultaneously, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest, his body and limbs instantly transforming into something as unyielding as steel. This individual was unmistakably an elemental awakened being, wielding the power of steel. The primal instincts of his body propelled him to the pinnacle of defense. In the next instant, Qin Mo's punch struck against the man's crossed arms. A resounding crash echoed through the darkness as the towering figure's bones shattered instantaneously, followed by the crushing of his chest. With a violent retch, he expelled a stream of crimson blood, his body collapsing onto the ground like a discarded sack, lifeless in an instant. Even tempered steel crumpled like paper in the face of such might. This was the sheer power of his punch. In the inky blackness of night, a chill wind stirred, carrying with it a faint scent of blood. Qin Mo stood there, frozen, slowly retracting his fist, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was this truly death? A level elemental awakener, unable to withstand a single blow, perishing instantly? Qin Mo was astounded. He was aware of his rapid ascent in strength. Yet he had never fathomed he could be this formidable, a punch capable of extinguishing a level awakener. What then of those in the building? Mere insignificant figures, akin to trivial caricatures. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have never fled. Chapter 11. 200,000. A point of light suddenly vanished from her mind, leaving Chun Lingling stunned at her seat. That point represented a level elemental awakener. Its disappearance signified that her mental connection to the individual had been severed. In simpler terms, he was dead. Chun Lingling's eyes widened. The backup plan had barely been activated for a minute, and their primary level awakener had already met his demise. In that instant, her expression shifted dramatically, and she commanded, "Retreat. All personnel, retreat. There are high-level awakeners in the building." Before her words had fully registered, she had already ignited the car's engine, the tires screeching against the pavement as the SUV sped away. Simultaneously, 2 more points of light extinguished in her mind, deepening the pallor of her complexion. This mission had turned into a catastrophic failure. She did not attempt to regroup with others in the building, but instead drove straight out of the Imperial Capital Hospital, merging into the flow of traffic. Barely a minute after Chun Lingling's departure, a cacophony of sirens erupted as dozens of black armored vehicles surrounded the hospital, sealing it off completely. The security bureau had finally arrived. Their response was swifter than Qin Mo had anticipated, with 4 teams comprising a total of 30 awakeners dispatched from the security office. On the right staircase of the building, the leopard and another member of the Tiandi Society lay still on the ground, devoid of any breath. Qin Mo descended the staircase, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had already discerned from the holographic interface that the security bureau had arrived. Henceforth, the situation would be in their capable hands. Closing the holographic interface, he crouched beside Li Yuan, observing her pallid visage, and gently tucked a rebellious strand of hair behind her ear. Activating his X-ray vision, he meticulously scanned her from head to toe, bypassing her 2 prominent features, only to discover that the bandages encircling her abdomen had become saturated with blood. "The wounds are indeed quite severe," Qin Mo murmured softly, before extending his hands to gently embrace her neck and the bend of her legs, lifting her effortlessly as he made his way towards the door. No sooner had he stepped outside than guns were aimed at him from the shadows. As several men approached him briskly, Qin Mo from the security department, Team 7, he hastily proclaimed his identity, prompting the figures before him to lower their weapons. Upon seeing the unconscious Li Yuan cradled in his arms, they swiftly escorted them to another building of the Imperial Capital Hospital for treatment. The battle concluded swiftly, taking merely half an hour. Had it not been for the desperate actions of the Heavenly Society, taking innocent nurses and patients as hostages, it might have ended even sooner. At this moment, within the corridor of the 3rd floor of another building, an urgent call pierced the air. "Qin Mo." He turned to see a petite figure collide into him. Su Yin embraced him, her hands frantically searching as she expressed her concern. "Are you all right? Let me see if you're hurt." A fragrant breeze wafted into his nostrils, and Qin Mo inhaled deeply, reflecting inwardly. So it is true. Initially skeptical, he was now utterly convinced. In terms of embracing, Li Yuan was vastly inferior. She struggled even to hold him. Yet, Li Yuan's advantages lay in her icy demeanor and long legs, a combination that undeniably enhanced her allure. Sistersu, I merely slipped away from the team leader to come downstairs. Me perfectly fine, Qin Mo smiled, a warm sensation blooming within him as he discerned Su Yin's genuine concern for his well-being. Upon hearing his words, Su Yin reluctantly released her hold, casting him a reproachful glance as she teased, "Oh, why didn't TU think to carry me along when you fled? But didn't TU just go down to buy food? If you'd been around, I would have certainly carried you first," Qin Mo replied, pulling her to sit on a bench in the corridor and thumping his chest confidently. Su Yin rolled her eyes at him and pouted, "You're all talk. I wouldn't trust a single word from a man. Then should I be considered as a boy to you?" Qin Mo jested, only to receive a playful kick from Su Yin, which he did not evade, as it bore no sting. He then composed his expression and inquired, "What about the others in the team? Rest assured, they're mostly fine, just some injuries worsened. It seems they will have to remain in the hospital for a few more days," she replied. Although Wang Yin was severely injured and incapacitated, Li Changfeng and the others were still able to fight, and the four of them, along with 3 additional personnel dispatched from the department, managed to hold their ground against the adversaries. However, this mysterious organization is truly audacious, with the department capturing 2 live subjects this time. I wonder if we can extract any information from them. Su Yin's voice gradually softened as she turned to the side, noticing that Qin Mo had unknowingly fallen asleep. Gently, she laid him down, resting his head upon her lap. The aftermath of his overwhelming mental exertion had finally caught up with him. For Qin Mo required ample sleep to restore his vigor. Su Yin fluttered her long eyelashes as she lowered her gaze upon Qin Mo, her lips curving into an alluring smile. Without her glasses, he indeed appeared more handsome with each passing day, making it difficult for her not to feel a flutter in her heart. With her eyes sparkling, she spoke softly. Yet, almost immediately, Su Yin sighed, murmuring to herself, "If only you were an awakened one." Outside the right exit of the building, a slender man wearing glasses crouched beside a corpse, slowly stating, "The deceased's torso has been enhanced. He isn't awakened one of the steel element. Judging by his wound, he was likely killed in a single strike." The 2 individuals at the staircase corner met the same fate, indicating that the assailant must be the same person, a high-tier awakened one, at the very least. Li Mo listened quietly to his subordinate's analysis, his brow gradually furrowing. As the director of the security department, he had recently been overwhelmed by the troubles brought on by the damned Heaven and Earth Society, only to discover yet another unknown high-tier awakened one in his jurisdiction. Fortunately, it seemed that this individual was not affiliated with the Heaven and Earth Society, which was the only piece of good news he could take solace in. "Director, the tier of this individual is unknown, and their affiliation is unclear. Should we have the intelligence department investigate?" the slender man inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Mo pondered for a moment before replying, "No need. The intelligence department can't even keep track of their own people. How can we expect them to handle this? Besides, he saved my younger sister's life tonight. He may be inclined towards the Li family. If we rashly investigate him, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. A powerful high-tier awakened one like him, if given the chance, could be drawn into our clan." The younger sister he referred to was, of course, Li Yuan. The Li in their names was not an ordinary one. It belonged to the illustrious Qin Shan Li family, with a legacy spanning a millennium. As previously mentioned, the head of the Security Bureau was the current patriarch of the Li family, making the Bureau essentially an extension of the Qin Shan Li lineage. Positions of significance, such as that of the director, were naturally filled by members of the clan. Upon hearing the mention of the Li family, the slender man quickly adjusted his tone. He adjusted his glasses and asked, "Young master, the young lady's escape from the attack can also be attributed to her subordinate, Qin Mo, who has made a contribution. Qin Mo, an awakened one? Li Montak inquired. His father is a tiered awakened one in the security department, but he himself is merely an ordinary person." The slender man replied, "Oh, I see. Then, in my private capacity, let us reward him with 200,000, Li Mo said nonchalantly, soon dismissing the matter from his mind. Since he was not an awakened one, there was little reason to dwell on it. Chapter 12. Unexpected joy. 200,000 was equivalent to the savings left by Qin Mo's father. With his current monthly salary of 6,000, he would need to endure 3 years without eating or drinking in the security department to earn that amount. For the vast majority of ordinary people living in the imperial capital, this would be considered a substantial fortune. But in the eyes of these ancient families, money held little significance. It is merely a collection of meaningless numbers. Even someone as formidable as Li Changfeng, a high-level awakener, could effortlessly produce such an amount, let alone the ancient families teeming with advanced awakeners. The disparities among individuals, circles, and classes are starkly revealed at this moment. However, Qin Mo remains oblivious to the fact that his bank card has discreetly accumulated an additional 200,000. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. He would simply chuckle and await the evening to indulge in a sumptuous meal. At present, Qin Mo is still seated by the familiar window, basking in the fierce sunlight that transforms into solar energy in an unknown manner. His spirits are remarkably high, as the ample rest from the previous night has alleviated the aftereffects of an overload of brain activity from his skillful thoughts flowing like a fountain. Reflecting on the battle from yesterday, Qin Mo has gained a clearer understanding of his current strength. When he struck down an intermediate awakener with a single punch, he was genuinely taken aback, entirely unprepared for his own growth to such an extent. Moreover, during the confrontation last night, he nearly validated all the enhanced attributes he had acquired since awakening his superhuman genes. The results of his daily sunbathing were quite impressive. This is merely a beginning. Further efforts are still required. The Tiandi Society poses a significant challenge, with the iceberg concealed beneath the lake's surface potentially being immense. The mere summoning of 11 awakeners, including at least one intermediate, is no trivial feat. The entire building was engulfed in darkness, while my night vision allowed me unimpeded movement. How was the enemy capable of the same? Qin Mo began to mentally review last night's events. With his intelligence now at 8 points, not only has his analytical ability improved, but his memory has also significantly enhanced. From the moment the power was cut, the scenes from last night replayed in his mind like a film. The enemy's target seemed to have always been the team leader. They consistently managed to pinpoint their position. This must be a certain ability possessed by awakeners, but is it of the mimicry type or the elemental type? Qin Mo furrowed his brow and then slowly shook his head. Clearly, neither applies. With all possibilities ruled out, the truth emerged. It must be the psychic type. Only the rarest and most enigmatic psychic awakeners could possess a capability akin to his own holographic vision. He speculated that there must have been another psychic awakener providing remote support from outside the building. In this light, the Tiandi Society had mobilized as many as 12 awakeners? Truly extraordinary. Just through a few clues, Qin Mo inferred the existence of Chun Lingling, but one matter eluded him. Why did the Tiandi Society target the team leader? What were their motives? Qin Mo's gaze instinctively shifted to the hospital bed where Li Yuan lay. He noticed her delicate brows slightly furrowed, betraying a hint of pain. The wound on her abdomen had yet to heal and had been torn open again, causing her discharge to be postponed for several days. At that moment, Li Yuan's eyelashes fluttered gently as she struggled to lift her eyelids. Observing this, Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly rose to fetch her a glass of warm water, settling beside her bed. Li Yuan propped herself up on her elbow, intending to drink. But Qin Mo suddenly interjected, "Team leader, just lie back. I can handle this." He pulled open a nearby drawer, retrieving a straw. Li Yuan was momentarily stunned as she watched Qin Mo earnestly unwrap the packaging, inserting the straw into the glass and bringing it to her lips. Then he produced a pillow to support her head. When had he prepared all this? Li Yuan pondered silently, while she grasped the straw with her mouth, her throat gradually swallowing. Qin Mo remained silent, merely holding the cup. He had not given it much thought, having simply noticed the straw while drinking soy milk that morning and thought to bring it along. The glass of water was soon emptied, at which point the doctor entered the room, accompanied by Li Mo. Qin Mo recognized him at once. The director of the security department, his superior's superior, someone he had only encountered a few times in the past year, since joining the security bureau. "Hello, Director," Qin Mo said, rising. Li Mo replied with a slight nod, then said, "You must be Qin Mo. You performed admirably last night. It was my duty. When the team leader is in danger, we, as team members, will certainly not retreat," Qin Mo replied earnestly, having navigated through the trials of society in his previous life for many years. Such formalities were second nature to him. Bold and meticulous, calm under pressure, loyal and righteous. With a subordinate like you, the security bureau need not fear clearing out the dregs from the underbelly, Li Mo said, offering words of encouragement. "Continue to work hard. Your future is bright." However, he promptly added, I need to discuss some confidential matters with Team Leader Lee, so you may step outside. As the director of the security department and a high-level awakened individual, it was already generous of him to exchange a few words with an ordinary team member. Had it not been for Qin Mo's performance the previous night, those words would not have been uttered. The doctor's routine examination concluded at that moment. Qin Mo said nothing, merely nodded in assent before following the doctor out. As he departed, he thoughtfully closed the door behind him. The conversation between the director of the security department and the team leader was certainly not meant for the ears of an ordinary team member. Qin Mo comprehended this well. As he walked towards the hospital exit, contemplating a change of scenery to bask in the sun, he silently activated the holographic interface. In an instant, the entire building was enveloped. After stripping away the superfluous details, Li Mo's voice gradually echoed in her ears. In the hospital room, Li Mo stood at the foot of the bed with his hands clasped behind him, calmly observing her. Li Yuan's expression mirrored his tranquility. The two exchanged silent glances, neither willing to break the silence. The atmosphere seemed to thicken slowly, giving rise to an undercurrent of tension. After a prolonged pause, it was ultimately Li Mo who shattered the stillness, saying, "Little sister, it is time to return to the family. The outside world is fraught with danger." With a faint smile that lacked warmth, Li Yuan replied, her gaze icy. Observing her demeanor, Li Mo sighed, expressing his resignation. "If it weren't for your fortunate circumstances, you could have lost your life. What is the point of this? The capital is not as simple as it appears. The myriad of forces at play is intricate. You have been out there for 2 years. Surely, you must have had your fill of it. Li Mo, if this is what you intend to convey, then you may leave at once." Li Yuan finally spoke. "Little sister, I am only looking out for your well-being," Li Mo replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Yuan's cold laughter pierced the air. She fixed her gaze upon him and retorted, "For my well-being? My dear brother, your first words upon entering were to urge me to return to the clan, without even inquiring about my injuries. Is this truly for my benefit?" The sarcasm in her words was unmistakable. Li Mo fell silent, opening his mouth to respond, but ultimately refraining. "What if the capital is dangerous? Am I to return to the clan and become a mere pawn in a marriage alliance? A decorative figure? Ha! I find my current life quite to my liking, even amidst peril. Little sister, you know we have no such intentions. Our father will fully respect your wishes and would never coerce you," Li Mo explained. Yet, Li Yuan merely regarded him coolly, stating, "Whether you possess such intentions is something you know in your hearts. Do not interfere with my life. I wish to rest now. Please leave. Little sister, we are family. Must we allow our relationship to grow so strained? Leave." Li Yuan's voice was frosty. "Then take care of yourself and recover well." With that, Li Mo exited, leaving Li Yuan alone in the room. She gazed out at the faint evening glow outside the window, lost in her thoughts. Qin Mo was taken aback. He had originally anticipated a discussion regarding the heavenly society, but who would have imagined that he would overhear a familial drama? The director of the security bureau and the leader of the 7th group were actually siblings? Qin Mo had never caught wind of such information. Evidently, this was a well-kept secret. The Family Marriage Security Bureau. Both Li Mo and Li Yuan bore the surname Li. He widened his eyes as an ancient lineage suddenly sprang to mind. The illustrious Qiang Li clan, a 1,000-year-old family. Li Yuan had connections to this esteemed lineage. It was said that the security bureau served as the backyard of the Qiang Li clan. And now it became clear to Qin Mo just how influential the Li family truly was. However, the group leader seemed rather rebellious. Qin Mo contemplated silently within himself, seemingly having inadvertently uncovered a small secret of Li Yuan's. The previous secret was her daily ritual of soaking her feet in the small office, truly befitting of a team leader. Qin Mo mused, suddenly feeling a stirring in his heart as a warm current coursed through his body. Energy points, 13, freely allocatable. Today, he had accrued his energy points once again, adhering to his usual practice of allocating 2 points each to vision, strength, and speed, while dedicating the remaining 7 points by adding 5 to breathing and 2 to recovery. These 2 attributes were his vulnerabilities, particularly recovery, which had only reached a meager 1 point thus far. As the warm current flowed through him, his body began to transform. Breathing, 7, awaken skill, turtle breath. Vision, 17, awaken skill, thermal imaging. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. It was quite normal for his breathing to reach its threshold. Yet he was taken aback to find that his vision had also ascended to the second threshold, awakening a new skill. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Chapter 13. How do you intend to thank me? Upon reflection, this development seemed quite reasonable. Qin Mo had always coveted Superman's thermal vision. Hence he had consistently focused on enhancing his eyesight. Each time he accumulated enough energy points, he would invariably allocate 2 or 3 points to vision. Unbeknownst to him, his vision had already reached 17, second only to his strength of 19. The newly awakened skill, thermal imaging, as the name suggests, allows one to assess the state of others based on the varying temperature readings of their bodies. Moreover, the temperature display would enable him to perceive others' movements more intuitively and clearly. Previously, Qin Mo was incapable of such feats. Although his holographic vision had a coverage radius of 200 meters, he could not see through such distances. He had relied on his radar skill to discern distant movements. This new skill effectively compensated for that limitation. With a thought, Qin Mo prepared to activate the skill and test the efficacy of thermal imaging. However, to his surprise, the awakening panel of his Superman gene suddenly exhibited a change, as the thermal imaging skill slowly began to fade away. What was happening? Qin Mo felt a pang of confusion, but soon a possibility dawned upon him. He activated his holographic vision once more, enveloping the entire hospital building. Medical staff, patients, and awakened individuals from the security department instantly appeared before him. Yet, what Qin Mo beheld was an entirely different scene. All entities with temperatures exceeding 273, whether living or not, were distinctly marked in various colors. Indeed, the new vision skill had been integrated into the holographic vision, and Qin Mo smirked, murmuring to himself, "It has evolved from black and white to color." With the merging of skills, the application became more convenient, which was undoubtedly a positive development. He pondered while eliminating the extraneous elements, leaving only the individuals within the building. Who lies on the hospital bed, and who strides through the corridor? Is it the left foot or the right foot that takes the initial step? Such subtle details are now crystal clear to Qin Mo. Yet, these observations are not the true essence of his skill. He has once again filtered out the ordinary, leaving only the awakened ones. Within the building, there are currently 18 awakened individuals, their positions widely scattered, guarding critical areas such as hospital rooms, staircases, and elevators. Although the likelihood of the T&D Association orchestrating a second surprise attack in the near future is minimal, necessary defenses must still be in place. Regardless of how rebellious Li Yuan may be, she remains the young lady of the esteemed Li family of Qingyang. The thermal imaging of these awakened individuals starkly contrasts with that of ordinary people. Among them, 10 individuals exhibit distinctly vibrant colors in their arms. Of the remaining 8, 5 display pronounced colors in their lower limbs, while 2 others show similar intensity in their torso as in their limbs. Level 1 awakened individuals can enhance their arms. Level 2 can augment their lower limbs, and Level 3 can even strengthen their torsos. Reflecting on the profiles of the awakened, Qin Mo easily distinguishes their respective levels. Last night, before delivering a lethal blow to that Level 1 individual, he could not ascertain their rank. However, the situation is different now. Presently, Qin Mo does not need to discern the strength of heartbeats to identify awakened individuals. His gaze shifts to Li Yuan in the hospital room, where he observes that nearly half of her torso exhibits a color intensity significantly greater than the other half. Qin Mo ponders. It seems the team leader is not far from advancing to the next level. He remains unaware of how awakened individuals ascend in rank, as he is inherently different from the rest. Among the 18 awakened individuals in the building, one stands apart from the others, the director of the security office, Li Mo. As Qin Mo diverts his gaze, a figure enveloped in a crimson hue comes into view. From head to toe, every inch of his body radiates a vivid color. It is evident that Li Mo possesses formidable strength, categorizing him as a high-level awakened individual. Qin Mo then looks down at himself, noting that he too is enveloped in a red hue. He reflects, "I have always developed my abilities in a balanced manner, so such thermal imaging is to be expected. Yet, I did not anticipate that the director would also exhibit this trait. What rank does the director hold? Is it level 3 or perhaps level 4? The only certainty Qin Mo has is that Li Mo cannot be a level 5 awakened individual, as someone of that rank and terrifying prowess would never occupy the modest position of a director in the Security Bureau. Regrettably, his authority is insufficient to access the profiles of awakened individuals above level 3. Li Mo soon exited the scope of the holographic vision, prompting Qin Mo to experiment briefly before shutting down the interface and turning his attention to his new skill. This time, he allocated an additional 5 points to his breathing ability, acknowledging that superhuman respiration is a formidable offensive measure, capable of freezing a person solid with a mere breath, or even extinguishing a star with a powerful exhalation. Certainly, at present, Qin Mo remains a considerable distance from becoming a true superhuman. His newly awakened skill, Turtle Breath, bestows upon him enhanced pulmonary capabilities. With an increased intake of oxygen, his heart's ability to pump blood is augmented, thereby invigorating the activities of his organs and muscles. In essence, Qin Mo's endurance has seen a remarkable enhancement. He expelled the air from his lungs and then inhaled deeply. Subsequently, he held his breath and sprinted home from the hospital. He deliberately slowed his pace, ensuring he arrived precisely at home in an hour, only allowing himself to breathe after standing at the threshold. I can actually hold my breath for an entire hour, Qin Mo mused himself, retrieving his keys from his pocket to unlock the door. This evening, he was relieved from the night watch, as 2 other ordinary members of Team 7 would take turns, allowing Qin Mo to rest until tomorrow. A night passed in silence, and the following afternoon, Qin Mo sat beside the hospital bed, holding a cup of water with a straw, the other end of which was placed in Li Yuan's mouth. She had been drinking this way all day, seemingly enamored with the straw. In truth, Qin Mo wished to voice a playful remark. Team leader, your abdomen is injured, but your arms and hands are still functional, aren't they? Yet, he refrained from uttering this aloud, for Li Yuan was, after all, his superior. Thank you for that night, Li Yuan suddenly said. Taken aback, Qin Mo did not expect her to express gratitude. It was quite unexpected. Oh, no need to thank me, cough cough, team leader. You really don't have to be so formal. Qin Mo scratched his head in response. Without you, I would have been left to languish in bed. Gratitude is indeed warranted. Li Yuan shot him a cold glance, momentarily reverting to her usual demeanor of brisk indifference. However, Qin Mo was well aware of her 2 little secrets and was no longer intimidated by her facade. Very well then, how do you intend to thank me, team leader? Qin Mo inquired, setting down the cup. His question left Li Yuan momentarily speechless. How to express thanks? Was a mere verbal acknowledgement insufficient? It appeared that it truly was not enough. Li Yuan was taken aback, having not considered this aspect. Her gaze met Qin Mo's, revealing a flicker of unease. Then, let me treat you to a meal, she proposed. When? Qin Mo pressed further. Once I am discharged, she replied, her calm demeanor concealing a hint of awkwardness. Great. Then you must keep your word, team leader. Qin Mo responded with a cheerful smile before rising to his feet. You should rest. I will go to the cafeteria and fetch you some food. With that, he dashed out of the ward, leaving no time for Li Yuan to react. Li Yuan stared blankly at his retreating figure, a look of surprise flickering at the corner of her eye. She realized that she had never before taken the initiative to invite a male companion to dine with her. As he walked along the paths of the Imperial Capital Hospital, a subtle smile graced Qin Mo's lips. The team leader's temperament was evidently not as frigid as it seemed. The dual gaze quietly focused ahead, and the awakening panel subsequently opened. Vision, 17. Hearing, 8. Intelligence, 8. Breathing, 7. Strength, 19. Speed, 14. Recovery, 3. Defense, 7. Skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging. Deliberate punch, instant step, flowing thought, hardening, turtle breathing. Energy points, 14. Freely allocable. Observing the abundance of skills listed, a subtle smile graced Qin Mo's lips. However, the energy points he had meticulously accumulated today required careful consideration. After pondering, he allocated 4 points to recovery, feeling a surge of warmth envelop him once more. Recovery, 7. Awakening skill, rapid healings. Chapter 14. Brother, let's play a game together. Achieving the threshold for recovery was anticipated by Qin Mo. Thus far, each attribute had awakened at least 1 skill, significantly enhancing his prowess. Rapid healing. After sustaining an injury, he could heal at an astonishingly swift pace, regardless of whether the wounds were external or internal. Just how short was this extremely brief period? Qin Mo furrowed his brow. He contemplated and soon found a surgical knife within the building, extending his palm and applying slight pressure to create a 5-inch wound, with a defense level soaring to 7. It was impossible for anyone else to inflict such a cut. Only his own formidable strength could accomplish this. Blood quickly began to seep out, and activating his skill, he focused intently on counting the seconds. Astonishingly, within less than 10 seconds, the blood had coagulated and a slight itch emerged in his palm. After waiting for just under another 10 seconds, the wound had completely vanished, leaving only a faint trace. Qin Mo was taken aback. Was this truly what was meant by extremely brief? The healing process took less than 20 seconds, far exceeding his expectations. Subsequently, he washed his hands in the restroom, and upon emerging, the shallow mark had surprisingly disappeared. Qin Mo scrutinized his palm and noticed that, from any angle, it appeared as though the wound had never existed. After the activation of the rapid healing skill, even the original lines of his palm skin were identical to their previous state. With his current extraordinary vision, he could discern no difference, underscoring the remarkable efficacy of the healing. The new skill was far more potent than Qin Mo had anticipated. Indeed, the title of Hexagonal Warrior was well-deserved. He no longer feared injury. Qin Mo mused inwardly, then turned his attention to the awakening panel. After allocating 4 points to recovery, he had 10 points remaining for distribution. Presently, his hearing and intelligence stood at 8 points, while breathing and defense were at 7 points, leaving a considerable gap from the nearing 20 points in vision and strength. He ultimately decided to allocate 2 points to each of these 4 attributes, with the final 2 points distributed as per tradition, 1 each to vision and strength. As a warm current continued to flow through every part of his body, a smile blossomed on Qin Mo's face. He gazed at the setting sun, his hands clasped behind his head, humming a tune as he departed from the hospital, making his way home. Each passing day, his strength grew increasingly formidable, a feeling that was truly delightful. As night fell, a gentle breeze swept through the air. A black, unmarked stretch limousine glided to a halt at the entrance of an expansive garden. The elderly steward bent to open the car door, and a pair of polished black shoes touched the ground. Li Mo emerged, adjusting the collar of his shirt. "You have returned just in time. The madam has prepared dinner," the steward remarked with a perfectly measured smile. "Understood, unklali. I shall attend to it immediately," Li Mo responded nonchalantly. He then stepped through the grand entrance of the garden. This estate spanned an impressive 100 acres, a rarity in the capital where land was as precious as gold, and only ancient families could possess such a private domain. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg, a glimpse into the formidable legacy that had endured for a millennium. "Mother, I have returned," Li Mo announced as he entered. No sooner had the words left his lips than a robust woman emerged from the kitchen. The corners of her eyes bore faint wrinkles, and her features shared a resemblance with Li Mo. Though she wore an apron tied around her waist, it could not conceal the air of elegance that enveloped her. As the current matriarch of the Qingyangli family and the Duchess of the Great Qin, she was undoubtedly no ordinary woman. "Xiao Mo, please have a seat. I am still simmering some soup," she said. "Is father back?" "Li Montag in Kviat. He returned not long ago and is in the study on the 2nd floor," the woman replied from the kitchen. "Then I shall go and see him." With that, Li Mo ascended the stairs, pausing at the study door to respectfully knock 3 times. "Enter," came a voice tinged with authority. Li Mo pushed the door open and stepped inside, discovering a sprightly, middle-aged man seated cross-legged on the floor. A go board before him. The pieces were placed methodically on the board, yet the man faced no opponent, clearly engaged in a solitary match against himself. It was hard to fathom that this man of unremarkable appearance was the current head of the Qingyangli family, the Duke of the Great Qin, and the director of the Security Bureau, one of the few at the pinnacle of power. The multitude of titles bestowed upon him illustrated the extraordinary stature and formidable strength he commanded. "Come, Xiao Mo, play a game with me," he beckoned. Li Mo offered a wry smile, raising his hands in surrender. "Father, your skill is unmatched in the capital. I shall not seek to invite defeat. If your sister were here, with her indomitable spirit, she would undoubtedly challenge me to 3 matches, the man replied, shaking his head. He then inquired, "How is Xiao Yuan's injury?" Is she still unwilling to return? Little sister remains unchanged. She still harbors misunderstandings towards you, Mo answered. Let her misunderstand. In a couple of years, she will come to understand my intentions, the man stated, placing a black stone on the board as he spoke. Mo stood upright beside him, furrowing his brow. I'm deeply concerned about my sister's safety. This newly emerged Tiandi Hui seems rather audacious. Shouldn't we transfer her to a different department? Remaining in the security office inevitably exposes her to perilous tasks, which is far too dangerous. You don't seriously believe that a mere transfer would shield her from danger? Mo remarca indiferently. Upon hearing this, Mo's frown deepened, and he slowly replied, Is it not our father's intention that this so-called Tiandi Hui is no ordinary gang? Their target is not merely the Security Bureau, but our Li family. Mo, you must understand, the Security Bureau bears the Li name, specifically the Li of Qingyang. Even if she were to be reassigned, troubles would still arise. It would be wiser for her to remain within the Security Bureau, where we could ensure her safety in the event of any incidents. Mao placed another black piece on the chessboard, the situation becoming increasingly clear. Black would prevail. He gazed at the board, then slowly rose. Turning to Mo with a smile. All right, let's go have a meal. We should refrain from discussing official matters at home. It would surely displease your mother. The following morning, Qin Mo rose, refreshed, and groomed himself before stepping out. He jogged 5 kilometers, basking in the morning sun's delightful warmth. By around 7, with hunger pangs gnawing at him, he sought out a nearby breakfast stall. Boss, I would like a bowl of spicy soup, 2 deep-fried dough sticks, 5 baskets of dumplings, a takeout of salty soy milk, and a basket of soup dumplings. Coming right up. At this hour, the breakfast stall was bustling, and every table was occupied. Left with no choice, Qin Mo scanned the area and approached a table near the door. Excuse me, brother, may I share this table with you? At the mention of sharing a table, Mao looked up, momentarily taken aback. Sharing a table? It felt like a distant memory. The last time he shared a table with a stranger was when he stealthily escaped the family to revel in the capital at the tender age of 16. He marveled at how over 30 years had slipped by unnoticed. With a smile, he nodded, of course. Upon receiving his consent, Qin Mo promptly took a seat. He scrutinized the energetic middle-aged man, noticing he had also ordered a bowl of spicy soup and 2 dough sticks, yet only 1 basket of dumplings. Brother, you clearly have a discerning palate, Qin Mo remarked suddenly. Mao chuckled, replying, a breakfast without spicy soup is destined for failure. Indeed, you speak the truth. Qin Mo eagerly nodded in agreement. As they chatted, Qin Mo's breakfast arrived in full. Observing the towering stack of dumplings, Mao couldn't help but reminisce in my youth. I had an appetite just as large as yours. Well, brother, you must be exceptional. My appetite is already 2 to 3 times that of an average person. Qin Mo mumbled through a mouthful of dough stick. Haha, not anymore. As one ages, many things lose their flavor, yet these street-side stalls never grow tiresome, Mao mused. His gaze drifting, his thoughts seemingly wandering to unknown realms. I perceive you to be no more than 30 years of age, still in the prime of your life, remarked Qin Mo. Upon hearing this, Mao merely smiled. Had he not been of certain caliber, he would not appear so youthful, and he would naturally present a different visage. Before long, Qin Mo polished off the steamed buns and fried dough sticks. He took out a napkin to wipe his mouth, settled the bill, and addressed Mao. Thank you, my friend. I shall take my leave now. Indeed, farewell, Mao responded with a smile, nodding as he watched Qin Mo's figure gradually vanish amidst the throngs of people. Today was originally meant for a contemplative stroll, prompting him to leave the manor early and wander the bustling streets of the capital. To his surprise, he encountered an intriguing young man. Unbeknownst to Qin Mo, the individual he had just shared a table with was none other than the director of the Security Bureau, his superior. After all, the Security Bureau was vast, and Mao held a prominent position within it. Even many awakened individuals had never laid eyes on the director, let alone someone like him, an ordinary member of the 7th group of the security department. After breakfast, it was not long before he arrived at the capital hospital, where Li Yuan expressed satisfaction with the morning meal. Subsequently, Qin Mo spent the day in the ward as usual, venturing to the cafeteria for lunch around noon. In the afternoon, he received a call from Suyin, who informed him that she would take him to the shooting range the following day. Due to matters concerning the Tiandi Society the security department had notably elevated its protective measures, and even ordinary members like them were now required to carry firearms. Qin Mo readily agreed, and just after hanging up the phone, a familiar surge of warmth enveloped him once more. Light energy points, 12, freely distributable. He adhered to his customary practice, allocating 2 points each to vision, strength, and speed before distributing the remaining points. However, unexpectedly, upon augmenting his strength, he awakened a new skill. Strength, 22, awakened skill, striking the bull from afar. Chapter 15, The Distressed Su-in. Strength has now become Qin Mo's most formidable attribute, surpassing vision by 2 points. Recently, his vision had just awakened its second skill, and now strength, unwilling to lag behind, has reached a new threshold. The newly acquired skill, striking the bull from afar, allows him to transmit force over a distance, distinctly differing from a deliberate punch, as it emphasizes the penetrative nature of power. The latter's force is confined to the point of contact between the fist and the opponent's body, thus causing direct and terrifying destruction. In contrast, striking the bull from afar can assault internal organs without inflicting external harm, akin to an internal injury. This skill, when utilized at the right moment, can yield unexpectedly significant results. Presently, there are still 6 light energy points available for allocation, and Qin Mo gazed thoughtfully at the ethereal interface before him. Vision, 20. Hearing, 10. Intelligence, 10. Breathing, 9. Strength, 22. Speed, 16. Recovery, 7. Defense, 9. Skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intentional strike, instant step, flowing thoughts, hardening, tortoise breathing, rapid healing, striking from afar. Energy points, 6. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to increase his intelligence and defense by 3 points each. A surge of warmth flowed into his brain, and Qin Mo felt his thoughts become significantly more agile. With an intelligence score of 13, he had far surpassed the average person, particularly in memory, achieving an extraordinary level of retention. Moreover, his abilities in analysis, deduction, and calculation had greatly improved. Such exceptional intelligence allowed Qin Mo to maneuver his holographic vision with ease, the importance of which was self-evident. Later, after dining out, he returned home. Li Yuan's injuries were healing rapidly. In 3 to 5 days, she would be discharged, and he no longer needed to keep vigil by her bedside. This pace of recovery was remarkably swift, and Qin Mo speculated it was related to her awakening in the torso region, as she was soon to ascend in rank. Thus, the night passed in silence. The following morning, just as Qin Mo finished his morning routine, he heard the sound of a car horn from downstairs. Peering out the window, he saw Su-in wearing sunglasses, driving a striking red convertible, boldly parking right in front of his house. Upon noticing, Qin Mo hurriedly changed his clothes and made his way downstairs. "Sujia, you're here so early?" he inquired. "The shooting range is quite far. It takes over an hour to drive there, so of course, I had to leave early," she replied. "Oh, I see." Qin Mo opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. With a roar of the engine, the vehicle sped swiftly down the street. As Su-in deftly handled the steering wheel, she asked, "Handsome boy, have you ever handled a gun before?" "I had a brief firearms training when I joined the security office last year," he responded. Su-in scoffed. "Just that half-hearted training for 7 days? You probably didn't even recognize all the guns. When we get to the shooting range, pay attention. I'm here to teach you today," she continued. "Oh, so, will you be teaching me hand in hand, mouth to mouth?" Qin Mo emphasized the phrase mouth to mouth a tad too heavily. "Get lost. Do you really think it's that easy to take advantage of me?" Su-in, an experienced driver, caught his underlying implication and shot him a glare from behind her sunglasses. The car sped along, and in just over 40 minutes, they arrived at the shooting range, considerably ahead of schedule. The range was outdoors, situated in a rather remote corner of the capital, near the suburbs. Once Qin Mo entered the shooting range, he was taken aback by its vastness and comprehensive facilities. In addition to firearms practice, the training facility also features wooden dummies, sandbags, and outdoor obstacle courses, making it a comprehensive training ground. However, what astounded him the most was the geographical location of the shooting range. Nestled at a high elevation with a broad vista, it was devoid of towering skyscrapers, surrounded instead by modest 2- or 3-story buildings. In summary, the lighting at the range was exceptionally ample, even surpassing that of the hospitals in the capital. It appeared that he would be able to accumulate a significant amount of solar energy today. As Qin Mo contemplated this, the voice of Su Yin echoed from a distance, summoning him over. Qin Mo, it's time to begin. All right. He approached the table under the sun, which was adorned with an array of firearms, accompanied by 2 magazines. Su Yin picked up a handgun, disengaged the safety, and with both hands steadying the weapon, aimed at the target while articulating 25 semi-automatic pistol, utilizing 765 ammunition, effective range 70 meters, medium power. Each magazine can hold 8 rounds. As her words concluded, she swiftly squeezed the trigger, emptying the magazine in rapid succession. The spent casings clinked to the ground, and a crisp sound resonated in the air, while the faint scent of gunpowder wafted into Qin Mo's nostrils. 50-meter target, 79 points. The display screen beside him illuminated Su Yin's score, and a smile gradually formed at the corners of her lips as she handed the handgun to Qin Mo. It seems that even after several years since graduating from military school, my skills remain sharp. Here, give it a try. Qin Mo accepted the handgun, removed the magazine, and reloaded it with fresh rounds. At this moment, Su Yin stood beside him, advising, as a newcomer, aim to hit the target with every shot on your first attempt. Hearing this, Qin Mo replied with a grin, Sister Su, I have undergone firearms training. Just as Su Yin prepared to deliver another scathing retort, a series of gunshots rang out unexpectedly. In an instant, Qin Mo had emptied the magazine, and the display promptly revealed the results. 50-meter target, 80 points. Clearly, every shot had struck the bullseye. Su Yin stared in disbelief at the glaring red numbers, her eyes widening in astonishment. What on earth? Before she could ponder further, Qin Mo switched to another firearm, chambered a round, and once again emptied the magazine. 100-meter target, 100 points. Subsequently, under Su Yin's astonished gaze, Qin Mo continued to alternate weapons until he had discharged all the ammunition on the table, finally pausing. As for his score, aside from a few intentionally missed shots, the remainder were all precise bullseyes. For him, shooting was no challenge at all, akin to a child's play. Qin Mo, Su Yin stood frozen in place, her body rigid. A top graduate from a military academy, she would never dare claim such proficiency. Yet here was Qin Mo, an ordinary university graduate, and this was his first experience. How could this be possible? Yet the undeniable reality before her made it difficult to dismiss. At that moment, a profound sense of defeat surged within Su Yin, her expression tinged with disappointment. Sister Su, what's wrong? Qin Mo inquired. Hearing this, she finally snapped back to reality, casting a lingering glance at Qin Mo before responding. Well, I didn't expect the handsome young man to be so unassuming. It's nothing, just luck, merely good fortune, Qin Mo replied modestly, scratching the back of his head. Observing this, Su Yin's demeanor grew increasingly melancholic. All right then, there's no need to practice shooting anymore. Just collect your gun when we return to the station. She then sought out a shaded area to lie down and pass the time, clearly affected by the recent events. Qin Mo merely smiled, choosing to remain silent as he basked in the sun and wandered around the training ground. Not far into his exploration, he stumbled upon a wooden post designated for combat training. It presented a perfect opportunity to test his newly awakened skill. Noticing that no one was around, Qin Mo arranged several wooden posts together and positioned himself in front of them. He extended his fist to touch the surface of a post, carefully controlling his strength to a minimal level, and then, with a focused thought, his skill mountain-toppling strike quietly activated. His arm muscles tensed sharply, followed by a soft pop sound in his ear. Withdrawing his fist, he activated his enhanced vision and scrutinized the wooden posts, a smile creeping across his face. The first post remained unscathed inside and out, yet the subsequent posts had their internal structures completely shattered, their surfaces marred by dozens of cracks. Qin Mo was exceedingly pleased with this newly awakened ability. Time flew by, and although Su Yin intended to drive straight back, Qin Mo suggested they enjoy a meal since they were already there. Thus, the two spent the better part of the day together, leaving the shooting range only when the afternoon sun began to wane. Seated in the passenger seat of the convertible, Qin Mo silently opened his awakening panel. Light energy points, 18, freely allocable. Remarkably, this was the highest number of points he had ever accumulated since acquiring the awakening panel. This meant his attributes could be enhanced once more. With such abundant points available, the allocation options were plentiful. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo decided to allocate 6 points evenly across his relatively weaker attributes: hearing, breathing, and recovery. Subsequently, he granted 3 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense. Speed: 19, awakened skill, extreme sonic speed. To his surprise, speed had reached the second threshold. He promptly began examining his newly awakened skill. Extreme sonic speed significantly enhances physical explosiveness, briefly breaking through the original speed limits, allowing for a maximum speed that can reach the speed of sound. In essence, this meant that when Qin Mo employed this skill and unleashed his full speed, he could cover 340 meters in a mere second. A simple arithmetic exercise revealed that he could sprint 20 kilometers in 1 minute. Of course, while achieving the speed of sound represents an ideal scenario, it was nonetheless a terrifying prospect. Qin Mo's maximum speed had already surpassed that of an airplane, far exceeding the velocity of the sports car he was currently seated in. He pondered the fleeting nature of that brief moment, uncertain of its exact duration, but regrettably acknowledged that it was not the right time to experiment. He would have to wait until he returned home. Su-yin drove swiftly, and before long, they arrived at Qin Mo's doorstep. "Hey, handsome, how about we change the scenery and grab a drink at a bar?" Su-yin lang with li Guayev. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo smiled and shook his head, replying, "Not today. Sister Su, perhaps next time." "What? Are you afraid I'll devour you?" She teased. "I'm not a man-eater. I'm more concerned about the possibility of me devouring you. I'm no saint, and I could be quite difficult to manage," Qin Mo remarked, casting a glance at her figure. "Oh dear, that's something I wouldn't mind at all. See you at the hospital tomorrow." Though her words suggested otherwise, Su-yin had already ignited the engine, the roar of the motor echoing as she sped away into the distance. She had always been this way, relishing in playful banter. After spending considerable time with her, Qin Mo was well aware of her true nature. Once Su-yin departed, Qin Mo did not immediately enter his home. Instead, he wandered to a secluded corner, and with a flicker of thought, he activated his maximum speed. A white blur shot past as he burst forth from Guanghong Street. Within 5 seconds, his velocity steadily escalated to its peak, nearing the speed of sound, leaving Baiyun District far behind. 15 seconds later, the imposing structure of the Security Bureau loomed before him, and in a mere flash, he covered 10 miles. Qin Mo did not slow his pace. He dashed past the Security Bureau and continued forward until, after another 20 seconds, his speed gradually decreased. In total, the duration of his maximum speed lasted approximately 35 seconds, sufficient to traverse 20 miles, a truly formidable speed. With a promise to enhance his velocity further in the future, Qin Mo mused that this duration was already adequate for now. He then raised his gaze to his surroundings, realizing he had arrived in Lingyun District, situated to the north of the capital. Compared to Baiyun District, the living standards here were significantly superior, attracting many affluent individuals to settle down. Having seldom visited this area before, Qin Mo decided to explore a bit before heading back, as returning home would only take half a minute. Strolling along the street, he pulled out his phone to search for well-rated restaurants nearby. After perusing the options, he couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment at the exorbitant prices. He dismissed the idea of dining at a high-end restaurant, deeming it too extravagant, and opted instead for a modest eatery, especially since his appetite had grown larger than usual. As he meandered, Qin Mo found himself by a lakeside, where the setting sun generously cast a gentle glow upon the water surface. The evening breeze caressed him, and the rippling water created a picturesque scene, utterly breathtaking. The corners of Qin Mo's mouth slowly curled upward, and an unexpected tranquility enveloped his heart. He decided to stroll leisurely along the lakeside, akin to the young couples around him, relishing this rare moment of leisure. As he ambled around the lake's edge, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure not far away. Seated by the water, fishing, with an extraordinary memory, Qin Mo quickly recalled the identity of the individual. Approaching the person, he greeted cheerfully, "Brother, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here again." Upon hearing the voice, Li Mao turned to look and was astonished to find it was Qin Mo, the young man he had shared a table with the previous morning. His eyebrows lifted in surprise, and he smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. "Young man, it seems we are indeed fated to meet. Life is full of unexpected encounters. I assenti it. Ah, it appears you have a bite." Qin Montauk exclaimed. He observed the fishing rod trembling violently, clearly indicating a sizable fish had taken a bait. Li Mao's expression shifted, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, he effortlessly pulled the large fish from the water. Standing beside him, Qin Mo quickly grabbed the net. With their seamless cooperation, the unfortunate fish stood no chance of escape. I reckon this fish weighs at least 20 pounds. Brother, it seems you shall have a delightful meal tonight, Qin Mo remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Mao's smile broadened, and his spirits soared. Have you eaten yet, young brother? He inquired. Not yet, Qin Mo replied. Perfect. I haven't eaten either. Shall we dine together? Li Mao suggested with a grin. Qin Mo nodded, naturally replying, that sounds splendid. How about some barbecue? That works for me, Li Mao agreed. Soon, they found themselves at an outdoor barbecue stall. The rich aroma of charcoal wafted into the air as Qin Mo and Li Mao sat opposite each other. The table laden with an abundance of food. There was a plate of raw rice, 60 skewers of lamb, 5 skewers of chives, 5 kidneys, and a grilled fish. Additionally, a case of beer rested at Qin Mo's feet. Brother, let us start with a toast. He raised his beer mug and clinked it with Li Mao's, then gulped it down in one go. Li Mao, not to be outdone, followed suit. After several rounds of drinks, their camaraderie deepened unknowingly. Qin Mo then inquired, Brother, do you live around here? Li Mao nodded, smiling as he replied, Indeed. And you, young brother? I reside in Baiyin District. I finished work early today and decided to explore this area, and fortuitously ran into you, Qin Mo explained as he filled Li Mao's glass. Quite a coincidence. I usually have a busy work schedule and seldom find time to unwind. The past few days have been particularly hectic, leading me to seek a change of scenery. Li Mao shared. Nodding in agreement, Qin Mo remarked, balancing work and leisure is quite essential. Prolonged high-intensity work can indeed be mentally exhausting. You must take time to relax. Li Mao shook his head. It's not solely work. There are also family matters to consider. Family? Qin Mo inquired, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Yes, I have a large family and numerous relatives, Li Mao replied with a smile. Qin Mo did not dwell on it for long. He merely remarked, Indeed. This is rather troublesome. However, my dear brother, one must look at the brighter side. Every family has its own struggles. Maintaining a positive mindset is paramount. Kulme, let us have another round. As they indulged in several bottles of beer, their conversation gradually flowed, and the atmosphere became increasingly lively. You seem to have no worries at all, my young friend, Li Mao said, raising his glass. Ah, that is simply a reflection of my positive disposition. Although I am not particularly wealthy, I am fortunate enough to have a relatively relaxed job and ample leisure time. Life is treating me fairly well, and I find myself quite content. One must learn to appreciate what one has. Happiness can indeed be found in such contentment. Leaning back in his chair, Qin Mo crossed his legs and gazed at the rows of flickering blue and purple neon lights lining the street, his thoughts drifting far away. However, upon hearing his words, Li Mao fell silent. After a long pause, he lifted his glass and solemnly declared, to contentment. Ha! And to this beautiful world, Qin Mo replied in kind. Their glasses clinked together, and they exchanged a knowing smile, a fleeting sense of camaraderie blossoming between them. My brother, allow me to leave you my number. We should arrange to share a few drinks when time permits. Certainly, Li Mao did not hesitate, generously providing his personal contact information. He held a deep admiration for this young man, whom he had only met twice. In Qin Mo, he saw reflections of his own youth. The significance of this phone number was unmistakable in the entirety of the Qin. Few were privileged enough to possess the contact of the current head of the Qingyang Li family. Chapter 17. The iron body. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. The disciplined Qin Mo rose early, as the alcohol from the previous night had no effect on him. He prepared a cup of milk and oatmeal to satiate his hunger before heading out to a breakfast shop for 5 baskets of buns, and then made his way to the hospital. Though Qin Mo could reach the Imperial Capital Hospital in half a minute, he opted for a leisurely jog instead. The morning sun was not yet scorching, but he believed in making the most of every moment, absorbing as much sunlight as possible. Before long, he arrived at the hospital and, upon seeing Li Yuan in her ward, handed her the breakfast he had brought. Li Yuan's injuries had healed remarkably well, no longer impeding her normal activities, and she was likely to be discharged within the next few days. Despite being a patient, she had already begun tending to work matters. The Security Bureau had suffered a significant setback. It was clear that they would need to take decisive action against the Heavenly Society, which had been acting with impunity. However, The mole within the intelligence department remained undiscovered, leaving them feeling rather at a loss. With the enemy concealed while they remained exposed, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for the Security Bureau. As Li Yuan focused on her work, Qin Mo wisely excused himself from the ward, seeking a brighter spot to bask in the sunlight. Of course, Li Yuan no longer required his constant attention, basking in the sunlight until the afternoon. Qin Mo initially believed that his day of leisurely idleness would conclude in such a manner. However, he was unexpectedly summoned by a male colleague from Group 7. In a spacious ward on the second floor, apart from Wang Yin, the remaining 4 awakened individuals from Group 7 were present. Additionally, there were 3 members from other groups, familiar faces who often interacted with Li Changfeng and his companions. Upon entering the ward, Qin Mo glanced around before inquiring, "What is it?" In response, Li Changfeng, seated by the window, paused his conversation and turned to face him, stating nonchalantly, "We are having a small gathering here tonight. You need to go outside and buy a few dishes and a few bottles of good wine. The rest will be yours." As he spoke, he produced 1,000 yuan from his pocket. "Ah, so it is for shopping," Qin Mo mused as he approached to tuck the money into his pocket, then turned on his heel and departed without engaging in further conversation with Li Changfeng and the others. Their circles were different, and there was no need for forced mingling. In all of Group 7, only Li Yuan treated everyone equally, never looking down upon anyone simply for not being an awakened one. However, Li Changfeng and the others were not the same. As Qin Mo's figure gradually faded from view, one of the 3 newcomers from other groups regarded him with a playful glint in his eye and asked, "Is this the fellow who was with Team Leader Li that night?" "Indeed, it is," Li Changfeng replied coolly. "I heard that had he not remained composed in the face of danger and helped Team Leader Li leave the ward, it is highly likely." Lu Yongchuan did not finish his thought, but all present understood the implication. Without Qin Mo, Li Yuan would have likely faced dire consequences. Upon hearing this, another member from Group 7 interjected with a scoff, "Qin Mo? He isn't even an awakened one. How much use can he possibly be? If it weren't for Brother Li, who risked his injuries to fend off most of the attacks from the Heavenly Society, what role would Qin Mo have played?" With a mocking tone, he concluded, "When it comes to merits, Brother Li deserves the credit." At this, the others from Group 7 nodded in agreement, indicating their support. Li Changfeng remained silent, offering no commentary on the matter. However, his silence was, in itself, a form of attitude. Whether or not Qin Mo truly remained calm in the face of danger and saved Li Yuan mattered little to him. An ordinary person, without power, influence, or the gift of awakening, would never enter his field of vision. Despite working in close proximity daily, they belonged to entirely different worlds. This exemplified the invisible superiority of class. "I hold a significant respect for Brother Changfeng's strength," Lu Yongchuan remarked, choosing not to pursue the previous topic further. He too believed there was little to discuss regarding an ordinary person. Had it not been for his connection to Li Yuan, he would have never paid attention to Qin Mo. "By the way, Brother Changfeng, are you on the verge of advancing?" Lu Yongchuan suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng's expression finally underwent a transformation, a subtle smile gracing the corners of his mouth. "Within half a month, I am confident I will advance." "Hiss, half a month? Brother Changfeng, you truly are a prodigy," Lu Yongchuan remarked, his eyes brimming with envy. "Brother Li, you must take good care of us in the future." Indeed. Once Brother Li advances, his status will be incomparable, and we will certainly benefit from it. The atmosphere in the room instantly became lively, with everyone gathering around Li Changfeng, exchanging flattering words. At that moment, he was the focal point of this circle, basking in the envious gazes of all present. Meanwhile, Qin Mo remained unaware that he had just been the subject of their conversation. He chose not to eavesdrop, finding little of interest. After leaving the hospital room, he swiftly exited the premises and found a nearby restaurant, ordering some food and drinks that amounted to over 800 yuan. According to Li Changfeng, the remainder was likely meant as his errand fee. Qin Mo, of course, unreservedly pocketed the money, thinking it a wise use of resources, just enough for his dinner that evening. He felt indifferent about running errands for the awakened, as it merely involved handling trivial tasks, with most of the time spent idling. Such work was quite favorable. Shortly thereafter, Qin Mo returned to the hospital, placing the food outside the door, knocking lightly before turning to leave and heading up to the 3rd floor. After confirming what Li Yuan wished to eat that evening, he accompanied Su Yin to the cafeteria. Just as he stepped out of the hospital building, a familiar warmth coursed through him. A smile involuntarily crept onto Qin Mo's face as he focused his gaze ahead and opened his awakening panel. Vision, 23 hearing, 12 intelligence, 13 breath, 11 strength, 25 speed, 19 recovery, 9 defense, 15 skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intent punch, instant step, flowing thoughts, hardening, turtle breathing, rapid healing, mountain punching, extreme sonic speed. Energy points, 14, freely allocable. The skills section was now fully populated. Without much contemplation, Qin Mo adhered to his usual practice, adding 2 points each to vision, strength, and speed, feeling the warmth flow throughout his body. Subsequently, he allocated 3 points to recovery and 5 points to defense, completing the distribution. Defense, 20, awakening skill, iron body. Qin Mo's eyes brightened at once. His defense had finally reached the second threshold. Chapter 18, A Dire Defeat. A formidable defense is an exceedingly vital attribute. If an enemy cannot breach your defenses, then, in a sense, you are invincible. The first skill Qin Mo awakened in defense was hardening, which, when activated, allows a portion of his body to temporarily enhance its defensive capabilities, akin to localized protection. The newly acquired skill, Iron Body, provides comprehensive defense, surpassing mere hardening and representing an advanced iteration. Upon activation, the skin surface becomes more resilient than steel, impervious even to armor-piercing rounds designed for sniper rifles. However, while Qin Mo's current defense is formidable, it is not infallible, offering merely 20 points of protection, which is still a considerable distance from being able to withstand a missile strike. He must continue to absorb solar energy and accumulate light energy points. As Qin Mo contemplated this inwardly, he quietly activated his Iron Body skill. He raised his hands, examining them meticulously, only to find no visible changes on the surface post-activation. Yet, when he pinched his fingers and prodded the skin on his palm, he felt a distinct sense of resistance. Even when he exerted some force, the sensation remained unchanged. He then slowly clenched his fists and gradually opened them, confirming that the hardening of his skin did not impede his normal movements. This realization brightened his eyes and brought a faint smile to his face. This new skill, it seemed, was quite effective. "What are you doing?" Su Yin's perplexed voice suddenly rang out beside him, and she pointed her finger at Qin Mo's head, delivering a light tap. At that moment, Qin Mo had yet to deactivate his skill. The sound of her exclamation, "Ouch!" followed as Su Yin swiftly withdrew her arm, rubbing her finger with a grimace that resembled a sour persimmon, her pain nearly bringing her to tears. Qin Mo stared at her in astonishment, discreetly deactivating Iron Body as he hurriedly inquired, "Sister Su, are you all right?" Su Yin did not respond immediately. She felt as if she had struck a stone, her knuckles reddening and swelling slightly. After a while of rubbing her fingers, she finally felt a bit better. "I say, is your head made of iron?" Su Yin looked up at Qin Mo, her face a mask of grievance. "Cough, perhaps you just applied too much force, and besides," Qin Mo shrugged. "The skull is the hardest bone in the human body. Is that so?" Su Yin regarded him with skepticism, pondering that she hadn't exerted much force at all. Could it have been an unconscious application of strength? She couldn't fathom how a normal person could strike their own head and end up bruising their fingers. Yet, no other explanation seemed plausible. She refrained from blaming Qin Mo, recalling that they had engaged in similar playful tussles before without incident. Today was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, it was still Qin Mo's fault. "You're treating tonight," she declared. All right, Qin Mo said, scratching his nose and readily agreeing, as it was indeed his responsibility. Subsequently, the two continued their way to the cafeteria, this merely a minor episode in the events of the evening. The cafeteria at the Imperial Capital Hospital offers meals at a reasonable price. Although Su Yin jokingly insisted on treating, he hardly spent 100 yuan. After finishing their meal and walking home, Qin Mo suddenly received a call from Li Mao, who invited him to go fishing the next afternoon and suggested they enjoy dinner together afterward. After a moment's thought and confirming he had no pressing matters to attend to, he readily accepted the invitation. Thus, the night passed in silence. The following afternoon, the two met at their usual spot by the lake in Lingyun District. Qin Mo sat on a small stool, fishing rod in hand, as the warm sun bathed his face, providing him with a gentle glow. Li Mao sat beside him, with several fish swimming in the bucket at their feet. Clearly, they had a bountiful afternoon ahead. Suddenly, Qin Mo's fishing road trembled. indicating that yet another unfortunate little fish had taken the bait. He immediately focused, steadily reeling in the line, and soon had the fish netted. Malasia friend. With this one, I caught a total of 6 today, just one more than you, Qin Mo exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. In response, Li Mao tilted his head slightly, reeling in his own rod, and suggested, "It's still early. Would you be interested in playing a couple of games of chess with me?" Chess. Go or Xianqi. Certainly go. All right, I happen to know how to play Go. Qin Mo readily agreed. And they packed up their fishing gear and moved to the next venue. Upon arriving at the game room, he deliberately chose a spot by the window where sunlight poured in. They played a game to determine who would go first, with Qin Mo winning the privilege. "Then I shall not hold back," he said with a smile to Li Mao as he placed a black stone in one corner of the board. In truth, Qin Mo's understanding of Go was limited to casual play, far from being a master. However, with his remarkable intelligence quotient of 130, he felt confident in his abilities. Relying on his extraordinary analytical skills and robust deductive reasoning, he could hardly fathom a reason for defeat. Yet, half an hour later, he found himself decisively beaten. Gazing at the alternating black and white stones on the board, Qin Mo furrowed his brow, scratching his head in confusion. "Ha ha ha, young brother. You still have much to learn." It was now Li Mao's turn to gloat. Observing Qin Mo's perplexed expression, he smiled gently and added, "Do not be disheartened. For someone your age, achieving this level is commendable." This was a sincere compliment, not mere consolation. It was worth noting that Li Mao's prowess in Go had reached an extraordinary level, with few challengers in the entire imperial capital. The fact that Qin Mo could hold his own for half an hour before a decisive outcome only underscored his strength, though Li Mao was undeniably stronger. Nevertheless, this encounter only deepened Li Mao's appreciation for Qin Mo as an intriguing young man. After a brief time together, they found themselves resonating well with one another. "Hey, my friend, let's have another round," Qin Mo said defiantly. In response, Li Mao nodded slightly and replied calmly, "If that's the case, then let me teach you another lesson." "Don't get too cocky," Qin Mo retorted. Half an hour later, the outcome of the match became clear once again. As expected, Qin Mo lost yet again. Observing Qin Mo's furrowed brow, Li Mao asked with a smile, "So, have you conceded?" "I won't accept defeat. Just wait until I review the game tonight," Qin Mo declared. "Learning from a single evening of study isn't sufficient." Li Mao smirked subtly, his smile laden with meaning, and then said, "All right, the sun is about to set. Let's go have dinner." Hearing this, Qin Mo lifted his gaze to the window, realizing that darkness had already enveloped the sky. Simultaneously, a warm current surged within him once more. Light energy points, 16, freely allocatable. Today, he had accumulated 2 more points than yesterday. Without hesitation, Qin Mo allocated 6 points to his intelligence. Intelligence, 19, awakened skill, instant clarity. Chapter 19. Becoming a genius, the warm current swiftly coursed to his brain, enhancing Qin Mo's intellect in an inexplicable manner. Although he had just suffered 2 defeats against Li Mao, his spirits were quickly lifted once again, particularly after he examined the newly awakened skill associated with his intelligence. Instant clarity, as the name suggests, allows one to grasp concepts at a mere glance, enabling the insight into the essence of matters. This new skill would significantly enhance Qin Mo's abilities in learning, analysis, and critical thinking. Upon activating the skill, he could swiftly comprehend various matters within a remarkably short time. Moreover, with an unprecedented increase of 6 points in intelligence, his deductive abilities surged, enabling him to rapidly calculate the potential outcomes based on acquired knowledge. In summary, Qin Mo's mind had transformed into a human calculator. The awakening of this new skill was perfectly timed. He could almost envision Li Mao's dismay at being utterly defeated. Noticing the smile tugging at the corners of Qin Mo's lips, Li Mao suddenly felt an ominous premonition, yet despite his formidable prowess, he remained oblivious to the changes occurring within Qin Mo at that moment. The increase in light energy points was silent and unnoticed by anyone but Qin Mo himself. After allocating 6 points to intelligence, he had 10 points left to distribute. True to form, Qin Mo allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense. Subsequently, he added 1 point each to hearing and breathing. These 2 attributes, along with recovery, were currently his weaker aspects, necessitating a shift in focus for future allocations to ensure balanced development. Qin Mo was determined to become a versatile warrior, unwilling to accept any shortcomings. Following this, the two of them headed to a roadside stall for dinner, where casual banter filled the air and their bond grew closer with each passing day. As the moon ascended above the willow branches, Qin Mo finally bid farewell to Li Mao and strolled towards his home. While walking, he pondered silently within himself. To peruse an extensive collection of Go game records, a visit to the library in the capital city was imperative. It seems I shall have to request another day off tomorrow. Bathed in the hues of blue and purple neon, Qin Mo's figure gradually melded into the night. He breathed in the liberating evening breeze, humming a carefree tune, with a smile of freedom gracing his lips. Such tranquil days epitomized the life he yearned for, comfortable, leisurely, and at peace. The following morning, Qin Mo arose at dawn, and after having breakfast, he jogged 10 kilometers to the Grand Library in the heart of the capital. Upon his arrival, he found it was precisely the opening time, perfectly timed. Once inside, he selected a well-lit spot by the window and proceeded to retrieve over 100 volumes of Go records from the shelves. His actions left the other patrons in the library astounded, as countless curious gazes fell upon him, though they soon diverted their attention. To them, Qin Mo seemed less a reader and more a mere page flipper. In a mere half hour, he had thoroughly perused all the volumes. With his skill activated, he absorbed the information at remarkable speed, all the while analyzing the games he had played with Li Mao the previous day in his mind. The Qin Mo of today was a far cry from the one of yesterday. He felt confident that he could resolve his match against Li Mao in under 30 minutes. Once he had grasped the intricacies of Go, he meticulously returned the 100 volumes to their rightful places. He was then ready to leave the library. But as he walked out, his keen eyes caught sight of a book on a nearby shelf. The construction and maintenance of computer network firewalls. Since I'm already here, why not? I previously lacked access to the materials regarding awakened individuals of higher ranks. Perhaps I should acquire knowledge in this domain and devise a program to bypass the management permissions. With this thought, Qin Mo paused, approached the shelf, and pulled the book from its resting place. As he swiftly flipped through its pages, he activated his skill once more, absorbing a wealth of information about firewalls at a breakneck pace. His remarkable intellect, rated at 19, allowed him to learn and analyze concurrently, fully integrating the concepts. In just 5 minutes, he had completed a 364-page tome. Following this, he sought out additional literature on networking from the nearby shelves. Qin Mo was rapidly evolving into a top-tier hacker. After 2 hours had passed, he finally strode out of the library. Now, he required a computer. In Lingyun District, at a small internet CAF, Qin Mo reserved a private booth and, in less than 5 minutes, silently seized control of the CAF's main computer. Immediately, his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and lines of code materialized on screen. The Security Bureau boasted a technical department, a congregation of numerous computer prodigies, making it one of the most elite divisions in the entire capital. Attempting to clandestinely breach their permissions without detection was a formidable challenge. Thus, Qin Mo intended to create a minuscule, nearly imperceptible opening. This gateway would lead directly to Li Yuan's permission repository. With his current knowledge and analytical prowess, he calculated that the risks would be negligible. As time slipped away, approximately half an hour later, Qin Mo paused, leaning back in his chair and exhaling deeply. He removed the disk and tucked it into his pocket, erasing all traces of his activity before shutting down the computer. The disk contained the program he had crafted. Now, he merely awaited Li Yuan's return from the hospital to resume work at the Security Bureau, at which point he could simultaneously leverage her permissions. Remarkably, within less than a day, he had transformed into a master of Go and a computer genius, his newly awakened intellectual abilities proving to be extraordinarily powerful. Qin Mo mused internally that his previous skill, thought flow, was also quite formidable, albeit with the unfortunate consequence of temporary side effects upon use. He shook his head and slowly made his way home. Upon reaching the entrance of his residence on Guanghong Street, the sun had just dipped below the horizon. Qin Mo focused his gaze ahead and activated the Gene Awakening panel. Vision, 27 hearing, 13 intelligence, 19 breathing, 12 strength, 29 speed, 23 recovery, 12 defense, 22 skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intentional strike, instant step, thought flow, hardening, turtle breathing, rapid healing, mountain punching, sonic speed, iron body, crystal clarity, light energy points, 14, freely distributable. As Qin Mo opened the door, he contemplated how to allocate today's light energy points. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to allocate 6 points to recovery and 4 points each to hearing and breathing. Hearing, 17, awakened skill, supersonic. Recovery, 18, awakened skill, rapid rejuvenation. Chapter 20. Awakening of new skills. Seeing both hearing and breathing reach their second threshold filled Qin Mo with delight. Closing the door behind him, he settled onto the sofa and began to explore his 2 new skills. First, the awakened skill of hearing, supersonic, referred to sound velocity. Thus, supersonic meant transcending the speed of sound. It is crucial to understand that sound requires time to propagate through the air, typically at a velocity of 340 meters per second. This means that if 2 individuals were separated by 340 meters and shouted to one another, the second person would need a second to hear what was said. Although Qin Mo's hearing had previously far exceeded that of the average person, he was still bound by this propagation rule. Now, however, the situation had changed dramatically. His hearing will surpass even the speed of sound. For instance, consider 2 individuals separated by a distance of 340 meters, engaging in a conversation. Once one of them begins to speak, he will perceive the sound before it reaches Qin Mo's ears through the medium of air. This interval is shorter than a second. This is supersonic. The newly awakened skill is indeed well suited to extreme sonic speeds. As Qin Mo contemplated, he expanded his auditory perception, allowing the cacophony of surrounding sounds to flood into his ears. He gradually filtered out the superfluous noise, leaving only the gentle murmur of flowing water from over 300 meters away. Subsequently, Qin Mo stepped outside, silently calculating the time. The moment he heard the sound of water, he immediately activated the extreme sonic speed, propelling himself to a velocity of 300, vanishing from sight in an instant. After a brief 2 seconds, Qin Mo returned to his original position. After a moment's pause, he activated his new skill, supersonic, and the sound of flowing water immediately resonated in his ears. Once again, he unleashed extreme sonic speed, maintaining a velocity of 300, and after another 2 seconds, he reappeared at his starting point. A faint smile graced his lips. Although the round trip consistently took 2 seconds, it was indeed a second faster than the initial attempt. It became clear that to enhance speed, one could also amplify hearing. This brief experiment provided Qin Mo with a foundational grasp of supersonic capabilities. Each ability granted by his superhuman genes proved exceedingly valuable. One should not underestimate this fleeting second, deeming it trivial. Imagine if the distance were extended to 3,000 or even 30,000 meters. In many instances, time equates to life. Thus, reducing the time it takes for sound to reach the ears is of paramount importance. After reviewing the awakened hearing skill, Qin Mo turned his attention to the newly restored skill, rapid restoration of focus. The essence of this skill is quite straightforward. It rejuvenates the mind. The previous skill, rapid healing, allowed Qin Mo to recover from injuries at an astonishing pace, yet was impotent against mental fatigue. The new skill aptly fills this void. Now, with an intellect soaring to 19 points, his capacity for analysis, learning, and deduction is profoundly formidable, rendering his mental faculties superior to those of an ordinary individual. Yet, this remains insufficient. Upon activating the holographic vision, processing the myriad of information proves immensely taxing on the mind, especially after unleashing the skill thought flow. Previously, Qin Mo relied on deep sleep to restore his depleted mental energy. Now, he can utilize the new restoration skill. As before, Qin Mo endeavored to test the swiftness of this restoration. He closed his eyes, instantly releasing the holographic vision to envelop the entirety of Guanghong Street. Then, he activated thought flow, further expanding the range until it reached the limit of his current capabilities. Within mere minutes, he began to feel fatigue. 15 minutes later, Qin Mo deactivated the holographic interface, opened his eyes, and exhaled deeply. He appeared utterly fatigued, a strong wave of drowsiness urging him to succumb to slumber, allowing his mind to rejuvenate. Summoning his willpower, he activated a new skill, quickly regaining his focus. Suddenly, a warm current surged from an unknown source within him, flowing into his mind. At that moment, reclining on the sofa, Qin Mo couldn't help but squint, a look of bliss washing over his face. As if he were experiencing an exquisite climax. He felt as though he were immersed in a perfectly temperate hot spring, a gentle warmth enveloping him, swiftly dissipating his weariness. After 5 minutes, Qin Mo, still relishing the sensation, shook his head in delight. This feeling was truly intoxicating. He felt revitalized, akin to having just awoken in the morning, brimming with energy. In just 5 minutes, this return to clarity was astonishingly quicker than the deep sleep he had experienced the previous night. Qin Mo was awfully pleased. The skill he had acquired, which had once been a one-time use, had transformed into one with a significantly reduced cooldown. The aftereffects had nearly vanished entirely. This was merely the beginning. As time passed, the cooldown would shorten further, and his intellect would heighten, rendering the current state unnecessary. Qin Mo smiled softly, reflecting that the potency of all skills was intrinsically linked to the strength of his 8 physical attributes. The stronger his vision and hearing, the broader the range of the holographic interface. The greater his strength, the more formidable the force he could summon with deliberate strikes, thus unleashing greater power. Similarly, the speed of his mental recovery would also accelerate. After experimenting with these new skills, Qin Mo hummed a cheerful tune as he prepared for the day. He then lay in bed, scrolling through his phone, casually perusing updates on the border situation. The relations between the Qi and Qin nations remained unchanged, marked by intermittent skirmishes and occasional exchanges of fire, seemingly in a period of fragile peace. There had been no significant news from the grand capital of the Qin Empire lately. The general populace remained oblivious to the machinations of the mysterious Tianxia society. The recent incident at the hospital was merely reported as a minor explosion caused by outdated electrical equipment and a short circuit, illustrating how public opinion has always been controlled by a select few. However, the prolonged silence of the Tianxia society felt unusual. This enigmatic faction, which even included mental awakeners, was evidently not to be underestimated and likely would not relent easily. Where had it emerged from, and under the guise of transforming the world? Why was the current state of the Qin Empire not satisfactory? Qin Mo shook his head in confusion. He then pressed his head into the pillow, creating a small indentation. Settling into a comfortable position and closed his eyes. He sincerely believed that the current state of the Qin Empire was quite favorable. This way of life resonated with him deeply. And so, the night passed in silence. The following day dawned bright and clear, with an azure sky devoid of clouds and the sun blazing down. As was his custom, Qin Mo rose early to jog to the hospital, bringing breakfast for Li Yuan along the way. The entire day unfolded as a delightful interlude, filled with leisurely moments of sunbathing and light-hearted wandering. During this time, he seized the opportunity to call Li Mao, inviting him to the chess hall the next day, proclaiming that he had returned with newfound skills and was eager to engage in 3 intense matches. On the other end of the line, Li Mao chuckled softly, readily acquiescing without any reservations, clearly not placing much weight on the notion of Qin Mo's return. The hours slipped by until evening, as Qin Mo reveled in the familiar warmth coursing through his body. His focus sharpened as he opened the awakening panel. Energy points, 17, freely allocable. Today, Qin Mo made a slight adjustment to his allocation strategy, adding 2 points each to his vision, hearing, strength, and recovery attributes. The remaining 9 points were distributed with 3 points each to speed, breathing, and defense. The warm current swiftly enveloped him, and his energy points returned to 0, but new skills awakened in tandem. Breathing, 19, awakened skill, breath of ice. Chapter 21. Li Mao was stunned. Upon witnessing this skill, Qin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that upon reaching the second threshold of breathing, the awakened skill would be the breath of ice. As the name suggests, the air exhaled by Qin Mo would be an extremely low temperature, capable of freezing instantly into ice. This represented a significant qualitative leap compared to his first skill, turtle breath. Of course, turtle breath remained crucial and was far from being a trivial skill. Sufficient intake of air, transformed by the lungs, was necessary to exhale such frigid air. Moreover, turtle breath could prove unexpectedly advantageous in certain situations, such as underwater. Eager to experiment with his new skill, Qin Mo swiftly sought out a nearby restroom. Once inside, he turned on the faucet and took a deep breath, activating his skill and slowly exhaling. The temperature within the restroom plummeted rapidly. The gentle trickle of water from the faucet transformed into a rhythmic dripping, gradually diminishing until it vanished entirely. Before him, An ice column materialized, crystalline and translucent, exuding wisps of vapor. Although the faucet remained unfrozen, a light frost had formed around it. With a flicker in his gaze, Qin Mo discreetly activated his X-ray vision, peering through the ice layer to observe the flowing water within. The interior remained liquid. The ice merely solidified the surface layer, leaving the rest untouched. Nevertheless, this was already astonishing. The ability to freeze water with a mere breath seemed a feat reserved for elemental awakeners. Yet here was Qin Mo, capable of it as well. Crack, crack. The faucet remained on, and the flowing water, warmer than the ice, swiftly broke through the layer of frost. Clearly, with his current abilities, sustaining a prolonged freeze was still beyond his reach. One must wait until sufficient energy points are amassed, allowing the attribute of breathing to surge dramatically, enabling one to wield power akin to that of Superman. With a mere breath, one could freeze an opponent into a solid block of ice, and with a forceful exhale, extinguish the sun itself. As Qin Mo emerged from the restroom, his eyes sparkled with fervor, for this ability was one he greatly coveted. A true hexagonal warrior embodies such invincibility. To date, all 8 of his attributes have reached their second threshold, each awakening 2 skills. It must be said, his rate of growth is astonishingly rapid, yet there remains a need for continued diligence. The following afternoon, within a certain chess room in Lingyun District, upon Qin Mo's arrival, Li Mao was already seated in his usual spot, awaiting him. "Brother, are you prepared to be thoroughly defeated?" Qin Mo inquired as he plopped down across from him. In response, Li Mao merely raised an eyebrow and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Youngster, do not be overly arrogant. Your skill still lacks a touch." "Ha, brother, that was the version of me from 2 days ago. How can it be compared to today? I have meticulously studied hundreds of chess manuals." As he spoke, Qin Mo seized a handful of pieces, preparing for the opening move. "Then let me see how much you have improved," Li Mao replied, seemingly unfazed. Before long, the opening was concluded, and the game commenced. Qin Mo, taking the black pieces, made his moves with precise elegance. The sound of the pieces striking the board resonated like the gentle roll of beads, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had slipped away. Li Mao furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze fixated on the board. Despite his efforts, he found he could not place his black piece down. The board was nearly filled with a myriad of black and white pieces, nearing the final stages of the game. For the current state of play, it was evident that Li Mao was in dire straits. After pondering for 10 minutes, his right hand finally descended slowly. Yet the piece did not make contact with the board. With a sigh of resignation, Li Mao raised his gaze to Qin Mo and murmured, "I concede." He was reluctant to accept this outcome, yet it was undeniable. He had lost. Before Qin Mo could respond, he added, "Let us play again." Thus, another fleeting half-hour ensued. And once more, Li Mao found himself defeated. In astonishment, he looked up, incredulous, and asked, "How is this possible? Your skill has improved tremendously since the day before yesterday." In response, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing on his lips, and replied, "Brother, I have already mentioned that I carefully studied hundreds of chess manuals upon returning home. Even so, it cannot be that you wish to play again," Li Mao said, his confusion palpable. Not one to decline, Qin Mo agreed, and the two began anew. Soon, the game became fiercely contested. Li Mao's pace of play slowed considerably, his contemplation extending as he seemed to gradually succumb to defeat. He could not fathom how, in merely 2 short days, Qin Mo had undergone such a striking transformation. Could it truly be that saying, "After 3 days apart, one must regard each other with fresh eyes," held true? The game commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. The smile on Li Mao's face had long vanished. After battling through 3 rounds, he suffered defeat in each, leaving him nearly numb. "You truly astonish me," he remarked. "Ha, my friend, what do you say? Care for another round?" Qin Mo's brow twitched, his spirits soaring. After having been thoroughly bested by Li Mao previously, he had finally reclaimed his honor. Upon hearing these words, Li Mao cast him a sharp glance, his tone unkind. "What do you mean, another round? Let's eat today. The treat is on you." Cough, cough. "All right," Qin Mo replied, rubbing his nose, surprised that while he had regained his pride, his wallet was about to suffer. Nevertheless, he could still afford a meal. "By the way, after knowing you for so long, I realize I haven't asked for your esteemed name," he said as they rose and walked towards the exit. Suddenly, he inquired, "What is your family name?" Li Mao pondered for a moment, but ultimately chose not to conceal his true name. My surname is Li, and my given name is Mao. A gentleman plans wisely. What a splendid name you have. Qin Mo exclaimed. I am Qin Mo, with Mo meaning stranger. He thought little of his own flattery. Upon hearing his casual compliment, a smile returned to the corners of Li Mao's eyes. To his surprise, this young man was quite the flatterer, yet he was also an intriguing and talented individual. Since becoming the head of the Qingyang Li family, burdened with the weight of his lineage, he had not encountered someone like Qin Mo in quite some time. Being in his company always brought Li Mao a sense of tranquility. Though he had lost in the game of Go this time, their relationship had grown closer by threefold. Subsequently, Qin Mo accompanied him to a modest eatery by the roadside. After finishing their dinner, the sky had darkened considerably, and the two bid farewell, returning to their respective homes. As Qin Mo walked along the road, he received a call from Suyin, notifying him that Li Yuan had been discharged from the hospital and that Team 7 would officially commence work the following day. The team leader is finally out. I must remember to bring the disc tomorrow. Qin Mo mused internally after ending the call. The disc contained the decryption program he had developed that day, which he intended to utilize by borrowing Li Yuan's permissions at work. Lost in thought, he focused his gaze and opened the awakening panel. Vision, 29 hearing, 19 intelligence, 19 breath, 19 strength, 31 speed, 26 recovery, 20 defense, 25 skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intentional strike, instant step, thought flow, hardening, turtle breath, rapid healing, mountain piercing strike, extreme sonic speed, iron body, crystal clarity, supersonic, quick recovery, breath of ice. Light energy points, 16, freely allocatable. Gazing at the extensive list of skills, a faint smile graced Qin Mo's face. This was the strength he could rely upon. Moreover, he had accumulated additional light energy points today. Chapter 22, The Demigod's Body, the natural path, gazing at the various attributes displayed on the panel. Qin Mo continued to allocate 3 additional points each to vision and strength. A warm current swiftly enveloped his eyes and entire body, bestowing upon him a certain enhancement. With 10 points of energy remaining, he awakened a new skill related to breathing, known as ice exhalation, which enlightened him to the significance of respiration. Consequently, he allocated 3 points each to breathing, speed, and defense, reserving the final point for intelligence, thereby augmenting his cerebral reaction speed and analytical prowess. Vision, 32. Skills, enhanced X-ray vision, enhanced thermal imaging. Strength, 34. Skills, enhanced intentional punch, enhanced bull through mountains. Skill enhancement? Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback. This allocation did not elevate any attribute to the threshold for a third time. However, the skills associated with the 2 attributes exceeding 30 points had indeed been fortified. The dissipated warmth surged back, swiftly permeating his entire being, invigorating him as if adrenaline surged within. He slowly clenched his fist and then gently released it. Once the warmth subsided, he exhaled deeply. With a shift in thought, his pupils transformed, and the X-ray skill activated instantaneously. Qin Mo lifted his gaze to the side, where rows of neon lights illuminated towering buildings. The walls of these edifices appeared ethereal through his eyes, revealing moving silhouettes, tables, and chairs within, all crystal clear. Yet, this was not the limit of his newfound vision. The enhanced skill was far superior to his previous capabilities. His sight penetrated another wall, delving deeper into the interior of the building, allowing him to see beyond a single layer. Diverting his gaze, he proceeded forward, observing the men and women passing by. In his eyes, their outer garments vanished, revealing their undergarments, which subsequently disappeared, leaving them entirely nude. He refrained from admiring their expansive chests and deep valleys, opting to utilize his X-ray vision once more. The skin transformed into an illusion, exposing the internal organs and skeletal structure. This scene, at first glance, appeared quite unsettling. Qin Mo hastily disabled the X-ray vision, shivering involuntarily. The enhanced ability was indeed more potent than before, yet the more he beheld, the less appealing it seemed. He then experimented with thermal imaging, discovering that the differentiation of colors was significantly clearer, with layers becoming more pronounced. As he could now perceive the internal structure of a human body, the original thermal imaging was further refined, displaying a vibrant array of colors. Regarding the two skills enhanced by his strength attribute, he temporarily set them aside, lacking both a suitable venue and an appropriate opponent for testing. Nevertheless, it was simple to deduce from the X-ray and thermal imaging what the strength enhancements entailed. The current bull through mountains would not merely allow him to overcome a single obstacle. The force behind his punch would undoubtedly penetrate even further. However, this recent enhancement has led him to a new discovery. It appears that as my physical attributes increase, the threshold for awakening will also rise, necessitating the accumulation of more light energy points. Yet, one might interpret enhancement as a form of awakening itself, for the intrinsic attributes remain paramount. Once I truly evolve to a superhuman level, even a mere punch could obliterate a star, Qin Mo mused inwardly, unaware that he has already amassed considerable strength. The last time at the Imperial Capital Hospital, a single punch was sufficient to eliminate a level elemental awakener of steel. Thus, after this period of growth, what level has Qin Mo now attained? The following morning at the Security Bureau, seated at his familiar workstation and basking in the gentle sunlight, Qin Mo felt elated. Reflecting on the passage of time, he realized he had been on leave for nearly a week. Fortunate that it was a paid vacation. Who could refuse such a gift? Now, returning to the Security Bureau, it merely meant transitioning to another locale to continue his leisurely pursuits. Everyone in Team 7, aside from Wang Yan, who was still recuperating in the hospital, had resumed work. Qin Mo activated his X-ray vision, observing Li Yuan diligently at her tasks, and casually connected the disk from his pocket to the mainframe. The program initiated automatically, swiftly granting access to Li Yuan's permissions. A subtle smile graced his lips as he quietly retrieved documents regarding awakeners through the internal network. Level can enhance the torso, transitioning from level to level. This stage belongs to high-tier awakeners, where the qualitative shift in power occurs. Reading the small print, Qin Mo nodded internally, recognizing that his previous conjectures held true. Level represents a threshold, with the subsequent one likely being level. He continued to peruse. Level awakeners are holistic and harmonious, devoid of apparent weaknesses. For instance, when Li Yuan was at level, adversaries could easily inflict severe injuries by targeting her abdomen, as her torso had yet to be fortified. However, upon advancing to level, while her torso was enhanced, her neck, head, and other indefinable areas remained vulnerable. Should she progress further to level, these weaknesses would cease to exist, which elucidates why a distinct threshold separates level and level. A level awakener can withstand a myriad of foes. The profound strength of their genes is ignited, enabling mimicry and mastery over elemental forces, with the mental domain remaining enigmatic. A level awakener can demolish a city. Their genetic awakening is comprehensive, having reached the zenith of power. Qin Mo furrowed his brow, contemplating that the disparity among high-tier awakeners could be likened to traversing a series of formidable obstacles, with substantial gaps between each level. If level already signifies a comprehensive genetic awakening and the pinnacle of power, what then lies beyond level? He found himself perplexed, as the description of level was succinct, merely 8 words. Level, demigod physique, natural path. This assessment was exceedingly daunting. The chasm between levels could be likened to the vast divide between heaven and earth. Upon reaching this level, one becomes exceedingly formidable, and it is no wonder that such a terrifyingly transcendent status is attained. This illustrates the dreadfulness inherent in the pinnacle of individual power. It appears that the secrets of this tier are known solely to its members. However, within the vast realm of the Qin Empire, there exist only a handful of such individuals, each occupying elevated positions, seemingly distant from my reach. Qin Mo mused silently, chuckling softly as he shook his head, while discreetly withdrawing his access and disconnecting the device, as if nothing had transpired moments before. At that instant, the 4 awakened individuals from the 7th group suddenly stood and made their way toward the small office. After knocking, they entered in succession, and once the door was closed, their discussion remained a mystery to all outside. Suyin retracted her gaze, leaning closer to Qin Mo, her curiosity piqued. "What do you think they need the team leader for?" she inquired. "Who knows? Perhaps it is something pertaining to the awakened." Qin Mo shrugged nonchalantly in response. "Ah, I see." Su Yin's expression dimmed slightly, filled with regret for not being an awakened one herself, feeling excluded from matters that seemed to transcend her. This sensation was quite disheartening. At the very moment she succumbed to her melancholy, Qin Mo had already activated his perception, ears attuned to the conversation within. Team leader, Li Ge has advanced to the next level, and you have just been discharged from the hospital. This is indeed a double celebration. Thus, we would like to invite you to dine with us tonight in celebration. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan raised her head to regard the speaker, her usual cold demeanor intact. She replied matter-of-factly, "Have you informed Qin Mo and the others?" The individual was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Li Yuan's inquiry. Qin Mo and his companions? Of course, he had not notified them. Why would they invite mere, ordinary individuals to join them for a meal? This aspect had never crossed their minds during their discussions. Who would concern themselves with Qin Mo and his companions? Yet, with Li Yuan's question, he was compelled to muster a smile and replied, "Well, not yet." Before he could finish, Li Yuan grasped his implication. She turned to scrutinize Li Changfeng, appraising him before stating, "Your growth rate is commendable. Advancing to this level is indeed a reason to celebrate." A faint smile broke upon Li Changfeng's serious countenance, feeling as though he were floating at the mere praise from Li Yuan. However, in the next moment, Li Yuan abruptly shifted her tone, declaring, "Nevertheless, I shall not attend." She opened a drawer, retrieving a black card, which she handed to Li Changfeng, saying, "This is a black gold card for Rose Paradise. Feel free to indulge in your expenses tonight, as a token of my appreciation for being your team leader." Li Changfeng stood stunned as he accepted the black gold card, while the other three exchanged astonished glances. Rose Paradise is an exceptionally elite private restaurant in the capital, where entry not only requires wealth but, more importantly, qualifications. To casually present a prestigious black gold card is a privilege reserved for the scions of venerable families. Though sharing the same surname, the two Li families were worlds apart, a disparity far greater than the chasm between tiers of power. Li Changfeng felt a faint bitterness welling up within him as he pondered, what difference does advancing make? He remained outside the esteemed circles of ancient families. If only he could penetrate the inner sanctums of these aristocratic youths. However, his musings were abruptly interrupted by Li Yuan's indifferent words. "Is there anything else?" It was evident that he was being dismissed. Watching Li Changfeng leave the small office with a look of dejection, Qin Mo clicked his tongue. They likely remained unaware that Li Yuan had already advanced herself. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, resting his hands behind his head, and shifted into a more comfortable position to bask in the sun and relax. As for whether he would accompany Li Changfeng to Rose Paradise that evening to broaden his horizons, that was certainly out of the question. Although they were all members of Team 7, Li Changfeng and his companions had never regarded Qin Mo and his peers as colleagues. Suddenly, the phone rang. Qin Mo glanced at it, his brows raising in surprise. It was a message from Li Yuan. "Wait for me in the underground parking lot after work. I promise to treat you to dinner once I'm discharged." Chapter 23. Qin Mo's outlook on life. Li Changfeng would never have imagined that just moments after declining their invitation, Li Yuan would extend one to Qin Mo instead. Clearly, in her eyes, the significance of Li Changfeng's advancement paled in comparison to the commitment she had made. Once she promised to treat Qin Mo to dinner post-discharge, she would undoubtedly follow through without a hint of delay. That was her usual style, efficient and decisive. Qin Mo was slightly taken aback, but quickly replied with a simple acknowledgement. He then returned to his leisurely pastime, patiently passing the time until the end of the workday. The clock on the wall ticked swiftly, approaching 5 o'clock. Qin Mo activated his perspective ability, peering through the office wall, and indeed, at the designated time, Li Yuan opened the cabinet and retrieved a familiar basin. This seemed to be part of her daily routine, a habit that had formed over time. Observing her, as she immersed her delicate feet into the warm water, eyes closed. Gradually relaxing, Qin Mo couldn't help but smile faintly. Who wouldn't want to gaze upon a stunning beauty capable of doubling their attack speed? Moreover, this beauty possessed an intriguing contrast, making her difficult to resist. After watching for a while, a familiar warmth surged within him once again, and he felt ready to accumulate today as energy points. Qin Mo opened his awakening panel, preparing to allocate his points. Vision, 32 hearing, 19 intelligence, 20 breath, 22 strength, 34 speed, 29 recovery, 20 defense, 28 skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intentional strike, instant step, flow of thought, hardening, turtle breath, rapid healing, mountain punch, limitless sonic speed, iron body, clarity, supersonic, quick recovery, ice breath. Energy points, 15, to be freely allocated. As per tradition, I have assigned 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense. This leaves me with 7 points, which I have distributed as follows: 3 points to intelligence, 3 points to recovery, and 1 point to breathing, while temporarily setting aside hearing. Speed, 31, skill, instant step, supersonic enhancement. Defense, 30, skill, hardening, iron body enhancement. The 2 new attributes have been strengthened, which was anticipated as speed and defense rank just below vision and strength. I have consistently prioritized the enhancement of these 2 attributes. As the warm energy enveloped my body once more, the panel displaying my awakened superhuman genes began to shift. The skills section faded instant step until it vanished entirely, while the term supersonic also diminished, leaving only sound speed. This indicates that I no longer need to accelerate. I can now unleash sound speed instantly, crossing 340 meters in a mere second. However, this remains my current limit, and to transcend this threshold and attain greater velocity, patience is required. Similarly, the defense skill of hardening has vanished, merging into iron body, thus advancing to the iron body tier. After awakening the iron body skill, hardening seemed less significant. Yet, following its enhancement, its utility has re-emerged. Due to the overlap of the 2 skills, it has been integrated into iron body. Now, when I activate my iron body, my entire physique is fortified in all aspects, as resilient as steel. The fusion of the hardening skill allows me to concentrate my defensive strength in a specific area, significantly amplifying that point's defense, resulting in a power several times greater than that of the iron body alone. With the continuous absorption of solar energy, my strength is growing at an increasingly rapid pace. Almost every day brings about remarkable changes. However, I remain unaware of my exact progress and how I measure up against higher-tier awakeners. After reviewing my newly enhanced skills, the clock struck 5. Leaving work punctually is an essential trait for a slacker. I tidied my desk, packed up, and was the first to exit Group 7, making my way to the underground parking lot. Soon, I found a vehicle driven by Li Yuan and stood by waiting. Approximately 5 minutes later, Li Yuan arrived, glanced at me, and opened the car door. After a moment's thought, I took my seat in the passenger side. The engine roared to life as Li Yuan gripped the steering wheel and inquired, "What would you like to eat? Where do you want to go? How about some barbecue?" I suggested after some deliberation. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan appeared momentarily taken aback, turning to look at me with surprise before responding, "Don't worry about the cost. You can choose any restaurant in the capital. In that case, let us indulge in some barbecue. I am aware of a delightful roadside stall located in Lingyun District, where the proprietor prepares exceptionally delicious lamb kidneys." Little did Li Yuan anticipate that her inaugural dinner with a peer would take place at a humble street vendor, relishing barbecue. Furthermore, her gaze subtly shifted downward, briefly sweeping over Qin Mo's waist, her eyes flickering with significance. Nevertheless, since it is a treat, she decided to acquiesce to Qin Mo's choice. Very well, barbecue it is. The vehicle soon halted at the roadside stall, the very establishment where Qin Mo often dined with Li Mao. Barbecue is best enjoyed at roadside venues, as the smoky essence of charcoal grilling is its essence. As Qin Mo spoke, he poured her a glass of wine. Observing the table brimming with skewers, Li Yuan found herself momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed, for such fare was seldom partaken by her. "Come now, leader, do not merely sit idly," she was urged. At that, Li Yuan casually selected a skewer and brought it to her lips, slowly extracting the stick as she bit into the meat. Qin Mo, with a cheerful smile, inquired, "How does it taste?" "Quite satisfactory," Li Yuan replied with a slight nod. "Then do indulge a bit more, leader," he encouraged. Qin Mo instinctively crossed his legs, fully aware that Li Yuan would likely enjoy the barbecue, just as she relished soybean milk and fried dough sticks. Before long, oil and seasonings adorned the corners of Li Yuan's mouth, prompting Qin Mo to timely offer her a napkin. In truth, there was no need for the leader to exert herself for work necessitates a balance of effort and relaxation. "You wouldn't understand," Li Yuan replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo maintained his smile, though internally he held a different perspective. Wasn't it merely a familial discord? He comprehended Li Yuan's determination, though such sentiments remained unspoken. Li Yuan continued. I am not like you. Your family does not impose restrictions, allowing you to pursue your desires freely, whereas I must rely solely on my own endeavors. However, upon uttering these words, she suddenly recalled that Qin Mo was an orphan. I apologize. I did not mean to bring it up. Not at all. Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. Even when my father was alive, he seldom interfered in my affairs. He understood the essence of who I am and recognized my intentions. Now that he is no longer with us, my life has not changed significantly. I continue to live as I always have, and I shall persist in this manner. Such is life. As long as one can find joy, other matters can be set aside for later. Do you not find a monotonous existence tedious? Li Yuan could not help but inquire. In response, Qin Mo raised his glass and downed its contents in one swift motion, followed by a belch. He then turned to Li Yuan, smiling as he replied, Not at all. This is the life I have chosen for myself. Since it is my choice, it is only fitting that I pursue it with unwavering resolve. Everyone harbors their own aspirations in life. For me, my ideal is simply to continue living as I do now, to steadfastly pursue the choices I have made. At this moment, Li Yuan reflects deeply. Chapter 24. Microscopic Vision. With a sharp inhale, Li Yuan took a deep drag of her cigarette, exhaling slowly. Squinting at the myriad of stars scattered across the heavens, her thoughts began to drift. After sharing dinner with Qin Mo, the two swiftly parted ways. She drove to a secluded spot, relishing a moment of tranquility. The cigarette burned rapidly, and as the last ember fell, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed a long-untouched number. After a brief series of beeps, the call connected, and Li Mao's voice resonated from the other end. Is this Xiao Yuan? It has been quite some time since you last called me. Father, Li Yuan replied softly, then fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, she continued, In a few days, I will return home to visit. Oh, Li Mao inquired, surprise evident in his tone. Have you finally come to a decision? Yes, I have come to clarity. Then return. The Li family will always remain your staunchest support. The bond of blood is unbreakable. No, the Li family is the Li family. And I am myself. I am returning merely to see my mother, not to stay. Upon uttering these words, silence lingered on the other end of the line. Xiao Yuan, do not be so headstrong. Our family does not intend to dictate your life, nor do I. There is no need for you to create such a rift in our family relations. The Qingyang Li family has stood for a millennium not through mere alliances. While there may be exchanges of interest between noble families, my daughter need not be sacrificed. You can rest assured of that. Whether my father's words hold truth or not, I do not wish to discern, nor do I find it necessary. I have already identified the life I desire and have clarified my path. I require neither my father nor the family to intervene. From this point forward, I shall pursue the life of my choosing, and I kindly ask my father and the family to refrain from disturbing me. The Qingyang Li family is the Qingyang Li family, and I am me. Li Yuan. Do not forget your surname. With a decisive click, Li Yuan hung up the phone, exhaling a deep breath, and promptly turned to step into the embrace of the night. Once a choice has been made, there should be no regrets, only an unwavering commitment to forge ahead. What Qin Mo said tonight was indeed true. The Qingyang Li family. Li Mao slowly set down the phone, his brow furrowing in agitation. In the study, besides him stood another young man, his secretary from the Security Bureau, who was also a core member of the Qingyang Li family. Master, the young lady is still quite innocent and knows nothing of the world. Before he could finish, Li Mao interrupted him. There is no need for further discussion. One day, she will come to understand what her family has bestowed upon her. Since she bears the Li surname, certain responsibilities must be shouldered. To wish to sever ties with the family? How did I end up with such a foolish daughter? His words revealed the extent of Li Mao's anger. At the same age, look at Qin Mo, and then at Li Yuan. Indeed, there is no pain without comparison. Enough of that. What progress has been made in the investigation? Li Mao slightly steadied his mood and inquired. Hearing this, the secretary, standing nearby, immediately spoke up. The mole within the intelligence department has been identified. It was someone from the third branch. However, they could extract nothing from him. His mind had been implanted with a seed by a mental awakening individual, and he self-destructed at the onset of interrogation. Limos bro furuba. His already poor mood soured further. Recently, rooting out moles from the clan had consumed too much of his energy, and just as they had obtained a lead, it was abruptly severed. What on earth is this heavenly earth society? Such a significant oversight by the Security Bureau had recently drawn the ire of His Majesty. If this mysterious organization is not dealt with promptly, it will be difficult to provide an explanation. However, the secretary glanced at Li Mao and then shifted the subject. The Intelligence Department reported that they have discovered several suspicious locations in the capital, which are suspected to be secret bases of the Heavenly Earth Society. Since there are leads, let us investigate further, Li Mao said slowly. You discuss this matter with Li Mo and instruct the Security Department to deploy more personnel. We cannot afford a repeat of last time's mishap. Should we deliberately avoid the young lady? After all, she has just recovered from a serious illness, and her injuries have not yet fully healed. No need. Since this girl is so stubborn, let her go along. It would be beneficial for her to face some challenges, Li Mao scoffed. Understood. The secretary nodded and then exited the study. As he walked along the serene pathways of the vast estate, the secretary suddenly took out his phone and dialed a number. Squinting, he said coolly, "The bait has taken. We can reel in the net now." The following day, in the evening, Qin Mo stepped out of the Security Bureau's building at the appointed time. He did not return home, but headed towards Lingyun District. Last night, he had received a message from Li Mao inviting him for a late-night meal, but unfortunately, he had already gone to bed and missed it. Thus, they agreed to dine together after work today. Not far from the exit, a familiar warmth surged within Qin Mo. He quickly opened his awakening panel and saw that he had accrued 17 points of light energy today. Clearly, the weather was favorable. Without hesitation, he allocated 2 points each to his vision, strength, speed, and defense as per usual. Subsequently, he distributed 3 points each to hearing, intelligence, and breathing, perfectly utilizing all his light energy points. Vision, 36, awakening skill, microscopic vision. After the last enhancement, Qin Mo's vision remarkably reached the 3rd threshold, awakening a new skill. As the name suggests, microscopic vision would further enhance his sight, allowing him to perceive the minutiae of the world. He raised his hand and glanced at his palm, where each fingerprint was astonishingly clear, along with every pore and fine hair. Lifting his gaze to the distance, his eyes effortlessly spanned a kilometer, bringing into focus the streetlights standing along the road, along with the intricate microscopic textures on their surfaces, invisible to the naked eye. This newfound ability felt akin to possessing a powerful microscope, unaffected by the distance of the objects observed. A smile slowly crept across Qin Mo's lips as he contemplated the astounding extent of his visual transformation, pondering that the coveted thermal vision he had long desired might soon be within his grasp. Before long, he arrived at the barbecue stall where he had dined with Li Yuan the previous evening. Li Mao was already waiting for him, the table laden with an array of dishes. "Brother, I hope I'm not late?" Qin Mo inquired. "Not at all," Li Mao replied nonchalantly. Noticing Li Mao's demeanor, Qin Mo paused momentarily and poured him a drink, then asked, "Brother, what is troubling you? Are you feeling down?" With a sigh, Li Mao raised his glass to clink with Qin Mo's and lamented, "It's still about the family affairs. I have a rather unruly daughter who believes I will dictate her life, but in truth, I have no such intentions. Young people need guidance. With more experience in society, they will naturally come to understand. I've given her ample time, yet she has become increasingly defiant. Just yesterday, she declared her desire to sever ties with the family. Disregarding her responsibilities, she behaves so recklessly. The family has nurtured her, yet she shows no concern for our well-being. The situation in the capital is fraught with uncertainty, and the borders are still embroiled in conflict. Even though I possess some influence," Li Mao suddenly paused, shaking his head as he continued. "There are far too many eyes watching the family in the capital, and many matters are not as simple as they appear. Indeed, brother, supporting the family must be incredibly challenging. The child is indeed rather headstrong. Perhaps a firmer approach in her education is warranted." Qin Mo nodded in agreement, adding, "If all else fails, you might consider scolding her a bit. It could either awaken her or at least vent your frustrations. Your health is paramount, brother. Do not let ungrateful children undermine your well-being." Chapter 25. The astonished Li Mao, though blunt. "Your words hold wisdom," Li Mao reflected, pondering whether to be stricter with the young girl. He had only 2 children, Li Mo and Li Yuan, and the weight of the Li family would eventually rest upon their shoulders. Unfortunately, one had average talent, while the other possessed a difficult temperament. It was indeed a challenging situation. Fortunately, he is still in his prime, just over 40, and can shield the Li family from the storm for a while longer. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual banter. Li Mao's spirits gradually lifted, which is precisely why he cherished the time spent with Qin Mo. In his everyday life, he occupied a lofty position, and everyone treated him with utmost reverence, often appearing quite constrained, even his own son, Li Mo. However, being with Qin Mo was refreshingly effortless. Moreover, the young man held an intriguing charm, often besting him in their strategic games, a feat not easily achieved by the average person. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away, at a factory, Li Yuan was executing a mission. This time, the security department had mobilized all awakened individuals from teams 3, 5, 6, and 7 to investigate 2 locations. Li Yuan was with team 6, comprising a total of 15 awakened individuals, including 2 at the advanced level, 6 at the intermediate level, and the rest at the basic level. According to intelligence reports, this factory harbored a small stronghold of the Heavenly Society, with no more than 5 high-tier, awakened individuals present, making it a target they could confidently confront. Li Yuan surveyed the group and stated calmly, "Thus, our mission has 2 primary objectives. First, we must establish a perimeter and ensure that no one escapes. Second, we aim to capture as many alive as possible, as our understanding of the Heavenly Society is woefully inadequate." Acknowledging her orders, the group murmured in agreement. "I will now begin the task assignments." Li Yuan unfurled a map and assigned responsibilities methodically. Li Chanfeng, lead Team 7 to secure this entrance. The task distribution concluded swiftly, and the members dispersed, each entering the factory from different directions. Li Yuan flexed her fingers, a gentle breeze swirling around her fingertips, her gaze sharp and her demeanor composed. It was evident she was an awakened elemental of the wind, embarking on her first mission since her discharge from the hospital. This was her battle for vengeance. The Heavenly Society had nearly claimed her life, and she would not let it go unavenged. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings. Outside the perimeter set by Li Yuan, in a small office within the factory, 10 awakened individuals were concealed, sitting side by side on the floor in silent anticipation of the command. The target had entered the main building, a mere 500 meters away. A clear female voice resonated in their minds. It was Chun Lingling. "The target has passed through the building, now 300 meters away." Chun Lingling continuously relayed updates on Li Yuan and another advanced individual's positions, biding her time for the opportune moment to strike. This time, they would ensure that Li Yuan did not survive. Despite being outnumbered 10 to 15, one among them was a high-tier, awakened individual, providing them with a significant advantage. As Chun Lingling's voice echoed once more, the high-tier awakened individual in the office suddenly opened his eyes, revealing pupils of an eerie yellow hue. He licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. The hunt was about to commence. The target was 50 meters away from the bait. Chun Lingling exclaimed, pressing the remote control in her hand. Boom! The factory suddenly erupted in a terrifying explosion, the walls collapsing in an instant, clouds of dust swirling. Shattered stones scattered in all directions, striking down 2 level 2 and 8 level 1 operatives who had encircled them, knocking them all to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Li Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, his expression shifting rapidly. "This is bad. It's another ambush. Damn intelligence agency. 5 kilometers, neither far nor close." By the time the sound of the explosion reached the barbecue stall, it had diminished considerably. Yet Qin Mo and Li Mao both reacted simultaneously. Qin Mo tuned his hearing, the cacophony of surrounding noises flooding into his ears. His intelligence, peaking at 26, enabled him to swiftly filter out the irrelevant sounds and pinpoint the precise location of the explosion. Supersonic speed was instantly activated. Sound from 5 kilometers away were discernible to Qin Mo almost the moment they appeared. Team leader? How could she be in that direction? A thought struck Qin Mo. Li Yuan must have embarked on another mission. However, judging by what he had just heard, their situation was dire. In a fleeting moment, Qin Mo deduced numerous details, and the next instant, he suddenly lifted his head, addressing Li Mao. "Brother, I've had too much to drink. I need to find a restroom nearby. I'll be right back." "Go ahead." Li Mao nodded in response. With that, Qin Mo swiftly rose and jogged away, as if he could no longer hold it in. Once out of Li Mao's sight and into a secluded, dark corner unnoticed by anyone, Qin Mo's thoughts stirred, and he vanished from his location. To be precise, It was his speed that was so rapid it appeared as though he had simply ceased to exist. A piercing sound suddenly erupted on the street. Qin Mo had accelerated to supersonic speed, racing towards Li Yuan's position. 5 kilometers was merely 15 seconds for him. What he remained oblivious to was that after his departure, Li Mao's aura underwent a sudden transformation, a faint draconic might emanating from him. In the blink of an eye, his eyes shifted to golden vertical pupils, resembling those of a dragon. Under the gaze of the dragon, nothing could escape its scrutiny. He looked towards the explosion, and soon the events unfolding within the factory were reflected in his vertical pupils. This was the terror of a level 1 operative. Yet in the next moment, Li Mao's expression turned to one of astonishment. He was utterly shocked. He had never anticipated seeing Qin Mo's figure there. This kid is actually an awakened. Just half a minute ago, Qin Mo had been sitting here with him, drinking and chatting, and now he appeared 5 kilometers away. If he wasn't an awakened, then what could he possibly be? In such a brief span of time, at such a rapid pace, what has unfolded is not something an ordinary awakener could achieve. Li Mo was astonished. Having spent considerable time with Qin Mo, he had always assumed him to be merely an average individual. Little did he know, Qin Mo had truly bestowed upon him an overwhelming surprise. "You've concealed your true self remarkably well," Li Mo murmured to himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Mo had activated the holographic vision, encompassing an area of 300 meters in radius. Li Yuan and the members of the Heavenly Society were all within his sight, distinctly observed in a spectrum of colors. The unity of their forms suggested they were of a certain caliber. However, he remained uncertain of their respective affiliations. Based on the thermal imaging distribution, Qin Mo swiftly identified the strongest among the Heavenly Society's ranks, while 2 of the remaining 9 were of a higher level and 4 were intermediate. Regardless of the circumstances, had he not intervened, Li Yuan and the others would undoubtedly meet their demise. Qin Mo activated the enhanced perspective, effortlessly penetrating 4 layers of walls to glimpse the formidable member of the Heavenly Society. The individual was seen leaning against the wall, limbs sprawled on the ground, utterly motionless. In a rather peculiar posture, Li Yuan was merely 50 meters ahead, engaged in a confrontation with the Heavenly Society's elite. His mere presence would secure victory, allowing him to depart with ease. Yet, he found himself utterly immobilized. As the enemy remained still, he too refrained from movement, a solitary wolf poised to await the opportune moment to strike. Chun Lingling's serious voice echoed in his mind. "There's a high-level awakener on the right. Rank and classification are unclear." Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow and felt his nostrils flare as he summoned every ounce of strength, bracing himself for a potential confrontation with Qin Mo. He was baffled by the unforeseen complications of this mission and remained unaware of when this unidentified awakener had emerged. Nevertheless, he resolved that eliminating the threat was imperative. He licked his lips, his gaze gradually shifting to a predatory fierceness, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty wolf. He had no qualms about hunting an additional prey that night. However, in the next instant, Chun Lingling's piercing scream erupted in his mind. He vanished. Vanished? What could that possibly mean? Before he could process this thought, a formidable and terrifying force unexpectedly surged through the wall he was pressed against. Disaster. Chapter 26. The name of genius, the immense power poured through the wall, crashing down upon him. This force astonishingly disregarded the defenses of his exterior, directly impacting his internal organs. As a high-level awakener, his insides had yet to be enhanced. Although far superior to an ordinary person, they paled in comparison to the defenses on his surface. This blow shattered more than half of his internal organs, and the agony that surged through him nearly caused him to lose consciousness on the spot. Yet, teetering between life and death, adrenaline surged within him, the metallic taste of blood flooding his throat and driving him into a frenzy. A wolf, a resounding wolf howl pierced the air as this adept of the Heavenly Society, a master of mimicry, dropped to all fours. His hands and legs sprouted bristles akin to steel needles. Muscles bulged, bones expanded, and his form swelled to several times its original size. Measuring nearly 10 feet from head to toe, he now resembled a creature that was half man, half wolf, akin to a werewolf. The awakening genes within him bestowed the swiftness, strength, and explosive power of a wolf. With a swish, he propelled himself forward, leaping several meters in a single bound. racing toward the factory's exit with astonishing speed. Having sustained grave injuries from merely a brief encounter, he acutely recognized the vast chasm between himself and this enigmatic awakened one. Remaining would mean certain death. Only by fleeing could he hope for a sliver of survival. Yet, he was swift, yet Qin Mo would be swifter still. Behind the wall, Qin Mo gradually retracted his right arm, gaining a deeper understanding of his own formidable strength. The deliberate punch, combined with remote force, had proven remarkably effective in actual combat. Qin Mo murmured to himself, and in an instant, vanished from his position. The next moment, he materialized like a specter before the level adept, lifting his foot and delivering a heavy kick aimed at the man's head. Power surged from every part of his body into his right foot as he unleashed another deliberate punch, striking the target's head with unparalleled speed. So swift, this thought flickered through the mind of the Heavenly Society adept, the last fleeting notion he would ever have the opportunity to voice. His massive form soared into the air, then crashed down like a ruptured sack, blood seeping from beneath him as his breath ceased entirely. With a single punch and kick, Qin Mo had effortlessly dispatched him. All of this transpired in less than half a minute. In the next moment, Qin Mo vanished once more, reappearing behind the two remaining level awakeners of the Heavenly Society. He unleashed two punches, easily obliterating both. Thus, the tide of battle had irrevocably turned. The remaining members of the Heavenly Society could no longer muster any resistance. Following this, Qin Mo erupted into supersonic speed, departing the factory in haste, heading toward a barbecue stall 5 kilometers away. His excursion to resolve troubles was merely coincidental, serving to validate the results of his recent enhancements. Tonight's primary agenda for Qin Mo was to dine with Li Mao. Li Mao was still waiting. He felt it would be impolite to linger in the restroom for too long. The upheaval had unfolded too rapidly. Li Yuan heard the piercing wolf howl echoing in her ears, and then caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting through the dense night. Soon after, she discovered that the two level awakeners she had been battling were dead. To dispatch 2 levels in an instant meant that he could do the same to her. However, given the circumstances, it appeared this individual was an ally rather than an enemy, aligned with the Security Bureau. Not having shown his face, was this an arrangement by the family? Li Yuan's brow furrowed slowly, her gaze shifting with intrigue. Yet she could not afford to ponder further. She needed to lead the security personnel to eliminate the remaining members of the Tiandi Society. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. In a mere moment, the members of the Tiandi Society were either dead or captured, with none escaping except for Chun Lingling. Tires screeched against the ground as several black armored vehicles quickly encircled the factory. Li Mo disembarked, striding purposefully toward the epicenter of the conflict. Before long, they discovered a blood-soaked corpse on the ground. At this moment, his form had reverted from a half-wolf, half-human state to that of a complete human. A lean man, who had been closely trailing Li Mo, hastily approached and crouched down to conduct a meticulous examination of the body. After a brief interval, he stood and adjusted his glasses with habitual precision, stating with unwavering diligence, "The fatal wound is located in the cranial region. The individual succumbed to a powerful impact. There are multiple instances of internal bleeding. It appears this individual encountered a higher tier awakened and was instantly killed. Strangely, there are no visible wounds on the surface of his body, as if he had not been attacked at all." Upon hearing this, Li Mo furrowed his brow and gazed down at the member of the Tiandi Society, slowly inquiring, "Is it possible to ascertain the elemental affinity of the assailant?" "Not possible," the lean man replied, shaking his head. "However, the manner of this individual's attack bears a striking resemblance to that of the unidentified high-tier awakened from the Imperial Capital Hospital. There may be a connection between them." Li Mo's frown deepened, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. The recent events in the Imperial Capital had been far from tranquil. The emergence of so many unidentified high-tier awakened had stirred a sense of unease within him. Just then, a sudden ringtone shattered his thoughts. Li Mo retrieved his phone, glancing at the number displayed on the screen, his posture immediately straightening and his expression turning grave. He answered, placing the phone to his ear, and respectfully stated, "Father, yes, understood. So it was your arrangement." The call was swiftly concluded, and Li Mo's brow relaxed slightly. The earlier doubts had been largely alleviated by this conversation. He calmly instructed, "Ensure the body is disposed of properly. Take the living captives back for interrogation." As for the high-tier awakened, do not pursue further inquiries, nor record it in the operational files. Understood. The scene then rewound to 15 minutes prior. At a barbecue stall, Qin Mo returned briskly to his seat, cheerfully saying, "Brother, sorry to keep you waiting." The public restroom was quite a distance away. Opposite him, Li Mao's pupils had returned to their normal state, and the aura of dragon might surrounding him had long since vanished. Listening to Qin Mo's explanation, Li Mao chose not to expose him, merely smiling as he replied, "No problem." He then seemingly casually asked, "By the way, how old are you this year, Xiao Qin?" "Me? I'll be 24 soon," Qin Mo answered earnestly, without suspicion. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light crossed Li Mao's eyes. His hand, holding the beer mug, paused imperceptibly for a moment before returning to its previous motion. He sighed, 24 is still quite young. Youth is splendid. My dear friend, you hardly appear aged." As if nothing had transpired moments ago, the two continued their conversation in a leisurely manner, oblivious to the tempest within Li Mao's heart, which belied the calm fa he presented. At the tender age of 23, Qin Mo had already ascended to the ranks of a high-level awakened, effortlessly capable of dispatching an adversary of equal caliber in an instant. Such prodigious talent, formidable genetics, and a remarkably composed demeanor undoubtedly marked Qin Mo as a true genius. Li Mao silently assessed him, and his appraisal was nothing short of astonishing. As the head of the esteemed Qianyan family, the Qingyongli clan, and a formidable entity in his own right, he had encountered countless prodigies over the years. Yet, on this night, he found himself genuinely astounded by Qin Mo's extraordinary gifts. The surprise Qin Mo elicited from him surpassed all prior expectations. As the gathering neared its conclusion, Qin Mo returned to his seat for a brief moment before they bid farewell, agreeing to reconvene when time permitted. He then took his leave, his figure gradually fading into the night. Observing his retreating silhouette, Li Mao retrieved his phone from his pocket and slowly dialed Li Mo's number. "Xiao Montak, tonight's guest was arranged by me. Furthermore, continue to purge the intelligence division. There are indeed numerous specters hidden within our Li family." Chapter 27. Sacrifice. The events of the previous night were but a trifling interlude for Qin Mo, leaving no discernible impact on his life. At 6 o'clock the following morning, he awoke punctually, demonstrating his remarkable self-discipline. After completing his morning routine, Qin Mo departed his home at 20 minutes past 6, ready to embrace the splendid sun of a new day. According to the weather forecast, today promised to be gloriously sunny with ample sunlight, suggesting he would reap a considerable harvest of energy points by nightfall. With this thought, a faint smile graced his lips. Subsequently, he ran to the safety bureau, as was his custom. By 7 o'clock, he found himself seated in a local breakfast establishment, savoring fried dough sticks while mentally reviewing the brief skirmish from the previous evening. Thanks to his exceptional memory, it was as if he were replaying a film in his mind, every detail vividly etched. This was the boon of high intelligence. The current level posed no threat to him. However, ascending through the ranks of high-level awakened individuals, where each tier represented a significant hurdle, remained a formidable challenge. He recognized the necessity to accumulate more energy points, as each point would substantially enhance his physical attributes, yielding remarkable improvements. Before long, having finished his breakfast, he continued his run toward the safety bureau, intentionally seeking out sunlit paths. By 8:30, Qin Mo had entered the office of Group 7, settling at his workstation, now relocated to bask in the sun's warmth. As the members gradually arrived, the office became considerably more lively. Suddenly, Sujina Prawitin Mo, her slender high heels clicking softly against the floor. Lowering her voice, she whispered, "Have you heard about last night's events?" "What events?" Qin Montak queried, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "What else could it be? We have a new mission. Our team is collaborating with 3 other teams," Suyin replied. 3 other teams? Qin Mo pondered, recalling that only teams 6 and 7 had been present in the factory last night, deducing that the missions must have been divided. Suyin leaned in closer, her voice dropping even further as she continued, "I heard that the losses from this mission were severe. The leader of Team 3 sustained grave injuries and was rushed to a hospital in the capital. As for the leader of Team 5, her expression grew somber, and she opened her mouth, gravely stating she sacrificed her life." Before her words could fully settle, Qin Mo's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. The leader of Team 5 was a Class 1 awakened, exceptionally powerful, it was shocking to learn of her demise. It wasn't just her. Several members from Team 2 also perished during last night's mission. Li Yuan spoke in a hushed tone. Qin Mo fell silent, the atmosphere thick with gravity. The term sacrifice had never seemed so weighty. It signified children losing their fathers, wives mourning their husbands, and elderly parents burying their children. In the span of a single night, multiple families have been shattered, engulfed in sorrow. Though Qin Mo maintained a calm facade, the clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. The memory of his father's sacrifice during a mission in his past life weighed heavily on him. The magnitude of the damage inflicted upon the Safety Bureau indicated that the Heavenly Society had not merely dispatched a Class 1 awakened. Their displayed power was formidable and not to be underestimated. Do you have the firearm assigned to you? Carry it with you at all times. While we generally aren't required to partake in routine missions, it's wise to be prepared for anything, Suyin cautioned. Rest assured, I will be fine. You should be the one to exercise caution, Qin Mo replied, warmth spreading through him at her concern. Due to the loss of their colleagues, Suyin was not in the mood for light banter and simply nodded before returning to her workstation. At that moment, Li Changfeng and other awaken arrived, one of whom had a bandaged arm, clearly injured from last night's skirmish. The entire morning passed in silence, the office enveloped in a heavy stillness, with few daring to raise their voices. Li Yuan was absent, her whereabouts unknown. It wasn't until lunchtime that Qin Mo, utilizing his keen hearing, gleaned the details of last night's events from the conversations around him. Teams 3 and 5 had been dispatched to an under-construction site on the outskirts of the capital, only to fall into a trap, ensnared in an ambush. Ultimately, it was the timely support from the security office that repelled the Heavenly Society and rescued the multitude. However, their arrival was regrettably belated. Upon careful reflection, the casualties inflicted upon the Security Bureau during this interval by the Heavenly Society were substantial. To be precise, the Qingyangli clan had never suffered such a significant loss. Having stood as an ancient family for a millennium in the Qin dynasty, their authority had been gravely challenged, and one could only speculate on the nature of their impending retaliation. Yet, this necessitated the identification of the traitor within the intelligence department. Otherwise, they would remain in a passive position, with the enemy concealed while they remained exposed. Thus, the afternoon slipped away quietly. As the workday drew to a close, a familiar warmth surged within Qin Mo once more. His expression shifted, and his gaze focused as he activated the gene awakening panel before him. Vision, 36 hearing, 22 intelligence, 26 respiration, 26 strength, 38 speed, 33 recovery, 23 defense, 32 skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intentional strike, flow of thought, turtle breathing, rapid healing, mountain quaking strike, sonic speed, iron body stage, clarity of vision, supersonic, quick recovery, breath of ice. Energy points, 18, freely allocatable. Observing the final entry, a subtle smile crept across Qin Mo's lips. The weather forecast did not deceive him. Such a considerable accumulation of energy points was a rare occurrence since his awakening, and it was a challenge to amass them. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo resolved his allocation plan for the day. He assigned 4 points each to hearing and recovery, as these attributes were currently insufficient and did not align with his vision of balanced development. Thus, an increase in their allocation was warranted. Subsequently, he added 1 point each to intelligence and respiration, while the remaining 8 points were evenly distributed among vision, strength, speed, and defense. The warm current swiftly enveloped his entire body, and following this distribution, his strength surged to an impressive 40 points. Qin Mo felt as though an inexhaustible energy resided within him, while simultaneously, subtle changes began to manifest in his physique. His height increased from 183 centimeters to 186 centimeters, resulting in a more harmonious proportion and enhanced features. Concurrently, a line of information appeared. Speed, 35, awakened skill, supersonic. To his surprise, Speed had reached the 3rd threshold ahead of the others. Although his strength had now attained 40 points, aside from the fundamental enhancement of physical strength, no other abilities had emerged. The 3rd threshold seemed a distant prospect, necessitating further allocation of energy points for continued enhancement. Ironically, Speed ranked 3rd in points. had taken the lead by awakening a new skill. As the term sonic speed gradually faded from the gene awakening panel, it was supplanted by supersonic, marking yet another breakthrough in his velocity. At the outset, Qin Mo operated at his utmost capacity, merely achieving the speed of sound. However, following enhancements, he could effortlessly unleash sonic speed, and now he has transcended it. This transformation, born from quantitative change, signifies that from this moment forth, his velocity surpasses that of sound. In other words, as Qin Mo instantaneously activates his supersonic speed, he can simultaneously manifest near the distant source of sound when he hears someone speaking. Presently, Qin Mo is exhilarated. He eagerly exits the building of the Safety Bureau and seeks out a secluded corner away from prying eyes. In swift succession, he unleashes his supersonic burst, vanishing instantaneously from his original position. Approximately 20 seconds later, he finds himself at the entrance of his home on Guanghong Street in Baiyin District. It is at this moment that a sound boom reverberates along his path. However, during the evening rush hour in the capital, the cacophony of countless vehicles quietly obscures the sound boom, preventing any attention from others. The Safety Bureau is roughly 10 kilometers away from here, and having traversed that distance in about 20 seconds implies that my current speed is approximately 500. As Qin Mo silently computes this in his mind, he retrieves his keys and unlocks the door to his home. The figure of 500 is not his ultimate speed. If he were to unleash his full potential, it might reach 550, yet he remains far from achieving double the speed of sound. A superhero's velocity could rival that of light, and at peak performance, even surpass it. Thus, I'm still too slow. Qin Mo shook his head, proceeded to take a refreshing shower, and then cooked a substantial dinner for himself. By the time he finished his meal and cleaned the dishes, it was already past 7 o'clock. Seeing that it was still early, Qin Mo settled into the sofa and pulled out his phone to engage in his daily browsing of news. He first glanced at the weather forecast, which brought him unexpected joy. The outdoor temperature in the capital was set to reach a scorching 36 degrees tomorrow, a piece of delightful news indeed. As time marched on, the capital had entered the peak of summer, with the recent weather becoming increasingly sweltering, prompting many to prefer staying indoors, yearning for the comforts of remote work. Alas, the need to earn a living forced them to cast aside such thoughts. However, for Qin Mo, the harsher the sun, the better. After reviewing the weather report, he then skimmed through the news on the border. Expecting the usual calm, he was taken aback when a striking headline caught his eye. Breaking news! A conflict has erupted at the border, with the great Qin war god slaying a general of the Qin nation. Qin Mo immediately clicked on the headline, carefully perusing the details. Just 3 days prior, a minor skirmish had occurred at the border, but for reasons unknown, both sides became infuriated, leading to an escalation of the conflict. Within half a day, awakened individuals joined the fray, ultimately culminating in a showdown featuring an elite combatant. Resulting in the outcome as stated, the great Qin war god decisively vanquished the Qi general, thereby further solidifying his legendary status. This marks the largest conflict to have transpired in the past 5 years, resulting in the fall of a formidable awakened individual, which represents a significant loss for the Qi nation. The borders are currently witnessing a continuous mobilization of troops, which could very well serve as the catalyst for a major war. However, it is equally plausible that matters will conclude hastily, with Qi nation swallowing this bitter pill in silence. Initiating a full-scale war is not a matter of mere words. The mobilization of human and material resources is far more complex. Otherwise, these two nations would not have been at an impasse for centuries. The war god of the great Qin Mo murmured to himself, swiftly conducting a search on his mobile device. Though he was previously aware of this individual, his knowledge was limited. He only knew that he bore the surname Xia, with the single character Zhu as his given name. The screen promptly displayed some fundamental information about Xia Zhu. A native of Gaoling in the Great Qin, Xia Zhu enlisted at the age of 16 and spent the next 20 years honing his skills within the military, rising from the ranks of a common soldier to the esteemed position of general, achieving remarkable military accolades along the way. With both notable achievements and formidable abilities, Xia Zhu naturally garnered the emperor's favor, being bestowed the title of War God of the Great Qin, thereafter stationed at the borders. After perusing the information, Qin Mo astutely discerned a pivotal detail. A native of Gaoling, the place is quite remarkable, as it is home to a prestigious lineage. the Xia clan of Gaoling. The coincidence of being a Gaoling native and sharing the surname Xia is too fortuitous. It appears that the war god of the Great Qin must indeed belong to the Xia family of Gaoling. Indeed, it seems that most prodigies stem from noble families. Qin Mo, the Xia clan of Gaoling is noteworthy, not as an ancient family of 1,000 years, but rather a recently ascended lineage over the past few decades. Although their heritage and history cannot compare with the 5 venerable families of Qin, they nonetheless possess exceptional combat prowess, including awakened individuals of a formidable level. This illustrates the extraordinary status of such levels. Whenever a family produces an awakened individual, the entire clan immediately rises in prominence, securing their place within the vast realm of the Great Qin and entering the upper echelons of society. Subsequently, Qin Mo scrolled through related news and discovered that a group of young individuals who had made military achievements at the borders would soon return to the imperial capital for recognition and recuperation. Most of the clan's strength remains concentrated at the borders. This returning contingent likely includes scions who have been honing their skills. Though it remains uncertain which family they hail from, Qin Mo pondered with curiosity. Regrettably, specific details are beyond his reach, as his current standing is still insufficient. The following day, as the weather forecast had predicted, the sun blazed with relentless intensity. Qin Mo spent over 2 hours basking in the sun before arriving punctually at the office building of the Security Bureau. The entirety of his day was then consumed by the monotony of idleness. The atmosphere within the office remained heavy, yet it had improved significantly since the previous day. Time indeed serves as the finest balm for healing. Nevertheless, hatred does not simply dissipate. It merely lies dormant within the heart. As dusk approached, heralding the end of the workday, a familiar warm surge suddenly coursed through Qin Mo's being. Light energy points, 21, freely allocable. Observing the largest accumulation of light energy points in history, a subtle smile graced Qin Mo's features. As per usual, he allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense, ensuring a steady enhancement. After a moment's contemplation over the remaining 13 points, he allocated 3 points to intelligence, respiration, and recovery, and 4 points to hearing. Consequently, these 4 relatively weaker attributes all reached a commendable 30 points. Hearing, 30, skill, radar, supersound enhancement. Chapter 29, A Loud Conspiracy. To his surprise, hearing was the first to be enhanced. Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback, as he had anticipated intelligence would be the first to advance. However, as days passed and the light energy points steadily increased, he realized that all 8 of his physical attributes would experience significant growth, albeit in a different order. As the warm current subsided and then surged anew, it rapidly concentrated around his ears. The range of his hearing expanded once again. Previously, he could only cover a radius of 10 kilometers, but now, as he exited the building of the Safety Bureau, he released his hearing. A cacophony of sounds flooded his ears instantly. 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers. Following the enhancement, his hearing had indeed doubled. All sounds within a 20-kilometer radius were transmitted into his mind through the radar skill. Notably, sounds within a 5-kilometer range were perceived by Qin Mo the moment they were emitted, thanks to the enhanced supersound. This was rather formidable. However, such a vast coverage also implied an overwhelming influx of chaotic information. Fortunately, with his intelligence now soaring to 30 points, his analytical and computational abilities were remarkably potent, comparable to a human calculator. This enabled him to sift through the deluge of information without succumbing to mental overload, methodically discarding the superfluous. After conducting the recent experiment, Qin Mo had discerned the limits of his enhanced hearing and was preparing to shut it off. Just then, a particular phrase captured his attention. With a slight furrow of his brow and a swift mental engagement, he quickly pinpointed the source of the utterance through his radar. The target was over 75 kilometers away. In that moment, he concentrated intently, eavesdropping on a clandestine conversation from a distance of 15 miles. At a high-end restaurant, in a private room, 3 men and 1 woman were seated around a dining table. The woman in question was none other than Shun Lingling. Opposite her sat an unremarkable middle-aged man, the kind who would blend into a crowd seamlessly. He spoke. Our informant embedded within the Safety Bureau has yet to relay any useful information. We remain uncertain of that individual's true identity. The only possibility I can conceive of for possessing two formidable high-level awakeners, aside from the Li family, is the depth of resources inherent in these ancient aristocratic families. In the private room, another individual interjected, "Lingling, you have had a brief encounter with him. What are your impressions?" The middle-aged man directed his gaze towards her as he spoke. In response, Chun Lingling took a deep breath, her expression solemn as she replied, "They are formidable, exceedingly strong. If I were to reveal my position, I fear I would merely become a lifeless corpse. Is it not possible to place a mental marker on them?" The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. "That is unfeasible. Their speed is too great." Chun Lingling shook her head. Observing her, the middle-aged man's frown deepened as he murmured, "This indeed poses quite a challenge." However, he shifted his tone. "The elemental crystals will arrive in the imperial capital shortly." Upon hearing this, Chun Lingling and the others visibly brightened, a faint smile gracing their faces. The recent failures of their last two missions, which had resulted in the loss of dozens of awakened ones, seemed to lift somewhat. Elemental crystals? What are they? Qin Mo, who had been absorbing every word of their conversation, felt a wave of confusion. He had never encountered such a term before. It appeared that he would need to leverage the team leader's authority to gain access to this information. It was clear to him that this unknown entity was closely tied to the awakened ones, indicating that his current permissions were insufficient. To stumble upon the conspiracies of the Heavenly Society was indeed a stroke of luck. As he walked home, Qin Mo's thoughts meandered. It was a remark from the security bureau that had drawn his attention to Chun Lingling and her companions. Their proximity was merely a straight-line distance of 15 miles. If Qin Mo so desired, he could effortlessly appear before the Heavenly Society within 30 seconds, delivering them a staggering surprise. However, without knowing the exact number of their members and their respective strengths, he was unwilling to take such a risk. The Heavenly Society was no ordinary faction, and no one truly comprehended the vast iceberg concealed beneath the surface. Thus, Qin Mo soon returned to his modest abode. His daily routine was as consistent as ever. Cooking, dining, personal hygiene, scrolling through his phone, and retiring to bed. Although monotonous, he found great solace in such tranquility, relishing the lightness and leisure it afforded. After a night of silence, when the next day dawned, Qin Mo preemptively stowed the disc into his pocket. He soaked up the sun and jogged, timing his entrance into the Security Bureau building to coincide with Li Yuan's arrival, around 10 in the morning. Upon confirming through his ability that Li Yuan was at work in her small office, he casually inserted the disk into the mainframe. The program ran silently, quickly granting Qin Mo elevated permissions. It did not take long for him to locate the information he sought. Elemental crystals, the byproduct of elemental-type awakened beings who have perished, possessing immense power. Reading this line, Qin Mo could not help but fall into contemplation. An awakened being at level 5 could devastate a city. Their genes would be fully awakened, their strength at its zenith. He was astonished to discover such an extraordinary trait. Indeed, even after the demise of awakened beings of the higher mimicry system, relics still manifest, merely under a different appellation known as the sacred spirit remains. As for the awakened of the mental system, their fate remains uncertain, even beyond the reach of Li Yuan's elevated privileges. Such awakened individuals are exceedingly rare and shrouded in mystery, their powers seemingly entwined with a certain esoteric realm. The elemental crystals are being transported to the imperial capital. It appears that the Celestial Society remains undeterred, undoubtedly plotting grander schemes ahead. Qin Mo pondered silently, plucking a strand of hair absent-mindedly, his brow slightly furrowed. He remains unaware of the Celestial Society's ultimate objectives, yet his once tranquil existence has been irrevocably disrupted by this organization. The gentle sunlight cascaded through the glass window, enveloping Qin Mo, while the clock affixed to the wall ticked away at a brisk pace, soon approaching 5 in the afternoon. The time for work to conclude was nigh. Li Changfeng and several other awakened beings gathered in hushed conversation, while Su Yin, seated across from him, busied herself tidying the table. Meanwhile, Li Yuan appeared oblivious, indulging in a foot soak within a small office nearby. Feeling a warm current surging within him, Qin Mo gradually lifted the corners of his mouth in a slight smile. Light energy points, 17, freely allocatable. The weather in the imperial capital has been quite agreeable lately, allowing for a substantial accumulation of light energy points. After careful consideration, Qin Mo adjusted his allocation plan, augmenting both vision and strength by 2 points, while enhancing speed and defense by 4 points each. With a fleeting thought, the warmth rapidly enveloped his entire being. Defense, 40, awakened skill, elemental immunity. Elemental immunity? Qin Mo's eyes brightened. After days of diligent effort in augmenting his defense, it finally reached the 3rd threshold, unlocking a new skill. Elemental immunity, as the name suggests, renders him impervious to the effects of elemental forces such as earth, fire, water, and wind. This skill is immensely powerful and exceptionally advantageous. It is crucial to note that the primary offensive capabilities of elemental awakened beings rely on their respective elements, such as fire or wind. With elemental immunity, facing elemental awakened beings will become significantly easier for Qin Mo. The previous awakened skill for defense was Steel Body, effective against mimicry awakened beings, while the newly acquired elemental immunity perfectly compensates for my vulnerabilities. Now, the only remaining threat lies with the most enigmatic mental awakened beings. Qin Mo contemplated deeply within himself. Regrettably, mental awakened beings are exceedingly rare, and even the Security Bureau possesses scant knowledge regarding their abilities. Though Qin Mo can access higher-level privileges, relevant information remains elusive. Subsequently, he began to allocate the remaining light energy points. Having expended 12 points, he had 5 left. He allocated 2 points to intelligence, while hearing, breathing, and recovery each receive an augmentation of 1 point. A warm current swiftly enveloped his entire being, only to vanish just as quickly. Today's distribution of light energy had come to a close. Qin Mo meticulously organized his desk, preparing to officially conclude his workday. By this time, most of the members of Team 7 had already departed. As he rose to leave the office and approached the staircase, his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Changfeng and others still lingering. The group of awakened individuals, along with Wang Yin, who had just been discharged from the hospital, were waiting outside the office of Team 2. Curiosity piqued, Qin Mo cast a few glances their way, pondering their purpose as they engaged in hushed whispers during the waning minutes of the workday. At that moment, one of them noticed Qin Mo. Seeing him gazing in their direction from the staircase, the colleague's brow furrowed slightly. However, before he could utter a word, Qin Mo decisively turned and descended the stairs. Though he had physically departed, his ears remained attuned, silently absorbing their every word. After approximately 20 minutes, a young man finally emerged from Team 2. Changfeng, I apologize for the wait. Something urgent came up before the end of the day that requires my attention, Li Ji has said with a smile. No, we haven't been waiting long. We just arrived ourselves. Brother Li, your work is paramount. We're in no rush, replied Li Changfeng, who was typically stoic and aloof. It was all smiles in the presence of this individual, lowering his demeanor significantly. Indeed, we just arrived. We're not in a hurry, the others quickly echoed, having waited for over 20 minutes, but daring not to express any discontent. This dynamic clearly illustrated Li Jiha's elevated status. In truth, he was an advanced awakened, just like Li Changfeng, but he belonged to the esteemed Li family of Qingyang. Where shall we go tonight? Li Jiha inquired as they walked. Hearing this, Li Changfeng smiled and replied, that entirely depends on Brother Li's preference. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jiha proposed, then let us go to Shueiyue Pavilion, shall we? Upon hearing this, a collective apprehension gripped the hearts of those present. Oh no, we are certain to incur significant expenses tonight. Although Shueiyue Pavilion could not compare to the likes of Rose Heaven, its costs were not insignificant. However, in the grand scheme of things, material wealth was but a trifling concern compared to the bonds of friendship among the scions of noble families. Since Brother Li has made arrangements, we shall indeed go to Shueiyue Pavilion, Li Changfeng affirmed. Barely had his words settled when colleagues from Team 7 promptly retrieved the contact information for Shueiyue Pavilion to reserve a private room in advance. The group's conversation grew animated as they walked, yet the center of attention, which had previously belonged to Li Changfeng, naturally shifted to Li Jiha. In a few days, there will be a celebration banquet in Taoyuan for the recent border victory. The young elites from noble families have already begun their journey back, and this banquet is specifically organized for them, Li Jiha remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, a profound envy flickered in the depths of Li Changfeng and the others' eyes, a sentiment they shared without a word. Who would not wish to forge connections with the distinguished scions of powerful families, endowed with status and strength? Alas, this gathering belonged solely to the elite circles, a realm inaccessible to grassroots awakened individuals like them. The key to entry here lay in one surname, Brother Li. Which distinguished heirs will be returning this time? Someone inquired with curiosity. In response, Li Jia smiled and said, I have heard from the elders in our clan that the young prodigy of the Lin family, as well as the celebrated talent of the northern town's Chu family, will return with their accolades, destined for greatness. Is that the renowned Chu Tianjiao, who has advanced at the tender age of 25? Indeed, Li Jia nodded. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. To have achieved such remarkable prowess at merely 25 years of age, what astonishing talent and exceptional aptitude. Meanwhile, outside a roadside convenience store, Qin Mo emerged after purchasing a lighter, eager to test the efficacy of his newfound skills. What a name imbued with confidence, Qin Mo mused, retracting his auditory focus. There was no need to continue eavesdropping on Li Changfeng and the others' conversation. Having spent considerable time in Group 7, he was aware of their aspirations. Their fervent desire was to infiltrate the upper echelons of those ancient families, yet they had consistently failed to gain entry. Regarding such ambitions and behaviors, Qin Mo could only shake his head, dismissing them as trivial. To him, strength was the essence. Otherwise, what good would it do to gain entry if one lacked the ability to thrive? He perceived this matter with clarity, despite being colleagues with Li Changfeng and the others. He never felt aligned with their pursuits. As he ignited the lighter, a flame flickered to life, and he placed his palm above it, a slight smile curving his lips. He felt no burn, entirely immune to the heat. Elemental immunity truly is remarkable, Qin Mo reflected, then slipped his hands into his pockets, humming a tune as he strolled forward, planning to have dinner outside that evening. Before long, he entered a quaint noodle shop, and by the time he stepped out again, it was already 6:30. The neon lights lining the streets cast ethereal hues of blue and purple as darkness enveloped the sky. Qin Mo sauntered for 2 miles to aid digestion, eventually arriving at a secluded corner. With a single thought, he unleashed a terrifying speed, vanishing from his spot and racing homeward. At his current velocity, ordinary individuals would be unable to detect his presence. He was simply too swift. However, at that moment, on a street in Bayan district, 2 young men were walking together. One was a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, his exposed arms bulging with muscle, his skin a healthy bronze. His features were chiseled and striking, with a closely cropped crew cut that stood upright, exuding a sense of rugged refinement. The other, shorter by 20 centimeters and considerably leaner, bore a sardonic smile at the corner of his lips. Brother Chu, how long has it been since you returned to the capital? Lin Xiaoqi inquired. I last came back 5 years ago. Time truly flies. The burly man referred to as Brother Chu nodded and remarked, It has been a decade since my last visit. Suddenly, he turned his gaze sharply to the left, his thick brows knitting together. Such incredible speed, Chu Tianjiao murmured. What did you say, Brother Chu? Lin Xiaoqi did not catch his words. Wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly, Chu Tianjiao replied casually, his pupils transforming into a vivid deep blue. In that instant, a crackling sound of electricity enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Xiaoqi found himself alone. Chu Tianjiao vanished, leaving behind a flash of lightning in the capital. Chapter 31. The encounter is someone following me? Qin Mo furrowed his brow as he noticed Chu Tianjiao trailing behind him. Maintaining his speed, he immediately activated his holographic vision, covering an area of 800 meters. As his visual attributes increased, the holographic field expanded in strength. Chu Tianjiao moved with remarkable swiftness, and despite Qin Mo deliberately controlling his pace, the distance between them quickly narrowed to 800 meters. A glance at the thermal imaging he had created provided Qin Mo with insight. An awakened elemental user, likely of a lightning variety. No wonder he moves so swiftly. It is time to test the strength of elemental immunity. His speed had not yet reached its limit. He had not even breached the sound barrier. With a slight burst of acceleration, he could easily distance himself from Chu Tianjiao, prompting him to validate his findings. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mo decided to alter his course, heading towards a residential building under construction. 15 seconds later, he arrived at the site, halting abruptly. With a powerful leap, he ascended to the rooftop thanks to his impressive strength of 44 points. Just 2 seconds after he landed, Chu Tianjiao appeared. Electric currents danced across his body, and his eyes remained a striking blue. Gazing up at Qin Mo from the rooftop, Chu Tianjiao's brows furrowed even tighter as he asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Does it concern you?" Qin Mo replied coolly. Although he wished to test his skills, being inexplicably pursued had left him with little patience. "If it pertains to the capital, then it is indeed my concern." Such bravado. Qin Mo's tone grew increasingly frigid. At this, Chu Tianjiao raised an eyebrow and slowly opened his palm, blue light emanating from his hand. Tendrils of lightning curling around his fingertips. "It seems we cannot engage in a civil conversation," Chu Tianjiao remarked. Just as he spoke, he clenched his fist tightly, and arcs of electricity suddenly surrounded Qin Mo amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning. Chu Tianjiao unleashed his utmost speed, darting up the staircase in an instant, poised for close combat. This maneuver had proven effective time and again, earning him numerous military accolades during his skirmishes with the Qi state over the past few years. He would first incapacitate his adversary's body with a remote-controlled electric arc, then materialize beside them in a flash, delivering a devastating strike with the force of thunder. His extensive practical experience endowed him with unparalleled confidence. 15 seconds later, Chu Tianjiao reached the rooftop, his entire being aglow with electric arcs, plasma surging throughout him. His arms were raised, ready to strike at the very position where he recalled Qin Mo standing. However, as his eyes flickered rapidly, he found no trace of Qin Mo. Bewilderment washed over him. Had the electric arc failed to incapacitate his opponent? In the next heartbeat, a fist rapidly enlarged within his vision. Chu Tianjiao attempted to evade, but Qin Mo's speed far exceeded his own, leaving him no chance to escape. With a thunderous crash, a massive hole was blasted into the reinforced concrete rooftop, and Chu Tianjiao, utterly defenseless, was sent crashing down to the floor below by Qin Mo's punch. Retrieving his fist, Qin Mo glanced at it and noticed no signs of damage. The formidable electric arc had not harmed him in the slightest. This new skill, elemental immunity, appeared to be even more potent than he had anticipated. Aside from a slight tingling sensation, he felt virtually no effects, and the arcs that had surrounded him earlier were hardly more than an itch. It was worth noting that Qin Mo's defensive attributes had soared to a remarkable 40 points, making his newly awakened skill exceptionally powerful despite its recent emergence. Through the force of Chu Tianjiao, he gained newfound awareness of his own burgeoning strength. Of course, Qin Mo had tempered his punch, refraining from unleashing his full might. After all, they bore no deep-seated enmity, and it would contravene his principles to strike someone down with a single blow. Peering over the gaping hole he had created, Qin Mo looked down to see Chu Tianjiao embedded in the floor below, the electrical currents surrounding him significantly diminished, as if dazed by the impact. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Mo shook his head and then leapt down to the ground. Subsequently, he erupted into motion, hastening towards home. In no time, he returned to his abode, shedding his garments and taking a cold shower to refresh himself. He then settled onto the sofa, reflecting on the brief encounter with Chu Tianjiao. Furrowing his brow, Qin Mo murmured to himself, "It seems I must be more cautious about unleashing my maximum speed in the future." This is, after all, the imperial capital, where a considerable number of high-level awakened beings reside. He surmised that his discovery this time was likely due to someone fortuitously passing by him, thus sensing his presence. Sighing, he pondered when he might learn to fly. If only he could soar through the skies, he would be free from such troublesome predicaments. The biological field is a hallmark ability of the superhuman, one that Qin Mo yearns for as well. However, it appears that he has yet to attain such a level. Yet, as the days pass and his attributes continue to enhance, he will eventually gain the ability to fly and possess thermal vision. Although Qin Mo is eager, he remains patient. Subsequently, he dismisses the earlier minor incident and casually browses through some news articles. As he prepares to retire for the night around 10 o'clock, he receives a long-awaited text from Li Mao, inviting him to go fishing together the following day. The two have not met for several days, and, according to Li Mao, his family has encountered some troublesome matters that require his attention, keeping him quite busy. Qin Mo expresses his understanding, recognizing the immense pressure in the capital, especially for someone like Li, who manages a large family and has a daughter who often causes concern. Chu Tianjiao, on the other hand, is perplexed. He cannot fathom why his lightning element had no effect on Qin Mo, and in fact he was stunned by a single punch. By the time he extracted himself from the floor, Qin Mo had vanished without a trace. Left with no choice, Chu Tianzhao must return from whence he came. Of course, even if Qin Mo were present, he would not dare to make another move. Though he is somewhat brash and has a fiery temperament, he is not foolish. It is clear that he cannot overcome his opponent, so why would he willingly seek trouble? However, when did such a high-tier, awakened being emerge in the capital? He is certain that this individual is not from a prestigious family. Otherwise, there would be some news circulating within the clan. A wild talent, perhaps? He furrows his brow as he strolls back to Lin Xiaoqi's side. Brother Chu, why did you take so long to return? Lin Xiaoqi inquires, astonished. Chu Dian, oblivious to the unusual glint in Lin Xiaoqi's eyes, exhales a sigh and remarks, Ah, indeed, the capital conceals dragons and tigers. Brother Chu, how did you get such a large bump on your forehead? At this, Chu Tianzhao is momentarily taken aback, raising a hand to touch his forehead and confirming the presence of a sizable lump. He cannot help but grimace, his face darkening as he silently curses Qin Mo 100 times over, though he merely states, I bumped it accidentally. Accidentally bumped it? Brother Chu, how could a level awakened being like you possibly? Lin Xiaoqi clearly does not believe him, but before he can finish, Chu Tianzhao interrupts with a growl. If I say I bumped it, then I bumped it. What? Do you have a problem with that? Chapter 32. Breathing Enhancement the following afternoon at the security office. Group 7. Qin Mo glances at the time. It is now past 3 in the afternoon, and there are less than 2 hours until the end of the workday. As with most days, there is little work to be done, and he enjoys another blissful day of idleness. In good spirits, Qin Mo casually picks up a thermos nearby and takes a slow sip of warm water. Alas, young sir, what seems to be the matter? Illness ought to be addressed promptly. Procrastination is not an option. Su Yin observed him, her gaze filled with playful intrigue. I happen to know a rather formidable physician. Would you care for a prescription? Upon hearing this, Qin Mo maintained his composure, displaying no signs of embarrassment. A seasoned individual like him instantly grasped the underlying connotation of Su Yin's words. He leisurely set down his thermos and replied, Sister Su, your jest is quite amusing. Do I truly require medication? Surely you must be aware of my prowess. Listening to this, Su Yin playfully retorted, How could I possibly know? However, I would certainly be keen to test the waters, though opportunities have been scarce. How about tonight then? Qin Mo proposed with a hint of audacity. Unfortunately, dear sister, I have prior engagements this evening. In the realm of banter, Su Yin was earnest, yet when it came to reality, she would flee faster than anyone else. Speaking of which, have you heard about last night's events? Su Yin subtly shifted the topic, whispering conspiratorially. What events? Well, Su Yin leaned in closer, lowering her voice to a hushed tone. A few days ago, there was a significant victory at the border, prompting a number of aristocratic youths to return to the capital. And then? Qin Mo inquired, maintaining his facade of indifference. The descendants of the Chu family and the Lin family from the far east returned last night. And you are aware of the prodigy from the Chu family, correct? Qin Mo nodded, prompting Su Yin to continue. That very prodigy had scarcely arrived in the capital before he was assaulted. Gasp! Qin Mo inhaled sharply, suddenly intrigued and questioned, who would dare be so audacious as to strike a scion of a millennium-old lineage? Who knows? It is said that this prodigy is a high-tier, awakened one with exceptional strength. Perhaps the assailant is also of noble descent, Su Yin speculated. Qin Mo nodded slowly. Her deduction seemed quite plausible. However, Sister Su, how did you come by this information? I overheard some gossip. My connections run deep, and this matter is not a secret. It has spread widely, and many are aware of it. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo discreetly tuned in to the surrounding sounds, the cacophony enveloping him as his mind swiftly processed the influx of information. Soon enough, he discerned the conversations he sought. Indeed, within the Security Bureau, numerous individuals were engaged in hushed discussions regarding this gossip, speculating on the identity of the assailant. The fact that the Chu family's prodigy was assaulted shortly after his return to the capital constitutes significant news. However, a powerful awakened one being targeted by a mysterious figure raises questions. Qin Mo furrowed his brow, recalling the individual he had encountered on his way home last night. Surely it could not be that tall man, The very Chu prodigy? What a coincidence that would be. He murmured to himself. What are you murmuring about? Nothing. Nothing at all. Su Yin's interruption broke Qin Mo's train of thought. He shook his head and said, I intend to request a leave of absence from the team leader. Why do you need time off? Su Yin queried, puzzled. I have plans with a friend this evening. Oh my, is this a sign that you found a girlfriend? As Qin Mo rose, he responded, what girlfriend? It's merely an acquaintance I met some time ago. With a dismissive pout, Su Yin lost interest, having anticipated some juicy gossip. Noticing her disinterest, Qin Mo smiled faintly, refrained from further commentary, and approached the small office door, knocking gently. Upon entering, he heard Li Yuan's indifferent voice and made his way to the desk, articulating his purpose. Team leader, I would like to leave a bit early this afternoon. I specifically came to request a leave. Li Yuan, engrossed in her work, lifted her gaze to him and inquired. Reason? Qin Mo recounted the pretext he had shared with Su Yin, and after listening, Li Yuan made no further remarks and promptly approved his leave. After returning to his workstation to tidy up, he took his thermos and departed from the Safety Bureau building. He jogged along, soon arriving at the small lake in Lingyun District. Li Mao had been waiting there, with fishing gear already prepared for Qin Mo. The two greeted each other, and Qin Mo settled beside him, waiting for the unfortunate fish to bite while basking in the sun. How have things been at home lately? Qin Montak inquired, prompting Li Mao to sigh deeply and express his worries. It remains unresolved. The ties among family members complicate matters, making it difficult to employ unconventional methods. However, after these past few days, a wave of cleansing has taken place, and I hope for a temporary peace. Since their last separation, Li Mao had begun to reorganize the Qingyangli clan, uncovering 2 moles from other branches. Yet, unsurprisingly, both had their minds infiltrated with mental seeds, revealing nothing. Though he spoke of peace, the investigations continued. It remained unclear how many seeds the Tiandi Society had implanted within the Leaf family. The intentions of this force, its internal structure, and its hidden supporters were all mysteries to Li Mao. It felt as if a specter lurked in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment, leaving Li Mao in a state of disquiet. Despite being a formidable awakened individual, he recognized that many challenges could not be resolved through sheer strength alone. Contemplating this, he sighed once more. Don't be too anxious. Stressing yourself will only worsen your condition. Qin Mo comforted him. Shall we play a couple of rounds of chess later? Li Mao turned to him. Sure, Qin Mo replied readily. A faint smile graced Li Mao's lips as he gazed at the tranquil surface of the lake, where ripples occasionally danced, gradually clearing his tumultuous thoughts. This was precisely why he cherished spending time with Qin Mo. Their temperaments harmonized, hinting at a camaraderie that transcended age. Thus, they sat side by side, quietly awaiting the arrival of the catch. Time flowed steadily, second by second. Soon, the majority of the sun dipped behind the mountains, and a warm current surged within Qin Mo's body. Energy points, 16, freely allocatable. Observing the attributes displayed on the genetic awakening panel, he deliberated and decided to distribute the energy points evenly, assigning 2 points to each of the 8 attributes. The warm current swiftly coursed through his body, enhancing his attributes comprehensively. Breathing, 33, skill, turtle breath, ice breath enhancement. After persistent efforts to augment his abilities, his breathing had finally been fortified. The receding warmth re-emerged, rapidly enveloping his chest. Qin Mo smiled faintly and quietly held his breath. He intended to test the enhanced turtle breath to see how long he could hold his breath in a single attempt. Chapter 33. Grand Health. An hour swiftly passed. Qin Mo remained breathless, and he even caught 2 fish. Naturally, Li Mao, sitting next to him, noticed his unusual state. At such a close range, as a high-level practitioner, it was impossible for him to remain oblivious. Of course, when Qin Mo allocated his energy points to enhance himself, Li Mao was entirely unaware. He only knew that Qin Mo had not breathed for a considerable time. Reflecting on the last time he had inadvertently witnessed Qin Mo's prowess, Li Mao could not help but ponder. Although their ancient, millennia-old families were powerful, their strength was actually scattered throughout the vast Qin territory. Moreover, a significant portion of their power was concentrated at the borders to address the conflicts with the Qin nation, resulting in a scarcity of capable individuals in the imperial capital. Li Mao had always struggled to find competent people. This young man, Qin Mo, was a high-level awakener at such a young age, possessing exceptional talent and strength, as well as a commendable temperament. Li Mao considered this and then casually inquired, "How is your current job, Xiao Qin?" "It's fine," Qin Mo responded, unaware of any ulterior motives. "What is your monthly salary?" "About 6 or 7,000, Qin Mo replied honestly. 6 or 7,000. Li Mao furrowed his brow. It was astonishing that a powerful high-level awakener earned such a meager salary. Although he had no clear concept of money, he understood that this was utterly unreasonable. Such compensation was unworthy of Qin Mo's status. "That's too little," Li Mao said slowly. "With your capabilities, you should have a higher position and better remuneration. Would you consider working for my family?" Upon hearing this, without waiting for further elaboration, Qin Mo shook his head in refusal. "Ha ha, no thanks, my brother." He casually tossed aside his fishing rod, resting his hands behind his head as he reclined in his chair, smiling cheerfully. "Though the salary is modest, this job is quite stable, and I'm rather content with my current life. But that's a waste of talent. With your gifts, there is no such thing as wasting talent. Living a simple life is quite wonderful. I assent to it. Besides, I don't possess any extraordinary talents anyway." Qin Mo replied lightly. This time, Li Mao chose not to pursue the conversation further. He suddenly recalled the first time he shared drinks with Qin Mo at a roadside barbecue stall, where he had already articulated his philosophy of life. To live is to find joy. Contentment brings happiness, Qin Mo had remarked at that time. Li Mo fell silent for a moment, his recently kindled thoughts gradually receding. He bore no ill will towards Qin Mo's refusal. Instead, a hint of a smile graced his features. This young man, Qin Mo, seemed quite satisfied with his current life, and there was no need to drag him into the murky waters of the aristocracy. At this moment, Li Mo's mind was clear, and he chose not to further entice Qin Mo. Meanwhile, Qin Mo was oblivious to the implications of his refusal. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, "By the way, does your family have any attractive young ladies? Do introduce me to one." "What? Are you trying to set your sights on my family's offspring?" Li Mo shot him a sidelong glance, a thought crossing his mind, and said, "My daughter is quite beautiful. One could even call her a rare beauty." Cough, cough. Qin Mo quickly interjected, never mind. Your daughter and I wouldn't quite match in temperament. What is unsuitable about it? Is it just a little bit of willfulness?" Li Mo retorted, his eyes widening. Well, I see the time is getting late. We should play a few rounds of chess." Qin Mo deftly shifted the topic. Li Mo refrained from pressing the matter further, merely casting him a few more glances before declaring, "Today, I shall ensure your defeat." All right. Subsequently, the two tidied up their fishing gear, bringing along a few catches, and entered a chess hall, where Li Mo exuded an air of fierce competitiveness. After an hour and a half, he emerged triumphantly, having played 3 games and won 2. A modest victory indeed. Your chess skills are truly formidable. My respect is due," Qin Mo remarked, his tone lighthearted. Hearing this, Li Mo's spirits lifted further, and he replied nonchalantly, "Young man, you still have much to learn. You are but a novice." "Sure thing, brother. Shall we go eat?" Though Qin Mo had lost the game, he seemed utterly unperturbed because he had deliberately allowed Li Mo to win. With his impressive intelligence score of 34, it was inconceivable for him to lose to Li Mo. He considered that Li Mo had enough on his plate with family matters, and it wouldn't be fair to further humiliate him. A little leniency was warranted. Soon, the two found themselves at the familiar roadside barbecue stall, ordering a feast of skewers. As Qin Mo chatted and enjoyed his meal, he pondered inwardly, "This time my tortoise breathing lasted a full 3 hours. 3 times longer than before. At this rate, with continuous practice, I might be able to hold my breath for an entire day, or even longer." The skill of tortoise breathing is far from trivial. Once Qin Mo is able to fly and escape the planet's gravity into space, the true utility of this skill will be revealed. Not to mention, it will enhance the effect of exhaling ice. Uncertain of the extent to which the ability to freeze breath had intensified, Qin Mo pondered whether it could ensnare a person entirely in ice. As the night deepened, the atmosphere around the dining table became increasingly lively, filled with laughter and cheer. Glancing at his phone, Qin Mo noted the time and filled Li Mao's glass with wine, inquiring, "Brother, the hour grows late. Do you intend to return home, or shall we prepare for another round?" Another round? Li Mao responded with surprise, as he was accustomed to Qin Mo's disciplined lifestyle, which typically dictated a prompt return home. "Isn't it true that you've been feeling rather troubled lately? Since we are out, We should ensure you unwind properly, Qin Mo replied. What does the next round entail? Pray enlighten me. With that, Qin Mo settled beside him, casually draping an arm over his shoulder and leaning in with a conspiratorial air. Observing his demeanor, Li Mao's expression turned skeptical, yet a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. In a lowered voice, Qin Mo revealed, at this hour, the next round is undoubtedly a grand relaxation. What does that entail? Li Mao asked, bemused. Surprised that Li Mao was unfamiliar with the term, Qin Mo leaned closer and elaborated in hushed tones. Upon hearing the explanation, Li Mao's face froze in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Qin Mo would suggest taking him for a massage. After all, he was the current head of the prestigious Qin Li family, a noble of the Qin state, the director of the Security Bureau, and a level 1 awakened individual. What audacity did anyone possess to suggest such an activity to him? Yet, truth be told, he had never indulged in such a relaxation. Thus, on the streets of the imperial capital late at night, two unencumbered and solitary men emerged. Chapter 34. This is a secret you must keep. As night fell, a luxurious sports car abruptly came to a halt at the entrance of the Qin Li estate. The engine silencing. The butler opened the door, and Li Yuan gracefully stepped out, her long legs striding confidently. Miss, welcome home. Yes, it's been a while, Uncle Li. Li Yuan replied with a nod. Madam has often mentioned you. She was quite delighted to learn of your return, the butler said with a warm smile, which softened the icy demeanor of Li Yuan. She had expressed her desire to visit the family, and the time felt right. Before long, Li Yuan found herself in the living room, where she was greeted by the Duchess, who took her hand and invited her to sit on the sofa, inquiring with genuine concern about her recent experiences away from home. Li Yuan answered each question, aware that her mother had been thinking of her. You ought to return home more frequently. The Li family is your true home. Your roots lie here. I shall make it a point to visit you often, mother. Li Yuan assured her. Seeing this, the Duchess nodded with satisfaction, saying, Take care while you are away. Your father has mentioned that the imperial capital has been rife with unrest and unsettling elements of late. In this imperial capital, one cannot fathom how many pairs of eyes are watching the Li family. You must not suffer as you did last time. Mother, some matters are simply unavoidable. Li Yuan shook her head, choosing not to pursue the topic further, but instead inquired with curiosity, Where's father? Is he not in the clan? I am uncertain of his whereabouts. Your father has been quite overwhelmed with family affairs lately, his mood rather troubled. Fortunately, he has recently befriended a young companion, and they often play chess and share meals together, which has considerably improved his spirits. A young companion? Li Yuan grew increasingly intrigued. Although she was dissatisfied with many of Li Mao's arrangements, she could not deny that he was a formidable individual, both in strength and chess skills. It is no small feat to compete against him. Madam, miss, please enjoy some tea. A refined voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning her head, Li Yuan saw Li Mao's secretary from the Security Bureau placing a pot of hot tea on the coffee table. Upon seeing him, Li Yuan could not help but ask, Secretary Li, where's father gone? Miss, I'm also unaware of the head of the household's whereabouts, replied the secretary with a smile, his response as impenetrable as ever. At this, the lady lifted a cup of freshly served hot tea, gently blowing on it before taking a slow sip. With a cheerful expression, she inquired, Even you, as a secretary, do not know? Have you ever met this young companion he speaks of? Regrettably, I have not encountered him. The secretary shook his head. Oh, young Li, are you perhaps shielding him? Upon hearing this, the secretary quickly clarified, Absolutely not. The head of the household is not that kind of person. His heart belongs solely to you, madam. Mother, father is indeed not like that, Li Yuan chimed in. I was merely jesting. Look at how tense you both are. The lady smiled, taking another sip of tea. Exert some effort in your games. Li Mao lay on his bed, eyes closed, leisurely enjoying a professional massage. How does it feel, brother? Are you feeling more relaxed? Qin Mo, lying beside him, asked with a grin, without even lifting his eyelids. Li Mao simply nodded slightly and replied, Quite nice indeed. I must say, brother, you carry too heavy a burden. It is high time you indulged in some self-care and truly relaxed. Qin Mo also closed his eyes, adding, once the girls finish their massages, we shall soak for a while. I guarantee you will revel in bliss tonight. Revel in bliss? This impudent lad dares to speak so. Li Mao silently cursed him, but found a smile creeping onto his lips. Truth be told, it had been a long time since he had felt this relaxed. In his younger years, he had stolen moments to play, but ever since he assumed the role of head of the family and became a high-level awakener, such freedom had eluded him. With the enjoyment of an exalted status comes the acceptance of the invisible shackles that accompany it. It is akin to the emperor of the great Qin dynasty, who, confined within the palace, is deprived of witnessing the splendor of the world throughout the year. Soon, my sister withdrew. Qin Mo and Li Mao took a brief respite before both ventured into the steaming pool. The joy of soaking in a bath is known only to those who indulge in it. As he stepped into the water, the warm steam permeated every pore of Qin Mo's body. Leaning against the edge of the pool, he exhaled a contented sigh, yet in the next moment, his ears perked up at the sound of a familiar voice. "Brother Chu, how was that girl just now?" inquired Lin Xiaoqi with a sly grin. "Not bad. Zipli chu dian dian nun jialen." As soon as the words left his lips, the two lifted the curtain, shed their bathrobes, and entered the pool. However, when Chu Tianjiao discerned who was across the water, he felt an urge to transform into lightning and hastily retreat to the borders. As the prodigy of the Chu clan in the north, how could he not recognize the head of the Qingyongli clan? He instantly recognized Li Mao. As a junior encountering a senior, it was customary to greet him, yet Chu Tianjiao was overwhelmed with bitterness, his body tense. Encountering Li Mao was not the issue. The problem lay in seeing him in such a place. The esteemed head of the Qingyongli clan, a noble of the great Qin, discreetly indulging in such leisure. Should this information leak, Chu Tianjiao dared not contemplate further. He forced a grim smile, his gaze flitting about as he attempted to feign ignorance. Yet, in this moment of distraction, he abruptly caught sight of Qin Mo, and his heart sank. Why is he here? He pondered, glancing between Li Mao and Qin Mo, a revelation dawning upon him. No wonder. Qin Mo's prowess was well known, undeniably formidable. Chu Tianjiao had previously wondered how such a young force could exist in the imperial city, but if he were associated with the Qingyongli clan, everything fell into place. It was entirely reasonable for an ancient family to nurture exceptionally gifted descendants. Little did he expect that the Li family, aside from their eccentrically lunatic, would also harbor such a remarkable individual, Chu Tianjiao mused. Li Mao was oblivious to the musings of Chu Tianjiao. Presently, he felt utterly bewildered. Who could have anticipated encountering the scions of the northern Chu and the eastern Lin clans in such a locale? Li Mao's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly narrowed his eyes, subtly signaling Chu Tianjiao with a glance. Upon noticing this, Chu Tianjiao instantly understood, refraining from uttering a single word. He lowered his gaze, pretending as if he had seen nothing. Seeing him in this state, Qin Mo's anxious heart finally settled. This evening had turned out to be quite unexpected. Who would have thought that fate would bring them together in such a narrow path? However, considering that he had struck this individual just yesterday, he wondered if there would be repercussions that night. A level awakened being, presumably the prodigy of the Chu family, if a confrontation were to ensue. What would happen to my elder brother? However, it appears that the earlier punch has subdued him. Qin Mo could not help but exhale in relief, his gaze wandering elsewhere as he feigned complete ignorance of Chu Tianjiao. At that moment, the three individuals in the pool harbored their own ulterior motives, all pretending to be oblivious, except for Lin Xiaoqi. He was utterly unaware of the convoluted circumstances and was the sole genuine fool among them. Upon seeing Li Mao, Lin Xiaoqi was taken aback, finally regaining his composure. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Chu! Brother Chu!" Before Lin Xiaoqi could finish his sentence, Chu Tianjiao fiercely pinched him and turned to him with a serious demeanor, stating, "The water in this pool is too cold. It's uncomfortable. Let us find another." Having said that, he unceremoniously dragged Lin Xiaoqi away from the strangely tense atmosphere of the pool and headed outside. Once they left, both Qin Mo and Li Mao sighed in unison, relieved. However, after this incident, neither had the inclination to continue their previous indulgences. Consequently, it wasn't long before Li Mao excused himself, claiming he suddenly remembered a matter at home that required his attention. Qin Mo, not giving it much thought, readily agreed. Subsequently, the two dressed and exited together, parting ways. Observing Qin Mo's receding figure, a peculiar smile gradually emerged on Li Mao's face. He turned and walked in a different direction, and just as he passed an intersection, Chu Tianjiao emerged from a nearby alley, respectfully addressing him. "I am Chu Tianjiao, a descendant of the Chu family of Zhenbei." It is an honor to meet you, Duke Li. Ah, Tianjiao, I have witnessed your contributions at the border. At such a young age, your accomplishments are remarkable, and your future is boundless, Li Mao remarked as he approached, clapping a hand on his shoulder, smiling amiably. You have spent a decade honing your skills at the border. You must have learned what is appropriate and what is not. However, I wonder how well you grasp what should be said and what should remain unsaid. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were facing a mighty dragon, its faint aura of power pervading the surroundings. He dare not move, his lips dry and stiff, and he nodded in response. Rest assured, Duke, I have seen nothing and know nothing of what transpired tonight. Excellent, Li Mao replied with satisfaction, releasing his grip on Chu Tianjiao's shoulder before turning to leave. It was only after Li Mao had completely vanished from sight that Chu Tianjiao slowly straightened his back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The pressure from a level awakened being was indeed overwhelming. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoqi had hurried over from the alley, peering curiously down the street. Brother Chu, isn't that Duke Li? How could he? Mind your words. Chu Tianjiao abruptly interrupted, furrowing his thick brows and earnestly warning. This matter must not be spoken of. Seeing his seriousness, Lin Xiaoqi quickly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, my friend, my lips are sealed tighter than the borders of the Great Qin. Chapter 35, Supernatural Power. It was past 11 o'clock in the evening when Qin Mo returned home. At this hour, he would typically be nestled in bed, drifting into the realm of dreams. However, due to the circumstances surrounding Li Mao, Qin Mo's usual routine was unexpectedly disrupted. Yet this mattered little, for Li Mao was a cherished friend. With few companions in his life, Qin Mo placed great value on this friendship. Despite the late return, he felt compelled to tidy his room and freshen up. By the time he completed these tasks, the clock had struck 11:30, yet he did not hurry to bed. Given his current physical condition, a night without sleep would bear little consequence. His intelligence had soared to 34 points, and his recovery had reached 33 points, endowing him with vibrant energy and remarkable endurance. At that moment, Qin Mo stood in the bathroom, bare before the mirror, admiring the reflection of his face with newfound appreciation. Indeed, he had become notably more handsome. He murmured softly to himself. He then turned on the faucet, watching the water flow steadily, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. The temperature in the bathroom dropped significantly, and frost began to form visibly on the flowing water. In mere seconds, the frost solidified completely, coating the faucet with a thick layer of ice. Qin Mo extended his hand and gently pried off a shard, producing a satisfying crack. Activating his X-ray vision, he gazed into the core of the ice, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. This time, the water, both inside and outside, had been entirely frozen. Turning his gaze to the faucet's interior, he observed that the water outlet had also transformed into a solid block of ice, a stark contrast to his previous experience. The enhanced ability to freeze breath was now on an entirely different level. Holding the ice shard, he applied gradual pressure, testing its hardness until after 3 seconds, it shattered with a crisp sound. This formidable strength could easily serve as a weapon, Qin Mo mused, as he picked up a towel from the rack to dry his hands. This brief experiment had provided him with a clearer understanding of the enhanced strength of his abilities. The day when he could freeze a person solid with a mere breath seemed within reach, requiring only diligence in accumulating light energy points. Once he had completed these tasks, Qin Mo finally prepared for slumber. Lying on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, he couldn't help but reflect on the events of the evening. A deep sense of confusion welling within him. Was that person truly Chu Tianjiao? Regrettably, no one could provide him with clarity. Though Qin Mo had awakened to his powers, he remained distant from the ancient families that had stood for millennia in the Great Qin. The only member of such a lineage he had closely encountered was Li Yuan. With differing circles, it was challenging for their lives to intersect. Even if one forcefully integrates into a circle, it ultimately results in nothing but failure. Take Li Changfeng and his companions, for instance. Despite their desperate attempts to befriend the scions of prominent families, they have achieved naught to this day. They have squandered wealth and feigned smiles. How exasperating. To expect him to follow suit is a futile hope for this lifetime. With such thoughts, Qin Mo soon drifted into slumber. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke, Qin Mo awoke at precisely 6 o'clock, his biological clock unwaveringly precise. After preparing a simple breakfast at home, He glanced at the weather forecast. Today promised bright sunshine with temperatures soaring to 34 degrees, but tomorrow would bring clouds, and by evening, thunderstorms were anticipated. Qin Mo paid little heed to the whims of the weather. After all, summer invariably brings rain. What could one do about it? After washing up, he departed his home, jogging towards the security bureau. Upon entering the 7th group, the clock on the wall indicated it was precisely 9 o'clock. Qin Mo settled at his workstation, cradling a thermos, and positioned himself to ensure ample light. Subsequently, he methodically wiped down his desk, computer screen, and mouse with a tissue. He even took the time to clean the window beside him, allowing for a bright view. As time slipped away, an hour passed unnoticed. As a competent slacker, these tasks were mere routine, were it not for his desire to bask in sunlight for additional illumination points. Qin Mo would have indulged in a leisurely half-hour break in the restroom. Nonetheless, time sped by, and before he could peruse the news for long, it was already time for lunch. Accompanied by Su-in, he headed to the security bureau's cafeteria. After their meal, Su-in invited him to play a few rounds of billiards. Given his current vision, intellect, and strength, it was nearly impossible for him to lose to Su-in. Thus, Qin Mo proceeded to dominate her for over an hour, leaving Su-in casting him glances filled with reproach. The entire afternoon passed with her scarcely uttering a word to him, clearly in a state of discontent. Bored and restless, Qin Mo stretched out in the sun, his gaze drifting toward a small office. The walls silently transformed into a haze, revealing the interior scene. Li Yuan was not seated at her desk. Instead, she stood by the window, flaunting her long legs while casually smoking a cigarette. Qin Mo paused in surprise, not expecting Li Yuan to possess such a peculiar habit. However, he quickly regained his composure, unaffected by the sight. He was aware of her little secret. She had been embroiled in conflict with the Qingyangli family, likely leading to her frequent vexation. Yet, such is the nature of families. Though they may flourish and provide shelter from the storms of life, they're also intricately tangled, rarely allowing for freedom. Indeed, whether it be a venerable clan like the Qingyangli family or the modest household of brotherly Mao, a multitude of troubles abound. It is far more comforting to be alone. Having a home is sufficient. Why yearn for more? Qin Mo shook his head, lost in thought. The cigarette burned rapidly, consumed in no time. Li Yuan crushed the cigarette, and the worry that had clouded her brow dissipated swiftly. She resumed her usual demeanor, one that kept others at bay, and returned to her desk. Qin Mo averted his gaze, refraining from further scrutiny. Thus, the hours passed until 5 in the afternoon, when a warm current surged within him. His light energy points had accumulated once more. Qin Mo fixed his gaze on the holographic interface of his superhuman genetic awakening panel. Vision, 44. Hearing, 33. Intelligence, 34. Breathing, 33. Strength, 46. Speed, 43. Recovery, 33. Defense, 42. Skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intentional punch, flow of thought, turtle breathing, rapid healing, over-the-mountain strike, supersonic, iron body phase, crystal clarity, sonic, quick focus, breath of ice, microscopic vision, elemental immunity. Light energy points, 16, freely allocable. As he surveyed the attributes displayed on the panel, Qin Mo furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Vision, strength, speed, and defense were his highest values, reflecting his daily allocation of light energy points. Yet apart from strength, the other 3 had already reached their 3rd threshold. Was it truly so challenging to enhance strength to that level? Qin Mo had pondered this matter for several days, believing that with daily allocation of points, he might soon reach his goal. However, it was now apparent that a more vigorous approach was necessary. Consequently, Qin Mo decisively resolved to adjust his allocation scheme today, dedicating all 6 points to strength. As for vision, speed, and defense, he continued his steadfast approach, adding 2 points to each. The remaining 4 points were distributed evenly among the other attributes, ensuring a balanced enhancement. The warm current swiftly permeated every corner of his being, and finally, a new piece of information appeared before him. Strength, 52, Awaken skill, super strength. Chapter 36, mission assignment at last. Strength had reached the 3rd threshold. Qin Mo was curious about the new skill unlocked after expending such a significant amount of light energy points. The name of the skill was undeniably straightforward. and its effect was equally formidable. Super strength, multiplicative enhancement. It bore resemblance to flow of thought, allowing a temporary transcendence of the existing limits to unleash a terrifying surge of power. Once the threshold was crossed, the increase was exponential. As he continued to invest light energy points into strength, this multiplication would amplify accordingly. Presently, Qin Mo could achieve a double increase. In the future, he might attain double, triple, or even tenfold enhancements. Naturally, super strength came with its drawbacks. Post-usage, the body would experience extreme fatigue. Fortunately, with his recovery now an impressive 34 points, any fatigue would dissipate swiftly, granting him greater endurance. This time, the warm current lasts significantly longer than before, seemingly facilitating a comprehensive enhancement of his physique. As Qin Mo makes his way home, he silently observes his height surging. He has surpassed his previous stature of 186 centimeters, now reaching an impressive 190 centimeters, towering a full head above where he began. Such a remarkable rate of growth is indeed astonishing. Concurrently, his body's contours, muscle proportions, and bone density are undergoing transformations. For only a robust physique can adequately support the optimal manifestation of strength. Presently, Qin Mo has even developed abdominal muscles, his loose attire concealing a physique that captivates countless women. He is quite pleased with this development. After all, who wouldn't wish to appear more handsome? Approximately 8 minutes later, the warm flow within him dissipates. Qin Mo clenches his fist lightly, exhales deeply, and a radiant smile graces his face. As he walks, he feels an abundance of vitality coursing through him. This engenders a profound sense of confidence. Qin Mo believes he could easily engage with 10 women in a night, enduring 3 consecutive days without issue. However, having just indulged in a thorough pampering session yesterday, he decides to exercise moderation today. Concealing his youthful impulses, Qin Mo jogs homeward, inadvertently veering into a noodle shop where he devours 5 substantial bowls of ramen. After satisfying his hunger, rather than heading directly home, he diverts to a nearby construction site. The sky has darkened considerably, and the site is mostly deserted, save for a few night watchmen. Reaching a corner, Qin Mo leaps effortlessly over the wire fence, eager to test his strength along the way. Casting a casual glance around, he suddenly accelerates, appearing beside a tower crane in an instant. He extends his right hand, grasping the crane and slowly lifting it off the ground. Before long, the crane is half a meter elevated, yet he feels no sense of weight at all. This frustrates Qin Mo immensely. Alas, his strength must now exceed 100 tons, with his explosive power likely surpassing 200 tons. It proves challenging to find an object that can adequately test the limits of his strength. Shaking his head in discontent, he nonchalantly returns the crane to its original position before swiftly exiting the site. A few moments later, Qin Mo retrieves his keys and unlocks the door to his home. The ensuing routine consists of tidying his room, freshening up, browsing information on his phone, and then retiring to bed. The following day, at 7 in the morning, Qin Mo departs early, seated at a roadside eatery enjoying spicy soup and buns. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone interrupts his meal. He pulls it from his pocket and discovers a call from Sue. After answering, he greets her. "Hello, Sister Sue. What brings you to call so early?" "Of course. I've already gotten up, and I've been out for half an hour. I'm almost at the office," Qin Mo replied, swallowing the last bite of his bun. "What? You woke up this early?" Sue exclaimed, her tone laced with surprise. She continued, "You shouldn't go to the office just yet. The team leader has just issued a notice. We have a mission today. Gather at 9 o'clock. I'll send you the specific location shortly." "A mission?" Qin Mo furrowed his brow, his curiosity piqued. "What kind of mission is it? Why do we need to be involved? I'm just as puzzled as you are. I don't know the specifics yet. We'll discuss it when we meet. I haven't even gotten out of bed yet and need to take a shower, so I'll hang up now." With a yawn, Sue decisively ended the call. A minute later, she sent a text containing the assembly point for Team 7. Qin Mo glanced at it and murmured to himself, "It looks like we're heading out of the capital." He stuffed the last bun into his mouth, settled the bill, and set off toward the meeting place. Since they weren't gathering until 9, he had ample time and chose to jog, relishing the energy of the morning sun. When he arrived at the location, it was just 10 minutes to 9, and the other members of Team 7 were already waiting, having arrived in 2 6-seater black cars. However, 3 vehicles were parked at the roadside. "Here," Sue called, leaning against one of the cars and waving him over. He approached and greeted her. Li Yuan, standing nearby, glanced at him before saying, "Now that everyone is here, let me outline the details of our mission." Everyone nodded in unison, their attention focused on her. This mission is quite straightforward. We are to go to Linjin, 500 miles away, and engage in a brief liaison with military personnel. We should be back by tonight, she stated vaguely, providing no details about the military individuals or the nature of the liaison. It simply sufficed that they were to head to Linjin. A flicker of doubt stirred within Qin Mo, but he refrained from probing further at that moment. Li Yuan then proceeded to assign tasks to Team 7. The awakened members, including Li Changfeng, were assigned the task of merely sitting. Yes, quite literally. They were to remain in the car, resting and conserving their energy, with no further responsibilities. As for Qin Mo and Su Yin, the 4 ordinary members were divided into 2 groups to take turns driving. It seemed their presence was purely for the sake of having someone to drive, given the distance involved. Su Yin appeared somewhat speechless, clearly displeased with the arrangement. Naturally, she was paired with Qin Mo in one vehicle, accompanied by Li Yuan, Li Changfeng, and Wang Yin, while the others occupied the second car. Soon, the navigation system activated. The engine roared to life, and the trio of unmarked black cars glided away from the capital. Su Yin was at the wheel, with Qin Mo in the passenger seat, positioned at the rear of the convoy, just behind the oddly enigmatic black vehicle ahead. No one had exited the vehicle, and the windows were obscured by privacy film, leaving the identities of its occupants shrouded in mystery. Perhaps Li Yuan held the key to this enigma, yet he had chosen not to divulge any information. Thus, it fell upon him to investigate further. Leaning against his seat, Qin Mo stealthily activated his X-ray vision and heightened his auditory senses, gazing intently ahead. The elaborate disguises before him crumbled, revealing the true forms of the 6 figures within the car. Among them, 5 were unfamiliar to him, yet one was unmistakably recognized. The individual seated in the center was none other than Director Li Mo of the Security Division. The involvement of the director in this mission suggested a complexity beyond what the team leader had implied. Qin Mo pondered silently. Apologies for the delay. I will provide another chapter shortly. Li Mo was a high-tier awakener. It was evident that his direct involvement was unnecessary for a routine task. This deduction was easily made, especially considering that multiple high-tier awakeners had been dispatched by the Security Bureau for this operation. Qin Mo had activated his holographic vision, placing the entire convoy under his surveillance, with thermal images of all individuals clearly visible. The members of Team 7 were easily accounted for, while the vehicle containing Li Mo housed 2 high-tier and 3 mid-tier awakeners. A formidable assembly indeed. He sought to uncover the true nature of the mission, but Li Mo and his companions remained silent throughout the journey, cloaked in an air of secrecy. With no other recourse, Qin Mo resolved to remain vigilant, wary of any unforeseen developments. With so many moles within the Security Bureau, one could only speculate whether the Tiandi Society would seize this opportunity to strike en route. Yet, as they reached Lin Town shortly after 1 o'clock, no incidents had transpired. The journey had been remarkably smooth, perhaps indicating that Qin Mo's suspicions were unfounded. The group was to remain in Lin Town for half an hour, taking advantage of this brief respite to enjoy lunch. As for Li Mo and his associates, they would not disembark. They had diverged from Team 7 upon entering Lin Town. At this moment, while Qin Mo slurped noodles from his bowl, he utilized his acute hearing to clandestinely monitor the movements of Li Mo and the others. He observed as the vehicle gradually made its way to the opposite side of the small town, slowing down as someone rolled down the window. Simultaneously, a military jeep approached them. The 2 vehicles did not come to a halt, seemingly indifferent to one another as they passed by. However, in that fleeting moment of intersection, a black box was handed from a jeep into Li Mo's grasp. Subsequently, the window of the unlicensed vehicle slowly rolled up, as if nothing had transpired. Qin Mo slightly squinted, his gaze flickering. Although he could not see, everything that emitted sound was reflected back to him through radar. Following a series of analyses and processing by his brain, images began to form in his mind, akin to witnessing the scene firsthand. It appeared that the department head was the true liaison with the military, while the 7th group was merely a decoy, intentionally drawn out to divert attention. Qin Mo pondered internally, intrigued by the contents of the box that warranted such gravity. However, he would soon have the opportunity to observe it personally. Half an hour swiftly passed, and after Li Changfeng and the others finished their meal, Li Yuan approached, carrying a black box, and boarded the vehicle. This box was identical to the one in Li Mo's possession, indistinguishable in size or weight, making it nearly impossible to differentiate without opening it. Let's depart. After entering the vehicle, Li Yuan did not open the box to inspect it, merely placing it beside him. In response, Qin Mo nodded slightly, turned the key in the ignition, and started the engine. The tires quickly gripped the ground as he maneuvered the steering wheel and activated his X-ray vision once more. The exterior of the car, the seats, and the black box were all penetrated by Qin Mo's gaze, revealing a startling blue light that suddenly entered his line of sight. What is this? Qin Mo furrowed his brow as he discerned an ice pick within the box. The ice pick was arm-length and wrist-thick, entirely white, with an uneven surface adorned by swirling blue patterns, which are not engravings, but rather a natural formation. It resembled not merely an ice pick, but rather a work of art. However, with the naked eye, Qin Mo detected no abnormalities. He did not recognize what this ice pick truly was. Nevertheless, the involvement of several high-ranking awakened individuals from the Security Bureau suggested that it was anything but ordinary. What could it possibly be? Qin Mo was filled with curiosity. Yet at that moment, no one could provide answers. Thus, the group retraced their route back to the capital. Around 3:30, Su Yin relieved him, and Qin Mo remained seated in the passenger seat. The warm afternoon sunlight streamed through the windshield, continuously supplying him with energy points. This continued until 5 o'clock, when several dark clouds obscured the sun, gradually dimming the light and stirring the wind outside. It was then that Qin Mo suddenly recalled the weather forecast he had seen yesterday, which indicated the possibility of thunderstorms in the evening. It seemed that the forecast into Qin remained as accurate as ever. As the clouds thickened and the sun vanished completely, a warm current surged within Qin Mo. Energy points, 12, freely allocatable. Today, as energy points had decreased by 4 compared to yesterday, undoubtedly influenced by the weather. As before, vision, strength, speed, and defense each increased by 2 points, while the remaining 4 points were evenly distributed between intelligence and breathing. A warm current surged rapidly throughout his body. Intelligence, 37, with skills flowing like a spring, a clear enhancement. The receding warmth once again flooded into his mind, and Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes, acutely sensing the changes in his body. The enhancement of intelligence was within his expectations, and these 2 skills were quite comprehensive. The enhancement was not limited to a singular aspect. In brief, Qin Mo's capabilities in analysis, learning, memory, reasoning, and so forth had experienced a significant boost. Particularly, his analytical processing, which directly influenced the coverage area of his holographic vision. As he was about to return to the imperial capital, Qin Mo refrained from experimentation at this moment, choosing to remain patient. He gazed out through the car window, observing the trees swaying as the wind grew stronger outside. With endless dark clouds shrouding the sky, thunder rumbling, and lightning occasionally flashing, Su Yin had already turned on the headlights, her spirits lifted. Suddenly, the summer rain began to fall with an unexpected ferocity. Large raindrops pounded against the glass, and in an instant, it transformed into a torrential downpour. The rain obscured much of their view, affecting the speed of the vehicles. Abruptly, Su Yin slammed on the brakes, executing a sudden stop. The passengers inside the car were propelled forward by inertia, only to be thrust back against their seats. What happened? Li Yuan furrowed her brow and inquired lightly. Team leader. I don't know either. The car ahead suddenly stopped, Su Yin responded. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan leaned forward to take a look, and indeed, as Su Yin had said, this deepened her frown. Qin Mo, Li Changfeng, you 2 go down and check, she calmly instructed. Understood, Li Changfeng Rapulia. Then opened the car door and stepped out into the pouring rain. Qin Mo, though reluctant to be drenched, had no choice but to exit the vehicle. In truth, he already knew what had transpired ahead. The front car had suffered a sudden tire blowout, which appeared to be an accident. The 2 approached the front vehicle, and after Li Changfeng inspected it, he returned to report to Li Yuan. Meanwhile, the others were braving the rain to change the tire. They had brought a spare and could resolve the issue and resume their journey within 5 minutes. Damn this torrential rain, one colleague muttered under his breath. Indeed, just when we were almost home, this happens. It's as if the heavens are against us, another chimed in. Listening to their complaints, Qin Mo narrowed his eyes and quietly activated his holographic vision, instantly enveloping an area of 600 meters around him. This was the change brought about by the enhancement of intelligence. The range of his holographic vision had doubled. He became aware of every movement within 600 meters, yet he discovered no other awakened individuals or any anomalies. In truth, Qin Mo found no signs of human interference in this tire blowout. Everything appeared to be mere coincidence. Yet precisely this aspect aroused a suspicion. When unusual occurrences transpire, there is often something amiss. How could it be so fortuitous? As time slipped by, the 5 minutes soon elapsed, and the new tire was swiftly replaced. The crowd clapped their hands, eager to return to the vehicle. Even at this juncture, no unforeseen events had transpired. Could it be that I am overthinking? Qin Mo pondered with uncertainty. However, at the very moment the car door swung open, when everyone was at their most relaxed, a resounding boom echoed from a kilometer away, suddenly reaching Qin Mo's ears. Thunder rumbled, rain poured, and beside the highway, a projectile rushed forth like a bride eager for her wedding, hurtling towards her beloved with reckless abandon, intruding upon Qin Mo's entire holographic view. The projectile's impact point was none other than the black car occupied by Li Mo. 600 meters is but a fleeting second for a projectile. The window of the black car had mysteriously rolled down, and an arm extended outwards, rapidly swelling in girth, bursting the sleeve as 5 fingers spread wide like a tiger's claw. In the next instant, the projectile collided violently with the claw. Boom! The projectile detonated. A choking cloud of smoke erupted instantaneously, enveloping all 3 vehicles of the security detail. At that moment, everyone on the rain-soaked night lost all sense of sight and direction, rendered completely blind. This was, astonishingly, a smoke bomb. Chapter 38. The Reaper walking in the rainy night with a clatter, the car doors swung open, and all members of Team 7 disembarked simultaneously, while several individuals emerged from the black car as well. In the dark, rain-soaked night, fog enveloped everything, making visibility impossible. Li Yuan and the others could only hastily gather around the vehicle, bracing for an attack that could come from any direction. Simultaneously, as the security detail began to react, countless figures suddenly materialized within Qin Mo's holographic view. They dispersed, swiftly encircling from both sides of the road, analyzing the thermal imaging distribution. Qin Mo quickly assessed the strength of this faction. 2 individuals were of the 2nd tier, 4 of the 4th tier, and the remaining were below that level, totaling 30 individuals. Qin Mo furrowed his brow, his heart filled with shock. The apparent strength displayed by the assailants included 6 high-tier awakeners, an exceedingly formidable lineup. It is essential to note that a 4th-tier awakener possesses the prowess to contend with an army, and on the security details side, only Li Mo could match such strength. High-tier awakeners are not as common as cabbages by the roadside. They are rare indeed. What exactly is the origin of the Celestial Society? Where did they procure such a multitude? Why had there been no prior indication of their presence? At this moment, Qin Mo's mind was awash with perplexity. Yet he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Addressing the immediate crisis was his foremost priority. At present, regardless of the number of participants, their ranks, or the advantages of timing and terrain, they find themselves in a position of distinct disadvantage. The forces mobilized by the Heavenly Earth Society are, in fact, twice that of the Defense Bureau. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the names of Li Mo and Li Yuan are destined to appear on tomorrow's casualty list of the Security Bureau. However, Qin Mo remains undeterred. Neither the rain-soaked night nor the enveloping fog poses any hindrance to him. Similarly, the distinctions between ranks hold no significance for him. Within mere seconds, the members of the Heavenly Earth Society have entered the shrouded area of fog. Chen Lingling is providing remote assistance from a distance of 2 kilometers away. All awakened beings, whether from Group 7 or the Heavenly Earth Society, are represented as red dots in her mind. As for Su Yin and her ordinary companions, they are conspicuously absent from this map. No one pays heed to ordinary individuals. They pose no threat, and a mere ripple could claim their lives. Li Mo remains in his original position, unmoving, the elemental crystal still in his grasp. Chen Lingling's voice reverberates in the minds of the 6 high-ranking awakened beings from the Heavenly Earth Society, prompting them to accelerate towards their predetermined direction. Among them is a voluptuous woman clad in tight leather, one of the elite awakened beings in this operation. When she is merely 30 meters away from the black vehicle, she abruptly halts, raising her palm to conjure a flicker of flame. The flame dances and ascends, transforming into a spear of fire. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced apart echoes as the spear is hurled fiercely toward the black vehicle. At this moment, Qin Mo, still seated within the car, finds his expression contorted in distress. He had not anticipated encountering such formidable resistance just as they were on the brink of entering the capital. Moreover, it is evident that the Heavenly Earth Society's objective extends beyond merely acquiring this elemental crystal. They seek to eliminate him as well. The fiery spear traverses the 30-meter distance in an instant, its intense heat scorching the surrounding air and evaporating the torrential rain nearby. Qin Mo finally relinquishes the box in his hands and slowly shuts his eyes, plunging the interior of the car into profound darkness. In that fleeting moment, the darkness swells like viscous tendrils, intertwining to form an inky curtain that silently engulfs the spear before it. Qin Mo, an elite awakened being of the elemental realm, commands the element of darkness. The battle is imminent. The high-ranking awakened beings from both sides have engaged in combat. A towering behemoth, over 3 meters in height, emerges from the fog, its exposed skin as hard as steel and its hair resembling sharp needles. Visually, it bears little resemblance to a human. It appears more like a terrifying black bear. The creature raises its arm and brings it crashing down, causing the black vehicle to crumple under the force, rendering it utterly inoperable. However, a shadow suddenly emerged on the ground 3 meters away, and Qin Mo's figure materialized from within it, clutching that very box. Before he could catch his breath, a second fiery spear was already hurtling towards his head. With the odds stacked against him at 2-1, the outcome seemed all but predetermined. Su-Yin was now in a state of panic, her legs trembling uncontrollably. This was her first foray into the battle among awakened individuals, and even at its inception, she felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. For someone like her, an ordinary person, she was utterly ineffectual in such perilous circumstances. The relentless rain pounded against the glass, composing a macabre symphony that seemed to herald the night's grim conclusion. Inside the vehicle, only Su-Yin remained. At this moment, taking refuge within the car was undoubtedly the safest, most rational, and most prudent choice. Yet, Qin Mo was not within the confines of the vehicle. He had exited to inspect a malfunction and had yet to return. Su-Yin's expression shifted, her gaze rife with turmoil. Her trembling hand relinquished the steering wheel and gradually descended to her waist, grasping the cold handle of her handgun. "You must not die. I shall come to your rescue." Her fingers clenched tightly around the weapon as she swiftly drew the handgun, disengaged the safety, and her resolve solidified, leaving no room for hesitation. With decisive grace, Su-Yin flung open the car door, stepping out with her weapon drawn, cautiously advancing in the direction she recalled. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility null. All she could perceive were the chaotic sounds of footsteps, instilling a profound fear within her. Yet, whether due to sheer luck or some other providence, she traversed several meters without encountering any peril. Moreover, the chaotic footsteps soon morphed into a different sound, akin to the shattering of a watermelon upon impact with the ground. Bang! Qin Mo unleashed a powerful punch, sending the head of the adversary before him soaring. The decapitated remains bursting forth with a gruesome display of blood due to the sheer force. He turned, casting an odd glance at Su-Yin, who was advancing forward, silently pondering, what is Su's sister doing out here at such a time? Shaking his head, he erupted into supersonic speed, vanishing from his position and reappearing behind another awakened adversary of the same caliber. Without hesitation, he delivered another decisive blow, extinguishing yet another life. With his formidable strength, now reaching an astonishing 54 points, dispatching a few lower-tier awakened individuals was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Amidst the torrential downpour, Qin Mo continually vanished and reappeared. With each emergence, a vivid bloom of crimson erupted within the rainy night. He resembled a reaper traversing the stormy darkness, silently brandishing his scythe and harvesting lives. Fear, panic, and the unknown, these complex emotions spread like a contagion among the awakened individuals of the Heavenly Society, rapidly and frantically taking hold. Where are they? Where's the enemy? Position. I must know their position. Shenlingling, Have you departed from this world? Countless chaotic voices resounded in her mind, causing her complexion to pale significantly. At that moment, she was seated in a car with the heating system on, yet the thin fabric of her clothing was drenched in the cold sweat that streamed from her. Watching the red dots in her mind gradually fade away, her breathing became increasingly erratic. Where is he? Where exactly is the other party? She was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency, yearning to unravel this mystery. But Qin Mo's speed was simply too swift. This scene felt eerily familiar. Suddenly, Chen Lingling recalled the hospital in the capital and the factory from not long ago. On both occasions, she had sat here in a state of shock, helplessly witnessing her companions perish before her eyes. The battle among the awakened was still ongoing. Yet Chen Lingling slowly opened her eyes, leaning weakly against the seat back, devoid of any color in her face. She mused to herself that this operation had already met with failure. Apologies, I am unwell and in poor condition, but I am still writing. And there will be another chapter, so please rest assured. Chapter 39. Total annihilation. Surging dark tendrils emerged from Li Mo's back, forming a barrier that shielded him from the black bear's assault. Bang! The black bear's fist struck heavily against the barrier, causing Li Mo to sink, collapsing onto one knee, a metallic taste filling his throat. Confronted by two awakened individuals whose strength matched his own, Li Mo found himself unable to mount an offense, forced into a position of passive defense as he struggled to hold his ground. Yet, with each passing second, the inevitable outcome became increasingly apparent. The black bear swung his fist again, producing a thunderous sound, and Li Mo's spine bent further, the tremors reverberating through every bone in his body. Simultaneously, a gust of wind surged, and another fiery spear shot forth from a distance. The forces of nature coordinated seamlessly, with one engaging in close combat while the other executed a ranged attack, leaving Li Mo feeling acutely constrained. He raised his arm, fingers clenched, as dark tendrils appeared once more, aiming to intercept the spear. However, unexpectedly, the black bear delivered a powerful kick, intensifying the pressure and immediately diverting a significant portion of Li Mo's focus, which prevented the dark tendrils from halting the spear's advance. At that moment, Li Mo's pupils constricted sharply as the spear loomed larger in his vision, a flicker of flame reflected in his eyes. Yet, in the next instant, the flame abruptly vanished, replaced by an unexpected shadow. Qin Mo stood before Li Mo, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. The frigid air expelled from his lungs extinguished the rapidly approaching fiery spear. The woman in the leather jacket was taken aback. She had never anticipated such an occurrence. Gazing through the mist at the elusive figure of Qin Mo, her expression grew increasingly grave, but what shocked her even more was yet to come. In the blink of an eye, she suddenly lost sight of Qin Mo, her countenance shifting dramatically. Her reaction was undeniably swift. Flames erupted, enveloping her entirely, transforming her into a being of fire. Yet, who could have imagined that a robust arm would effortlessly pierce through the flames, seizing her by the throat? The woman was left utterly speechless. Why did the fire element have no effect on him? Alas, she would never discover the answer. Qin Mo's fingers gradually tightened, lifting her while easily crushing her throat. A level fire element awakener met her demise in his grasp. Without a trace of pity, Qin Mo released his hold, allowing her lifeless body to fall to the ground. Raindrops splattering against her pale chest, resembling a beautiful painting. In an instant, a supersonic burst propelled Qin Mo before the black bear. It was only then that the black bear realized his companion had perished. A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes, followed by a furious roar as his size surged, transforming him into a towering figure 3 zhong high, approximately the height of a 3-story building. One could only imagine the colossal presence Qin Mo faced. The level shapeshifter awakened had unleashed his utmost strength, daring not to hold back in the face of Qin Mo. Such a formidable physique signified terrifying power. The black bear struck out with a paw, nearly the size of Qin Mo himself. Feeling a twinge of trepidation, Qin Mo did not hesitate. He immediately summoned superhuman strength. His maximum power doubled in an instant, and he even employed a focused punch to amplify the superhuman strength further. He was no fool, unwilling to confront the bear's paw head-on. With a powerful leap, his terrifying agility elevated him above the black bear. He then aimed his raised right fist at the bear's massive head and struck down with tremendous force. This punch bypassed the bear's formidable exterior, directly impacting its internal body. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the rainy night, the sound of the black bear hitting the ground. His round eyes were filled with terror, unable to comprehend the nature of the monster he had encountered before his demise. To defeat a level shapeshifter with a single punch and effortlessly crush a level elemental awakener, fear was the only word capable of encapsulating the moment, rendering all other descriptors utterly inadequate. Witnessing this from 2 kilometers away, Qin Lingling wasted not a moment. She swiftly engaged the engine and sped away. Although a few level members of the Heavenly Society remained, none would escape. They were all destined for death, with the best outcome being capture. Setting aside the mysterious individual, even Qin Mo alone was sufficient to determine the battle's outcome. In summary, the Heavenly Society's operation had resulted in complete annihilation, save for her. Qin Lingling urgently needed to return to the capital, to report the situation above and promptly adjust subsequent strategic arrangements. At that moment, seated in the driver's seat, her hands trembled uncontrollably upon the steering wheel. Her face was etched with dread. Soon, the battle came to a complete end. The rain continued to pour, but the smoke began to dissipate slowly. Harrowing corpses lay before everyone's eyes as the members of Team 7 supported each other, limping together. It was only at this moment that Li Changfeng and the others realized that the person who had been sitting in the mysterious black car was, in fact, the director. Remain vigilant, do not relax, maintain a defensive position, and await reinforcements from the capital, Qin Mo calmly commanded, holding a case in his hand. He had alerted the other groups in the security department immediately after the battle concluded, and they would arrive within 15 minutes. The significance of the elemental crystals was self-evident. Venturing forward recklessly was not a prudent idea, especially since further handling was required at this location. Of course, the most crucial factor was that the vehicle had been rendered inoperable. Upon hearing this, everyone unanimously agreed, braving the downpour to disperse and forming a protective circle around Qin Mo was no exception. At this moment, he stood alongside Su Yin. The two engaged in hushed conversation. "Sister Su, I'm perfectly fine," he remarked. That's merely luck this time. What about next time? Or the time after that?" Su Yin retorted, tugging at his ear with annoyance. "Next time, be more astute. If Li Changfeng can return first, why can't you?" "Ouch, that hurts." I understand. Qin Mo feigned pain. "Enough. I can't be bothered with you," Su Yin said, releasing her grip and turning her head away casually. She did not inform him of her descent from the vehicle to search for him, as she deemed it unnecessary. However, Qin Mo had observed everything. A subtle smile crept onto his lips. Though standing in the rain, his heart felt warmer than a stove in winter. That night, having slain 2 formidable foes, Qin Mo gained a deeper understanding of his own strength, speed, and defensive capabilities. His current prowess, while perhaps not rivaling the awakened elite, certainly placed him among the pinnacle of the class. During this period, Qin Mo had been diligently accumulating light energy points, continuously enhancing his abilities. And this moment served as a testament to the fruits of his labor. It appeared that the yields were exceptionally bountiful, and his strength was steadily on the rise. Before long, several vehicles sped in from the direction of the capital, and the security personnel finally arrived. The group no longer needed to endure the rain and hurriedly boarded the vehicles. At this time, in one of the cars at the center, Qin Mo leaned against the back of the seat, clutching the black case. Throughout the journey, he scarcely parted from it. Beside Qin Mo sat his secretary and deputy, a slender man wearing glasses. The slender man took out his phone, dialed a number, and then handed it to Qin Mo. The call was swiftly connected, and Qin Mo instinctively straightened his back, his expression somber as he respectfully addressed, "Father, the troubles with the Heavenly Society have been resolved. You truly possess extraordinary foresight, having arranged such a formidable contingency in advance." Qin Mo. Chapter 40. Qin Mo expresses his bewilderment listening to the continuous voices emanating from the phone. Qin Mo appeared utterly perplexed. He grasped the individual terms regarding the Heavenly Society's ambush, yet their combination transformed into an incomprehensible enigma. Nevertheless, Qin Mo did not reveal his confusion. Instead, he responded with a nonchalant and, as per his usual demeanor, slowly articulated, "I understand. Please compile a detailed report of this mission." After issuing a few more instructions, he decisively hung up the phone. Seated in his study, gazing at the unfinished game of Go before him, Li Mao remained motionless for an extended period. Recently, news had arrived from the border of a resounding victory. As the great Qin war god, Xia Zhu, had slain a formidable adversary from the Qin nation on the battlefield, his renown ascending to great heights. The slain individual was an awakened one of the ice element, and Qi did not reclaim his remains. Thus, the elemental crystals naturally fell into the possession of Qin. Today's covert operation aimed to transport these elemental crystals back to the imperial capital for safekeeping in the treasury. However, it was evident now that the operation had deviated from its intended secrecy, as the mission details had been entirely compromised. It seemed that there was a significant traitor hidden within their ranks. Li Mao narrowed his eyes, a faint aura of authority emanating from him, recognizing that his mission had bypassed the intelligence department, implying the presence of a more influential and deeply concealed mole within the Li family. This was disheartening news for him. Fortunately, the outcome of the mission was ultimately favorable. The Security Bureau suffered no casualties, and the elemental crystals remained securely in their possession, marking a narrow escape from disaster. However, the mention of a contingency plan by Qin Mo left him somewhat baffled. A mysterious higher-tier awakened one had recently come to his attention, namely Qin Mo. Could it possibly be that young man? Li Mao pondered with skepticism, internally reasoning that the boy, already a tiered awakened one, would undoubtedly face an even stronger assault from the Heavenly Society. Although Qin Mo had indeed dispatched a tiered adversary with a single strike last time, he was merely 23 years old. How could this be possible? Li Mao found himself in a quandary, as the understanding he had cultivated over decades seemed to be under siege. Mere fragments of conversation were insufficient to unravel the complexities at play. It appeared he would have to await the mission report for clarity. With a sigh, he shook his head and casually picked up a black stone, placing it amidst a cluster of white stones on the board. The endgame was poised for resolution. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Qin Mo and his companions returned to the Security Bureau. The rain continued to pour outside, accompanied by rumbling thunder that seemed to intensify. In the office of Team 7, Li Changfeng and others gathered, basking in the warmth of the air conditioning, drying their clothes. The group of awakened ones formed an exclusive circle, effectively isolating Qin Mo and Su Yin from their midst. At this moment, Wang Yin quietly remarked, "I saw it. That black bear is at least 3 meters tall, undoubtedly a high-tier metamorphic awakened being." Indeed, Sister Yan's speculation must be accurate. The director's demeanor clearly indicates he has endured a fierce battle, someone echoed. They found themselves enveloped in thick fog, unable to see anything, while simultaneously engaged in a struggle against the enemies of the Celestial Society, unaware of the specific events unfolding around them. They could only deduce certain details from the corpses and the battlefield. Reflecting on the events of the night, each person felt a twinge of regret. They had been oblivious to the mission's true nature beforehand, and had never anticipated that the director would accompany them. Tonight, it was certainly not just our department that participated, Wang Yin suddenly stated. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng nodded first and, in a lowered voice, affirmed, "That's right. The Qingyang Li family must have mobilized their clan's resources. If the Li family intervenes directly, what does it matter if they are high-tier awakened beings? What could the Celestial Society do? They are completely unaware of the terror of a millennia-old family," a colleague lamented. This sentiment resonated with everyone present. The strength of a 1,000-year-old family was self-evident. Their meticulous efforts to forge connections with the scions of such families were driven by a desire to align themselves with a formidable ally. Unfortunately, they had always found the door barred to them. Li Changfeng couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh and shake his head. Then, he abruptly turned towards the window, where Qin Mo was conversing with Su Yin, and said casually, "Go to the cafeteria and bring back some dinner." Without waiting for Qin Mo's response, he turned back to engage in conversation with Wang Yin and the others. It's as if he lacks arms and legs. Su Yin mater. Qin Mo smiled slightly, unfazed, and, as he stood up, he said, "All right, Sister Su, what would you like to eat? I'll accompany you." Su Yin intended to rise, but Qin Mo pressed his hand gently on her shoulder and cheerfully said, "Allow me to go instead. You've been caught in the rain, and your clothes are still damp. It would be easy for you to catch a chill." "Oh, are you concerned about me, young handsome?" Su Yin replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. "If I'm not concerned about Sister Su, who else would I be concerned about?" Qin Mo teased, and Su Yin's smile grew even brighter. As they walked to the cafeteria, Qin Mo's thoughts wandered, and he mused to himself, so that's what the elemental crystal is. Last time, I inadvertently overheard the Celestial Society plotting, mentioning that elemental crystals would soon be transported to the imperial capital. I thought they had some channel. Little did I know they were directly seizing it from the Security Bureau. His current intellect now soared to 37 points, granting him formidable analytical and deductive abilities. Based on various clues, Qin Mo logically deduced what the ice spike in the box truly was. However, it must be said, resorting to direct theft was indeed the simplest method. With the insider they had planted, the Celestial Society was virtually guaranteed to succeed. Regrettably, the insider had calculated everything except for Qin Mo. As the saying goes, a single misstep can lead to total defeat. The Celestial Society's loss was, in truth, not unjust. However, the glimpse of this formidable force was sufficiently vast to astonish Qin Mo. He pondered what response the Security Bureau might devise. But what relevance did that hold for a mere ordinary team member like him? All he desired was to lead a tranquil life, free from disturbances. Before long, Qin Mo packed 10 dinners at the cafeteria, carrying 5 back to Team 7. He distributed the meals to Li Changfeng, Su Yin, and others, reserving one for himself. And then, clutching the final portion, he made his way to the small office. Since everyone else had their share, it would be remiss to neglect Li Yuan. Yet, just as Qin Mo reached the office door and was about to knock, Li Changfeng strode over, unceremoniously snatching the dinner from his hands. "You go eat. I'll deliver it to the team leader," he said nonchalantly, clearly seizing this opportunity to curry favor. Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the intention behind Li Changfeng's actions and couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking, though not particularly handsome, his ambitions are rather grand. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and simply walked past the workstation to sit beside Su Yin. At that moment, Li Changfeng entered the small office, prepared to speak. But Li Yuan merely glanced at him with a detached gaze. Sensing the shift, the words he had intended to say suddenly felt burdensome, and he merely stated, "Team leader, dinner has arrived." Set it down," Li Yuan replied, lowering her gaze once more. "Understood. Please close the door," he added. "Certainly." In the brief exchange, Li Changfeng's heart brimmed with bitterness. Li Yuan resembled a princess, aloof and indifferent, with no regard for him whatsoever. After dinner, everyone departed, preparing to head home. The rain continued to fall outside, and this time, Qin Mo accepted a ride from Su Yin, who kindly drove him home. As Su Yin rolled down the car window, she looked at Qin Mo, standing at his doorstep, and cheerfully inquired, "What's this? Aren't you inviting your sister inside for a visit? Does sister dare to come?" "There's no one else at my home. It would be most convenient," he replied. Hearing this, Su Yin glanced at his waist, scoffed, and turned away. "Perhaps it's best to refrain. I fear that certain individuals are merely decorative, lacking substance. How would you know if you haven't tea used it? Qin Mo taught it. Enough of that. Hurry home, take a shower, and get some rest. I'll use it next time. These days aren't tea suitable. Surely, I can't have you battling through bloodshed." With a hum of the engine, the car sped away from Guanghong Street. Qin Mo watched the receding taillights, clicked his tongue, and forcefully inserted the key into the lock, opening the door to his home. Thus, the night passed in silence. The following day, Qin Mo, as usual, continued to work idly. The heavy rain from the previous night seemed to have cleansed the sky, resulting in a rare and splendid sunny day, devoid of clouds, with excellent illumination. Witnessing such a scene, a smile inevitably graced Qin Mo's lips. Sufficient illumination signifies the capacity to amass a greater number of light energy points. Thus, he idled away the hours until the afternoon. Observing within the confines of the small office, Li Yuan removed her white socks and immersed her delicate, fair feet into the warm water, causing a gentle warmth to flow through Qin Mo's body. Light energy points, 18, freely allocatable. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze, refocusing on the task at hand to allocate today's points. Naturally, he enhanced his vision, strength, speed, and defense, each by 2 points. Of the remaining 10 points, he allocated 3 to intelligence and recovery, while temporarily setting aside hearing and breathing, each receiving 2 points. The warmth swiftly enveloped him, augmenting his attributes. Recovery, 37. The skill of rapid healing and mental rejuvenation was significantly enhanced. Chapter 41. a supreme geniusum? A spark of realization illuminated Qin Mo's mind. The enhancement of rapid healing implied that should he sustain injuries, his recovery rate would be accelerated. Similarly, the swift mental rejuvenation would allow him to quickly replenish the mental energy expended through strenuous cognitive efforts. However, despite the enhancement, testing recovery on oneself was inadvisable. After all, it is best to avoid inflicting wounds upon oneself. Thus far, all 8 of Qin Mo's attributes had undergone enhancement at least once. Through relentless accumulation of light energy points, his strength had grown formidable, evidenced by last night's brief skirmish. As a level awakened being, he possessed the capability to stand against an entire battalion, a position equivalent to a department head within the Safety Bureau, and a high-tier awakened individual coveted by ancient esteemed families. Yet now, he effortlessly vanquished them. Gazing out at the twilight through the glass window, Qin Mo reflected inwardly, a sense of sentimentality gracing his visage. Merely a handful of days had passed, and he had transformed vastly from his former self. Truly, the superhuman genes were remarkable. With attributes merely in the range of 40 to 50 points, he was already comparable to a level awakened being. One can only imagine the magnitude of power when those points reach 400 or 500. It is worth noting that he had yet to awaken abilities such as heat manipulation and flight. A smile blossomed more vividly on Qin Mo's face as he glanced at the clock adorning the wall. The hour hand had reached 5, signaling it was time to prepare to return home. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon retrieving it, he saw a message from Li Mao, suggesting they meet at their usual place this evening. After a moment of contemplation, as he had no pressing engagements for the night, he replied affirmatively. 20 minutes earlier, at the Qingyang Li family South Private Estate study room, Secretary Li knocked and entered, bearing a cup of freshly brewed exquisite tea. He placed a document on the table, stating, "Master, this is the detailed report regarding last night's mission." "Understood. You may leave now," Li Mao replied nonchalantly. He then picked up the document on the desk and meticulously scrutinized every line inscribed upon it. The demise of the awakened being of the advanced class was attributed to an immense internal force that obliterated their vital organs. The documentation contained numerous records, encompassing the cause of death, ambiguities, and the conjectures and judgments made by professionals from the Security Bureau based on these findings. After perusing the files, Li Mao exhaled a long breath. This so-called contingency plan undeniably pointed to that brat, Qin Mo. Although last night, due to heavy rain and smoke grenades, no one could discern Qin Mo's appearance, the rapidity of his actions, the terrifying strength he exhibited, and his crude approach unmistakably indicated his involvement. At that moment, Li Mao decisively formed a judgment. Leaning back in his chair, his brow furrowed and his gaze shifting, he was truly astonished. The last time Qin Mo had briefly revealed his talent, it had already left him in shock. Now it appeared that he had underestimated him. What a terrifying rate of growth. Was it possible that the boy had not exerted his full strength previously? Li Mao murmurat softly. Just days ago, he was at the level of annihilation, and now he had suddenly surpassed 2 levels in a matter of days. If the former was true, could he still be considered human? Yet even if he were the latter, a 23-year-old at such a level was equally astonishing. Regardless of which hypothesis was accurate, both were overwhelmingly fearsome. A few days prior, Li Mao regarded Qin Mo merely as a prodigy. Now he felt compelled to reassess his evaluation of Qin Mo. He was not merely a genius. He should be classified as a top-tier prodigy. What defines a top tier? An awakened being of the advanced class epitomizes that standard. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Qin Mo's ascension to the realm of advanced awakened beings was virtually a foregone conclusion. Such talent far surpassed his peers. And what was even rarer was his character. Li Mao's bro gradually dictanat. Ever since Qin Mo had rebuffed his overtures, he had entirely relinquished that notion. However, witnessing Qin Mo's astonishing talent and formidable power rekindled the embers of his earlier inclinations. Alas, having spent considerable time with Qin Mo, he was well aware of the kind of person he was. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the thought. Sighing deeply, Li Mao murmured to himself, "I am, after all, at a high level, yet I fail to discern which faction he belongs to. This boy is exceedingly adept at concealing himself." He retrieved his phone, opened Qin Mo's contact information, and composed a message. Once he received a reply from Qin Mo, Li Mao rose from the study, informed the lady of the state, and subsequently departed the manor alone. Secretary Li watched his receding figure, a flicker of inscrutable intrigue flashing in his eyes. He was well aware that Li Mao was most likely on his way to meet that young friend of his. Given his dual identity, he could naturally deduce that this young friend was likely the contingency plan arranged by Li Mao. If only he could discern the identity of the young friend and eliminate him. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Secretary Li's eyes, quickly concealed beneath a facade of calm. The thought was alluring, yet reality proved to be unyielding. He found himself utterly incapable of uncovering Qin Mo's identity, unless he chose to shadow Li Mao. However, tailing an individual of such stature was nothing short of a fool's errand. The night in the imperial capital was perpetually shrouded in darkness. The acrid smoke from the charcoal grill surged into Qin Mo's nostrils, mercilessly obliterating his sense of smell. He inhaled deeply and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, the most authentic barbecue is found by the roadside." Curiously, Qin Mo gazed at Li Mao, who sat opposite him, and inquired, "Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Are you going to eat or what?" At this, Li Mao casually picked up a skewer of lamb, took a nonchalant bite, and shook his head, saying, "No, nothing. That doesn't seem right." "Brother, do you have something troubling you?" Qin Mo asked in astonishment. "Could it be that the matter of the massage parlor has reached your wife's ears?" Li Mao replied, "It's better not to mention it. Just thinking about it makes me feel embarrassed. To have been caught in the act by the younger generation from other families, what a disgrace." With a darkened expression, Li Mao scolded, "What about you? Where were you yesterday?" "I was at work," Qin Mo replied. "Really just at work? Nothing else?" Li Mao pressed. Qin Mo, feeling somewhat bewildered, responded, "Of course, what else would I do? It was a day off yesterday." "Brother, what has gotten into you? Why the sudden interest in my whereabouts? Feigning innocence, are we? You certainly play the part well." Li Mao thought to himself, secretly amused. It was quite the performance to claim he was at work while having committed murder outside the capital. "If I weren't the director of the security bureau, you might have fooled me." However, Li Mao chose not to expose him, silently observing as Qin Mo continued his charade. Little did he know, Qin Mo truly had been at work. The security office was indeed engaged in such matters. "I had intended to invite you to go fishing yesterday, but unexpectedly, a torrential downpour struck in the evening." Li Mao fabricated an excuse. Qin Mo nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the rain was quite heavy yesterday. We can go fishing tomorrow instead." The conversation shifted naturally, and Li Mao ceased his probing. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Observing Qin Mo's demeanor, Li Mao felt a surge of emotion. Such a prodigy, and yet so rare to find such camaraderie. Lamentably not born into the Li family, and thus not bearing the Li surname. If only the security bureau had him, dealing with the heavenly society would undoubtedly be far more manageable. Li Mao couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a profound sense of regret and nostalgia. Chapter 42. A long-distance vision. A night passed without incident. The following day dawned bright and sunny. The outdoor temperature in the capital reached an astonishing 38 degrees, marking it as the hottest day of this summer. On the bustling streets, the office workers, preparing to head to their jobs, all wielded sunshades in one hand and handheld fans in the other, except for Qin Mo. He resembled an anomaly, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, deliberately traversing the sun's most scorching spots, even breaking into a light jog. Unfazed by the bewildered gazes of passers-by, Qin Mo welcomed the sweltering heat, wishing for such weather every day. At precisely 8:50 a.m., Qin Mo entered the Security Bureau building and made his way to the 7th group of the Security Department. Inside the office, only Su Yin and a few ordinary colleagues were present. None of the awakened individuals had arrived yet. Qin Mo thought little of it and settled into his workstation. He leisurely sipped hot water from his thermos, ready to indulge in his habitual day of idleness. However, not 10 minutes into his work, a cacophony erupted outside the office. Intrigued, Qin Mo exchanged a glance with Su Yin, and together they approached the door to peer into the corridor. The entire 3rd floor of the Security Bureau belonged to the Security Department, and they saw members from other groups gathered at the entrance, all smiles, clapping their hands. At the end of the corridor, Li Yuan, striding in high heels and showcasing her long legs, approached the 7th group. Her face bore no expression, remaining as aloof as ever. In stark contrast, those trailing behind her, including Li Changfeng and Wang Yin, displayed no such calm demeanor. Li Changfeng clutched a golden plaque, desperately attempting to conceal his excitement and maintain an air of composure. Yet, the involuntary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth and the instinctive lift of his chin betrayed his true feelings. Changfeng, congratulations. The 7th group has achieved great merit, receiving personal commendation from the department head. We are truly envious, Lu Yongchuan remarked with a grin. He and Li Changfeng were familiar acquaintances, having grown close during their recent time at the capital hospital. Who would have thought that in less than half a month, Li Changfeng not only advanced in rank, but also accomplished a significant feat? Lu Yongchuan felt a pang of jealousy that could nearly shatter his teeth. Yet he found himself compelled to adopt a humble demeanor, saying, "Brother, I'm hosting a gathering tonight to celebrate the brothers of the 7th group. You must grant me the honor of your presence." "Thank you for your kind intentions, Yongchuan. We will all be attending," Li Changfeng replied, patting him on the shoulder with a nonchalant tone. He casually handed the golden plaque to a nearby colleague and leaned closer to Lu Yongchuan, lowering his voice. "Have you invited our group leader? That is a task for you to undertake, Changfeng. How could I possibly invite our group leader?" Lu Yongchuan sighed, raising his hands in resignation. At this, Li Changfeng paused, recalling the last time he had hosted a banquet within the group to invite Li Yuan, only to be met with a cold shoulder. He realized that this time would likely mirror that experience, leaving him to face yet another rejection. Thus, Li Changfeng spoke. "You are well aware of our group leader's disposition. She has an aversion to such matters. Let it be just us few tonight." Lu Yongchuan nodded in agreement, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Qin Mo and Su Yin as he observed Li Yuan's silhouette entering Group 7. "Brother Changfeng, should we invite those few?" He gestured discreetly in Qin Mo's direction. Li Changfeng's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced over. Before he could respond, someone beside him interjected, "What is there to summon those ordinary folks for? Their recent success was merely serendipitous. They just happened to drive, and thus claim to share the credit. Otherwise, where they stand, mind your words. Some things are not meant to be spoken," Li Changfeng replied coolly, casting a fleeting look at the speaker. The latter, slightly chastened, nodded in silent acquiescence, understanding the necessity of discretion regarding the mission. However, his attitude had conveyed a clear message, which Lu Yongchuan readily grasped. As they observed the camaraderie between their group and the others, Su Yin, standing at the doorway, inquired, "What are Li Changfeng and the others whispering about?" "They mentioned they are having a party tonight and do not intend to invite you," Qin Mo interjected. Su Yin shot him a glance, asking, "What kind of party? And how do you know this?" "I merely surmised it," Qin Mo shrugged. "Cut it out, I don't believe you," Su Yin retorted, rolling her eyes at him. At that moment, Li Yuan's voice resonated from the small office. "Come in for a moment." At this juncture, only Qin Mo and a few others remained in the office, so it was naturally them she was calling. Upon hearing her words, the two ceased their banter and entered the small office together. Once everyone was present, Li Yuan bent down to open the right drawer, retrieving 4 yellow envelopes. "One for each of you. This is your reward for the mission." Inside the envelopes were 100,000 yuan each, an amount nearly equivalent to their annual salaries, drawn from Li Yuan's own funds. Although the commendation was intended for the entire Group 7, it bore little relevance to Qin Mo and his companions. Li Changfeng and the others accumulated military merit that would aid their future promotions. But for Qin Mo and his group, such opportunities were unattainable as they were not awakeners. Thus, military merit and promotions were entirely out of reach for them. Nevertheless, as the leader of Group 7, Li Yuan had not forgotten about Qin Mo and the others. Regrettably, she had little to offer beyond this monetary reward. After distributing the bonuses, there was little left to discuss. The group exited the small office in succession. Yet Su Yin sidled up to Qin Mo, exclaiming, "The leader is indeed generous." "Well, she is the leader. After all, money is not a concern for her." Qin Montak smeeded. Su Yin nodded in agreement. Though unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of Li Yuan's true identity. However, she was cognizant that she belonged to the prominent Li family of Qingyang. While 400,000 might be a substantial sum for others, it was insignificant to the Li family. "What do you plan to do with this money, handsome?" Su Yin winked at him. "I am preparing to save up for my future wife," Qin Mo stated earnestly. "Isn't that rather dull?" Su Yin retorted, pouting slightly, before playfully nudging his shoulder and leaning closer. "Tomorrow is a holiday, and with all the bonuses we've received, why not accompany your sister for a day of leisure?" As soon as she finished speaking, she patted her chest confidently, declaring, "I know a splendid outdoor swimming pool. I shall treat you." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo turned to her, skepticism written across his face. "Sister Sue, isn't swimming rather unwise given that you're on your period? Relatives just departed today. So let me know if you wish to go." "Well, if a beautiful lady extends an invitation, I must certainly accept," Qin Mo replied, casting a discreet glance downwards. "Very well, it is settled then," Su Yin said with a gentle smile, revealing a charming dimple as she hummed a little tune and returned to her seat across from him. Clearly, her spirits were exceptionally high. Observing her demeanor, Qin Mo couldn't help but steal a few glances at her, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Leaning back in his chair, he watched the searing sun streaming through the glass, squinting slightly. Time always seemed to fly when one was idling, and before long. The clock on the wall indicated it was 5 o'clock. As the sun sank lower in the sky, a familiar warmth surged through Qin Mo's body. He opened his Jin awakening panel and glanced at it, a look of delight spreading across his face. Energy points, 22, freely allocatable. Wow, I've accumulated quite a lot. Indeed. Sunny days are quite beneficial. Qin Mo marveled inwardly. The more energy points he amassed, the stronger his attributes would become. As he contemplated his allocation strategy, he had always aimed for a balanced development. However, over time, his hearing, intelligence, breathing, and recovery had lagged significantly behind the other 4 attributes. Today's energy points were perfect for bolstering these weaker attributes. Thus, Qin Mo decided to allocate 5 points each to intelligence and the other 4 categories, feeling the warm current swiftly circulate throughout his body. As for the remaining 2 points, he casually assigned them to vision. To his surprise, his vision stat now read, Vision, 52, Awaken Skill, Enhanced Vision. The early stages of the new book are progressing slowly. Once it is officially released, I will ensure a minimum of 12,000 words daily, striving for 15,000 or even more, he thought. Oh, by the way, I still have one more chapter to write. Chapter 43. I have no suitable swimsuit. What? My vision has awakened a new skill. Qin Mo smiled broadened, surprising him. He had anticipated needing to add at least 10 points before experiencing another awakening, yet it had occurred so swiftly. Enhanced vision significantly increased his sight, allowing him to see for dozens of miles. Turning to gaze out the glass, he whispered to himself, "The awakening of thermal vision is drawing near." 10 kilometers away. Every detail was crystal clear. The grass roots by the roadside, the ring on a woman's hand, the small stones lodged in a car tire. Everything appeared vividly present before him. The sensation was akin to having a telescope embedded within his eyes. Naturally, 10 kilometers was not his limit. Qin Mo continued to gaze farther afield, extending his vision to 15 kilometers before the clarity began to wane. A full 30 li distance was indeed a remarkable improvement over his previous capabilities. The transformation brought forth by this newfound skill was astonishing. Furthermore, his enhanced long-distance vision did not impede his other visual abilities. He could still employ X-ray vision, thermal imaging, and microscopic sight within this extended range. The cumulative effect of these abilities was not merely a matter of addition, as 1 + 1 equaled something far greater than 2. After a brief trial, Qin Mo retracted his gaze, tidied up the desk before him, and prepared to leave work. Exiting the Safety Bureau building with a yellow paper bag in hand, he found himself in a quandary. Should he indulge in a sumptuous meal or purchase some groceries to prepare dinner at home? After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to return home and cook, planning to treat himself to a nice meal with Su Yin the following day. With his decision made, Qin Mo set off toward home, only to have his thoughts interrupted by the sudden sound of a car horn behind him. Turning around, he saw Li Yuan slowly rolling down her car window, coolly instructing him to get in. Those 2 succinct words left Qin Mo momentarily stunned. What was this? What was Li Yuan up to? Get in first. I have something to discuss with you, she added when she noticed his hesitation. Oh, all right, he replied, his mind racing as he opened the door and took his seat in the passenger side. Once the engine roared to life, Li Yuan drove towards Guanghong Street, leaving Qin Mo perplexed. Wasn't that the direction of his home? Team leader, what do you need to talk to me about? He inquired. Tomorrow is your day off. Do you have any plans? Li Yuan asked, her eyes fixed on the road. What kind of question is that? Qin Mo was taken aback, pondering her words. Yet, He found himself responding without a second thought. I don't have any plans. I'm just going swimming with Sister Suyin. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan slightly turned her head to glance at him, nodding as she remarked, swimming. A splendid form of exercise. Qin Mo felt a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It seemed that Li Yuan also recognized the triviality of her comment. As she opened her mouth, a hint of embarrassment coloring her expression. Actually, I was hoping you could assist me with something. I plan to move to a new place tomorrow. Although I've hired a moving company, there are many aspects of the new home I'm unfamiliar with. So I thought I could ask for your help. But since you already have plans, perhaps it's best to forget it. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's just moving, a minor task, Qin Mo replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had initially thought Li Yuan had a serious matter to discuss, only to discover it was this. As for her unfamiliarity with the intricacies of moving, Qin Mo understood perfectly well. After all, being the daughter of the esteemed Li family, she had likely been pampered since childhood, untouched by the burdens of mundane chores. Without much thought, Qin Mo casually remarked, if the team leader is not too busy, the day after tomorrow works for me as well. Li Yuan turned a corner and nodded, replying, all right then. Afterward, I shall treat you to a meal. And the choice of venue is entirely yours. It is quite reasonable to entertain someone when seeking assistance. Clearly, during her years away from the Li family, Li Yuan had learned the intricacies of social interactions. Since it was the team leader's proposal, he felt no need to be modest. Very well. I shall send you the details via text shortly. Good. Thus, their plans were set. Suddenly, an awkward silence enveloped the car, the atmosphere thickening with an uncomfortable tension. With some time left before reaching home, Qin Mo pondered how to initiate a conversation. Yet he found his mind incessantly conjuring images of Li Yuan soaking her feet. Cursing himself internally, he lamented, if only I hadn't indulged in those thoughts so often. Then, inexplicably, he blurted out, team leader, would you care to join us for a swim tomorrow? The moment the words left his lips, he regretted the invitation. To invite two attractive women to swim seemed a perilous proposition. As anticipated, Li Yuan immediately declined, stating, no need, you all go ahead. Ahem, very well then, Qin Mo said, touching his nose, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Despite having indulged in various sights, the allure of uniforms struck a different chord. Who could resist the notion of frolicking in the water with two stunning women clad in swimwear? As Li Yuan's voice faded, silence reclaimed the vehicle. She cast a brief glance at Qin Mo, noticing his slightly despondent demeanor. Sensing this, Li Yuan slowly explained. The main reason is that I am in the process of moving, and I currently lack suitable swimwear. Qin Mo gasped, realizing the implication behind her words. Does that mean I could invite you next time? He ventured cautiously. Yes, that would be nice, she nodded, this time without refusal. It was evident that her typically stern and commanding demeanor was merely a fade. The true Li Yuan was the one who had once used a pink foot bath in the small office. Yet, in Qin Mo's presence, she was willing to shed some of that disguise. This was precisely why she sought his assistance with her move. During their brief encounters at the hospital in the capital, she had developed a favorable impression of him, and some of his perspectives had even influenced her. Before long, the car came to a stop on Guanghong Street. Opening the door, Qin Mo stepped out and turned to bid Li Yuan farewell as the vehicle resumed its journey. Watching the taillights gradually fade from view, he retrieved his house keys from his pocket. He had not anticipated that his leisure time over the next 2 days would become so fully occupied. With a smile, he shook his head and headed into the bathroom. The following day, morning arrived. In an open-air swimming pool, Qin Mo, clad only in a pair of swim trunks, reclined on a chair, unabashedly showcasing his abdominal muscles, capturing the ardent gazes of numerous young ladies in the water. Ever since he awakened his superhuman genes, he had continuously enhanced his attributes, resulting in a remarkable transformation of his physique. Although he could not yet be deemed perfect, Qin Mo certainly qualified as a strikingly handsome young man. Well, aren't you the popular one? Su-in suddenly emerged from his side, lying down beside Qin Mo with a playful smile. She wore a nearly non-existent triangular bikini bottom, and her bikini top, while substantial, struggled to contain her generous curves. Sister, Su has an incredible figure, Qin Mo remarked, stealing glances in admiration. Of course. Just look at what school I graduated from. I am in a league far beyond those delicate little girls, Su-in replied, lifting her chin and striking an alluring pose that accentuated her stunning curves. Come on, it's time to dive in. Whether swimming or diving, I'm quite the expert, you know. I was among the top in military school back in the day. Su-yin stood up to stretch, heading towards the pool. Yet, after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly turned and asked, "Oh, right? Qin Mo, do you know how to swim? Would you like me to teach you?" In response, Qin Mo shook his head and smiled. "Not yet, but I will soon." Su-yin lukbasev. Qin Mo then approached the edge of the pool, glancing at the swimming instructor nearby who was teaching others, and casually remarked, "You see, swimming is something you can learn just by watching. You're just boasting." Su-yin clearly did not believe him. However, Qin Mo chose not to elaborate. He simply smiled and remained silent, the intent in his eyes unmistakable. Chapter 44. Remember to come to my room tonight. 5 minutes can seem both slow and incredibly swift. Su-yin had merely just entered the water, acclimating to the temperature. Leaning against the pool's edge, she observed Qin Mo, who appeared to be genuinely focused on learning, and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Her light laughter interrupted Qin Mo's thoughts, causing him to withdraw his gaze and smile. "So, have you learned anything yet? Handsome? Don't be too proud. Perhaps I should teach you step by step. Are you going to give me close guidance, then? I'm rather slow at learning." "It might take me an hour or so to grasp it," Qin Mo replied, intentionally emphasizing the phrase close guidance. "Dream on. You think you could take advantage of me?" Su-yin shot him a glare. Qin Mo cleared his throat and then said, "Not at all. In fact, I've already learned." As soon as the words left his mouth, he executed a swift dive into the water, his legs moving with the grace of a fish, displaying remarkable agility. Su-yin stood there in astonishment, her expression darkening as she watched his performance. "Ah, so you were deceiving me all along. You claimed you couldn't swim, but here you are, playing the fool." Su-yin gritted her teeth in frustration. "Ah, I assure you, I merely took a brief glance." Qin Mo emerged from the water, shaking his head. "Do you truly believe your elder sister is a fool? Your demeanor hardly resembles that of a novice." Su-yin retorted, not falling for his pretense. Upon hearing her words, Qin Mo ceased further explanations. After all, articulating the truth was no simple task. Yet, he was not lying either. Merely 5 minutes prior, he had indeed been incapable. Qin Mo had simply learned at an accelerated pace. "Very well, you are indeed correct, Sister Su. Since you are proficient in swimming, how about a friendly competition?" Su-yin instinctively raised her chin, her competitive spirit shining through. She had always been one to strive for victory. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to apply to the prestigious military academy in the capital. During her high school years, her abilities had not awakened, and upon turning 16, she had irrevocably lost her chance to become an awoken individual. Unwilling to concede defeat, Su-yin believed that with sufficient effort, she could stand shoulder to shoulder with those who had awakened. It was only upon entering the military academy and witnessing the extraordinary prowess of the awakened that she realized the folly of her previous assumptions. Nevertheless, her extensive physical training ensured that she was stronger than the majority of ordinary individuals. "Are you brave enough?" she continued to taunt. Qin Mo chuckled and shook his head. "I may be willing, but lacking motivation, I find myself somewhat deficient. What would you like to wager?" Su-yin's gaze flickered undeclared. Upon noticing her expression, Qin Mo understood instantly. With a flirtatious smile, she swam closer and whispered, "If I lose, you may do as you wish with me tonight. Does that provide you with sufficient incentive?" "Well, I shall need to ponder that," Qin Mo mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "You're insufferable," Su-yin exclaimed, irritation coloring her cheeks as she playfully flicked his forehead. "It's settled then. No backing out." "Very well, very well." The two began their preparations. Su-yin's willingness to stake such a wager revealed her immense confidence. She was certain of her victory. Coincidentally, Qin Mo shared the same conviction. Though he had only just learned to swim, his current strength, speed, endurance, and bodily coordination assured him that even granting Su-yin a 30-meter head start, he would not be defeated. Soon, they were ready. As Su-yin counted down, she shot into the water like an arrow released from its bow. She exerted her utmost effort, returning to the starting point in under a minute. Emerging from the water, a smile graced her face as she felt her performance had been commendable. "See, competing with your elder sister? I shall leave you in my wake," she called back. However, as she turned to glance at Qin Mo, her triumphant words faltered and a frown creased her brow. "Where is he? Surely he hasn't sunk?" Panic seized her, and her complexion paled. Just then, Qin Mo's voice rang out from behind her. "Sister Su, what are you staring at?" Su-yin abruptly turned her head, only to find Qin Mo standing on the shore, gazing down at her with a mischievous grin. "Remember to come to my room tonight," he said with a chuckle. Su-in was taken aback, her mind still clouded by confusion. What just transpired? But as she pondered the situation, clarity struck her like a bolt of lightning. She had, in fact, lost the recent competition. How could this be possible? Su-in exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Mo, reclining back on a chair to bask in the sun, lazily replied, "Sister Su, you're not planning to renege on our bet, are you? I can't believe you would accept defeat so readily." With a sense of urgency, Su-in scrambled onto the shore and approached him swiftly, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. "You didn't turn back halfway, did you?" "Not at all. There were plenty of witnesses just a moment ago." "Sister Su, you could ask them if you wish. If that fails, we can always review the surveillance footage." Qin Mo lamented, feigning distress. Seeing no hint of guilt in his demeanor, Su-in began to doubt herself. Could it be true? But there was no justification for it. She murmured softly, her brow furrowing deeper as her thoughts became increasingly tumultuous. After a prolonged silence, Su-in suddenly bit her lip and turned to Qin Mo, declaring, "This time you were merely lucky. Let us have another diving competition, and I refuse to believe you can win again." Qin Mo regarded her with a raised eyebrow, hands outstretched in a gesture of persuasion. "Is that really necessary? Besides, you've already conceded defeat to me, and it seems there's no wager left." "Then let us add another night to the stakes," Su-in retorted through gritted teeth. All right, Qin Mo conceded, unable to resist such an enticing proposition. Soon after, they made their way to the designated diving area. Su-in took a deep breath and plunged into the water, this time vowing to keep her eyes firmly fixed on Qin Mo, determined to witness his every move. However, the outcome was predictably disappointing. Once again, Su-in found herself thoroughly defeated. Clambering onto the shore, she gasped for breath, her eyes wide with incredulity as she exclaimed, "Are you part fish? Do you even need to breathe?" "Sister, I merely held my breath for a tad longer." Qin Mo shrugged, speaking the unembellished truth, devoid of any deceit. With his current lung capacity at an impressive 43 points, he could easily remain submerged for 4 to 5 hours without issue. Wasn't it simply a matter of holding his breath a bit longer? Comparing herself to Qin Mo was akin to inviting her own suffering. In the strictest sense, he had long transcended the limitations of humanity, positioning himself as invincible. In other words, from the very start, Su-in had already sealed her own fate. "Sister, care to challenge me again? I wouldn't mind winning a few more nights," he teased. "Forget it. I shall never compete with you again," Su-in retorted, annoyance lacing her tone. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Qin Mo, grasping his arm and playfully shaking it, adopting a pitiful expression. "Oh dear, is it truly fair for such a handsome young man to treat his sister so poorly? I'm still a novice in this game," she whined. "Goodness. Then this wager cannot be voided." Qin Mo's eyes sparkled with mischief. "You rascal. Take that." Su-in playfully punched him. Su-in instantly returned to her original self, playfully pushing Qin Mo and engaging in lighthearted banter. The two spent an entire day frolicking in the swimming pool, and, around 4 in the afternoon, they made their way to the restaurant they had reserved for dinner. It was only around 5 o'clock that they parted ways. As he strolled alone down the street, with the setting sun casting a golden hue, Qin Mo rested his hands behind his head. Ultimately, he had not fulfilled the wager's promise of spending a night entwined with Su-in. He was quite clear on what was appropriate and what was not, unless, of course, Su-in herself was willing. However, after spending considerable time with her, he was well aware of her nature. She was an ultimate chatterbox. The thought brought a smile to Qin Mo's face as he shook his head in amusement. Just a few steps later, his gaze shifted, and he quietly activated the Gene Awakening panel. Energy points, 20 freely allocatable. Although the weather today was not as sunny as yesterday, Qin Mo had accumulated a fair number of energy points from his day at the outdoor pool. As usual, he allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense, leaving 12 points to evenly distribute 3 points to the remaining 4 attributes. This approach ensured a balanced development of intelligence, hearing, breathing, and recovery, preventing any widening gap in his abilities. As the energy points were fully allocated, a warm current swiftly enveloped every inch of Qin Mo's being. Meanwhile, his breathing stat registered at 46, and he acquired a new awakened skill, Hurricane. Chapter 45. Do you not feel lonely living alone? Hurricane? Qin Mo pundit. This was already the third skill related to breathing. Besides the initial turtle breath, both ice breath and hurricane were formidable offensive techniques. The former was self-explanatory, while the latter, as its name suggested, allowed Qin Mo to draw in vast amounts of air into his lungs, compress it, and then expel it to create a powerful whirlwind. As the warm current gradually dissipated, Qin Mo glanced around, noting the sparse pedestrian traffic. Most of the presence was vehicular. A thought crossed his mind as he took a deep breath, countless air currents flowing through his nostrils and mouth into his lungs. His movements were slow and the airflow invisible, thus not attracting the attention of passers-by. He then controlled his force and slowly exhaled. In an instant, a small vortex materialized 5 meters ahead, stirring up dust from the ground. The sudden appearance of the whirlwind startled those on the street, prompting the honking of car horns. However, after just a few breaths, the vortex moved a few meters before dissipating on its own. It was as if nothing had happened, a mere false alarm, and the pedestrians exhaled in relief. Little did they know, Qin Mo, who had just passed by them, wore a beaming smile. If I were to unleash my full power, the resultant hurricane would be approximately 10 times stronger than that just now. Its might would be extraordinary. In the depths of his mind, Qin Mo continued to ponder. The attribute of breath would undoubtedly become stronger in the future, making it a trivial matter to effortlessly conjure a tornado capable of engulfing an entire city. The potency of skills is intricately linked to the numerical value of the attributes themselves. He was merely at the beginning of his journey, having scarcely accumulated any energy points. In simple terms, the longer time passed, the stronger he would become. The latent power of the superhuman gene was finally beginning to manifest. Qin Mo couldn't help but reflect. After experimenting with his new skill, Hurricane, Qin Mo was in high spirits as he hurried home. He first conducted a thorough cleaning of his room, tossing the bed linens into the washing machine, and then took a refreshing cold shower. Once he completed these tasks, he reclined on the sofa, retrieving his phone to check for updates from the border. To his surprise, he discovered a text message from Li Yuan sent 15 minutes prior, which he had missed while busy. "I'll pick you up tomorrow morning at 9. Upon reading the message, Qin Mo scratched his head. He had initially thought he would leisurely make his way there under the sun. However, since a beautiful woman was offering him a ride, it would be foolish not to accept. "All right," he replied in a text. Just as he pressed send, another call unexpectedly popped up on the screen. Li Mao was calling. Without a second thought, Qin Mo answered and placed the phone to his ear. "Hey bro, good evening. How about we play chess tomorrow?" "Sorry bro. I have something to attend to tomorrow." "What is it?" "My boss is moving, and I need to help her. I also have a dinner appointment with her later, so we'll have to reschedule." Qin Mo leaned back on the sofa, speaking leisurely. "Of course, it's a beautiful boss. Don't think of me as forgetting my friends for the sake of beauty," he added with a chuckle. All right. Next time it's on me." The call ended swiftly, and Li Mao shook his head, smiling in disbelief. This rascal, claiming he wasn't forsaking friendship for beauty. Youth truly brims with vigor. He held no ill feelings towards Qin Mo's refusal. Their relationship had always been casual. Helping the boss move, Li Mao murmured softly before letting out a deep sigh. Observing this, his wife, seated beside him, inquired with a smile, "I heard from the staff that Xiao Yuan is also moving to her new home tomorrow. As her father, shouldn't you go see her? You two haven't met since her last visit." Upon hearing this, Li Mao contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "No, her temperament is like mine. If we meet, it will likely lead to an argument. You two are something else. I truly don't know what to say." His wife sighed. She is still young and has little experience in the world. In a few years, it will be better. The responsibilities of the Qingyang Li family will eventually fall upon her shoulders, Li Mao replied nonchalantly. Sharp-tongued, yet tender-hearted, his wife remarked softly. But Li Mao chose not to respond further. The following day, at 9 in the morning, Li Yuan's luxurious sports car arrived punctually at Qin Mo's doorstep. She rolled down the window and looked outside, preparing to call out. To her surprise, Qin Mo appeared from her right side, jogging over to open the car door and plopping down into the passenger seat. Li Yuan paused for a moment, astonished, and inquired, "You're up so early?" "I have a habit of morning runs. The sunrise is absolutely not to be missed," Qin Mo replied with a smile. As Li Yuan cast a glance at the blazing sun, she questioned, "Don't you find it hot?" "The hotter, the better. A sunny day is perfect for a morning jog," he responded. His words only deepened Li Yuan's confusion. Yet she refrained from further questioning, twisting the key to start the engine of the sports car. 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination and exited the vehicle one after the other. Qin Mo gazed at the two-story villa before him, his expression somewhat unusual. He hadn't anticipated that Li Yuan's new home would be so close to his own, both situated in Baiyan district. However, one was a standard residence while the other was on a wealthy street. It's nearer to the office, making commuting convenient, and it's away from the bustling city. Quite peaceful, Li Yuan explained. Following her inside the villa, Qin Mo took the opportunity to explore. Much of the furniture was already in place. Yet the bedroom remained quite empty. Leader, in such a large house, don't you feel lonely living here alone? Qin Mo asked curiously. But as soon as the words left his lips, he sensed an unintended ambiguity and quickly clarified. That's not what I meant. It's fine, really. I'm used to it. Li Yuan waved her hand dismissively, not taking offense. Oh, I see. Qin Mo nodded. After a brief idle chat, the moving company arrived with her old furniture. Peering down from the second-floor balcony, Qin Mo was astonished to see a large double bed over 2 meters long on the truck, adorned with pink sheets and covers. Instinctively, he turned to Li Yuan, his expression one of surprise. As if her little secret had been uncovered, Li Yuan averted her gaze and murmured, I'm quite particular about beds, so I decided to bring mine along. Ahem, I understand. Qin Mo coughed lightly, not overly shocked, for he had long known the true nature of Li Yuan's heart. Yet, who would have imagined that the usually aloof Li Yuan secretly cherished the color pink like a young girl? I'll go down to help, Qin Mo said, seeking a tactful excuse to leave and spare Li Yuan any embarrassment. After the bed was moved into the bedroom, he assisted her in acquiring some daily necessities and tidied up the villa. They toiled until past 5 in the afternoon, finally concluding their efforts. Seated on the sofa in the villa's second floor, Qin Mo turned to Li Yuan and asked, Would you like something to drink? Coffee or milk tea? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, Coffee sounds good. I'll join you and treat you to dinner. That works, Qin Mo said, rising to follow her. Stealing glances at her long legs as they exited and settled into the sports car. As the vehicle set off, a familiar warmth surged within him. Energy points, 18, freely allocatable. Today's energy points were fewer than yesterday's, yet compared to the initial days, they were quite substantial. Thanks to the gradual arrival of midsummer in the capital, a smile crept upon Qin Mo's lips as he leaned back in his seat, beginning to allocate today's energy points, while Li Yuan remained oblivious to his actions. Among them, 8 points were, naturally, dedicated to his 4 vision attributes. Just as he completed the allocation, the warmth began to surge rapidly. Speed, 53, awakening skill, double supersonic. Chapter 46, Making Friends. To his astonishment, his speed had once again surpassed its limits. Previously, Qin Mo's speed had exceeded the speed of sound, but only marginally, around 500. Now, with continuous enhancements to his speed, a qualitative transformation had finally occurred, elevating his speed to 680, which equated to double the speed of sound. Moreover, this was his base speed. Should he unleash his full potential, his speed could accelerate even further. He mused to himself, pondering the exact limit he would test upon returning home tonight. Undoubtedly, should this speed continue to escalate, it wouldn't be long before a distance of 100 miles could be traversed in the blink of an eye. In essence, the moment the thought flickered in his mind, he found himself at the opposite end of the city. With his speed increasing yet again, a genuine smile graced Qin Mo's face. However, he did not allow himself to become overly elated. He quickly regained his composure and proceeded to allocate the remaining 10 energy points. After timely adjustments to his allocation strategy over the past 2 days, the 8 attributes had once again reached a state of equilibrium, with minimal disparities. After careful consideration, Qin Mo decided to allocate 3 points each to hearing and recovery, and 2 points each to intelligence and respiration. The warmth flowed silently within his body, while the awakening panel underwent changes. The current values Qin Mo observed were as follows: vision, 56, hearing, 47, intelligence, 50, respiration, 48, strength, 60, speed, 53, recovery, 48, defense, 52, skills, holographic vision, X-ray, radar, thermal imaging, intentional strike, flowing thoughts, turtle breathing, rapid healing, long-distance impact, supersonic double, iron body stage, clarity of vision, supersonic, quick recovery, ice breath, microscopic vision, elemental immunity, super strength, and telescopic vision. Qin Mo had amassed an ever-growing array of abilities. Although they appeared somewhat eclectic, each was indispensable. Becoming a well-rounded, invincible hexagonal warrior like him was no easy feat, however. Qin Mo's rate of advancement was astonishingly rapid. He had transformed from an ordinary individual, powerless and unremarkable, into a formidable, awakened being of elite caliber in less than a month. While others may take years, even decades, to traverse this distance, some may never reach such heights in their lifetime, as the limits imposed by genetics are quite apparent. However, for Qin Mo, the notion of limits does not apply. There remains vast potential for his advancement. Once he had allocated his energy points, Li Yuan's vehicle came to a halt in front of an upscale restaurant. "What do you think of this place? If it's not to your liking, we can always choose another," she inquired. Having previously agreed that the dining venue would be determined by Qin Mo peering through the car window, he observed that although the restaurant appeared unassuming, it exuded an air of sophistication. Impressive, indeed, for the esteemed daughter of the Li family, he mused internally. Although he had never dined here, he had heard of its reputation. A casual meal could easily consume an entire month as salary. "Very well, let us dine here," he replied without excessive formality. Nodding slightly, Li Yuan exited the vehicle, and together they made their way towards the entrance, assured that the valet would manage the vehicle impeccably. Upon entering, Li Yuan chose a secluded corner and proceeded to order an array of lavish dishes from a menu. They had not waited long before the server began to serve their meals. As they began to eat, Li Yuan casually asked, "How was your outing yesterday?" Qin Mo momentarily faltered, momentarily taken aback. "I thought you went swimming with Suyin," she remarked nonchalantly. "Oh, that? Cough, it was quite enjoyable," he responded, somewhat distracted. "It was good. We had just completed an important mission, and everyone was under considerable pressure. It was time for some relaxation." Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Did the team leader take a break? Balancing work and rest is quite essential. "Me?" Li Yuan lifted her gaze to meet his, her lips curling into a smile that was tinged with either bitterness or self-mockery. "I don't particularly enjoy such things, and besides, I don't feel any pressure." Internally, Qin Mo scoffed at her words, fully unconvinced. If she were truly free of stress, would she indulge in daily smoking within the confines of a small office? Would she hide a basin in her cabinet to soak her feet every day? Based on the little secrets he was privy to, it seemed that Li Yuan bore the heaviest burdens. However, the resolution to her troubles lay within her own grasp. Qin Mo was not a psychologist. He could not resolve such matters, leaving it to Li Yuan to unravel the intricacies on her own. The atmosphere at the table gradually fell into a contemplative silence, the soft strains of a piano melody subtly weaving into their ears. After a considerable pause, Li Yuan broke the stillness, stating, "If there are any dangerous missions in the future, your safety is paramount. Remember to prioritize hiding." Taken aback by her unexpected concern, Qin Mo glanced at her with surprise, not anticipating that Li Yuan would express such care for him. Such occurrences are indeed rare in everyday life. In any case, Qin Mo had never witnessed her showing concern for anyone. Throughout their time in Team 7, she had maintained a perpetually stoic demeanor. Their relationship seemed to undergo a subtle transformation following their shared tribulation at the Imperial Capital Hospital, evolving beyond mere subordinate dynamics to hint at the budding of friendship. During the subsequent dinner gathering, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, which continued until after 8 o'clock when they finally parted ways. Li Yuan had intended to drive Qin Mo home, but he coldly declined, for he was eager to test the limits of his speed. Qin Mo had no desire to venture out again after returning home. Li Yuan did not press the matter further. They exchanged pleasantries about meeting tomorrow at the office before bidding farewell with a wave. The night was as profound as the depths of water. The neon lights along the roadside flickered with a phantasmagoric interplay of blue and purple hues. Qin Mo stepped into a shadowy corner, and with a sudden thought, he moved forward. In an instant, a powerful gust swept through the street. 2 seconds later, he emerged from another shadowy corner, a broad smile adorning his face. The distance he had just traversed was approximately 3 miles, indicating that his current speed limit was around 800. Qin Mo silently calculated this in his mind, feeling quite satisfied with his speed. If he were to shorten the distance to under 100 meters, he would only need 0.1 seconds, which was already faster than the blink of an eye. With a sense of accomplishment, Qin Mo hummed a tune as he leisurely made his way home. 20 minutes later, he passed the construction site behind Guanghong Street, and his home was just ahead. However, his gaze flickered and his brow furrowed slightly. His keen senses detected an anomaly. The air over the nearby streets was permeated with faint electric arcs. These arcs posed no harm to the human body, akin to a sudden jolt of static electricity. When something is amiss, there is often a reason behind it. Qin Mo promptly activated his holographic vision. In the next moment, he discerned the cause. What on earth was this fellow doing here at such a late hour? Qin Mo muttered to himself. He turned to see several walls before him silently morph into illusions, revealing Chu Tianjiu standing atop the construction site. He stood upright like a flagpole, arms crossed over his chest, devoid of any expression. As a level elemental awakening practitioner, he commanded the element of lightning, and the nearby electric arcs were undoubtedly his doing. The sight of Chu Tianjiao reminded Qin Mo of the last time he had taken Li Mao for a health treatment, a rather awkward encounter indeed. However, Qin Mo's capabilities were substantial. His formidable combat prowess matched the extent of his resources, both of which easily overpowered Chu Tianjiao. Could it be that he had come to seek vengeance? Qin Mo's brow furrowed even deeper. Yet upon further reflection, such a possibility seemed unlikely. The last time the matter was addressed, there was little said. Now, how could one possibly seek confrontation? Moreover, who seeks confrontation alone? That would simply be an invitation for suffering. With his formidable analytical skills, Qin Mo swiftly untangled the chaotic thoughts in his mind, eliminating various possibilities. After a brief moment of contemplation, he vanished from his original position in an instant. Just as he disappeared, Chu Tianjiao's brows shot up like two daggers, and he slowly turned to fix his gaze upon Qin Mo, who had suddenly reappeared behind him. The speed was truly astonishing, surpassing that of their first encounter by a significant margin. Chu Tianjiao was profoundly shocked, yet he quickly composed himself. After all, a junior esteemed by the current head of the Qingyongli family, a powerful awakened being, could not be an ordinary talent. A gentle breeze swept across the rooftop, and Chu Tianjiao took the initiative to speak. "You have arrived." Qin Mo regarded Chu Tianjiao with a bemused expression, as though the words implied some prior arrangement between them. Noticing Qin Mo's lack of response, Chu Tianjiao helplessly tugged at the corners of his mouth, continuing, "I have come for two primary reasons. First, to resolve the unpleasantness from our initial meeting, and second." He paused, his expression turning serious as he earnestly declared, "I wish to befriend you." Chapter 47. The simpleton Chu Tianjiao, what on earth? Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback, his mind momentarily adrift. Had his hearing not been remarkably acute, he might have doubted the validity of his own ears. Chu Tianjiao, out in the cold on a rooftop at such an hour, merely to befriend him? It seemed almost surreal. Members of ancient families, steeped in tradition, were typically proud and aloof. Not to mention Chu Tianjiao, even a side descendant of the Qingyongli family. Li Jihua carried an air of superiority. The little faction led by Li Chongfeng sought to ingratiate themselves, perpetually wearing smiles and yielding to whims, only to find their efforts in vain, returning with nothing to show for it. Li Jihua's status was entirely incomparable to that of Chu Tianjiao. To put it bluntly, he was scarcely worthy of carrying Chu Tianjiao's shoes. Yet now, Chu Tianjiao was willingly lowering himself to seek friendship with Qin Mo, motivated not by Qin Mo's clandestine ties with Li Mao, but rather by the sheer superiority of Qin Mo's abilities. Strength commands respect wherever one roams. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chu Tianjiao, of the Chu family from the north, a paragon among the prominent figures of this era. Typically, when introducing himself to others, he would assert that he was the foremost among the contemporary elites. Yet uttering such a claim in Qin Mo's presence would undoubtedly be an act of self-deprecation. "Well then, I am Qin Mo," he replied, having recovered from his earlier astonishment. Upon hearing his surname was Qin rather than Li, Chu Tianjiao's thoughts stirred momentarily, though he did not ponder it further. Within the 5 esteemed families, not all were bound by blood. Many prodigies emerged from among the common folk. My initial impression was misguided. I mistakenly believed you to be ill-intentioned, for which I sincerely apologize. Chu Tianjiao finally released his grip on Qin Mo's arm, bending deeply in a formal bow, uttering, "I am truly sorry." In response, Qin Mo merely smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. I did not take it to heart. Besides, I already returned the favor with a punch, so you need not dwell on it. At these words, an inexplicable dull ache flared at a spot on Chu Tianjiao's forehead. Straightening up, he nodded to Qin Mo and continued, "Now that we are friends, I shall take my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, without awaiting Qin Mo's reply, his pupils shimmered with a deep azure hue, and arcs of electricity enveloped his form. He dashed down the stairs, sprinting away into the distance. Observing his rapidly retreating figure, Qin Mo mused, "Is this truly the prodigy of the Northern Chu clan? He seems rather simple-minded." Among the core family heirs he had encountered thus far, only Li Mo appeared normal. Both Li Yuan and Chu Tianjiao exhibited peculiarities. Li Yuan's rebellious spirit was well known, and as for Chu Tianjiao, he had inexplicably approached him to forge a friendship before vanishing at an alarming speed. What sort of friendship was that? Qin Mo had anticipated sharing a late-night meal together, but just as this thought crossed his mind, a crackling sound echoed in his ears. Looking up, he saw a flash of lightning swiftly returning along its previous path. 3 seconds later, Chu Tianjiao reappeared on the rooftop, the lightning concealed within him. He regarded Qin Mo and inquired, "Oh, by the way, in a few days, there will be a banquet hosted by the young heirs of the 5 great families. Would you care to attend?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mo immediately grasped that Chu Tianjiao was referring to the so-called celebratory feast. He casually replied, "Well, let's discuss that later." "Very well. I shall contact you when the time comes. Farewell for now." With that, he transformed once more into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the rooftop. Qin Mo, shaking his head in exasperation, prepared to leave as well. However, before he could lift his leg, the bolt of lightning returned yet again. I forgot to exchange contact information," Chu Tianjiao said, scratching his head, somewhat embarrassed. Qin Mo's expression darkened. Turning the key, he opened his front door and stepped inside. His phone now contained an additional telephone number. He had not declined Chu Tianjiao's invitation for friendship, nor did it seem he had any justification to do so. As the saying goes, the more friends one has, the more paths one can traverse. Moreover, he is a prodigious descendant of a millennial clan, and one can never predict when he might be called upon for some matter of importance. However, the willingness of Chu Tianjiao to befriend me ultimately stems from my demonstration of formidable strength. Indeed, power is the essence of everything, Qin Mo mused, further solidifying his convictions. Subsequently, he tidied up his home, refreshed himself, and reclined upon his bed. After perusing the latest news regarding the border, he noted that, following the recent outbreak of conflict, the situation seemed relatively stable. The Qi state had not launched a large-scale war due to the demise of a senior awakened individual. Both sides maintained a sense of rationality and composure. Next, Qin Mo glanced at the weather forecast for the following day, noting that the capital would continue to endure high temperatures in the coming days, and with that, he drifted into a contented slumber. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke the next day, Qin Mo routinely jogged to the security bureau for work, ensuring he did not miss the morning sun. Arriving punctually at the office of Team 7. The first day back after the weekend often left one feeling lethargic, and the hours slipped by quickly, filled mainly with idleness. At noon, Qin Mo accompanied Su Yin to the cafeteria for lunch. Upon their return, he suddenly noticed that Li Changfeng and several awakened individuals were huddled together, engaged in hushed conversation. Intrigued, Qin Mo discreetly heightened his hearing. "Hey, I must say I believe there is an 80% chance that this news is true." "No way. The director is not just anyone. He is a senior awakened individual and the head of the Qingyangli clan. How could he possibly go to such a place?" Wang Yin voiced her dissent. "What kind of place are you referring to?" Qin Mo's curiosity deepened, especially since this involved the elusive director of the Security Bureau, whom he had yet to see in person despite his tenure there. One colleague continued, "Well, that is uncertain. What is wrong with senior awakened individuals? As for the head of the Qingyangli clan, he is still a man, and men have their needs. What is so peculiar about visiting a club?" Qin Mo perked up, sensing he had stumbled upon a juicy piece of gossip. "Say, the club the director frequents must be quite upscale," another colleague inquired, her face brimming with envy. "Who knows? It's certainly not a place we could afford," came the reply. "Bah, all men are the same," Wang Yin retorted, her cheeks flushing with indignation. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor pierced the air. Li Yuan approached, frowning as she asked, What are you all doing gathered here? The group quickly scrambled to defend themselves. Nothing at all. What is this? Have you completed your work? Li Yuan's expression turned icy. We're on it, they replied, hastily dispersing back to their respective workstations, falling silent. While casual discussion about the director was permissible, it was imperative that Li Yuan, a member of the Qingyongli clan, remained unaware. Thus, the entire afternoon, the office of Team 7 was enveloped in an unusual silence. Observing the hushed demeanor of his colleagues, Qin Mo couldn't help but shake his head, a hint of sentimentality crossing his features. It appeared that the director also had a penchant for indulging in leisure activities. He mused inwardly. Although Qin Mo remained uncertain about the veracity of this gossip, it did not hinder him from finding amusement in it. As dusk approached and the end of the workday neared, a sudden thought struck him. He pulled out his phone and sent a text to Li Mo, hoping to invite him for an evening of relaxation. To his surprise, Li Mo promptly declined, citing family matters. Disappointed, Qin Mo resolved to extend the invitation another time, as he was loath to venture into such places alone. Time swiftly passed, and by around 5 o'clock, a familiar warmth coursed through his body. Energy points, 17, freely allocatable. Having accumulated his daily quota of energy points, Qin Mo focused his gaze and opened the Qin Awakening panel. As per his usual practice, he allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense. Defense, 54, skill. Iron body stage, elemental immunity enhancement. Chapter 48, anonymity. Defense had once again undergone fortification. The warmth rapidly flowed to every corner of Qin Mo's being, further enhancing his bones, organs, and veins. To evolve into a true iron body akin to a superhuman, one must cultivate both internal and external strength. Many forms of damage could transmit forces akin to a distant impact, affecting the body internally. It is well known that the organs are the most vulnerable areas, and this round of enhancement focused specifically on internal fortification. Soon, the warmth dissipated, and Qin Mo's iron body advanced to a new level, capable of withstanding greater forces and mitigating more formidable damage. The other skill, elemental immunity, underwent a similar transformation. When Qin Mo first encountered Chu Tianjiao, they had engaged briefly in combat. Though the lightning could not harm him, he had experienced a mild tingling sensation. Now, however, should a similar encounter occur, Qin Mo would feel nothing at all, having achieved complete immunity to lightning. Of course, this was not an everlasting condition and had its limitations. Should the elemental force be significantly greater, for instance, if wielded by a high-level awakened individual, Qin Mo would still respond as before. This necessitated the continuous accumulation of energy points to elevate his defensive attributes further, as foundational attributes are the essence of true strength. Feeling the changes within his body, a smile graced Qin Mo's features. At present, he had 9 energy points remaining. After careful consideration, he allocated 3 points each to hearing, intelligence, and respiration, setting aside restoration attributes for the time being, to be addressed once he had accrued more energy points the following day. Hearing, 50, awakening skill, super hearing. Accompanied by the surge of warmth, a silent piece of information emerged within Qin Mo's mind. After a period of enhancement regarding the allocation of 4 underwhelming attributes, Qin Mo's auditory perception unexpectedly reached a new threshold, awakening a novel skill. Super hearing, as its name implies, signifies an extraordinary expansion of auditory range, akin to the amplification of super strength. He pondered the extent to which this newfound auditory prowess could reach. With a subtle shift in focus, he unleashed his hearing, allowing all sounds within a 10-mile radius to surge into his consciousness like a sonic wave. In quick succession, the auditory landscape expanded, akin to a pebble dropping into a tranquil lake, sending ripples outward. Centered around his location, the range grew steadily. 15 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles. With each 10-mile increment, the volume of discernible sounds multiplied exponentially. The cacophony threatened to engulf him, yet his intellect had now soared to 53 points, significantly enhancing his analytical, computational, and processing capabilities. Even so, upon surpassing the 50-mile mark, Qin Mo decisively employed the thought flow technique to further elevate his cognitive processing power. As the auditory range extended, the challenge of assimilating the information intensified. when the coverage reached a staggering 100 miles. The volume of data to be analyzed exceeded his cognitive limits. He maintained this state for merely a second before reluctantly retracting his hearing. The overwhelming strain on his brain brought forth an intense wave of fatigue, a consequence of the thought flow technique. Yet, almost immediately, a warm current enveloped his mind, swiftly restoring his mental acuity. Leaning back in his office chair, he gently massaged his temples, contemplating that his current limit was around 100 miles, nearly encompassing a significant portion of the imperial city. This enhancement was indeed substantial, and Qin Mo felt a mix of astonishment and resignation as he smirked wryly. It seemed he would need to allocate more energy points to his intellect tomorrow. Otherwise, possessing the ability to hear but being unable to process the information was untenable. The importance of high intelligence was undeniably evident at this moment. In less than 5 minutes, his depleted mental energy was replenished, and he felt invigorated once more. The workday had concluded, and his colleagues from Team 7 began to depart. Qin Mo tidied his desk and exited the Safety Bureau building, strolling homeward. Meanwhile, he reactivated his hearing. Having previously tested the limits of his auditory range, he now sought to ascertain how far his brain could process sounds without the aid of the thought flow technique. His hearing instantly expanded to 50 miles before gradually narrowing. It finally stabilized around 45 miles. At this juncture, Qin Mo's mind was operating at peak efficiency. He could hear all sounds within this range with remarkable clarity and could swiftly discern their sources and locations. His cognitive response time remarkably swift. In this realm, Qin Mo felt neither burdened nor strained. It was a state of perfect equilibrium that he could maintain for an extended period. Consequently, he had nearly mastered the extraordinary ability of superhearing. He was about to deactivate his long-distance auditory perception when a familiar voice suddenly captured his attention. Furrowing his brow, thoughts raced through his mind as he temporarily silenced the sounds from other directions. The familiarity of this voice became increasingly clear, and soon enough, he recalled relevant information from his memory. It is worth noting that Qin Mo had long since attained a photographic memory, and his current cognitive abilities were becoming increasingly formidable. The voice belonged to a man whom he last heard discussing elemental crystallization with other members of the Heavenly Society. There was no doubt in Qin Mo's mind. It was unmistakably someone from the Heavenly Society, and, evidently, of considerable standing. His brow furrowed more deeply as he heightened his auditory perception, absorbing every subtle sound surrounding the man. The rhythmic dripping of a faucet, the droning of an exceedingly dull television drama, and the solid wooden floor creaking underfoot. A multitude of sounds from 45 miles away coalesced in Qin Mo's mind, gradually constructing a three-dimensional spatial representation. The man's movements and precise location became vividly apparent. He was alone, moving within a confined space, likely in the living room of an apartment building. Qin Mo muttered to himself, seemingly having stumbled upon the hideout of a member of the Heavenly Society in the capital. Unexpectedly, this discovery brought a sense of delight. Should he inform the Security Bureau? He pondered. The Heavenly Society had caused considerable turmoil for the Bureau, with several agents having fallen at their hands, creating a significant vendetta. Once any leads regarding the Heavenly Society emerged, the Bureau would undoubtedly pounce upon them with relentless fervor, leaving no opportunity unseized. As he contemplated this, Qin Mo fell into a contemplative silence. The leader of the 3rd security team was gravely injured, and several members of the 5th team had perished, leaving numerous families bereft of their pillars of support, engulfed in prolonged sorrow. With a heavy sigh, Qin Mo clearly made his choice. He resolved to notify the Security Bureau of this unexpected find. However, the manner of his communication required careful deliberation. Charging in recklessly was out of the question. That would be sheer folly, especially with the internal traitors yet to be dealt with. One could not know who among them was compromised, and exposing himself was unwise. Shaking his head, he dismissed that option. After a moment of reflection, he decided to proceed anonymously. Yet, to completely evade the traitors, he needed to relay the information to someone who could not possibly be a mole. 2 candidates presented themselves, Li Yuan and Li Mo. Qin Mo was aware of their true identities, and a plan began to take shape in the recesses of his mind. 5 minutes later, Qin Mo unexpectedly turned into a small internet CAF by the roadside. In the study of the Li residence, Li Mao wore a rather grim expression. tinged with an iron-gray hue, as he stared at the unfinished game of Go before him, his mind in disarray. Engaging in this pastime was typically his greatest delight. Yet at this moment, he felt utterly devoid of any inclination to play. Knock, knock. A gentle rap at the door interrupted his thoughts. Secretary Li stood at the threshold, slightly bowing as he spoke softly. "Master, the mistress has a message for you." "Speak." The secretary raised his gaze to meet Li Mao's eyes and slowly articulated. "The mistress has granted you permission to take another concubine, provided you refrain from indiscretions." A faint, sardonic smile tugged at the corners of Li Mao's mouth, his expression twitching as dark lines crept subtly across his forehead. He understood that this was merely a vexatious remark, a deliberate provocation. However, Li Mao found himself without recourse, unable to retort, for he was indeed in the wrong. His feelings were far beyond the realm of simple words, akin to having swallowed a fly. Squinting slightly, Li Mao gradually inquired, "Where is that lad, Tianjiao, from the Chu family now?" At this, Secretary Li promptly nodded. "I shall investigate immediately." Although he was puzzled as to why Li Mao was concerned about a junior, it was prudent not to inquire further at this juncture. As the secretary prepared to turn away, an urgent sound of footsteps suddenly echoed through the room. Li Mo strode in hastily, his expression grave. He quickly bypassed Secretary Li and stood before Li Mao, declaring earnestly, "Father, someone has just breached the Security Bureau's network system." Upon hearing this, Li Mao raised an eyebrow, casting a cool glance at Li Mo, his already foul mood further deteriorating. "As a director of the security office, do you truly require my impatience for such trivial matters?" Yet before he could finish, Li Mo interjected, "That individual left a message from the Heavenly Earth Society." At this revelation, the study fell into a heavy silence. Secretary Li froze momentarily. "Apologies for the delay today. Some matters held me up, and the update is slightly tardy. Another chapter will follow shortly." Chapter 49. Why is this lad proficient in everything? After a brief pause, Li Mao's expression turned serious as he commanded, "Elaborate." In response, Li Mo swiftly recounted the details he had meticulously prepared on his journey. 5 minutes ago, my phone exhibited irregularities. Someone breached the firewall constructed by the Security Bureau and sent me a message via the internal network. The message read, "This location is a hideout for the Heavenly Earth Society. Quickly assemble reliable personnel for action deployment, and do not raise any alarms." It was accompanied by coordinates, specifically detailing a secluded residential building at the junction of Lingyun District and Tianyun District, with precise floor and door number information. Li Mo produced his phone, opened the message interface, and presented it to Li Mao. As Li Mao focused intently, he continued at that moment, "I had just finished reading it and had yet to react when my younger sister called me. She too had received the same message, the content identical. Have others received it?" Li Mao furrowed his brow and inquired. "I have already verified on my way here. The Intelligence Department, the Technology Division, and several others are unaware of this message." Li Mo replied with a nod. "It hasn't been exposed, has it?" "No, it has not." As his words settled, silence enveloped the study once more, and Li Mao's frown deepened, his mind engaged in contemplation. The paramount question before them was whether the news was authentic or fabricated. Could it be that the Tiandi Society had deliberately set a trap to entice them out? Such occurrences were not unprecedented. Previously, the Intelligence Department had faced a similar predicament when an insider disseminated false information, resulting in significant casualties among Group 5. What if this time it were also a deception? Li Mo had considered this aspect, which is why he urgently sought Li Mao's counsel. After a few breaths, Li Mao suddenly spoke. "This individual accessed the internal network of the Security Bureau and communicated only with you and Xiao Yuan. Clearly, he harbors some concerns, likely regarding the undetected traitor." Upon hearing this, Li Mo's expression shifted, and he realized, "What you say is indeed insightful, Father. It seems highly probable that this message is genuine." Li Mo nodded slowly, sharing the same sentiment. Otherwise, there would be no need for such convoluted tactics. Yet at that moment, a dissenting opinion emerged. Secretary Li, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, interjected, "Master, young master, we must proceed with utmost caution. What if they have anticipated this line of reasoning? Given our recent unearthing of traitors, it is likely that the Tiandi Society is aware and will not allow themselves to be easily misled. At this juncture, I believe they may very well attempt to manipulate our psyche." Secretary Li's conjecture was plausible, causing Li Mo to frown deeply, lost in thought. The line between truth and falsehood had become utterly blurred for him. However, even if it were a falsehood, what of it? A subtle yet potent aura of authority suddenly surged within the study. No further discussion is necessary. Li Mao rose, his gaze sweeping over the two men, his countenance exuding gravitas. Mobilize reliable personnel from within the clan and act swiftly. If this indeed is a trap set by the Qin society, let them witness what a millennium-old lineage truly embodies. The Qingyangli clan has remained dormant for too long. It appears we have hibernated for an excessive duration, to the point where the world has forgotten the respect and reverence due to this ancient surname. In that moment, Li Mao unveiled his true ferocity. A formidable awakened being is not merely the seemingly innocuous figure seated at a roadside barbecue stall. In the midst of a few words, boundless confidence is revealed. What constitutes a millennial family? It is one that stands unyielding for 1,000 years, flourishing and prospering until the present day. This is the essence of a millennial family. Indeed, Li Mo, devoid of any hesitation, straightened his back and spoke in a deep voice. He then swiftly departed from the study, commencing the urgent preparations for tonight's actions. Observing his retreating figure, Secretary Li, stationed at the doorway, slightly bowed to Li Mo before turning to leave as well. Typically, at such moments, his role as a secretary would entail offering assistance. Today was no exception, though he first needed to make a phone call. Secretary Li quickly exited the Li family's ancient estate, retrieving his phone to dial a discreet number. The patrol is about to arrive. It is time to change the fishing spot. Upon connection, he uttered that succinct phrase before promptly ending the call, as if nothing had transpired. Although Secretary Li maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, a tempest of emotions surged within him. When Li Mo mentioned the approximate location, he instantly grasped the veracity of the information. Indeed, a significant member of the Heavenly Earth Society was concealed there, but the pressing question remained. How had this information been compromised? What was the identity of the informant? How much do they know? Secretary Li was oblivious to all these uncertainties. He only understood that the individual in question was formidable. Otherwise, they would not have deliberately communicated solely with Li Mo and Li Yuan, bypassing him entirely, leaving him utterly unprepared. This evening, he happened to be in the study. What if he had not been present? Contemplating this, a shadow of worry crossed Secretary Li's face. Li Mo's actions were remarkably swift. He assembled his team within 5 minutes and clandestinely set off towards their destination. As for Li Miao, he had not left the study at all. Gaze fixed on the chessboard before him, Li Miao picked up a black piece, pondered momentarily, and then placed it down. Who could this person be? As he placed the piece, he murmured softly, also speculating about the identity of the adversary. The Heavenly Earth Society is not a trivial force. It undoubtedly has other patrons behind it, enabling it to remain so deeply concealed within the imperial capital, making it exceedingly difficult to unearth. The fact that this entity could detect the Heavenly Earth Society's movements indicates their considerable strength. Clack! The crisp sound resonated in his ears as another black piece was laid upon the board. The royal family and other clans were observing, eagerly wishing for the Heavenly Earth Society to bring the Li family to its knees, thereby eliminating any possibility of their resurgence. Furrowing his brow, Li Miao voiced his confusion. Who could it be? Although the Heavenly Earth Society had acted multiple times, the known forces were limited. Could it be? His expression suddenly shifted, his pupils flickering. As he eliminated suspects through process of elimination, a familiar name abruptly surfaced in his mind. Qin Mo. Qin Mo is aware of the Heavenly Earth Society and had intervened twice to save members of the Li family. Most importantly, during that encounter in front of the barbecue stall, he exhibited a terrifying speed and formidable investigative prowess. If it were this young man, then everything would make sense. It was as if a convoluted knot had finally revealed its loose end, and the intricate web of events became astonishingly clear in Li Miao's mind. Qin Mo perfectly aligned with all the elements. The only question remained: how was he able to breach the firewall of the Security Bureau? It is known that the technical department of the Security Bureau ranks among the best in the capital. However, recalling Qin Mo's alarming prowess in Go, along with his words, Li Miao sudanli compranda, such knowledge could easily be acquired through books. At that moment, when Qin Mo had spoken to him, Li Miao had merely thought he was boasting. But it now appeared that the fool had been himself. Realizing this, Li Miao let out a long sigh, his expression one of astonishment, and he could not help but murmur softly, "What kind of peculiar creature is that young man? How can he excel in everything?" He instinctively compared Qin Mo to his younger self, but in the next instant, a look of dejection crossed his face. The two were incomparable. Qin Mo overshadowed him in every aspect. Whether it was the talent awakened by his genes or the ghost skills he took pride in, not to mention that Qin Mo now held the title of a hacking genius. It was lamentable that such a gifted young man was neither a member of the Li family nor had he joined the security bureau. Li Miao shook his head, his face filled with emotion and a deep sense of regret. Just then, the sudden ring of a cell phone interrupted his thoughts. Glancing at it, Li Miao answered the call, and Li Mo's voice came through. "Father, I arrived a moment too late." He managed to escape. However, based on the traces left at the scene, this news is indeed accurate. Make sure to record everyone involved in tonight's operation. You will handle this personally. Understood. After hanging up, Li Miao's demeanor remained composed. It seemed that the members of the Heavenly Earth Society had fled, which did not surprise him the least. In truth, he had positioned himself in an invulnerable stance from the very beginning. If the news were false, it would serve as a splendid opportunity to showcase the strength of the Qingyang Li family to the capital. Yet if it were true, he could capture a significant member of the Heavenly Earth Society. However, if the news were genuine and yet the individual eluded capture well, it would provide an excellent opportunity to cleanse the hidden specters within the Li family. A subtle smile gradually formed at the corners of Li Miao's mouth. "Qin Mo, you have truly gifted me with a remarkable present tonight." As he muttered to himself, he promptly dialed Qin Mo's number. After 2 beeps, the call connected. "Hello, brother. What brings you to call me? Have you finished dealing with matters at home?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Miao's face instantly faltered. So, did he truly have to mention that particular topic? Chapter 50. Qin Mo, I am not lecherous. "Well, I suppose I have wrapped things up," Li Miao replied, his expression darkening. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo shifted into a more comfortable position on the sofa and replied, "As long as it's taken care of, that's sufficient." He glanced at his phone to check the time, then continued, "It doesn't seem too late just yet, brother. Are you still planning to indulge in a bit of leisure?" Li Miao fell silent. The sting of salt being rubbed into an open wound was indeed unbearable. Yet, at the same time, his curiosity about the whereabouts of that scoundrel. "Hey, brother, why are you so quiet? Is the signal poor?" Qin Mo inquired, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Upon hearing this, Li Miao cleared his throat softly and replied, "I won't be going out tonight." "Where are you right now?" "I'm at home. Shall we go out for a late-night snack?" Li Miao proposed. "Sure, back to our usual spot?" Indeed, after confirming their plans, Qin Mo hung up and rose from the sofa, stretching lazily. It was only a little past 9 in the evening. A meal would take but an hour or two, allowing him to return around 11 or 12 to rest. Without disturbing his biological clock, putting on his shoes and grabbing his keys, Qin Mo stepped outside, jogging lightly along the way. He had arranged to meet Li Miao in half an hour, so there was no rush. Before long, the neon lights along the roadside faded into the distance. An intoxicating aroma of street food filled the air. It was the same roadside stall, and Li Miao had arrived ahead of him, already having ordered the dishes. "Boss, add 10 garlic oysters." "Coming right up," Qin Mo called out, pulling out a chair to sit across from him. "Sorry to keep you waiting, brother." Li Miao shook his head slightly and said, "I haven't been here long myself." Noticing this, Qin Mo poured him a beer and cheerfully asked, "At this late hour, aren't you supposed to be at home with your wife?" Li Miao. This was only the second sentence exchanged between them since their meeting, and it unintentionally brought up his sore spot. "Are you really not going to indulge tonight?" Qin Mo pressed on. Li Miao replied, "Tonight, it's just dinner. No other plans." He forced a smile. "All right, we can go tomorrow as well. Make sure to enjoy those oysters tonight, brother." A middle-aged man certainly ought to replenish his health, Qin Mo hinted, his words laden with implications. It was evident that Li Miao's repeated refusals had inadvertently led Qin Mo's thoughts in that direction. Upon hearing this, Li Miao understood the underlying meaning, clenched his fist, and with a dark expression, muttered a curse through gritted teeth. "You can't be serious." "Anything but that, especially on such matters," he added, his irritation palpable. Even though Li Miao is a formidable awakened being, he is not exempt from the nature inherent to men, regardless of age. Ahem, my dear brother. There is no need to rush. I have yet to utter a word. Qin Mo rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile. Observing his demeanor, Li Mao felt a surge of irritation and could not help but emit a cold snort. Had it been anyone else who dared to mock him, they would have swiftly learned the reason behind his notoriety. Yet, Qin Mo was different. On one hand, their temperaments harmonized, marking them as close friends despite the age gap. On the other, an exceptionally gifted genius often receives certain privileges, such as a greater tolerance. As the oysters were served, Li Mao deftly shifted the conversation away from the somewhat awkward topic. He sighed deeply, furrowing his brow, feigning a look of deep concern. Oh dear brother, what troubles you? Is something weighing on your mind? Qin Mo inquirit. Li Mao shook his head, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing significant, merely that the company is facing some difficulties. The network system has encountered a glitch, and there are issues with the firewall. Oh, I see. What specific issues are you facing? Feel free to elaborate. Qin Mo asked without a second thought. You actually understand this? Li Mo quería, maintaining a neutral tuna. I possess a basic understanding. Qin Mo smiled. Most issues I can manage. Haha, indeed it's you. Li Mao scoffed inwardly, realizing that his subtle probing had revealed Qin Mo's true nature. What had once been mere speculation now solidified into a certainty. He was 90% sure that the individual who breached the security network was none other than Qin Mo. If my subordinates are unable to resolve this in due time, I shall seek your assistance once more, Li Mao remarked with a casual chuckle. That sounds fair. I'll await your summons. I find myself rather unoccupied these days, Qin Mo replied. Unoccupied? So, you've taken to observing the underworld, have you? Li Mo musha silanli. Though he kept his expression neutral, merely lamenting, young talents like you are rare in the capital. Have you truly no desire to become my son-in-law? Please, I regard you as a dear friend. Do not jest in such a manner. Qin Mo hastily declined, waving his hands. You little rascal, are you seeking a beating? Li Mao raised his brow. Humph, my daughter's beauty ranks among the finest in the entire capital. Should you meet her, you would surely regret your decision. In response, Qin Mo remained unfazed, smiling slightly. When it comes to finding a spouse, one cannot focus solely on appearance. Besides, do I strike you as a lecherous man? Upon hearing this, Li Mao, with his glass in hand, suddenly froze, looking up at Qin Mo with shock and disbelief. Are you not? Qin Mo replied, and this time, his forehead was adorned with a plethora of dark lines. Subsequently, the two indulged in pleasant conversation throughout their delightful meal. It was around 11:30 when Qin Mo finally returned home. He first attended to his personal hygiene in the restroom before climbing into bed. Thus, the night passed in silence. The following day, at 4:30 in the afternoon, warm sunlight streamed through the glass, bathing Qin Mo in its golden glow. He leaned back in his chair, lifting a thermos cup to sip the steaming water slowly. Through the small office, he could clearly see Li Yuan standing by the window, exhaling plumes of smoke. This marked her 11th cigarette of the day. Her demeanor appeared colder than usual, with her brows slightly furrowed, hinting at some troubling matter that seemed to occupy her mind. Qin Mo set down the thermos, retracting his gaze, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Since the morning at 9, when he began his work, he had heard no news regarding the actions of the previous night, which struck him as quite unreasonable. He had not kept a constant watch, having passed the information to the Li siblings, and after observing Li Yuan head towards their destination, he returned home to rest. Therefore, he was unaware of the subsequent details of the operation. However, judging by Li Yuan's current state, it was evident that the Security Bureau, or more specifically, the Qingyang Li family, had achieved nothing. It was intriguing to Qin Mo as he pondered the implications. He could ascertain that the issue did not lie with Li Yuan and Li Mo. It must be attributed to others involved. The higher-ups were aware of the presence of a mole, thus the chosen operatives must have been reliable. Notably, the security department had no teams dispatched for missions last night, indicating that the Qingyang Li family's resources had been mobilized. Yet, it was perplexing that the target had managed to escape. Had the Tianyi society embedded their spies so deeply? Qin Mo furrowed his brow, astonished. The more he delved into this organization, the more he uncovered its terrifying nature. Initially, who could have imagined that the Tianyi society was such a colossal entity lurking in the shadows? It had inflicted considerable damage and trouble upon the Security Bureau. Fortuitously, he had refrained from reporting it himself. A prestigious family with a 1,000-year legacy had turned out to be so porous, leaking information everywhere. Shaking his head, he reflected but quickly dismissed these thoughts, choosing not to dwell on them. In truth, he held little interest in the power struggles of elite families, as long as they did not disrupt his life. Soon, the workday drew to a close. The warm currents flowed within him, and today's allocation of energy points had been accumulated. Energy points, 19, freely distributable. Qin Mo rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the Qin awakening panel. As per his usual practice, he allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense. With the remaining 11 points, he directly assigned 5 to intelligence, a decision made the previous day. The remaining 6 points were evenly distributed between hearing, breathing, and recovery. As his energy points reset to 0, the warm currents swiftly permeated his entire being, with a particular focus on his head. Intelligence, 58, Awakening Skill, Superbrain. Chapter 51, A Grand Gesture. With a sigh of relief, Qin Mo beamed with a radiant smile. The awakening of a new skill made the allocation of energy points to his intelligence today worthwhile. A warm current enveloped his brain, penetrating its depths and stimulating his neural pathways in an enigmatic manner, thereby enhancing his cognitive abilities. The elevation of intelligence signified a substantial increase in the brain's capacity for analysis, processing, computation, and deduction. This augmentation, due to the awakening of the superbrain, far surpassed any prior enhancements. Concurrently, his ability to think with clarity and fluidity was further intensified, a delightful byproduct of this transformation. For the average person, the potential for cerebral development is rather limited. Awakened individuals, endowed with genetic enhancements, possess a brain that is superior to that of ordinary folk, albeit only marginally. Those with mental-type awakenings should be the truly formidable ones. Yet scant information about them leaves Qin Mo to speculate on the true nature of their capabilities. This time, the warm current lingered longer than before. Qin Mo understood this, as the brain remains one of the most enigmatic organs of the human body. After approximately 2 minutes, the warmth gradually subsided. Now, Qin Mo felt a refreshing coolness in his head, his thoughts clearer than ever, with ideas sprouting like mushrooms after rain. It was as if a brush had been inserted into his mind, sweeping away years of accumulated dust. Following this cleansing, a lubricant had been applied, allowing his brain to operate with unprecedented speed. I wonder how I compare to a computer now, Qin Mo mused curiously. However, it was indisputable that as long as he continued to allocate energy points to his intelligence, he would eventually surpass the most powerful computer in the world. Only then could he truly be deemed a superbrain. Pulling out a chair, Qin Mo rose and made his way outside the building. The workday had come to an end. He found a small restaurant along the roadside, and after enjoying his dinner, he returned home. Once inside, Qin Mo plopped down on the sofa and unleashed his auditory perception. Within seconds, he enveloped a radius of 100 miles. This time, however, the experience was starkly different from the previous day. Faced with an overwhelming cacophony of sounds, which could even be described as terrifying, Qin Mo felt no discomfort whatsoever. All the auditory information reaching his ears was processed, analyzed, and categorized by his superbrain at an unimaginable speed. The transformation was remarkably evident. The enhancement was clear. With his eyes closed and a slight smile gracing his lips, Qin Mo felt elated. A faster cognitive function implied swifter reflexes, encompassing not only his thoughts, but also his physical instincts. In summary, should a conflict arise, Qin Mo would retaliate with remarkable swiftness. In earlier times, when his intellect was still rather primitive, he could not discern any significant impact. However, now, as he gradually enhances his abilities, the results have far exceeded my expectations, showcasing remarkable efficacy. The transformation from quantitative change to qualitative change is indeed formidable, Qin Mo mused quietly. With a sharp snap of his fingers, all the cacophony in his mind dissipated instantaneously, leaving only the sounds of footsteps, heartbeats, breaths, and spoken words. Another snap of his fingers silenced the remaining noise, reducing it to mere conversation. Now, he perceived everything with greater clarity and precision. Qin Mo meticulously recalled the moment he first eavesdropped on the secrets of the heavenly society, mentally cataloging the 3 voices that had spoken at that time, and began to search through his memories. It was uncertain whether he would uncover anything significant. as he had not covered the entirety of the imperial capital. Thus, Qin Mo approached this endeavor with a sense of cautious curiosity. The analysis conducted by his superbrain was astoundingly swift. After 3 seconds, his expression shifted and his ears subtly twitched. He was the first to detect a familiar female voice. In a chess parlor located in Lingyun district, Chun Lingling, with her legs crossed, pushed the mahjong tiles in front of her. Opposite her sat an unremarkable middle-aged man, meticulously arranging his tiles without lifting his gaze, stating, "There cannot possibly be so many coincidences in this world. What is termed as chance is merely a foreseen outcome of inevitability. It is now certain that, apart from the Qingyongli family, another faction has already set its sights on us." Furrowing her brow, Chun Lingling pondered deeply before cautiously replying, "Logically, this should not be the handiwork of the other families. Yet, aside from these families, I cannot fathom who else could possess such a formidable intelligence network. This is precisely what perplexes me." The middle-aged man smiled slightly and remarked, "Number 9, it is your turn to draw a tile." Number 9. Qin Mo keenly seized upon this pivotal phrase. Is this the internal codename of the Heavenly Society? He mused, simultaneously honing his hearing and focusing all his attention on the chess parlor, which lay a full 83 miles away from him. Chun Lingling casually drew a 9 of bamboo, her brow still knitted in concern. "What number 3? Has there been no news from him?" In response, the middle-aged man shook his head and replied, "Number 3 needs to remain dormant for a while. Last night's operation bore potential exposure risks. However, the fact that he has not relayed any information indicates he has not made any significant discoveries. Should we instruct our subordinates to enter a temporary state of dormancy as well?" Chun Lingling inquired. "No, the closer we get to this juncture, the more it becomes our opportunity," the middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. At that moment, another individual at the table suddenly smiled and interjected, "Numbers 4 and 5 have already set off and will soon arrive in the imperial capital." The news was utterly shocking, causing Chun Lingling to involuntarily gasp. She exclaimed in astonishment, "These two have actually arrived. Could it be that the organization is indeed preparing for something?" "Indeed, this is the simplest and most effective method," remarked the middle-aged man, casually playing a card from his hand while smiling. "A venerable family with a legacy spanning a millennium possesses formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. However, it is quite simple to bring such a family to its knees. Once a vacancy arises in the new generation of heirs, the ensuing power struggles will undoubtedly plunge this vast and convoluted family into unprecedented chaos. Moreover, the current lineage of the Qingyongli family is not particularly strong. The most talented descendant is, astonishingly, a member of the side branch, the Madmanly, when the main branch is weak and the side branch is strong. What use is there in having power, unless one is ruthless enough to eradicate the Madmanly? The most lethal seed of power will inevitably take root and flourish in people's hearts. At that point, the other families will likely be more than willing to lend a hand, making the decline and downfall of the Qingyongli family unavoidable." As the words settled, silence enveloped the room. Chun Lingling swallowed hard, her expression increasingly shocked as she contemplated the middle-aged man's statements, rendered speechless for a long time. How terrifying was this grasp of human nature and analysis of the situation. Suddenly, the crisp sound of mahjong tiles clattering on the table jolted Chun Lingling back to reality. She looked up in astonishment to find a red tile quietly resting beside the middle-aged man. He slowly pushed aside the tiles, revealing the faces of the cards, and smiled. "My apologies, but I have one with a self-drawn 13 tiles. Surely you recognize the madman Li, Chu Tianjiao," murmured Qin Mo, opening his eyes and frowning. He had to admit that the middle-aged man's analysis was quite reasonable. The issue of family succession was essentially unsolvable, impossible to avoid entirely. The third card must pertain to the mole hidden within the Qingyongli family. But what are the identities of the fourth and fifth cards? Qin Mo pondered. Despite having overheard some information, he still lacked much knowledge. However, he could now ascertain that the next target of the Tiandi Society remained firmly set on Li Mo and Li Yuan. They had launched numerous attacks against these two, yet each time, their efforts had ended in failure, never achieving their intended objectives. The last operation had already dispatched 2 awakened individuals, suggesting that the fourth and fifth cards were likely also awakened entities. Otherwise, their strength would be insufficient, merely serving as fodder. A glimmer of realization flickered in Qin Mo's eyes, his expression one of astonishment. To think they even had awakened individuals among them. What kind of organization was the Tiandi Society? Their ambition was truly staggering. Chapter 52. The awakening of power. An awakened individual possesses the capability to devastate an entire city. When one's genes reach such an advanced state of awakening, they are essentially at the pinnacle of terrestrial power. They can effortlessly eliminate awakened beings, unleashing terrifying strength with merely a gesture. Even the remnants of divine relics and elemental crystals that arise post-ascension serve as immensely powerful weapons. Taking a step further, one transcends from earth to heaven, bridging the chasm between the two realms, achieving a level rare among millions. Whether in the Qin or Qi, awakened beings of this level serve as the absolute backbone of society. They enjoy considerable privileges, occupying significant positions, and their status is held in the highest esteem. This is why Qin Mo remarked on the grand ambitions of the Heavenly Society. The fact that they can summon individuals of such rank signifies a power beyond the ordinary. It is no wonder that Qin Mo felt increasingly astonished. It is essential to understand that the vast majority of resources in this society are consolidated within the hands of the upper echelons, with high-level awakened beings being a particularly rare and formidable asset. Consequently, those behind the Heavenly Society are either from noble families, the royal lineage, or the state of Qi. What a revelation! Qin Mo murmured softly to himself. Unlike Li Mao, he was acutely aware that his knowledge and observations paled in comparison to Li Mao's, which is why he only speculated about the underlying truth upon realizing the Heavenly Society's ability to summon such individuals. However, the identity of the puppet master remained elusive, as the scope was too vast. Soon, he would enter the imperial capital, but when exactly would that be? Moreover, to take action, one must choose an appropriate location. Qin Mo pondered deeply, a multitude of thoughts flashing through his mind, all of which he promptly dismissed. The information he had gathered was still inadequate, with too many possibilities. Even employing an exhaustive method would yield scant results. Shaking his head, he yearned to eavesdrop on more intelligence. Yet the Heavenly Society had not afforded him this opportunity. Even when gathered together, their discussions remained shrouded in ambiguity, with critical points conspicuously absent. How can I still find time for mahjong? Qin Mo muttered under his breath. He had contemplated anonymously notifying the Security Bureau about the Heavenly Society, but upon further reflection, he dismissed that notion. At this point, he was still uncertain of the role that the third individual played within the Qingyangli family. Even if he acted, it would likely lead to exposure. Such a scenario would prompt the Heavenly Society to be on guard, and any alteration to their original plans would only complicate matters further. Qin Mo mused that, in his current situation, the Heavenly Society was in the light while he was in the shadows. Given that the Li family's intervention might not be effective, it was prudent to maintain the status quo. At the very least, he would be prepared. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Mo rose from the sofa and made his way to the bedroom. Although he had gleaned the plans in advance, he remained oblivious to when and where the two individuals of the Heavenly Society would act or how they intended to proceed. All he could do was heighten his vigilance in the coming days and remain alert for any unusual occurrences. Additionally, Qin Mo planned to inform Li Mo and Li Yuan about the events of the night, providing them with a timely warning. Of course, this would include information about the third individual. He hoped that these two would not be so foolish as to expose themselves, being unaware of the high-ranking insider among them. Despite the formidable power possessed by the two awakened beings, they remain easily manageable for the esteemed Li family of Qingyang. Qin Mo reclined on his bed, peering through the darkness at the ceiling, and sighed contemplatively. Indeed, this is the legacy of a millennial-old family. As the night passed in silence, dawn broke the following morning. Qin Mo arose promptly at 6 o'clock, followed by his morning routine of brushing his teeth, washing up, and having breakfast before departing his home at 6:30. As was his custom, he jogged towards the Bureau of Security, greeted by the resplendent morning sun. However, today bore a slight deviation from his usual routine. At 7, Qin Mo stealthily diverted into a modest internet CAF by the roadside. 10 minutes later, he emerged, resuming his journey to the Bureau, his demeanor unaltered, as if nothing had transpired. At the Qingyangli estate, within the study, only Li Mao and his son, Li Mo, were present. Li Mao furrowed his brow, intently examining the message on Qin Mo's phone. After a prolonged moment, he finally set down the device and addressed Qin Mo. His voice measured. "What is your perspective on this matter?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mo straightened his back, his expression turning serious. He recognized this as a subtle test from his father. Instead of responding immediately, Qin Mo pondered thoughtfully before articulating. "Although the Heavenly Earth Society possesses remarkable capabilities, I believe this information is credible. Thanks to your previous arrangements, if they wish to act again, they will indeed need to deploy forces of a higher tier. In such a case, we might as well turn the tables on them and draw them out. To entice the adversary, one must provide bait." Evidently, Qin Mo was willing to serve as this bait, undeterred by the threat of awakened beings. A faint milagrosa Qin Mo's lips, and he nodded with a hint of satisfaction. "Your audacity reflects well on the reputation of the Qin Li family. This plan is sound. Remember to personally advise Xiao Yuan. In the coming days, conduct yourselves as if unaware of this matter. Our internal informant will find a way to advance the situation." "Understood," Li Montag replied solemnly. "Very well. You may leave." Li Mao gestured dismissively. Soon, the study was left in solitude, with only him remaining. He lowered his gaze to the unresolved game on the chessboard, picking up a black piece and leisurely placing on the board. An informant, number 3, the Heavenly Earth Society. Who could the specter be within the Qin Li family? Or perhaps there are multiple. Li Mao mused internally, having narrowed down the suspects based on previous actions. Yet, the number of potential culprits still exceeded a dozen, all of whom were highly reliable core disciples of the Qin Li family, with a strong lineage. If not for the missteps in their actions, Li Mao would find it challenging to suspect these individuals. However, this very circumstance would significantly complicate the investigation, causing Li Mao considerable distress. To unearth the specter would not be a simple endeavor. However, returning to the topic at hand, Qin Mo is indeed astonishing, capable of uncovering such pivotal information on 2 consecutive occasions. It is unexpected that this young man is not only a top-tier genius, but also a polymath. Li Mao wore a smile on his face, generously praising Qin Mo for his remarkable performance. Information that even the Qin Li family could not procure seemed to be effortlessly accessible to Qin Mo. "What lineage of awakeners do you belong to, young man? How many secrets do you still hold?" Li Mao was perplexed, yet the smile on his face grew ever more pronounced. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, on the 3rd floor of the security bureau, Qin Mo remained, as usual, seated at his workstation, basking in the warm sunlight. The day had passed without incident, essentially mirroring any other day. The other teams in the security office were similarly uneventful. During the lunch break, Qin Mo discreetly conducted his investigations once more. As the end of the workday approached, there had been no signs of abnormalities. It appeared that the Heavenly Earth Society had no intentions of making a move today. Qin Mo mused as he leaned back in his chair, swaying gently. Suddenly, the voice of Su Yin resonated from across the room. "Hey, handsome, would you like to join me for dinner tonight? I'm at your disposal, Sister Su. As a solitary soul, I am open to anything," Qin Mo replied casually. At this, Su Yin flashed a playful smile, her eyes twinkling. "Oh, really, anything goes. Accompanying you for meals, drinks, or even sleeping, just let me know what you desire. All complimentary." Su Yin tilted her head, stroking her smooth, fair chin, adopting a contemplative expression. "I would like to experience them all, but it depends on the arrangement for tonight. In any case, it's settled then. Wait for me after work." She lamented. "There's a newly opened seafood buffet in Lingyun District. You know, dining alone at a buffet is the most dreary." All right. Qin Mo readily agreed to the prospect of a complimentary dinner, smiling as he said, "I will accompany Sister Su. By the way, do they serve fresh abalone?" "Get lost." Su Yin shot him a glare. The two exchanged playful banter for a while, and time quietly slipped away. Before long, a warm current surged within Qin Mo. Energy points, 16, freely allocable. The temperature had dropped today, resulting in a slight decrease in energy points. Qin Mo opened his Gene Awakening panel, observing the various attributes. Without much thought, he evenly distributed the 16 points, adding 2 points to each attribute. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and the immense warmth rapidly spread throughout his body. Strength, 66, Awakening Skill, Super Strength. Chapter 53. Tomorrow's inspection. Qin Mo's eyes lit up. This was beyond his expectations. as the awakening of strength this time occurred without any forewarning. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that only a few days had passed since his last awakening of super strength. However, it seemed that Qin Mo had only become an awakener within the past month. The warm current is intensifying his cellular vitality, and he feels as though he has consumed a dozen bottles of Viagra, brimming with inexhaustible energy. Qin Mo gradually unfurls his palm, then tightly clenches his fist, a radiant smile spreading across his face. The super strength tier resembles the enhancement of a steel physique, albeit in a more straightforward and brutal manner. His power has doubled from its original foundation, and his peak strength has similarly surged. He wonders just how much force he can unleash with a single punch. It seems prudent to find a suitable place to test it later. The construction site behind his home is certainly not appropriate, as a single blow there could potentially obliterate the building. How troublesome, he muses while scratching his head, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Sometimes, being excessively powerful is a burden. Regardless, he must first attend to his meal and ponder it further on the way. Qin Mo mutters to himself. Subsequently, he tidies up the table and departs the Safety Bureau building alongside Su Yin. The two of them drive in Su Yin's small sports car towards the self-service restaurant, where a reservation has already been made at a staggering price of $468 per person, leaving Qin Mo astounded. With his current savings, he can afford the meal, but prudence is key. They arrive at 5:30 and indulge heartily until after 8 o'clock, thoroughly recouping their investment before concluding their dining experience. By the time Qin Mo returns home, it is nearly 9 o'clock. Baiyun District cannot compare to the vibrancy of Lingyun District, and Guanghong Street is even less lively. The nightlife here is rather mundane. At this hour, the streets are sparsely populated. Qin Mo rests his hands behind his head, leisurely turning into a corner, concealing himself in the shadows. Noticing that no one pays him any heed, he crouches down, gazing at the ground. After contemplating along the way, he ultimately decides to test his strength against the earth itself. It serves as the perfect punching bag, resilient and unbreakable. With his fist clenched tightly, he slightly raises his arm, his gaze sharpening with intensity. He exhales deeply before unleashing a punch, combining his deliberate strike with the force of a mountain and the might of the super strength tier. An unfathomable power surges through the ground at an unimaginable speed, reaching deep beneath the surface. Boom! A tremendous sound erupts from the depths of the earth, akin to thunder on a clear day. Immediately, the street where Qin Mo stands trembles slightly, and cracks begin to appear in the concrete pavement, spreading like a vast spiderweb. Qin Mo stares in astonishment at the scene before him, his throat constricting. What? He quickly glances down towards the earth's depths, activating his vision silently. He observes a massive chasm materializing approximately 15 meters below, which continues to collapse. Oh no, this is bad. As the realization dawns, Qin Mo swiftly vanishes from his original position. In the very next moment after his disappearance, the ground beneath him collapsed, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The wall that Qin Mo had been leaning against crumbled, reduced to a heap of bricks as its foundation gave way. At the end of the street, Qin Mo stood wide-eyed, observing the spectacle before him. He had never anticipated the sheer force of his punch would yield such catastrophic results. The deep pit continued to expand outward, encroaching upon the ground beneath Qin Mo's feet, rendering the once spacious street utterly compromised. It appeared as though a minor earthquake had transpired. Fortunately, the street was in proximity to the industrial zone, with few residential buildings nearby. Qin Mo activated his holographic interface to scan the area, confirming that no injuries had occurred and that there were no significant financial losses. However, the commotion had attracted attention, and some individuals had already begun to call the relevant authorities. Clearing his throat, Qin Mo sheepishly rubbed his nose and discreetly departed the scene. A quarter of an hour later, he found himself nestled on his own couch, perusing news on his phone. It was likely that the following day, a news article in the capital would report on the incident, speculating it to be an earthquake. The next day, at 9 in the morning, Qin Mo entered the office of Team 7, clutching a thermos. The temperature had returned to a pleasant 37 degrees, which was indeed welcome news for him. The entire morning passed uneventfully, filled only with idle distractions. Qin Mo had expected the day to mirror the previous one, but shortly after returning from lunch, Li Yuan unexpectedly emerged from her small office. Wearing her pristine white shoes, She walked to the center of the workspace and clapped her hands twice, capturing the attention of everyone present. With an indifferent gaze sweeping across each face, she stated flatly, "Everyone, report to work an hour early tomorrow." At this announcement, the team exchanged puzzled glances. "Are we being assigned a task, team leader?" Inkita Li Shengfeng. Li Yuan nodded slightly and confirmed. "The higher-ups have issued a directive for street inspections across all teams' jurisdictions tomorrow." It had been previously mentioned that the Safety Bureau was primarily responsible for security matters in the capital and its surrounding areas. The specifics fell under the purview of the Security Division. This division comprised 20 teams, each tasked with overseeing a designated area. Although the number of team members was limited, the scope of their responsibilities was considerable. Such inspections were not unprecedented. Qin Mo had experienced a similar undertaking during his induction into the Bureau last year, marking a rare busy period in the office. They would need to work from 8 in the morning until 9 in the evening to cover their entire jurisdiction. Thus, upon learning of the inspection duty, the team members displayed expressions of dismay, though their thoughts remained unvoiced. Even though we won TB leaving the capital this time, everyone should remain vigilant and carry the necessary firearms and ammunition, Li Yuan instructed. Understood, the team responded in unison. Subsequently, Li Yuan nodded once more and returned to her small office. Upon her arrival, she stood by the window, lit a cigarette, and with a slight furrow in her brow, began to exhale clouds of smoke. It was evident that her inner turmoil was far from the calm she projected. Qin Mo observed all of this intently. The inspections had been neglected both earlier and later, and it seemed that the Heavenly Society was preparing to take action. He pondered the readiness of the Qingyongli family. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. There was no need to expend excessive energy on it. When soldiers come, one must defend. When the waters rise, the earth must hold firm. As long as he possessed formidable strength to rely upon, no danger would truly be perilous. Now, it remained to be seen how the Heavenly Society intended to act the following day. Time slipped swiftly by. Soon, the clock on the wall quietly approached 5 o'clock. Qin Mo focused his gaze, and the awakening panel appeared before him, revealing changes in the bottommost section. Energy points, 21, freely allocatable. As the temperature rose, the accumulated solar energy increased accordingly. As per usual, he allocated 2 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to add 4 points to hearing, breathing, and recovery, ensuring a balanced development of all attributes. The final point was bestowed upon intelligence. Thus, the allocation of energy points for the day concluded, and a warm current swiftly flowed throughout his body. Speed, 61, awakening skill, quintuple sonic speed. Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback. His speed had indeed received a significant enhancement. Quintuple sonic speed equates to 1700. To traverse 3 miles in a mere second is an unfathomable terror. Previously, Qin Mo had achieved double sonic speed, with a maximum burst velocity of approximately 800. Now, merely on paper, he had attained a doubling of his capabilities. Not to mention, this was far from his ultimate limit. Just how fast he could go would require further testing later that night, he mused. He then picked up his thermos, exchanged pleasantries with Su Yin, and exited the Security Bureau building. Ever since his physical constitution had been dramatically enhanced, Qin Mo had taken to running to and from work, saving him a considerable sum in commuting expenses. However, that money had all been redirected to his meals. As was customary, he did not return home to cook, but casually sought out a nearby restaurant and ordered 2 small dishes. Once he finished his meal, the evening breeze stirred, and dusk deepened. Noticing that it was still early, Qin Mo diverted to a nearby park and strolled leisurely for a while. It was the height of summer, and the girls were dressed in light attire, offering a delightful feast for the eyes. It was not until after 8 in the evening that Qin Mo returned to Guanghong Street. Yet, he did not head straight home. Instead, he chose a secluded street with little foot traffic. At the end of the long street, Qin Mo felt his muscles begin to tense, from his upper body down to his legs and finally to his toes. In the next instant, he vanished from his original position. Suddenly, a sound of explosion echoed in the silent night sky, accompanied by a swift change in the air's velocity. Crack! Thud! 2 seconds later, Qin Mo reappeared on a neighboring street. He halted, looked back, and his mind raced to calculate the distance he had just covered. For 1,000 meters, exactly 8 li, Thus, my current maximum speed is approximately 2,000, almost reaching 6 times the speed of sound, Qin Mo murmured to himself. 2 seconds for 4 kilometers means 7,200 kilometers in an hour. Hiss! Qin Mo inhaled sharply. This speed surpassed that of an ordinary aircraft. I wonder if awakened beings can achieve such velocity, he pondered as he made his way home. Thus, the night passed without further incident. The following day, at 7:30 in the morning, Qin Mo appeared at the base of the Security Bureau's building. Usually at this hour, he would be jogging in the sunlight on the streets of the imperial capital, but today was slightly different. Although the assembly time announced was 8 o'clock, many people had already gathered below. Armed off-road vehicles lined the square, resembling a pack of wild beasts poised for action. Each group had 2 vehicles, all 6-seaters, identical to their previous configuration when departing the imperial capital for a mission. By now, more than half of the 7th group had arrived. Yet Su Yin and Li Yuan were still absent. Qin Mo leaned against a vehicle in boredom, basking in the sun while discreetly eavesdropping on the casual chatter of other groups. After a few minutes, he noticed that everyone treated this as a routine inspection, their conversations lighthearted and devoid of any tension. Not long after, Li Yuan and Su Yin finally drove up one after the other. "Good morning, Sister Su." Qin Mo greeted Su Yin with a smile. "Ah, good morning," Su Yin replied, covering her mouth as she yawned. "I'm really not accustomed to waking up early suddenly. Today is going to be a busy day. Indeed, it's quite exhausting. We might still have to play the role of drivers. I fear my sister will be utterly worn out," Qin Mo responded, taking the cue. "Well then, I want to hold back. It's settled that I'll ride with you," Su Yin said. "What is there to be polite about between us?" Just as they exchanged a few words, Li Yuan approached, stepping confidently in her black leather shoes, her demeanor as cool as ever. "Is everyone here?" she asked, surveying the group. Reporting to the team leader, "Everyone has arrived," Li Changfeng answered promptly. Li Yuan nodded slightly and began to assign tasks. "Li Changfeng, Wang Yin, you 5 will form one team. The rest will be with me." In total, 10 individuals were divided into 2 teams, each comprising 3 awakened beings and 2 ordinary people, with Qin Mo and Su Yin naturally accompanying Li Yuan. Upon realizing he could not share a vehicle with Li Yuan, Li Changfeng's mouth opened in surprise. The team leader, "I wish to," but before he could finish his sentence, Li Yuan furrowed her brows and shot him a cold glance, inquiring, "What is your issue?" Faced with her icy stare, the words that had been poised on Li Changfeng's lips suddenly felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat. He lowered his head, responding somewhat dejectedly, "Nothing, nothing at all." "Then let us board the vehicle and prepare for departure," Li Yuan stated coolly. The group unanimously agreed, and the other teams began their movements as well. Soon, all 10 individuals boarded the vehicle, with Qin Mo at the helm and Li Yuan seated beside him. As he turned the key, the engine roared to life, and one by one, the off-road vehicles exited the safety bureau. The warm sunlight streamed through the windshield, bathing Qin Mo's face and continuously gathering solar energy. Gripping the steering wheel, he maintained a calm demeanor while his gaze remained fixed on the road ahead, though inwardly, he heightened his vigilance and remained alert. Li Yuan mirrored this disposition. Seated in the back, she instinctively crossed her legs. With her eyes closed, she seemed to be pretending to doze off, yet her fingers, which she clenched tightly and then slowly released, betrayed her inner turmoil, revealing that her calm exterior belied a restless mind. Although Qin Mo did not turn around, he discerned this subtle movement with clarity. Simultaneously, he noted that someone was tailing their vehicle. Through his holographic vision, Qin Mo clearly observed an unremarkable, slender middle-aged man. He was an awakened individual, having emerged from the safety bureau, likely a backup arranged by the Qingyangli family to protect Li Yuan. While the Heavenly Earth Society was preparing to deploy 2 awakened individuals, the Qingyangli family had only sent one. This was not indicative of a lack of regard for Li Yuan. Rather, it appeared they had concluded that the 2 awakened individuals would not need to personally intervene with her, deeming it an excessive allocation of resources. After all, Li Yuan had yet to reach the status of even a high-level awakened individual. What necessity was there for the involvement of an awakened elite? Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? It was prudent to reserve one's best resources for critical matters, with Li Mo being the focal point. Thus, the group swiftly arrived at the jurisdiction, commencing their methodical inspection street by street. As time progressed, the sun grew increasingly relentless, undoubtedly complicating their task. Aside from Qin Mo, The enthusiasm of the others waned significantly. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they had still not covered more than half of the area, yet lunchtime had arrived, prompting them to casually select a noodle shop. The anticipated assault did not materialize. Not a single shadow of the Heavenly Earth Society appeared, save for the awakened individuals sent by the Qingyongli family, who continued to follow them closely. Qin Mo had just relaxed his auditory senses, confirming that no incidents were occurring with Li Mo either. Could it be that they had chosen the afternoon as their opportune moment to strike? He pondered silently. However, as the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, no anomalies had surfaced, making it seem as though this was indeed an ordinary inspection task. Nonetheless, with 4 hours remaining until the end of the inspection, it was premature to draw any conclusions. Furthermore, based on previous experiences, the Heavenly Earth Society favored executing their plans under the cover of night. As Qin Mo pondered deeply within himself, a gentle warmth coursed through his body once again. Unbeknownst to him, his solar energy points had accumulated once more. With the pleasant weather and his extended time outdoors, it was reasonable to assume that he had gathered a slightly greater amount than usual. Suyin drove the car, while Qin Mo occupied the passenger seat, opening the Qin Awakening panel to observe the various attributes laid out before him. Solar energy points, 24, freely allocable. To have amassed so many was a delightful surprise for Qin Mo, causing a silent smile to grace his lips. The allocation plan remained consistent, with 2 points assigned to vision, strength, speed, and defense, while the remaining 4 attributes each received an increase of 4 points. Consequently, his current 8 attributes stood as follows: vision, 66, hearing, 62, intelligence, 65, breathing, 63, strength, 70, speed, 63, recovery, 60, defense, 62, except for a slight surplus in strength. The other 7 attributes were relatively balanced, all exceeding the threshold of 60 points, perfectly aligning with his pursuit of harmonious development. The warmth swiftly permeated every corner of his being, enveloping him in a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. Solar energy points, 0. All attributes had reached the superhuman threshold, and the gene power was set to be formally unleashed. Suddenly, an unexpected message flashed in Qin Mo's mind, momentarily startling him. Before he could fully comprehend it, another message followed closely behind. Awaken skill, biofield. Chapter 55. The Nocturnal Symphony. What a revelation, biofield. Qin Mo was instantly invigorated, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The manifestation of the biofield entailed the possibility of flight. He had long yearned for the awakening of this power, and at last, the day had arrived. With all attributes surpassing the superhuman threshold, the gene power was finally being tapped into. What did this mean? Reflecting on the fleeting message, his extraordinary mind rapidly analyzed its implications. Now that all attributes exceeded 60 points, this must be the so-called passing threshold. Did it imply that the superhuman gene was only just beginning to unfold? Qin Mo felt a surge of astonishment, yet upon deeper contemplation, it seemed entirely reasonable. What constitutes a superhuman? One who could obliterate a planet with a single punch, extinguish the sun with a mere breath. He was still far from that pivotal step in his growth. To label his current stage as merely introductory was no exaggeration. No wonder the biofield had suddenly awakened. Qin Mo mused to himself. The warmth within him lingered longer than ever before, as if energizing every cell in his body. With the biofield now at his disposal, the most immediate change was the ability to influence his own gravity. Given Qin Mo's current physical attributes, direct flight was still beyond his grasp. He would need to absorb more solar energy to achieve that aspiration. However, he now possesses remarkably astonishing leaping ability, enhanced strength, a formidable steel physique, and an unprecedented velocity that surpasses limits. As for the specifics of how astonishing and powerful he has become, Qin Mo remains unaware, requiring personal exploration of his body's limits. Unexpectedly, instead of awaiting the Tian Di Hui, he has encountered the awakening of the biological force field today, suggesting that his fortunes are rather favorable. Observing the increasingly darkening sky, Qin Mo's smile grows ever more radiant. The group conducted their patrol until 9:30, completing their responsibilities with remarkable ease. During this time, no unusual incidents occurred, making the experience exceedingly smooth. The anticipated Tian Di Hui yielded not even a shadow, let alone a heightened awakener. Qin Mo, safely transporting Li Yuan and the others back to the safety bureau without any hindrances. Subsequently, they each disembarked, their faces marked by exhaustion. Let's call it a day. Everyone has worked hard. Make sure to rest well tonight, Li Yuan remarked, surveying the group. In response, Li Changfeng and the others quickly donned smiles, insisting that it had not been arduous at all. Unmoved by their flattery, Li Yuan's expression remained unchanged as she calmly stated, "We will resume our duties at the usual time tomorrow. You are dismissed." Understood, the group acknowledged, departing in small clusters, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Nearby, Suyin stretched lazily, showcasing her graceful figure, and yawned. Finally, it's over. Today has truly worn me out. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. With that, she waved and headed toward the parking lot. See you tomorrow, Sister Sue, Qin Mo replied with a smile. Watching her retreating figure, he shook his head with a grin and strolled out of the safety bureau, leisurely making his way home. Qin Mo intended to walk home, but before he could take 20 steps, an exceptionally luxurious sports car came to a halt beside him, honking a few times. He turned to see the window slowly descend, revealing Li Yuan's face. Get in. I'm heading the same way, she stated succinctly as always. Allericht, Qin Mo replied, opening the door and settling into the passenger seat without hesitation. Since someone was willing to offer him a ride, he saw no reason to decline such a kindness. You've been driving all day. You must be quite tired. Make sure to rest well tonight, Li Yuan said, her gaze fixed on the road. In response, Qin Mo scratched his head casually. I'm fine. It's just driving. As soon as he spoke, a palpable silence enveloped the car, leaving both occupants without words. After traveling 5 or 6 miles, the slightly awkward atmosphere was finally disrupted. I know that despite being part of Team 7, you and Su Yin have been treated less favorably compared to Li Changfeng and the others. I will do my utmost to compensate you in other areas. And I hope there is no imbalance in your hearts, Li Yuan suddenly remarked. What she referred to in other aspects was naturally the economic side, such as the previous sum of 100,000. However, Li Yuan could only offer compensation, not a complete transformation. The vast chasm that exists between the awakened and ordinary individuals, along with the resultant disparity in status, has long been deeply entrenched. Qin Mo had discerned this truth long ago. This societal discord has persisted for centuries and is likely to continue indefinitely. In truth, this was somewhat acceptable. Qin Mo did not elaborate further, merely uttering this statement before the two once again fell into an uncomfortable silence, devoid of conversation. Fortunately, Li Yuan drove swiftly and soon arrived at his doorstep. They exchanged farewells and parted ways. In a lonely night, on a tranquil street, Li Yuan gripped the steering wheel with one hand while gently massaging her temples with the other. Her nerves had been taut all day, on guard against any potential ambush. Thus, despite not having engaged in any significant activity, she felt utterly exhausted. However, at this hour, the Heavenly Society had not made any moves, suggesting that they would not act further today. With a sigh of relief, Li Yuan relaxed her body slightly and gradually pressed the brake, bringing the car to a gentle stop in front of her newly relocated residence. Upon opening the car door, she stepped out in her black leather shoes, kicked them off at the entrance, and donned a pair of pink slippers. Simultaneously, she pressed the switch for the living room lights. A warm, bright yellow glow instantly flooded the space, illuminating every corner of the living room and revealing the man seated on the sofa. Clad in a tailcoat, he sat with one leg crossed over the other, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Li Yuan at the door. Miss Li, I have been waiting for quite some time, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan stiffened, her expression shifting dramatically. She had never anticipated that the Heavenly Society would choose this moment to strike, infiltrating her home in advance. Suddenly, with a shattering crash, a glass window broke as the awakened individual who had been following Li Yuan burst through. Flames engulfed his body, resembling an arrow released from a bow, aimed directly at the man on the sofa. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself grasped by the throat, his fate sealed. An arm, emerging through the fiery exterior, effortlessly tightened around his neck. Shoo, the man maintained his smile, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. I merely wish to invite Miss Li for a dance. Why must you disrupt our moment? An unexpected torrent of water appeared out of thin air, extinguishing the flames enveloping him while simultaneously flooding into his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. With a dull thud, the body of the awakened individual collapsed to the ground. The man in the tailcoat methodically retrieved a white handkerchief from his breast pocket, elegantly wiping his hands, though they bore no trace of any substance. "Miss Li, may I have the pleasure of dancing with you?" he said, casting a smile towards Li Yuan, though the expression bore a devilish quality. Effortlessly dispatching an awakened being of a high rank, the identity of the man in the tailcoat was unmistakable. He was indeed one of the elite members of the Heavenly Society. Li Yuan, however, was merely of a lower rank, and facing such a formidable opponent seemed akin to a death sentence. Yet, in moments of peril, it is crucial to remain composed and unflustered. She offered no response to the man's inquiry, but sharply tugged at her collar, grasping a pendant that had hung around her neck. As the pendant was torn away, a thumb-sized orb was crushed, instantly manifesting a translucent, earthen-hued barrier before her. The man in the tailcoat observed this spectacle with a knowing smile, nodding in approval. Truly, Miss Li was the daughter of the Duke of Li, possessing an elemental crystal. If I am not mistaken, this must be a product of an awakened being adept in earth elements. Renowned for its defensive capabilities, the earth element served as a formidable life-preserving artifact. He effortlessly discerned the origin of the barrier, raising his arm to snap his fingers. With a sharp crack, a torrent of water surged into the room, coalescing into a colossal tortoise. The creature then lunged violently at Li Yuan. Boom! A deafening roar resonated as dust erupted. The terrifying force of the man in the tailcoat had collapsed the very structure of the house. Yet, miraculously, Li Yuan remained unharmed. The earth elemental crystal had absorbed the entirety of the assault. Nevertheless, her expression soured, for the barrier before her had developed a faint crack. The deceased of a higher rank could never be compared to the living. "Very well, let us do this again," the man in the tailcoat declared, standing amidst the rubble, smiling as he summoned another torrent of water. A moment later, another thunderous sound erupted. The cracks in the barrier multiplied, and the overwhelming force coursed through to Li Yuan, causing blood to trickle from her lips. It was evident that should he strike 2 more times, she would surely shatter alongside the elemental crystal. The disparity between them was insurmountably vast, and despair had begun to seep into her heart. Boom! The water surged once more, and the barrier teetered precariously. On the verge of collapse, Li Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, her vision blurring. She had sustained grievous injuries and collapsed helplessly to the ground. "Alas, what a beautiful maiden you are! Yet such a pity," the man in the tailcoat lamented, shaking his head. He raised his arm and waved his hand, sending forth the final torrent of water towards Li Yuan. This blow would resound with a thunderous crash, heralding the decline of a millennia-old family in a most exquisite symphony. However, a second later, nothing transpired. The smile of the man in the tailcoat froze upon his face. The anticipated crescendo he envisioned never materialized, and Li Yuan had not perished by his hand. The water cascaded helplessly to the ground, and the dissipating dust gradually revealed a faint silhouette. Before the luminous barrier stood another figure, a man in a tailcoat who had appeared unannounced. In the dense night, Qin Mo stood silently amidst the ruins, a smile gracing his face as he observed the astonished expression of the gentleman before him. "It's my turn," he declared, raising his right arm. Chapter 56. What on earth is this level? The distance between them was merely 5 meters. Yet, Qin Mo's current maximum speed surpassed 2,000. In the fleeting moment that the man in the tailcoat's brain registered the situation, Qin Mo vanished from his original position, reappearing mere inches from his face. His right arm was aligned with his shoulder, elbow jutting backward, fingers tightly clenched into a fist. In the next instant, Qin Mo unleashed a punch. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated, heralding the most exquisite symphony for the fall of an awakened being of considerable rank. Gush! The man in the tailcoat, caught completely off guard, expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging, his aura diminished, his complexion ashen. He was sent hurtling backward uncontrollably, his bones shattered, his internal organs grievously injured. It was all too swift. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. From Qin Mo's emergence to the strike itself. He hadn't even had a moment to mount any defense before teetering on the brink of death. As a seasoned, awakened individual with a decade of experience, the man in the tailcoat had never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. With a muffled thud, He crashed through 2 walls before embedding himself into the cobblestones across the street, his limbs hanging limply. The once pristine tailcoat now lay in tatters, drenched by the blood seeping from his wounds. In his current state of disarray, the elegance he once possessed seemed a distant memory. The man in the tailcoat coughed up blood repeatedly, slowly lifting his head to gaze hazily at Qin Mo in the distance, who had vanished only to reappear before him. Huff! It felt as though rusty chains were twisting in his throat. Summoning every ounce of strength, he struggled to move his right arm, embedded in the wall, gradually raising his palm, his fingers trembling violently. Gritting his teeth, he traced a delicate arc in the night sky with his index finger, and suddenly, wisps of pale blue water surged forth from the air. The water did not seek to attack Qin Mo. Instead, it rapidly enveloped the man in the tailcoat, coalescing around him to form a vividly lifelike black tortoise. Clearly, the previous strike had extinguished any desire for offense. His only hope now was to preserve his own life. Alas, such a notion was but a futile dream. Qin Mo lowered his gaze slightly, looking down upon him from above, his eyes reflecting a hint of something unusual. Unbeknownst to him, on the brink of death, he murmured softly to himself, contemplating the creation of his own coffin. The gentleman in the tailcoat failed to catch the words spoken, only observing Qin Mo's lips move gently before he drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The cold air, transformed by his powerful lungs, enveloped him, exuding an eerie chill. The flowing water gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a complete standstill, inch by inch crystallizing into solid ice. The tailcoat gentleman's eyes widened in disbelief. He yearned to struggle, yet found himself utterly powerless. He could only watch, helplessly, as his life ebbed away. 3 seconds later, a magnificent ice sculpture materialized bizarrely in the summer night of the capital, resembling an exquisite piece of art from a distance. The terror etched on the tailcoat gentleman's face, along with his demise, was forever captured in that moment. A high-level elemental awakened had thus perished. Qin Mo shook his head and turned to look at Li Yuan, who lay amidst the ruins. The earth element crystalline shield, though cracked, still stood firm in protecting her. He activated his X-ray vision, scanning her body from head to toe, confirming that she was merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness due to multiple internal injuries, with no threat to her life. To eliminate such a high-level awakened leader, the Heavenly Society had indeed deployed significant resources. Qin Mo furrowed his brow, his super brain tirelessly analyzing calculations, while his hearing expanded to a radius of 100 miles. 5 seconds later, the super brain accurately reported Li Mo's precise location based on the vast feedback. He was 67 miles away, dining at the top of a high-rise building, seemingly in the company of others. After confirming the location, Qin Mo's figure vanished once more into the profound night. The night remained as silent as ever. If one were to overlook the ruins and the lifelike ice sculpture, it would seem as if nothing had occurred at all. Meanwhile, at the Qin Mo Tower, an iconic structure located in the heart of Lingyun District, rising 66 stories high, it was a landmark of considerable repute. The tower's standards were extraordinarily high, unaffordable for the average person. The open-air restaurant on the 67th floor was even more exclusive, catering only to the core descendants of millennium-old families and the upper echelons of society in the capital. Standing here, one could behold much of the city, evoking a sense of lofty superiority, a taste of power. At this moment, Li Mo was dining here with 2 friends, sharing the same sentiment as Li Yuan, believing that the Heavenly Society would not make a move today, thus lowering their guard. Yet it was precisely this complacency that the Heavenly Society sought to exploit. As Li Mo dined, on the 50th floor of the Qin Mo Tower, a spirited middle-aged man sat by the window in a tea room, leisurely savoring his tea. This individual was none other than Li Mao, the contemporary head of the Qingyang Li family. Remarkably, he had chosen to take matters into his own hands to safeguard Li Mo, acting as the hidden guardian. With a presence of such caliber, no matter how many adversaries from the Heavenly Society arrived, they would be rendered utterly ineffective. Though Li Mao appeared engrossed in his tea, a subtle aura of dragon might enveloped him, and his eyes had transformed into dragon-like orbs, clearly reflecting the scene from the penthouse. As the elevator doors opened, a server pushed a cart towards Li Mo and his companions. At first glance, the server seemed perfectly ordinary, but as he drew nearer, his form underwent a striking transformation. He grew taller, His limbs became robust, and soon his attire was stretched to its limits, with sharp strands of black hair sprouting forth. It was evident that he was another awakened individual sent by the Heavenly Society. At the moment the server exhibited this anomaly, Li Mao detected him instantly. He set down his teacup, lifted his head with a slight smile, and the overwhelming dragon might surged forth, ready to spring into action. However, just then Li Mao paused, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. He sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching the Qin Mo tower. His eyes flickered, and he saw a figure 5 miles away. Could it be Qin Mo? Li Mao's brow furrowed as he murmured to himself, "What business does a mere rank have in this affair?" After ascending to a higher tier of awakening, the disparities between each rank were as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, especially among ranks. It was evident that Li Mao believed even the most exceptional genius like Qin Mo would struggle to make any significant impact in tonight's confrontation. Yet in the next moment, his frown deepened and his astonishment grew. Wait, at this speed, time had barely passed a second, and Qin Mo, who had been 5 miles away, was now downstairs. 1 second covering 5 miles left Li Mao dumbfounded. Was this truly a mere rank? Patience, dear audience. In a few days, I shall unveil my work. Once it is available, you will surely indulge in a delightful reading experience. Chapter 57, Brother, what a coincidence. This was certainly not a mere rank. Li Mao suddenly hesitated to act. Today, he was keen to witness what astonishing surprise Qin Mo would bring forth. After all, he himself was an awakened individual of a higher rank, possessing ample confidence in his strength. As long as he stood there, it signified his control over the situation, free from concerns of unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Li Mao reclined again, leisurely pouring himself another cup of hot tea. Meanwhile, Qin Mo stood below, gazing up at the towering edifice that soared over 200 meters. He had traversed from Li Yuan in less than 14 seconds. Due to the awakening of the biological force field, Qin Mo experienced a reduction in his own gravity, enabling his maximum speed to surpass 2,500. A remarkable leap from the previous 2,000. In simpler terms, this equates to approximately 75 times the speed of sound. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the holographic vision, encompassing the entirety of the Qin Mo tower within his view. In the blink of an eye, his super brain categorized and organized a plethora of information, constructing an exceptionally clear, three-dimensional representation. However, upon a cursory glance, Qin Mo's brow furrowed. Why was Brother Li here? His gaze descended to the 50th floor, where, through his newfound perception, he observed Li Mao calmly sipping tea, seemingly unfazed. Brother Li was merely an ordinary individual, and his presence here at this moment was undeniably perilous. Qin Mo Pundit. Within the holographic vision, Li Mao appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The thermal imaging did not reveal the same vibrant colors associated with awakened beings, leading Qin Mo to mistakenly regard him as just that, an ordinary person, unaware of the truth. As for why Li Mao appeared thus, it had been previously elucidated. During his last use of Li Yuan's privileges to review the Security Bureau's data on high-level awakened individuals, Qin Mo had encountered a description stating demigod physique, natural path. What constitutes natural? At this very moment, he was no different from an ordinary person. That was the essence of nature. Given that Brother Li fortuitously found himself here, it was imperative to prevent the Tiandi society from acting recklessly. With a frown, Qin Mo resolved, and in the next moment, bang, with a resounding thud, the ground beneath him collapsed, the shattered tiles resembling a vast spider's web. The terrifying explosive force, combined with his newly awakened biological force field, allowed his leap to reach an astounding height of over 200 meters. At that precise instant, a battle erupted on the uppermost floor of the tower. The attendant, upon approaching Li Mo within 5 meters, exploded out of his clothing, tearing apart his disguise. Li Mo turned abruptly, his pupils contracting and his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Meanwhile, the attendant's form continued to swell, in an instant surpassing 3 meters, resembling a small giant. His arms were exceedingly elongated, dangling down to his knees, while sharp, needle-like black hair sprouted abundantly from his body. The shadows on the top floor suddenly thickened, dozens of tendrils emerging from the darkness, encircling the giant from all directions. The shadows behind Li Mo simultaneously shifted, prompting him to push off the ground forcefully, attempting to retreat into the shadows for escape. Yet, how could mere dark tendrils ensnare a high-level awakened being? They barely managed to impede him for a fraction of a breath before the giant, with a mere grunt, shattered them all. This high-level individual, observing Qin Mo on the verge of merging with the shadows, wore an expression of indifference laced with mockery, a sinister smile gradually spreading across his lips. He lifted his enormous right hand, clenched into a fist raised high above him, and then struck down with tremendous force. This powerful blow stirred up a tumultuous gale, and a fleeting apparition of a colossal ape momentarily flickered around him. It was evident that this individual was a formidable awakened of the mimetic class. With a resounding crash, his fist struck the ground, shattering the ceiling of the top floor, creating a vast chasm. Qin Mo was jolted out from the shadows, tracing an elegant arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the 66th floor. His two companions met a similar fate. However, as fellow awakened, they managed to cling to life. With a single casual punch, he could obliterate an entire floor. The terrifying, destructive power of a class awakened was unmistakable. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The ordeal was far from over. The awakened from the Heavenly Earth Society clasped his hands together, forming a fist once more, aimed at the ground for another devastating strike. But at that moment, just as he raised his hands, a figure abruptly appeared before him. A glimmer of confusion flickered in the giant ape's eyes, but it was swiftly followed by the sight of a fist rapidly magnifying within his gaze. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mo unleashed the full extent of his strength, delivering a tremendous blow to the creature's head. This punch represented the pinnacle of his current power, delivered without restraint. Astonishingly, a class mimetic awakened was sent flying by the sheer force of this strike. At the instant he was propelled off the rooftop, he had already succumbed to the absence of life. This punch pierced through his seemingly impenetrable defenses, shattering his skull and obliterating his brain. Under the weight of thousands of tons of force, the awakened's brain was instantly reduced to a mushy pulp. He had no time to react in any other manner, following the fate of another companion. Moments later, a deafening crash resonated from below, as the ground was dented by his lifeless body, sending up a cloud of dust. Qin Mo landed atop the building, gazing down at the gruesome scene, contemplating the magnitude of his own devastating blow. To his astonishment, his growth had been so rapid that he could now eliminate a class opponent with ease. Qin Mo exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips, fully satisfied with his recent progress. Particularly, the biological force field, having only recently awakened, had already afforded him numerous advantages. From the brief skirmishes that had just transpired, it was clear that he had surpassed the average class awakened in terms of speed, strength, and defense. Although Qin Mo did not possess an array of fanciful attack techniques, such as transforming into a monkey, summoning torrents of water, or enveloping himself in flames, what use were such tricks in the face of absolute power and invulnerable defense? With this thought, Qin Mo's smile radiated even brighter. At this moment, the Qin Mo Tower had descended into chaos. Whether it was the sudden collapse of the upper levels that produced a deafening roar or the appearance of a giant's corpse below, both occurrences were enough to send shockwaves through the hearts of ordinary citizens. Numerous individuals had dialed the emergency services, urgently seeking assistance. However, chaos was destined to ensue this evening. The security team had only just concluded their patrol, and the weary members were still on their way home, making a challenge to regroup. Moreover, the director lay unconscious, adding to the disarray. Fortunately, like Li Yuan, he had only sustained severe internal injuries and was not in mortal danger. Subsequently, Qin Mo ambled towards the staircase, intending to descend and return home. The corridor was now exceedingly congested. The instinctual reaction of the populace in the face of peril was to distance themselves from the source of danger. In short, the priority was to vacate the Qin Mo Tower. Nonetheless, Qin Mo soon reached the 50th floor of the building. Li Mao remained remarkably composed, serenely seated with a cup of tea, not having shifted even slightly. Clearing his throat, Qin Mo lightly coughed, then patted Li Mao's shoulder, feigning surprise as he remarked, "Hey, brotherly, what a coincidence to find you here." Upon hearing this, Li Mao lifted his gaze and cast a peculiar glance in his direction. "Indeed, quite the coincidence. It seems we are fated to meet in such circumstances," he replied languidly. "A bit rough around the edges, I shall refine it shortly. It does not detract from the reading. Chapter 58, A World-Class Talent. At this, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, "Brother, what brings you here this evening?" Li Mao did not respond immediately. Instead, he gestured for him to sit down. Given their long-standing acquaintance, Qin Mo did not hesitate and boldly took a seat opposite him. Li Mao picked up a teacup and personally poured him a cup of steaming tea, the fragrant aroma filling the air. "There are matters at the company that require my attention. The subordinates have been less than reliable. So I had no choice but to come myself," he explained. Hearing this, Qin Mo nodded slowly, harboring no suspicions. From the outset, he had sensed that Li Mao was not an ordinary individual. He often spoke of his family and business, suggesting he was a wealthy executive. Thus, seeing him enjoying tea in the opulent Qin Tower did not strike Qin Mo as unusual. As for the company matters, during their previous encounter, they had discussed how Li Mao's family business had suffered a cybersecurity breach, leaving him overwhelmed with work. Yet, even in the midst of such turmoil, Li Mao remained remarkably unflustered. This level of composure was not something one typically possessed without extensive experience in high positions. It seemed that Brother Li's status exceeded my initial assumptions. "I wonder for whom he truly works," Qin Mo mused silently. He lifted the warm tea to his lips, taking a sip to soothe his throat, then casually inquired, "It seems there are some issues with this building. Brother, shall we find another place for tea?" He added nonchalantly, "What is there to fear? If it's a trivial matter, the security personnel will naturally handle it. If it's truly significant, where could we possibly escape?" Li Mao shrugged, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, "We are on the 50th floor. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's expression turned to one of astonishment, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. "Strangely enough, you are indeed correct. I didn't anticipate that you would see through it so clearly." Returning to the topic, he asked, "What brings you here?" Li Mao feigned puzzlement and queried, "I recall your family resides in Baiyan district, which is at least 50 to 60 miles from here." "I didn't wish to come either," Qin Mo admitted, "but work necessitated my presence. And this has become one of those rare busy times for me. I never expected to be working so late." He spread his hands and produced a prepared speech. His expression of helplessness so convincing that one might think he was merely a weary employee laboring away. Li Mao maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though inwardly he was already smirking. He recalled the last time they discussed elemental crystals. Qin Mo had used a similar excuse, claiming he was away on a business trip. It seemed that his so-called business trips and late nights were merely a cover for dealing with the underworld. Did this lad think he was working for the security bureau? Li Mo silan li skufa. However, if Qin Mo truly were a member of the security bureau, it would certainly delight him. Tonight, Qin Mo utterly astonished him. He had initially believed Qin Mo to be merely a remarkable talent, akin to the exceptional scions of prestigious families, such as Li Fengzi of the Qingyang Li clan or Chu Tianjiao of the Zhenbei Chu clan. This was already formidable enough. Ensuring his ascension would be a foregone conclusion. Yet, to his surprise, the reality was far more astounding than he could have imagined. With a terrifying speed of 5 meters per second, an astonishing leap of over 200 meters, and the strength to fell a powerful adversary with a single punch, Qin Mo was undoubtedly among the elite awakeners in the realm. The most striking aspect was that he was merely 23 years old. In 5 years, no, perhaps within 3, Qin Mo would likely reach that threshold, successfully advancing to the next level. Li Mao's discerning eye assured him that Qin Mo would emerge as the most promising, extraordinary, and terrifying genius of this generation in the entire Qin. He was destined to dominate an era, to elicit such astonishment from a well-known awakeners, and to inspire such high praise. Speaks volumes about the weight of Qin Mo's performance tonight. That evening, his standing in Li Mao's esteem soared to unprecedented heights, far surpassing the likes of Li Fengzi and others. However, for such an extraordinary genius, no amount of attention would be excessive. Deep within Li Mao's heart, the thought resurfaced once more. He yearned to draw Qin Mo into the Qingyang Li clan. Unfortunately, he was acutely aware of Qin Mo's temperament, which restrained him from voicing this desire. After all, aside from himself, the other ancient families, including the illustrious Qin royal family, remained oblivious to Qin Mo's remarkable talents. The Qingyang Li clan had already seized the initiative. Should Qin Mo reconsider, the Li family would undoubtedly be his preferred choice. That alone sufficed. Moreover, given Qin Mo's exceptional prowess at such a tender age, premature exposure might not bode well for him. Sighing deeply, Li Mao felt a surge of emotion and silently rejoiced that he had discovered Qin Mo first. Noticing this, Qin Mo inquired with curiosity, "Why do you seem so troubled, brother?" "Oh, it's nothing," Li Mao replied. "I merely feel that many events have transpired recently. The world is quite unpredictable. Who would have imagined that the capital, as the undeniable heart of the great Qin, would be rife with such chaos?" He shook his head. "Well, that's an unavoidable reality. No matter how prosperous a city may be, there will always be a multitude of rats in the sewers," Qin Mo remarked, pouring him a cup of tea. Li Mao nodded in agreement, taking a sip of the tea before suggesting, "Shall we engage in a few rounds of chess?" Well, Qin Mo glanced at his phone, realizing it was already past 10. "Perhaps we should postpone it for tonight. Let's reschedule for another day. I have to work in the morning." He declined. "Very well," Li Mao replied with a slight nod. The two continued their casual conversation until the pot of tea was finished. As Qin Mo's ears caught the distant sound of a horn, he recognized it as the black SUV of the Security Bureau speeding along the capital's expressway. After this considerable passage of time, the security team was nearly assembled and hurrying towards their location. With the Heavenly Society having already incurred losses of 2 levels tonight, it was unlikely they would strike again, leaving Li Mao in safety and alleviating Qin Mo's concerns. With this thought, he rose to bid farewell to Li Mao, who nodded in cheerful agreement. After parting ways, Qin Mo strode towards the Jinmao Tower. It was not long before he navigated through the bustling crowd and emerged downstairs, a gentle chill of the evening breeze greeting him. As he walked outward, he cast a cursory glance at the deep crater left by the awakened level. To his surprise, this seemingly casual glance transformed his expression. His keen eyes immediately discerned something peculiar. He spotted 2 palm-sized black bones that resembled the claws of a tiger. At that moment, the bones lay quietly beside the massive corpse, emanating a faint, dark luminescence, partially obscured by several fragments of stone, rendering them almost imperceptible in the dense night. Furrowing his brow, Qin Mo recalled the fleeting encounter from earlier. He was certain that when he had dispatched the unfortunate soul, this peculiar object was nowhere to be found on him. In other words, it had materialized only after his demise. The super-intellect within him swiftly activated, rummaging through the recesses of his mind, and in an instant, Qin Mo deduced the origin of this artifact. For awakeners of grade 1 and above, their formidable powers do not dissipate immediately upon death. Instead, they manifest as sacred relics or elemental crystals. For instance, the pendant presented by Li Yuan and the ice spike returned from the border were both products of an awakener's death. It was evident to the celestial organization that he was an embodiment-type awakener, and thus, these 2 bones were unmistakably sacred relics. Since they were sacred relics, Qin Mo contemplated, his brow gradually unfurling. He cast a quick glance around before vanishing into the night. 15 seconds later, he materialized amidst the ruins where Li Yuan lay. In his grasp were 2 dark golden bones. Since he was the one who had taken the life, these spoils rightfully belonged to him, and he certainly would not relinquish them to the Security Bureau. Chapter 59. Super-endurance Li Yuan remained in a state of unconsciousness. It appeared that without medical intervention, she would not awaken in the near future. However, Qin Mo was untroubled by her safety. The light shield formed from earth elements would protect her well, even in its fragmented state, capable of withstanding attacks from grade-level awakeners and below. The potency of elemental crystals was evident. As for Qin Mo's return to this site rather than heading straight home, it was, of course, to retrieve another elemental crystal that had emerged from a grade 1 entity. Gazing at the lifelike ice sculpture embedded in the wall, Qin Mo donned the newly acquired dark golden knuckle duster and gently tapped the ice sculpture. The knuckle duster felt cool to the touch, its texture remarkably sturdy, yet nothing particularly extraordinary beyond that. However, this delicate tap resulted in an immediate array of fine cracks spreading across the ice sculpture, with a crisp, melodious sound resonating through the night sky. A heap of shattered ice blocks tumbled to the ground. The remains of the Great Awakener's corpse naturally disintegrated alongside the ice fragments. Qin Mo furrowed his brow. The scene was rather unsettling. His tap had been controlled, akin to the strength of an ordinary person, yet the outcome was extraordinary. Although this object bore no utility for him, It possessed the potential for immense destructive power in the hands of an ordinary individual. Moreover, this was merely an elemental crystal derived from a grade entity. It was no wonder the celestial organization sought after grade elemental crystals. Qin Mo gazed at the knuckle duster in his hand, murmuring softly. He then crouched down to retrieve a pale blue ribbon from the ice shards, which was indeed an elemental crystal of the water element. The ribbon was 5 fingers wide, extending over a meter in length, light as a feather, remarkably smooth, and subtly translucent. At the moment he grasped the ribbon, Qin Mo intuitively understood how to utilize this elemental crystal. He felt a surge of thought, and the floating ribbon in his hand suddenly seemed to ripple as if a stream of water flowed through it, causing the water elements in the air to thicken. In an instant, the ribbon expanded to 3 times its original size, gracefully encircling him. Qin Mo grasped the finger tiger and, with a delicate motion, threw a punch at the floating ribbon. It quivered slightly, and the surface shimmered with faint blue ripples, indicating that the power of the finger tiger had been diminished by the layers of water elements. Qin Mo whispered softly, and with another surge of thought, the ribbon returned to its original form, resting quietly in his palm. Then, with a burst of speed, Qin Mo vanished into the deep night. Mere seconds later, he had returned home. Since acquiring the biological force field, his outings had become significantly more convenient. The sonic booms generated by his rapid movements were absorbed by the force field, allowing him to better conceal his presence. Upon arriving home, he casually hung the ribbon on a coat rack and tossed the finger tiger into a drawer. These 2 items, one offensive and one defensive, complemented each other well. However, the finger tiger's attack power was no match for Qin Mo's superhuman strength, and the ribbon's defense paled in comparison to his iron physique. It would be best for them to gather dust in the corner for now. Of course, they might prove useful in the future, perhaps for protecting a child when he had one. Afterward, Qin Mo hummed a tune as he entered the bathroom, turning on the shower for a refreshing cold rinse. He had effortlessly dispatched 2 awakened individuals from the Heaven and Earth Society that night. Their primary role was to provide him with a clearer understanding of his existing strength, which was precisely what he had long desired, a power substantial enough for personal defense. The capital had been in turmoil throughout the night, especially at the Security Bureau, which had been frantic and disorganized. However, the outcome was ultimately positive. By the following morning, everything had returned to normal. The Morning Post reported on the 2 incidents from the previous night, but conspicuously omitted any mention of the Heaven and Earth Society or the awakened individuals, filling the pages instead with meaningless chatter. They classified the events as aftershocks from a small earthquake that had occurred a few days prior, skillfully directing public opinion and avoiding any panic among the populace. As for the unfortunate witnesses who had glimpsed the truth, their attempts to post online were met with silence, as if their words had vanished into the void, leaving not a single ripple. For the ordinary citizens, it seemed they would likely never uncover the reality of what had transpired. The colossal entity, known as the Li family, could easily manipulate events to their advantage. By the afternoon of the following day, Li Mo knocked on the study door and stepped inside. Only Li Mao was present within, who gestured for Li Mo to close the door before inquiring slowly, "How is your injury?" "Thank you for your concern, father. I mostly recovered. However, my younger sister's injuries are more severe, and she is still at a hospital in the capital," Li Mo replied. "Indeed, we must dispatch more reliable personnel to the hospital. This time, I have been remiss, failing to anticipate that the Heavenly Earth Society would resort to such tactics." Li Mao furrowed his brow slightly and explained, "Their strategy is a division of forces designed to leave us in a precarious position, making it easier for them to eliminate one of us." Upon hearing this, Li Mo nodded thoughtfully and smiled. Although this plan appears simple, upon closer inspection, it is quite insidious. However, despite the malicious schemes of the Heavenly Earth Society, they remain no match for my father. Although our Li family has suffered the loss of a level-awakened individual, we have also taken down 2 of theirs. It is, by all accounts, a profitable exchange. Investigate the identities of these 2 individuals thoroughly. Given their level, they cannot be mere nobodies. Li Mo instructa. I have already given the orders. It should not be difficult to trace the level individual that appeared at the Qin Mo Tower, but the one from Xiao Yuan's side will require more effort. Li Mo's lips twitched slightly, expressing a hint of helplessness as he remarked, "The backup you arranged resulted in that individual being reduced to a mere pile of flesh. making identification exceedingly challenging. Hearing this, Li Mao's expression momentarily stiffened, and he inwardly reprimanded Qin Mo. If one must kill, why make it so gruesome? If it requires more effort, so be it. Once that child from Xiao Yuan awakens, let her assist in the matter. Understood, Li Mo nodded, refraining from mentioning the Holy Spirit relics and elemental crystals, implicitly acknowledging that they had been taken by Li Mao. As for the identity of this mysterious backup, while he was indeed curious, he wisely chose not to inquire further. For the Qiang Li family, a lineage with a history spanning millennia, their depth of heritage is profound, and the secrets they harbor are numerous. Such secrets often require specific qualifications for one to be privy to them. Since Li Mao had not broached the subject, it was evident that Li Mo currently lacked the requisite qualifications. Meanwhile, at the Security Bureau, in the office of the Protection Department's 7th Group, today there were very few personnel present. Only Qin Mo and a few ordinary individuals, with no awakened ones in sight. Li Changfeng and the others had all swiftly departed for the Imperial Capital Hospital. During such times, it was imperative to take the initiative to care for Li Yuan and foster relationships, thus courting favor. Last time, they were the patients themselves, which allowed Qin Mo to benefit. However, with only Li Yuan injured this time, there was naturally no opportunity for Qin Mo. These few individuals are truly exasperating, constantly engaging in such petty maneuvers. Su Yin grumbled, nonchalantly crossing her legs, her expression one of discontent. Sister Su, isn't it better to have some leisure time? Besides, with their departure, the 7th Group is much quieter, Qin Mo replied, reclining in a chair by the window, hands clasped behind his head, basking in the warm sunlight. His demeanor languid. Leisure is indeed welcome, but their constant exclusion is intolerable. Who can endure it? Su Yin's brows furrowed, her temperament typically forthright, reflecting on many past grievances. Her frustration deepened. Just as she was about to unleash a tirade, the words caught in her throat, and she ultimately exhaled a heavy sigh, akin to a deflated balloon. Sigh. It seems futile. After all, she is an awakened one. Su Yin wiped away her non-existent tears, feigning a few sobs. Woe is me, my dear sister. How burdensome is my fate. Yet, I am fortunate to have you by my side. We are indeed kindred spirits in our suffering. Perhaps, sister, would you consider sharing a bed with me tonight? Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Mo interrupted her. I'll give you a punch. Su Yin instantly reverted to her true self, brandishing her hands playfully. The two engaged in a brief bout of playful banter in the office, only ceasing their antics as the workday drew to a close. Gazing at the picturesque sunset outside the window, Qin Mo's lips slowly curled into a smile as he silently activated the genetic awakening panel. Energy points, 18, freely allocatable. He glanced at the various attributes displayed on the panel, carefully contemplating and deciding upon a suitable allocation scheme. He assigned 3 points each to vision, strength, speed, and defense. The remaining 6 points were distributed with 2 points each to intelligence, respiration, and recovery, while temporarily setting hearing aside for the morrow. Once the allocation was complete, a warm current swiftly coursed through every part of his body. Simultaneously, recovery. 62, awakening skill, super endurance. Chapter 60, some dreams sweetly while others toss and turn. Within Qin Mo's 8 attributes, the significance of recovery had never been particularly pronounced. In previous allocations, recovery points consistently ranked at the bottom, given the lowest priority. This was not due to a lack of utility in this attribute. Rather, the current Qin Mo simply had little need for it. His formidable physique rendered him nearly impervious to injury during combat. Previously, the primary function of recovery was to swiftly regain composure, allowing Qin Mo to quickly restore his mental faculties after extensive cerebral exertion, thereby mitigating any residual effects. However, the situation had changed. Recovery had now awakened a crucial skill, super endurance. As the name implies, from this moment onward, Qin Mo would possess an astonishing level of stamina and an extraordinarily enhanced endurance. This skill proved to be immensely beneficial. Previously, when Qin Mo reached his maximum speed, he could only maintain it for a few seconds before slowing down. Similarly, when utilizing super strength, he needed a moment to recuperate before re-entering his peak state. Yet with the awakening of super endurance, the duration of this maximum threshold would multiply significantly. Though this effect may appear subtle, it would manifest in terrifyingly potent ways. 3 minutes of high-speed sprinting is merely that, 3 minutes. But 30 minutes? That elevates the endeavor to an entirely different realm. In life, what holds paramount importance is persistence. Who would desire unwavering resilience? Feeling the transformation within his body, a radiant smile unfurled upon Qin Mo's face, more brilliant than ever before. He then tidied his workspace and departed with Suyin, carrying his thermos as they concluded the day. At the entrance of the building, the two parted ways. Suyin headed to the parking lot to retrieve her car, while Qin Mo, remaining as ever, jogged home. By 6:30, he arrived punctually at his doorstep, carrying 2 large bags. Inside were 3 kilograms of eggs, half a kilogram of carrots, 5 kilograms of beef, and a variety of other vegetables, all procured during his passage through the market. The cost of living in the capital is notoriously high, yet Qin Mo's savings remain ample, rendering him unconcerned. He believes in moderation where necessary. His dietary quality has significantly improved since the beginning, with meat featured in nearly every meal. After spending half an hour preparing dinner and 5 minutes eating, Qin Mo, fortunate to have ample time, promptly washed the pots and dishes, brushed his teeth, and tidied up his home by 8 o'clock. Habitually, he settled into the sofa and opened his phone, first glancing at the weather forecast for the next day. A scorching 35 degrees. High temperatures persist. With a slight smile, he perused the latest news regarding the border. Soon, a seemingly inconspicuous piece of information caught his attention. The great Qin war god would soon return to the capital for a report. Furrowing his brow, Qin Mo murmured to himself, "Does this imply that other awakened beings of a higher tier will be dispatched to the border?" It is customary for both nations to have a formidable presence stationed at their borders year-round, an unspoken agreement, if you will, without which the existing balance could be disrupted. However, now that Xia Zhu is returning, it remains uncertain which of the 5 ancient families will be summoned. The current royal power in Great Qin is notably weak, having faded from prominence in recent years, leaving one to wonder if they can still command those 5 families. Shaking his head, Qin Mo refrained from delving deeper into the matter. The discord between the families and the royal family bore little significance to him. However, it was evident that Xia Zhu's permanent return to the capital would undoubtedly impact the current landscape. His recent influence and popularity among the populace are considerable. What response will the Heavenly Earth Society have? He pondered as he silently expanded his auditory perception, quickly reaching out to the surrounding area. Within seconds, he had enveloped a radius of 100 miles. His superbrain immediately began processing the vast influx of information, seeking the voices of the Heavenly Earth Society. Yet, after half a minute, he found no results. "It seems this is beyond my scope," Qin Mo muttered softly to himself. Subsequently, he withdrew his hearing, opting not to continue probing. Currently, his auditory capacity only reached 62, insufficient to encompass the entirety of the capital, making it normal not to hear anything. Moreover, the Heavenly Earth Society had just lost 2 higher-tier awakened beings the day before, making them cautious and unlikely to reveal their whereabouts. Those unfortunate souls were undoubtedly number 4 and number 5. At present, he was also aware of number 9 and number 3. Number 9 is a young woman, while number 3 is a hidden traitor within the esteemed Leaf family of Qingyang, occupying a position of significant influence. If the internal hierarchy of the Heaven and Earth Society is indeed sequentially arranged, then there are at least 5 enigmatic core members yet to be uncovered. Based on the previous 2 encounters, the middle-aged man conversing with number 9 must hold a high rank, capable of direct communication with number 3, possibly being number 2 or even number 1. Qin Mo pondered deeply. He was meticulously consolidating the information gathered from prior encounters to analyze and speculate on the internal structure of the Heaven and Earth Society. Could this individual be the mastermind behind the organization? If he is indeed number 2, then what manner of identity and power does number 1 possess? Qin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, with number 4 and number 5 already at a certain rank. It stands to reason that those with higher designations would wield even greater strength. It is crucial to note that they are targeting the Security Bureau, which essentially translates to the Leaf family of Qingyang. Without considering the formidable head of the Leaf family, where would they derive their confidence? Qin Mo sighed softly, rising to head towards his bedroom. Lying on the soft bed, he blinked at the dark ceiling, his thoughts wandering. His current strength is already on par with that of an advanced awakened individual. Should he advance further, he would be facing the peak level. According to the information from the Security Bureau, the disparity between advanced levels is immense. He wonders what it would be like if all his attributes were to double. The chasm between levels is vague and elusive. Qin Mo could only discern a vast difference from the text, yet the exact magnitude of that disparity remains unknown. However, he could certainly inquire with Chu Tianjiao, a core descendant of the Northtown Chu family, who would undoubtedly possess greater knowledge. Nevertheless, Qin Mo felt no urgency. After all, his superhuman genes had only recently begun to awaken. He still had ample time. With these thoughts, he gently closed his eyelids and drifted into slumber. While some relish sweet dreams, others remain wide awake. In the Leaf family of Qingyang, the manor is ablaze with light. In the main room, an ornately designed armchair crafted from premium rosewood emits a subtle fragrance that calms the mind. The mere existence of this chair reflects the extraordinary status and formidable power of the Leaf family. At this moment, Li Mao sits in the chair, his eyelids drooping as his right hand slowly rubs his brow. Aside from him, 3 others are present: Li Mo, Li's secretary, and an elder from the 6th house. This elder, over 50 years of age, is a seasoned, advanced, awakened individual, having faithfully served the Leaf family for over 30 years with considerable experience. Yet now, he is deprived of his former esteemed treatment, tightly bound and kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair. A few days prior, Qin Mo had infiltrated the Security Bureau's network to relay a message to Li Mo, indicating that the Leaf family had secretly deployed personnel to apprehend the traitors of the Heaven and Earth Society, but ultimately arrived too late, resulting in a futile effort. Li Mao had long suspected that there was a traitor among them, and he had instructed Li Mo to conduct a covert investigation. At last, the results had surfaced. The one kneeling before him was indeed the betrayer. "I never imagined you would turn against the family," Li Mao said, his eyes finally opening, gazing down at the man with an air of authority. "Why?" The old man let out a cold, derisive laugh from deep within his throat, slowly lifting his gaze. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a vengeful glare fixed upon Li Mao. Ha ha ha. His laughter grew increasingly frenzied, and his facial expression twisted into a grotesque mask. "Why? When the Qingyangli clan meets its demise, I shall reveal to you the reason." The old man's gaze was laden with a sense of pity. As his words hung in the air, a faint, muffled sound suddenly pierced the silence of the room, strikingly jarring. Thud! The old man's expression stiffened instantaneously. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, his head striking the floor with a heavy thud, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Li Mo, standing nearby, turned pale, hurriedly crouching beside him. After a few breaths, he turned to Li Mao, his face contorted with distress. "Father, it is still the seed of the spirit." Yet Li Mao's expression remained unchanged. He merely waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Secretary Li, take care of this." "Yes," Secretary Li responded with a slight bow, showing utmost respect. He then stepped forward to drag the lifeless body away. Once again, the side room was left with only the father and son. With a heavy sigh, Li Mao finally allowed the weariness to seep through his features. He never anticipated that such a loyal individual could be a ghost hidden within the Leaf family. What puzzled him further was how the Tiandi Association had infiltrated their ranks, and when it had begun, there must be more than one traitor in the family. Further investigation is imperative. "Yes, father. Conduct a thorough investigation." "Understood," Li Mo replied solemnly, clenching his fists, his expression dark as stormy waters. Chapter 61. Breath enhancement. As Secretary Li emerged from the side room, his countenance too had darkened. However, amidst the thick night, his expression remained inscrutable. After taking only a few steps, he relinquished the fresh, warm corpse to the men below. "Just dig a hole and bury it," Secretary Li said, patting his hands dismissively. The subordinates nodded in agreement and swiftly departed with the body. Watching their figures meld into the shadows, Secretary Li's expression grew increasingly somber. The sensation of having personally unmasked a hidden pawn was far from pleasant, though he cared not for the pawn's fate. This signified that the Tiandi Association had weakened the Qingyangli clan's power yet again. Yet, he found himself powerless to alter the course of events, left with no choice but to make such a decision. Secretary Li had begun to sense that in recent days, Li Mao had lost the trust he once held for him. This does not imply that he has revealed any telltale signs, Rather, the currently Mao trusts no one except his own direct bloodline. If he does not reveal the hidden pawn buried among the 6 houses, the risk of his own exposure will escalate significantly. The individual who recently perished must serve as the scapegoat. Secretary Li did not return to the side room. Instead, he wandered through the quiet estate under the cover of night, his gaze shifting constantly as he pondered deeply within. In a single night, the Tianyi society has suffered the loss of 2 invaluable ranks. Both number 4 and number 5 have met their demise. Upon receiving this news, he was utterly astounded. These were not mere cabbages, but 2 significant ranks, and one cannot simply dismiss their absence. Yet, the stark reality before him is precisely that. Was Li Mao's ultimate backup plan? Where did this formidable cadre from the Qingyang Li clan suddenly emerge? Secretary Li furrowed his brow, aware that their actions have been thwarted multiple times by this mysterious backup. However, his understanding of this adversary is virtually non-existent. The Tianyi society only knows that their opponent is powerful, extremely powerful, yet beyond that, they're completely in the dark. What is the opponent's identity? What is their age? Which faction do they belong to? He is even oblivious to whether the individual is male or female. As Secretary Li's brow knitted tighter, a slow realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the Qingyang Li clan had long been prepared? But how could they possibly know of their plans? Unless... He suddenly halted, his pupils constricting sharply. Just moments ago, a wildly absurd thought surged within him. Unless there is a mole within the Tianyi society. Yet, from any conceivable angle, this seems utterly implausible. Still, at this moment, he could not envision any other possibilities. After much contemplation, Secretary Li retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed the clandestine number once more. Following a brief series of beeps, the call connected, and he spoke in a measured tone. There may be a few rogue fish in the pond. Please ensure a thorough cleansing. The middle-aged man ended the call, his expression shifting. He instantly comprehended the implication of the rogue fish in the pond. However, how could this be possible? With a slight sigh, the middle-aged man contemplated for a moment before composing a text message on his phone. Half an hour later, in a clandestine tavern in the capital, Chunlingling, adorned in high-heeled sandals and a super-short bodycon dress that revealed ample fair skin, perched at the bar. Crossing her legs, she held a glass of potent cocktail, listening intently to the middle-aged man's narrative. Once he concluded, Chunlingling set down her drink and promptly shook her head, declaring, "That is absolutely impossible. As long as I am present, no issues will arise." As an exceedingly rare spiritual type awakener, she possessed unwavering confidence in making such a declaration. If the Heavenly Earth Society truly harbored an insider, it would be impossible for her to overlook it, unless that insider were herself. However, that seems utterly improbable. I hold absolute trust in you. Yet number 3 suggests we conduct another screening. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Chunlingling furrowed her brow, slightly raised her chin, and pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. The screening must be conducted discreetly. We have suffered significant losses recently, and for the time being, we should minimize face-to-face meetings, the middle-aged man continued. Will there be any issues concerning the identities of number 4 and number 5? Chunlingling inquired. There is no need for concern. I shall personally oversee the matter. The middle-aged man raised his wine glass to clink with Chunlingling's, slowly swallowing a sip while stating, "I trust number 3's judgment. Our plans have likely been compromised. If your subsequent screening reveals no issues, it is highly probable that the other party possesses some unknown means of investigation." "I share your sentiments." Chunlingling nodded in agreement, recalling that she had initially perceived the situation as mere coincidence. It now appeared evidently otherwise. Coincidences cannot occur twice in succession. Shall we proceed with the next course of action, as per the original plan? The middle-aged man swirled his glass of red wine, exhaling a long breath. Clearly, the recent grievous losses of 2 high-ranking officials had impacted him significantly. He spoke softly. A millennium-old family is, after all, a millennium-old family. Relying solely on ourselves may prove insufficient. It seems that to topple a family, we must enlist the strength of another family. The original plan remains unchanged. Number 9. It is now your turn to showcase your abilities. Upon hearing this, Chunlingling downed her drink in one gulp. She retrieved 2 bills from her small bag and placed them on the bar, then stood up from her chair and strode towards the exit of the tavern. Rest assured. Number 2. The following day, just as dawn began to break, Qin Mo opened his eyes. He rose, took a shower, and prepared a simple breakfast with the groceries he had purchased the previous night before heading out. Facing the day's most beautiful sunrise and the bewildered gazes of passers-by, Qin Mo jogged for 2 hours. He arrived punctually at the office of Team 7, promptly embarking on a day of leisure. Inside the office, it was still just the 4 of them, as Li Changfeng and the others had opted to go directly to the hospital. Qin Mo reveled in the tranquility. Seated at his workstation, he sent a text to Chu Tianjiao, inviting him out for dinner that evening, and perhaps a visit to a massage afterward. Within a minute, Chu Tianjiao responded eagerly in the affirmative. Qin Mo smiled slyly. His primary intention for the evening was to extract some insights from Chu Tianjiao regarding certain clandestine matters. According to Chu Tianjiao, they were friends, thus, it was only fitting to take advantage of that camaraderie. Time flew by swiftly. After finishing their lunch, the group chose not to return to work, but instead accompanied each other to the Imperial Capital Hospital to visit Li Yuan. It was a gesture that was both emotionally and rationally appropriate. Qin Mo did not refuse, as he vividly remembered the hospital's excellent lighting. Unfortunately, their visit was brief. Within 30 minutes, they were ushered out by Li Changfeng and others under various pretexts. This incensed Su Yin, leaving her in a foul mood for the rest of the afternoon, ultimately leading her to skip work entirely. To console her, Qin Mo also took an unauthorized leave. Thus, the two spent the entire afternoon indulging in leisure outside. As evening approached, around 5 o'clock, Qin Mo, mindful of the evening's relaxation session, sought a reason to part ways with Su Yin. Strolling down the spacious street, he discreetly activated the Gene Awakening panel. Energy points, 21, freely allocable. Although the day's temperature was not particularly high, it had still surpassed 20, undoubtedly influenced by his earlier absence from work. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to enhance his vision, allocating 3 points to each of the 4 primary attributes. Subsequently, he added 3 points each to hearing and intelligence, as previously determined. The remaining 3 points were distributed as 2 to breathing and 1 to recovery, ensuring a balanced enhancement. A warm current began to circulate within his body, providing him with comprehensive augmentation. Breathing, 67, skills, ice breath, hurricane enhancement. Chapter 62, Why Do You Always Get Beaten? His breathing received yet another boost, indicating that Qin Mo's offensive capabilities would become increasingly versatile. In a certain sense, he could now be considered a true elemental awakener, mastering the elements of ice and wind. After this enhancement, he pondered whether he could indeed freeze someone to death. When he defeated the tuxedo-clad man from the Heaven and Earth Society, it appeared as though the man had succumbed to freezing. However, that was not entirely accurate. The man primarily perished from Qin Mo's overwhelming strength, which had nearly taken his life with a single blow. The subsequent demise was due to Qin Mo trapping the water, thus cutting off his breath. It was far simpler to condense water into ice with a breath than to freeze someone solid outright. Therefore, he had been unable to freeze anyone to death previously. Regrettably, without a lowly member of the Heaven and Earth Society to test his abilities on, Qin Mo was left to seek out alternative subjects for experimentation, eager to determine the extent of his skill enhancement. As he walked along the street, he struggled to find a suitable test subject, ultimately directing his gaze toward the thermos cup in his hand. Acting on impulse, he twisted the lid open, revealing that it still contained a small amount of warm water. He glanced around, ensuring that no one was paying him any mind, and then slowly inhaled a breath. With a gentle exhalation towards the cup, cold air expelled from his lungs, and a layer of frost rapidly formed on the cup's surface, gradually thickening and solidifying. Within mere seconds, the exterior of the thermos had entirely crystallized into ice, approximately 3 millimeters in thickness. Not only the outer layer, but even the small portion of water within had frozen solid. Upon witnessing such power, Qin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. It is essential to note that he was merely controlling his strength and had not exerted himself fully. Yet the result was already exponentially more potent than before. This remarkable enhancement could undoubtedly be attributed to his recent advancements in mastering the breath attribute, illustrating the extent of the augmentation he had received. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a change flickered across his expression. It seemed that this thermos might suffer damage from the freezing. Qin Mo smirked wryly, accepting the consequences of his overwhelming power. Nevertheless, The crystalline ice layer was utterly pure and resembled a work of art. The sole conundrum was that the emergence of this masterpiece was rather ill-timed. After all, the capital was currently in the midst of summer. Who would stroll about with an ice sculpture for no reason? Even for the sake of cooling down, one would not resort to such a method. Consequently, Qin Mo once again became the center of attention as numerous passers-by cast peculiar glances in his direction. He was acutely aware of their stares. Yet there was little he could do. He merely scratched his nose sheepishly and hurried toward the designated meeting spot. He could not discard the thermos. Qin Mo needed to observe how long the ice would last before it melted, in order to gauge its precise power. As for experimenting with another hurricane skill, he deemed it unwise at this moment, as the abundance of people nearby made the sudden onset of a tempest likely to incite chaos. Approximately 5 minutes later, Qin Mo arrived at the familiar barbecue stall, ice sculpture in hand. Over the past month, he had frequented this establishment, ordering an array of dishes that were anything but inexpensive, establishing himself as a loyal customer of considerable means. The stall owner had long recognized him, and they occasionally exchanged pleasantries. After taking a seat, he ordered several servings of oysters and kidneys, adhering to his usual preferences. Not long after, a robust figure approached from a distance, casually pulling out a chair and plopping down across from Qin Mo. Chu Tianjiao placed the stand he had been holding on the table, casting a puzzled glance at the thermos encased in ice, and inquired nonchalantly, "Still fond of playing with ice sculptures?" At this, Qin Mo's expression darkened. He looked up at Chu Tianjiao, only to be taken aback. The unimportant detail was his own predicament. Rather, the focus was on Chu Tianjiao's disheveled appearance. Bandages were wrapped around his head multiple times. His right upper arm bore similar bindings, and it appeared that he had sustained injuries to his leg, necessitating the use of a crutch. Compared to just a few days ago, it is as if he has transformed into an entirely different person. No matter how one looks at it, it appears that Qin Mo inhaled sharply, his expression increasingly astonished, and exclaimed, "You haven't been beaten, have you?" Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao immediately tightened his face, turned his head slightly aside, his gaze flickering as he replied nonchalantly, "No, I accidentally fell." Fell? Qin Mo rubbed his chin skeptically, scrutinizing Chu Tianjiao from top to bottom. Before shaking his head, "I don't believe it. This is indeed my doing." Chu Tianjiao shot him a fierce glare, his tone rising slightly. All right. Observing his stubborn demeanor akin to a dead duck refusing to admit defeat, Qin Mo chose not to provoke him further. By the way, he crossed his legs, poured a full glass of wine for Chu Tianjiao, and pushed it towards him, inquiring, "Why do you always end up getting beaten?" At these words, Chu Tianjiao, who had just lifted his glass, froze, his thick brows knitting together in a mixture of indignation and sorrow. One should never strike a face or expose a weakness. This fellow possesses a venomous tongue. Oomph. Chu Tianjiao snorted coldly, raising his neck to down the drink in one go, choosing not to respond to the question. However, the more he acted this way, the more Qin Mo's curiosity ignited. It is noteworthy that, although Chu Tianjiao may appear somewhat simple-minded, his prowess was undeniable. Who could possibly inflict such injuries upon a first-level awakened individual? Not to mention, he was a core member of the esteemed Chu family of the North. Who would dare lay a hand on someone from a millennial-old lineage? Moreover, judging by Chu Tianjiao's demeanor, it seemed he had swallowed this bitter pill in silence. Such a scandal was akin to the head of the Security Bureau secretly indulging in illicit pleasures. How could Qin Mo not be intrigued? Unbeknownst to him, Chu Tianjiao was silently suffering, unable to voice his grievances. The injuries he bore were, of course, the work of the Qingyangli clan. Although Li Mao did not personally intervene, dealing with him was rather straightforward. Initially, when Chu Tianjiao was ensnared, he was filled with rage. But upon learning of the rumors circulating outside, he dared not utter a word. The Chu family of the North recognized their kin's fault and did not even seek an explanation. Despite his simplicity, Chu Tianjiao was not foolish. With a little contemplation, he understood who had leaked the information. However, when he steeled himself to confront Lin Xiaoqi, that fellow had already slipped back to the border. With no other choice, Chu Tianjiao had to shoulder the burden alone. Observing Qin Mo's expression, he internally cursed Lin Xiaoqi hundreds of times over. Just then, a platter of grilled kidneys was served, and Qin Mo casually picked up a skewer and took a bite, then asked curiously, "I say, given your condition, will you still be able to indulge later?" Jutiandia, with a cold expression, picked up an oyster with his left hand, placing it to his lips and inhaling it, retorting icily. I can easily handle 10 women in one night. I don't believe it. Chu Tianjiao clenched his fists tightly. Soon after, the two engaged in casual conversation while enjoying their meal. By 9 o'clock, Qin Mo, holding an ice sculpture thermos, assisted the limping Chu Tianjiao towards the spot where they had previously encountered an awkward situation. Before long, the two lonely men found themselves immersed in the steaming waters of the pool, which was devoid of anyone else at that moment. Qin Mo, squinting slightly, suddenly inquired, "Having spent such a long time at the border, have you witnessed a master in action?" "Certainly," Chu Tianjiao replied without hesitation, gazing down at the water. "I had the fortune of witnessing the great Qin war god unleash his power." "Oh, pray tell, I am eager to understand just how formidable a master truly is." Qin Mo probed further. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao appeared to drift into a reverie, his countenance growing solemn. After a prolonged pause, he shook his head and remarked, "I cannot adequately describe it. I can only say that a master is akin to a deity." Hearing this, Qin Mo furrowed his brow, recalling a particular saying, "A demigod's physique, the natural order of the great path." "Could you be more specific? For instance, how vast is the disparity between masters?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianjiao carefully chose his words, then cupped a handful of water from the pool. Turning to Qin Mo, he earnestly stated, "If this represents the power a master can wield, then a true master encompasses this entire pool." Following his gaze, Qin Mo observed the water, his expression gradually growing grave. The gap between the two was evidently greater than he had anticipated. Chapter 63. You are not strong enough, yet it was no wonder that, despite such a large population, the number of masters was exceedingly rare. At least, the openly acknowledged masters were few and far between. A handful of water, compared to an entire pool, still felt somewhat abstract. Qin Mo reframed the perspective. Moving from 0 to 10 equated to the leap from novice to master, while from 10 to 100 represented the transition to true mastery. As the saying goes, quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. Of course, this meant little to Qin Mo. If one were to equate a master to a deity, then it was the superhumans who could genuinely embody that statement. One punch capable of shattering a planet, indifferent to the notion of divinity. For Qin Mo, there was but one task at hand, to accumulate energy points and comprehensively enhance his attributes. After all, his rate of growth was astonishingly rapid. Speaking of which, you must be on the verge of advancing to the next level, right? Chu Tianjiao shifted the topic, suddenly asking. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo paused momentarily before nodding. I suppose so." Noticing his demeanor, envy flickered in Chu Tianjiao's eyes. He too yearned for advancement, though he regrettably had a long journey ahead. Curious, Chu Tianjiao pressed on. "May I inquire which system you belong to?" I would say it's the mimetic system," Qin Mo replied. "Would say? Is there uncertainty?" Chu Tianjiao furrowed his brow, perplexed, yet he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. For some individuals, these matters have transcended into the realm of personal privacy. "Very well. At 8 o'clock the night after tomorrow, the Songphone Club will host a banquet, the very affair I previously mentioned to you. Would you care to join?" The name Songphone Club swiftly conjured relevant information in Qin Mo's mind. He had heard of this establishment, a highly exclusive and private venue. It operated on a membership reservation system and was never open to the public. Qin Mo pondered briefly before shaking his head and declining, stating, "I shall not attend. I do not relish crowds, and I fear I would not resonate well with those signs of esteemed families." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao's expression brightened, and he quickly responded, "That is splendid. I find it difficult to connect with those individuals as well, yet my family insists that I venture out to socialize and refine my character. Please, do come. We can sit together and simply enjoy the meal, which would also satisfy my family's expectations." Qin Mo raised an eyebrow and cast him a sidelong glance, inquiring with mild surprise, "Your family exercises such strict control over you?" "It is an unavoidable circumstance," Chu Tianjiao replied with a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders. "My father is the current head of the Chu clan in the north, and as an awakened being of a high tier, his words are not to be disobeyed." Then you must be the heir apparent to the title of Duke," Qin Mo exclaimed, astonished to discover that Chu Tianjiao's status was indeed on par with Li Mo's. Chu Tianjiao did not deny this. He nodded, his expression unadorned, and continued, "My father often tells me that in this world, strength is paramount, and its composition is intricate, encompassing connections, influence, and information, among other things. Many issues cannot be resolved solely by brute force. This is also true for a millennium-old family wishing to endure for another millennium, which is why he consistently urges me to cultivate relationships now. Though I am neither skilled nor fond of such endeavors, it is a responsibility I must inevitably shoulder." It must be said, if Li Yuan possessed the same awareness as Chu Tianjiao, Li Mo might find himself waking joyfully in the middle of the night. Of course, each individual's thoughts and choices differ. Life belongs to oneself, and how it should be lived ought to be determined by the individual. Who is right and who is wrong? Who could truly know? Qin Mo shook his head and patted Chu Tianjiao's shoulder, saying, "Your father speaks wisely, yet not entirely so. While brute force cannot resolve every issue, it remains a factor, albeit a minor one. Should you still believe that strength alone is insufficient, it merely indicates that your strength is not yet formidable enough, not yet robust enough. You're simply not strong enough." As he concluded, Qin Mo stood, stepping out of the pool and stretching languidly. "Remember to settle the bill," he said lazily, before departing with an air of nonchalance. Chu Tianjiao watched his receding figure, deep in thought. "Am I not strong enough?" he murmured softly, his gaze gradually hardening. "Indeed, I am not yet strong enough." As Qin Mo indulged in his joyful escapades, Li Mao found himself in a rather dismal mood. At that moment, he sat in his study, listening to Li Mo's report, his eyes gradually narrowing, exuding an increasingly ominous aura. Once Li Mo concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the room, creating an unsettling atmosphere. After a prolonged pause, Li Mao finally spoke, one from Yunzhong County and the other from Jiuyuan County. Both individuals are free agents, entirely unconnected to any ancient aristocratic families. Do you find this credible? The information retrieved should be accurate. I suspect someone has deliberately concealed certain details, Li Mo replied gravely. If concealment is at play, it undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. We must focus our investigation on events from the past 3 years, Li Mao remarked calmly. According to the report submitted by Li Mo, the last official record from the Great Qin noted that the 2 awakened members of the Tiandi Society were classified as level 2 3 years ago, and they had no prior offenses. Yet, upon their reappearance, they had ascended to level 2 and become core members of the Tiandi Society. This rapid advancement was exceedingly suspicious. Thus, the past 3 years became a focal point for investigation. Sent a few reliable young disciples to personally investigate Yunzhong and Jiuyuan counties. You will oversee this matter. Do not delegate it to others, Li Mao continued to instruct. Understood. I will take care of it at once. Then you may leave. Father, please rest early, Li Mo expressed with concern before stepping out of the study, closing the door behind him. Alone in the room, Li Mao rubbed his temples slowly. Yet his brow remained furrowed, leaving one to ponder the depths of his contemplation. After a few minutes, he abruptly opened his eyes and grabbed his phone, sending out a text message. The following day, as Qin Mo awoke in the morning, he noticed an unread message. Upon opening it, he discovered that it was sent by Li Mao late the previous night, inviting him to dinner after work that evening. 3 o'clock is rather late. My brother seems to be in a foul mood lately. Qin Mo murmured softly before replying to Li Mao, suggesting they meet at their usual spot in the afternoon. Subsequently, he prepared breakfast at home and departed. After a 2-hour morning run, he arrived punctually at the office of Team 7 by 9 o'clock. Li Yuan was discharged from the hospital today. Her injuries were not severe, resulting in a brief stay. Qin Mo encountered her around 2 in the afternoon. She maintained her usual demeanor, her face cold and silent, merely nodding before entering the small office. He cast a glance at her neck and discreetly activated his perception, discovering that the pendant had vanished. However, a golden anklet now adorned her ankle, evidently not an ordinary accessory. Clearly, it was yet another elemental crystal or a relic of the Holy Spirit. Qin Mo couldn't help but marvel at the financial prowess of the Qingyongli family. The afternoon passed without incident, allowing for a delightful period of idleness, and soon it was 5 o'clock when a warm current unexpectedly surged forth. Energy points, 21, freely allocable. Today, Qin Mo accumulated his energy points once again. As he left work and walked toward the Security Bureau building, he opened the Gene Awakening panel. He glanced at the 8 attributes, deliberated briefly, and decided to allocate 2 points to each attribute. Subsequently, he assigned 3 points to strength and 2 points to recovery from the remaining 5. Recovery had always been his lowest attribute, but now that he had awakened super endurance, it was time to enhance it for greater sustainability. A warm current began to spread rapidly throughout his body. Suddenly, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, keenly sensing that the area around his brain felt slightly warmer than before. Intelligence, 72, awakened skill, mental perception. Chapter 64. A single word awakens the dreamer. Qin Mo pauset, zomavat astonisit. This newly awakened skill of intelligence appeared to be rather extraordinary. The warm current continued to enact some unknown transformation in his brain, and after about 5 minutes, it began to ebb like a receding tide. Qin Mo felt an unprecedented clarity of mind. Everything around him was exceptionally vivid, as if he were observing the world from a unique divine perspective. This was perception. Mental perception, though it may sound enigmatic, is not so mysterious in essence. The mind, in simple terms, is merely intention. In short, Qin Mo now possessed an additional way of perceiving the world, not solely through his eyes, but also through his mental energy. Mental energy varies in strength, but most people are relatively similar. However, those awakened in the mental domain possess a significant advantage. Moreover, with an intelligence of 72 and having awakened a superbrain, Qin Mo surpassed the ordinary by a considerable margin. He closed his eyes, muted his hearing, and released his mental perception while strolling along the path. If others were to do the same, they would be akin to blind and deaf individuals. Yet, Qin Mo was different. He navigated the turns and descended the steps without any hindrance. At this moment, his mind served as his eyes. Of course, mental energy is constrained by intelligence. Thus, the range of his perception was limited to merely 15 meters in diameter. To expand this range, as the old adage goes, one must continuously enhance their intelligence attribute. The fundamental essence of strength lies in the allocation of attribute points. After a brief experiment, Qin Mo reopened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he murmured softly, although the range of mental perception pales in comparison to that of a holographic vision. It offers a more profound and quicker insight, consuming almost no time at all. Furthermore, mental perception likely holds more utility than this. It appears I must gradually explore its depths in the future. The brain, the most enigmatic part of the human body, harbors countless secrets and immense potential. Observing the awakened individuals of the mental realm reveals that their power stems from mental strength. This category of awakened beings has always been renowned for its scarcity, rarity, peculiar abilities, and extraordinary mystique, since they all derive their powers from the same source. It stands to reason that the newly acquired skill of mental perception might yield varying effects when confronting these mental awakened ones. Qin Mo holds this belief, yet he finds himself devoid of any such individuals nearby who can truly ascertain the reality of it. There is one within the domain of heaven and earth. But given the vastness of the imperial city, encountering them is akin to winning the lottery, an incredibly low probability. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the essence remains the same. Qin Mo's strength has once again been augmented. As the sun swiftly descended beyond the horizon, he arrived at his frequently visited barbecue stall just as the last rays of sunlight faded. Li Mao had already placed the order and was waiting for him. "Apologies for keeping you waiting, my friend," Qin Mo said as he pulled out a chair and filled Li Mao's glass with beer, then inquired, "What seems to be troubling you lately? You don't appear to be in high spirits." "Nothing much," Li Mao replied, shaking his head and downing his drink in one gulp. "Still grappling with issues at the company?" Qin Mo ventured, accompanying him with a toast. "You must maintain a balanced mindset, brother. Problems are inevitable. It's essential to focus on finding solutions." With a sigh, Li Mao furrowed his brow and replied, "It's not as simple as that. The resolution is elusive." "Do share. Qin Montak and Kuhagit. As you suspected, it indeed pertains to matters at the company," Li Mao began, carefully organizing his thoughts. "I manage an enterprise with a long-standing history. On the surface, it appears to thrive magnificently, yet in reality, it is riddled with deep-seated issues. Recently, many long-serving employees have developed ulterior motives, and some of the higher-ups are no different. I fail to comprehend why, as the company has treated them well, providing ample resources and decent benefits. From any perspective, they have no reason to betray the company. Yet who knows? Li Mao seemed to have opened a floodgate of thoughts. But he only displayed this vulnerability in front of Qin Mo typically. Whether within the Qingyangli family or at the Security Bureau, he would not reveal such sentiments. Even to his wife. As the head of the family, he felt the weight of sustaining the grand Qingyangli lineage. Listening to his grievances, Qin Mo suppressed his smile, choosing his words with care. The human heart has always been notoriously difficult to fathom. Wherever people gather, there will surely be entanglements of interest. I perceive that your company is quite substantial, and with your own small family, it is reasonable to assume that the complexities of conflicting interests are manifold. During such times, it is imperative to avoid overthinking. The more you ponder, the more chaotic it becomes. I would recommend that you meticulously unravel the threads of your thoughts. No matter how complicated the situation may be, it will ultimately find resolution. As he reached this point, Qin Mo paused, crossed his legs, and continued. If the problem is truly insurmountable, then perhaps it would be better to eliminate the one who posed the question. Li Mo's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he regarded Qin Mo. The notion of resolving a problem by removing the source of it was indeed compelling. A spark of realization ignited within Li Mo. Why should he ponder endlessly? By locating the celestial society and dismantling it, wouldn't the issue be resolved? As for the traitor among them, rather than exhausting himself with a tedious investigation, why not adopt a more straightforward, decisive, and forceful approach? As the saying goes, a swift blade cuts through the tangled threads. When the time calls for decisiveness, one must act with relentless vigor. Li Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of sharpness emanating from them, hinting at a brewing danger. It was clear he had formulated a plan. Although spiritual awakeners were indeed exceedingly rare, rarity did not equate to non-existence. With this thought, the shadows of doubt lifted from Li Mo's heart, and a smile returned to his face. Ha ha ha, though you're somewhat frivolous, you can still utter a few wise words when it counts. Qin Mo retorted, what do you mean by somewhat frivolous? His expression darkened. He replied with a hint of indignation, I have always been quite serious. Thank you very much. Li Mo chuckled, if that's the case. Then I must say we both possess a commendable level of seriousness. With that, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow and suddenly leaned closer, whispering, shall we indulge ourselves tonight? Given your current state, a bit of relaxation would be most fitting. Li Mo fell silent for a moment, grappling with his thoughts. Hadn't Chu Tianjiu learned his lesson by now? After much deliberation, Li Mo subtly nodded. A night of revelry awaited, unbounded joy beckoned. Before long, the afternoon of the following day arrived. Sister Sue, I'm off work now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, handsome. Qin Mo smiled as he bid farewell to Sue Yin, then exited the Security Bureau building. Unlike his usual routine of returning home, he stepped in the opposite direction. Tonight, Qin Mo intended to visit the Songphone Club. He had no interest in attending some celebratory banquet. Such superficialities held no allure for him. His primary motivation for this outing was, in fact, the foolish Chu Tianjiao. As he made his way to the club, he simultaneously accessed his genetic awakening panel. Energy points, 19, freely allocatable. Glancing at the various attributes, Qin Mo decided without hesitation to allocate 2 points to each one. He then assigned an additional point to speed and 2 points to defense, thus balancing these 2 attributes. Defense, 74, skill, iron body stage, elemental immunity enhancement. A brief announcement. This book will be available next Friday. I shall endeavor to produce a greater volume of manuscripts, aiming for an explosive release. As I have stated before, once it is published, I will ensure a minimum daily update of 12,000 words. It will only increase, never decrease. If it falls short, I would no longer be a true author. Chapter 65. An unexpected encounter at the banquet following the recent enhancements. My defenses have been significantly fortified. The steel body tier has ascended to a higher level, resulting in a marked improvement in the defense of my bones, internal organs, and skin. Elemental immunity, needless to say, will also see an enhancement. In fact, prior to today, my defenses were already formidable. I could withstand an attack from a level elemental awakener without sustaining a scratch. That night, I appeared before Li Yuan at breakneck speed, intercepting the water jet from the gentleman in a tailcoat. This serves as the finest evidence. Now, with my defensive attributes once again bolstered, my survival capabilities have increased substantially. A faint smile unconsciously graced my features as I gazed at the various attributes displayed on my awakening panel, my joy deepening. Vision, 76 hearing, 69 intelligence, 74 breath, 71 strength, 83 speed, 74 recovery, 69 defense, 74 in just over half a month. I anticipate that all my attributes will surpass the 100 mark. I wonder if, at that time, I might engage in an arm wrestling match with a level awakener. I'm used internally, my current strength being the most formidable at 83 points, far surpassing my other attributes. Next in line is my vision, standing at 76 points. A facet I have never neglected to enhance. However, it has been quite some time since my last awakening, and I suspect that, much like the last increase in strength, a substantial leap will require even more energy points. If strength manifests as superhuman power, what then will vision transform into? There is no need for speculation. It is undoubtedly the coveted thermal vision that I have long desired. It appears I shall need to reassess my allocation plan once again tomorrow. I whispered softly. My spirits lifted slightly. Soon, 2 hours slipped away in the blink of an eye. The Pine Wind Club is situated at the periphery of Lingyun District. Although not particularly bustling, it exudes a serene charm. At times, such tranquility implies mystery and sophistication. I traversed a winding path, and before long, a grand estate entered my view. Within the estate stood an ancient castle, its soft yellow lights glowing warmly. In front of the castle lay a grove of pine trees, their rustling leaves creating a delightful sound in the gentle breeze. Hence, the name of the Pine Wind Club. A servant stationed at the entrance spotted me from afar. Noting the inexpensive garments I wore and realizing that I had arrived on foot rather than by car. From these easily discernible details, he had formed a rough judgment about Qin Mo's identity deep within his heart. However, given that this attendant was employed at the Songphone Club, his professional demeanor was undoubtedly commendable. "Good evening, sir. May I kindly request to see your invitation?" The attendant slightly bowed, a smile gracing his face, and asked with utmost politeness. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo halted his steps. Instead of responding directly, he countered with a question. "Has Chu Tianjiao arrived? Please inform him that his friend is here." The surname is Chu, and the name is Tianjiao. As soon as the attendant heard the name and surname combined, he instinctively recognized the individual without a moment's hesitation. On the surface, it seemed implausible to associate Qin Mo with the legitimate heir of the Northern Chu clan, let alone to claim friendship with Chu Tianjiao. Yet, as the saying goes, appearances can be deceiving. Despite the attendant's disbelief, he maintained a courteous smile and asked Qin Mo to wait a moment. Subsequently, the attendant turned and quickly made his way toward the ancient castle. Qin Mo complied and stood at the entrance, idly surveying his surroundings. To be frank, it was his first time visiting such an upscale venue. While he waited, a remarkably expensive black sports car roared into view, its engine's growl echoing in the air. The car came to a halt at the estate's entrance, and the door swung open to reveal a young man in his 20s stepping out. Another attendant at the door approached with a smile, but the young man paid him no heed, carelessly producing a golden invitation and handing it over. His gaze remained fixated on the sports car, specifically on the woman emerging from the passenger seat. Qin Mo, too, was captivated by the woman. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, with striking features and captivating eyes. Her face adorned with subtle makeup, and she wore a white evening gown complemented by transparent high heels. Although her chest was not as ample as Su Jie's, and her legs did not match the length of the group leaders, Qin Mo silently compared and then redirected his gaze. At that moment, the attendant had already examined the invitation and, with a courteous bow, said, "You may enter." "Let us go." Lingling, the young man, said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chun Lingling approached his side, linking her arm with his and offering a sweet smile. She did not utter a word. The pair proceeded into the estate, hand in hand, their attention never once straying to Qin Mo. Shortly after Chun Lingling entered, Chu Tianjiao, informed by the attendant, strode out with purpose. His presence was felt before he even arrived. "Haha, I knew you would come," Chu Tianjiao exclaimed, laughter laced with surprise. He approached Qin Mo, gave his shoulder a friendly pat, and together they entered the estate, the attendants of Songphone Club not daring to impede their passage. "The banquet starts at 8, and we still have over 40 minutes. Let us head straight to the second floor. I have no desire to mingle with them and engage in idle chatter." "All right, I'm not familiar with this place anyway," Qin Mo replied, surveying the estate's interior with a nod. Subsequently, The two individuals bypassed the grand hall on the first floor of the ancient castle and ascended directly to the second floor via a side staircase. A few young scions loitering at the entrance of the hall noticed Chu Tianjiao entering with an unfamiliar companion. Their curiosity piqued regarding Qin Mo's identity. Yet they refrained from inquiring further. Given Chu Tianjiao's temperament, such an endeavor would be futile, particularly in recent days. He had been nursing wounds inflicted by an unknown assailant and was not in the mood for jest. The second floor of the castle was relatively serene, where the duo settled upon an outdoor windowsill, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. The view here was expansive, encompassing the surrounding pine forest and offering a vague glimpse of the happenings below. Qin Mo cast a glance at the clusters of young aristocrats gathered below, before turning to Chu Tianjiao and inquiring, "Have your injuries healed so swiftly?" "They are merely superficial wounds. A few days of medication sufficed," Chu Tianjiao replied with a dismissive wave. In response, Qin Mo raised his thumb in commendation, exclaiming, "Truly deserving of the title of a high-tier awakener. You indeed possess remarkable resilience." Chu Tianjiao merely smirked, his expression twitching slightly. They then engaged in casual banter, passing the time as Qin Mo mentally prepared himself to indulge in the forthcoming feast, aware that the culinary offerings at such an event were bound to be exquisite and costly. After all, having arrived, he intended to make the most of the occasion. Meanwhile, within the grand hall on the first floor, Chan Lingling was discreetly observing those around her. Following this young aristocrat, she lingered briefly in every small circle. When a moment felt right, she leaned closer to the young man, offering a sweet smile as she softly remarked, "I'm heading to the restroom to freshen up." "Go ahead, return swiftly," the young man replied, showing no suspicion. Chun Lingling offered an apologetic smile to those nearby before striding out of the hall, guided by a servant towards the restroom. As soon as she entered, her smile vanished, replaced by her true demeanor. She hurried into a stall, locked the door behind her, and narrowed her eyes, revealing a faint, cold smirk. Taking several deep breaths, she focused her mind, dispelling any distracting thoughts and channeling her mental energy. Slowly, she closed her eyes, plunging into darkness. Yet, within that darkness, tiny red dots suddenly materialized, each representing an awakener within the castle. As the last of the awakener's dots emerged in her mind, she furrowed her brow, unleashing her mental power that radiated throughout the castle. In an instant, all the red dots began to flicker in unison, their luminosity intensifying as if they had established a connection with her. Simultaneously, at that very moment when Chun Lingling projected her mental energy, Qin Mo, seated on the second floor of the castle, felt a sudden shift in his expression. Chapter 66. Number 9 has been found. Suddenly, Qin Mo was engulfed by a peculiar sensation. This feeling was elusive and exceedingly subtle, akin to encountering a spider's web halfway through a journey. Had it not been for his awakened mental perception, he would likely have remained oblivious to the anomaly surrounding him. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald hidden truths. Such irregularities could not simply materialize out of thin air. Qin Mo slowly furrowed his brow with a mere thought. He activated his holographic vision, enveloping the entire ancient castle within his perception. Countless chaotic sounds were swiftly analyzed by his superior intellect, constructing a remarkably clear, three-dimensional spatial representation in his mind. Simultaneously, he unleashed his mental perception with all his might. Within a 15-meter radius, everything manifested in his consciousness. Spitting no trivialité. From this perspective alone, everything appeared normal. However, an additional element lingered in Qin Mo's mind, one imperceptible to the naked eye and discernible solely through his mental acuity. A slender, transparent thread extended from the nape of his neck deep into the castle's interior. As his perception was limited to 15 meters, he remained unaware of the thread's ultimate destination. Indeed, mental perception was far more complex than it seemed, allowing him to detect such extraordinary phenomena. Inwardly, Qin Mo reflected that this sudden development validated his earlier suspicions. Yet what was this thread? Invisible to the naked eye and intangible to the touch, yet detectable through mental perception. His superior intellect whirred into action, leading him to consider the possibility of a mental awakening. This was the most plausible explanation. However, why would such a rare being be present here? To date, the only mentalist he knew of was the enigmatic number 9 from the Heaven and Earth Society, A sudden chill coursed through Qin Mo's mind. Could it be that the Heaven and Earth Society had infiltrated the castle's banquet to orchestrate some scheme? His superior intellect rapidly processed and synthesized various pieces of information, gradually sketching a clearer outline of the situation in his mind. Qin Mo's brow tightened further as he focused his mental perception on Chu Tianjiao, discovering that a similar transparent thread extended from the back of his neck, leading in the same direction as his own. In the grand hall of the castle, several others fell within Qin Mo's range, and they too exhibited the same phenomenon. Do you perceive anything unusual? Qin Mo inquired, turning to Chu Tianjiao. Startled, Chu Tianjiao hesitated before instinctively responding. Unusual? Not all. Clearly, he was entirely unaware of the thread at the nape of his neck. What's the matter? He asked. Puzzled, Qin Mo shook his head, choosing not to voice his suspicions. Instead, he replied, It's nothing. I'll just step away to the restroom. Very well. I'm not familiar with this place either. It will be prudent to inquire with the attendant, Chu Tianjiao remarked. Qin Mo nodded slightly, then rose and descended the staircase. Throughout this interval, his holographic vision and mental perception remained unwaveringly active. His pretext for visiting the restroom was merely a ruse. His true intent was to unravel the mystery by tracing the transparent thread's trajectory to uncover the individual behind it. However, after only a few steps, Qin Mo was astonished to discover that the other end of the thread indeed led to the restroom, specifically the women's lavatory. At this moment, he was still 15 meters away from her, and he silently activated his X-ray vision, causing several walls to dissolve into illusory forms. Immediately, he beheld Chen Lingling seated upon the toilet. It was indeed her. Qin Mo's expression shifted. Just moments ago, he had narrowly missed her at the estate's entrance, and now fate had conspired for their paths to cross once more. Yet, upon seeing Chen Lingling, his previous conjectures were further solidified. It was known that the enigmatic No. 9 of the Heavenly Society was, in fact, a woman. With such a confluence of coincidences, they could hardly be deemed mere happenstance. In an instant, Qin Mo calculated his next move, a subtle smile curling upon his lips as he approached the restroom. Observing the small red dot flickering in the darkness, sometimes bright, other times dim, following a certain rhythm, Chen Lingling gradually eased her tension. At this juncture, she had completed half of her task. The operation of the Heavenly Society, as mentioned by number 2 not long ago, aimed to leverage the power of the aristocracy to topple the very same. This banquet provided them with an exceptional opportunity. Those fortunate enough to attend were the gifted youth among the noble families. If she could gain influence over them, it would, to some extent, sway the decisions made by their families. Even if she could not exert immediate influence, they would inevitably rise to prominence within their clans over time. Naturally, wielding such control was no simple endeavor. It was not an overnight affair. What Chen Lingling was doing now was merely implanting a mental mark. Thus far, her mission appeared to be proceeding smoothly, and a faint smile graced her lips. However, at that moment, she abruptly ceased all movements, her vigilance heightened. She noticed a red had deviated from its original position, steadily approaching her. As the distance between them diminished, her gaze sharpened until she confirmed that the small red had entered the adjacent men's restroom, allowing her to exhale in relief. However, in the next instant, a tremendous force surged forth, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, mercilessly slamming her against the partition. Bang! 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 Multiple wooden boards splintered apart, and in an instant, Chen Lingling's internal organs suffered severe trauma. Her body seemed to slip from her control, crashing heavily against the wall before finally coming to a halt. However, at that moment, she had completely succumbed to unconsciousness. Blood gradually soaked her exquisite white evening gown, resembling blooming crimson lotuses, beautiful yet sinister. Qin Mo shook off the droplets of water from his hands and walked out of the restroom with an air of indifference. He did not glance back, as if the events that had just transpired bore no relation to him. Upon returning to Shudiangio's side, he found many signs of prominent families hastening towards the restroom after hearing the commotion. Although he had employed a roundabout method, it still caused a tremendous uproar that reverberated throughout the ancient castle. Soon, the young man who had accompanied Chen Lingling let out an enraged roar. Get her to the hospital. Hurry, take her to the Imperial Capital Hospital. The chaos within the restroom was shocking to everyone. They were utterly oblivious to the true nature of the events that had unfolded. They could hardly believe that, right under the noses of so many awakened individuals and the scions of noble families, someone dared to commit such an act of violence. It was simply inconceivable. Watching the luxurious black sports car speed away from the Songphone Club, Shudiangio's expression grew peculiar. He turned to Qin Mo beside him, his brow furrowed in suspicion. I say, could this possibly be your doing? Why would it be related to me? Qin Mo shrugged, feigning innocence. I did indeed visit the restroom, but I certainly did not enter the ladies' room. While there was some logic to his statement, he insisted he was not involved. Believe it or not, I couldn't care less. Qin Mo rolled his eyes. Shudiangio chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose, then said with a smile, it seems this banquet cannot proceed as planned. Who would have anticipated such an unexpected twist? He took out his car keys and waved them, continuing, so what do you say? Should we take a drive? Up to you. I'm flexible with wherever we go. Haha, then today, let me showcase my driving skills. With that, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the engine, a supercar shot away from the Songphone Club like an arrow released from a bow. Night fell at 9 o'clock. Qingyang Li family, Imperial Capital Manor. Li Mo stared at the text message he had just received, utterly astonished. He swallowed slowly, rereading it to ensure his eyes were not deceiving him. In the next moment, Li Mo sprang to his feet, hastily exiting the room and heading towards the study. Uncharacteristically, he did not knock, but instead pushed the door open. Without waiting for Li Mao to react, he spoke solemnly. Father, we've located number 9, chapter 67, Hot Vision. That night, Li Mo spent 2 minutes in the study before leaving the manor in a hurry. He wasted no time dialing a number while driving, urgently requesting personnel from the Security Bureau to swiftly head to the Imperial Capital Hospital. Soon, all exits of the hospital were surrounded by security personnel, and all information regarding Chun Lingling's admission was promptly investigated. Li Mo wore a stern expression as he swiftly approached a specific ward on the 3rd floor, accompanied by several trusted associates. Upon entering the room, he beheld a young scion of a prominent family in Chun Lingling, who lay unconscious on the bed. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze lingered momentarily on the bed before he commanded, "Take her away." The young nobleman, taken aback, was well aware of Li Mo's identity. Observing the personnel from the Security Bureau advancing towards the bed, he hastily inquired, "Master Li, what are you intending to do?" However, Li Mo paid him no heed, not even casting a glance in his direction, simply reiterating, "Take her away as well." The Security Bureau's agents were swift in their actions, and within 10 minutes, they had departed. Chun Lingling was placed in the black vehicle belonging to Li Mo, who was determined to oversee her personally to ensure that nothing went amiss during this operation. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly, and the group soon returned to the Security Bureau. Chun Lingling was not taken back to the Li estate in Xinjiang, a deliberate choice made by Li Mo. Meanwhile, in the basement level of the Security Bureau, Li Mao and his son Li Mo stood before a cramped interrogation room. Apart from the two of them and Chun Lingling, there was no one else present. Gazing at the unconscious Chun Lingling, Li Mao narrowed his eyes and slowly instructed, "Ensure she remains alive. Bring in a professional anesthetist to keep her in a state of unconsciousness, devoid of self-awareness." Understood, Li Mo nodded in response. "I have already dispatched an awakened psychic from Xinjiang. We will interrogate her once they arrive." Li Mao continued, outlining his directives aimed at preventing Chun Lingling from taking her own life upon regaining consciousness. For Psychic, the act of ending one's existence could be remarkably simple. The Qingyangli family had suffered significant losses due to psychic seeds in the past, and was now vigilant against any such threats. Furthermore, what progress has been made regarding her public identity in the capital? He inquired. "We have already sent someone to investigate, and results will be forthcoming shortly." Li Montauk replied promptly. Upon hearing this, Li Mao nodded slowly, stating with a calm demeanor, "You shall personally oversee this matter. Expedite the process. Since we have managed to capture such a significant target, we must extract ample information from her. Moreover, such a valuable bait should not go to waste. We ought to cast our lines further and catch more substantial fish." Li Mao's eyes narrowed, his expression remaining neutral, yet those who knew him well, like Li Mo, understood that beneath this calm exterior lay a latent danger. He then posed a question. "Should we leak the location?" "No need. Our informant will ensure the lines are properly set," Li Mao replied, shaking his head before turning and departing. Though he held the position of director at the Security Bureau, He seldom visited the premises. Had it not been for the circumstances surrounding the Tiandi society, he likely would not have come this evening. The sudden revelation concerning number 9 left him utterly astonished. The message that Qin Mo received on his mobile phone, as per usual, was dispatched after breaching the firewall of the Security Bureau. The identity of this enigmatic individual is undoubtedly clear. It is Qin Mo, a fact that Qin Mo is well aware of. Therefore, he did not hesitate to assess the authenticity of the information and promptly issued a capture order. He harbored unwavering trust in Qin Mo, whose prior actions had already substantiated his worthiness of such confidence. However, there was one matter that Qin Mo found perplexing. He could not fathom how Qin Mo had managed to accomplish this feat for days. The Security Bureau and the numerous members of the Qingyangli clan had failed to uncover even a trace of the Heavenly Society, let alone pursue their core members. Yet now, number 9 had been captured alive. The message explicitly indicated that number 9 was a psychic awakened being belonging to the Heavenly Society, which further astonished Qin Mo. This young man was indeed remarkable, landing such a significant catch. As he strolled down the dimly lit street, Qin Mo whispered to himself. It could be said that Qin Mo had presented an extraordinary gift to the Qingyangli clan this evening. Contemplating this, a smile involuntarily spread across Qin Mo's face. Where there is joy, there is inevitably sorrow. Secretary Li was currently quite troubled. To be precise, his mood was at an all-time peak of agitation. Number 9 had been apprehended. He could never have anticipated that a psychic awakened being could be so easily captured, particularly since his information this evening had been rather limited. By the time he learned of these events, Chun Lingling had already been confined in the underground of the Security Bureau. Consequently, Secretary Li had been unable to make any prior preparations. Yet, number 9 was their sole psychic awakened being. Her significance was paramount, and she absolutely could not come to harm. How could Secretary Li not be vexed? Yet, with the situation as it was, what options remained? The only course of action now was to resort to desperate measures. With a grim expression, Secretary Li dialed that clandestine number once more. The call was quickly answered, and he was the first to speak. Are you aware of the situation? Yes, I have just been informed. Since the fishing rod has fallen into the lake, we must find a way to retrieve it. I worry there may be nets in the water. What if the ones attempting to salvage it also become ensnared? A voice responded from the other end. Thus, Secretary Li slowly remarked, the retrieval must be swift. The value of this fishing rod is something I trust you understand better than I do, and it must not be compromised. As his words settled, a brief silence enveloped the line. After a long pause, the middle-aged man finally replied, I understand. This night would undoubtedly bring sleeplessness to many, yet among them, Qin Mo was not included. After racing with Chu Tianjiao, he returned home directly, washed up, and lay down in bed, falling into a deep and sweet slumber. Regardless, he had already informed Qin Mo of the news regarding the knife. If the Qingyangli family failed to seize this opportunity, they could not blame him. Qin Mo awoke the following morning around 6 o'clock, adhering to his usual routine. He rose, partook of breakfast, and jogged his way to the Security Bureau. Arriving precisely on time at the office of Team 7, he settled into his customary leisure time. However, Qin Mo discreetly heightened his auditory senses, quietly attuning himself to the whispers of the Tiandi society. Before long, he gleaned from the conversations around him that a mission had indeed transpired the previous night, reportedly resulting in the capture of a significant figure from the Tiandi society. This pivotal individual was unmistakably Chun Lingling. With the confirmation that the 9th had truly been apprehended, Qin Mo refrained from further inquiry. Whether they could extract information moving forward would depend on the capabilities of the Qingyangli family. Thus, the hours swiftly passed until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A warm surge coursed through his body, igniting a growing excitement within him as he promptly opened the Qin awakening panel. Energy points, 22, freely allocable. He had long determined how to distribute today's energy points the previous evening. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mo allocated 6 points to his vision. The warmth rapidly enveloped the area around his eyes before dissipating, resulting in his vision reaching 82 points. Yet no remarkable change occurred. Was it still insufficient? Qin Mo murmured softly, and with a thought, he added another 6 points to his vision. The warm flow surged forth once more, but this time it felt distinctly different. Vision, 88, awakened skill, heat vision. Chapter 68, Urgent Action. Heat vision. At last, it had awakened. Since the moment Qin Mo acquired the gene awakening panel, he had yearned for this ability. After all, it is an immensely powerful offensive technique, emblematic of his identity. When discussing extraordinary abilities, one often first envisions the eyes. Heat vision appears akin to laser beams. However, it is not so simple. The rays emitted from his eyes are actually high-temperature beams converted from the solar energy stored within his body, adjustable in both intensity and range. At peak temperatures, they can even surpass the terrifying heat of the sun's core, capable of melting and vaporizing nearly any substance. Of course, Qin Mo was far from achieving such feats. His vision attribute was merely 88 points and required further enhancement. This warm flow lingered longer than previously experienced, making Qin Mo feel as though his eyeballs had been immersed in a steaming hot spring. The temperature of the spring gradually rose, yet he sensed no discomfort. Rather, it became increasingly pleasurable. Observing the situation, he surmised it would not conclude anytime soon and took advantage of this time to allocate the remaining energy points. After adding 12 points to his vision today, he had 10 points left. He contemplated the various attributes before him, pondering deeply. The attributes of vision and strength were excessively high, and to ensure a balanced development, Qin Mo decided to enhance the remaining attributes over the next few days. After careful consideration, he allocated 3 points each to hearing, breathing, and recovery, while the final point was assigned to speed. Consequently, all 8 of his attributes surpassed the threshold of 70. Once the allocation was complete, Qin Mo tidied up his desk and prepared to leave work. He exited the Bureau of Safety alone and casually entered a small noodle shop along the roadside. The warmth surrounding his eyes did not hinder his vision. He felt elated and had a robust appetite, ordering 2 large bowls of ramen along with an additional fried egg. Half an hour later, having finished his meal, Qin Mo stepped out of the noodle shop, lifted his gaze to the setting sun, and a faint smile gradually graced his lips. Simultaneously, his pupils underwent a subtle transformation, a small red dot appearing at their center. This dot gradually expanded, enveloping his entire eye before slowly dissipating, returning to normal. Qin Mo's smile deepened as he placed his hands behind his head and strolled towards Guanghong Street. It wasn't too long before he found himself back in the unfinished construction building. With a light leap, he effortlessly ascended to the top floor. Ever since awakening his biological force field, such feats had become exceedingly easy for him. At that moment, darkness enveloped the sky. Qin Mo, basking in the night, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a sidelong glance at the steel and concrete beneath him. His eyes transformed into a vibrant crimson, the intense red light gradually filling his pupils. Soon, a thought crossed his mind, and 2 high-temperature rays shot forth from his eyes. The terrifying heat melted the concrete and the interspersed steel bars as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. With a slight shift of his gaze, the high-temperature rays traced a small circle on the ground. When the ends met, a pit the size of a human head emerged before him. The sound of concrete crashing down to the first floor echoed in the air. Indeed, it was the first floor. Approaching the edge of the pit, Qin Mo retracted his thermal vision and peered down. To his astonishment, each level of the building bore a small pit, with the edges showing faint traces of melting. The power of thermal vision was evident, revealing glimpses of its might. Qin Mo had merely conducted a brief experiment, yet he had penetrated 7 layers. Moreover, this was not even his full potential. He pondered softly, a smile gracing his features, wondering if the defenses of an awakened individual could withstand his thermal vision. With satisfaction in the effectiveness of his thermal vision, he leaped lightly once more and vanished from the rooftop. Moments later, Qin Mo returned home. He routinely tidied his room before entering the bathroom and turning on the shower, intending to take a refreshing cold shower. The water cascaded over Qin Mo's robust physique as he raised his hand to dispense some body wash, only to be startled by the sudden ringing of his phone placed nearby. Upon glancing at the screen, his expression shifted to one of intrigue. The caller ID revealed it was Li Yuan. At such a late hour, what could the team leader possibly want? A sense of perplexity enveloped him. He dried his hand with a towel and answered the call, switching to speaker mode, and greeted her first. "Hello. Good evening, team leader." "Good evening. Do you have any plans for tonight?" Li Yuan inquired stressfully. "Oh, no. Why do you ask, team leader? Is there something you need?" Qin Mo's confusion deepened. "Well, There are a few matters to discuss. Let's talk in person. Li Yuan's calm voice resonated from the other end. Without waiting for Qin Mo's response, she continued. I'm currently at your doorstep. Qin Mo? Huh, you're already at the door? He was slightly taken aback. Peering through the window, he saw Li Yuan's car outside, the walls around him fading into translucence. Hey, you really are at the door. All right, team leader, give me a moment. I'm in the shower and we'll be out shortly. Okay, Li Yuan replied succinctly before she hung up. 2 minutes later, Qin Mo settled into the familiar passenger seat of her car. After he got in, Li Yuan said nothing, simply starting the engine and speeding out of Guanghong Street. It was only then that she spoke, accompany me to view a property. Oh, so we're house hunting, Qin Mo realized. Indeed, Li Yuan needed to find a new place, as the one she had recently moved into had already become a wreck. However, who looked for houses at night? And why was she asking him instead of a real estate agent? As if sensing Qin Mo's unspoken questions, Li Yuan explained while keeping her eyes on the road. I have work during the day and no time. Allericht, Qin Mo nodded. Same arrangement as usual. I'll treat you to a meal, Li Yuan stated, her tone suggesting it was a customary practice. Naturally, Qin Mo did not decline. The opportunity to help someone house hunt in exchange for a free meal was a stroke of luck no one would pass up. Where are you planning to rent this time? Still in Baiyun District? He inquired. At his words, Li Yuan slightly turned her head, casting a puzzled glance his way. Why rent? Can't you just buy? Qin Mo. To be fair, her point was quite valid. However, it sounded rather extravagant, bordering on the absurd. Of course you can, he replied, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. As they conversed, the car gradually came to a halt at a crosswalk, waiting for the red light to change. Ding dong. The crisp sound of a text message notification suddenly rang out, causing Li Yuan to casually pick up her phone for a glance. However, her expression changed abruptly. Her brows furrowed tightly, revealing a look of seriousness as she quickly scanned the contents of the message. Without hesitation, she turned sharply to Qin Mo and said, I can't go to view the property tonight. There's an urgent operation at the bureau. You should get out here. Urgent operation? Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, immediately making connections in his mind. Without a moment's delay, he opened the car door and stepped out. Apologies, Li Yuan said to him. Since it's an urgent operation, the team leader need not concern themselves with me. Please hurry along and drive safely, Qin Mo replied. Understood, Li Yuan nodded. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, she focused ahead and pressed down on the accelerator. The roar of the engine erupted, and the tires screeched against the pavement as her sports car surged forward, racing towards the security bureau. At that moment, the traffic light at the intersection remained red. But it was clear that Li Yuan had no time to heed such signals. Once the order for urgent action was given, her sole responsibility was to arrive at the operation site as swiftly as possible. Beyond that, she had no further obligations. The security bureau would assign personnel to manage the aftermath. Qin Mo stood at the intersection, watching as the car gradually vanished from his sight. Meanwhile, he expanded his auditory senses, gradually enveloping the surrounding area, quickly covering a radius of 100 miles. The security bureau was included in this vast auditory net, and a cacophony of sounds flooded into his mind. A particular sound caught Qin Mo's attention, prompting his superbrain to swiftly retrieve memories for comparative analysis. The sound he was hearing now overlapped with a voice he had first encountered during the Tiandi Association's conspiracy. At that time, in the restaurant, aside from the middle-aged man and Chun Lingling, another person had uttered a phrase. The person we captured yesterday is set to be rescued today. It appears that this No. 9 is quite significant to the Tiandi Association. Qin Mo's brows knitted together as he pondered this revelation. Simultaneously, he began to move towards a shadowy corner. Seconds later, he slipped into the darkness, his figure melding with the shadows as if they were one. In the next instant, Qin Mo vanished. He had activated his biological force field, propelling himself toward the security bureau at an astonishing speed of 8 times the speed of sound. Chapter 69. Picking up the trash, 15 miles. The distance from the intersection to the security bureau was only 15 miles. Li Yuan had already accelerated to a speed of 120 miles per hour, the maximum she could achieve within the metropolitan area of Imperial City. Fortunately, it was not the evening rush hour, otherwise her speed would have been further impeded. Yet even at this velocity, she would still require at least 4 minutes to reach the security bureau. However, for Qin Mo, it would take less than 3 seconds. Beep, beep, beep. As Qin Mo halted abruptly amidst his swift movement, the familiar facade of the security bureau loomed ahead. With a mere thought, his holographic vision unfurled, and his superintellect commenced its intricate analysis of the myriad information streaming from all directions. Within the confines of his perceptive scope, he discerned a total of 38 awakened individuals. Among them, 12 were of the higher tier, with 8 affiliated to the Security Bureau and 4 belonging to the Heavenly Society. On the surface, the Security Bureau appeared to possess a distinct advantage in terms of advanced combat prowess. However, the reality was far more complex. The Bureau was represented by only one individual at the pinnacle level, whereas the Heavenly Society boasted a formidable duo. A single tier, one individual possesses the capacity to raise an entire city. Their destructive potential is so immense that mere numbers cannot bridge the chasm between levels. Qin Mo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that, following the demise of 2-tier 1 members, the Heavenly Society would swiftly dispatch 2 replacements. Such formidable strength was indeed astonishing. No wonder they dared to call themselves the Heavenly Society, which clandestine power was bolstering them from the shadows. Furrowing his brow, Qin Mo pondered deeply. There was no urgency in his demeanor. Given the current circumstances, the Security Bureau could still withstand the onslaught for a while longer. A glance at Li Mo's strategic positioning revealed that they had long been prepared, clearly lying in wait for an opportunity. Unfortunately, it seemed that Li Mo could not fathom the vastness of the iceberg concealed beneath the surface of the Heavenly Society. What awaited him was not a mere rabbit, but a ravenous tiger. At that moment, the 15 awakened individuals deployed by the Heavenly Society, under the command of 1 tier, 1 leader, launched a fierce assault on the building. Li Mo and his team guarded multiple entrances of the edifice. Standing behind the door with a tranquil expression, he deftly maneuvered his fingers, summoning tendrils of darkness that surged forth to strike at the intruding awakened ones. How much longer? Die Montag suddenly inquired. In response, the lean man beside him adjusted his glasses and, with meticulous focus on the compact computer in his arms, replied, "Just 3 more minutes, and our encirclement will be complete." 3 minutes. Li Mo narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips as he murmured to himself, "Father was right. We have indeed caught a big fish." "What is the situation in the underground detention room?" he continued to question. The lean man rapidly tapped away at the keyboard, accessing the surveillance feed for below, and reported, "Nothing has occurred." "Excellent." A smile graced Li Mo's face. For too long, they had been led by the nose by the Heavenly Society. Now, they were finally poised to strike back. This time, they would uproot the organization entirely. Li Mo's gaze was resolute. However, before his conviction could endure even a moment, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Boom! The building trembled, the earth quaked. Li Mo lost his balance, stumbling unsteadily. He turned in astonishment towards the source of the loud noise, exclaiming, "What has happened to the side door of the staircase?" The lean man moved swiftly, immediately adding, "The surveillance at the staircase side door has been destroyed. It is inaccessible." Inaccessible? Li Macau's complexion darkanat. Half a minute earlier, while Li Mo was engaged in combat with the members of the Heavenly Society, another individual had quietly maneuvered to the rear of the Security Bureau. Clearly, the people in front were merely feigning an attack, their objective to divert their attention and firepower. The true assailant sent to breach the prison was, in fact, a young man with striking yellow hair. At that moment, the yellow-haired man stood at the base of the building's wall, holding a map and making final confirmations regarding the location where Chun Lingling was detained. His pupils were of an eerie yellow hue, seemingly granting him the ability to see in the dark, unaffected by the shadows. Once he had memorized the details, he carelessly tore the map and let it flutter to the ground. He dusted off his hands and turned towards the staircase, preparing to act. However, just as he pivoted, a faint voice suddenly echoed, "Littering is not a commendable habit." Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired man's body stiffened momentarily, frozen in place. Every hair on his body stood on end, instantly heightening his alertness before he slowly turned around. 5 meters away, a figure gradually came into view. It was none other than Qin Mo. At the sight of Qin Mo, the yellow-haired man's pupils constricted, his posture slightly hunched, and his limbs began to transform. Though he sensed no danger emanating from Qin Mo, his wariness was now even greater than before. 5 meters, such a short distance. Yet he remained completely unaware. He had no idea when Qin Mo had appeared. This singular anomaly was enough to signify just how perilous this individual truly was. "Pick up the litter," Qin Mo said with a gentle smile, his tone casual. He felt remarkably at ease, having recently validated that awakened individuals posed little threat to him. However, upon hearing Qin Mo's words, the yellow-haired man remained unmoved, standing resolutely in place. With a slow grin, he revealed elongated, sharp teeth, foul saliva dripping from the gaps. The yellow-haired man summoned his genetic powers with all his might. In mere seconds, he transformed into a colossal lizard towering over 10 feet tall. A robust tail swung between his legs, his body adorned with glistening scales that boasted formidable defensive capabilities. He was unmistakably an awakened individual of the mimicry type. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, the late bird suffers. Without a moment's hesitation, the lizard-like yellow-haired man launched a tail swipe at Qin Mo. A robust tail, imbued with terrifying power, unleashed a tempestuous gust at an unparalleled velocity, striking him with tremendous force. From the very outset, it was an all-out assault. Yet, in Qin Mo's eyes, the speed remained insufficient and the strength inadequate. He stood his ground, effortlessly raising his right hand. Boom! A colossal sound erupted, as the earth trembled under the weight of that terrifying force, causing the building of the security bureau to sway. However, not a single ripple stirred in Qin Mo's hand. The yellow-haired lizard was left in utter astonishment, its bright yellow pupils dilating and contracting in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the surreal scene before it. Had it truly been captured so easily? Was this individual truly of that caliber? At that moment, his heart brimmed with shock, but before he could react further, he suddenly noticed 2 small red dots appear in the very center of Qin Mo's eyes. In an instant, those red dots expanded at a horrifying speed, filling Qin Mo's gaze. The next moment, 2 scorching rays shot forth. Chapter 70. Hush. In the pitch-black night, a sudden brilliance illuminated the surroundings. 2 dazzling crimson beams emerged as the unequivocal stars of the evening. The lizard's armor, impervious enough to withstand missiles, was rendered as fragile as mere paper in the presence of those high-temperature rays. The defenses of an advanced awakener failed utterly, shattering instantaneously. The rays were aimed directly at the yellow-haired lizard's head. The terrifying heat penetrated its skull, effectively melting its brain. An advance being met its demise in that fleeting moment. It barely grasped the situation, with no final words prepared, and before any thoughts could traverse its mind, consciousness slipped away. Sizzle. The high-temperature rays coursed down the lizard's body until they reached the ground. Only then did Qin Mo retract them. The crimson glow gradually faded, retreating deep within his pupils, while the restless solar energy returned to a state of calm. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated suddenly. The lizard's corpse was perfectly bisected in the middle, collapsing to either side with a heavy thud, stirring up clouds of dust. There was no bloodshed, nor a gruesome display of entrails. The intense heat had sealed the wounds as it sliced, leaving the cut surfaces solidified. Qin Mo released his right hand, letting go of the tail, and quietly observed the scene before him, slowly exhaling. To be honest, he was taken aback by his own prowess. He had exerted his full strength, uncertain of the true power of his recently awakened thermal vision. Now, it seemed, no further words were necessary. The immense carcass before him spoke volumes, more resonant than any ornate language. Boom! That sound startled everyone present. In front of the security bureau building, a short man enveloped in rock suddenly halted his actions, swiftly turning his head towards the side door of the staircase. Shocking realization struck him as his pupils constricted and his expression changed drastically. A tempest brewed within him. Huang Xian was dead? How could this be possible? He was utterly astonished. However, this was not the time for bewilderment. He extended his hands, fingers splayed wide, only to clench them tightly moments later. The ground around him began to tremble, soil and stone rising in response to the direction of his arm's movement, coalescing into a formidable wall ahead. Layer upon layer of earthen wall formed, with sharp spikes jutting out, piercing the sky with explosive force. Each spike possessed the power to easily dispatch a level awakened being. At that moment, a fierce wind swept through the night sky, and a massive shadow flitted by, its wings stirring up the debris, shattering the earth into fine dust. It was the formidable being of the Qin Li family, a level-awakened individual of the mimicry type, who had taken on the guise of the Sky King, the majestic eagle. With keen eagle eyes, he was unencumbered by the darkness of the night, capable of detecting any foe with sharp precision. With an agile maneuver, he dove towards the ground, claws extended, ready to retaliate. Those powerful talons could rend missiles asunder, and the earthen wall conjured by Shurtu disintegrated beneath their might. Yet, who could have anticipated that behind the wall lay nothing but emptiness? Li paused, momentarily taken aback, managing to halt his momentum. His eagle eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings. Subsequently, he descended towards the ground, his form shrinking mid-fall, reverting to his human shape, utterly unclothed. As he looked down, he discovered a gaping hole concealed beneath the shattered stones, leading to an unknown destination. To his astonishment, Shurtu had made a direct escape. The earlier assault had merely served as a diversion. Shida's true intent was to facilitate the departure of others from the Tiandi society. It was absurd to remain here, especially with Huang Xian's body likely already cold. Staying would be tantamount to courting death. Hence, Shurtu acted with resolute decisiveness. As an earth elemental awakened being, if he wished to flee, the Security Bureau would find it exceedingly difficult to detain him. Moreover, he had no fear of being pursued, as no one knew which direction he had taken. As he excavated the tunnel, he simultaneously obstructed the path behind him. Meanwhile, 10 miles to the east of the Security Bureau, in a defunct billiard hall, rocks shattered, and a pit suddenly materialized. In the next instant, Shurtu leaped forth, followed closely by the others who climbed out after him. Once everyone had emerged, Shurtu stretched out his hand towards the ground, slowly tightening his grip, causing the earth to fill the space. After completing this task, Shurtu finally exhaled in relief, the tension in his face easing slightly. However, as he surveyed the group, his expression inevitably darkened. Huang Xian has perished, and Chun Lingling could not be saved. This operation can be deemed a complete failure. Boss, what should we do now? A season-awakened individual inquired softly, gazing at him. In response, Shur-sun let out a sigh and slowly said, "We can only retreat. Everyone, disperse in groups and ensure you remain concealed. For now, we must transition into silence." Upon hearing this directive, the others nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, it was their only viable option. Subsequently, they each bid farewell to Shur-sun and prepared to depart. This billiard hall had been arranged as their escape route prior to the operation, so they were untroubled about revealing themselves upon exit. The one who had spoken earlier led 2 companions and was the first to leave. He pushed open the door to the room and stepped into the dimly lit hall filled with tables. Although the hall was devoid of light, his keen eyes quickly discerned a man seated on the sofa. A sense of bewilderment arose within him as he pondered why someone would be present here. Yet, in the next moment, he was struck by the shocking realization that the man had mysteriously vanished. Simultaneously, a hand delicately rested upon his shoulder, and a low voice whispered in his ear. "Esaha Qin Mo exhaled slowly." To be precise, he expelled a breath of ultra-compressed, frigid air generated by his super lungs. A layer of pristine frost emanated from the awakened man's head, swiftly enveloping his entire body, encasing him in ice. An unexpected ice sculpture materialized within the hall. Although he retained some awareness, he found himself utterly immobile. It seemed the effect was satisfactory. This was the last thought that crossed the awakened individual's mind. Following this, Qin Mo waved his hand, and the ice block, along with the man's head, crashed to the floor. Naturally, the 2 companions who had exited alongside him could not escape a similar fate. Subsequently, Qin Mo opened the billiard room door, smiling as he surveyed the astonished faces within and inquired, "What number are you in the Tiandi society?" As his words echoed, no one dared to respond. Shursuan's gaze traversed Qin Mo's form, catching sight of the severed head rolling on the ground, its expression a mix of terror and confusion in its final moments. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a massive earthen spike erupted from beneath Qin Mo's feet, aiming directly for his heart. To silently eliminate an awakened individual of such caliber, the assailant at the entrance must be at least among the elite of awakened beings. Yet, why would an awakened individual of this level be present here? Shur-sun could not fathom how their position had been compromised. Faced with Qin Mo, he dared not exhibit any hesitation, launching an all-out assault. As the spike manifested, The walls around Qin Mo began to warp, converging towards him. The other awakened individuals in the room simultaneously launched their attacks, demonstrating remarkable coordination. However, it proved utterly futile. They were unable to breach Qin Mo's defenses. Otherwise, how could Qin Mo possibly venture here alone? As he spoke, the powerful earthen spikes made contact with his body. Then, to the astonishment of the stone stalagmite, the spikes shattered inch by inch, akin to an egg colliding with a rock. Simultaneously, Qin Mo's eyes once again blazed with a crimson glow. Hiss! In the following moment, two searing rays shot forth, reaching the stalagmite's chest in an instant. Immediately, a gaping hole, large enough to fit a human head, appeared, penetrating through and through. The stalagmite's mouth parted slightly, compressing the residual air within his trachea, and from his throat emerged his final words. Bang! Subsequently, his body naturally tilted forward and fell heavily to the ground. In that instant, the atmosphere within the room descended into an eerie stillness, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Qin Mo remained with his hands clasped behind his back, merely turning to face the last high-level awakener in the room, smiling as he said, "Now, it is your turn. I assure you, it is not my intention to leave the story abruptly unfinished. Writing in fragments is rather unsatisfactory for me as well. However, such is the nature of free updates. And once it is officially released, I promise everyone will be thoroughly entertained." Chapter 71. Time to collect the corpses. As the stalagmite led the members of the Heaven and Earth Society to their designated evacuation point, Mo arrived at the side of the building. The group gazed silently at the colossal lizard carcass before them, each expression more remarkable than the last. After a prolonged silence, Li finally exhaled deeply and spoke slowly. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a level metamorphic awakener." Indeed, Mo nodded, his brow furrowing. He desperately wished to remain composed, yet it proved exceedingly challenging. A level being, cleaved in two before his very eyes. Had he not seen the corpse before him, he would scarcely believe it. Of course, the fall of a level being would not astonish him so greatly. The crux of the matter lay in the timing of the demise. Such formidable individuals would undoubtedly create a significant commotion in battle, yet the entire ordeal lasted less than 20 seconds. This implies that this individual was annihilated in the blink of an eye. What kind of power must the assailant possess? Mo found it unimaginable. He had not personally witnessed the events that transpired at the Qin Mo building, or otherwise, his expression would be no different from the rest. "Let us examine the body and prepare a death report," Mo instructed. As his words fell, a lean man standing behind him immediately nodded in agreement and prepared to step forward. However, at that moment, a faint voice resonated from behind the group. "There is no need for an examination." Mo and the others turned to see Li Mao approaching, hands clasped behind his back, striding leisurely from a distance. A subtle aura of draconic majesty gradually enveloped them, instilling an involuntary sense of submission among the onlookers. Those present, whether it be Mo of level or Li of level, lowered their heads in deference, unable to meet Li Mao's gaze. No one can withstand the gaze of the dragons, if their strength falls short. This was the handiwork of the fire element awakeners. Approaching the onlookers, he glanced at the lizard's lifeless body and spoke with a hint of detachment. "Was this arranged by my father?" Li Montauk inquired. Li Mao's expression stiffened, his lips twitching slightly, yet he ultimately nodded and replied, "Indeed." With this declaration, the crowd's doubts dissipated. Although they were entirely unaware of when the Qingyongli clan had acquired such a formidable fire element awakener, the head of the family had spoken. And what could be false in that? Moreover, the massive lizard's carcass lay before them as undeniable evidence. Little did they know, Li Mao was inwardly cursing Qin Mo repeatedly. As the esteemed Duke of the Great Qin, a level awakeners, and the director of the Safety Bureau, he found himself reduced to the role of a caretaker for this individual. Had Qin Mo accepted his invitation to join the Qingyongli clan earlier, there would have been no need for such subterfuge. Li Mao expressed his dissatisfaction with Qin Mo. Yet, dissatisfaction aside, he still had to fulfill his responsibilities. After all, Qin Mo's talent was astonishingly exceptional. He had witnessed all that transpired tonight. The strategy to lure the snake from its hole was devised by him, and thus he would personally ensure that no mishaps occurred. The majority of Qingyongli clan's forces were not situated in the imperial capital, but were instead distributed along the borders and in Qingyong County. leaving him with scant manpower in the capital. Hence, he had to toil and take matters into his own hands. Even if Qin Mo had not arrived tonight, the Safety Bureau would stand as a bastion of strength. Unfortunately, just like the last time at the Qin Mo building, he was not given the opportunity to act. Father, the Heaven and Earth Society has dispatched a level awakeners who controls the Earth element. We were unable to detain him. He employed his means to escape, Li Mo said. His brow furrowed. He naturally wished to eliminate the stone stalactite and simultaneously diminish the power of the Heaven and Earth Society. However, they lacked the capability to pursue and had to rely on Li Mao's intervention. Upon hearing this, Li Mao instantly grasped his intention. A smirk slowly crept across his face, and the aura of the dragon intensified around him. Fear not, he shall not escape. The reflection of the billiard hall gradually appeared in Li Mao's eyes. He had been monitoring the entire scene and had already locked onto the stone stalactite with his dragon aura. Just as he prepared to act, unexpectedly, two crimson beams of light suddenly illuminated the reflected billiard hall. Li Mao thought, great, Qin Mo has once again gotten the jump on us. He froze momentarily, his lips twitching as the dragon aura gradually retracted into his body. Observing this, Li Mo couldn't help but raise his head in confusion, unable to understand why Li Mao had suddenly ceased his actions. Meeting the gaze of the onlookers, Li Mao took a deep breath and then announced the location. 368, Chanya Avenue, Yunlong Billiards Hall. Bring a few more people to collect the corpses of those who just fled from the Heavenly Society. As the words left his lips, he vanished from the spot, having no further reason to linger. Li Mo exchanged a glance with Li Yi, both of them reflecting the same confusion in their eyes. Collecting corpses? Could it be that this had been resolved? Yet, Li Mao remained motionless, unless hiss. Who exactly is this fire-type awakener? The perplexity deepened for both Li Mo and Li Yi, their astonishment growing. At that moment, a series of vehicles sped to the entrance of the Safety Bureau. Li Yuan and the others arrived belatedly, their expressions grave as they surveyed the shattered earth and stones before the building, fully prepared for a fight. Soon, Li Yuan spotted Li Mo and the others around the corner. She cast a glance at the lizard's corpse, her brow furrowed in concern as she inquired, "Where's the enemy?" "Oh, it's resolved," Li Mo replied, reverting to his usual demeanor with a nonchalant tone. At his words, the arriving group collectively paused in disbelief. Li Yuan was perplexed, but before she could ask further, Li Mo had already walked past her, stating, "I need a few people to come with me to collect the corpses." Li Yuan? Meanwhile, Qin Mo paid no heed to Li Mo and the others. After dispatching the stone stalagmite, he unleashed his full speed, heading home to rest. By the time Li Mo and the others arrived at the billiards hall, Qin Mo was already seated on the sofa, lounging with his legs crossed, gripping a small whip in his hand. The whip, about a foot long, was a dull yellow, its texture reminiscent of leather, appearing rather unremarkable. However, it was in fact an elemental crystal extracted by a level awakener, and also Qin Mo's trophy from the night. With a flick of the whip in the air, it produced a resounding crack. Simultaneously, the earth element swiftly coalesced, transforming into a three-sided pyramid that shot forth with great force in the direction of Qin Mo's motion. He raised his hand to grasp the pyramid, inspected it briefly before easily crushing it to avoid damaging the furniture at home. Clearly, this was an offensive elemental crystal. It seemed that even among the same level and element, the resulting forms could be entirely different. The randomness was striking. What could possibly be the underlying principle? Qin Montak Mom Uvatsofti. Chapter 72. A heroic decision. The elemental crystal of the Earth-type awakener was last seen in Li Yuan. At that time, she had removed a pendant from her neck, conjuring a protective earth-colored shield around herself. A defensive elemental crystal, in stark contrast to the small whip in Qin Mo's hand. This difference had sparked his earlier confusion. Yet, it was evident that no one could provide answers. The secrets hidden within human genes were far too numerous. For instance, how did humanity awaken initially, and how did it gradually develop its genetic potential? What led to the division into the three major awakening systems? For ancient families, this may not be a mystery, yet Qin Mo's circumstances differ. He currently lacks the authority to delve into such matters. Nevertheless, Qin Mo does not dwell on these thoughts, as he is traversing an entirely distinct path. The methods others employ to develop their genes are of little consequence to him. His focus remains on basking in the sun daily, gradually accumulating solar energy. At present, his prowess could be described as effortlessly lethal, although he has yet to attain the level of a fully awakened individual, leaving him uncertain about the exact extent of the gap. Qin Mo mused that in terms of attack, defense, speed, and reconnaissance, he has far surpassed the earlier stages, exhibiting remarkable growth. Particularly, the awakening of his biological field and thermal vision has significantly enhanced his capabilities. Although he has not yet reached the highest echelon, the difference is negligible, not a chasm between realms. Contemplating this, Qin Mo couldn't help but smile, a hint of joy gracing his lips. Rising from the sofa, he opened the drawer in the corner, discarding a small whip within. Aside from the finger tiger he had acquired a few days prior, the drawer also contained an irregular black stone, roughly the size of a fist. This was a relic of the Holy Spirit extracted by Huang Xian. Despite his swift progress, Qin Mo would not forsake his spoils. The black stone, an offensive artifact, would melt upon activation, enveloping the user's arm and transforming into a powerful gauntlet. Qin Mo had tested it on his way here, but found its power rather ordinary, even inferior to that of the finger tiger, and cumbersome to use, seemingly linked to the user's inherent strength. The finger tiger was extracted by the 4th or 5th member of the Tiandi Society, whereas the stalactite that emerged tonight, alongside Huang Xian, evidently ranks beneath them. With the capture of the 9th member, the Tiandi Society has suffered the loss of 4 more at this level. It remains to be seen how they will proceed. Qin Mo muttered to himself, yet such matters were best left for the Qingyang Li family to ponder. Shaking his head, he shed his garments and made his way to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the air. In the late hours in Lintown, though small, Lintown is often utilized as a temporary respite by travelers due to its proximity to the imperial capital. It is a melting pot of sorts, with local residents comprising only a small fraction of the population. The last time the security department carried out a mission involving the exchange of elemental crystals at the border, they had come here. Now, the Tiandi Society has also made its presence felt. Beneath the dense night sky, a middle-aged man stood alone on the rooftop, gazing towards the imperial capital. His expression no longer bore the tranquility of yesteryears. A furrowed brow could not conceal the worry in his eyes. With a slow exhale, he released a cloud of smoke, his demeanor increasingly troubled. The majority of the Tiandi Society's strength has transitioned from overt displays to a state of silence, and even he has temporarily withdrawn from the imperial capital. This is an unavoidable choice, one he does not wish to make. However, the Heavenly Society can no longer sustain further losses. In a mere week from the 4th to the 8th, all had perished, and the 9th was captured alive. The 3rd remains undercover within the Li family of Qingyang, leaving him as the sole individual capable of managing affairs. Yet, the adversary possesses some clandestine and unknown means of investigation, rendering the imperial capital evidently unsafe. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone pierced the silence of the night. The middle-aged man retrieved the device from his pocket, answered, and held it to his ear, stating faintly, "Hello." The voice of the 3rd came through. "The big fish is ferocious. It seems we cannot catch it. If we cannot catch it, then we shall wait. There is no need for haste." The middle-aged man replied slowly. Upon hearing this, the other end fell silent, save for the echoing footsteps. After a considerable time, Secretary Li's voice finally broke the stillness. "Currently, we cannot afford to wait. Swift action is imperative. The Li family has secretly dispatched mental awakeners from our old stronghold in Xingyang, and soon the 9th will inevitably be exposed." At these words, the middle-aged man's expression grew grave. He inhaled deeply, his gaze shifting as he weighed the implications in his mind. Is there a specific time frame? To reorganize our offensive force is no trivial matter. It cannot be accomplished in just a few days. At most, only one day, he murmured, his brow knitting tighter. A single day is certainly insufficient. Even if I were to act personally, I could not save the 9th. The Li family is blatantly using the 9th as bait to lure us in. To act now would be tantamount to suicide. To avoid exposure, it is not imperative to rescue her, Secretary Li said slowly. Are you suggesting? The middle-aged man's pupils contracted sharply. In that instant, he comprehended the underlying meaning. Just as Qin Mo had previously advised Li Mao, if a problem cannot be resolved, one must eliminate the source of the problem. Thus, to ensure that the 9th does not reveal crucial information, They could indeed eliminate her. Only the lips of the deceased are sealed tight. To achieve great ambitions, sacrifices are necessary, Secretary Lee responded in a somber tone. However, the middle-aged man fell silent. A bitter smile crept upon his lips, and a look of struggle flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "The Ninth is unwaveringly loyal to the organization. It is precisely because of her absolute loyalty that she should have been prepared for sacrifice the moment she joined us." Before the middle-aged man could complete his thought, Secretary Lee abruptly raised his voice, interrupting him. With unwavering resolve, he continued, "The ideals of the organization surpass all else. When the time calls for it, I may die. And so can you." As these words settled in the air, both parties once again lapsed into silence. Ashes from their cigarettes drifted like autumn leaves, spiraling to the ground as the embers slowly extinguished, the cigarettes ultimately burning down to their ends. With a deep sigh, the middle-aged man gradually relaxed his furrowed brow, his gaze returning to clarity. "Let us activate the three of spades," he stated calmly, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. It was evident that he had made a choice. The following day, at the Security Bureau, Qin Mo lifted his newly purchased thermos, leisurely sipping hot water. He then turned to gaze out the window, observing the construction taking place in the plaza before the building. Though last night's battle had been brief, it had nonetheless inflicted considerable damage upon structure. Consequently, a construction crew had been dispatched this morning. Judging by their current progress, they would likely complete the repairs by tomorrow. Their efficiency was commendable, albeit the noise was rather disruptive. However, it did not impede their work, as there was little to attend to besides sipping tea and idling away time. As usual, Qin Mo continued to lounge until the end of his shift, at which point he noted that his accumulated energy points had reached their peak. He opened the genetic awakening panel and found he had a total of 18 points to allocate. Without further contemplation, he proceeded to distribute them according to his premeditated plan. His vision and strength had outstripped his other attributes significantly, so for the sake of ensuring balanced development, he decided to temporarily set these two aside. The remaining 6 attributes each received an addition of 3 points. A warm surge quickly enveloped Qin Mo, enhancing him comprehensively. Speed, 78, awakening skill, 10-fold supersonic. Chapter 73, 3 of spades 10-fold supersonic translates to 3,400. Moreover, this was not Qin Mo's maximum speed. Prior to this, he had already achieved 8-fold supersonic. He estimated that with full exertion, he could potentially reach 15-fold supersonic. However, the exact figure remained uncertain. It seemed prudent to test this later, he mused inwardly. Standing with his thermos in hand, he prepared to leave the security bureau when Su-Yin hurriedly approached, her small leather bag in tow, and cheerfully asked, "Hey, handsome, would you like to have dinner together tonight?" What brings you here, Sister Su? Surely, you have some ulterior motive?" Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. In response, Su-Yin pouted, saying, "Really, is that the impression I leave on you?" Well, Qin Mo stroked his chin, adopting a thoughtful demeanor before nodding solemnly. "Indeed. Go away," Su-Yin retorted, rolling her eyes. The two descended the staircase together. "Tonight, I'll allow you to be my boyfriend. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mo turned to her, a look of confusion and caution etched on his face. "That doesn't sound appealing. Aren't you looking for a boyfriend who is an awakened one? What is the purpose of this?" "Oh, just for tonight," she replied with a playful smile. Su-Yin grasped his arm and sighed. "My family has arranged a blind date for me, and I am reluctant to attend. However, I have no choice. You shall pretend to be my boyfriend to dissuade them." Qin Mo replied, "I was wondering what it could be, but I never expected this. You must assist your sister with this endeavor, for she has always treated you kindly." With a playful glimmer in her eyes, Su-Yin attempted to shed a few tears, but ultimately abandoned her act of feigned sorrow, instead shaking Qin Mo's arm in a charming manner. "Sister will treat you to lunch for a week. What does that sound?" Coughing lightly, Qin Mo nodded in response. "Very well then. Ah, my dear brother, you are the best. It's truly rewarding to have cared for you all this time." Su-Yin beamed, her eyes twinkling with delight. She then took the initiative to clasp Qin Mo's hand, exclaiming, "If we are to pretend, let us do so convincingly." "Well, if that is the case, should sister return home with me tonight?" Qin Mo teased with a smile. "That depends on your performance. If you behave well, it might just be possible." As the two of them drove Su-Yin's car out of the security bureau, the director of the intelligence department, Li Yin set aside his work. He signed the last document and closed the folder, capping his exquisite black pen. This pen, a recent acquisition from lunchtime, was both strikingly new and exceptionally valuable. Beneath its unassuming exterior lay formidable power. Few would suspect that this black pen was, in fact, a relic of a holy spirit extracted by a high-level awakened individual. Li Yin slowly turned the pen, his gaze lingering on the small, engraved inscription. Written in regular script, one character adorned the pen cap, Spade 3. He then tucked the pen into his breast pocket and rose from his office, descending from the 8th floor. At 32 years of age, Li Yin remained unmarried. He often told others that for those in his line of work, family would only become a source of concern. This understanding allowed him to swiftly rise within the Qingyongli family, culminating in his appointment as the head of the intelligence department 3 years prior. Though young, his prestige within the department was significant, reflecting both his capabilities and the trust placed in him by the Li family. Entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the lower floor as the doors began to close. A subtle smile, enigmatic in nature, crept across his lips. He raised his hand to adjust his collar, smoothing out the creases of his clothing with deliberate care, as if preparing his final appearance. The elevator soon reached the second basement level, and as the doors opened, the smile had vanished, replaced by his usual demeanor of focused professionalism. Director Li, do you require anything? Li Yi inquired, turning to him with a look of curiosity. Upon hearing these words, Li Yin's expression remained unchanged. He approached Li Yi's side, gazing intently at the prison cell ahead, and retorted with a question. When will she awaken? Our intelligence department has been waiting for a considerable time. It is not your concern when she awakens, and even if she does regain consciousness, your intelligence department will not have the opportunity to interrogate her, Li Yi replied coolly. As a superior awakened being, he felt no obligation to show Li Yin any deference. Everyone in the security bureau was acutely aware of the current situation regarding the intelligence department, and there was no need for elaboration. Until the infiltrator was identified, Chun Lingling could never be handed over for interrogation. That is precisely why I am even more eager to extract information from her. We cannot allow the infiltrator to act with impunity any longer, Li Yin articulated slowly, maintaining a straight posture, unyielding in his stance as he faced the prison cell. You may discuss these matters with the master. Li Yi observed him quietly before stating, you should leave now. This is not a place for you. Upon hearing this, Li Yin gradually averted his gaze, turning to Li Yi and inquired, may I approach her to see her more closely? Certainly not. What do you intend to do? Li Yi furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual aura emanating from Li Yin today. Seeing this, Li Yin let out a resigned sigh, shaking his head as he replied, very well. He then raised his arm towards his pocket, intending to retrieve a pen. Boom! Like a flash of lightning, Li Yi's hand shot out, gripping Li Yin's wrist firmly to halt his next action. Do not make any unnecessary movements. Leave as you came, Li Yi commanded in a deep voice, his eyes narrowing with the intensity of a hawk, piercing into the very soul. In that brief moment, he scrutinized Li Yin from head to toe. The pen caught his attention first, adorned with a spade symbol, emitting a faint, eerie glow. The dim light appeared black, almost merging with the pen itself. It was nearly undetectable upon a cursory glance. Li Yi's pupils constricted sharply. He was uncertain of the cause, but this aberration could only spell trouble. Before he could react, Li Yin's laughter suddenly echoed in his ears, calm and composed as he smiled. Please convey my regards to the family head. As his words lingered in the air, a dull thud reverberated in his mind, and his eyes swiftly lost their luster, the smile forever frozen upon his face. Moments later, Li Yin's neck tilted, and he succumbed to death. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, unexpectedly abrupt. Li Yi's countenance transformed drastically as he turned sharply towards the prison cell. Chun Lingling still lay there quietly, seemingly unchanged. However, with his keen hawk-like vision, it was evident that her chest no longer rose and fell, and her nostrils ceased their subtle movements. It was painfully clear she had irrevocably lost the breath of life. At this moment, Li Yi's expression was exceedingly grim. Chapter 74, Number 1, Qingyongli Clan, Manor Castle. Within the side chamber, Li Mao remained seated in an imposing armchair, his demeanor tranquil. Besides him, there were 3 others in the room, Secretary Li, Qin Mo, and a cultured middle-aged gentleman. The refined man occupied the lower seat, cradling a pot of freshly brewed tea. The delicate clinking of the teacup resonating as steam wafted into the air. With closed eyes, he inhaled the fragrance, a look of rapture crossing his face as he smiled. The Da Hong Pao from the capital is indeed the most authentic. It has been 5 years since I last savored it. If you fancy it, you ought to linger in the capital for a while longer, Li Mao replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing raised an eyebrow, setting down his teacup to inquire, Master. Has the capital descended into such chaos? When has this world ever known true peace and stability? It merely reflects the discontent of a few factions. Li Mao retorted with a cold chuckle. At this, Li Chongqing nodded slightly in agreement. Where's Run? He asked. I must first address the troubles posed by the Heaven and Earth Society. Li Chongqing spoke, for he was the awakened mental-type practitioner dispatched from Qingyang County, possessing exceptional strength. Run is at the Security Bureau. We can speak directly, Li Mo interjected. However, before he could finish, the abrupt ringing of a mobile phone shattered the atmosphere in the room. Li Mo took out his phone, glanced at the screen, and his brow furrowed slightly as he looked up at Li Mao, saying, Father, it's a call from Li Yi. He pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode. Whereupon Li Yi's urgent voice filled the room. Young master, there's been an incident. Li Yin is a traitor. He used an unknown sacred relic to kill number 9. The moment these words were uttered, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Li Mao's grip on the armchair tightened, his gaze turning dangerously fierce as a subtle aura of dragon majesty began to rise, permeating the air. Li Mo and the others froze momentarily, as if a great weight had descended upon them, while only Li Chongqing remained unaffected, maintaining his previous composure. Chongqing, can you access the memories of the deceased? Li Mo inquired. Unfortunately not. Li Chongqing shook his head, elaborating, if it were an ordinary individual, I might have been able to attempt it. But since she is an awakened mental type, it is beyond my capability. Upon hearing this, the dragon majesty gradually dissipated, and Li Mao's eyes regained their calm. Given the circumstances, anxiety and anger are futile. I must accept this calmly, he murmured, his gaze fixed ahead. From here on, the affairs of the capital shall be entrusted to you. He instructed Li Chongqing, rising from the armchair and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, Master, Li Chongqing responded, lifting his teacup once more, his expression serene. If even Chun Lingling could ensure that there were no traitors within the Heaven and Earth Society, then naturally, Li Chongqing, being stronger than her, possessed the ability to do the same. In this manner, the scions of the Li family residing in the imperial capital are inevitably overcome by trepidation. The bond of blood, while a potent tether at times, also serves as an invisible shackle. Li Mao had always been reluctant to act decisively. However, the time for hesitation has now passed. In times of chaos, stringent measures must be employed. Observing Li Chongqing's smile, the glimmer in Secretary Li's eyes shifted, revealing the tumult of thoughts within. After Li Mao departed, Li Mo hastily left the estate, heading towards the Security Bureau to manage the aftermath. Secretary Li refrained from further conversation, retreating from the side room to attend to his usual affairs, retiring to bed at 1 o'clock without any unusual occurrences. The following day unfolded similarly, until the afternoon when matters at the Security Bureau necessitated his attention, providing him with a logical opportunity to exit the Li estate. Once away, he dared not immediately contact the Heavenly Society, waiting until he was a considerable distance away before finally exhaling in relief. The pressure imposed by Li Chongqing was indeed overwhelming. Conversing within the estate posed too great a risk of exposure. Seizing the moment, Secretary Li swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed the clandestine number. It had been confirmed that number 9 had fallen, and Li Chongqing had entered the imperial capital. Li Shengqing, how did it come to be him? This complicates matters. The middle-aged man spoke gravely. He continued, with him around, the stakes we have secured may soon be entirely uprooted. You should find a way to withdraw. No, it is not yet time for me to retreat, Secretary Li countered firmly. Remaining would only lead to needless sacrifice. The tide has turned against us. We must preserve our strength for future endeavors. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, his face etched with concern. The current circumstances were exceedingly unfavorable for them. Recently, they had only managed to gain a slight advantage in the beginning, followed by continuous losses, including the demise of several high-ranking members and the loss of a sacred relic. Should they suffer further losses, the Heavenly Society might as well disband. Within 5 days, you and the others must withdraw. Number 3. This is an order. The middle-aged man commanded. Nevertheless, Secretary Li's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly. Continue to remain hidden. This is also an order. He paused, then added, it is the directive of number 1. Numero uno. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, his countenance betraying shock. Number 1 was elusive, rarely seen. Just as he spoke, a hand lightly rested on his shoulder, accompanied by a man's voice whispering in his ear, Scholar, your heart remains too tender. The middle-aged man's body stiffened as he set down his phone and slowly turned around, his throat constricting. He beheld an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, gradually coming into view. If one wishes to catch a great fish, one must not hesitate to offer ample bait. The elderly man smiled, dressed in a plain Zhongshan suit, exuding no extraordinary aura, appearing to be an ordinary old man. The middle-aged man was unaware of when he had arrived or how long he had been standing behind him. He could not perceive his presence at all. Yet, this seemingly benign elder held the esteemed title within the Heavenly Society, possessing unparalleled status and formidable strength that far surpassed others. Meanwhile, in the Security Bureau, the warmth of sunlight streamed through the glass, bathing Qin Mo in its glow. He was seated at his workstation, managing his uncomplicated tasks while discreetly gathering information from within the bureau. After accompanying Su Yin to a dinner party the previous day, he had headed straight home, taking the opportunity to test his limits on the way. The result aligned closely with his earlier predictions. When activating his biological stance and unleashing his full speed, he could reach 5,000 to shy of 15 times the speed of sound. Following this, Qin Mo promptly washed up and retired for the night. However, upon arriving today, he sensed something was amiss within the Security Bureau. Li Yuan's countenance was notably grim. After some investigation, Qin Mo discovered that a significant incident had occurred after work yesterday. The director of the intelligence department, Li Yin, had been killed. More alarmingly, Shen Lingling had also met her demise. Qin Mo was not particularly surprised by Li Yin being an insider. It must be said that the Heavenly Society had been remarkably adept at placing moles. What puzzled him was how Li Yin had managed to eliminate Shen Lingling. After all, the disparity between different levels was considerable. Qin Mo knew who the guards of the underground prison were. Yet Li Yin had managed to commit murder right under the nose of an awakened being of that caliber. What means had he employed? He was deeply perplexed, yet regrettably, he had not been present last night and had not witnessed the events unfold. To suppress information leaks, even their own people were killed. The Heavenly Society truly exhibited a chilling ruthlessness. After this incident, the hard-won clues were likely severed once more, explaining the group leader's sour mood today. Qin Mo glanced toward the small office, where Li Yuan stood by the familiar window, drawing out a slender cigarette and slowly igniting it at her crimson lips. He shook his head, stole a few casual glances, and then returned to his work. As the clock approached 4, he leisurely wrapped up his tasks. Leaning back in his chair, he rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the distant horizon painted with the fiery glow of sunset. He murmured softly, "It has been a long time since I fished with my brother. I wonder how his company is faring lately." With this thought, Qin Mo took out his phone and sent a text to Li Mao, inquiring if he was free that evening. Li Mao quickly responded affirmatively, but as time was running short, they agreed to meet at their usual spot after work for barbecue. Setting aside his mobile device, Qin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile, his spirits remarkably buoyant. A day spent basking in the sun and indulging in leisurely pursuits at work, followed by fishing and dining with a few close friends after hours, epitomized the idyllic life he yearned for. Qin Mo mused that this was indeed splendid. If only the Heavenly Society would refrain from causing disturbances, it would be even more delightful. As this thought flickered through his mind, his gaze shifted, and he activated the Gene Awakening panel. Energy points, 24, freely allocatable. Today, he had accumulated sufficient energy points and, adhering to his previously established allocation plan, proceeded to enhance the 6 attributes, excluding vision and strength. He allocated 3 points to each attribute initially, then distributed the remaining 4 points by adding 2 to both hearing and recovery. Consequently, all attributes surpassed 80 points, with the highest vision not exceeding 90, achieving a commendable balance. A warm current swiftly coursed through Qin Mo's body, accompanied by an abrupt emergence of information. Enhancement, Biofield. Chapter 75. Something's amiss, eh? A look of surprise crossed Qin Mo's face as he realized that his biofield had been enhanced, which implied a further reduction in his inherent gravity. He wondered how significant this enhancement was and whether it would grant him the ability to fly. The anticipation to experiment surged within him. Yet the office was evidently not the ideal setting for such trials. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted there were still 2 or 3 minutes until the end of the workday. He decided to wait patiently, tidying his workspace in the interim. As the clock struck 5, he rose and exited the office. Upon leaving the Security Bureau building, the warm current within him dissipated, lingering longer than before, indicating that the enhancement of the field was indeed remarkable. Additionally, his physique underwent another transformation. His height increased by 1 centimeter, rising from 190 to 191, altering his proportions accordingly. This would be the last time Qin Mo experienced such growth. Regardless of how his strength might increase in the future, his stature would remain unchanged. After all, 191 was precisely the height of Superman from Krypton. Walking down the street, a smile gradually graced Qin Mo's lips. Concurrently, with a mere thought, he silently activated his biofield, causing gravity to shift rapidly. Suddenly, Qin Mo halted, standing in place, yet his position seemed altered. He appeared slightly elevated. This was not due to another growth spurt. A closer inspection of his feet revealed a subtle gap between his shoes and the ground. The gap measured a mere 2 centimeters, imperceptible from above, thus failing to attract the attention of passersby. In essence, while he seemed to be standing, he was actually floating. This latest enhancement had enabled Qin Mo to levitate. Regrettably, the current reduction of the gravitational field remains insufficient. I find myself suspended in midair, yet still unable to soar. Qin Mo murmured softly, yet a smile of increasing warmth adorned his face, betraying no sense of disappointment. After all, the accumulation of light energy is swift, and his strength undergoes remarkable transformations every 3 to 4 days. It will not be long before he can truly glide through the skies. Moreover, though he now hovers merely 2 centimeters above the ground, this is by no means Qin Mo's limit. He simply refrains from levitating several meters in the middle of the street, mindful of the commotion it would evoke among passersby. Having assessed the extent of the biological force field enhancement, Qin Mo descended to the ground and made his way towards the appointed meeting place for the evening. It was just past 5 o'clock, and the two had agreed to meet at 7. Thus, he ambled leisurely, unhurried. An hour slipped by quietly. As Qin Mo had traversed half of the distance, a phone call abruptly interrupted his journey. It was Li Yuan on the line. Upon answering, a succinct message came through the receiver. Assemble at the plaza of the Security Bureau within half an hour. An urgent mission awaits. At these words, Qin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. The gravity of Li Yuan's tone signaled that this task was indeed extraordinary. Such urgent summons occasionally occur, requiring all personnel notified to immediately abandon their current engagements and hasten to the assembly point. A similar notification had reached Li Yuan one evening, though that particular call was of a higher echelon, reserved for key officials. Today's directive bore a lesser rank. Yet Qin Mo sensed an implicit connection to the Heavenly Earth Society. Regardless, it was clear that his dinner plans for the evening had been dashed. Qin Mo replied to Li Yuan and promptly ended the call, shaking his head ruefully. He glanced around, then turned and entered a wonton shop situated roadside. Simultaneously, he sent a text message to Li Mao, informing him of unexpected work obligations requiring his return to the office and suggesting they reschedule their meeting for another day. 5 minutes later, Li Mao responded with understanding. Once these matters were settled, Qin Mo devoured 3 hearty bowls of wontons, prioritizing the need to satiate his hunger. After finishing his meal, he noted that only 10 minutes remained until assembly. He took a few casual steps along the roadside to aid digestion, and when merely 2 minutes were left, he suddenly vanished from sight, unleashing his speed. Moments later, he materialized near the Security Bureau, strolling leisurely towards the assembly point. Li Yuan had arrived early and had been waiting for some time. She stood beside a black SUV, her expression indifferent, silent as ever. As she noticed Qin Mo approach, she offered him a slight nod before resuming her demeanor of aloofness. Qin Mo passed by Li Yuan, positioning himself behind her and casting a glance around the vicinity. That night, not only the 7 teams assembled, but also 3 additional groups, totaling 45 individuals, among whom 30 were awakened. It seemed a significant operation, Qin Mo pondered. Meanwhile, Li Yuan surveyed her team and calmly instructed, "Get in the vehicle." Yes, the group responded in unison, boarding the vehicles in batches. The engines roared to life as one by one. The cars exited the Safety Bureau building and merged into the night. Our mission tonight is to collaborate with the other 3 teams to dismantle a hideout of the Heavenly Society in the Tianyan district. Once on board, Li Yuan promptly began outlining the operational plan. At that time, Qin Mo and Suyin, you shall remain on the periphery to keep watch. The rest will follow me. She continued, given the complex terrain of our target location, familiarize yourselves with the map in advance. Indeed, as Qin Mo drove, he mused silently. It truly is the Heavenly Society. I wonder where this intelligence originated and whether it can be trusted. This was not the first time the Safety Bureau had undertaken such a mission, yet they had often fallen into traps set by their adversaries, resulting in the loss of several awakened individuals. Although the head of the intelligence department, Li Yin, had perished, who could guarantee that no other traitors remained hidden? Another blunder would be catastrophic. However, Qin Mo was not the sole one harboring such doubts. From the back seat, Wang Yin furrowed her brow and inquired, "Captain, is this intelligence reliable?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuan lifted her gaze, narrowing her eyes, and her expression grew increasingly frigid. "Rest assured, this time it is foolproof. We will ensure the Heavenly Society pays the price they deserve." She did not disclose the precise source of the intelligence, yet her eyes conveyed an overwhelming confidence. For tonight's information had been acquired directly from the traitor's mind by Li Changqing. Thus, the group of dozens swiftly arrived at the predetermined location, which was a parking lot. Qin Mo activated the holographic interface to encompass the area, quickly detecting the presence of the Heavenly Society. 17 awakened individuals were scattered in small groups throughout the vicinity. Among them, there was not a single high-tier member, making them easily manageable for Li Yuan's team. Moreover, it appeared that they had not prepared any defenses or ambushes, seemingly oblivious to the impending confrontation. The intelligence was indeed reliable. Qin Mo muttered under his breath, his brow slightly furrowed. Something felt amiss. This was not consistent with the Heavenly Society's usual tactics. However, from the commencement of the battle to its conclusion, no unexpected incidents arose. The Safety Bureau sustained only 5 minor injuries while completely annihilating the adversary, successfully dismantling the hideout. Chapter 76, Operation Codename, Thunder. At 10:20 p.m., Qin Mo exited the bathroom after cleansing himself and made his way to the bedroom. He had been home for less than half an hour. Although tonight's operation concluded swiftly, the aftermath had consumed a considerable amount of time. Lying in bed, gazing at the ceiling, Qin Mo furrowed his brow. He sensed something was amiss. Yet the course of events had unfolded without any apparent anomalies, leading him to believe it was merely a figment of his imagination. Contemplating this, Qin Mo focused his thoughts and quietly expanded his auditory range, soon enveloping an area of approximately 110 miles. Recently, he had allocated energy points to enhance his auditory attribute, thus extending his reach beyond previous limits. Subsequently, his extraordinary brain commenced its rapid calculations, analyzing the vast influx of information received. 3 minutes later, he withdrew his hearing, having failed to uncover the desired information. It remained uncertain whether the man from the Heavenly Society, who played mahjong, was simply out of range or had departed the capital altogether. However, since he could not ascertain anything, he decided to dismiss the matter. After all, as long as his strength was sufficient, what could another scheme from the Heavenly Society possibly accomplish? With his thoughts clarified, Qin Mo closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. Thus, the night passed without incident. The following day, he rose early, as was customary, and jogged to work. Arriving punctually at the office of Team 7, Qin Mo filled his thermos with hot water, preparing to indulge in his daily leisure time. Yet, scarcely an hour had passed when a new assignment was dispatched from above. This time, it was once again a joint operation involving the 4 teams from the previous night, tasked with eradicating other hidden strongholds of the Heavenly Society within the capital. Seated in the passenger seat of an off-road vehicle, Qin Mo increasingly sensed the strangeness of the situation. Upon reaching the operation site, he observed that the members of the Heavenly Society bore little difference from the previous night. Among the dozen or so individuals, there were still no high-level awakened, nor were there any traps or ambushes. They appeared utterly unprepared. When Li Yuan and the others charged in, the opponents were left bewildered. Qin Mo stood at the periphery, observing the unfolding scene through his holographic vision, his brow once again knitting together. While one could argue that the previous night had caught them off guard, it was perplexing that after an entire night had passed, the situation remained unchanged. Had the Heavenly Society issued no warnings? It seemed as though they had been deliberately discarded like pawns. He murmured softly, yet the battle proceeded smoothly, concluding in a short span of time, with the group addressing the aftermath. Subsequently, they did not return to the Safety Bureau, but hastily had lunch outside, which, for Qin Mo, was a fortunate circumstance, as it would likely allow him to absorb even more solar energy. Shortly after finishing lunch, Li Yuan received yet another mission from above, and the team swiftly set off for another hideout. However, this time they found nothing. The adversary seemed to have received word in advance and had promptly evacuated to another location, which should have constituted the normal response of the Heavenly Society. In the ensuing 2 days, the Safety Bureau engaged in continuous operations, dispatching awakened individuals across the capital to deliver precise strikes against the Heavenly Society. They have faced stubborn resistance and have fallen into traps, yet the casualties have been minimal. Overall, the progress has been remarkably smooth, and Li Yuan's brow has relaxed considerably. Should this momentum continue, it is likely that it won't be long before the Heavenly Society is completely eradicated, excising this malignant tumor. At this moment, in the office of Team 7, Su Yin stretched languidly, unabashedly showcasing her figure, and remarked, these past few days have truly been exhausting. Qin Mo, would you like to accompany your sister to a lounge tonight to unwind? Upon hearing this, Qin Mo, who was seated opposite her, lifted his head and smiled gently. Perhaps we should wait until after this busy period. Who knows if an urgent task will be suddenly assigned tonight? True enough, Su Yin sighed, her expression momentarily downcast. She hastily grabbed her small lambskin bag and added, "Today I finally get to leave on time, so I must dash to enjoy a good meal. See you tomorrow, sister. See you tomorrow, handsome." With that, Su Yin donned her petite leather shoes and was the first to exit the office. Qin Mo shut down his computer, organized his desk, and followed closely behind her as they both clocked out. As they stepped out of the Security Bureau building, a warm current surged within him, causing the corners of Qin Mo's mouth to curl upwards as his gaze focused ahead. Silently, he accessed his gene awakening panel. Vision, 93 hearing, 85 intelligence, 86 breathing, 85 strength, 90 speed, 87 recovery, 85 defense, 86 energy points, 19 for free allocation over the past 2 days. Qin Mo had accumulated a total of 45 energy points, with all attributes on a rise, reflecting a steady enhancement of his strength. Today, he allocated 16 points from the newly acquired 19, distributing 2 points to each attribute, while the remaining 3 were assigned to recovery, breathing, and hearing respectively. The warm flow rapidly spread throughout his body, and Qin Mo felt as though every cell was infused with vigor. Strength, 92, awakening, super strength tier. With his strength awakened once more, a smile crept across Qin Mo's face. It is worth noting that super strength is rather straightforward. Each awakening yields a singular effect, doubling. Both base strength and peak strength are amplified. Yet he lamented, not knowing precisely how formidable this newfound power truly was. The times have changed. He can no longer seek out benchmarks to test the limits of his strength as he once did. He vividly recalled the last time he inadvertently created a deep pit in the underground. Should he attempt to test his strength again, it might very well rival a minor earthquake. A target is still needed. Qin Mo slowly clenched his fists, his muscles tensing, and his smile grew ever more pronounced. He silently mused whether his current strength could match that of a tier-awakened individual in an arm wrestling contest. In a secluded room of the manor's castle, an aging yet beautiful woman knelt before Li Chongqing. She furrowed her brows tightly, her eyes closed, and a look of anguish appeared on her face, occasionally accompanied by a muffled groan. Li Chongqing's right hand rested on her crown, his fingers moving rhythmically, as if extracting something from the depths of the woman's mind. The room was enveloped in silence, with Li Mao and Li Mo refraining from uttering a sound so as not to disturb Li Changqing. As time elapsed, the woman's brows knitted tighter, her complexion gradually paling, and intermittent muffled groans revealed her struggle. After a considerable duration, Li Changqing finally opened his eyes and withdrew his right hand, causing the woman to slump to the ground, sinking into a profound stupor. In a floating cloud district, at the Lianhua Pharmaceutical Factory, number 2, and the remaining individuals concealed themselves there. Li Changqing turned to Li Mao and spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Li Mao raised an eyebrow, stood up with his hands clasped behind his back, and pondered deeply. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Is Li Yun number 3? I cannot ascertain. Her memories do not confirm whether she is indeed number 3. All that Li Yun knows is that she is the highest-ranking mole embedded within the Li family, previously connecting directly with number 2 through number 9, Li Changqing responded. In recent days, he had acted decisively, uncovering several traitors within the Qingyangli clan, utilizing fragments of their memories to pinpoint Li Yun. Li Mao at the Lianhua Pharmaceutical Factory frowned slightly and murmured softly. Then he stated with a hint of detachment, "Tongshan, by tomorrow morning, I want to see all available information regarding this pharmaceutical factory. Proceed with utmost secrecy. Do not let a whisper escape." "Understood," Secretary Li replied with a bow. Tongshan being his true name. "At 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, we will initiate a crackdown on the Tiandahui. All personnel from the security department must be deployed, ensuring that no one escapes. Detailed operational plans will be communicated 10 minutes prior to departure." "Yes," Li Montauk responded solemnly. "To ensure absolute certainty, I will personally head to the pharmaceutical factory." "Changqing, I leave the manor in your capable hands," Li Mao said as he turned. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing smiled faintly, nodded, and replied, "Rest assured, master of the house." Li Mao nodded, his gaze drifting towards the horizon, his pupils subtly transforming into dragon-like slits, exuding an aura of majesty. This operation bore the codename Thunder. Chapter 77. The Death Sonata. The Great Qin Empire's capital is divided into 7 districts: Lingyun District, Baiyun District, Tianyun District, Floating Cloud District, Luoyun District, Shangyun District, and the Royal Forbidden Zone. The last district requires no elaboration, as it is where the Emperor of the Great Qin resides, and the imperial court is established within. It is the core of the Great Qin, embodying absolute power within power, symbolizing the utmost status, exuding solemnity and gravity, and is not easily accessible to the common folk, thus earning the title of the Forbidden Zone. The Royal Forbidden Zone is located at the easternmost part of the capital, where the first rays of sunlight each day illuminate its grounds. In contrast, the Floating Cloud District lies to the southwest of the capital, considered a remote suburb. The journey from the Security Bureau to the Lianhua Pharmaceutical Factory requires approximately half an hour by car, which is quite far. Thus, positions must be prearranged in advance. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the Security Bureau, in the office of Team 7, Qin Mo sat at his workstation, holding a thermos cup, gazing through the glass window at the black SUVs departing below. This marked the 4th batch of vehicles for the day, from 9 in the morning until now. 2 in the afternoon, 12 teams had already left the Security Bureau, seemingly to undertake missions, though their precise tasks remained unknown to him. He had attempted to eavesdrop for information, but yielded no fruitful insights. Even the team leaders were oblivious to the specifics of their assignments, merely following orders from above. Qin Mo speculated that this must be a significant operation against the Tiandi society. The mobilization of so many teams suggested that perhaps they had apprehended an important figure. He raised his cup to take a sip of water, silently pondering the implications. At that moment, Li Yuan abruptly emerged from her small office, facing the group with a cold demeanor, her voice serious. "We have a mission. Prepare to depart." "What?" Team 7 was also to be deployed? Qin must it. And he noticed that not only his team, but 2 other teams also announced their readiness for action simultaneously. By this calculation, the Security Bureau had dispatched 15 teams today, nearly 100 awakened individuals, an exceptionally formidable force. Such a commotion heightened Qin Mo's sense that something significant was about to unfold. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, the others instinctively exchanged glances before responding in unison, "Yes." Moments later, within 3 minutes, several SUVs carried them away into the distance. By 2:30, Qin Mo drove them to a location in the Luoyuan district as indicated by Li Yuan, parking the vehicles in various spots along the streets. Less than 50 meters from the floating cloud district. Concurrently, the remaining teams from the Security Bureau set off, including Li Mo and Li Yi, heading towards the Lianhua pharmaceutical factory. Inside the vehicle, Li Mo sat calmly, his gaze fixed ahead. He slowly clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking with a crisp sound. Soon, the pharmaceutical factory loomed before them. The lean man beside him glanced at his watch and then looked up, saying, "Director, the time has come." Li Mo replied with a subdued sound from his nasal cavity. Accepting the phone handed to him by the lean man, he spoke in a deep voice. "Everyone, immediately shut down all communication devices. In 10 minutes, we will commence a rapid operation. I will now assign the specific tasks to each team." His voice resonated within every SUV of the Security Bureau, each word clear and methodical. Qin Mo's eyes flickered, his expression stern. Just as Li Mo and his team were on the verge of action, Secretary Li briskly entered the Security Bureau. He took the elevator directly to the third underground level, proceeding down the corridor. At the end of the corridor lay a secure vault, housing highly secure safes. As Secretary Li reached the door, a man inside stood up to look at him. The individual in question is a level awakened who has spent years underground, with a singular mission throughout the seasons, to guard the crucial items within a vault. Before the man could utter a word, Secretary Li, with a grave demeanor, asserted her presence, stating, "I am here to retrieve the element crystal number 3, as per the orders of the Director of the Security Bureau." "I have not received any directives from the Director," the level awakened replied, furrowing his brow. Observing his reaction, Secretary Li produced a document from her pocket and presented it before him, declaring, "The instructions are here." The level awakened took the paper, scrutinized it carefully, and nodded, saying, "Follow me." Subsequently, Secretary Li accompanied him into the vault room, where they navigated 2 turns before encountering a safe marked with the number 3. The level awakened approached it and entered a highly intricate password, which took approximately 30 seconds to complete. He then opened the safe door, stepping aside to reveal its contents. Inside lay a black briefcase, within which rested a glacial spike, entwined with blue patterns. This was the recently transported element crystal, a fragment extracted by a level awakened. Gazing at the briefcase, a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Secretary Li's mouth, her expression enigmatic. At 3:10 in the afternoon, Team 7 had disembarked completely, transitioning to foot travel. Qin Mo and his companions trailed closely behind Li Yuan, approaching the pharmaceutical factory with utmost vigilance. Not only Team 7, but other groups from the security office were also converging from all directions towards Lianhua Pharmaceutical Factory. Viewed from above, they resembled an immense net, gradually contracting and tightening the encirclement. The Lianhua Pharmaceutical Factory sprawled over a considerable area of approximately 5 miles. Without full mobilization, it would be all too easy for individuals to escape. Soon, Li Yuan led them to the base of the factory's outer wall, silently nodding to the group before extending her hands. As her fingers danced, a gentle breeze stirred, causing their garments to billow as if lifted by the wind. "Hurry!" Li Yuan urged the Ashton. With the gust aiding them, Li Changfeng and the others grasped the edge of the wall, leaping and flipping down to land securely within the confines of the factory. Once all the awakened had entered, Li Yuan turned to Qin Mo and Su Yin, quietly advising, "Be cautious." With that, she utilized the wind's force to vault over the wall. Su Yin gazed up at her vanishing figure, letting out a heavy sigh, enviously remarking, "Ah, how I wish I could also be an awakened." Amidst her envy, a tinge of melancholy washed over her. Were she an awakened? Even at the most basic level, she would possess the right to partake in the operation rather than remain on the periphery, performing a task of negligible significance. Regrettably, there were no what-ifs. "Let's seek a vantage point," she suggested to Qin Mo. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo nodded in agreement, having no objections. He trailed behind Su Yin, walking along the wall while quietly activating his holographic vision and extending his auditory perception to encompass the entire pharmaceutical factory and its surroundings. Although his holographic vision had expanded to a range of 1,000 meters, the vastness of the factory rendered it impossible for Qin Mo to capture every detail. He could only rely on his hearing to explore the areas beyond his visual reach. Nevertheless, every sound within the vicinity was absorbed into his mind. analyzed and processed by his superior intellect. A total of 328 individuals were present, among which 246 were awakened. This figure excludes the personnel from the Security Bureau. Thus, it became apparent that the Heavenly Society had stationed over 200 awakened individuals within this modest pharmaceutical factory, surpassing the Security Bureau's numbers by twice. Even if this were not an ambush, the Security Bureau had grossly underestimated the strength of the Heavenly Society. On paper alone, it was evident that the Heavenly Society held the upper hand. This was indeed a precarious situation. Qin Mo's brow furrowed slowly, his eyes narrowing. At that moment, atop the tallest building in the factory, an amiable old man and the second-in-command of the Heavenly Society stood at the pinnacle. The elder clasped his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. A chilling aura gradually emanated from him, growing ever stronger. "The big fish is hooked. Shirshiwe, take action." As the words fell, the middle-aged man replied solemnly, "Understood." He then produced a remote control and unhesitatingly pressed the central button. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions erupted from all corners of the pharmaceutical factory, resembling the most magnificent death march in existence. Chapter 79. Su-In was dumbfounded. Explosives. Countless explosives. The Heavenly Society had silently buried a vast quantity of high explosives beneath the pharmaceutical factory. As the cacophony of blasts resonated in their ears, the security personnel immediately realized they had fallen into an ambush. Everything that had transpired prior was merely a bait designed for this very moment. Of course, it was not entirely fair to blame the Qingyongli clan for lacking vigilance. The Heavenly Society had indeed spared no expense for this day. The traitor identified by Li Chongqing and the memories retrieved were undeniably genuine. They were simply part of a scheme orchestrated by the Heavenly Society. They sacrificed peripheral forces, lost over 100 awakened individuals, and severed their own wings, employing the most ruthless sacrificial tactics. Only in this manner could they effectively dispel the Qingyong Li clan suspicions, luring them into this invisible snare. The death march continued to play, deep pits appearing on the ground, with a mlang of soil, rock, and steel debris launching an all-encompassing assault on the security personnel, while the explosives posed no threat to high-level awakened individuals. The same could not be said for those of lower tiers. The 3 tiers of awakened individuals have yet to achieve comprehensive reinforcement throughout their bodies. A strike to their vulnerabilities, such as the head, could result in significant injury. If luck does not favor them, they may even perish on the spot. Given the current quantity of explosives, evasion is utterly impossible. Thus, within these brief seconds as the symphony commenced, dozens fell to the ground, blood seeping from their wounds. "Conceal yourselves, find a place to hide," Li Yuan shouted, her once fair visage now smudged with soot. Before her lay a desolate landscape, with collapsed structures and debris scattered about. The rising clouds of dust were suffocating, obscuring her vision, while the recent explosions left her with a persistent ringing in her ears. Her predicament was dire. Coughing violently, Li Yuan waved her arms, channeling the elemental forces of wind to disperse the smoke. She swiftly surveyed her surroundings, spotting several team members collapsed, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness, while the remaining few were similarly disheveled. "Stay calm, find nearby cover, remain vigilant against the enemy," Li Yuan commanded with urgency as she hurried to the side of the unconscious Wang Yin, checking for signs of life. Confirming her survival, Li Yuan pulled her behind a low wall, while Li Changfeng and others swiftly gathered at her side. "Leader, what should we do now?" Li Shangfeng inkita tastili. "We must find an opportunity to retreat," Li Yuan replied coldly, her gaze sweeping the area in search of an escape route. However, at that moment, shouts echoed around them. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The members of the Heavenly Society, who had previously sought refuge, chose this moment to launch their attack. An unmitigated disaster for Li Yuan and her team. They were all battered and weary, while their adversaries were in peak condition. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Not to mention, they were outnumbered. The situation was exceedingly grim, as she observed over 20 foes charging towards them, including a high-tier, awakened individual. Li Yuan clenched her fists, determination hardening her gaze. At this juncture, escape was no longer an option. They could only fight with all their might. Above, the second figure surveyed the ruins below from his elevated position, a smirk slowly forming on his lips. He extended his arm, releasing the remote control, which plummeted to the ground in a free fall. "It is time for me to slay the fish. I leave this to you," the second figure remarked with a smile. The elder nodded slowly, gesturing with his hand, and replied nonchalantly, "Go, Shersha, indulge in this exquisite dance. It will mark the first step towards our grand ambitions." "Understood," Shershiware responded, gracefully bowing before stepping back into midair. In the next instant, he descended directly downwards. Suddenly, flames surged upward, enveloping his entire being in an instant. He spread his arms wide, and a series of crimson wings gradually emerged. A resounding cry echoed as a fiery red phoenix appeared abruptly in the sky. Diving down towards Mo's expression changed dramatically as he sensed a profound danger approaching. Before he could react, Li stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Mo, his gaze sharpening with intensity. His physique began to transform, his aura escalating, and an unprecedented gravity settled upon his demeanor. Though they were of the same rank, Li felt an unsettling uncertainty in his heart. The figure descending upon them was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. The chaotic battle was on the verge of erupting, as if hundreds of otherworldly beings were about to unleash their sanguine wrath. Just then, a magnificent dragon's might descended from the heavens. In that instant, everyone within the pharmaceutical factory, whether from the Heavenly Society or the Security Bureau, froze in unison, as though being scrutinized by some ancient creature. A powerful dragon's roar resonated through the air, stirring the very soul. A beam of white light streaked across the sky, crashing into the factory like a cannonball. As the brilliance faded, Mao's figure emerged, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his pupils transformed into a noble gold, exuding an oppressive aura that felt as heavy as water. This was his domain. Mao had made his entrance. As a transcendent, awakened being, he possessed the undeniable capability to eliminate everyone present with remarkable ease. This was overwhelming combat prowess, a disparity that defined the realms. Logically, under these circumstances, the situation should have turned dire, plunging the Heavenly Society into despair. Yet, under the pressure of the dragon's might, they remained completely unfazed, continuing their assault on the Security Bureau as if Mao posed no threat at all. Such reckless disregard implied a formidable backing. Clearly, to withstand a transcendent, awakened being, there must be another of equal caliber. The chilling aura wafted through every corner of the battlefield, the palpable murderous intent sharpened like a blade poised to sever throats. Mao slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes fixing upon the benevolent elder above him. The golden light within his pupils intensified, while his expression grew increasingly frigid. Mao had not anticipated that the Heavenly Society possessed another awakened being as a trump card. However, upon reflection, if it were otherwise, how could they dare to orchestrate such a scheme against the Leaf family of Qingyang? How intriguing. A colossal dragon's phantom suddenly manifested behind him. In the blink of an eye, Mao vanished from his original position, reappearing before the elder and delivering a powerful punch. A roar echoed across the heavens as a massive white tiger's phantom enveloped the elder, the thick aura of bloodlust nearly solidifying in the air. The elder similarly raised his arm, extending his fist to collide heavily with Mao's. A cold smile graced his face as he fixed his gaze upon Mao, not yielding an inch. Clearly, this powerful exchange revealed that their strengths were evenly matched. Both individuals were of the same caliber, both awakened in the mimetic system. The ominous aura of slaughter clashed with the majestic might of the dragon, while the fierce gaze of the white tiger confronted the five-clawed golden dragon. The outcome remained uncertain. However, for the members of the security department, this was far from good news. The top-tier combatants were evenly matched, and the remaining forces of the security department found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The situation on the battlefield had not shifted due to Mao's arrival. Li Yuan and the others remained in peril. The current state of affairs was dire. To turn the tide, a decisive figure was needed. The pharmaceutical factory had already ignited into a fiery battleground. The fight had commenced. Outside the factory, however, the atmosphere was markedly different. Su Yinklang tightly touched Qin Mo, shielding him in her embrace. They pressed closely against the wall, motionless. At the moment the explosives detonated, her military training kicked in, prompting a swift response. Su Yin was uncertain of the exact circumstances within, yet the acrid scent of gunpowder that invaded her nostrils was undoubtedly a harbinger of ill fate. Yet, as ordinary individuals, what could they really do in this moment? A deep bitterness welled up within her. Cough, cough, Sister Su, please let me go, it's too stuffy. Qin Mo's voice suddenly broke through. Upon hearing this, Su Yin released her arms, then whispered, given the uncertainty of the situation, it's best we remain here and stay vigilant. Sister Su's reasoning was sound, yet Qin Mo shrugged his shoulders in resignation, saying, the team has already engaged with the Heavenly Society, and the situation is grim. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. We should retreat outside. Taken aback by his words, Su Yin stared at Qin Mo in confusion and asked, how do you know? That's not important. Qin Mo replied, shaking his head. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and then lifted Su Yin into his arms with a smile, saying, in any case, I will first ensure Sister Su reaches a safe location. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two suddenly vanished from their spot. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mo appeared 3 miles away, gently placing her on the ground. Su Yin was left astounded. She could hardly comprehend what had just transpired. Qin Mo's speed was astonishing, too swift for her lingering doubts to settle. The scene before her had transformed entirely in an instant. What on earth is happening? Su Yin exclaimed, her expression one of sheer astonishment as she gazed at Qin Mo, her mouth opening to speak, yet no words came forth. Qin Mo, you sister, if you wish to know something, please wait until I return. I have some matters to attend to. Just stay here and don't move, he urged. Qin Mo smiled faintly, extending his hand to smooth out the creases in her collar. Then, under Su Yin's gaze, he abruptly vanished once more, leaving only a gentle breeze in his wake. Su Yin's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary sight she had just witnessed. Qin Mo, he seems to be an awakened one, she murmured. Tapte buitanta, limo. Brotherly, boom. A streak of blade-like light struck fiercely before Li Yuan, producing a thunderous sound. The violent tremor surged through the barrier, impacting her body and shaking her very core. With a cough, Li Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet her gaze remained resolute. The anklet she wore had vanished, transformed into a faint golden shield that stood protectively before her. However, this shield was now riddled with cracks. This was a life-saving artifact bestowed upon her by the Qingyongli clan, an elemental crystal refined by a high-level awakened one who commanded the power of gold. In the face of the high-ranking awakened beings from the Tiandi Society, she did not hesitate to employ this item. Moreover, Li Yuan did not merely protect herself. She directly activated the elemental crystal to encompass all 7 members in her group. Consequently, the protective efficacy of the crystal diminished. Although the adversary was merely a high-level awakened one, their attack was potent enough to penetrate through. If this continued, it would not be long before the elemental crystal shattered, sealing their fates. A sense of despair enveloped each heart. Li Yuan clenched her fists, her eyes fixed intently on the approaching members of the Tiandi Society. She had recently lived through a similar scenario, facing the same life-and-death crisis posed by the Tiandi Society. However, during that perilous moment, someone had stood before her, saving her life. Now, she could no longer rely on others for salvation. Li Mo was fighting. Li was also in battle, and even her long-sought target, her father Li Mao, a formidable high-level awakened one, was engaged in combat. So, who could come to her rescue now? Li Yuan had no choice but to rely on herself. Prepare for a fight to the death, she declared, biting her lip. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng and several remaining members of the 7th group responded in unison, yes. As soon as the words left their mouths, another streak of blade-like light flashed before them. This strike was accompanied by the attacks of other awakened ones, traversing the short distance in an instant, poised to strike the golden shield. A whirlwind began to manifest in Li Yuan's palm as she raised her arm. Yet, just as the blade was about to collide with the shield, darkness suddenly engulfed her vision. A towering figure abruptly intruded into her sight, just as before, standing before her like an indomitable iron tower. Once again, the script played out in a familiar manner. Yet this time, she did not succumb to unconsciousness. Instead, she beheld the figure before her with vivid clarity. This silhouette was exceedingly familiar to Li Yuan. The blade that struck Qin Mo's formidable physique felt akin to a mere tickle. He exhibited no sensation whatsoever. The awakened member of the Heavenly Earth Society regarded Qin Mo amidst the swirling dust with a mixture of wariness and uncertainty, utterly perplexed as to when this individual had materialized. Suddenly, the figure before him vanished from view, and without warning, a soft voice resonated behind him. "Goodbye." Qin Mo raised his hand, grasping the nape of his neck. A slight exertion resulted in the lifeless body of a high-tier awakened being crumpling to the ground. At that moment, time appeared to freeze. The expressions of both the Heavenly Earth Society and the Security Bureau members were frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide as they processed the unfolding events. Soon, they felt a disorienting shift as Qin Mo once again slipped from their sight like a specter. Bodies fell one after another to the ground, losing warmth in quick succession. The pupils of the fallen glimmered with a striking uniformity, a mixture of terror and confusion, shock and incomprehension intertwining. Equally astounded were the members of Team 7. Li Yuan, observing the faint smile upon Qin Mo's lips, found herself rooted to the spot, even forgetting to stow away the soon-to-shatter elemental crystal. Qin Mo, he was indeed Qin Mo. The magnitude of this revelation crashed upon her mind like a tidal wave, leaving her feeling adrift in a vast ocean, overwhelmed and disoriented. A high-tier awakened being had effortlessly perished at Qin Mo's hands. What might his true power be? What level? Or perhaps even greater? But was not Qin Mo merely an ordinary individual with an unawakened gene? How could this be? For the first time, Li Yuan felt an alien strangeness emanating from her teammate, shrouded in mystery. She had believed she knew Qin Mo well, yet his sudden emergence shattered all her previous perceptions. And she was not alone. The entirety of Team 7 shared her astonishment. The expressions on Li Changfeng and his companions' faces were nothing short of remarkable. However, Qin Mo had no time to indulge in their bewilderment. He had other matters to attend to. "Captain, I shall take my leave," he waved with a smile, then erupted into a burst of speed, vanishing before their eyes, leaving Li Yuan, Li Changfeng, and the pile of corpses in a state of stunned silence. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, now was not the time for answers. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan forcefully suppressed her thoughts and spoke in a measured tone. "Leave one to tend to the injured. The rest follow me for support." Having resolved the troubles on Li Yuan's end, Qin Mo swiftly made his way towards Li Mo. In this minuscule pharmaceutical factory, although the holographic vision could not cover the entirety, it required merely a second to scan from one end to the other. In an instant, a crimson phoenix and a defiant eagle appeared before him. The eagle represented Li Yi, yet he found himself in dire straits. His large frame bore numerous charred wounds, and nearly half of his sharp feathers had been singed away. It was evident that the second entity held a decisive advantage. As a fellow awakened being, his strength far surpassed that of Li Yi. If this continued, it was inevitable that Li Yi would succumb within a minute. Qin Mo's superintellect swiftly analyzed the unfolding battle within that brief moment. He then leapt into action, showcasing remarkable explosive power. Suspended over 30 meters in the air, he raised his arm, directing his fist towards the phoenix's head. The second entity immediately sensed this unexpected intruder, with Qin Mo's reflection flashing in his pupils. In an instant, the reflection magnified rapidly. He had no time to evade or react. Boom! The next moment, Qin Mo's fist pierced through the raging flames, striking forcefully against the entity's skull. The immense force did not penetrate the hardened defenses of his exterior, but rather obliterated the defenses entirely. Crack! Fine fissures spread like a spider's web, originating from his skull and rapidly coursing throughout his body. A piercing wail echoed through the air as the second entity plummeted like a broken projectile, landing heavily on the ground and creating a deep crater. Concurrently, his life essence waned and consciousness faded. The second entity of the Heavenly Earth Society met his demise. This was a decisive kill, without a shadow of a doubt. Die Montag was utterly astonishit. He merely blinked and was taken aback to find that such a formidable awakened being had perished so swiftly. The oppressive aura of the phoenix dissipated, and all those on the battlefield raised their gazes to the figure suspended in midair. Li Yi's eagle eyes widened as he struggled to comprehend the speed of Qin Mo's strike. What terrifying velocity was this? What astonishing power did it embody? An uninvited guest had abruptly intruded upon the battlefield, shattering the so-called overwhelming odds and reversing the situation instantaneously. Moreover, this individual remained unknown to all. For Qin Mo and Qin Mo was an entirely unfamiliar face. No one would remember an ordinary member of the Security Bureau's 7th group, even if he passed through its doors daily or had met with Li Mao a month prior, exchanging words. The status of an ordinary person was glaringly evident at this moment. No one cared. Qin Mo and the others could only presume that Qin Mo was a mysterious high-tier awakened being of the Qingyongli clan, a concealed ace of Li Mao. Time rewinds. In the lofty heights, the white tiger and the golden dragon are engaged in a fierce clash of domains. In an instant, it is uncertain how many times they will strike against one another, yet they remain locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, their mental states are starkly different. The elder is remarkably composed and unfazed, while Li Mao is incessantly seeking an opportunity to secure a decisive victory. In contrast, his anxiety intensifies. This urgency is unavoidable. With each passing second of deadlock, lives are lost within the Security Bureau. The longer the confrontation drags on, the more unfavorable the situation becomes for them. Yet, with their strengths being evenly matched, how could a victor emerge in such a brief span of time? The dragon's might surrounding Li Mao grows increasingly formidable, and his strikes become increasingly ferocious. Observing him, the elder cannot help but harbor a cold smile within. He discerns that Li Mao's heart is gradually becoming desperate. In the face of a formidable adversary, any imbalance in one's mindset will inevitably reveal vulnerabilities. The elder's objective is to exploit these weaknesses, relentlessly tearing them apart to inflict a decisive blow. Conveniently, he has prepared a contingency plan, which is sure to deliver a tremendous surprise to Li Mao. Suddenly, he unleashes a piercing roar, the might of the white tiger manifesting across the heavens. The elder's form begins to transform. His garments rend, and a potent aura of gold and iron permeates the surroundings, his physique swelling in size. The ethereal image of the towering white tiger seems poised to merge with him. Clearly, he is about to unleash his true power. Li Mao's pupils constrict as the overwhelming dragon's aura converges, and his arms begin to shift, subtly resembling a dragon's claw. Boom! As both parties channel their energies, they collide once more. At that moment, a faint silhouette, braving the immense pressure exerted by the two, abruptly intervenes in the fray. The newcomer is none other than Li Tongshan, who has just retrieved the elemental crystal from the Security Bureau. The moment he appears, he activates his genetic power, transforming his entire being into a radiant silver light. Secretary Li is revealed to be a top-tier awakened elemental user, wielding the element of light. As the brilliance erupts, it rushes towards the battling duo, resembling a suicidal assault, yet executing it with astonishing speed. Li Mao immediately senses an approach, and upon recognizing the identity of the approaching figure as Li Tongshan, a mixture of confusion and surprise arises within him. How did he manage to arrive at such a critical moment? However, Li Mao has no time for further contemplation. The elder's attack looms before him, leaving him no room for extraneous reactions. Instinctively, he shifts his position, interposing himself between Li Tongshan and the elder's overwhelming force to prevent the former from being torn to shreds. Yet, in executing this subtle maneuver, he remains oblivious to the peculiar glint in the elder's eyes. Boom! A radiant silver light intersected directly with Li Mao's body, and suddenly, a flash of blood appeared in the heavens and earth. As the brilliance dispersed, Li Tongshan's figure was revealed, his face adorned with a broad smile. Yet, this smile was strikingly harsh to behold. Li Mao was utterly astonished. Lowering his gaze to his own body, he discovered an ice spear embedded in the left side of his abdomen, near his heart, etched with intricate blue patterns. He immediately recognized the origin of this ice spear. The eerie blue markings emitted a strange, dim glow, and an intense chill relentlessly infiltrated his body through the wound. Such frigidness was lethal, capable of slaying even a high-level awakener with ease. Li Mao was engulfed in shock, never anticipating that Li Tongshan would strike against him. However, as his mind raced, he quickly pieced together the unfolding narrative. It required no complex reasoning. The truth lay bare before his eyes. Li Tongshan was, in fact, the third in command of the Heavenly Society. He was the hidden high-level infiltrator within the Qingyongli clan, directly interfacing with the second in command. Only the second and first knew his true identity. After lying in wait for several years, this moment was the culmination of their plans. This time, they intended not only to eliminate the next heir of the Qingyongli clan, but also to directly extinguish the current family head. With a rich smile, Li Tongshan elegantly bent down, placing his right hand upon his left chest in a perfectly executed ancient noble salute. "May the family head take your leave in peace," he proclaimed, relishing the honor of witnessing a high-level awakener fall before his eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Mao's brows knitted together, his gaze icy and countenance grim. He reached for the ice spear at his waist, unleashing the power of his dragon claw, producing a sharp crack in the air as shards of ice crystal cascaded like snow to the ground. Merely one elemental crystal could not possibly vanquish him, even if it was a high-level extraction. How could the dead compare to the living? Nonetheless, this ice spear could penetrate his domain and shatter his demigod form. Should his form be breached, his struggle against the Elder would inevitably sway in the latter's favor. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the Elder could no longer maintain his previous composure, excitement bubbling within him. "Ha ha ha, Li Mao, do you fancy this parting gift I present to you?" With that declaration, the Elder surged forward, his tiger claws tearing through the air with hundreds of strikes. The overwhelming dragon might instantly crumbling under the assault. Following this, he pivoted and unleashed a powerful tail swipe, the white tiger's roar resonating as a murderous aura combined with brute force descended upon Li Mao. Blood erupted anew in the air as Li Mao sustained a grievous injury from the assault. The pervasive killing intent rampaged within him, wreaking havoc on his internal organs. Although he yearned to summon his dragon might to fight back, the shattering of his demigod form had an overwhelmingly detrimental impact on him. He plummeted from the heights, forcefully struck into the ruins below by the Elder, stirring up a cloud of dust. The Elder gazed down upon him, his eyes inscrutable and his expression grotesque. Meanwhile, Qin Mo had just dispatched the second-in-command of the Heavenly Society. He hovered in the air, completely disregarding the astonishment etched on Li Mao and the others' faces. Lost in his own thoughts as he furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, it seemed he had heard a name that should not have resonated here. Li Mao? Brother Li? Qin Mo swallowed hard. His holographic vision was precisely calibrated to encompass the battlefield, yet it failed to relay any information regarding Li Mao. However, through this experience, he realized he could not sense the presence of awakened beings at this level. Qin Mo had come to comprehend the deeper meaning of that phrase, demigod's body, the natural way of the universe. Could it be? Qin Mo's gaze shifted, and with a remarkable leap, he appeared atop a building 500 meters away. Subsequently, he activated his full penetrating vision, swiftly piercing through several layers of obstruction to observe the source of the earlier voice. Before him, a massive pit in the ruins suddenly revealed a bloodied dragon claw that grasped the edge of the debris. Soon after, a disheveled head began to emerge into Qin Mo's view. At that moment, Qin Mo's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "What the hell?" Due to his dragon transformation, Li Mao's appearance had changed from before, yet Qin Mo could unmistakably recognize him as the Li Mao he knew. Qin Montag was utterly astounded. He never anticipated such a development. The man he had shared beers with at the barbecue stand was, in fact, the current head of the Qingyongli family, the director of the Security Bureau, and the Duke of the Great Qin, an awakened being of the highest caliber. This man was, astonishingly, the superior of his own superior. Qin Montag was rendered speechless. He murmured, "Damn it, how can it be you?" However, the next moment, he suppressed his shock, his expression turning grave. If he was not mistaken, Li Mao's current predicament was dire. Qin Mo's gaze subtly shifted, his eyes flickering, and he quickly identified another awakened being battling him. The white tiger descended from the sky, its scarlet eyes filled with a savage hunger, a wicked smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Taking advantage of the situation, it aimed to extinguish Li Mao's life. Alarm bells rang in Qin Mo's mind. Brother Li was in danger. He thought to himself, furrowing his brow, as two small red dots suddenly appeared within his pupils. In this critical moment, there was no time to consider anything else. He had to rescue Li Mao first. The red dots rapidly filled Qin Mo's eyes, and in an instant, two terrifying beams of intense heat shot forth across the distance. Boom! All obstacles in their path were obliterated under the searing intensity. The elderly man's heart skipped a beat as he sensed an overwhelming wave of danger. Just as the thought flickered in his mind, a blinding crimson light suddenly appeared before his eyes, scorching the very air around him. What is this? The white tiger, which the elder had transformed into, was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he sought to evade, but he was in free fall, and the searing beam moved far too swiftly for him to react. In the next instant, a piercing howl echoed through the heavens and the earth. Bang! The white tiger crashed heavily onto the ground, its massive form skidding for over 10 meters before finally halting. The previous vigor he had felt was now utterly extinguished. A charred patch appeared on his back, and a faint scent of burnt flesh wafted through the air. Clearly, the intense thermal ray unleashed by Qin Mo had inflicted severe damage upon the elder, yet had not shattered his demigod form. Just a fraction more. Just a hair's breadth away. The white tiger gazed with uncertainty towards the source of the thermal ray, exerting force through its limbs to rise from the ground. An aura of lethal intent enveloping it, as it assumed a state of complete vigilance. He was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Could it be that Li Mo had dispatched yet another powerful figure from Qingyang County? Yet, he had never heard of any fire element awakened beings from the Qingyangli family. The elder was taken aback. It was not just him. Everyone in the pharmaceutical factory was equally astonished. That ray, exuding a potent aura of destruction, illuminated the world, capturing every gaze and momentarily halting the battlefield. It was utterly shocking. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, it would have been inconceivable. Li Tongshan's eyes widened, his body frozen in place, all notions of ancient noble etiquette forgotten. Just a second ago, he believed the outcome was sealed, that victory was assured for the day. But who could have anticipated the emergence of such a formidable expert? Observing the grave reaction of the first figure, Li Tongshan felt an inkling of suspicion arise within him. Could it possibly be another powerful entity? He swallowed hard, slowly gulping down a lump in his throat, and turned his gaze towards Qin Mo. But to his astonishment, he was met once again with that blinding crimson light. Hiss! Qin Mo unleashed another thermal ray, instantly obliterating Li Tongshan's heart. An indescribable terror became eternally etched upon his face. As he effortlessly eliminated this powerful being, Qin Mo erupted into maximum speed, swiftly positioning himself at the very center of the battlefield. He stood before the white tiger, his back turned to Li Mo, perfectly situated between the two. Qin Mo's expression returned to calm. He gazed indifferently at the imposing white tiger, which stretched for several meters, and after a moment of silence, a smile suddenly graced his face as he softly murmured, "I had thought the powerful were formidable." As his words faded, a red dot appeared once again at the center of his pupils. Simultaneously, his fingers spread wide before slowly clenching into a fist, every cell within him beginning to pulsate with vitality. Facing the chilling aura radiating from the elder, Qin Mo remained utterly oblivious, impervious to its influence. Behind him, Li Mao gazed in astonishment, his heart tempestuous with turmoil. Suddenly, Qin Mo vanished, reappearing like a specter at the side of the white tiger. He raised his right fist, his eyes ablaze with crimson intensity. This punch, devoid of any restraint, was fueled by the superhuman strength that could incite tremors, all of which was unleashed upon the white tiger. This was a deliberately charged blow, imbued with colossal force. In a fleeting moment, he gathered all his might into his right fist, surpassing his previous limits to achieve pinpoint precision in his strike. The white tiger's eyes widened, reflecting Qin Mo's serene visage with unsettling clarity. The contrast between Qin Mo, standing at less than 2 meters tall, and the colossal white tiger, towering at several tens of meters, was strikingly vivid. From his fist, the elder perceived no danger, as if this were merely an ordinary punch. Yet, the veins on his forehead throbbed violently, an overwhelming instinct enveloping his heart with frantic warnings. However, Qin Mo's speed was staggering, reaching 15 times the speed of sound, augmented by a biological force field, rendering the distance of several meters virtually instantaneous, akin to teleportation. Though the elder was formidable, his speed was nowhere near such terrifying levels. He could only watch helplessly as the punch connected with his form, desperately maintaining his domain of power while the murderous intent swiftly coalesced around him, forming a battleground. relying on his demigod physique to withstand the impact. By the time the elder completed this effort, Qin Mo's fist had already struck him with tremendous force. The battleground offered no resistance, failing to even slightly hinder Qin Mo's motion. The terrifying impact collided directly with the demigod body. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens and earth, the ground caving in, and the already ruined pharmaceutical factory faced further devastation. Centered around the white tiger, the earth and stones sank collectively, resembling a bowl that had been pressed inward. Dust and debris rose, obscuring the view. Yet, for Qin Mo, this was of no consequence. He hovered in midair, gazing down at the white tiger at the center of the pit, noting the crimson blood seeping from the corners of its mouth. The demigod body had been breached. The white tiger's hooves began to thrash, the sharp, metallic aura of its murderous intent coalescing once more from all directions, preparing to rise and confront Qin Mo. However, what awaited him were two terrifying beams of intense heat. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, he was met with a searing onslaught. The high-temperature rays struck his head directly, accompanied by a piercing roar from the white tiger, who was once again subjected to a devastating blow. However, to effortlessly annihilate a formidable awakened being is still insufficient. The elder, amidst the searing heat rays, raised his head defiantly, bellowing towards the heavens. At the moment the roar erupted, the elemental fluctuations surrounding Qin Mo abruptly coalesced into dozens of ancient weapons: swords, spears, halberds, axes, sickles, and more. The white tiger, representing the West, is the harbinger of slaughter, embodying the essence of metal and iron. In that fleeting instant, the assembled weapons descended upon Qin Mo from all directions, unleashing a comprehensive assault. This marked the Elder's first counterattack, a desperate strategy of trading injury for injury, a quintessential life-or-death gamble. Unless Qin Mo chose to evade and defend, allowing the Elder to exchange blows, he would surely gain a brief respite to strategize further. His calculations rang clear in his mind. Yet, he miscalculated one crucial aspect. Qin Mo possessed an indomitable steel physique and formidable elemental immunity. How could mere weapons forged from metal and iron harm him? There was no need for him to retreat. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metallic clashes resonated as Qin Mo remained steadfast, unmoving, absorbing the Elder's retaliation without flinching. This was the essence of a hexagonal warrior. The Elder was taken aback, as was Li Mao. Neither anticipated that Qin Mo would confront the situation with such raw brutality. Possessing such immense strength and terrifying speed was one thing, but invulnerable defense as well. How could they contend with this? A punch from Qin Mo would send the Elder reeling, while any attempt from the Elder to strike Qin Mo would likely leave him unscathed. The Elder's heart was heavy with bitterness, nearly choking on his own blood. Who could have foreseen that such a monster would emerge? Realizing that the high-temperature rays could not vanquish the Elder, Qin Mo averted his gaze and refrained from further provocation. He slowly clenched his fist once more. The earlier full-force punch had depleted a significant amount of his energy, and logically, he should not be able to unleash such formidable power again in a short span. However, with his recovery now at an astounding 88, he possessed unparalleled super endurance. Boom! Qin Mo surged forth with explosive speed, appearing within the deep pit as he delivered another crushing blow to the Elder. Following this, he executed a mid-air spin, his waist and hips in perfect harmony, unleashing a powerful roundhouse kick. The white tiger, unable to evade in time, was struck by both attacks, spewing forth blood once more, its massive form carving a long trench into the ground. This kick propelled him a full 5 miles away, beyond the confines of the pharmaceutical factory. Unrelenting, Qin Mo propelled himself forward, his legs driving against the earth as he instantly closed the distance, reappearing before the white tiger. The Elder felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Having sustained multiple severe injuries, though not fatal, he was keenly aware that even a swarm of mosquitoes could prove lethal. He had to flee. There was no choice but to run. In those brief seconds, he discerned the vast chasm that separated him from Qin Mo, realizing that to continue fighting would be akin to courting death. At that moment, Qin Mo's fist struck his head once more. The old man felt his brain jolted violently, his vision blurring into a haze, yet he retained consciousness. Vivid crimson blood stained his sharp teeth, mingling with the pristine white gem hidden within his mouth. With a sharp crunch, the old man bit down hard on the gem, unleashing a cloud of fine white dust. Qin Mo's brow furrowed at once. His keen eyes detected something amiss. This white dust seemed to harbor an unusual power. As the thought flickered in his mind, Qin Mo unleashed another punch. However, at that instant, the white dust that had been the old man's mouth suddenly enveloped his entire being, cloaking him entirely. A soft, feeble sensation reverberated back to Qin Mo's brain, as if he had struck something intangible. What was this? Qin Mo was filled with confusion. Immediately following, the countless particles of white dust began to emit a soft luminescence, coalescing into a radiant orb of light. Qin Mo instinctively withdrew his fist and stepped back several paces, uncertain of what he faced, yet instinctively cautious. The crimson spot reappeared in the center of his pupils, prompting him to prepare for a ranged attack. But before the red glow could saturate his vision, a faint sound suddenly resonated. Boom! The blinding white light dissipated, and feathers began to drift softly to the ground. Qin Mo focused intently, only to find the space before him empty. The white tiger's form had inexplicably vanished. He was utterly astonished, unable to fathom the means by which it had disappeared. In that moment of surprise, Qin Mo exerted his utmost to enhance his hearing, rapidly extending it over a radius of more than 100 miles. Countless disparate pieces of information flooded his ears, processed and distilled into clear, concise data by his extraordinary mind. As his astonishment deepened, his brows knitted in concern. Within the range he had covered, there was no trace of the old man to be found, as if he had truly vanished into thin air. What exactly were those luminous white particles? Qin Mo murmured to himself. Could they be some kind of special relic of a holy spirit, or perhaps crystallized elements? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind, yet no one could provide answers for them at this moment. Despite possessing formidable strength comparable to that of the highest caliber, his understanding of this world was alarmingly scant, even less than that of Chu Tianjiao. To uncover more secrets, he would need to seek knowledge from the ancient families. At this thought, Qin Mo's body suddenly stiffened, dark lines creeping across his forehead as he involuntarily twitched his lips. Upon the mention of the venerable 1,000-year-old family, his thoughts instinctively wandered to Li Mao, affectionately known as Brotherly in his daily life. Today, however, Li Mao had truly astonished him. Qin Mo turned around, unleashing his speed, and in an instant, he found himself before Li Mao at the Lianhua pharmaceutical factory. At this moment, Li Mao had returned to his former self, having retracted the power of the dragon. Yet, he appeared far from well. A small puncture wound near his heart was visible, faintly revealing his innards, from which blood was seeping outward. Nevertheless, his spirit seemed remarkably robust. With dark lines tracing his forehead, rivaling those of Qin Mo, Li Mao clutched his wound, his eyes wide open, fiercely staring at Qin Mo unfazed. Qin Mo returned the gaze, his eyes even wider than Li Mao's. For a moment, neither spoke, and the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. After a lengthy silence, Li Mao finally let out a cold snort, conceding first, his voice booming, "What are you staring at?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. What of it? As his words fell, tiny red dots suddenly reappeared in his pupils. "Remove your hand," Qin Mo commanded. In response, Li Mao maintained a calm expression, arms wide open, directly exposing his wound. He harbored no concern that Qin Mo would harm him. His trust in Qin Mo was boundless, as it had always been. Subsequently, Qin Mo aimed at Li Mao's injury, emitting two exceedingly fine, weak rays. He utilized the high temperature to temporarily seal Li Mao's wound, halting the flow of blood. "I sincerely apologize for the delay. I took a nap this afternoon, and upon waking, I discovered my temperature had inexplicably risen, which startled me. If I were to become unwell, my updates would undoubtedly be affected, a scenario I dread. Furthermore, I've noticed many readers commenting that I only have 2 chapters. Yet, these 2 chapters contain nearly 10,000 words. Friends, I could easily divide it into 4 or 5 chapters, but such a climactic moment is best expressed in one go. It ensures a coherent flow in my writing and enhances your reading experience, does it not? Lastly, I've begun to drink copious amounts of hot water, hoping that the deity of hot water, revered for millennia, will bless every devout follower. Oh, Let us pray together to the deity of hot water. Chapter 82. Why didn't you say so earlier? This is the remarkable power of high-temperature rays. Qin Mo can precisely control the range and intensity of the rays. When fully unleashed, they can exert tremendous force. Yet with meticulous control, they can facilitate temporary healing. Of course, he does not rely solely on this for healing. His inherent recovery ability is exceptionally formidable. If he were genuinely injured, his wounds would heal rapidly. Feeling a slight pain emanating from his abdomen, Li Mao's gaze flickered with curiosity, intrigued by how Qin Mo had accomplished this. At this moment, Li Mao found Qin Mo utterly inscrutable. Recalling the words spoken just a few days prior, he felt akin to a jester. He had even mentioned that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would surely ascend to prominence within 3 to 5 years. This fellow has managed to dominate the ranks in but a mere few days. What a terrifying rate of growth this is, and how astonishing his potential. Most importantly, he is merely 23 years old. In many instances, youth is a capital, representing boundless possibilities for the future with no discernible limits in sight. Soon, Qin Mo retracted the intense rays of heat, his gaze becoming clear once more. Li Mao exhaled deeply, stretching his arms to confirm that his movements remained unhindered. He would require more meticulous treatment for his body later. For now, his priority lay in addressing the aftermath of the day's conflict. The battle today had not only involved hundreds of awakened individuals in a chaotic melee, but had also escalated to the level of a skirmish, rivaling that of a small-scale conflict along the borders. Fortunately, thanks to Qin Mo's intervention, the losses sustained by the Security Bureau were minimal, and the repercussions of the battle had not expanded further. Otherwise, the entire imperial capital would have been embroiled in chaos. Once I have resolved the troubles here, we can chat more leisurely, Li Mao said, casting a stern glance at him. In response, Qin Mo waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, "Very well, you are the director. Your word is final." Li Mao nodded, then emanated a formidable aura once more, oblivious to the underlying implication of Qin Mo's words. At that moment, he was merely astonished by Qin Mo's strength, unaware that he belonged to the Security Bureau and was one of his subordinates. The overwhelming aura spread, instantly engulfing everyone in a weighty pressure akin to mountains and seas, causing their movements to slow. The expressions of the members of the Heaven and Earth Society darkened as despair settled upon them. It was over. There was no escape now. The moment number 2 was struck down in a single blow and the elder was left hanging. Thoughts of retreat had already begun to take root in their hearts. If it weren't for the overwhelming aura, perhaps they could have scattered and fled, but now they faced either immediate death or capture. Thus, under the leadership of Li Mo and Li Yi, the various teams of the Defense Department concluded the battle within a mere 5 minutes. Subsequently, amidst the smoke-filled ruins, Li Mo, accompanied by Li Yi and his deputy, swiftly appeared before Li Mao. Their gazes instinctively flickered towards Qin Mo, who stood behind Li Mao, further solidifying their earlier suspicions. Indeed, this individual was the hidden ace arranged by the Qingyongli clan. Yet, the fact that this ace possessed such terrifying strength left them somewhat apprehensive. Li Mao could engage in a fierce contest with the Heaven and Earth Society's elite, while Qin Mo had completely overwhelmed the White Tiger. Thus, it was evident that Qin Mo's prowess had surpassed that of Li Mao. The ability to cultivate such a formidable warrior in secret speaks volumes of the Li clan's profound heritage. "Father, how is your injury?" After a brief silence, Li Mo took the initiative to speak. Upon hearing this, he slowly nodded and replied calmly, "It's nothing serious." He then methodically instructed, "Assess the damage to the security department. Immediately transport the injured to the Imperial Hospital. Dispatch additional personnel from the Safety Bureau. Temporarily seal off the Lianhua pharmaceutical factory. And conduct a thorough investigation to ensure no remnants of the Heaven and Earth Society are hiding here. Moreover, those who surrender should be collectively detained, distinguishing between high-ranking and low-ranking members." Li Mo spoke rapidly, swiftly formulating a follow-up plan. In the past, such matters would not have required his attention. Li Tongshan would have handled everything. However, now that Li Tongshan was deceased, and that wretched individual had proven to be a deeply concealed traitor, Li Mo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right, go and take care of it." "Understood." Li Mo replied in a deep voice. After saying this, he turned to leave, but unexpectedly caught sight of Li Yuan entering his field of vision. At that moment, she was far from her usual demeanor. Her fair skin was now smeared with blood and grime, and her disheveled bangs clung haphazardly to her forehead. "Little sister, how are you?" Li Mo inquired with concern. Li Yuan shook her head, signaling that she was unharmed. Since her arrival, her gaze had been fixed on Li Mo, or more precisely, on Qin Mo behind him. Her eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions, and her heart was in turmoil. To be frank, she was momentarily at a loss regarding how to confront Qin Mo. Should she regard him as a friend, a teammate, or a repeated savior? The instant she became aware of Qin Mo's power, a multitude of past events replayed in her mind like a film, each scene vividly resurfacing. Many of her previous confusions were suddenly untangled, as if a knotted ball of yarn had found its loose end. Li Yuan stepped past Li Mo and approached Li Mu. Taking a deep breath, Li Mo and the others halted, turning to observe her, puzzled by her intentions. Could it be that she was finally awakening to reason and would no longer indulge in her childish whims? Several gazes fixated on Li Yuan, awaiting her next move. The atmosphere, thick with tension, shifted once more, becoming oddly charged. Li Mu was equally perplexed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, regarding Li Yuan with parted lips. On the verge of speaking. However, just before he could utter a word, Qin Mo's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Captain, are you injured?" he asked with a smile. "No," Li Yuan replied, her eyes darting away as she bit her lower lip, instinctively responding. Her voice was barely a whisper, difficult to catch without keen attention. Yet, no one was particularly concerned about what she had said at that moment. Among the 6 present, except for Li Yuan and Qin Mo, the remaining 4 were rigid with disbelief. They questioned whether their ears had betrayed them. What had Qin Mo just called Li Yuan? Captain? Li Mao's eyes widened in astonishment as he abruptly turned around, staring incredulously at Qin Mo, and asked again, "What did you just say?" Taken aback by his sudden reaction, Qin Mo hesitated and replied, "I didn't say anything." "You addressed her as the leader?" Li Mao pointed at Li Yuan, his voice heavy with disbelief. "Indeed. What should I call her?" Qin Mo responded, somewhat perplexed. While he could simply refer to her by name, Li Yuan, he had grown accustomed to calling her the leader, as that was how she was always addressed. Li Mao was momentarily speechless. He quickly turned his gaze towards Li Yuan, pointing at Qin Mo and inquiring, "Did he call you the leader?" Before Li Yuan could respond, Li Mao continued, "Could it be that this lad is one of your team members?" Amidst the desolation of the ruins, with smoke swirling around, only the sound of Li Mao's astonished voice reverberated through the silence. Faced with his eager gaze, Li Yuan seemed momentarily dazed. Throughout her life, she had never witnessed such an intense fluctuation in Li Mao's demeanor. "Qin Mo is from Team 7, and he has been under my command," Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. "Hiss." Suddenly, a series of gasps filled the air. Li Mo was astonished, and so was Li Yi, both staring at Li Yuan in disbelief. Wasn't Qin Mo a genius secretly nurtured by the Qingyangli family? Long-buried memories began to resurface in Li Mo's mind. He vaguely recalled that there indeed was such a person in Team 7. He turned his stiff neck, gazing at Qin Mo's face, which grew increasingly familiar. Not long ago, when Li Yuan was gravely injured and taken to the Imperial City Hospital, it was Qin Mo who had stayed by her side in the detention center. They had even exchanged a few brief words. In fact, he had once given Qin Mo 200,000 as a reward for his bravery in saving Li Yuan. A mere 200,000, attempting to dismiss a formidable level awakener. If this were to be known, it would surely invite ridicule and become a global joke. 200,000. Even a level awakener would hardly regard such a sum. Reflecting on it now, he recognized how absurd he had been. Li Mo opened his mouth, only to find a bitter taste within. The one thing he felt most fortunate about now was that his earlier actions had not provoked Qin Mo's ire. Amidst his relief, a cold sweat silently drenched his back. At this moment, the most shocked individual was undoubtedly Li Mao. Upon hearing Li Yuan's affirmative response, a buzzing sound echoed in his mind. Li Mao stood frozen in place, his expression stiff. Had it not been for the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Qin Mo might have thought he had been petrified by the wind. Was it truly so outrageous to call Li Yuan the leader? Qin Montag silently muset. If Li Mao could hear his thoughts now, he would undoubtedly roar in his ear. Is it really that significant? It absolutely is. Had he known that Qin Mo was affiliated with the Security Bureau, he would have spared himself the trouble of trying to win the man over. The more Li Mao pondered, the angrier he became. He turned to Qin Mo, eyes wide, and demanded, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? You never asked." Qin Mo replied with a resigned shrug. "Humph. So, when you canceled dinner a couple of days ago for emergency work, you were actually on a mission, were you?" Li Mo scuffa, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Ah, so there's trouble in the company and unrest in the family. And it turns out there's a mole in the Qingyang Li clan working with the security bureau?" Qin Mo retorted, refusing to back down. At that moment, Li Mao found himself at a loss for words, both of them harboring numerous secrets, having told many lies to conceal them from one another. In truth, if one were to strip away the facades, no one would emerge unscathed. However, the need for discretion stemmed from their deep regard for a precious friendship. They shared a genuine camaraderie, transcending age. Even when Li Mao was unaware of Qin Mo's capabilities, they had always connected profoundly. As he had remarked long ago, Qin Mo bore a striking resemblance to his younger self. "Let us have dinner together tonight," Li Mao suggested, the subject shifting seamlessly. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo immediately quelled his retort, as if the previous exchange had never occurred, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. "Back to the usual place? Usual place? We're going to my home," Li Mao exclaimed, his calm demeanor shattered in an instant, turning to glare at Li Mo beside him. "This is all your fault." Li Mo interjected. "What does this have to do with me? I'm completely in the dark and can't even grasp what you two are discussing." He felt the weight of unjust blame, standing there in silence while the bitterness of his predicament settled like bile in his throat. At that moment, Li Yuan chimed in unexpectedly, "I'll be going home tonight too." Hearing this, Li Mao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chapter 83. The Li family night banquet. A faint wisp of smoke curled from her vibrant red lips, ascending into the air, mingling with the acrid fumes emanating from the pharmaceutical factory, blending into an indistinguishable haze. Li Yuan perched on the crumbling eaves, her eyes narrowed slightly, her tense body gradually unwinding. Qin Mo sat beside her, both of them silently observing the clouds illuminated by the twilight, savoring a moment of tranquility and leisure. Meanwhile, the rest of the security bureau was scouring and clearing the pharmaceutical factory, while Li Mao had already departed to tend to his abdominal injuries. After all, it was still early, not even 4 o'clock, with the evening yet to unfold. Li Mao had already contacted the castle in advance, requesting a sumptuous dinner to be prepared for their arrival as night fell. Qin Mo would accompany Li Yuan to the gathering. "Since you are an awakened one, why have you never mentioned it?" Li Yuan inquired, her right hand holding a cigarette while she tucked her bangs behind her ear. Taken aback by the question, Qin Mo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, he could not divulge to Li Yuan that merely a month ago he had been an ordinary individual, with his true growth occurring only in the past 30 days. Such a revelation was out of the question at 23 years of age. His current level of awakening was already astonishing enough, and to claim such a remarkable transformation in just a month's time would be nothing short of extraordinary. Although Qin Mo now possessed combat abilities on par with the awakened elite, he was far from being able to confront the world's capital. Throughout history, greed has disturbed the human heart. Moreover, who could say if there were even stronger awakened beings above his current level? After a brief pause, Qin Mo replied, "In truth, whether I disclose it or not bears no significant consequence. Each person is entitled to their own choice." Upon hearing this response, Li Yuan glanced at him and nodded slightly. She recalled their prior conversations during meals, where he had advised her that once a choice is made, one should not harbor regrets but steadfastly pursue the path ahead. It seemed that this was the life he aspired to lead. Ashes from the cigarette fell silently to the ground, the embers gradually extinguishing. Once the cigarette was spent, Li Yuan discarded the butt and rose, stating, "The 7th group also needs to participate in the aftermath. I must go." "I will accompany you," Qin Mo replied, also standing. Li Yuan responded, "With your current strength, there is no need for you to engage in such tasks. In a few days, once my father has completely resolved matters concerning the Heavenly Society, he will likely have other plans for you." "Other plans?" Qin Mo asked, puzzled. Li Yuan nodded gently in affirmation. As they walked, she continued, "I am not certain what those plans entail, but you certainly will not remain in the security office any longer. The current director, Li Mo, is merely at the level of an awakened one. Regardless of where they are positioned, awakened individuals of this caliber are inherently powerful, enjoying a high status and considerable benefits. Thus, it is inconceivable for you to continue in the security office. It would be a gross underutilization of your talents. Given Qin Mo's existing prowess, even a direct promotion to director would be well within his capabilities. However, as Li Yuan had indicated, the specifics would ultimately depend on Li Mao's decisions. It seemed prudent to inquire with Brother Li after dinner this evening. Qin Mo mused to himself. As they conversed, they traversed a portion of the pharmaceutical plant and arrived at the area overseen by the 7th group. The moment Qin Mo appeared, the members of the 7th group halted their activities and turned their attention towards him, each displaying a distinct expression. Some wore faces of envy, others exhibited flickering eyes, while a few averted their gazes. In their previous collaborations, they had often relied on Qin Mo, and now a palpable tension filled the air. Li Changfeng cast a few glances at him before diverting his gaze and lowering his head. He felt as though he had toppled a bottle of seasoning. As a medley of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty emotions surged within him, creating a tumult of feelings. Someone he had never regarded highly had unexpectedly transformed into a level awakener, a stark contrast that took him a considerable amount of time to accept. Envy, jealousy, and loneliness intertwined, rendering Li Changfeng exceedingly uncomfortable. "Let us continue working," said Li Yuan as he surveyed the surroundings. At this, Li Changfeng and the others resumed their tasks. Each hesitant to glance at Qin Mo's sister Su is still outside. "I shall check on her first," Qin Mo said with a smile. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Go ahead. You may return to the Safety Bureau first, or wait until we finish here and all return together." About that, Qin Mo's gaze slowly swept over Li Changfeng and the others, his expression strangely ambiguous, almost a smile. Those who met his eyes felt their bodies tense, a chill creeping up their spines, overwhelmed by an immense pressure and palpable unease. "Perhaps it's best if Sister Su and I head back to the Safety Bureau now," Qin Mo concluded, retracting his gaze with a smile. "All right," Suyin replied with a nod. Qin Mo returned her gesture before striding towards the exit of the pharmaceutical factory. He walked past Li Changfeng and the others without uttering a word or offering even a cursory glance. Not even a fleeting look was cast in their direction, as though he completely disregarded their presence, failing to acknowledge them at all. His behavior mirrored how they had previously perceived him. Once Qin Mo departed, the bitterness in the hearts of Li Changfeng and his companions deepened. A sense of regret began to fester within them. Had they not treated Qin Mo so dismissively in the past, would they now find themselves in such a predicament? A level awakener was akin to an invaluable asset, a figure whose future was boundless. Wealth, status, beauty, and power would all be at his fingertips. Even if they could merely catch the drops that slipped through his fingers, their lives would be worry-free. Yet the opportunity had always been within reach, yet Li Changfeng and the others lacked the foresight to seize it. Su Yin, too, lacked such insight, yet fortune smiled upon her. Judging by Qin Mo's earlier address and actions, it was evident that she was destined for prosperity. From this point onward, although she remained an ordinary person and not an awakener, her connection to Qin Mo would allow her to navigate the corridors of the Safety Bureau with ease. Even Director Li Mo would likely pause to engage her with a friendly conversation upon encountering her, such as the terrifying power possessed by a level awakener. As Qin Mo departed from Lianhua Pharmaceutical, he paid no heed to the thoughts swirling in Li Changfeng's mind. Of course, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. The two individuals belonged to entirely different circles, both before and after this day. Soon, after taking a few steps, Qin Mo spotted Suyin. She was leaning against the black SUV they had arrived in, furrowing her brows, her gaze distant and lost in thought, completely unaware of her surroundings. Even as Qin Mo approached her from behind, she remained oblivious. Noticing this, Qin Mo gently raised his hand and playfully tapped her shoulder, leaning in a whisper in her ear. "Hey, Su Jia, what are you thinking about?" Startled, Su Yin shivered at the unexpected gesture, nearly losing her composure. It was only when she turned to find Qin Mo that she exhaled a long sigh of relief, patting her chest as if to calm her racing heart. "You scare me to death." Qin Mo offered a slight smile and replied, "Just a little joke." Hearing this, Su Yin instinctively shot him an annoyed glance. She opened her mouth to speak but hesitated, the words dying on her lips. Taking a step back, she averted her gaze and quietly inquired, "How are the team leaders doing?" "There's no need for concern. Everything has been resolved," Qin Mo reassured her, providing a brief overview of the situation. Su Yin stood still, listening intently, her hands fidgeting as if unsure where to place them, her fingers intertwining nervously. Once Qin Mo finished speaking, she merely responded with a soft Sujia. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Qin Mo asked, puzzled. He discreetly activated his insight, scanning Su-in thoroughly, but found no signs of injury. No, she replied, shaking her head. Observing her hesitant demeanor, Qin Mo pondered for a moment and quickly discerned the underlying reason. He couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, You're not distancing yourself from me just because I'm an awakened, are you? Of course not. Su-in quickly raised her head, fixing him with her beautiful eyes. Besides, when have we ever been close? Really? Not all. Qin Mo feigned confusion, asking, Who accompanied you on a blind date yesterday then? I seem to recall Su Jie being my girlfriend. Stop it. That was fake, just for show, she began, but before she could finish, Qin Mo interrupted her with an exaggerated gasp. Ah, so you were pretending to be serious. You're trying to take advantage of me, aren't you? Su Jin exclaimed, raising her arm and delivering a playful punch to his shoulder, her expression one of mock indignation. To this light-hearted jab, Qin Mo felt nothing but a gentle smile graced his lips. The atmosphere between them, guided by his playful teasing, returned to its usual warmth, the subtle barrier of their respective identities dissipating like mist. Seeing his lack of reaction, Su-in withdrew her arm and scrutinized Qin Mo from head to toe, gently inquiring, Qin Mo, have you truly become an awakened one? Indeed. When did this happen? Su-in continued to question. Qin Mo scratched his head and replied, Quite some time ago, I suppose. How could you keep such a secret from your sister for so long? Oh, how cruel of you. Su-in reverted to her previous demeanor, feigning tears as she pretended to sob. Hey, one can indulge in food without restraint, but not in words. I didn't hide it from you. You simply never asked. Qin Mo shrugged, maintaining his nonchalant attitude. Well, if you don't tell me, how am I to inquire? It seems you enjoy making your sister appear foolish. TSK. That's a tall order. Sister Su always looks splendid, regardless of the time. Qin Mo replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su-in huffed and muttered flattery. Men are hardly worth trusting. All right, shall we head back to the safety bureau and discuss this further? Don't we need to wait for the team leader and the others? Su-in asked, puzzled. No need. Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively. Oh, very well. Su-in nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Thus, the two of them strolled leisurely toward the safety bureau, opting to walk instead of driving. They left the vehicle for Li Yuan and the others. As the evening glow painted the sky, a gentle radiance enveloped their backs, casting elongated shadows that intertwined. The sounds of their conversation intermittently echoed through the streets. By the way, what level of awaken are you, handsome? Gis, sistersu. Level? Not that. Then, same level as the team leader? Neither. You can't possibly be a high-level awakened, can you? Well, certainly not that either. What exactly are you then? Su-in was exceedingly perplexed. Ah, I shall not disclose that. Come on. You're the best. Just tell your sister. When Qin Mo and Su-in reached the safety bureau, the clock struck 5. A warm current surged within him, revealing that his light energy points had been replenished. Qin Mo focused his gaze ahead, opening the Jin awakening panel and shifting his attention to the bottom. Light energy points, 24, freely allocable. Though his current strength could rival that of a level awakened, he knew he must not become complacent and must continue to strive for greater power. With 24 points, he could allocate 3 points to each of the 8 attributes. Qin Montak Muzit Invutli. His attributes were remarkably balanced. Aside from his vision at 95 points and strength at 92 points, the others hovered around 88 points. The warm current swiftly spread throughout Qin Mo's body, enhancing him in every aspect. His vision sharpened, allowing him to see farther and with greater detail. His hearing likewise expanded, and his strength discreetly increased. As he felt the transformations within his body, a subtle smile began to grace Qin Mo's lips. At present, all of my attributes have surpassed 90 points, and within 3 days, I shall undoubtedly break the 100 mark. I wonder if, at that juncture, the biological force field will be further enhanced. I am now capable of levitating, and the next phase will surely involve flight. This ability has long been a fervent desire of Qin Mo, second only to the already awakened high-temperature rays. Once the augmentation concluded, the warm current swiftly dissipated, and today, no new skills were awakened, a development that Qin Mo had anticipated. He had previously discerned that as one progresses, the threshold becomes increasingly elevated, requiring a greater accumulation of solar energy points. However, this does not imply that Qin Mo's strength is growing at a slower pace. Rather, it signifies a different tier of power. For instance, the 3 points of solar energy allocated to hearing allowed Qin Mo to extend his auditory range by an impressive 3 miles. Although this enhancement is commendable, it appears rather modest when viewed against a backdrop of over 100 miles. Ultimately, it is a testament to Qin Mo's already formidable prowess. Once the allocation of solar energy points concluded, Li Yuan and the others returned to the Safety Bureau. They made a brief visit to the Imperial Capital Hospital to check on their injured colleague before heading back, which accounted for their slight delay. Inside the office of Group 7, Li Yuan, her eyes reflecting exhaustion, clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. Let us conclude for today. You have all worked hard. So please return and rest well. Although the majority of the Heavenly Society's forces have been eradicated, we must remain vigilant and maintain our necessary guard. Understood, responded Li Changfeng and the others in unison before departing. Suyin also bid farewell to Qin Mo, agreeing to meet again tomorrow, and exited the office, leaving only Qin Mo and Li Yuan behind. Li Yuan turned to him and said, "Let us go. Dinner should be prepared at home." Allericht, Qin Montag replied, scratching his nose as he rose to follow her towards the underground parking lot. The phrasing of her words struck him as somewhat peculiar. It reminded him of the times he had gone fishing and dining with Li Mo, who had once expressed a desire for Qin Mo to marry into their family. At that time, unaware of Li Mo's true identity, Qin Mo had outright rejected the notion, citing that his daughter had a rather difficult temperament and was too headstrong. Who could have anticipated that the daughter in question would be Li Yuan? As he pondered this, his gaze wandered. Thus, with the roar of the engine, the vehicle arrived at the serenely estate in the imperial capital after a 40-minute journey. Stepping out of the car, Qin Mo cast a glance around. This was his first visit to such a place, although he had previously attended a banquet at the Songfeng Club with Chu Tianjiao, where he had encountered both a manor and a castle. However, in comparison, the Songfeng Club hardly bore any resemblance to this estate. They were not even in the same league. "Good evening, Miss and Master Qin." The warm greetings resonated in the air as the esteemed old steward of the Li family, with a gentle smile, regarded the two individuals. "This is Uncle Li, a venerable elder of our Li household, deeply trusted by my father," Li Yuan introduced. In response to such high praise, the old steward did not exhibit humility, merely nodding with a smile. He then graciously gestured towards the interior of the estate, saying, "Please, Master Qin, just call me Qin Mo. There is no need for formalities," Qin Mo replied, and together with Li Yuan, he entered the estate. A gentle breeze caressed their cheeks, and the twilight enveloped the manor in a serene haze. The old steward followed closely beside them, smiling as he remarked, "The master has already called earlier. He is expected to arrive in about 5 minutes. How's my father's injury being managed?" "It is no longer a concern," the old steward responded softly, then continued, "The madam learned of the esteemed guest's visit tonight and has been in the small kitchen since the afternoon, awaiting your arrival." The esteemed guest he referred to was none other than Qin Mo. Moreover, for the matriarch of the Guogong family to personally prepare a meal for him upon his initial visit to the Qingyang Li family was indeed a rare privilege. However, with Qin Mo's formidable prowess as an awakened being at such a young age, he undoubtedly warranted such treatment. Chapter 84. The Champion Marquis Mother. "This is Qin Mo," Li Yuan said, gesturing towards him as she introduced his identity to the Guogong matriarch. "Greetings, madam." "Good evening," Qin Mo offered politely. Upon hearing this, the Guogong matriarch slowly nodded and smiled, saying, "There is no need for formality. Consider this your home and feel free to relax. Please come in and take a seat." With that, she and Qin Mo entered the inner hall, both settling onto the sofa. Upon entering, Qin Mo discreetly observed the decor of the ancient castle. Although the furnishings were few, each piece exuded luxury and status, from the carpets and sofas to the fireplace and high lamps. The materials and craftsmanship were undeniably extravagant and costly. Not to mention, many items were not easily acquired, even with wealth. From these seemingly inconspicuous details, one could discern the essence of a millennium-old family in the upper echelons of society. The disparity between social classes is often greater than that between ordinary individuals and awakened beings. Li Changfeng and his companions yearned to penetrate the circles of the elite, but had yet to find their entry. Now, with Qin Mo stepping into the Qingyangli estate in the imperial capital, it was as though he had already placed one foot within that realm. You must be the young friend I have heard so much about from a master. He often mentions how similar your temperaments are and how well you resonate with one another. The Guogong matriarch suddenly inquired from her seat on the sofa. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Qin Mo, her expression revealing an unusual intrigue. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Mo was the very young friend she had encountered previously. During her last visit home, she had not seen Li Mao. It turned out he had gone to meet with Qin Mo. No wonder Li Yuan silently nodded in understanding. She had been puzzled by their playful banter that afternoon, only to discover they were already acquainted and shared a good rapport. I found myself quite compatible with Brother Li. Indeed, with Duke Li. Qin Mo habitually referred to him as Brother Li, a name that had slipped from his lips so easily. Observing his candid admission, the smile on Madame Li's face grew ever more pronounced. She lifted her arm to grasp the teapot on the coffee table and leisurely poured a cup of tea. Meanwhile, she casually remarked, "It is good to find a kindred spirit, yet some vices should not be emulated. You have never been to such establishments, have you?" Establishments? Qin Mo stiffened, his heart sinking with a sudden realization. This was bad. The news of Li Mao's visit to a wellness center had circulated throughout the city days prior, and it was evident that the Duchess was fully aware of it. To be precise, it was he who had taken Li Mao to such a place. Although his strength was considerable now, being questioned publicly by someone else's wife would still be intimidating, regardless of his prowess. Qin Mo forced a stiff smile, preparing to respond. When unexpectedly, Li Yuan interjected, frowning, "Mother, Qin Mo is not that kind of person. I have known him for over a year and have a fair understanding of his character." She had said the same when Li Mao had visited the establishment, unwavering in her conviction, as resolute as ever. Indeed, Qin Mo affirmed, nodding earnestly. "I have never been to such places." "That is well," she replied. "At such a young age, you already possess formidable strength, promising a bright future ahead. To have such integrity is truly commendable." Madame Li took a sip of her tea, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "Among the current young generation of the Qin, I believe you stand at the forefront." "You flatter me, madam," Qin Mo replied with a smile, the atmosphere in the room exceedingly harmonious. The Duchess was remarkably approachable, her vast knowledge making conversation with her feel like a gentle spring breeze. As the trio engaged in their light-hearted discourse, they were suddenly interrupted by footsteps from outside. Qin Mo looked up to see Li Mao entering with vigor, seemingly unscathed from his previous injuries, with Li Mo quietly following behind. "What are you all discussing?" Li Mo inquired. Upon hearing this, the Duchess turned her head and replied with a smile, "Oh, nothing much, just sharing some casual conversation with Qin Mo. Be cautious when speaking with this lad. He rarely speaks the truth," Li Mao retorted. "I find Qin Mo to be quite decent, an honest soul, unlike you." The Duchess countered, rising to defend him. At this, Li Mao appeared somewhat disgruntled, opting not to retort further, but cast a sidelong glare at Qin Mo instead. "Let us eat," he suggested. Having spoken, several individuals proceeded toward the dining table. Li Mao naturally took the seat of honor, with Qin Mo positioned beside him and Li Yuan on the other side. Apart from their family of four, Qin Mo was the only outsider present, while the elderly steward remained nearby, not joining the table. Traditionally, this would have been Li Tongshan's duty, but who could have anticipated that he was a traitor? Thus, it fell to the old steward to serve. This was a private banquet hosted by Li Mao, rather than a formal invitation. Consequently, everyone was quite relaxed, engaging in light-hearted conversation about family matters, interspersed with laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. No one broached topics related to work. Those discussions were reserved for after the feast. In this setting, Qin Mo displayed no shyness, exuding elegance and poise, endearing himself to the Duchess. This confidence stemmed from his strength. With power came assurance, allowing him to remain unflustered in any circumstance. The evening banquet lasted nearly an hour. Once it concluded, Li Mo attended to the follow-up matters from the day's events, while the Duchess took Li Yuan upstairs to their private quarters for intimate conversation. As for Qin Mo, he followed Li Mao into the study. The astute steward discreetly dismissed the nearby female attendants before quietly excusing himself, aware that a confidential discussion was about to commence. The banquet was never the focal point. It was merely a prelude to what truly mattered afterward. Inside the study, Qin Mo and Li Mao sat facing one another, a chessboard set between them, with pieces arranged at their sides. With a crisp sound, Li Mao placed a black piece at the edge of the board, simultaneously stating, "Today, you truly astonished me. I had thought it would take you 3 more years to ascend to the next level. Yet in just a few days, your prowess has surpassed mine." At this, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, dropping a white piece as he inquired, "Did you know I was an awakened before today?" "Indeed," Li Mao replied with a slight nod, lifting his gaze to meet Qin Mo's. A subtle aura of dragon might began to permeate the study, as his pupils transformed into slits, shimmering with a golden glint. Under the dragon's gaze, nothing could conceal itself. He then recounted when he first recognized Qin Mo's potential and the subsequent occasions he witnessed his capabilities. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo nodded slowly, frowning as he remarked, "The power of an advanced awakened is indeed formidable. I was utterly unaware. Anyone who could advance to such a level had an extensive mastery over their genetic abilities and employed a myriad of techniques. Though you possess great strength now, it is imperative that you do not underestimate others of the same tier. Remember, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit," Li Mao cautioned solemnly. Imparting his wisdom to Qin Mo nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired, "This afternoon, the esteemed member of the Heavenly Society abruptly vanished before my eyes. Was it a technique he possessed?" He was greatly perplexed by this occurrence. Li Mao shook his head, responding gently, "No. That was the effect of a relic from the Divine Spirit, unrelated to his own abilities." "Divine Spirit relic?" Qin Mo's confusion deepened, and he asked in bewilderment, "Even if it is a relic extracted from an awakened tier, it shouldn't exhibit such formidable effects, should it? How could a deceased surpass the living? One can tell from the relics derived from awakened beings that they lack the potency they possessed in life. In fact, several items lay gathering dust in the drawers of Qin Mo's home, seldom of any use." "You are correct," Li Mao agreed initially, then continued. "If they are of the same tier, the vast majority of divine spirit relics and elemental crystals cannot compare to genuine awakened beings. However, there are disparities between tiers." He retracted his imposing aura, his pupils returning to normal, and added, "You must understand, the higher the tier, the greater the disparity between them. Thus, the strength becomes increasingly varied." Qin Mo nodded, having discerned this truth from his recent encounters with the Heavenly Society. Despite being of the same tier, the second in command of the Heavenly Society, transformed into a vermilion bird, proved far superior to Li Yi's azure hawk, with the former dominating the latter in their confrontations. As for the gap between tiers, the difference between the first and second tiers was already described as a chasm, making it all too evident. "Are you suggesting that this divine spirit relic was derived from an exceptional awakened being of the tier?" Qin Mo furrowed his brow in inquiry. Li Mao smiled faintly and replied, "To be precise, it is from a 9th tier metamorphic awakened being. If I am not mistaken, it should be a phoenix." "9th tier?" Qin Mo exclaimed in astonishment. "How is this classification determined? Is there a higher level beyond tier?" "Indeed, there is," Li Mao affirmed. "The power of genes is boundless. Ever since the gene explosion a millennium ago, humanity's exploration of genetics has never ceased and has yet to reach its limit." He gestured towards the chessboard between them, softly stating, "Much like the game of Go, consisting merely of black and white stones, it can give rise to infinite variations. Metamorphic awakened. Mental, different simulations and elements will reveal distinct strengths. You may perceive this as the diversity of genes." Qin Mo committed this knowledge to memory. These were concepts he had never encountered before, delving into the very secrets of power, known only to a select few in this world. Before Qin Mo could speak, Li Mao continued to enlighten him. When an individual fully harnesses the surface power of their genes, they become a premier awakened being of the tier. Thereafter, they must strive to reach deeper realms. This process is exceedingly arduous. The vast majority of individuals will never touch it, as if an insurmountable chasm lay before them. Yet, once one crosses this threshold, they shall enter a broader realm, shattering the chasm and ascending from the earth to the heavens. Only then can one achieve greatness. This can be regarded as a certain leap in the hierarchy of life, a qualitative transformation where the power of control is incomparably greater than before. Beyond this level lies the Celestial King class, necessitating the crossing of an immense divide. In between, due to the substantial elevation of power levels, 9 tiers have been delineated, with the first tier being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Listening intently to Li Mao's meticulous explanation, Qin Mo's eyes flickered with contemplation. He had previously surmised that the level was not the pinnacle of genetic power, and now it appears that he was indeed correct. After all, matters known to the general populace cannot possibly reflect the most genuine reality, especially when it pertains to awakeners. Celestial King, Qin Mo murmured softly. Li Mao regarded him, his smile deepening. The origin of the title Celestial King can be traced back a millennium. Li Mao's expression grew nostalgic as he recounted. During that dark epoch of warring states, the great Qin continuously battled across the lands, rising swiftly, with 5 individuals possessing immense strength, renowned for their valor and contributions to the great Qin. Eventually, as the Dark Age came to an end, the Qin and Qi states entered a millennium-long standoff, and those 5 were honored by His Majesty, the founding emperor, as the 5 Celestial Kings, enjoying unparalleled glory and generational wealth. These 5 Celestial Kings, could they be Qin Mo ventured cautiously. Li Mao, understanding his implication, nodded with a smile, affirming, indeed, they are the very 5 ancient families you see before you. Qin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed a profound secret. He had no inkling that these 5 ancient families possessed such illustrious roots. However, upon reflection, how could they have endured for a millennium without such a legacy, remaining robust even to this day? I estimate your current strength to be at the 2nd tier of the level, with your remarkable talent. There is a possibility you may one day ascend to the Celestial King class, Li Mao remarked, holding a favorable view of Qin Mo's potential. At 23 years of age, and at this level, he could dominate an era, even if the divide to the Celestial King class were vast. Qin Mo could attempt to leap across it. However, unbeknownst to him, Qin Mo did not adhere to such tier distinctions. He was not a true level awakener. What chasm could possibly exist for him? The so-called threshold was non-existent for Qin Mo. He possessed a superhuman genetic awakening panel, requiring only the continual absorption of solar energy and the accumulation of light points to grow rapidly. At his current pace, within a year or 2, all of his attributes would surpass 1,000. By then, obliterating a planet with a single punch would hardly pose a challenge. What the Celestial King class? A fully realized superhuman has never feared anyone. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Qin Mo's curiosity piqued as he inquired, do Celestial Kings still exist today? Certainly. The 5 great families each have their own formidable ancestors overseeing them, Li Mao casually remarked. He then looked at Qin Mo with a grin and asked, surely you do not believe that the awakened individuals in the imperial capital represent the entirety of the Qingyang Li clan's strength? Young man, the heritage of a millennium-old family is not as simplistic as you might presume. The true depth lies within the territories inherited by each clan. For instance, the Qingyang Li clan is based in Qingyang County, where the Elder Council and a significant portion of its core forces are stationed, while others are deployed at the borders, remaining vigilant against the Qi Kingdom. The presence in the imperial capital is merely a fraction of their overall strength. The same holds true for all 5 great families. Li Mao's extensive and profound discourse with Qin Mo further illustrated the esteem he held for him. Such candidness would not be afforded if he did not regard him highly. Despite their camaraderie spanning generations, matters pertaining to family require utmost caution in words and actions. As it was before, when neither of them was aware of the other's identity, there were elements of concealment. However, circumstances had changed now. The members of the Elder Council surely represented the profound legacy of a millennium-old family. Qin Mo silently pondered this, choosing not to press further. He was not a member of the Qingyang Li clan, and delving into deeper secrets would be imprudent. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat is the essence of navigating the world. Thus, the two engaged in a game of chess while conversing. Naturally, the majority of the dialogue consisted of Qin Mo posing questions and Li Mao providing answers. Before long, their discussion seamlessly shifted to the topic of the Heavenly Earth Society. Li Mao picked up a black piece from the chessboard, deliberated, and placed it in the upper right corner, frowning as he said, "This afternoon, I have dispatched Qingyang County to investigate the individual who escaped from your grasp. The Elder Council recently contacted me and has identified him. Upon finishing his statement, he looked at Qin Mo and solemnly declared, "This individual bears the surname Shiman and the given name Hu. He is from the Qi Kingdom." At this revelation, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise and queried, "A Qi person? Could it be that the Heavenly Earth Society is a force secretly supported by the Qi Kingdom?" His expression reflected confusion, as he found this notion perplexing. If an awakened individual of such caliber could effortlessly traverse the borders of the two nations, it would be better for the troops stationed on the Qin side to resign themselves altogether. Moreover, this person had arrived without a trace, and Li Mao had received no prior intelligence on the matter. The border's total lack of awareness constituted a significant point of suspicion. Li Mao evidently shared these thoughts. Shaking his head as he responded, "I suspect it is not as straightforward as it seems. My instincts suggest that other families are involved in this matter. However, which family it may be and their ultimate intentions remain unclear for the time being. We will need to await further investigation. If it were indeed a millennium-old family, that would make sense," Qin Mo replied, slowly nodding. "Regardless, the majority of their forces have been eradicated, so we have time to investigate thoroughly. There's no rush." "Indeed," Li Mao concurred, a smile spreading across his face as he cheerfully remarked, "Speaking of which, your efforts in dismantling the Heavenly Earth Society have been nothing short of remarkable. Since the establishment of our great Qin, it has been a long-standing tradition that merit is duly rewarded. You find yourself within the Security Bureau, an ideal setting to accumulate military accomplishments that can be exchanged for nobility. Although the Bureau may have transformed into the private domain of the Qingyangli clan, it remains ostensibly under the auspices of the imperial family of Qin. This connection makes the conversion of military merit into noble titles a matter of course. The advantages of a steady position are vividly displayed at this moment. In the early days of our founding, the titles of nobility were classified into 6 ranks: the king of a nation, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, and baron. However, due to certain inscrutable reasons, the rank of king of a nation has since been abolished, leaving only the latter 5 titles. For instance, Li Mao holds the rank of duke. Each head of the 5 prominent families is a duke, a promise made by our founding emperor, ensuring hereditary succession and symbolizing immense honor. Beyond these, there are no other dukes. In simple terms, the title of duke has been monopolized by these 5 illustrious families for millennia, individuals outside of these houses, regardless of their formidable capabilities or monumental contributions, are unlikely to receive such recognition. Consequently, Qin Mo can only aspire to the rank of marquis at best. This title signifies a true elevation in status, conferring upon him the privileges of a landholder, boundless wealth, and a level of esteem beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Clearly, Qin Mo stands on the threshold of ascending into the upper echelons of society. Traditionally, any awakened individual, regardless of military merit, could be bestowed a title. However, distinctions exist even among titles. The Qin nobility comprises 20 ranks, and I wish to present you to His Majesty tomorrow for a title. Pausing momentarily, Li Mao adopted a solemn demeanor, articulating with deliberate clarity. The first rank, Champion Marquis. What is a Champion Marquis? It signifies supremacy over the military, standing as a champion in one's own right. Although nominally a Marquis, the privileges associated with this rank mirror those of a duke, underscoring its significance. In truth, Qin Mo's military achievements may fall slightly short. Nonetheless, considering his formidable talents, youth, and strength, along with the endorsement of the illustrious Qingyangli family, the bestowal of the title Champion Marquis is far from an insurmountable challenge. Qin Mo was taken aback. He had not anticipated Li Mao would seek to confer upon him the title of Champion Marquis. He possessed a clear understanding of the value of this title. Moreover, envisioning a 23-year-old Champion Marquis, the possibilities for his future are boundless and difficult to fathom. An illustrious path, radiating with infinite potential, unfurls beneath his feet from this very moment. Observing Qin Mo's expression, Li Mao felt a sense of satisfaction and continued. This is also the sentiment of the Elder Council, and only a Champion Marquis is worthy of you. He smiled and added, once the title is conferred, you may venture to the borders for 2 years of experience, both to hone your skills and to build your reputation and credentials. When you next return to the capital, You might ascend to unprecedented heights, earning the title of Duke of Qin. Of course, this is inseparable from the machinations of the Qin Li family. Although Qin Mo does not bear the surname Li, his close ties with Li Mao and Li Yuan render him, in essence, a quasi-member of the Qin Li clan. Consequently, the Qin Li family will wield increased influence in the Qin state, and Qin Mo will become the youngest duke in history, shining as the most brilliant talent of this era, leaving others to gaze at his figure from afar. This scenario is a mutual triumph. The Qin Li family trusts Li Mao's vision and believes in Qin Mo's potential, willingly making such an investment. Qin Mo, however, holds no peculiar sentiments regarding this. Aside from a brief moment of surprise, his demeanor swiftly reverted to its usual state. Fame and fortune are not of paramount importance to him. They are not the pursuits he chases. Qin Mo's original intentions have remained unchanged, content to lead a comfortable and leisurely life, armed with sufficient strength to stand on his own. Naturally, being conferred the title of Champion Marquis will elevate his living conditions significantly. Such a remarkable enhancement to his circumstances, without requiring any effort on his part, is not something Qin Mo would decline. After all, it is what he rightfully deserves. Just do as you see fit, brother, Qin Mo remarked casually, waving his hand with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Mao nodded slowly, his smile deepening. Observing Qin Mo's calm demeanor in the face of honor and disgrace, he found himself increasingly admiring him. It must be said that such equanimity is not a trait commonly possessed by ordinary individuals. Tomorrow around 10 o'clock, we should know the outcome. The night is drawing to a close, so you needn't return. Stay here with me, Li Mao suggested. Qin Mo pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That sounds fine. Haha, it's just the right time for a thrilling match. Although your strength surpasses mine now, you are still somewhat inexperienced in the realm of Go. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but smirk, gently inquiring, not long ago, who was it that lost several matches in a row, utterly defeated? Li Mao's smile instantly froze on his face. He shot an indignant glare at Qin Mo and retorted, "Do you understand the meaning of respecting your elders and cherishing the young?" All right, I can allow you to use one hand," he conceded. With that, Qin Mo placed his left hand behind his back and only used his right hand to manipulate the pieces. Li Mao was momentarily speechless. He had genuinely offered to use one hand, and Qin Mo had indeed taken him up on it. As the two engaged in their strategic duel on the board, the capital was suddenly rocked by a massive earthquake. News of the afternoon's events, after several hours of circulation, finally reached the ears of families throughout the capital. The 5 illustrious families, each possessing their own estates within the imperial capital, maintain a presence in the heart of power, despite their ancestral homes being scattered throughout the vast Qin territory. The Qin Li clan, the Yinan Fang clan, the Chomping Lu clan, the Far East Lin clan, and the Jinbei Chu clan resemble 5 colossal canopies, each enveloping different directions of the Great Qin. As for the royal family, it is currently in a state of severe decline. At this moment, several discreet calls were made, transcending vast distances, swiftly reaching the ears of the elders of each family. A young and highly awakened individual had suddenly emerged in the imperial capital. Whether the news was true or false, it warranted serious attention. Youth signifies boundless potential and a promising future. The extent of one's growth remains uncertain. Crucially, however, is the close relationship between Qin Mo and the Qin Li clan. No one would wish to see a new and promising talent arise from another ancient family. The Jinbei Chu clan felt similarly. Listening to the voice on the phone, Chu Xiong's expression was solemn, occasionally responding with a sound of acknowledgement. After a lengthy quarter of an hour, he finally spoke. "I understand what must be done. Tomorrow's court assembly will likely see a response from the Qin Li clan. I shall act accordingly." With that, he ended the call, yet his prominent brows remained tightly knitted, forming a straight line. Chu Xiong bore a striking resemblance to Chu Tianjiao, particularly in their thick eyebrows, as if they were crafted from the same mold. Indeed, he is the current head of the Jinbei Chu clan, the Duke of Chu in the Great Qin, a formidable level awakened individual. Qin Mo, of the Qin Li clan, is 23 years old, affiliated with the Security Bureau. Chu Xiong narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring quietly, his right hand rhythmically tapping on the adjacent table, lost in contemplation. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Chu Xiong turned to see Chu Tianjiao striding into the small hall, fists clenched, an excited expression on his face. Tianjiao, what brings you here at such a late hour? He inquired. In response, Chu Tianjiao broke into a smile, saying, Father, I have just learned some astonishing news and wish to confirm its veracity with you. Oh, what news? Chu Xiong asked, puzzled. This afternoon, a battle broke out among awakened individuals at the Lianhua pharmaceutical factory in the Fuyun district. Have you heard of this? Chu Tianjiao countered with a question. Chu Xiong nodded slowly, responding with a faint acknowledgement. Observing this, Chu Tianjiao pressed on. Among the combatants, was there one named Qin Mo? At the mention of the name, Chu Xiong's brows furrowed immediately, and he affirmed, Indeed, there is such a person, though it remains uncertain whether he truly possesses level strength. Father, Tianjiao suddenly erupted with excitement. Exclaiming loudly, his fists clenched tighter, his face flushed. This must be true. What does this mean, and how could you possibly know? At that moment, Chu Xiong also sensed something amiss and quickly inquired. Upon hearing this, Tianjiao took a deep breath, exhaling slowly to calm his agitated heart. I have long known Qin Mo. I have witnessed only a fraction of his formidable strength. What? Chu Xiong abruptly rose from his chair, his expression grave and somewhat uncomposed. It was hardly surprising, given that the news was overwhelmingly shocking, rendering him devoid of the composure expected of a family head. Tianjiao's subsequent words could significantly influence the Elder Council's decisions, as well as the future development of the Chus in the north for decades to come. The revelation of a 23-year-old awakened individual was indeed astonishing, but it also invoked a sense of trepidation. However, if this individual had any connection to their Chus in the north, the implications would be entirely different. Qin Mo and I are friends. He recently attended the celebratory banquet at Songfeng Club with me. Our first acquaintance was. In the following minutes, Tianjiao recounted the journey of how he and Qin Mo transitioned from strangers to friends since returning to the capital. After he finished, a profound silence enveloped the small hall, with Chu Xiong remaining uncharacteristically quiet for an extended period. Finally, he spoke slowly. If that is the case, then this young man's rate of growth is indeed remarkable. With such immense potential, his future holds boundless possibilities. Immediately after, Chu Xiong turned to Tianjiao, his demeanor serious, and said, Tianjiao, you must maintain your relationship with Qin Mo. Tianjiao scratched his head and replied, Father, I am not adept at this, and since we are friends, why all the complexities? Chu Xiong, hearing Tianjiao's words, tugged at the corner of his mouth and shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming in exasperation, You are going to drive me to my grave one day. Sieg, Fina. He sighed heavily, gesturing dismissively. You needn't do much. Simply interact as you see fit. Moreover, make sure to bring Qin Mo home for a visit. Invite him often. Oh, is there anything else? That's all. Now, hurry along. Very well. With that, Tianjiao turned and strode out confidently. Watching his broad figure gradually fade from view, Chu Xiong softly muttered, How did I end up with such a simpleton? Yet, he couldn't help but smile, realizing that Tianjiao was indeed fortunate. Chu Xiong picked up his phone and dialed the Elder Council in the distant northern county once more. 5 minutes later, he ended the call, a faint smile gracing his lips. A 23-year-old champion marquis, the youngest duke of the Great Qin. His future is indeed limitless, he murmured softly. It was evident that Chu Xiong had already surmised what Li Mao intended to do. This is not a difficult matter. Both individuals are the contemporary heads of ancient, illustrious families, sharing similar views on numerous issues. This phenomenon is aptly described as the convergence of heroes' insights. However, not everyone possesses the fortunate circumstance of a northern town's Chu family, which conveniently has disciples who are connected to Qin Mo. That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. After a night devoid of conversation, dawn broke. A fleet of luxurious yet understated vehicles proceeded towards the far eastern reaches of the imperial capital, consecutively entering the royal restricted zone. They hailed from various districts of the capital and comprised key figures from the esteemed departments of the Great Qin, holding significant positions and enjoying high status. A black sedan came to a gradual halt before an ancient grand hall. Shortly thereafter, the car door swung open, and Li Mao, impeccably dressed and brimming with vitality, emerged. He did not immediately step forward, but instead paused, quietly observing the grand hall before him, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, betraying a barely perceptible sense of derision. This generation of the great Qin royal family is, without a doubt, the weakest since the founding of the nation by Emperor Taizu. Only then did Li Mao make his way alone towards the hall's entrance. This hall, a relic from centuries past, ought to have been dismantled by now. Such antiquities should not exist in this increasingly modern metropolis. Yet, its preservation, to some extent, signifies the dignity of the royal family. But that is where its relevance ends. Upon entering the hall, he was met by the gazes of numerous attendees, who greeted him with shouts of Your Excellency. Li Mao did not respond to each individually, but offered a symbolic nod before proceeding to the front of the hall, pulling out his designated chair and sitting down with purpose. Within the hall stood a massive long table, where individuals were seated in accordance with their status and rank. The presence of such a table in this ancient hall felt jarringly out of place, its arrangement and design utterly illogical. This was a recent addition, a reluctant compromise made out of necessity. After all, it would be unreasonable to expect these dukes to stand while deliberating. Perhaps the emperor harbored such thoughts. Yet Li Mao and his fellow representatives of ancient families were decidedly unwilling to accommodate him. Within 15 minutes of Li Mao's arrival, Chu Xiong and others began to appear, with the heads of the 5 great families occupying the positions of honor at the head of the long table. The chatter within the hall gradually dwindled until it faded into silence, enveloping the space in tranquility. Subsequently, a slender figure clad in a black dragon robe emerged from the side of the hall. At the moment of his entrance, the sound of chairs scraping echoed as everyone rose to their feet, including the 5 ancient families. This was the respect due to the great Qin royal family. We have met your majesty, the assembly spoke in unison. Such formalities are unnecessary. Please be seated, replied Emperor Qin with a smile. His countenance was quite dignified, and aside from a slight pallor, he appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary individual in every way. Recently, my health has been somewhat lacking. My heart has experienced slight issues, possibly due to my persistent late nights and irregular schedule. Consequently, my updates have not been as prolific as I would have liked, and I sincerely apologize for this. Chapter 86. The unexpected arrival of Xia Zhu. As Qin Huang's words resonated, he promptly took his seat, a gentle smile gracing his countenance. Observing this, the others followed suit and settled down, marking the official commencement of the court assembly. Such gatherings occur at the beginning of each month and cannot be deemed frequent. With some trivial matters serving as a prelude, the atmosphere of the assembly gradually began to elevate. Before long, the Tiandi Society emerged as a focal point of discussion. Reflecting on the past month, 2 significant events transpired in the imperial capital. One was a border conflict, and the other was the Tiandi Society. The former, for now, required no deliberation, as the valiant protector of the border, Xia Zhu, had yet to return to the capital. The latter, however, was a different matter entirely. The Security Bureau was responsible for maintaining order in the imperial capital and its surrounding areas, and any issues arising therein could pose a direct threat to the heart of the Great Qin's power. Yet, the identity of the Tiandi Society's leader was apparent to all, and thus, the discourse remained exceedingly cordial, with no one daring to challenge or provoke. After listening for a while, Li Mao extended his right hand and lightly tapped the table, drawing the attention of the assembly. He then spoke in a calm tone. There is no need for concern. His Majesty is quite safe, and so is the imperial capital. The Tiandi Society has been thoroughly eradicated. Although a few insignificant members have escaped, they are akin to grasshoppers in autumn, unable to leap for much longer, and will soon pose no threat. Given this, all is well. Duke Li must have been working diligently of late, remarked Qin Huang, turning to him with a smile. Your Majesty's concerns are unwarranted. This falls within the purview of the Security Bureau. With the Bureau in place, Your Majesty can rest assured. Li Mao responded with an eloquent reassurance. After his words, a man seated at the center of the long table suddenly spoke up. May I inquire, Duke Li, what is the origin of the Tiandi Society, and how is it that they possess awakened individuals? In response, Li Mao calmly elaborated. Yesterday afternoon, the Security Bureau launched a decisive operation, annihilating the Tiandi Society and subsequently conducting an overnight thorough investigation, tirelessly uncovering the truth behind it. The Tiandi Society was orchestrated by individuals from Qi who sought to instigate chaos in the imperial capital, their treacherous intentions laid bare. As his words settled, a collective gasp reverberated through the Grand Hall. The assembly was taken aback. utterly astonished to learn that the machinations of the Tiandi society were the handiwork of the Qi people. If this were the case, the existence of awakened individuals was indeed entirely plausible. Having dropped this bombshell, Li Mao refrained from immediate further comment, allowing ample time for the assembly to absorb the gravity of the revelation. Once the whispers subsided, he continued, "The successful dismantling of the Tiandi society is largely attributed to Qin Mo of the Security Bureau's Protection Division, whose contributions have been nothing short of monumental. Qin Mo, at the tender age of 23, possesses formidable strength and immense potential. In the past month, through numerous daring operations against the Heavenly Society, he has consistently achieved remarkable feats, displaying unparalleled courage and valor." Li Mao's resonant voice echoed alone within the Grand Hall. While the heads of the four ancient families exchanged furtive glances, their minds racing with contemplation. The momentous occasion had finally arrived. All these accomplishments can be attributed to Qin Mo, who has single-handedly thwarted the nefarious plans of the Qi. Such a prodigious talent, endowed with exceptional capabilities and unwavering loyalty to the great Qin, is indeed a rare gem, Li Mao stated in a solemn tone, narrowing his eyes as he turned towards the Qin Emperor, slowly articulating, "With such monumental achievements, according to the laws of great Qin, he rightfully deserves a reward." Upon hearing this, the Qin Emperor nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, what kind of reward do you deem appropriate, Duke Li?" "This matter is entirely at your Majesty's discretion," Li Mao replied, his expression becoming grave as he continued. "However, according to the customary practices of great Qin, Qin Mo ought to be conferred the title of first-class champion marquis." A collective gasp resonated through the hall, the astonishment more pronounced than before. The title of first-class champion marquis carries significant weight, granting privileges akin to those of a duke. The Qingyang Li family daring to propose such an honor for Qin Mo was indeed astonishing. Should Qin Mo receive this title, it would signify an extraordinary elevation in his status, with an unpredictable and boundless future ahead of him. As the murmurs subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, the atmosphere shifting dramatically. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixated at the far end of the long table, resting upon the figure clad in a black robe adorned with 9 dragons. What response would the Qin Emperor render? Would he bestow the title of champion marquis? It was evident to astute observers that Qin Mo was aligned with the Qingyang Li family. Granting him the title would effectively mean elevating their status, further augmenting the power of the family, which could spell trouble for the already waning royal authority of the great Qin. Consequently, the choice the Qin Emperor was about to make carried significant weight. Under the scrutiny of the gathered assembly, the Emperor maintained his composed demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He spoke slowly. According to Duke Li's earlier assertions, given Qin Mo's current strength and accumulated military merits, he is indeed worthy of a marquis title. At this proclamation, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Li Mao's eyes. It was evident that the Emperor was inclined to honor Qin Mo. However, just as this thought crossed Li Mao's mind, the Emperor unexpectedly added, "Nonetheless, whether to bestow the title of first-class champion marquis requires further consideration in the opinions of the other dukes." He smiled, casting a glance towards Chu Xiong and others, effectively presenting the dilemma to them. The elderly gentleman, who had remained silent since entering, awaited this very moment. Although the youth possesses strength, his temperament requires further refinement. Bestowing upon him the title of champion marquis is excessive and may engender arrogance. The Duke of the Lin family from the far east lowered his eyelids, his lips parting slightly as he remarked with subtlety. No sooner had he spoken than the Duke of the Fong family from Yinnan nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the title of champion marquis is premature. I believe he should undergo several more years of training." This sentiment was echoed by the Liu family from Chongping. At this moment, the 3 great ancient families shared a unanimous opinion, all opposing the conferral of the title of champion marquis. Presently, only the Chus of Jinbei had yet to voice their stance. The gaze of Emperor Qin shifted towards Chu Xiong, smilingly inquiring, "What thoughts does Duke Chu harbor?" At this, Chu Xiong's distinctive thick brows quivered slightly as he surveyed the long table. He then spoke slowly. The young man indeed requires further experience to temper his character. Yet this does not conflict with being titled champion marquis. It is entirely permissible to bestow the title first and then proceed with his training. As soon as those words escaped his lips, Li Mao turned to him, astonished, his eyes reflecting a flicker of disbelief. The Jinbei Chus had not opposed. He was actually in favor of granting Qin Mo the title of Champion Marquis. This was indeed perplexing, filling Li Mao with doubt. As early as the previous night, he had anticipated the unfolding of today's events, with the opposition from the other families falling within his expectations. Nevertheless, this mattered little. Strength and military achievements were unequivocally evident, and no amount of opposition could alter that. The Qingyangli family was not a minor house to be easily swayed. Yet, who could have foreseen that the Jinbei Chus would align with him? This, too, could be deemed an unexpected gain. At this juncture, not only Li Mao, but also the three families of Yan'an were equally astonished, casting glances towards Chu Xiong, their eyes flickering with intrigue. Could it be that these two families had engaged in some clandestine agreement? Such a thought resonated silently among them. The atmosphere around the long table grew increasingly peculiar. The five ancient families had divided into two factions, holding starkly contrasting views. The expression of Emperor Qin remained unchanged, mirroring his earlier demeanor as he smiled at the others and gently posed the question. I trust everyone has heard the opinions expressed by the dukes regarding the proposal to bestow the title of Champion Marquis upon Qin Mo. Does anyone have additional thoughts to share? In matters of discussion, all should feel free to express themselves without reservation. However, despite the invitation for open discourse, the reality was that one could hardly disregard the implications. As the saying goes, when deities clash, it is the fish in the pond that suffer. The individuals seated along the long table appeared as though they had consumed bitter herbs, their hearts heavy with discomfort. Why should you all decide this amongst yourselves? What need have you for the opinions of us, mere spectators? No one dared to take the lead in addressing the Emperor Qin at this moment. The matter at hand was beyond their grasp. Yet, the Emperor remained utterly unperturbed. Noticing the silence, he calmly remarked, I understand that this matter requires careful consideration. Therefore, I invite you all to ponder it for a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing this, Li Mao furrowed his brow. He spoke up, Your Majesty, the military achievements established by Qin Mo are well documented by the Security Bureau, and numerous individuals in the Defense Office have witnessed them firsthand. There is no need for haste. Before he could finish, the Emperor interrupted him with a smile, saying, Rest assured, Duke Li, the Qin dynasty has never been remiss in rewarding any loyal subject. However, given the gravity of this matter, the other three dukes have expressed differing opinions, and I must deliberate further. Deliberate? What is there to deliberate upon? It is a matter of merit and reward, a principle as old as time, beyond reproach. Li Mao's frown deepened, as a sense of unease began to creep in. Today, it seemed, there might be unexpected developments. Yet, he was at a loss as to what these changes might entail. He opened his mouth to continue his argument when suddenly, a powerful, resonant voice echoed from outside the hall. What Your Majesty says is indeed correct. Accompanying this voice were heavy footsteps, resonating like drumbeats. Soon, the sounds ceased at the entrance. With a creak, the doors swung open, and blinding sunlight rushed into the hall, dispelling the shadows. A towering figure, imposing as a fortress, stood at the threshold, a faint scent of blood and a sharp air of menace permeating the space. Such an aura could only be cultivated through prolonged exposure to the battlefield and numerous life and death confrontations. Clearly, this was a man of iron and blood. His surname was Xia, with a single character Zhu. Xia Zhu, the current war god of the Qin, had recently achieved great renown by decisively slaying a formidable awakened being from the state of Qi at the border, earning immense respect and authority. Simultaneously, he hailed from the Xia family of Jialing, a lineage whose influence, while not comparable to the five ancient families, surpassed that of many others significantly. Xia Zhu's hawk-like, fierce gaze swept across those present, and anyone caught in his stare felt as though they were prey under the watchful eye of a hungry wolf, their skin crawling. With a thud, he released his grip, allowing the lifeless corpse to fall to the ground. Then, with the clanking of armor, Xia Zhu knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and proclaimed, I, Xia Zhu, pay my respects to my emperor. Long live the emperor. His words sent shockwaves through the assembly, for he had performed an ancient rite practiced centuries ago. At that moment, no one at the long table had anticipated Xia Zhu's timely return to the imperial capital, arriving neither a moment too soon nor a moment too late. His arrival was impeccably timed. Li Mao squinted his eyes, observing the kneeling Xia Zhu. Pondering the implications of his recent utterance, a sense of foreboding quietly emerged within him. This feeling intensified, particularly upon seeing the corpse beside Xia Zhu. "Your Majesty, no need for formalities," Emperor Qin began, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, seemingly more pronounced than before. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xia Zhu, refraining from taking a seat. Instead, he pointed to the body at his feet and stated nonchalantly, "Upon my return from the borders of our great Qin, I heard rumors of a treasonous faction in the capital, calling themselves the Heaven and Earth Society, plotting chaos. Thus, I conducted a modest investigation. To my astonishment, I discovered that the Qi people were behind this, with a formidable awakened leader at the helm. As I have earned Your Majesty's trust to guard the borders and protect our great Qin, I could not allow the Qi to sow discord here. Consequently, I took it upon myself to locate this individual on my journey back and eliminated him on the spot. The corpse belonged to none other than Qin Mo, who had escaped from Qin Mo using a sacred relic just yesterday afternoon. Who would have thought he would meet his demise at Xia Zhu's hands? The onlookers cast their eyes downward at Qin Mo's lifeless body, noting the terror frozen on his face, their astonishment palpable. Xia Zhu's prowess could not be underestimated. At that moment, Li Mao's pupils constricted and his countenance darkened as he absorbed Xia Zhu's words. A sense of dread washed over him. If Xia Zhu's assertions held any truth, the majority of the credit for dismantling the Heaven and Earth Society would entirely exclude Qin Mo, instead accruing to Xia Zhu. It was well known that a single high-level individual far surpassed a multitude of lower-tier ones, both in strength and military merit. Should Xia Zhu claim the lion's share of the accolades, Qin Mo would surely find himself at a disadvantage compared to the champion marquis. Yet, those familiar with their own affairs knew the truth. The annihilation of the Heaven and Earth Society had little to do with Xia Zhu. From infiltration to engagement, all accomplishments belonged to Qin Mo. It was Qin Mo who apprehended Number 9, who thwarted the Society's operations on multiple occasions, and, ultimately, it was he who overpowered Qin Mo in the decisive moment. Had Qin Mo not wielded that sacred relic, he would undoubtedly have fallen to Qin Mo's might. This was indisputable. As for Xia Zhu, at best, he could be considered an opportunist. It was unlikely that after Qin Mo activated his escape, he conveniently appeared before Xia Zhu, leading to his fortunate windfall. Yet, now Xia Zhu had the audacity to claim that he had personally hunted down and dispatched the individual. How absurd! Li Mao's expression darkened significantly. He had anticipated various reactions from ancient families, yet he had not foreseen the sudden emergence of Xia Zhu, who sought to usurp the glory. Most troubling of all, he had arrived with Qin Mo's corpse in tow. As anticipated, following Xia Zhu's remarks, the Emperor Qin immediately turned his gaze towards him, inquiring with a benevolent smile. "Lord Li Guogong, according to Minister Xia's words, the demise of the Heavenly Society seems scarcely related to Qin Mo." Without waiting for Li Mo to respond, the Emperor then addressed the assembly, smilingly proclaiming, "Minister Xia has recently slain a high-ranking official of the Qi state at the borders, thereby enhancing the prestige of our great Qin. This achievement has yet to be rewarded, and to my surprise, today he has also eliminated a spy sent by Qi, thus dismantling the Heavenly Society. I believe that with the military merits he has amassed, Minister Xia rightfully deserves the title of first-class champion marquis." Chapter 87. Qin Mo's discontent. Xia Zhu, first-class champion marquis? The assembly exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. Just a minute ago, this candidate had been proposed by Li Mo himself, Qin Mo. To their astonishment, the majority of Qin Mo's merits had now been attributed entirely to Xia Zhu, and the selection for the title had been altered accordingly. Li Mo's eyes flickered, a faint aura of dragon power emanating around him, betraying his discontent. He yearned to contest this decision, to reclaim the honors that rightfully belonged to Qin Mo. Yet the lifeless body of Qin Mo who at the palace entrance rendered him speechless. This was irrefutable evidence. Li Mo understood that even if he spoke up, the outcome would remain unchanged. "You claim that the credit for dismantling the Heavenly Society lies with Qin Mo? Then why is it that Qin Mo who did not perish at Qin Mo's hands? Was it not Xia Zhu who collected the head? Huh? Did you witness it with your own eyes? All I saw was Xia Zhu dragging the corpse into the imperial capital, and he had indeed executed a high-ranking official at the borders, demonstrating his capability. As for Qin Mo, merely an obscure lad, neither belonging to the illustrious 5 great families nor recognized as a rising genius. He had remained inconspicuous, utterly devoid of any presence. In stark contrast, it was clear to all that the deed was attributed to Xia Zhu. This monumental achievement rightfully belongs to him. General Xia shall be conferred the title of Champion Marquis. I have no objections, declared the Liu family of Chongping. I too hold no dissent, echoed others in agreement. The Yin family of Nanfang and the Lin family of the Far East followed suit, leaving only the Chu and Li families of the 5 great families silent. It was evident that they preferred to see Xia Zhu exalted rather than anyone from the Qingyang Li family ascend to such heights. With the backing of 3 of the great families, Xia Zhu's title was all but ensured. The Emperor Qin, with a slightly pale visage, maintained his gentle smile as he turned to Qin Mo and stated, "Merit begets reward. Lord Li Guogong, rest assured that our Qin shall never slight any deserving individual. Qin Mo, from a security bureau, has certainly contributed to the annihilation of the Heavenly Society. Moreover, as he has recently awakened as a new level adept, let him be bestowed the title of second-class Marquis within the borders. The Marquis of the Great Qin is ranked into 20 tiers, with the Marquis of Guanyi positioned second. However, it is entirely inconceivable to compare him to the Champion Marquis. Although the Champion Marquis hold the Marquisate, he enjoys the esteemed status of a duke, placing him in an extraordinarily exalted position. In contrast, the Marquis of Guanyi is but a figurehead devoid of any real power. The disparity between the two is akin to that between a level awakener and a lower tier, with an immense chasm separating them. Li Mao squinted his eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. The grand hall fell into silence, with all eyes fixed upon him, awaiting his decision. After a prolonged pause, Li Mao finally spoke. In that case, I shall express my gratitude to His Majesty on behalf of Qin Mo. Ultimately, he chose to acquiesce. It was a reluctant decision born of necessity. Li Mao did not wish for this outcome, yet found himself compelled to accept it. Once their titles were confirmed, the session of awarding merits came to a conclusion. Subsequently, Xia Zhu took a seat and joined the discussions at the long table, where matters concerning the border were deliberated. Naturally, upon the conclusion of these discussions, a more grandiose title conferral ceremony would follow, heralding to the world the honor and status of the new Champion Marquis. Thus, the deliberations continued for approximately an hour. When Li Mao exited the Grand Hall, there remained a quarter of an hour until 10 o'clock. A sleek black car glided to a stop before him, the door opening to reveal the back seat, into which Li Mao gracefully settled. Upon entering, he leaned back against the seat, exhaling deeply. His eyes closed as he gently massaged his brow. The driver was the old steward of Li Manor, who had accompanied Li Mao for many years and understood him profoundly. From these subtle gestures, it was evident that today's discussions had not unfolded smoothly. "Commence the Elder Council," Li Mao said softly. "Understood, my lord," the steward replied, one hand on the steering wheel while the other reached for the phone, dialing a special number. When the dial tone resonated, he passed the mobile device to the back seat. Li Mao took the phone, placing it to his ear, still with his eyes closed, and spoke. "The title of Champion Marquis has been conferred. It is Xia Zhu of the Gao Lingxia clan." Meanwhile, at the Li Manor, Qin Mo reclined upon a sprawling lawn, leisurely basking in the sun's energy. "Ah, the life of the affluent is truly delightful," he murmured, reflecting on his circumstances. Last night, he had been invited to stay by Li Mao, and this morning he had enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast served by the attendants, followed by a pleasant chat with Li Yuan and the Duchess. Subsequently, Li Yuan departed for the Security Bureau to continue addressing matters concerning the Heavenly Society, while Qin Mo ventured outside to soak up the sun. The accumulation of solar energy must not cease. In truth, he should have accompanied Li Yuan to the Security Bureau. However, as the status of the Champion Marquis had yet to be finalized and specific positional adjustments were still pending, Qin Mo temporarily remained within the manor. It must be said, the manor is superbly situated, perched in a high locale, basking in abundant sunlight, ensuring a generous harvest of solar energy. A gentle smile gradually graced the corners of Qin Mo's lips. "Young Master Qin, the master has returned and requests your presence in the study." A maid whispered softly as she approached him. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, stood up, and replied with a smile, "All right." 2 minutes later, Qin Mo found himself in the study, casually seated opposite Li Mao. Noticing the somewhat grave expression on Li Mao's face, Qin Mo inquired, What troubles you? Has today's meeting not gone well? At this, Li Mao opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. He recalled how he had confidently assured Qin Mo just the night before that he would persuade the emperor to bestow upon him the title of champion marquis, only for unexpected developments to arise today. With a heavy sigh, Li Mao slowly articulated, Xia Zhu has returned from the borders and coincidentally appeared at the meeting earlier. Moreover, he brought with him the body of Shi Minhu. Xietsu, the body of Shi Minhu? Qin Mo furrowed his brow. He was no stranger to Xia Zhu, as he frequently encountered the name while perusing border information every evening. A renowned war god in the Great Qin. Just days prior, he had slain a high-ranking official from the Qi state, elevating his reputation immensely. Who could be unaware of that? However, why was Xia Zhu entangled with Shi Minhu? Li Mao discerned his confusion and shook his head, slowly explaining. The reason for Shi Minhu's demise at his hands is still unclear to me. But this means that the merit which rightfully belonged to you has now fallen into his grasp. Upon uttering these words, Li Mao succinctly recounted the morning South discussions in the court. Qin Mo listened quietly, his brow furrowing deeper. The gist of the matter was that, due to the absence of this significant achievement, he could only settle for the title of Marquis of Guanyi. Understood, Qin Mo nodded, his brow relaxing, and his expression returning to its usual demeanor, seemingly undisturbed. Yet beneath this calm facade, his heart was anything but tranquil. Whether it was the Marquis of Guanyi or the champion Marquis, to him, they held no distinction. He cared little for such accolades. Qin Mo's thoughts had always been simple. He had never placed great importance on fame or fortune. He was a man without grand ambitions, content with living the life he desired. Transitioning from a mere member of the Security Bureau to a Marquis, admired and esteemed by all, was merely a shift to a more comfortable existence for him. While the title of Marquis of Guanyi could not compare to that of Champion Marquis, it was still quite satisfactory for Qin Mo in his current circumstances. However, the title of Champion Marquis rightfully belonged to him. He had discovered the number 9, eliminated numbers 2 and 3, and had decisively defeated Shi Minhu. Li Mao was saved by him. In sum, this merit was inherently his. If it was indeed his, why should Xia Zhu be allowed to claim it without contest? Contentment does not imply a passive acceptance of all circumstances, nor does it bear any relation to simply going with the flow. Otherwise, why would Qin Mo pursue any form of strength? To await danger and succumb to fate would be foolish. What rightfully belongs to him should indeed be his, even if such possessions hold little significance for him, even if the title of champion is not of paramount importance to him. Qin Mo has always embodied this disposition. The remnants of his sacred spirits he has extracted speak volumes. With Qin Mo's prowess, does he truly require such artifacts? The knuckle duster lying in his drawer and the ribbons draped on his coat rack serve no purpose for him. Yet he brought them home, leaving nothing for the Security Bureau. Why? Because these are Qin Mo's trophies, items that inherently belong to him. The same applies to the champion title. With this thought, Qin Mo gradually narrowed his eyes, feeling quite displeased. Chapter 88. The strength of Xia Zhu. What level of power does Xia Zhu possess? Qin Mo squinted and inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Mao's gaze sharpened, his expression grave as he looked at him, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "Just asking, what can I do?" Qin Mo replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Huh. Do not know what thoughts occupy your mind?" Li Mao snorted coldly, and then warned, "Let me tell you, do not act recklessly. Xia Zhu is no ordinary individual. His strength is exceptionally formidable." He emphasized the last 3 words with particular weight. Li Mao continued, "The true extent of Xia Zhu's power is unknown even to the Elder Council. The only certainty is that he is at least a 9th-tier practitioner." Wow! Qin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, 9th tier? Does that not mean he is but a step away from ascending to the king level? Precisely. Li Mao nodded slowly, his tone serious. Recently, when conflicts erupted at the border, the commanding generals on both sides took to the field. The one from Qi was an 8th-tier awakened individual, yet he perished at the hands of Xia Zhu. At this point, Li Mao paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, the battle concluded swiftly, with Xia Zhu dominating from the outset, indicating that his strength is undoubtedly above the 8th tier. As for the specifics of his prowess, whether he has brushed against the threshold of the king level, or how far he is from promotion, that remains uncertain. Qin Mo furrowed his brow. He had never anticipated Xia Zhu to be this formidable. The ninth tier delineated a significant challenge for advancement, representing a minor bottleneck, and the disparity between levels is substantial. A ninth-tier practitioner can effortlessly obliterate a first-tier counterpart without breaking a sweat. This implies that Xia Zhu could instantly defeat Li Mao. However, upon reflection, this does not seem entirely astonishing. From the ice spear derived from that 8th-tier awakener, it is evident that a single spear could effortlessly penetrate his dragon domain and pierce through his demigod form. Naturally, Suazu, the slayer of the spear's master, will be even more formidable. Suazu is indeed an individual of exceptional talent. Although he pales in comparison to you, he has already surpassed many of the first-tier cultivators. And bear in mind, he is merely 40 years old this year. Li Mao spoke slowly, his expression filled with nostalgia. To recount, I belong to the same era as him. Suazu stands as the most dazzling genius of that time, akin to an imposing mountain that stifles the breath of others. Even the scions of millennia-old families cannot compete for glory against him. It is precisely due to Suazu's existence that the Gaoling Xia clan has developed to its current stature in such a brief span. As his words settled, Li Mao could not help but glance at Qin Mo. Every era gives rise to a genius. The previous one was Suazu, and this generation undoubtedly belongs to Qin Mo. If Suazu is an insurmountable mountain that others may still gaze upon, then Qin Mo is a sun suspended in the sky, one that cannot be directly looked at. It is lamentable that talents like Chu Tianjiao, Li Fengzi, and others share the same era as Qin Mo himself, however, felt little of this. His gaze flickered, deep in contemplation, and he inquired, what is the overall strength of the Gao Lingxia clan? Aside from the 5 great millennia families, Gao Lingxia is the most powerful clan, far exceeding other first-tier families, Li Mao replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo continued, how many tiered awakener do they possess? At the very least, there are over 30. So many? It seems the number of tiered awakeners is far greater than I had anticipated, Qin Mo murmured. Li Mao smiled gently, explaining, this is only natural. Tiered awakeners may be rare, but with a population base of billions, the numbers speak for themselves. The announced figures from the Qin and Qi nations do not exceed 100 tiered awakeners. Yet Li Mao now claims that the Gao Lingxia clan alone boasts over 30. Clearly, what the general populace is aware of is merely the tip of the iceberg. A mere fraction. Having once been among the ordinary masses, Qin Mo now finds himself in a different position, one that grants him access to these higher-level secrets and unveils more hidden aspects of the world. The elevation of his status is self-evident. However, the strength of the Gao Lingxia clan and Suazu far exceeds his expectations, rendering them a colossal presence in Qin Mo's current reality. His own strength is still merely at the initial tier, far from being able to contend with Suazu. Strength is the essence of all things. Power, wealth, and status must all be acquired through formidable prowess. Presently, Qin Mo is not yet sufficiently strong. He must bide his time, accumulating more energy points to enhance his attributes comprehensively. Xia Zhu, from the Gao Ling Xia family, Qin Mo softly murmured, suppressing the thoughts that had just surged within him, choosing to set them aside for the moment, to revisit them in the near future. This interval would surely be brief. Qin Mo's rate of growth has always been rapid. Observing his demeanor, Li Mao gradually nodded, a look of admiration gracing his features. Qin Mo exhibited neither impulsiveness nor impatience, a demeanor that is seldom seen in young men of his age. At times, Li Mao would be struck by the illusion that the Qin Mo seated across from him was not merely 23 years old, but rather a seasoned veteran of life's tribulations. The specific decree of the Marquis would take some time to be conferred, given your current status. It is evidently inappropriate for you to remain in the 7th group of the Security Bureau. Li Mao spoke slowly. In my opinion, I wish to promote you directly to the position of Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. Furthermore, I am prepared to entrust you with the follow-up investigations concerning the Heavenly Society. How do you feel about that? If it were anyone else, Li Mao would not have sought their opinion, but Qin Mo was different. He fully respected Qin Mo's choices. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo contemplated internally for a moment before replying. Remaining in the Security Bureau is acceptable, but I would prefer to steer clear of the matters regarding the Heavenly Society. I have no desire to engage with such affairs. Rest assured, you need not concern yourself with the details. Others will handle it. and you shall merely hold a nominal title. Li Yi, Chongqing, and Xiao Yuan will be assigned to you. They will manage the specifics. Should you require additional personnel, feel free to select from the Security Bureau as you wish. Chongqing, Qin Mo keenly caught this unfamiliar name. He had met Li Yi and Li Yuan. But who was this Chongqing? Li Mao discerned the confusion in his eyes, and with a slight smile, gently clapped his hands, saying, Chongqing, come in. Subsequently, a refined middle-aged man entered the study, walking with measured steps. Chongqing has met the family head and young Master Qin, Li Chongqing said with a slight bow. Qin Mo appraised him from head to toe, his pupils silently activating thermal imaging, releasing a mental perception. Li Chongqing's physique was peculiar. He differed from other awakened individuals, with his arms, legs, and torso appearing entirely normal. However, under the thermal imaging, his brain displayed an extraordinarily profound color. The metamorphic and elemental systems could not exhibit such a phenomenon, leaving only one possibility. A mental system awakened? Qin Mo turned to Li Mao, inquiring with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing raised an eyebrow, his thoughts stirring. He had only just met Qin Mo for less than half a minute. Yet he was astonished that his secrets could be so effortlessly discerned. This individual was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he was held in such high regard by the family head. Li Shengqing Musa Internadi. Li Mao nodded in affirmation, responding, Indeed, Chongqing is a formidable mental system awakened, having recently entered the imperial capital from Qingyang County. He will remain in the capital for an extended period, primarily tasked with the ongoing investigation concerning the Heaven and Earth Society. Those awakened with spiritual abilities possess the capacity to enter others' dreams, conjure nightmares, extract memories, and wield a plethora of other extraordinary powers. Assigning Li Chongqing to investigate such matters is, without a doubt, a judicious allocation of resources. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, my brother. Qin Mo nodded, tacitly accepting this duty. At that very moment, as Li Mao and Qin Mo conversed in the study, Xia Zhu had just exited the royal restricted area and was driving towards the Shangyun district. The residence of the Gao Ling Xia family is situated in this very district, and that house is soon to transform into the Marquis of Champion's estate. Before long, the vehicle halted at the entrance. Clad in iron armor, Xia Zhu stepped out, his expression impassive as he strode purposefully into the Xia family manor. Within the grounds, a stout, portly man approached him, and before drawing near, he called out loudly, Congratulations, General, on being bestowed the title of Marquis of Champions. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhu's countenance remained unchanged, devoid of joy or sorrow, and he continued forward without pause. Observing this, Xia Xian did not take offense and promptly followed alongside him, his gaze lowered. The two entered the ancient castle, and a faint, warm yellow glow suddenly illuminated their surroundings. As the light flickered, the armor adorning Xia Zhu vanished, transforming into an ancient necklace that gracefully settled around his neck. The necklace bore 13 sharp wolf fangs, clearly a potent relic of the sacred spirit, though its exact tier of awakening remained unknown. Once divested of his armor, Xia Zhu sank into a sofa, his eyelids drooping as he gently massaged his brow. What is the outcome of Qin Mo's investigation? Reporting to the general. All that can be uncovered is contained herein, Xia Xian promptly replied, respectfully presenting a document. He serves as the principal representative of the Gao Ling Xia family in the capital, overseeing all affairs pertaining to the family. Moreover, Xia Xian himself is an exceptionally formidable tiered awakener. Xia Zhu accepted the document, raising his eyes and casually perusing its contents. The sheet was densely packed with information regarding Qin Mo, his age, birthplace, educational background, and the time he entered the Security Bureau, among other details. It even included information about his late father, Qin Hao, and his mother. For the Gao Ling Xia family, acquiring such information is relatively effortless. After a quick scan, Xia Zhu squinted slightly, discerning key details as he murmured, 23 years of age, tiered strength, and a significant connection with the Qingyangli family. This Qin Mo is indeed quite fortunate. Indeed, General, what you say is true. Qin Mo's luck is remarkably abundant. Though it is unfortunate that he is a young man lacking contentment, Xia Xian remarked with a smile. His reference to lack of contentment pertained, of course, to Qin Mo's ambition to be conferred the title of Marquis of Champions. A previously obscure young man, possessing remarkable strength, is already fortunate in his own right. Yet he dares to covet aspirations beyond his station. The title of Champion Marquis. Does Qin Mo truly deserve such a distinction? Summer Zhu shook his head, casually discarding the document, no longer preoccupied with Qin Mo, sharing sentiments with Xia Xian. Thus, he paid no heed to the act of usurping Qin Mo's rightful accolades, perceiving it as a matter of course. How are preparations in jailing coming along? He inquired, turning his head. They're nearly complete, came the reply. Indeed, readiness must be thorough. We have waited for so many years, there is no rush at this moment. As Summer Zhu spoke, he rose and strolled to the window, clasping his hands behind his back. He lifted his gaze to the pristine azure sky of the imperial capital, admiring the resplendent sun, and a faint smile graced his lips. He murmured softly, "Now that I have been conferred the title of Champion Marquis, it is time for the Xia clan of Jailing to advance further. Above the Champion Marquis is the Duke of the Great Qin, and above the Xia clan of Jailing lie the 5 ancient noble families, steeped in millennia of heritage. The amalgamation of these two entities renders Summer Zhu's ambitions unmistakably clear. He intends to elevate the Xia clan of Jailing to the status of a premier family within the Great Qin, to be bestowed the title of Duke of Xia. For a millennium, the title of Duke has been firmly held by the 5 great families, unless one belongs to these esteemed lineages. No outsider could ever hope to attain such a rank. Yet, Summer Zhu is determined to defy this notion. Chapter 89. Other spirit awakening practitioners at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the security bureau, 9th floor, Qin Mo sat in an expansive office. Gentle sunlight streaming through the glass window, illuminating him. This place, in fact, was the director's office. However, since Li Mao seldom frequented the security bureau, it had become a temporary sanctuary for Qin Mo, who could occupy it without the need to designate a separate office for the deputy director. The layout of this room could use a change, perhaps removing this wall to install a grand floor-to-ceiling window, Qin Mo mused, reclining in his chair with his hands behind his head. Now a deputy director, he had ascended to the esteemed position of second-in-command within the security bureau, wielding considerable power. Altering a window was trivial for him. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed. Come in, Qin Mo replied indifferently. The office door opened a crack, and Su incautiously peered in. What are you staring at, Sister Su? Just come in, Qin Mo chuckled. Upon hearing Qin Mo's voice and realizing it was truly him, Su felt emboldened to step inside. Am I dreaming? She marveled, surveying the office that far surpassed the one in Team 7, her eyes wide with astonishment. It seems you might be dreaming. Generally speaking, according to the narrative progression, Sister Su bursts into my office unexpectedly, and thereafter, I can do as I please. Forget it. Su shot him a glance, then briskly approached Qin Mo in her black leather shoes, exclaiming, I never expected that after a single night. Our handsome lad has ascended to the position of director. Deputy, Qin Mo corrected with a smile. A deputy director is still a director, it's all the same. Su plopped down beside him, her voice bright and lively. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that Sister Su is now the personal secretary to the director? Qin Montauk teased it. Upon hearing this, Su Yin's eyes sparkled with joy, her chin instinctively lifting slightly, revealing her fair neck. Absolutely. Su Yin was no longer a member of the 7th group in the security department. She had been brought over by Qin Mo to serve as a secretary. Among the entire security bureau, her relationship with Qin Mo was the closest, and she had previously provided him with considerable care and concern. Now that Qin Mo had found success, it was only natural that he would not forget Su Yin. This is what they call one person's rise leading to the elevation of all around them. Well then, Director Qin, I wonder what you need me to do? Su Yin quickly immersed herself in her role. Well, Sister Su, you'll naturally need to help me replace this wall, Qin Mo replied. Su Yin. He then shared his thoughts with her. After listening, Su Yin was taken aback and asked, but this is the sun-facing side, and it's on the top floor. If you make such changes, the lighting will significantly improve. The sunlight will pour indirectly. That has exactly the effect I desire. A little sun exposure each day can invigorate one's spirit. Would you like to join me then? Qin Montauk smiled. Don't even think about it. With the current weather in the capital, I fear my makeup might just melt away. Su Yin shook her head, then inquired, Are you certain about this? Absolutely. Very well then, since the esteemed director has spoken, I shall take care of it. With that, Su Yin gracefully left the office. Watching her retreating figure, The smile on Qin Mo's face grew even more pronounced. Just as Su Yin had departed, a sudden, urgent ringtone pierced the silence. Qin Mo pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen, realizing it was a call from Li Mao. Without hesitation, he answered, placing the phone to his ear. "Hello. Brother, what's the matter?" Slowly, Li Mao's voice came through. "What is he doing at the security bureau?" Qin Mo asked in surprise. Nodding, he then replied, "All right, I understand." Shortly thereafter, he hung up the phone, his brow furrowed in confusion. Li Mao had informed him that Chu Tianjiao was about to join the security bureau and would be assigned under Qin Mo's leadership, working alongside him. This was indeed quite peculiar. It is essential to understand that the security bureau is essentially the private garden of the Li family in Qingyang. Thus, it is inconceivable for core descendants of other clans to gain entry. Moreover, the identity of Chu Tianjiao is not to be taken lightly. His father is the current head of the Chu family in the north. However, Li Mao mentioned over the phone that this was the will of Duke Chu, who specifically communicated with Li Mao regarding this matter. During this morning's court discussion, Duke Chu also endorsed my proposal to bestow the title of Champion Marquis upon me. Could this be an investment on his part? Qin Montauk pondered silently. Although he currently possesses formidable strength, when compared to the ancient aristocratic families, it is still quite insignificant. If this is indeed an investment, it must be in Qin Mo's potential, a gamble on his future. After much contemplation, Qin Mo could only arrive at this conclusion. Approximately 3 hours later, Chu Tianjiao strode into the security bureau and ascended to the 9th floor via the elevator. Upon knocking on the office door, he found Li Yuan, Li Changqing, and Li Yi already present, engaged in a report to Qin Mo regarding the ongoing investigation into the Heavenly Society. As Chu Tianjiao entered, their conversation abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned toward him. "Allow me to introduce, this is Chu Tianjiao. I believe he is not a stranger to any of you, as he will soon be our colleague," Qin Mo stated as he rose. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others reflected a mixture of surprise and intrigue. The presence of Chu Tianjiao at the security bureau was indeed unexpected. Both parties hailed from ancient aristocratic families, and they were somewhat acquainted with each other, especially since Chu Tianjiao had spent several years on the border, establishing a formidable reputation. "Greetings, esteemed colleagues," Chu Tianjiao remarked nonchalantly, raising his thick eyebrows. "Please, make yourself comfortable." "Tianjiao, let us continue our discussion." Qin Mo gestured, exuding a sense of ease. With this, the group refocused their attention, and Li Changqing resumed. "The issues before us can be summarized into 2 primary concerns. First, how did Shimen Hu, as a tiered awakened one, silently cross the borders of 2 nations and infiltrate the heart of Daqin? Second, during the autopsy of the 2nd and 3rd members of the Heavenly Society, I discovered residual mental seed imprints within their cerebral domains." At this point, Li Changqing's expression grew more solemn as he continued. "This imprint is markedly different from those found in the other internal traitor cerebral domains. The former is 100-fold more potent. This could not have been implanted by number 9. Even if I were to intervene, it would be impossible to create such a formidable mental imprint. Are you suggesting that there are even more powerful mental type awakened ones within the Heavenly Society?" Qin Mo inquired, his brow furrowing. "This possibility is indeed quite significant." Li Changqing affirmed with a nod. "Are there any subsequent investigative leads?" Qin Mo asked. "Not at the moment. However, we have captured several living subjects at the Lianhua pharmaceutical factory, and I can meticulously probe their memories to uncover any potential clues." "Very well. I shall entrust this matter to you." "Thank you for your efforts," Qin Mo replied, assuming the role of a delegator. Subsequently, several individuals departed from the office, swiftly initiating their investigation. Chu Tianjiao accompanied them, choosing not to engage in idle conversation with Qin Mo at this moment, for there would be ample time in the future. Having navigated the borders for many years, he understood well that the foremost task at hand was to integrate himself into the group. Thus, only Qin Mo remained in the office. He leaned against the window, basking in the sunlight, his eyes partially closed. The matters concerning the Heavenly Society were in the capable hands of Li Changqing and his associates, and Qin Mo felt no concern. His mind was primarily occupied with another perplexing issue. How had Qimena met his demise at the hands of Xiaozu? Could it truly be mere coincidence? It was hard to believe that he had utilized the sacred relic of the winged bird, vanishing from under Qin Mo's gaze only to reappear before Xiaozu. Such a coincidence seemed implausible to Qin Mo. He could not accept that the world operated in such a theatrical manner. There must be a deeper reason behind it all. Yet at the time, his strength was insufficient, his auditory range limited, his speed inadequate, and he was unable to fly. If only his hearing could envelop the entire world, Shiminhu would have nowhere to escape. Of course, at that point, Xiaozu would also be ensnared. As these thoughts coursed through him, a warm current suddenly surged within his body. Qin Mo's expression brightened as he temporarily set aside his chaotic thoughts, focusing his gaze ahead to open the Qin awakening panel. Energy points, 26, freely distributable. The accumulated energy points for today exceeded his expectations, amounting to a remarkable 26 points. He decided to allocate 3 points to each of the 8 attributes, reserving the last 2 points for speed and defense. The warm current swiftly spread throughout his entire being, providing comprehensive enhancement without any blind spots. Speed, 96, awakening skill, 20-fold sonic speed. Chapter 90, Camellia Tavern. 20-fold sonic speed equates to 6,800. This means that Qin Mo's base speed now reaches such extraordinary levels, allowing him to cover nearly 7 kilometers in a single second. Yet, this does not represent his ultimate speed. With the augmentation of the biological force field, his previous maximum speed had already achieved 15-fold sonic speed. Now, with his base speed doubled, his ultimate speed would only increase further. Enhanced speed signifies swifter reactions, proving beneficial not only in pursuits and escapes, but also in combat. For instance, if an opponent throws a single punch and you counter with 10, the disparity in strength becomes glaringly apparent. His previous triumph over Shiminhu was largely attributed to his speed. Soon, the warm current gradually dissipated, and Qin Mo exited the office, taking the elevator down to the 9th floor. He currently resided in a house on Guanghong Street in Baiyun District, a legacy left to him by Qin Hao. Unless absolutely necessary, Qin Mo had no desire to change residences. As he exited the Security Bureau building, many colleagues paused to greet him, their expressions tinged with a subtle excitement. After all, he was a living awakened being, a rare sight indeed, and it was only natural that they wished to behold him. Li Mao, elusive as a dragon, seldom graced the Security Bureau with his presence, making Vice Director Qin Mo a figure of considerable prestige. Li Changfeng and his companions observed Qin Mo's receding silhouette, their mouths agape, as if they wished to speak, yet ultimately fell silent, refraining from approaching him, feeling a profound bitterness in their hearts. In just a day's absence, their statuses had diverged dramatically. They were no longer of the same world. Indeed, they now found themselves unable to even aspire to Su Yin's level. Had they known it would come to this, Li Changfeng sighed, filled with regret. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Mo was oblivious to their thoughts, for such matters bore no significance to him. Upon leaving the Security Bureau, he unleashed his maximum speed, racing homeward with fervor. Earlier that morning, Li Mao had offered him a luxury sports car, which Qin Mo had graciously declined. To him, a car was merely a means of transportation, rather ineffective. Not only was it too slow, but driving also hindered his ability to absorb solar energy and accumulate light points. Thus, after a mere 12 seconds, a gust of wind heralded his sudden appearance at his doorstep. The abrupt transition from high-speed motion to stillness placed a considerable strain on his body. However, Qin Mo's current defensive capabilities had reached an impressive 95 points, rendering his bones, organs, and muscles exceedingly robust. He retrieved his keys from his pocket, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. 12 seconds, just over 10 kilometers by calculation, his current maximum speed was approximately 8,500, equating to 25 times the speed of sound. It was a simple arithmetic exercise, he mused to himself, before entering the kitchen to prepare rice for dinner. Given his present status, he need not engage in such mundane tasks. Yet, Qin Mo remained enthusiastic about cooking, finding it a delightful pastime. While he occasionally dined out, he preferred to cook for himself most of the time, as there seemed little else for him to occupy his time. This, he thought, constituted a leisurely and contented life. After finishing his meal, he took a refreshing cold shower, then settled onto the sofa to browse through information regarding the border. The new commanding general had arrived at the border yesterday, set to replace Xiaozu and continue the long-standing standoff with the Qi nation. Lin Shu. He seemed to belong to the Lin family of the Far East. It was uncertain what level of power this individual possessed. The border lay far from the imperial capital, several thousand kilometers away, a place Qin Mo had yet to visit in his more than 20 years of life, having only glimpsed it through television and news reports. According to Li Mao's plans, the original intention was to wait until Qin Mo was conferred the title of Champion Marquis before embarking on a few years of training at the borders, after which he would return to become a duke. Unfortunately, the title of Champion Marquis has now fallen into the hands of Xia Zhu, and thus the original plan has been discarded. Of course, even if Qin Mo were to become the Champion Marquis, he would not consider going to the borders. It is rather absurd. Can the life at the borders compare to the comforts of the imperial capital? That was a path laid out for him by the Qingyongli clan, not the life he desired for himself. Who would willingly engage in constant conflict if it were not absolutely necessary? Surely, the sun at the borders does not shine any brighter than that in the imperial capital. Clearly it does not. The imperial capital is situated in the south, while the Qi kingdom lies to the north, where temperatures at the borders tend to be cooler. With these thoughts, Qin Mo shook his head, turned off the border news, and shifted his attention to other pursuits. It was not until after 10 at night that he finally went to bed, and thus the night passed without incident. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Mo rose at the usual hour of 6, welcoming the first rays of morning sunlight before heading out for a run to the security bureau. Whether he became a marquis or an assistant director mattered little to him. His routine life was not to be altered by such titles. Upon entering the 9th floor office precisely on schedule, he found that the renovation of the floor-to-ceiling windows was nearing completion, completed at an astonishing speed. This was a rushed job from the previous night. The Security Bureau, a colossal entity that must not be trifled with by the ordinary public, could not afford any negligence or delays. The entire wall had been demolished and replaced with tempered glass, allowing the brilliant sunlight to pour in unobstructed, illuminating the room brilliantly. Witnessing this, a subtle smile crept across Qin Mo's lips. He then approached his desk, effortlessly lifting it and repositioning it in front of the glass window. After adjusting the interior layout to his satisfaction, he leisurely settled into his chair, resting his hands behind his head and leaning back in a posture of utmost comfort. Qin Mo squinted his eyes, his smile growing even more pronounced. The next order of business was the monotonous and tedious life of idling away time. However, he now felt increasingly free to indulge his whims. Meanwhile, on the basement level of the Security Bureau, Li Changqing and his team were conducting an interrogation. Although there were only 5 detention rooms, they housed over 20 high-level awakeners. The number of those at lower levels was far too great to be accommodated here. With so many high-level individuals gathered, any uprising could inflict significant damage on the Security Bureau. Yet, Li Yi and his companions seemed unperturbed. He sat side by side with Li Yuan and Chu Tianjiao, their gazes fixed intently on Li Changqing in the adjacent room. Li Changqing, eyes closed, extended his right hand. Fingers splayed, resting on the head of a high-level awakener, as faint waves of psychic energy permeated the space around them. He was delving into the memories of this individual, hoping to unearth some clandestine information. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the awakened being from the Heaven and Earth Society was adorned with a pair of silver handcuffs, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. The material of these handcuffs was far from ordinary. They were crafted from a rare and peculiar crystal mineral. Their sole purpose was to suppress the power of genes, rendering the awakened into a transient state of weakness. Only upon the removal of these handcuffs could one regain their full strength. This was the source of confidence for Li Yi and his companions, who harbored no apprehensions about the devious intentions of the rebellious members of the Heaven and Earth Society. Soon, after approximately 10 minutes, Li Changqing released his grip, a trace of fatigue evident in his demeanor as the awakened being collapsed onto the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. "What did you find?" Li Yuan inquired, approaching him. In response, Li Changqing slowly shook his head and replied, "Still nothing." "How many is this now?" "The 16th. Then there aren't many left." "Bring another one over," Li Changqing instructed. "Do you want to take a break?" Li Mei asked, furrowing her brow. "Thank you for your concern, miss, but I shall not rest. We must press on and complete the investigation swiftly to bring this to a close." Li Changqing smiled. Seeing his determination, Li Yuan refrained from further comments, nodding slowly before moving to the other side to retrieve another awakened individual. Once again, Li Changqing closed his eyes and raised his arm, continuing to extract the memories of 3 more individuals. Suddenly, A frown creased his brow as he abruptly opened his eyes and spoke in a grave tone. The Camellia Tavern. He announced the location, and Li Yuan and the others immediately adopted a serious demeanor, rising to his side. What have you discovered? Chu Tianjiao asked directly, reassured by the advanced soundproofing of the walls, ensuring their discussions would go unheard by the Heaven and Earth Society members. Moreover, even if they were to overhear, they would be powerless to act. In the memories of this individual, I found that he received an order from number 6 a month ago to visit the Camellia Tavern. However, his rank is not high, and upon his arrival, he was tasked with keeping watch on the periphery, unaware of the specific details. Li Changqing paused momentarily before continuing. However, he was accompanied by 3 others, which may serve as a crucial lead. Which 3? Li Yuan inquired. In response, Li Changqing slowly recited the names of the 3 individuals. Li promptly brought over a laptop from the table and compiled the list of prisoners. After a meticulous comparison, he looked up and announced, I found only one. The other 2 were likely killed on the spot. Let's bring that one here first, Li Yuan said. As soon as the words left her lips, Chu Tianjiao hastily proceeded to the adjacent detention room and soon located the individual. She was a woman of striking physique and beauty. However, her once lovely face was now marred by congealed blood and dirt, rendering her previous allure unrecognizable. Li Shangqing, disregarding the morbid fascination, swiftly commenced the process of memory retrieval on her. A quarter of an hour later, he opened his eyes and spoke. After she and 2 others entered the Camellia Tavern, they acted separately, and she was unaware of the specific tasks. She merely caught a glimpse of the executor at the bar, ordering a bloody spade 3 from the bartender, consuming it, and departing, thus completing the mission. A bloody spade 3, Li Yuan murmured, her brow furrowing. At first glance, it seemed inconspicuous. However, at this moment, Li Yi suddenly inhaled sharply, gravely stating, the spade 3 is a unique holy relic. Upon hearing this, the other 3 turned to him in unison. I encountered it just a few days ago. Subsequently, Li Yi recounted the circumstances surrounding the demise of number 9. After listening, Li Changqing was the first to speak. It appears that the bloody spade 3 is some sort of signal. That pen was likely delivered to the Tiandi Society through the Camellia Tavern by the puppeteer. His mind was remarkably agile, responding swiftly. Listening to his conjecture, Li Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. Now that we have found a clue, we should pay a visit to the Camellia Tavern, Li Yuan stated solemnly. Should we report this to Director Qin? Li inquired. I will handle it, Li Yuan replied, turning to leave the room and pressing the elevator button. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at the 9th floor office and relayed the freshly uncovered information to Qin Mo. Qin Mo's brow gradually furrowed, as he realized how the director of the intelligence department had eliminated Chun lingering right under the nose of a level 1. So, you mean he still habitually refers to Li Yuan as the team leader? We plan to check it out tonight and see if we can uncover more clues. Li Yuan stated, that sounds reasonable. Just be sure to prioritize safety. Most of the Tiandi Society's forces have been eradicated, and the remaining members will undoubtedly be on high alert. Under no circumstances should you act impulsively without absolute certainty, Qin Mo cautioned. Li Yuan nodded, and after a brief exchange, she hurriedly departed. Due to Qin Mo, she had now separated from Group 7 of the Security Department. Yet her relationship with the Qingyongli clan remained as strained as ever. Determined to achieve her own success, she was particularly invested in the matters concerning the Tiandi Society. Moreover, several colleagues of hers had perished at their hands. She vowed to eradicate this organization completely. After Li Yuan's departure, Qin Mo fell into deep contemplation. The Tiandi Society, on the surface, appeared to be a scheme orchestrated by the Qi people, yet was undoubtedly fraught with suspicion. Their emergence was shrouded in mystery, with numerous infiltrators placed within, alongside hundreds of awakened individuals, many of whom were high-ranking. Such formidable power cannot simply emerge from the crevices of stone. It must surely be the result of extensive cultivation. If the Qi clan has infiltrated so deeply and discreetly, then the Qin dynasty would have perished long ago. The notion that the 5 great families could endure for a millennium is sheer absurdity. I hope Li Yuan and his companions at the Camellia Tavern can uncover more clues. Qin Montak mom ulet softly. At that moment, a familiar warmth coursed through his body once again. Qin Mo felt invigorated, casting aside his earlier thoughts. He opened the Gene Awakening panel. Energy points, 24, freely distributable. Oh, How fortuitous. Exactly 24 points. Qin Mo was mildly surprised, and with a flicker of thought, he evenly distributed the energy points accumulated today, allocating 3 points to each attribute. Thus, his current attributes stood as follows: Vision, 104 Hearing, 97 Intelligence, 97 Breath, 97 Strength, 101 Speed, 99 Recovery, 97 Defense, 98 overall. The balance appeared quite satisfactory. Only Vision and Strength had surpassed the 100 mark, while the remaining 6 attributes were closely aligned. However, this was his primary means of combat, and a slight enhancement was well within acceptable limits. At the current pace, if he waited another day, all attributes would exceed 100, leading to further reinforcement of the biological field. The warmth soon permeated Qin Mo's entire being, rendering his mind sharper and his spiritual perception extended further. His strength and speed were passively amplified. This time, he keenly noticed that the temperature around his eyes was higher than in other areas. Soon, a piece of information abruptly invaded his mind. Vision, 104, Skill, Thermal Vision Enhancement. Chapter 91, Flight. The temperature gradually increased, enveloping Qin Mo's eyeballs, soon reaching over 100 degrees Celsius. However, he felt no discomfort, much like soaking in a hot spring. 2 tiny red dots appeared deep within his pupils. When the warmth subsided, the red dots vanished, and Qin Mo's eyes returned to their original state. Now, with thermal vision enhanced, the high-temperature rays he emitted would further intensify, elevating his thermal vision to a new echelon. During his previous battle with Shi Minhu, the high-temperature rays failed to breach his demigod physique. It remained to be seen how much more formidable they would become after this enhancement. Qin Mo murmured softly, a smile gradually curling at the corners of his lips. The demigod physique is a hallmark ability of awakened beings, possessing extraordinarily robust defensive capabilities. It bears some resemblance to Qin Mo's steel physique, yet there are evident differences, particularly in terms of defensive strength. The former is vastly superior to the latter. Regrettably, there is nothing available to test this newfound power, unless a high-level awakened being were to appear. Qin Mo shook his head with a sense of regret. By the time his strength could rival that of an advanced awakener, he could no longer casually test the limits of buildings. Whether it was superhuman strength or high-temperature rays, the destructive power was indeed far too overwhelming. With this thought in mind, Qin Mo shook his head and prepared to end his workday. He had arranged to dine with Su Yin that evening, and they intended to indulge in seafood cuisine, with Qin Mo graciously treating a plan made days prior. The upscale dining establishments in Lingyun district boasted prices that were hardly modest. The minimum expenditure for each patron was invariably in the 4-digit range. For the average individual, such an expense was exceedingly extravagant. Yet for Qin Mo in his current state, it posed no challenge. The moment he revealed his true abilities, he had already attained financial independence. This was the status of an advanced awakener. The dinner concluded swiftly, lasting just over an hour. By 7:30, Qin Mo had returned home. Meanwhile, Li Yuan and her companions had arrived in Luoyang district. Glancing at the modest-sized Camellia Tavern nestled at the street corner, the four exchanged knowing looks before dispersing. They circled the vicinity, pairing off into twos to enter in batches, careful to avoid drawing attention from any observant onlookers. Though the tavern appeared small, its interior was surprisingly spacious. The warm, yellow-brown wooden floor exuded a subtle fragrance, while soft, comforting music gradually enveloped the atmosphere. The dim yellow lighting in the corners creating a unique ambience. At this hour, the tavern was neither too crowded nor too sparse. Patrons were seated together, enjoying a variety of small drinks laid out on their tables. Li Yuan, dressed in a crop top and sporting a pair of white sandals, approached the bar and plopped down onto a stool. She turned her head to survey her surroundings, unabashedly observing everything. What would the beautiful lady like to drink? The bartender, clad in a black and white striped shirt, inquired with a smile. I'm not sure. It's my first time here. Do you have any recommendations? Li Yuan responded, looking back at him. Noticing her unfamiliarity, the bartender nodded and replied, It's clear that you are indeed a newcomer. Moreover, if someone as stunning as you had visited before, I would surely remember. The snow country scenery, iceberg jasmine, and white agate are 3 drinks that perfectly suit your elegance. Not stimulating enough? Li Yuan countered, shaking her head. Then, may I ask what your flavor preferences are? The bartender inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Do you have a menu?" "Of course." With that, the bartender turned to retrieve a menu, sliding it across the bar toward Li Yuan. She casually flipped through it and immediately spotted what she desired. However, she maintained a composed demeanor, discreetly selecting 3 options and stating, "One of each, please." The bartender glanced at her selections, and his eyes flickered momentarily with intrigue. However, as he kept his head down, Li Yuan remained completely unaware. The beauty indeed had an exquisite taste. These 3 cocktails were undeniably exhilarating. The bartender adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, apologetically stating, "Regrettably, the ingredient for the Bloody Black Peach No. 3 ran out yesterday, and the new stock won't arrive until tomorrow, so I cannot prepare that cocktail for you." Out of stock? How coincidental. Something felt amiss. Li Yuan's thoughts stirred, and her brow furrowed slightly as she replied nonchalantly, "In that case, please prepare the other 2 cocktails first." "Certainly. I kindly ask the lady to wait a moment." The bartender bowed slightly, displaying great courtesy, and promptly turned to begin her order. Following this, no further unusual occurrences transpired. After the drinks were prepared, Li Yuan swirled her elegant glass while engaging in light conversation with the bartender, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on her surroundings. However, she failed to uncover any pertinent information. After approximately an hour, several patrons departed from the small tavern, only to reconvene shortly thereafter. They exchanged the findings of their inquiries, only to discover a lack of significant revelations. It seemed they would have to return the next day, Li Yuan murmured. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao and the others nodded in agreement. Time passed swiftly, and by the time the Camellia Tavern closed its doors, it was already past 3 in the morning. The bartender removed the illuminated sign from the entrance and locked the door before making his way to the back of the tavern. He retrieved his phone and input a number he had memorized by heart. The dial tone echoed, stretching the wait into an eternity. Just a second before the call would automatically disconnect, the line finally connected, and a deep voice resonated on the other end. "What is it this late hour?" "They have already traced their investigation to me," the bartender replied slowly. At these words, a brief silence enveloped the other end of the line, before another voice emerged. "I will arrange for someone to handle it tomorrow." "Very well. I shall not disturb your rest any further. Wishing you sweet dreams," the bartender respectfully concluded. The following afternoon, on the 9th floor of the security bureau, Qin Mo sat at his desk, basking in the sunlight while idly passing the time. Just as he had for the past 2 days, Li Yuan and her companions had not sought him out today. He surmised that their inquiries from the previous night had not yielded fruitful leads. He had anticipated this outcome. It would indeed be strange if the heavenly society were so easily unraveled. The Luoyan district was not far, conveniently within earshot. Qin Mo gazed at the map, muttering to himself. He resolved to investigate personally that evening, hoping to uncover some insights. With his mind set, he returned to the simple yet fulfilling pastime of idly passing the time until nearly the end of the workday, when a warm current suddenly surged through his chest. Instantly invigorated, Qin Mo swiftly opened the Qin Awakening panel. To his astonishment, he discovered that there were a remarkable 25 energy points available for allocation. He hesitated not for a moment, directly distributing the attributes evenly across 8 categories, ensuring each surpassed 100, with the remainder allocated to defense. A warm current surged throughout his body, accompanied by the enhancement of the biological force field. Observing this familiar information in his mind, Qin Mo felt increasingly invigorated, his eyes gleaming with joy. At last, the biological force field had been reinforced once more. He was now capable of levitating, and the potential effects of this enhancement were self-evident. Qin Mo could indeed fly. Chapter 92. Qin Mo descends from the sky. Strands of solar energy filled every cell within Qin Mo. An indescribably powerful aura suddenly enveloped him. Gradually, his legs lifted off the ground, ascending inch by inch until he hovered a foot above the earth. The gravitational pull he experienced diminished noticeably, a sensation he could distinctly perceive. As time passed, the warm current eventually dissipated from his body, retreating into the hidden recesses of the unknown. A slow smile crept upon Qin Mo's lips, revealing a genuine sense of understanding and delight. He exhaled deeply, and with a mere thought, his suspended body began to move. Qin Mo glided effortlessly from the window to the far side of the office. Indeed, he could truly fly. A more radiant smile spread across his face as he concentrated again, this time unleashing a burst of speed. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the window, then promptly opened it and soared out of the safety bureau's building. In an instant, he vanished from sight, a shadow darting skyward at a terrifying speed exceeding the sound barrier. Laughter erupted from Qin Mo, his spirits soaring like never before. Who could resist the allure of soaring freely through the skies? At long last, he had achieved this milestone. The sensation was utterly exquisite. Qin Mo accelerated further, quickly reaching his maximum speed of 25 times the speed of sound. In the next moment, he shattered his previous limits. It had been stated before that the stronger the biological force field, the lesser the gravitational pull of the planet, thus enabling greater velocity. In a mere second, Qin Mo flew an astonishing 9 kilometers, approximately at 28 times the speed of sound. He was thoroughly satisfied with this enhancement. Subsequently, he surged upward, eager to discover the extent of his current altitude limits. However, due to insufficient speed and a biological force field that was not yet robust enough, he could not ascend indefinitely. There existed a current ceiling. Yet, as the 8 attributes continued to strengthen, this ceiling would inevitably be surpassed. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 1,000 meters vanished, and Qin Mo halted his ascent, suspended in mid-air, inhaling the fresh air around him, a smile gracing his features. This altitude represented the approximate limit of his current capabilities. One should not underestimate the vertical height of 1,000 meters. If translated into the height of a building, it would equate to over 330 stories, a remarkable elevation indeed. Every enhancement of the biological force field brings me more surprises, Qin Mo murmured softly. No sooner had his words left his lips than he vanished once again into the sky. After waiting for so long, the opportunity to fly had finally arrived, and he was determined to indulge in it to the fullest. 2 hours later, at the Camellia Tavern in the Luoyun district, Li Yuan and her companions returned, ready to embark on their second investigation. Much like the previous day, they entered in groups, finding the bar relatively empty. Li Yuan, don her petite sandals, settled herself at the bar once more, tucking her bangs behind her ear. Upon recognizing her, the bartender behind the counter offered a slight smile, setting down the glass he had been polishing, and approached her, saying, "Welcome back, beautiful. What would you like to drink tonight?" "1 bloody black peach 3. As you mentioned before, the accompanying spirits will be delivered today," Li Yuan replied straightforwardly. With the groundwork laid yesterday, she felt emboldened to be forthright, unperturbed by the possibility of raising suspicion. Indeed, the bartender exhibited no unusual behavior. Habitually adjusting his glasses perched on his nose, he nodded gently to Li Yuan, smiling as he said, "Please hold on for a moment." He then turned to the liquor cabinet, retrieving 7 different bottles before switching to a light, cheerful melody, and commenced the formal process of mixing drinks. Li Yuan attentively observed each of his movements, heightening her vigilance. Meanwhile, 3 other pairs of eyes within the tavern were watching the bar, either intentionally or inadvertently. The bartender's actions became increasingly elaborate, culminating in a moment when he tossed a glass high into the air. At that instant, the previously light music shifted abruptly to a hurried tempo. The dim yellow wall light in the corner seemed to take on a more intimate glow, and a faint, elusive fragrance wafted through the air, silently infiltrating the nostrils of the patrons. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed. Li Yi, puzzled, turned to see a middle-aged man collapse onto a table, appearing as if he had succumbed to intoxication. However, in the wake of that event, it was as if the flutter of a butterfly's wings had instigated a chain reaction. Within mere seconds, the remaining patrons in the tavern began to slump to the ground. Not good. A jolt of alarm surged through Li Yi, his pupils sharpening to resemble the keen eyes of an eagle, awakening the latent powers within his genes. As his thoughts raced, he stepped forward, covering several meters in an instant, appearing beside Li Yuan, and raised his hand, aiming to grasp the bartender, his fingers transforming mid-motion into talons. The anomaly unfolding before him was shrouded in mystery. It was undeniably linked to the bartender. However, in the face of a lethal strike from a high-level awakened being, the bartender's movements remained uninterrupted. He appeared utterly oblivious to Li Yi's presence, maintaining a subtle smile as he deftly caught the falling glass. Li Yi's strike was swift, and the proximity between them was minimal. Under ordinary circumstances, such an attack would have left the bartender either dead or grievously injured. Yet today was not like any other. Just as the eagle claw was poised to make contact, a camellia flower unexpectedly materialized in midair, its petals gracefully rotating, positioning itself before the bartender. Li Yi's arm found itself halted, unable to advance further. A strikingly beautiful, androgynous man had appeared at the opposite side of the bar without notice. He languidly observed Li Yi and Li Yuan, softly murmuring, "Do not ruin this exquisite drink." His gentle voice resonated harshly in the otherwise silent tavern. Li Yi's pupils constricted in shock, his heart racing. He sensed no trace of power emanating from the fist-sized camellia, yet effortlessly thwarted his attack. The ease with which it was done inspired an overwhelming sense of helplessness within him. This was no ordinary awakened being. Only a high-level entity could evoke such profound feelings of inadequacy. This was indeed a predicament. A sense of despair washed over Li Yi. Although they had unearthed clues at the Camellia Tavern, who could have anticipated such a formidable adversary? Faced with a high-level awakened being, even their combined strength would be insufficient to withstand his onslaught. Bitterness filled Li Yi's mouth. Among those present, he alone grasped the true strength of the androgynous man, while the others remained unaware. Suddenly, the oppressive atmosphere transformed into one of turmoil, punctuated by the faint crackling of electrical currents. Lightning flickered, and Chu Tianjiao furrowed his brows, clenching his fists, ready to attack the androgynous man. Noticing this, Liang Bai casually raised a hand, gesturing nonchalantly. A camellia abruptly appeared behind Chu Tianjiao, its petals expanding rapidly to a towering height of nearly 2 meters, enveloping him in an unsettling embrace. The brilliance of the lightning that had just shone now vanished. Liang Bai, seemingly unfazed, lifted his other arm to accept the blood-red concoction, the bloody black peach 3, prepared by the bartender, bringing it to his lips for a delicate sip. With eyes closed and an expression of sheer ecstasy, he savored the drink as if indulging in a divine elixir. A stream of crimson liquid flowed down his throat, and as Liang Bai slowly opened his eyes, he released a contented sigh. With a flick of his fingers, a camellia appeared as if conjured by magic in his hand. He gently inhaled the fragrant aroma before turning to Li Yi, smiling as he inquired, "So, who shall provide nourishment for my little one first?" His delicate voice resonated in the ears of the others, sending shivers down their spines. Yet in the next moment, a massive wing abruptly appeared within the tavern, its razor-sharp feathers shimmering with a blinding cold light aimed directly at Liang Bai's neck, poised to sever it. Simultaneously, a gust of wind surged as Li Yuan and Li Chongqing sprang into action, their movements synchronized with remarkable precision. Indeed, Liang Bai was a formidable awakened being. When he materialized before them, it felt as though they had already 1 foot in the realm of the dead, certain to meet their demise. However, surrendering to fate was never a concept found in their lexicon. Faced with an insurmountable foe, they had no choice but to fight fervently for that elusive thread of hope. Alas, reality is often merciless. Liang Bai slowly raised a finger to his crimson lips, signaling for silence. Shoo! The exquisite camellia blossom that had just been at his fingertip floated effortlessly into the air, effortlessly nullifying all incoming assaults without a hint of effort. "It seems you wish to join forces," Liang Bai remarked with a smile, as the petals began to rotate, their speed gradually increasing, separating and moving toward the trio at a visibly alarming pace. Each petal held the power to effortlessly slay an awakened being. Li Yuan and the others felt as though the other foot was about to cross into the realm of the dead. But it was merely imminent. At that very moment, beneath the inky night sky, a figure suddenly soared through the high altitudes of the imperial capital, covering vast distances in mere seconds. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. A cascade of bricks fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust, and the tavern's roof bore a gaping hole. The faint moonlight streamed through the opening, accompanied by an intensely frigid air. The camellia petals, still suspended in midair, suddenly froze over with a layer of pure white frost, transforming into exquisite ice sculptures. Clink! The frozen petals fell to the ground, colliding with the bricks. Liang Bai furrowed his brow slightly, heightening his vigilance. As he gazed upward, his eyes filled with confusion. What had transpired? In the next instant, the answer revealed itself. A figure abruptly came into view. Qin Mo, arms crossed before his chest, stood tall and upright as he descended through the newly formed opening. Like a savior descending from the heavens, he did not touch the ground but hovered in midair, his expression impassive as he regarded Liang Bai. Liang Bai was also gazing at him, her crimson lips parting slightly as she spoke. However, before she could finish her sentence, Qin Mo forcefully interrupted her. In my entire life, the words I loathe the most. At this juncture, he paused slightly, and a small red that unexpectedly appeared in the center of his pupils. This red that rapidly filled Qin Mo's eyes with an unparalleled speed, and then, under Liang Bai's astonished gaze, two searing rays of heat shot forth. Simultaneously, Qin Mo continued, "What I despise most is scum like you, dead human monsters." Chapter 93, Instant Kill. With a hissing sound, two extraordinarily high-temperature rays struck Liang Bai with tremendous force. Although he had heightened his vigilance, he was utterly unprepared and had no time to react before facing Qin Mo's assault head-on. A wave of immense pain surged over him, akin to a tempestuous sea threatening to engulf his solitary vessel beneath the waves. Confusion, astonishment, and terror manifested on Liang Bai's face, leaving him utterly bewildered. How could this be? How is this possible? A torrent of chaotic thoughts flooded his mind, and at that moment, the dazzling crimson light vanished as Qin Mo retracted the searing rays. Liang Bai's lips quivered, yet no words escaped his mouth. He twisted his rigid neck and slowly lowered his gaze to the gaping wound in his chest. From his vantage point, he could clearly see his internal organs, such as his kidney, functioning normally. However, his heart and a significant portion of his lung had been directly melted by the intense heat. The semi-divine physique that the level awakened ones prided themselves on proved utterly ineffective under Qin Mo's gaze, crumbling like fragile paper. A mere poke, and it was destroyed. Not even a fleeting second could it withstand. Thus, Liang Bai met his demise. With a resounding thud, he collapsed backward, crashing heavily onto the shattered bricks below. In the final moment, all expressions transformed into sheer terror, forever frozen on his face. Liang Bai's eyes gradually lost their luster, and the frozen camellia before him dissipated into the ether along with his death. At that instant, silence enveloped the small tavern. All those still conscious were left astounded, their minds brimming with disbelief. A powerful level awakened one had perished just like that? Had it been a minute since Qin Mo appeared until Liang Bai fell? No. Had it even been 10 seconds? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would have believed the unfolding spectacle. The bartender behind the counter was utterly stunned. It was not until the 2-meter-tall monstrosity vanished, and the weakened Chu Tianjiao fell to the ground with a resounding thud, that he was jolted back to reality. He abruptly turned to face Qin Mo and immediately attempted to flee. However, it was nothing more than a futile fantasy. Before Qin Mo could even make a move, he had already leapt over the bar and swiftly subdued him to the ground. He was merely a minor character, possessing only the strength of an awakened individual. At that moment, Li Changqing and Li Yuan also reacted, hastening to Shu Tianjiao's side to assess his condition. It was merely a brief fainting spell. There was no serious harm, as Li Yuan remarked. Shu Tianjiao, being the legitimate eldest son of the Northtown Chu family, had a crystal of elemental protection. It activated the instant he was enveloped. Thus, he sustained no injuries, though the pervasive fragrance of camellias had still numbed his nerves. Noticing that everyone was safe, Qin Mo nodded, his mind racing as he quickly formulated plans for the aftermath. He instructed them to check on all those who had fainted, contact the capital hospital for medical assistance, and notify the security office to gather personnel to seal off the area. "I'll take care of this," Li Yuan said, rising with a serious expression. "All right, I appreciate your assistance, team leader." Qin Mo then turned to Li Yi and continued, "Changqing, do not delay. Extract this man's memories here to prevent future troubles." "Understood," Li Changqing replied with a smile, taking 2 steps to reach the bartender, placing his outstretched right hand upon the man's head. A faint wave of mental energy emanated forth. Observing the others conducting their tasks with precision, Qin Mo finally shifted his gaze downward to the lifeless body at his feet, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A swift kill. Liang Bai had been vanquished in a single blow. Reflecting on his battle with Shimin, who just days prior, he recalled how, despite maintaining dominance throughout, it had taken considerable effort to breach the latter's demigod form. Now, however, the circumstances were markedly different. Liang Bai, like Shimin, who was of the first tier, it could not withstand him at all. The growth in Qin Mo's power over these few days was undeniably evident. This was the terror of the thermal vision tier, Of course, the enhancement from flight played a significant role as well. Coincidentally, Qin Mo had intended to investigate the tavern this very evening. However, due to awakening his flight ability, by the time he indulged himself and returned home to prepare dinner, it was already past 7 o'clock. Only then did he expand his auditory perception to encompass the Camellia Tavern. To his surprise, he was met with Liang Bai's exceedingly arrogant remarks upon his arrival. Without hesitation, Qin Mo changed into a pair of shoes, pushed open the door, and soared into the night sky, accelerating towards the scene at maximum speed. What followed was the brutal spectacle he had just witnessed. Everything unfolded perfectly. This was what one might call serendipity. Qin Mo's understanding of his own strength became ever clearer, and the smile upon his lips deepened. Subsequently, he released his levitation and descended beside Liang Bai's lifeless body, crouching down to pick up an inconspicuous transparent object. This item resembled silk, soft, tender, and smooth, but felt strikingly cold to the touch, taking on an irregular shape roughly the size of a human head. It was, in fact, the sacred relic that had materialized after Liang Bai's demise. To elaborate, Liang Bai was an awakener of the mimicry type, albeit he chose to emulate plants rather than the ferocious beasts that were typically seen. The moment Qin Mo grasped this sacred relic, he instinctively understood its nature and how to utilize it. This peculiar object functioned as a mask capable of altering one's appearance and aura at will. Beyond this, it served no other purpose, neither offensive nor defensive. The notion of a mask that merely changes one's visage seemed somewhat trivial to Qin Mo. He frowned slightly, murmuring to himself that upon reflection, there was nothing requiring subterfuge on his part. Thus, he resolved to toss it into a drawer to collect dust. With a regretful shake of his head, he pocketed the relic and let out a heavy sigh. Thus far, neither the sacred relics nor the elemental crystals he had obtained proved useful to him. At this rate, he could very well open a museum. However, this was largely due to Qin Mo's own formidable and comprehensive abilities. He possessed virtually no weaknesses. Before long, personnel from the Imperial Hospital and the Security Bureau arrived. Li Mo personally led the team, his expression grave, yet upon seeing Liang Bai's corpse, his lips involuntarily twitched, filled with astonishment. Had Li Mao been present, he would undoubtedly have patted his shoulder with a smile, saying, "Do not be surprised. One grows accustomed to it." Meanwhile, results had emerged from Li Changqing's side. In the rear storage room, Qin Mo observed that the bartender collapsed on the ground, limbs twitching and frothing at the mouth, slowly furrowing his brow. What was happening to him? He had witnessed Li Changqing read memories before and had never seen such severe aftereffects. I inadvertently triggered a mark laid by a psychic awakener while accessing his critical memories, resulting in that segment being erased, thus rendering him as he is now. Li Changqing explained, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. The bartender had now become an imbecile, rendering him unusable in the future. "Did you manage to obtain any useful clues?" Qin Mo inquired again. In response, Li Changqing slowly replied, "He recognized us yesterday and made a phone call to someone at 3 in the morning. However, the phone number and the content of the conversation remain unknown." "Have you checked his call records?" Qin Mo's brow knitted even tighter. "Yes, but he deleted them afterward. We will need to wait for our colleagues in the technical department to recover them." Li chimed in. "Deleted?" "He certainly took precautions to ensure nothing was leaked." Qin Mo concluded. Qin Mo pondered silently, concluding that he must await the passage of time. After a moment's reflection, he remarked, "Very well. Let us return everything to the Bureau for now. This night, we shall have to settle for that." Chapter 94, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible at 8 o'clock in the evening. Qin Mo had just returned to the Security Bureau with his team. Meanwhile, in the Shangyan district, an individual with a serious demeanor hastily entered the ancient castle at the heart of the estate. This person, of stout build and modest height, was none other than Xia Xian, the influential figure of the Xia family from Jailing in the capital. "Knock, knock." He rapped upon the door of the master bedroom on the 3rd floor and announced from outside, "General, there is an urgent matter." "Enter," came the calm voice of Master Xia from beyond the door. Upon hearing this, Xia Xian pushed the door open and stepped inside. Lifting his gaze to find Master Xia seated cross-legged on the balcony attached to the master bedroom, his eyes closed in meditation, bathed in the dim glow of the moonlight. He appeared to merge seamlessly with the dense darkness of the night, his breathing exceedingly slow. Xia Xian approached him quietly, lowering his head slightly, and spoke in a hushed tone, There has been an unforeseen incident at the Camellia Tavern. At this revelation, Master Xia's brows knitted together, yet he kept his eyes shut, merely inquiring, "What kind of incident?" "The individuals I dispatched have been killed." Xia Xian paused before continuing, according to reliable sources. "It seems to have been instigated by Qin Mo. Qin Mo?" Master Xia's tone reflected a hint of surprise, and he finally opened his eyes, appearing contemplative. However, he soon shook his head slowly, asserting, "No, it is absolutely impossible for him. His strength is not yet sufficient for such a feat. The battle with Shimin Hu alone provides a rough estimate of Qin Mo's capabilities. He is indeed stronger than a first-tier awakener, but only to a limited extent. To eliminate a fellow-tier individual without causing a commotion in such a short time is utterly implausible. Moreover, it has barely been a week since the Thunder operation concluded. Even if Qin Mo possesses extraordinary talent and progresses rapidly, how formidable could he truly become?" Master Xia held steadfast to his assumptions. However, the subsequent words he heard were akin to a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Xia Xian hesitated, then spoke softly, "General, at the scene, there were no other first-tier awakeners present apart from Qin Mo. Furthermore, the wounds on Liang Bai's corpse are quite evident. The Xia family has informants in Luoyuan district who witnessed the events that transpired. Although the informants did not see what occurred inside the tavern, they caught a glimpse when Qin Mo and his companions departed, dragging the body outside." Upon hearing this, Master Xia fell into silence. He turned his back to Xia Xian, gazing into the pitch-black night, his expression shifting subtly. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke again, his tone subdued. "Are you suggesting that Qin Mo eliminated a first-tier awakener in an instant? Based on the current circumstances, it indeed appears to be the case. It appears that he concealed a portion of his strength during the battle with the Westgate Tiger, which adds an intriguing layer to the situation." Xia Zhu remarked that he could not fathom how Qin Mo could have experienced such a significant leap in power within just a few days. "It is crucial to understand that this is a high tier, not some lowly rank. The enhancement of one's abilities is exceedingly arduous. The disparity between each tier is vast. Can it truly be attributed to a mere fortunate commoner?" A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xia Zhu's eyes as he spoke softly. "Have the unwanted elements been thoroughly eliminated?" "Rest assured, General, I have eradicated all traces on my way here. The Security Bureau will undoubtedly not trace any evidence back to us," Xia Xian replied with a smile. In this regard, he was exceptionally adept. Having resided in the imperial capital for many years, Xia Xian had maintained a low profile, exuding little presence. However, this did not imply a lack of accomplishments. Often, the tiger that lies in wait possesses the sharpest of fangs. Should we dispatch someone to create a nuisance for the Security Bureau, obstructing their investigation? Xia Xian inquired respectfully. "Handle these matters as you see fit, but ensure that the commotion remains minimal, so as not to impede our forthcoming significant endeavors." Xia Zhu waved his hand, closing his eyelids once more, his breathing becoming deliberately slow and drawn out. Upon witnessing this, Xia Xian understood. He slightly bowed, performed a respectful salute, and then retreated quietly, making not a sound. Once he exited the room, he lifted his gaze, straightening his back. He squinted slightly, his expression inscrutable. It seemed that Xia Xian was contemplating who would be best suited to undertake the task without jeopardizing the advancement of the Gaoling Xia clan. Given that even Liang Bai had perished at Qin Mo's hands, it was evident that the first tier was out of the question. As for those beneath that, unless they were mental-type awakeners, it would be utterly absurd. Yet, how does one come by a mental-type awakener so readily? An hour later, at the Security Bureau, on the 9th floor, Qin Mo stretched his arms wide and yawned, looking weary. With his current vitality and mental fortitude, he was certainly not genuinely fatigued. His weariness stemmed solely from the late-night, forced overtime, a habit deeply ingrained since his previous life. Qin Mo harbored a profound disdain for working overtime. "Damn it, this cursed heavenly society, they 1T rest even in death," he muttered under his breath. Just then, a knock echoed through the room as Li Yuan entered, his expression far from pleasant. Noticing this, Qin Mo furrowed his brow and rose to inquire, "Team leader, what is the situation?" Li Yuan shook his head. "The technical department has attempted recovery, but it was unsuccessful. Someone has preemptively destroyed the call records." "Failed?" Qin Mo's brow knitted further, his mind racing with thoughts. The call was not connected, and the bartender had turned into a fool. indicating that the leads he had extended from here were effectively severed. How many people in the Great Qin could achieve this? Qin Montag in Kvirat Zodenli. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback before responding. Do you mean to approach this from the perspective of information security permissions? Qin Mo nodded in affirmation, saying, precisely. To execute such a response in such a short time frame is not something just anyone can accomplish. This narrows down the possibilities significantly. Additionally, the identity of that level requires simultaneous follow-up, which serves as another clue. I have already spoken with my father, and he will send that person's photograph back to Qingyang County. I believe we will have results by tomorrow, Li Yuan replied. Qin Mo acknowledged with sound. Then continued, it is getting late today. Everyone has been busy all night. Let us conclude here for now and go home to rest properly. All right. With that, Li Yuan promptly turned to leave. However, after taking a couple of steps, as if recalling something, she suddenly turned back to Qin Mo and said, in the future, you need not call me team leader, just address me by my name. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo was momentarily startled, his gaze shifting. Very well then. Good. Li Yuan nodded slightly and did not pause her steps this time. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Mo smiled gently and shook his head. He then walked to the window, opened it, and soared into the night sky. Following this, Qin Mo concentrated his thoughts and unleashed his utmost speed, vanishing from the spot in an instant. In less than 2 seconds, he found himself back at Guanghong Street, standing at his doorstep. The ability to fly brought convenience. Previously, Qin Mo relied solely on his legs for rapid movement, which was quite a taxing endeavor. The terrain of the imperial capital was intricate, with numerous buildings and pedestrians on the streets. Qin Mo had to depend on his exceptionally strong vision and quick reflexes to navigate around these obstacles. Otherwise, a momentary lapse could lead to catastrophe. The sheer momentum of someone capable of moving at supersonic speeds with a steel physique is terrifying to imagine. Should he collide with someone, the consequences would be dire. Now, being able to soar through the skies was a different experience altogether. After retrieving his keys and unlocking the door, Qin Mo stepped inside, first changing into a pair of slippers at the entrance, then heading directly to the bathroom. The sound of running water soon followed, quickly fading thereafter. After taking a shower and drying off, he did not immediately exit but stood before the mirror, picking up the delicate, translucent mask. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Mo slowly placed it on his face. It felt cool and smooth, akin to applying a layer of facial mask. Gazing at his reflection, he still saw his own visage. Yet, with his remarkable microscopic vision of 107, he could discern no trace of the mask adhering to his cheeks. Immediately, Qin Mo's mind stirred, and the face in the mirror swiftly transformed into an extremely unfamiliar visage, indistinguishable from reality. As this realization struck him, he suddenly recalled something and quickly delved into his memories, reflecting on Li Mao's appearance and meticulously adjusting the details presented by the mask. Half a minute later, the mirror startlingly revealed Li Mao's likeness, with the corners of his mouth slowly curving upwards into a faint smile. This was a flawless face swap, achievable only by Qin Mo, whose attention to detail was impeccable. As the luminous energy surged, enhancing his intellect, his photographic memory grew increasingly formidable, a capacity not shared by others. Qin Mo then conjured several familiar faces, such as Chu Tianjiao, Li Changfeng, and Li Yuan, each appearing exactly the same. This sacred relic could indeed yield remarkable results under certain circumstances. He whispered softly, then removed the mask and casually tossed it onto the towel rack beside the mirror. Unfortunately, it could only alter faces, not body shapes, and the limitations were still considerable. Subsequently, Qin Mo scrolled through his phone on the sofa before, as was his routine, retiring to bed for a night's sleep. He had always been a remarkably disciplined individual. Thus, he slumbered soundly until 6 the next morning. Qin Mo rose punctually, jogging under the sun en route to the security bureau for work. The morning naturally passed in a blur of idleness, and at noon, he dined with Su Yin, returning around 3 in the afternoon. Shortly after he settled into his office, Li Yuan and Chu Tianjiao arrived together. Observing Qin Mo, who sat unbothered by the sun's rays, both felt a twinge of curiosity, but soon dismissed it, not wishing to dwell on trivialities. There were results from Qingyang County, providing all the information currently available regarding last night's awakened individual. Li Yuan handed over a document. Qin Mo accepted it, glanced through it, his gaze flickering and his brow furrowing. Liang Bai, from Yinchuan County, had been a level awakened individual 3 years prior. This was quite peculiar. Typically, ascending to such a level required not only talent, but also a significant investment of time. 3 years seemed implausibly swift. Clearly, something unusual had transpired. Just as Qin Mo prepared to inquire further, Li Yuan remarked, Qingyang County is still conducting a more in-depth investigation into the past 3 years. This bears similarities to the 2-level awakened individuals you dealt with from the Tiandi Society. Reports indicate that the investigation has made preliminary progress. However, uncovering the truth will require some time. My father has advised you to exercise patience. She briefly recounted the matters Li Mao had recently arranged for Qin Mo. There were numerous shared points of intrigue. Very well, then we must wait. Qin Mo nodded slightly, recognizing that the Li family of Qingyang was undoubtedly more adept in this regard. After all, it is an ancient family that has persisted for millennia, wielding immense power. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianjiao, who was beside him, suddenly interjected, the Chu family of Northern Town can also dispatch some personnel, should you require assistance. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo lifted his head, his expression one of surprise. Meeting his gaze, Chu Tianjiao nodded and said, this was my father's instruction from last night. The notion that it was the head of the Chu family's intention left Qin Mo even more astonished. Nevertheless, he shook his head and replied, for now, let's forego that. Please convey my gratitude to your father for his kindness. No matter when you are in need, assistance will always be available, Chu Tianjiao responded. Subsequently, after informing Qin Mo of these matters, the two prepared to attend to their own affairs. At that moment, however, Qin Mo called out to Chu Tianjiao, stating, by the way, don't leave after work. Wait for me, so we can dine together. I have some inquiries to make. Oh, certainly, Chu Tianjiao replied. Soon after, the vast office was once again left with only Qin Mo. He habitually rested his hands behind his head, lounging lazily in his chair, absorbing the sunlight streaming through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. He remained in this state until 5 in the afternoon, when a warm current surged through him, prompting Qin Mo to open the genetic awakening panel. Energy points, 27, freely allocatable. The temperature today was evidently higher than in the preceding days. Without hesitation, Qin Mo followed his recent practice and allocated 3 points to each attribute. The remaining 3 points were distributed to intelligence, strength, and defense. The warmth quickly permeated his entire being, accompanied by a rush of information that swiftly surfaced in his mind. Defense, 106, skill, iron body, elemental immunity enhancement. Chapter 95. How could he dare to act in such a manner? Feeling the solar energy enhance his body in every aspect. A faint smile curled at the corners of Qin Mo's lips. His skin, tendons, bones, organs, and even hair were all fortified, becoming increasingly resilient, capable of withstanding greater harm. Simultaneously, his bodily cells were undergoing certain changes through an unknown principle, granting him an extraordinary immunity to various elements. The precise extent of this immunity remained a mystery to Qin Mo, primarily because he had yet to encounter an awakened being of the elemental type. Moreover, his current offensive power was so formidable that his adversaries were typically dominated throughout the encounter. Even if they managed to retaliate, it was merely a feeble attempt, hardly testing the limits of his defense. However, one thing was certain. Qin Mo's iron body far surpassed that of a demigod. These two entities belonged to entirely different realms, as previously elaborated upon. In short, following this enhancement, the iron body had ascended from one tier to another. As the warmth swiftly receded and concealed itself within, Qin Mo gradually clenched his fists, feeling not only his fingers, but every cell in his body brimming with energy. At this point, it seems he could indeed easily cause a fatal accident, he murmured softly. The clock swiftly ticked away, and soon it was 9 in the evening. Qin Mo and Chu Tianjiao had just departed from the barbecue stall and arrived at the familiar club. It is difficult for anyone to resist the allure of a delightful indulgence. The two, in a state of undress, soaked in the steaming pool, eyes closed, relishing the comforting warmth enveloping them. I must insist that you cover today's expenses, Qin Mo drawled lazily. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao cracked open an eye, glancing at him, and inquired, are you truly short on funds? One ought to be frugal. After all, the essence of life lies in diligent management of resources. Chu Tianjiao thought. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he could hardly fathom such words emanating from the lips of a 23-year-old awakened being, brimming with terrifying potential and boundless prospects. Sometimes, I truly do not comprehend your thoughts, Chu Tianjiao remarked, shaking his head. In response, Qin Mo offered no explanation, merely smiled. I fail to understand what your father is truly contemplating. You are, after all, the legitimate heir of the esteemed Chu family of the North, blessed with considerable talent. Why toil away at the safety bureau? This is an investment, Chu Tianjiao replied. When my father first broached this subject, I too was taken aback. His explanation was that he was investing in your potential. Does my uncle hold me in such high regard? Qin Mo kvirit. Indeed, Chu Tianjiao nodded, continuing. While my father's prowess may not be the most formidable within the Chu family, his vision is undoubtedly unparalleled. As long as you are present, the Qingyang Li family will surely soar to great heights in the near future. Lacking the fortune of Li Mao, he cannot seize the initiative. Thus, he has chosen to invest while the opportunity still exists. Those were his exact words. Qin must stiet. And he silently acknowledged that Chu Xiong was indeed a person of remarkable resolve. Furthermore, the words just spoken by Chu Tianjiao confirmed his earlier speculations, proving to be accurate. If you have time, do come by our home for a simple meal, Chu Tianjiao suddenly added. Is this also your father's intention? Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. Turning to regard him, Chu Tianjiao's gaze flickered momentarily, and he opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately sighed heavily and nodded. Yes, this is also what my father wishes for me to do. However, I do not wish for our friendship to be entangled with other matters. If you are unwilling, you may decline. Noticing his demeanor, Qin Mo smiled gently, patting his shoulder as he replied, Rest assured, I am free whenever, and since we are friends, visiting for a meal is nothing to fret about. Thank you. Friends need not express such sentiments. Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively, then narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly asking, By the way, having spent so much time at the border, how well do you understand the Xia ancestors? This was the true matter he wished to discuss tonight, and they had finally arrived at the crux of the conversation. Chu Tianjiao was well aware of the enmity between Xia Zhu and Qin Mo. He had heard from Chu Xiong about the events that transpired during the council meeting, understanding that the championship title, which rightfully belonged to Qin Mo, was usurped by Xia Zhu, ultimately resulting in only a title of marquis within the borders. Thus, upon hearing Qin Mo's inquiry, Chu Tianjiao was momentarily stirred, his mind sharpening with trepidation. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered deeply before finally articulating, Xia Zhu is a formidable yet cunning individual. Though he has been stationed at the borders for the past few years, his appearances have been scarce. However, he has orchestrated several minor conflicts between the Great Qin and Qi, subtly pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Qin Mo's eyes narrowed further, his mind racing as he slowly replied, Are you suggesting that he is deliberately instigating disputes? Indeed, Chu Tianjiao affirmed. The recent incident involving the fall of a formidable being also bears the shadow of Xia Zhu. Of course, this insight is not of my own making. It was observed by others from the northern Chu clan stationed at the borders. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo fell into deep contemplation. What could be Xia Zhu's motives? While the outcome appeared advantageous to the Great Qin due to the fall of a powerful awakened being from Qi, if Xia Zhu had orchestrated this, his motivations would warrant scrutiny. Who could guarantee that the situation would not escalate into a full-scale war? Minor skirmishes resulting in a few casualties would be inconsequential. Yet the death of a high-tier awakened being, particularly one of the 8th rank, elevated the severity of the situation exponentially. Yet Xia Zhu had still chosen this path. What emboldened him to act so recklessly? Qin Mo inwardly questioned, his mind shrouded in uncertainty. Nevertheless, since Chu Tianjiao was privy to such matters, it was reasonable to conclude that the 5 great ancient clans were already aware, and they too would have considered this layer of intrigue. What lay hidden beneath all of this? Perhaps it was best for them to conduct their own investigations. Qin Mo shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. His purpose in consulting Chu Tianjiao was not only due to the long-standing animosity with Xia Zhu, as a confrontation was inevitable. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Gaining a deeper understanding of one's opponent was undoubtedly paramount. Moreover, there was the matter of the deceased leader of the Tiandi society, Shimen Hu. Qin Mo had an unshakable feeling that issues loomed at the borders. After spending over an hour together at the club, the two parted ways to return home, leaving the night devoid of further conversation. The following afternoon, the investigation regarding Liang Bai in Qingyang County had yet to yield results, rendering the day uneventful as Qin Mo indulged in leisurely pursuits. It wasn't until 5 o'clock that he felt the familiar surge of warmth, prompting him to open his genetic awakening panel. Energy points, 26, freely allocatable, as was customary. He allocated 3 points to each of the 8 attributes, with the remaining 2 points assigned to breathing and recovery. The warm current swiftly coursed through his entire being. Power, 111, skill, enhanced super strength. Chapter 96, Hiss, a brilliant strategy. Once again, his strength has been fortified. Qin Mo had already attained the realm of super strength, and now his might is akin to that of a steel body, elevated to the tier of super strength. This signifies that both his foundational power and ultimate strength will continue to double from their original state. A tangible, straightforward increase in magnitude. Qin Mo distinctly recalls that his previous punch triggered a minor earthquake, and when he struck Minhu, he was merely a hair's breadth away from shattering the latter's demigod form. Now, with his doubled strength, he could easily dispatch his foe without even resorting to thermal vision. To Qin Mo, a first-tier awakened one is scarcely different from a high-tier awakened one. Each encounter is little more than a swift obliteration. Once one reaches this echelon, advancing through the ranks becomes exceedingly challenging. With considerable disparities, he pondered, how does my strength compare to that of the second tier? Qin Mo mused to himself, his eyes brimming with mirth. His power increases day by day, and at this pace, it won't be long before he can rival the kings. It is worth noting that Qin Mo is not bound by any so-called thresholds. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the king is undoubtedly sufficient to surpass Yazoo. When that moment arrives, he shall repay enmities and grievances in kind. He chuckled softly, the mirth in his eyes gradually fading. He then soared out of the safety bureau building through the window, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In just over a second, he found himself at his doorstep, retrieving his keys from his pocket to unlock the door. As he stepped inside, an inconspicuous white car unexpectedly entered Guanghong Street. The vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, approximately 20 kilometers per hour, meandering toward the end of the street, appearing to merely pass by. However, as the car glided past Qin Mo's home, the window slowly rolled down, revealing a young man with flowing bangs who turned to gaze at the house. A peculiar smile crept upon his lips. Only after departing the vicinity did the man retract his gaze. Meanwhile, Qin Mo remained blissfully unaware of this, having entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. There was no date with a fair maiden tonight, nor any particular plans. Thus the night passed in silence. Until the next afternoon at 5 o'clock. Qin Mo promptly opened his genetic awakening panel, where he found a remarkable accumulation of 28 energy points available for his allocation. The sweltering summer in the imperial capital is indeed delightful, Qin Mo mused. The sun has been increasingly fierce over the past few days, with daytime temperatures rising each day. While others lamented the heat, Qin Mo bore a smile. Such scorching weather is best embraced abundantly. Regardless, his work was quite effortless, and he reveled in the joy of idleness. Each day, as long as he basked in the sunlight and reclined in the office, he was able to enhance his abilities. Such a comfortable existence is indeed a challenge for anyone to resist. Observing his various attributes, Qin Mo adhered to the recently revised allocation plan, bestowing 3 additional points to each of the 8 categories. After a moment's contemplation regarding the remaining 4 points, he decided to allocate a point to each of the 4 foundational attributes: vision, strength, speed, and defense. Soon, a warm sensation enveloped his entire being. Hearing, 109. Skill, super hearing enhancement. Information surged abruptly into his consciousness, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. Qin Mo felt a remarkable warmth around his ears, akin to boiling water. This intense heat persisted for over 2 minutes before it dissipated alongside the warmth that coursed through him. In that instant, every subtle sound within the office became extraordinarily clear to him, as if a deaf individual had suddenly regained their hearing after years of silence. A smile crept upon Qin Mo's lips. With a slight shift in focus, he fully unleashed his auditory capabilities, eager to ascertain the extent of his enhanced limits. Mere seconds later, he encompassed a radius of 100 miles, surpassing his previous boundaries. The range continued to expand. 130 miles, 150 miles, 170 miles, until it reached a staggering 200 miles. Compared to before, this was nearly a doubling of his capacity. In essence, Qin Mo's hearing now encompassed the entirety of the imperial city. Naturally, the volume of information to process had escalated exponentially, requiring immense computational power. Fortunately, with an intelligence score of 110 and the skill thoughts flow like a fountain, he could significantly enhance his cognitive processing in a short span. A multitude of chaotic sounds flooded in from all directions as Qin Mo closed his eyes, furrowing his brow. His mind functioned like a sophisticated computer, systematically categorizing and analyzing the diverse array of information. As in the past, he meticulously eliminated the irrelevant and extraneous noises, leaving only the voices of people. The White Cloud District, the Luo Cloud District, the Ling Cloud District, the Shang Cloud District, and even the Royal Forbidden Zone gradually formed a three-dimensional spatial representation within his mind, although merely composed of simple lines and devoid of any colors. The visualization was nonetheless formidable. Subsequently, he filtered out footsteps and the sounds of movement, retaining only the voices. Given that his auditory range now covered the entire imperial city, Qin Mo seized the opportunity to eavesdrop, hoping to uncover some hidden secrets. He first directed his attention towards the Royal Forbidden Zone, the residence of the current emperor of the Great Qin dynasty. Unfortunately, after several minutes of investigation, Qin Mo slowly shook his head, having found nothing of value. Thus, he turned his attention to the Yangyun district, where the focus lay on the estate of the Xia family of Jailing. However, to his surprise, the area was even quieter than the Royal Forbidden Zone. Qin Mo did not even hear the voice of the Xia ancestor and was momentarily rendered speechless. Abandoning his quest for hidden secrets and passively absorbing the myriad of information from other districts. After determining the limits of his auditory range and experiencing the changes that followed a wave of enhancement, he prepared to retract his hearing, unwilling to burden his mind excessively. Maintaining such an extensive range was quite demanding for the brain. At present, Qin Mo's intellect was not sufficiently elevated to the point of command over his faculties. Yet, just as he was gradually narrowing his scope, a certain sound from the Baiyun district piqued his interest. Qin Mo's ears perked up and his brow furrowed. In the Baiyun district, on Qingmu Street, an inconspicuous white car was parked outside a barbecue restaurant. Simultaneously, within a concealed private room on the second floor of the establishment, a young man with flowing bangs was seated, facing two others whose expressions were decidedly grim, revealing their evident concern. Xiao Yu, however, was unfazed. He picked up his chopsticks and nonchalantly placed a piece of grilled meat into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing a whole. He then raised his gaze to the two across from him and inquired, "You two should eat. What is the matter today? Why do you seem so preoccupied?" Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, and one of them, with a bitter expression, replied, "Brother Qiao, how can we even think about eating?" The other chimed in, "Yes. The boss has given us a task, and we have no idea how to proceed." He shrugged, sighing deeply, and continued, "He mentioned we need to impede the Security Bureau's investigation, but we must do so without creating commotion. How on earth are we supposed to hinder them? We've pondered for quite some time and remain utterly clueless." The room housed two individuals of a higher tier, and combined with the third, their destructive potential was indeed formidable. What's so difficult about this? Xiao Yu set down his chopsticks and downed a large glass of liquor to clear his throat. Habitually tossing his bangs aside, he casually remarked, "You're overcomplicating things. Sometimes the simplest solutions are the most effective. If we just eliminate Qin Mo, wouldn't all our problems be resolved? Moreover, it would be a one-time solution." Suddenly, the private room fell into silence, the atmosphere becoming peculiar. The two stared at Xiao Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. Just eliminate Qin Mo, and everything will be fine? Is this the logic one would expect? Furthermore, regardless of his circumstances, Qin Mo was still an awakened individual of a higher tier. How could he be spoken of as if he were merely a chicken raised in the backyard? Is it truly as simple as killing when one wishes? Yet, neither of the two dared to question Xiao Yu's prowess. After all, he was indeed an exceptionally powerful awakened being. After a prolonged silence, they managed to suppress their astonishment. The one who had spoken earlier hesitantly inquired, "Brother Qiao, if we were to eliminate Qin Mo, wouldn't that create quite a commotion?" What is there to fear? Qiao Yu replied nonchalantly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Setting aside the fact that death renders all matters moot, even if Qin Mo is young, he would merely become a worthless corpse. No one would risk themselves for a dead man. How significant could the disturbance possibly be? Moreover, the boss specified that we should avoid causing a ruckus. As long as I swiftly eradicate Qin Mo, there will be no issues. His gaze was piercing, and his words radiated immense confidence. It was evident that Xiao Yu was entirely assured of his own capabilities. Seeing this, the two men recoiled slightly, choosing not to voice further concerns. After all, in this operation, they were merely minor players, with Xiao Yu being the true orchestrator. Given his confidence, they had no choice but to comply. Then, what precisely should we do? That fellow spends nearly all his time at the security bureau, one of them pondered aloud. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Xiao Yu shot him a disdainful look, as if regarding a fool. Idiot, forcefully breaching the security bureau is akin to courting death. Can't you think a little? Ambush. Do you understand? He struck the table emphatically. At this, the speaker promptly closed his mouth. I staked out the location yesterday. We simply need to set up an ambush on Guanghong Street tomorrow evening. The moment Qin Mo returns home will be the optimal time to strike. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes, licking his lips, a glint of bloodthirst and cruelty shimmering in his pupils. Most individuals believe that their home is the safest haven. At that moment, he would surely let his guard down. Ah, the young prodigy? In this life, my greatest delight is to crush the windpipe of genius. With a sudden motion, he stabbed his skewer into the center of the grill, piercing through to the bottom, causing it to sway and emit a resonating hum. Qin Mo gasped, involuntarily exclaiming, "What a clever scheme." Had he been in the barbecue restaurant, he might have applauded Xiao Yu. One could not deny that there was a degree of sound reasoning in his words. Unfortunately, before the plan could even be set into motion, the most severe leak had already occurred. Someone had seemingly unwittingly transformed into a jester. Qin Mo shook his head, a silent chuckle escaping him. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back by the window, he gazed out at the distant horizon where the crimson sun gradually descended, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Tomorrow evening, he murmured softly, while his mind raced, swiftly analyzing and devising counter-strategies. After a brief moment of contemplation, he slowly curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Qin Mo resolved to prepare an extraordinarily generous gift for Qiao Yu and his companions. Undoubtedly, this present would bring them immense satisfaction when the time came. The one obstructing the investigation of the Security Bureau appeared to be the mastermind behind the Heavenly Society. Qin Mo murmured to himself, his body gradually suspended in the air.